In the Yinsong star field, the galaxies in this universe are more bizarre than each other. This medium-sized star field actually hides the largest black hole in the known universe. Suddenly, there were several shrill whistles from the sky above a planet, and 4 fireballs were heard in the air. A silver-white mecha appeared from the first ball of fire to land. It quickly locked onto a certain direction, started its engine, and flew out rapidly. In the sky, the 3 fireballs did not rush to land, but instead abruptly changed their trajectory in the air. 3 dark green, bulky mechas revealed their true appearance, and then followed the silver-white mecha. The 3 of them chased all the way, but the silver-white mecha in front of them suddenly disappeared behind a mountain. After crossing the ridge, they found another plane in front of them, but the terrain here was completely different from before. Lakes, green trees, wheat fields, an unexpected little oasis jumped into view. Is this a habitable planet? The 3 of them exclaimed almost simultaneously, shock written all over their faces. Such signs of life hidden deep within a desolate planet? When the 3 finally remembered their mission and turned the radar to scan the silver-white mecha, they were surprised to find that she was parked at the edge of the oasis, motionless. Are you really out of energy? The 3 of them looked at each other and immediately approached cautiously, quietly surrounding the mecha. Before he finished speaking, the space on one side of the wheat field suddenly twisted. A strange-looking mecha suddenly appeared. It was about 12 meters tall, with a shovel-like mechanical arm in one hand and a clumsy-looking short cannon in the other. The 3 of them were stunned. From its structure to its appearance, this mecha didn't look like a combat model at all. Instead, it looked more like an agricultural mecha. That's the speed, they sneered, and the mecha easily jumped up and prepared to fight back. But the next second, the situation suddenly changed. The agricultural mecha suddenly accelerated, raised its short cannon, and instantly locked onto the 3 people. Boom, boom, boom. The short cannon roared, and dense shells were fired like a storm. Each shell was as big as a fist, and the fire suppression came without any warning. The 3 hunter mechas were instantly overwhelmed by system alarms, prompting being locked by high-energy artillery shells. These shells accurately blocked all possible escape routes for them, forcing them to activate high-energy consuming energy shields. Explosions boomed in unison, flames billowed, and the sky glowed red. The shield barely withstood the attack, but the system alarm continued. A high-speed target is detected approaching. An imminent physical impact is detected. One person looked at the fire in horror as a heavy figure suddenly rushed out. The agricultural mecha broke through the smoke at some point, launched a close-range attack, raised its shovel-like mechanical arm, and actually penetrated his energy shield, clamping him roughly. How is this possible? The energy shield was actually broken. The opponent's movements were too sharp, unlike those of an agricultural mecha. The short cannon was aimed directly at the cockpit and fired without hesitation. In the second chapter, 3 mecha pilots who were former gangsters reacted extremely quickly. After one of their mechas was destroyed, the other 2 immediately launched a counterattack. This model of Hunter 3 was originally designed for battlefield suppression, and its firepower is strong enough to tear through most conventional armor. But this agricultural mecha is different from conventional targets, and its power system is obviously inconsistent with its appearance. Just as the ammunition belt swept across its original position, the 2 sets of engines on the belly of the agricultural mecha ejected tail flames and forced it to move sideways to avoid the attack. One of the enemy pilot's face dropped to a state of confusion, and he cursed. What the hell? This crappy farm mecha actually has an auxiliary engine. Before he could finish his words, a series of explosions of fire exploded around him. His heart skipped a beat. The true power of this mecha far exceeded their expectations. The next second, after the agricultural mecha landed, the shotgun structure rapidly changed, the barrel contracted, the muzzle expanded, and then released a powerful counter-thrust towards the ground. With a roar, its body rose into the air again, and at the same time, the auxiliary engine erupted, pushing the mecha to flip in the air. Damn, are you still human? The hunter roared in shock and immediately turned the muzzle of the gun to prepare for the attack. Bullets rained down like raindrops, and the bucket on the chest of the agricultural mecha immediately blocked the front and took most of the firepower. The hunter immediately raised the muzzle, trying to bypass the defense and attack the head and core area. But the opponent seemed to have anticipated this and raised his shovel arm to block the attack, protecting the core tightly. Under the continuous output of firepower, the unprotected parts were blown to pieces and flames splashed everywhere. The hunter driver gritted his teeth and continued to attack. "Ha, die! Die!" he roared hysterically. Under the intensive firepower, the armor of the agricultural mecha was scarred and its shell was broken, but its engine was still emitting a strong blue light. The shovel's armor finally couldn't withstand the fire and was torn apart by the fire, exposing the cockpit's outer shell to the flames. The hunter's grin deepened. He could already see the opponent's vulnerable driver. Just as he was about to deliver the final blow, the hatch of the agricultural mecha suddenly opened and a figure ejected. It was a young man, holding a gun with both hands, one eye slightly narrowed, aiming at the hunter in the air. "What are you doing?" The pilot was just beginning to wonder when the mecha system caught the other person's mouth shape. Bang! A thin beam of light suddenly penetrated the cockpit of the fighter plane. The hunter's power was interrupted, and the driver looked down at his evaporated lower body, his eyes full of disbelief, and his consciousness gradually blurred. At this time, the strange jet sound was heard again, and Yi Lingyin in the mecha slowly opened his eyes. As soon as consciousness returned, a mechanical voice came. "The empathic connection has been detected, and the system self-check has begun. Self-check complete. Current energy remaining, 17%, armor damage, 89%, energy shield failure, mainframe damage, 81%. She struggled to open her eyes and said hoarsely, "Xiaoyin, analyze the current situation. I need an escape route." Xiaoyin has received the request and is analyzing the current environment. The main engine is severely damaged, and the flight plan has been ruled out. The hatch cannot be opened. Abandoning the plane and escaping is a no-go. The possibility of escape is currently 0. Before she could ask, the system automatically played a video captured by an external sensor. In the picture, a pair of silver-white aviation boots stepped on the chest of her mecha, and then a bright flame began to flash continuously at the hatch. The man was actually using welding equipment to weld her hatch shut. The sound of the jet was getting closer and closer, and at the same time, a man's voice was heard. "These 4 mechas should have enough energy, right? Maybe I can finally get out of this damn place. This mecha is pretty good. It must be one of their high-end products to have lasted this long." Immediately afterwards, footsteps were heard from the mecha. The man seemed to be very familiar with the structure of the mecha and soon reached the top of the cockpit. "Hey, are you awake?" A voice with a hint of laughter floated into Yi Lingyin's ears. "My name is Emily, and I have arrested you," he said with a smile, and opened the hatch directly. "I don't have time to listen to your self-narration. Now, I ask questions and you answer them." Chapter 3. The young man in front of him looked indifferent, with delicate features, and even made people feel a sense of closeness inexplicably. But Yi Lingyin knew in her heart that some people in this world, no matter how harmless their faces were, had hearts colder than a knife. She remembered clearly that when she first saw this oasis, she was stunned for only a moment and had no time to stop. She was busy escaping at that time, but who could have imagined that at the moment she rushed to the edge, for shells were so accurate that it was almost terrifying, and directly destroyed the limb transmission system of her mecha. Before she could react, the ridiculously weird agricultural mecha rushed out from behind, kicked her over, and cleanly cut off the engine power. The extremely skilled operation gave Yi Lingyin a chilling thought. Could it be that this person had driven her Jian before? But the problem is that her Jian is customized, unique in the entire universe, and there is no data to refer to. How on earth did the other party know the weakness? Her system didn't show any signs of being scanned. She's afraid she will never get answers to these questions in her lifetime. The cockpit was cramped, with almost no spare space. All the space was occupied by various core modules. In this oppressive space, Emily had already pushed the door open and entered. Yi Lingyin had just disconnected the empathic connection and wanted to raise her eyes to see the person in front of her clearly, but she was suddenly stepped on the chest by an aviation boot, which made her groan. Ugh! The continuous fighting before had already put a great strain on her body, and now she had no strength to resist at all. Emily's boots stepped on her chest. His eyes were cold, one hand casually placed on his knee, but his tone was as cold as ice. "Where is this place?" Yi Lingyin's lips trembled, but she still answered. "Yinsong Star Region, an unknown planet." Emily continued to ask, "Yinsong Star Region? Then which force is in charge of it?" These two questions made countless thoughts flash through Yi Lingyin's mind. Just as she was about to open her mouth, she suddenly felt a heavy pressure on the bottom of her feet. "Don't test my background." At that moment, Yi Lingyin clearly felt that the person in front of her could take her life at any time. She gritted her teeth, not daring to hesitate any longer, and quickly replied, "This is the Yinsong Star Region, which is under the jurisdiction of the Dongli Star Region of the Federation. As for the name of this planet, I don't know." As she answered, she gradually had a guess in her heart. This person was obviously in urgent need of information, and it seemed very likely that he had come from a wormhole and knew nothing about this star field. Yinsong Star Region. Emoli murmured softly, reaching out and silently withdrawing his palm from her mecha's empathic mouth. Then, he retracted his foot and turned to walk away. The sudden change took Yilingyin a few seconds to react. Her heart was beating fast, and she quickly pulled herself up and climbed out of the cockpit. When he looked up, he just saw two tail flames coming out from behind the combat uniform, and Emoli's figure slowly landed on the ground. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice reached his ears. Data collection complete. Test results. The current location is out of the jurisdiction of the Flame Dragon Empire. The current star region is not recorded in the database. It is speculated that we may have experienced space travel. Emoli paused, a serious look flashing across his eyes. In other words, this is no longer the Flame Dragon Empire's universe? Maybe it's not even the same universe. Yes, no data related to this star region has been found in the Empire's observed universe. Emoli had a blank expression on his face as he whispered a few words, traveled through time again. The thrusters behind him started again, and two flames spurted out, lifting his body into the air. According to the data collected from the silent mech, this world is divided between the Federation, the Empire, and the Zerg. If you're going by what the online novels say, you've indeed traveled to a strange universe. Zerg. Emoli narrowed his eyes, his heart tightening. What's the situation with the Zerg here? Is it the same as in our world? Comparison data shows that the behavioral patterns of the local Zerg are 98 similar to those recorded in the Imperial archives. However, the individuals and species do not completely overlap. The sound of air jets rang out again, and Emoli's figure leaped down, landing deep into the oasis. His eyes dimmed for a moment, but then a faint smile appeared on his face. When I piloted the Universal Pardon into the black hole and triggered the jet, I was already prepared to die. Since I didn't die, I'll just live on. From the intelligence I've gathered, the level of technology here is quite good. Perhaps there's still a chance to return. There was relief in his voice, but then his tone became heavy again. It's just the Flame Dragon Empire. The mechanical voice responded. Based on the battle situation at the time, the damage you caused to the mother nest by driving the divine machine Shifang Ji exceeded 96.2%. If the four major fleets outside launch an assault according to the tactical plan you left behind, the probability of the Zerg being completely wiped out exceeds 97.41%. Hearing this, Emoli let out a long sigh, and the stone that had been weighing on his heart for a long time finally eased a little. But the prerequisite is that the four fleets can carry out the attack according to your intelligence. The last instruction received by the Universal Pardon Order indicates that they have received the order to retreat. What? Impossible. As the thrusters shut down, Emoli fell heavily to the ground, his expression instantly becoming gloomy. That operation was the Flame Dragon Empire's desperate plan to decapitate the enemy. He led the 5 ace fleets deep into the insect nest to pave the way for Shifang Ji. As the youngest supreme commander of the Empire, he led the fleet to successfully inflict heavy damage on the hive and kill the Zerg leader. Logically, this life-threatening sacrifice guaranteed the future stability of the entire empire. If the 4 outer fleets had simply taken advantage of the situation and attacked, victory would have been virtually certain. However, the Imperial leadership ordered a retreat. This means that after the mother nest is lost, the Zerg can quickly cultivate a new leader by devouring their own kind and rebuild the mother nest. By then, all efforts will be in vain. The mechanical voice said coldly. This order came from the rear of the Empire. Based on the situation at the time, it is likely a conspiracy against you. Targeting me? Emoli sneered. His rise was so rapid that it made those entrenched forces within the Empire sleepless. The Zerg uprising was an opportunity. Who could guarantee that this uprising itself was not secretly manipulated by them? Thinking of this, he clenched his fists, but gradually loosened them when he saw the small capsule base in front of him. Forget it. Now I've landed in such a remote place. Shifang Ji and Huanyu Pardon have both been severely damaged. I can't even muster the energy to leave. Now that things have come to this, let's dismantle the mecha first. He pushed open the hatch and ordered, Shinji, prepare the engineering to repair the mecha. As the command was given, the alloy wall slowly opened, revealing a small mecha about 2.5 meters tall. There is a human-shaped recessed space in the center of the fuselage, which fits the human body perfectly. Emoli took a deep breath, turned around, opened his arms, and firmly embedded himself in it. The next moment, the surrounding armor closed, completely enveloping him. Chapter 4. All the buckles of the mecha were released. Emoli clenched his fist, and the mecha clenched its fist at the same time. Taking a step forward, Emoli activated the mecha and flew out of the oasis. Energy technology has not yet achieved a breakthrough, and small mechas cannot replace large mechas, but they are more than sufficient for engineering operations. After leaving the oasis, Emily discovered that outside the silent mecha, a figure was carefully climbing down. The tight combat uniform outlined a graceful curve, and the other person's exquisite and beautiful face was full of tension. Emily ignored her meaning. The front of this mecha had been scanned by Xianji, and it did not carry any small weapons. If it weren't for the engine of this mecha that made him take a second look, Emily would have blown up her cockpit during the first ambush. Yi Lingyin also saw the small engineering mecha approaching quickly. With her physical fitness as a senior pilot, it was a bit unrealistic for her to deal with a small mecha. Not knowing why the other party didn't kill her, Yi Lingyin could only get off the mecha and raise her hands to indicate that she posed no threat. Emily didn't even look at her. He flew low all the way to Zhu Yin's back. The armor on the right hand of the engineering mecha rotated, and soon a laser cutting knife was formed. A finger-long laser knife appeared, and Emily began to dismantle the mecha according to the structural diagram scanned by Xianji. Yi Lingyin on the ground vaguely knew what this person wanted to do. Seeing this person dismantling her mecha so roughly, her heart was bleeding. She spent a lot of energy on customizing this mecha. The academy only provided the materials, and she had to recruit people herself to obtain the skills required for assembly and modification. Clang, seeing a piece of armor belonging to Jian being dismantled by Mo Li and thrown casually on the ground beside him, Yi Lingyin finally couldn't help it. "Who are you?" Xuanji loaded the language information here by scanning the mecha information. Mo Li had already mastered Yi Lingyin's Federal Common Language. The average temperature of this planet is around 60 degrees, but Yi Lingyin felt as if she had stepped into an icy planet at this moment. Yi Lingyin looked at the other party with a complicated expression as he took apart her Jian. After a while, a huge hole appeared on Jian's back. Yi Lingyin then watched helplessly as Mo Li took out the core engine of her mecha. The moment she saw the engine, Yi Lingyin was stunned. The size of this engine has exceeded the size of Mo Li's mecha. At this moment, he is like an ant carrying food that is larger than him. The engineering mecha's engine was fully running, and Mo Li slowly flew away with this heart that belonged only to the mecha. Yi Lingyin came to her senses after watching the engineering mecha enter the oasis. Her heart was filled with turmoil, and she hurriedly ran after it. Her silent mecha was manufactured by level 7 engineers from 3 major technology giants. All of its technologies are top secret. If the engine is violently dismantled, it will activate the self-destruct program. But why? Why did this person dismantle her mecha as easily as dismantling a hovercraft with no technical requirements? The doubts in her heart made her unable to care about anything else. After chasing into the oasis, she also saw the base hidden under the woods. After entering the oasis, the feeling is completely different from the outside. This oasis seems to be an ecosystem of its own, and the temperature feedback from the combat suit is only 30. Such a huge temperature difference, separated by only a hair's breadth, was already somewhat contrary to common sense. Yi Lingyin's eyes swept across the oasis, landing on a small, crystal-clear lake not far away, and she could no longer move them away. Her life support system was damaged during the battle, and she had to rely entirely on her physical fitness to endure the subsequent battles. Without energy intake, such a long battle had already made her stomach empty. She ran to the lake and looked down. There were even fish. She no longer cared and just leaned over to drink. The weather on this planet is much better than that on other planets, but humans still cannot adapt to this environment. Even with the basic protection of combat uniforms, standing outside for a while still consumed a lot of water in her body. Combined with the exhaustion of the battle, she was now truly thirsty and hungry. After drinking the water, she looked to the side, her eyes landing on an orchard next to the base planted with unknown fruits. She couldn't help but swallow, but she only glanced at it for a moment. Then with great difficulty, she averted her gaze and looked towards the nearby forest. There are rich species here, and she even saw some animals appearing. However, she didn't have the conditions to make a fire now, so she could only look for some berries and see if she could fill her stomach. Inside the base, after Mo Li lowered the engine, he immediately turned around and flew out. The engine was just one of his targets, and there were also things on the 3 hunters that interested him. I hope they haven't all exploded. The agricultural mecha fought 1 against 3. Even though Xianji had scanned various parameters in advance when the other party entered the planet, it was still a bit difficult to fight. In the end, all the energy of the agricultural mecha was used up. However, now is the time to harvest. Thinking of this, Emily couldn't help but smile like an old farmer with a good harvest. Dark energy was also used here, and the method of use was similar. It seemed that the general environment of the universe was not much different. He decided to take action only after seeing this, because he still had an explorer spacecraft that lacked the energy to leave here. Heading to the battlefield ahead, he attacked the cockpits of the 3 mechas. As soon as he passed by, Xianji began to scan and found that the energy tanks of the 3 mechas were relatively intact. The estimated energy is enough to create 3 warp batteries, providing a range of 210 light-years. According to the information obtained by the soundproof mecha, the nearest Stargate is 68 light-years away. Hearing this, Emoli couldn't help but show joy on his face. He had been here for half a year and didn't even have the energy to leave the planet. God knows how he survived alone. Chapter 5. Under Xianji's guidance, Emoli dismantled the energy tanks that were still usable one by one and transported them back to the base one by one. When he returned to the oasis, he unexpectedly found Yi Lingyin actually looking for berries beside the small lake to satisfy her hunger. Very self-aware, Emoli muttered softly, and then placed all the energy blocks neatly. In fact, this oasis is not a natural product of this planet, but a foolproof ecological expansion pack from the civilization in which Emoli lives. It uses a fully automated construction mechanism and is usually compressed into a small ball. When in use, you only need to open it, and it can quickly expand into a complete ecological oasis. It is an essential material for interstellar travel. In the Flame Dragon Empire, almost all ships, whether small spaceships or large battleships, are equipped with expansion packs, because no one can predict whether they will accidentally drift to an uninhabited planet. The expansion pack only needed sunlight to operate, making it extremely convenient. Emoli had relied on this expansion pack to sustain his life for the past 6 months. From a quality of life perspective, the expansion pack was pretty good, but Emoli never intended to stay. At first, he could still adapt and enjoy a few moments of leisure, but as time went on, a deep desire to communicate with others began to grow in his heart. Just as he was about to enter the capsule base, Xuanji suddenly asked him to stop. I found something interesting on that individual Yi Lingyin. Interesting thing? Emoli paused and looked at Yi Lingyin, who was sitting on a rock in a daze in the distance. A network access device, most likely the Star Network access point mentioned in the information. StarNet. It's a network covering the observable universe in the current star field. Signals are transmitted using major stars as hubs, and access is possible anywhere in the universe. Emoli's expression changed slightly. Isn't this our virtual dream network? In the Flame Dragon Empire, there was a similar network system, but its base stations required enormous resources to build. Even when Emoli entered the Zerg's heartland, there were still many remote star regions that had not yet been covered. The principle is similar, Xuanji responded briefly. Currently, our understanding of the outside world is limited to Jian's database. If we can use this interface to access the network, we will be able to obtain more intelligence. A gleam of light flashed in Emoli's eyes. At this moment, Yi Lingyin, who was sitting in the shade of a tree in the distance, hugging her knees, seemed to have sensed something and turned to look at him. When she saw Emoli walking towards her, her expression suddenly tensed up. She immediately protected her chest vigilantly, staring at his movements intently, extremely alert. Star Network access device, give it to me. Yi Lingyin was stunned for a moment, unable to understand why Emoli asked for this. The StarNet access device itself is bound to personal genetic information and cannot be used by others without permission. What's more, ever since she entered this galaxy, her device has been inexplicably blocked, and she can't even access the Star Network. But her previous experience made her realize that this man was not easy to get along with. In his eyes, she was probably not even an ant. So, she stretched out her wrist, and her combat uniform automatically slipped off, revealing a bracelet on her fair wrist. The bracelet automatically opened, and Yi Lingyin took it off and handed it to Chi-Chi, never taking her eyes off him. Ever since he joined the battle, this man has been clear about his goals and never made unnecessary moves. Does he truly possess the ability to access the Star Network? Thinking of this, she hesitated for a moment, and when Chi-Chi was fiddling with the bracelet, she gritted her teeth and said, "This bracelet is bound to my genetic information, and no one else can use it." This was a test, and she was still trying to determine Emoli's identity and background. Emoli raised his head and gave her a cold look. He buckled the star ring on his wrist. Yi Lingyin was 80% sure that he had a way to bypass the authority block, so he no longer hid it. I am a course student of Galaxy Academy. In addition to gene binding, this Star Network bracelet also has a special permission binding device. She spoke quickly. I don't know how you were able to change your identity information and use it, but if anything unusual happens, the Academy will immediately locate it and block your account login. Because my account has extremely high permissions, I have access to some of the Academy's top secret technologies. Many people outside are looking for me because I'm seen as a future Singularity class pilot with the potential to reach the Guishu level. At this point, Yi Lingyi's face flushed slightly. It was a bit awkward to say this in front of the man who had easily defeated her and 3 hunters with a mecha, but she really couldn't care less. If she wanted to access information from the outside world, she had to pay a price. You want to negotiate terms? Emily said bluntly. I just want some information. Yi Lingyi knew her leverage was limited, so she simply got straight to the point. Chi didn't respond immediately, but secretly communicated with Xianji. He said, since you can say this, there should be a way for me to log in smoothly. That's right. Yi Lingyi nodded. The method was not complicated. She just needed to log in first, and then transfer the permissions. This is equivalent to lending out your account and granting it the highest authority, which is tantamount to exposing yourself completely to the other party. After logging into the StarNet bracelet, she closed her eyes slightly. Special energy detected. Analyzing analysis failed. Energy not recorded. Current conditions are insufficient to analyze. At the same time Xuanji was giving feedback, Yi Lingyi had already taken off the bracelet and handed it to Emily. Emily took it subconsciously, and the moment his fingertips touched the bracelet, he immediately felt a warm sensation coming over him. The next moment, a voice echoed in my mind. Connecting to the Star Network, connecting. Connection successful. Welcome, Ms. Lingyi, a core member of Galaxy Academy. It was like suddenly being in a bustling city, with tall buildings and all kinds of floating structures rising from the ground. Even people in armor flew by in the air, and occasionally large mechas sped overhead. Emily's face was filled with surprise. Virtual reality? Although the Yanlong Empire also had virtual reality technology, it was impossible to achieve such an immersive experience with just a small bracelet. What is even more surprising is that after the connection, he can hardly feel the existence of the real body, as if this virtual body is his real body. Chapter 6 Wait. Emily noticed a problem and slowly lowered his head. His toes were no longer visible, replaced by 2 majestic peaks. Is it really that heavy? Emily gasped, then subconsciously used his hands to support it. Sure enough, it's so heavy. He looked solemn and was in awe of an acquaintance from the Flame Dragon Empire. It turned out that the other party always carried such a heavy weight every time he sparred with him. How great would the impact on balance be during the battle? Not very smart. Emily sighed. This virtual reality technology projected Yi Lingyi's body, and the other party was given the highest authority, which meant that Star Network knew about the abnormal account login. If that was the case, why didn't it update the data synchronously? Molly was puzzled, but since even Xianji couldn't analyze this Star Network, he could only give up. Emily quickly became familiar with this body and began to observe the surroundings. It felt like he was in a bustling city. Emily also discovered that there was a transparent light curtain in front of him, which was a bit like the UI interface he used to play games in the past. At that moment, a small bubble kept flashing in the lower left corner. I subconsciously clicked it, and an interface popped up before my eyes. Akanishi invited you to a real-life battle. Do you accept? Challenge invitation? Game challenge. Although it was Mo Lee's first time entering the Star Network, he had played games before. The gaming experience of this Star Network was too strong. After seeing the challenge, he wanted to know what it was, so he immediately accepted it. At Xingha Academy, Akashi, with his long red hair, lay in a flat connecting cabin. His mouth suddenly curled up. In the Star Network, his figure was projected as tall and burly, with extremely obvious muscles. Coupled with his iconic flamboyant red hair and his talent and strength that surpassed the Academy, he was called the Hellfire Bloodlion by other students. Akanishi's strength is enough to rank among the top 10 in the talented Galaxy Academy. In addition, due to his personality, he is the most famous in the Academy. Ha ha ha. Finally, you finally accepted my challenge. Chi-Chi's voice was full of excitement. If he had to say who he wanted to challenge the most in the Academy, it would be Yi Lingyi, who was always ranked in the top 3. The failure from the last time had always haunted him. He had applied for the challenge many times before, but Yi Lingyi had never agreed once. Today, he had just casually applied, but he hadn't expected it to actually succeed. The interface in front of him slowly changed, turning into the desolate surface of an uninhabited planet, with intricate rocky landforms, dry river valleys, mountains, and so on. We have entered the planet Carey. The planetary environment is barren and windy. The gravity is 1.5 times that of Dongli. A series of information about this planet popped up in front of Akashi. Seeing this, the smile on his face became even bigger. His mecha was a crimson red, with slightly broad shoulders and a height of approximately 15 meters, slightly taller than a typical 12-meter mecha, giving it a very imposing appearance. He clenched his fists, and two crimson storms erupted from behind his shoulders, while tiny flames began to burn from the backs of his hands. The huge 10-second countdown in front of him ended quickly. Qi looked at Yi Lingyin's familiar juicing mecha in the distance, his heart full of pride. After his last failure, he began to train like crazy. At this moment, he actually had a feeling of returning from hell for revenge. The Hellfire Bloodlion's huge body was already very impactful, and this charge was even more astonishing, like a mountain crashing head-on. At this time, Jian on the opposite side calmly opened his hands. The armor at his wrist opened, 5 gun barrels appeared, and his right arm actually formed a Gatling-like weapon. The 5 sounds agitation is useless against my armor. What? Have you forgotten this, even when you're on a mission? Qi roared, and Jian in the distance also spit out 5 colored torrents from his hands at the same time. The torrent of energy had no effect on the Hellfire Bloodlion. The moment these energy bullets touched his armor, they either deflected or disintegrated. In a moment, the Hellfire Bloodlion had rushed to Juyin. After getting close, Qi did not relax, but became much more serious. Because Yi Lingyin's Juicin mecha is famous for its maneuverability and flexibility, close combat is actually the opponent's area of expertise. But his Hellfire Bloodlion was also adept at close combat, just in a different area. With a punch, a blazing flame erupted as the energy conversion engine on his wrist activated. Boom! A ball of flame exploded, and Juyin emerged from the flames, the energy shield on his body vibrating violently. Akashi was puzzled when he saw this scene. Normally, Juyin should be able to dodge this kind of attack easily. This time, he was just trying to force Juyin to attack. He didn't expect it to actually work. Akashi reacted quickly and immediately rushed forward following Juyin. This was an opportunity, so he immediately turned on the auxiliary engine and burst into speed, approaching Juyin. Juyin's normal speed is faster than his, but Akashi's burst of energy actually provided him with powerful power. The armor on his back opened, and a broadsword was drawn out, slashing at Juyin. The speed of this explosion clearly exceeded Juyin's expectations, and he could only barely parry it. Seeing this, Akashi's pupils shrank, and he unexpectedly forced a change of tactics, abruptly halting his initial strike with his sword and instead delivering a mid-air elbow. The powerful recoil from the flame's explosion allowed him to avoid Juyin. There must be something waiting for him. Qishi's expression was solemn. He had never had such a good opportunity when fighting with Juyin before. Now he had it right from the start. It was obviously a trick, but he was obviously overthinking it. It was simply because Li Qie was not familiar with this mecha yet. Seeing Qi inexplicably sheath his sword and retreat, as if facing a formidable enemy, Li Qie chuckled. In just a short while, Xuanji had already fed all of Juyin's parameters and performance methods into his mind. At this time, Qishi's defensive counterattack gave him an opportunity. Juyin, Li murmured, and then directly increased the engine power to maximum. All the auxiliary engines hidden on Juyin's back were opened, and then a 5-colored torrent was spewed out, and finally condensed into a beam of white-tail flame. Seeing this scene, Akashi was shocked. This was Juyin's overload state. In this state, the dark energy consumed every second was enormous, and the combat time would not exceed 3 minutes. What do you mean? 3 minutes to finish me off? Akashi was also furious. His current Hellfire Bloodlion was also full of dark energy. As long as he kept using explosive thrust, Juyin would have no way to deal with him. But Qishi disdained to use this tactic. He roared, "Come." The roar in the public channel reached Li's ears. As you wish. The 5-tone excitation cannon stopped rotating and then reorganized. In Chapter 7, Qi's weapon was reorganized into a short, silver-gray staff, and Juyin's speed exploded at this moment. Even though he had seen it before, Qishi was still shocked. This speed was like a silver line drawn in the air, leaving no chance for reaction. With a dull thud, Li swung his staff and struck Qishi's elbow. Qishi hastily defended himself, unable to block the blow. Immediately afterwards, Li pressed down on Qishi's chest armor with one hand, leveraging the force to flip and deftly maneuver behind him. The short staff shook in his hands simultaneously, its front and back ends opening, and a stream of oscillating particles swirled at high speed, transforming into sharp double blades. When Qishi attacked with his backhand, Li reversed his grip on the staff and swung upwards, sending particles slashing across the shield, creating ripples. Before he could finish his words, Qishi was met with another knee, which caught his right hand off the mark and sent sparks flying from the mechanical collision. The soundless engine erupted at full power, sending Shi careening backwards, his center of gravity uncontrolled. In that brief moment, countless cold lights suddenly flashed before him, causing him to instinctively close his eyes. Then, a pop-up window with the word "failed" appeared in front of Akashi's eyes. He stood there in a daze, watching himself return to the training room, his mind unable to process for a moment. I lost. He stared blankly at his palms, completely unable to understand what had just happened. He quickly reacted and hurriedly called up the battle replay, dragging the screen back to that crucial moment. When he switched to the third-person perspective, he immediately noticed something unusual. At the moment of Mo Lee's knee strike, the kinetic energy assist engine in his right arm was fully activated, but the opponent did not immediately launch an attack. It was as if he was gathering strength, waiting for the moment to hit the target, and then the short stick suddenly thrust out, and before the first strike was completed, another stab followed. Before the particle ripples had dissipated, the opponent's second attack had already hit, the entire process lasting less than 0.1 seconds. A series of thrusts followed, directly shattering the shield and even puncturing the cockpit. Akanishi froze as he watched this sequence of movements, the dense cold light seeming to pull him into an icy hell. At the same time, Mo Lee's actions also came at a huge cost. At the end of the battle, a series of prompts popped up in his vision. The right arm engine group was overloaded by 382%. The engine went into overcritical mode, completely paralyzing the right arm system. However, it was this overload that completely shredded the opponent's armor. After leaving the battle map, Mo Lee nodded and commented, "The mecha system here is quite interesting. Especially engine technology, there are some parts that even I can't parse. The universe is so big, of course I can't stop learning," he said and exited the simulation system. A moment later, Mo Lee returned to the bustling streets, the light ball still dancing. He was about to click again when Yi Lingyin's voice suddenly rang in his ears, drawing his attention back. He then remembered that he seemed to have promised the other party something before. Although he didn't understand how the other party could communicate with him on the Star Network, he didn't show any surprise. Mo Lee simply replied, "I can't hear you. What do you want to ask?" Outside, Yi Lingyin was visibly relieved when she heard his voice. At least it showed that Mo Lee was keeping his word. She instructed Mo Lee to open the friend list on the right side of the Star Network and contact his mentor through the interface. With a thought, the interface appeared, and sure enough, he soon saw the white-haired old man among his contacts. He didn't even need to initiate contact. The other party's window was already flooded with messages, popping up one after another. Since half a month ago, the other party has been sending messages almost every day, and the frequency has increased in recent days. Lingyin, something happened in the Yensong Star region. How are you guys doing? The Academy has sent a fleet. Please reply immediately. These words show the instructor's anxiety, and it is clear that he does not know what has happened. After reading it, Mo Lee relayed, "Your instructor said the fleet has already departed, and he's been trying to contact you." Yi Lingyin's eyes welled up when she heard this. She suppressed her emotions and said, "Tell him I'm fine." After a few seconds, she added, "Please ask the others about their situation for me." Mo Lee did as he was told, and the other party quickly replied, "There is no news from others yet, and now it's only you who can reply." This sentence hit her heart like a thunderbolt. Yi Lingyin was stunned, and her whole body trembled. The image of the explosion reappeared before her eyes, and all her suppressed emotions suddenly collapsed. She murmured, I'm sorry," over and over again, as if she had completely collapsed. Chi tried to speak again. "Anything else?" But the other party didn't respond at all, just continued to repeat himself mechanically. The system's intelligent Xuanji spoke. It seems that he has suffered a major mental shock and is in a state of collapse. Mo Lee frowned, then turned around and replied to his mentor, "She is not in good condition. I am currently trapped on a planet." The mentor immediately asked, "Specific location? Galaxy characteristics?" Mo Lee stared at the message in deep thought for a moment, a hint of hesitation forming within him. The fact that the other party could dispatch a fleet to conduct a cross-galactic search indicated a strong background. This information warranted serious consideration as to whether or not to provide it. Chapter 8. Mo Lee stood at the edge of the oasis, his mind already beginning to consider the worst-case scenario. If Yi Lingyin's mentor really came with an interstellar fleet to rescue them, he would have to consider whether a conflict would break out. After all, a fleet capable of interstellar travel must be of extraordinary technological prowess, especially one with high speed, which is definitely a representative of a higher-level civilization. If the other party takes a tough stance, the situation will be difficult to handle. He was debating whether to take a gamble when Xuanji's voice suddenly chimed in. Based on current information, the other party isn't necessarily hostile to us. She went on to explain that, judging by the interactions between Yi Lingyin and the instructor, the two had a close relationship, and the likelihood of conflict was less than 40%. But if we can establish friendly relations, this could be a crucial step in our journey towards interstellar civilization. The shared energy systems of both sides are of great significance in the interconnection of civilizations, and will facilitate the future activation of the universal pardon and 10 directions silence. Li Chia chuckled. You're still taking a gamble with a 61% chance? That's not like you. Xianji responded without emotion. This is the optimal solution at this stage. Although we have the conditions to leave, subsequent identity disguises and long-term survival are still challenges. She said calmly, I am confident that I can increase the success rate. Emoli raised an eyebrow. How to improve it? For example, start with this girl in front of me. Emoli frowned. You don't look right today. Yi Lingyin is extremely fragile right now. If I use the guidance method I designed, there's a 91% chance of making her obey my instructions. She has a special relationship with her mentor and is of high status. Once I control her, I can obtain a continuous supply of energy resources. Emoli didn't respond. Then the mentor sent another message, urging him to reply quickly. He shook his head, feeling a headache. Your statement is so unfamiliar. It makes me uneasy. Xianji persisted. We must break the current deadlock and return to the Flame Dragon Empire as soon as possible. Li Chia sighed. Let's forget about the brainwashing. Let's first consider the opponent's strength. Shifang Ji still has energy, so he's not at all vulnerable in a real fight. Xianji disagreed. That's your trump card. It shouldn't be exposed so easily. Too lazy to say more. Emoli directly replied to his mentor and sent his location coordinates. His mentor was straightforward, immediately asking him to survive on the spot and saying the fleet would be arriving soon. After disconnecting the communication, Emoli looked up at Yi Lingyin, who was still silently crying beside him. Your mentor said that a fleet will be sent to pick you up. Yi Lingyin, however, acted as if she hadn't heard him. Her eyes stared blankly ahead, without a single response. Emoli had no intention of comforting her, and he wasn't a psychiatrist. He turned and returned to his capsule base. In his view, the two of them were just strangers. Whatever she felt was none of his business. Xuanji, however, seemed to still feel a bit regretful, constantly whispering various suggestions in his ear about taking advantage of the situation. Emoli simply pretended not to hear. The next day, Emoli opened the hatch to the base and found Yi Lingyin standing in the same spot as yesterday, her eyes red as a stone statue. He frowned, put on his jetpack, and flew away from the oasis. When he returned that night, Yi Lingyin was still there, her face pale, her lips chapped, and she looked like she was about to collapse. Emoli sighed, took a nutrient solution from the base, and walked over to her. Seeing that she wasn't going to take it, he didn't hesitate, reaching out to pinch her cheek and pouring the liquid directly into her. Yi Lingyin resisted, but Emoli's grip was so strong that she couldn't move and was forced to swallow the nutrient solution. He didn't let her go until she finished the nutrient solution. Yi Lingyin coughed violently and whispered weakly, Let me die. Emoli said coldly, It's not too late to die after the fleet arrives. The coordinates have been sent. The fleet will come whether you are dead or alive. But if you really die, it will cause trouble for me. I still have some use for this planet, and I don't want to cause any more trouble. Yi Lingyin said nothing more, knowing that she was still useful. Emoli ignored her and turned back to the base. The nutrient solution was enough to sustain her for 3 days. He had fulfilled his basic obligations. For the next few days, Emoli traveled back and forth between the base and the desert, while Yi Lingyin stood there like a statue. She had no idea what he was busy with outside, only that he left early and returned late, never saying much. On the 4th day, Yi Lingyin exuded a foul odor, and her hair was stuck together in wisps. Xuanji recorded her physical condition, and it was time to feed her nutrient solution. Emoli took out the nutrient solution as usual and walked over to her. She looked numb, not realizing he was trying to fill her up with it again. It was the same old routine of pinching her face with one hand and pouring the medicine with the other. Yi Lingyin coughed and finally looked up at him, just in time to see Emoli pinching his nose with a look of disgust as he quickly ran to wash his hands. She was stunned. Normally, she would have jumped up and hit someone, but now, her heart was as still as a pool of water. Even the cough was just a mechanical reaction of her body. After washing his hands, Emoli glanced at her, hesitated for a moment, and then took out a water pipe from the base and connected it to the small lake. He then installed a water gun and pointed it at Yi Lingyin. The lake's temperature was just right, a testament to the Flame Dragon Empire's ecological package. Yi Lingyin, on the other hand, was like a passive puppet, drenched like a drowned rat, unable to even move. Aside from instinctively closing her eyes, she barely reacted. After hanging up his water gun, Emoli ignored her. Meanwhile, he logged into the Star Network using Yi Lingyin's identity to contact his mentor. He received a reply stating that the fleet was currently traveling at warp speed and expected to arrive in 7 days. Emoli had been preparing for his departure ever since he set foot on this land. 7 days wasn't a short time, and he spent most of his energy gathering resources and planning his evacuation. He limited himself to providing basic survival care for Yi Lingyin and didn't interfere with anything else. Chapter 9, Day 6. Emoli was traveling through the vast desert when Xianji suddenly sounded the alarm. An unknown fleet has been detected entering the galaxy. Data emerged. 1 main ship, 6 frigates, and 50 small cruisers. The performance of the weapons could not be analyzed for the time being. Emoli paused, then turned back to the capsule base without hesitation. These past few days, Yi Lingyin had been like a wooden sculpture, standing still. If her vital signs hadn't been stable, Emoli would have thought she'd given up. When he reappeared, Yi Lingyin's eyes flickered slightly, a subtle change that Emoli immediately caught. He said, "Your mentor's fleet has arrived." Hearing the word mentor, Yi Lingyin's eyes immediately became focused, staring at him intently. Emoli didn't pretend, and said directly, "When you're about to die, you'd better say a few good words for me. And by the way, fight for the ownership of this planet. I've taken good care of you these past few days. I'm at least half your benefactor." Yi Lingyin's eyes twitched slightly as she looked towards the water gun on the water supply device by the lake. Emoli coughed lightly and lowered his head to defend himself. "Don't get me wrong. The water gun incident isn't important. What's important is that I saved you. There's a saying in my hometown. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Just think of the pagoda as a rare good deed. From that perspective, I'm still a good person, right?" Yi Lingyin remained silent, just staring at him without saying a word. Xuanji then interrupted. "There's nothing in life that you can't overcome." Emoli replied, "Yeah, in life, there's nothing insurmountable." After saying this, he began to pour out inspirational speeches, almost bringing tears to his eyes. However, the girl in front of him didn't change her expression at all, like a communication module that had lost contact. He was about to complain when Xuanji calmly reminded him. "She's currently in a severely disturbed mental state and can barely hear anything from the outside world." Chi was speechless. "Then why are you asking me to say so much? It's just a test." Emoli sighed and spread his hands helplessly. "Forget it. I am her destined benefactor after all. I will not repay kindness with enmity, right?" He stared at the starry sky and calculated. Judging from the fleet configuration, the opponent's fleet was a small fleet and would not pose a fatal threat. Unless this civilization possessed some insane technology, it would be incredibly inefficient for so many geniuses to arrive. Xuanji established the database while simultaneously analyzing it, allowing Emoli to gradually gain a preliminary understanding of this galaxy. Since Yi Lingyin didn't react, he continued with his own work. Sure enough, upon returning to base, the scanning wave quietly descended. On the outskirts of the galaxy, a massive fleet quietly emerged. The lead ship was a Star Torch-class mothership, 3,500 meters long, flat, wedge-shaped, and rock-solid. Inside the bridge, Captain Wang Yan, clad in a white uniform, rested his chin on one hand, his gaze fixed on the latest scans. "Did this planet exist before?" he asked gravely. The shipboard AI quickly responded. "Federal records show that this planet didn't exist in the star map from 302 years ago. 300 years, a planet appeared out of nowhere." Wang Yan frowned, his intuition telling him that this was unusual. But the scan data showed the planet was perfectly ordinary, with no surface anomalies or energy fluctuations. After weighing the pros and cons, he ordered, "All ships approach the target planet, anchor outside orbit, and launch the Mecha troops for landing. Be on guard against space pirates. These are the most likely to be encountered in such a remote star region. Also, the stranger's identity is unknown. Do not act rashly." With a command from the bridge, the fleet mobilized, locking onto the target planet. Since warp jumps within the system were impossible, pulse propulsion was the only option. Pulse propulsion technology was highly sophisticated by this era, allowing travel from the edge of a system to the target point in just a few tens of minutes. Meanwhile, on the ground, Emoli took in all the changes. He watched the fleet approach, muttering to himself, "Stargates, warp speeds, impulse engines. This civilization's transportation system is truly comprehensive." Xianji didn't respond, quietly updating the database. As expected, not long after, the fleet docked, the main ship opened its hatch, and countless black dots swarmed out. These mechas headed straight for the target planet, their scanning equipment clearly extremely accurate, and their target lock was extremely precise. Not only did they know Yi Lingyin's location, they were also aware of Mo Li's presence. The landing force was entirely equipped with heavy mechas, and their movements were like a surging sea of clouds, so skilled that it seemed as if they were carrying out a mission in their own yard. Soon, Mo Li saw several balls of fire appear in the sky, falling like meteors. The leading mecha had a unique shape, was larger than the other members, and flew faster. It landed first at the edge of the oasis, sending up a thick cloud of dust as it landed with a thud. Yi Lingyin remained motionless, like a stone statue. Mo Li had no choice but to approach. With such precise landings, it was impossible for her not to notice him. But strangely, the mecha just stood quietly outside the oasis and didn't rush in. Mo Li quickly adjusted his expression, an excited smile plastered on his face, and rushed out of the oasis. Great! Someone is finally here. He looked up and shouted, I am a citizen of the Federation. I was hunted by space pirates and ended up here. He stood at the foot of the mecha, with an extremely cooperative posture, for fear of being accidentally injured. However, in response, the heavy artillery device on the mecha's shoulders slowly opened. The black muzzle locked onto him with precision, and the oppressive force of the firepower overwhelmed him. Mo Li quickly raised his hands in surrender. Are you here to look for Yi Lingyin? She's in there. Upon hearing this, the other party turned his head and looked towards the oasis, but he still did not retract the muzzle of his gun. The atmosphere suddenly froze. Mo Li remained calm, but secretly swallowed his saliva. Chapter 10. As Wang Yan had said, this planet exuded a strange aura from beginning to end. Whether it was the abrupt appearance of the celestial body itself or the oasis before him, both were far beyond common sense. Jiang Qinyan stood outside the oasis, appearing calm, but inwardly alarm bells were ringing. As a veteran who had spent years on the brink of life and death, his intuition had always been accurate. This time, from the moment he set foot here, he had a lingering sense of foreboding. He activated the scanning system, conducting a comprehensive survey of the oasis, and discovered a series of obvious signs of human modification. This discovery actually gave him a slight sigh of relief. The unknown was the most terrifying thing, but now at least there was evidence of human activity. In the center of the oasis, a sluggish figure stood. It was Yi Lingyin. Jiang Qinyan immediately reported through the mothership's dedicated channel. Mission objective confirmed. Yi Lingyin's location has been completed. Wang Yan's orders came immediately. Quickly pick up the target and bring back the nearby man as well. The other mechas arrived one after another. Jiang Qinyan activated his anti-gravity engine and hovered directly in front of Yi Lingyin. Ms. Yi, we are here to rescue you on the orders of Professor Jiang Yan. Please cooperate. But he never landed. His intuition told him that this place was not a good place to stay for long. Hearing the name, Jiang Yan, Yi Lingyin's previously lifeless eyes changed slightly. Jiang Qinyan noticed her abnormality and reported the situation back to the mothership. At this moment, Mo Li walked over and took the initiative to speak. She became like this after contacting the instructor, and she hasn't recovered yet. He was not relieved. Although this fleet had come according to the coordinates he provided, no one could guarantee that Yi Lingyin was not acting. She had been unable to resist him before, and now that the reinforcements had arrived, the variables really began to change. Jiang Qinyan looked at Yi Lingyin, trying to read something from her face, but she seemed to have completely shut herself off. On the mothership, Wang Yan looked at Yi Lingyin's image, his expression also not looking good. She had once been a high-spirited captain, but now she was found alone, with no news of the others. Worse still, she was rumored to have a close relationship with her teammates, and now she was left alone here. She must have suffered a great blow. Wang Yan didn't act rashly and immediately contacted Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan connected the call without delay, and as soon as the screen appeared, he asked, "Have you rescued her?" Wang Yan replied, "Yes, but Miss Ye's condition is not normal." He then synced the image to Jiang Yan, who immediately frowned. "Connect her to my phone," Wang Yan agreed. In the oasis, Jiang Yan's image was projected by the lake. He looked at Yi Lingyin in front of him, his voice hoarse and gentle. "Lingyin." This sound shocked Yi Lingyin, and her whole body trembled as if struck by an electric current. "I know everything you've been through. It was a conspiracy between the Empire and a bunch of parasites." As soon as these words came out, Yi Lingyin raised her head abruptly, her eyes bloodshot and filled with hatred. Her eyes made Mo Li frown involuntarily. It was a look of complete and utter madness. Jiang Yan continued to reveal the truth. This operation was a trap they had planned long ago, and you were the target. Yi Lingyin growled in a low voice. Who is it? The voice was hoarse and torn, completely unlike the tone of a human. Emoli watched quietly and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This is the murderous intent that will be ignited when one is pushed to the extreme. Jiang Yan's tone was sad but calm. The mastermind behind this has not surfaced yet, but we have some clues. Yi Lingyin slowly walked to the front of the light curtain and said calmly, I will kill them myself. Emoli sighed inwardly. This woman was quite crazy, and her murderous intent was rare. Jiang Yan said nothing more. Follow them back first. Okay. Yi Lingyin simply responded, turned and left the oasis, heading towards the landing ship outside. Emoli naturally followed closely behind. For him, this fleet was his only chance to leave this strange planet. If he left on his own exploration ship, not only would his identity be in jeopardy, but he would also have to be wary of space pirates along the way. While using the last remaining energy of 10 Directions Silence could help him break through, it was his trump card and could not be used lightly. Furthermore, this planet couldn't even extract its energy, so staying was pointless. He couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. If these people dared to abandon him, he would rather turn the table. Fortunately, Xuanji's judgment was accurate. The enemy wasn't hostile, merely on guard. He could understand why a stranger like him would appear near the target rescue point. If it were him, he would also immediately take action to eliminate the hidden danger. After entering the landing ship, Emoli was placed in a simple room. Although the door was unlocked, the entire space was extremely simple and looked like a temporary detention center. The spacecraft quickly took off and returned to the mothership. At the same time, someone entered the capsule base where he had lived to search, but ultimately found only some common supplies. As the spaceship broke through the atmosphere, Emoli looked out the window at the oasis and sand sea that were receding, and an inexplicable feeling welled up in his heart. He had survived the past 6 months. No matter how dangerous it was, he couldn't let go of this opportunity to leave. Not long after, the spaceship entered the mothership, and Yi Lingyin had disappeared. Just when Emoli thought he was going to be left out in the cold, a middle-aged officer appeared at the door. The other party knocked on the door politely. May I come in? Emoli was startled and quickly said, Come in. The man walked in, holding his helmet, his eyes sharp. My name is Jiang Qinyan, and I'm the captain of the Mecha team. Emoli immediately pretended to smile nervously and said, Hello. He looked a bit bewildered, not knowing where to put his hands and feet. Jiang Qinyan took in his expression and said calmly, Miss Yi told us to treat you well. Come with me. Emoli nodded and followed him, looking timidly and looking around. Chapter 11. Without anyone noticing, control of the entire ship was quietly shifting, and all operations were slowly being taken over by another will. Xuanji spoke softly in Chi-Chi's mind. The AI here is too backward. Invasion is easy. Yi Lingyin hasn't leaked your information yet. Everything is as you expected. I have completely taken over the spacecraft. You can do whatever you want now. Emoli listened, shaking his head helplessly. Sometimes he just couldn't understand what this irresistible AI was thinking. Fleet Commander Jiang Qinyan didn't say much, simply taking him on a tour and introducing the various living areas on the spacecraft. Thousands of people live here, and everyone can enter the restaurant and entertainment area freely. We are returning to Dongli Star, and the voyage will take about a month. Hearing the word Dongli Star, Emoli's face was full of joy. He could finally leave this damn place. Jiang Qinyan added, Your identity has been entered into the system. Doors that should open will open naturally. Don't touch those that won't open. He left without looking back, his attitude cold and direct. They're monitoring you. Do you want to take action? Xuanji asked again. Emoli waved his hand. Not for now. It's not hard to stay on the boat for a month. A few days passed quietly, and Emoli thought he would just spend the day without any incident. But he didn't expect that Yi Lingyin, who had been silent for many days, would come to him on his own initiative. Her mental state seemed to have recovered, at least on the surface. As soon as she entered the room, she said coldly, You're pretending. Emoli restrained his smile, sat on the edge of the bed, and chuckled softly. Do you think you're qualified to negotiate with me now? For some reason, Yi Lingyin felt a chill run down her spine. She whispered, I don't intend to expose you. I just want to achieve my own goal. Emoli followed up with, Revenge. She was silent for a moment, then nodded. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have made it back to the fleet alive. So I'll arrange an identity and funds for you. Once we reach Dongli Star, we'll be even. Emoli nodded, not questioning her thoughts. They both knew that some things didn't need to be made clear. When Yi Lingyin left, he didn't see her off, but stayed in the cabin to rest. Meanwhile, Yi Lingyin had returned to her room and connected to the star network. She now had only one goal left, revenge. Lingyun, wait for me. I'll make sure all those people are buried with me. Her consciousness sank into the star network, directly entering the virtual battle interface. The physical training space on the ship was too limited, so she preferred to hone her skills on the star network. As soon as she opened the battle interface, the message bar lit up again. It was a battle invitation from Akanishi. Since she had returned online, the opponent had become extremely impatient, challenging her almost daily. She ignored it and closed the window. She had already mastered the Hellfire Bloodline style. Now she needed a wider range of opponents to improve her combat logic. She clicked on the ladder match and started matching immediately. The ladder system is a popular module within the Star Network. All pilots' combat data can be uploaded and simulated with near 100% accuracy. Coupled with the Star Network's immersiveness, which is indistinguishable from reality, many true warriors use it as a training ground for actual combat. Yi Lingyin's current ladder ranking was 8,971st, a mediocre result across the Federation. The Star Network's connectivity covered a vast expanse of star regions, making matchmaking almost instantaneous. However, her opponent this time caused her expression to shift slightly. On the other side, surprisingly, was the Hellfire Bloodlion. Akashi's wild laughter echoed across the battle channel. Finally, it's your turn. Why didn't you accept my challenge? Are you scared? Yi Lingyin didn't respond and simply charged forward with her mecha. However, Akashi was the first to rev up his engines, and two shockwaves of explosive tail flames brought his speed to the limit. A roaring, blood-red lion even appeared in the air, its momentum astonishing. Yi Lingyin's eyes suddenly became solemn. This guy has indeed made progress recently. But she wasn't standing still. She immediately activated overload mode, drew her weapon, and rushed forward. The two mechas collided repeatedly in the air, and the battle lasted for more than a minute. Finally, she lashed out with her staff, striking Akanishi's engine core and forcibly exploding it. This round, she won. But Akanishi smiled more happily than anyone else. It seems my hellish training paid off. With that, he exited the virtual space, and Yi Lingyin's points increased slightly. A new round began in a flash, but she was still reflecting on the previous battle. Akanishi's progress was rapid. From the rhythm of his attacks to his tactical changes, he was a completely different person. Opponents she once easily dominated now forced her to fight with all her might. Hellish training. She muttered softly, her eyes growing more determined. If he was willing to work so hard to improve, there was no reason for her to stop. So, Yi Lingyin started a new round of crazy ladder challenge. At the same time, Moli on the other side was also active in the Star Network. Not long ago, he used his identity information to apply for a Star Network access device and successfully completed the registration. He quietly entered the system, and the door to the Star Network world was finally opened to him. Chapter 12. After Mo Li was arranged into the living quarters within the fleet, Jiang Qinyan gave him an ID card. This card could only be used within the fleet, and it also came with a Star Network device. Before leaving, the other party's tone softened a lot. You can use the Star Network freely. If you want to play a battle, it's up to you. Mo Li still remembered this sentence, so when he started the Star Network device, the first thing he did was to choose to register a name. Choose an ID? He thought for a moment and blurted out, Cosmic Invincible Greymon. Unexpectedly, the system prompted, this ID isn't in use. Do you want to use it? He was stunned, somewhat incredulous. How could such an arrogant name be registered first? Then he thought, this place's civilization clearly wasn't the same cultural sphere as the Flame Dragon Empire, so it made sense that no one was using the ID he'd fought so hard for. He felt a little proud, finally being able to use this ID with dignity. Entering the Star Network, the interface was uncomplicated, with no tutorials required. All functions were readily apparent. After all, in this world, everyone from children to the elderly could operate the Star Network, requiring no guidance. However, what interested Mo Li most wasn't the communication, entertainment, or information functions, but the mecha combat system. He couldn't wait to click on the icon of the crossed swords on the interface, and his whole body perked up. Virtual combat, this is right up my alley. After all, the feeling he had when he tried out the mecha in the Oasis was so intoxicating, and he still wanted more. After entering the system, a dazzling array of mechas came into view, with a wide variety of types, numbering as high as hundreds of thousands. Mo Li was stunned and quickly called out, Xuanji, come and take a look. No one answered. He frowned, then realized that Xuanji had probably already poured all its computing power into the Star Network, leaving him long since thrown out of the galaxy. He smiled inwardly. Looks like you're having a blast too. Since no one responded, he decided to give it a try himself. He selected a silver-white, four-winged mecha named Aurora Judgment from the list. It looked incredibly impressive. But as soon as he clicked on it, a pop-up window popped up. This mecha requires a payment of 1 million star coins. The current balance is 0. Do you want to top up? Emoli nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. 1 million star coins for a string of data? Are you robbing me? Thinking of how Xianji could easily create dozens of much more impressive mechas for him, he became even more furious. You don't deserve it. Despite his anger, he quickly adjusted his composure and activated the filter function. Various tags appeared on the screen. Fantasy, heavy armor, speed, offense, and everything in between. He quickly scanned the list, his eyes fixed on the free option. Clicking it, he saw only 4 old-style military mechas. Rugged lines and a plain, unadorned appearance, devoid of any aesthetic embellishment. The 4 mechas are Military Level 1 Speed, Military Level 1 Attack, Military Level 1 Defense, and Military Level 1 Balance. Each mecha's name is incredibly straightforward, its function clearly labeled. Emoli chose the speed type without hesitation. Where defense wasn't up to par, maneuverability made up for it. Where firepower wasn't strong, speed made up for it. He particularly liked the weaponry this mech came equipped with. A particle torrent sword that could be extended from 6 to 12 meters, with megahertz level vibration capabilities. While the ranged weapon was a bit weak, being equipped with a focused particle cannon, he didn't mind. Clearly, this mech was built around the core concepts of speed and close combat. Emoli entered the training grounds and, after a brief hands-on experience, found the mech's operation very smooth, essentially emulating reality. His fighting instincts quickly returned. After exiting the training ground, he simply clicked the Start Battle button and the system began matching. Almost instantly, a notification popped up, Player Cosmic Invincible Greymon versus Player Hikari. The two mechas collided in the center of the screen, and Emoli could clearly see the opponent's mecha. The opponent was using a light, high-speed mecha, with blades in both hands and flying blade wings on the shoulders, which was a very stylish design. His military-grade, first-class model, on the other hand, suddenly looked like a country boy stumbling across the city. He suddenly felt uneasy. If I don't pay, I really don't have human rights? But he still gritted his teeth and clicked start. Meanwhile, in a residential building on another planet, Li Chunyan had just finished a day's work and collapsed onto the sofa, exhausted. But once connected to the StarNet, he felt instantly revitalized. He donned the StarNet headset, closed his eyes, and entered virtual space. This was the most relaxing moment of his day. Although in reality he couldn't even reach the threshold of a pilot, within the virtual StarNet, he could fully simulate the mech empathy state. Selecting his favorite eagle, Li Chunyan breathed a sigh of relief and clicked Start Match. The system quickly matched him with an opponent. But when he saw that the opponent was using a military Grade 1 model, Li Chunyan was stunned. Dude, are you using your warehouse inventory to fight me? He was about to open the public channel to make a joke, but the next second, a particle cannon flew towards him. Without giving him a chance to communicate, the other party opened fire. Li Chunyan subconsciously controlled the eagle to sideslide, dodging the attack. Achieving 100% mecha empathy in the Star Network, a mecha can be controlled with a single thought. Chapter 13, Clearing the Book. The other party's unethical behavior successfully angered Li Chunyan. Okay. After dodging the shuttle, Li Chunyan suddenly sped up. His body transformed into a stream of blue light and rushed towards the military Type 1 in the distance. The speed of the military Type 1 is too fast to dodge my attack. Go back and practice more. Li Chunyan rushed forward at high speed, crossed his hands, and slashed out a huge X shape at the position of the military Type I. The vibrating particles left 2 traces in the air. Li Chunyan felt that he had grasped the timing and speed of this knife perfectly. With the speed of the military Type 1, it was impossible to avoid it. However, the imagined explosion scene did not appear. He lost his balance, and a large mechanical hand grabbed his ankle. The opponent's engine was working, trying to pull him down. Li Chunyan was shocked, and subconsciously flew upwards. The engine power of both sides was not at the same level, but as a light mecha, it was still a bit difficult for Eagle to drive the same level mecha like the military Type 1 at once. His subconscious action also gave the opponent enough time to attack. A ruthless upward slash cut through most of Eagle's body. The particle torrent sword was the most lethal weapon on the military Type 1, so it was no problem for it to cut through the defense of this speed-type mecha. A scarlet warning flashed before his eyes. Li Chunyan reacted and tried to shake off the military Type 1 under his feet, but the opponent had already relied on the engine power brought by the moment of his ascent. At the same time, after successfully leveraging the force, he flipped backwards very nimbly, and at the same time, the particle torrent in his hand was activated at full power. A thin line appeared on Eagle's body, and melted steel could be seen along the line. Then, boom, until the phone crashed. Li Chunyan was completely confused. That action and reaction just now, can it really be produced by the military Type 1? After a moment of daze, the opponent had already withdrawn from the game. When Li Chunyan came to his senses and wanted to look for the opponent, he could no longer find him. On the other side, after defeating the first opponent with the military Type 1, Li narrowed his eyes slightly. Any random opponent could be this skilled? That would be really interesting. There was a hint of excitement in Li's eyes, and he couldn't wait to start the next round. This opponent's mecha is also extremely gorgeous, and the military Type 1 looks like an ugly duckling in comparison. In terms of performance, Li discovered that these people's mechas were far superior to his, which meant that their enhanced speed allowed them to keep up with the other party. After playing for more than 10 games in a row, Li lost more than he won, but this did not discourage him. Instead, his fighting spirit became even higher. And as the games accumulated, Li gradually figured out the habits of these people. They were often very powerful in terms of moves, but they were worse than shit when it came to micromanipulation of the body. It's easy to deal with the opponent once you know his weaknesses. After the 20th game, Li's winning rate has been rising sharply. For several consecutive days, Li played nearly 100 games, and his win rate increased from 55% at the beginning to 80%. After the 100th game, Li was thinking about starting a new game when he suddenly saw a change in the scene. A uniquely shaped badge appeared, with a golden V mark underneath. Congratulations, you've been successfully positioned. Your current rank is Gold V. Li scratched his head. It seemed to be something like a rank. After all, it was Fujiko's game, so it was normal to have this. After all, only in this way could it arouse the player's desire to rush for points. Thinking of this, Li closed the window and continued to queue. As expected, Gold V is a rank. Li found that the people he matched with either had exaggeratedly gorgeous mechas, and Li would sweat profusely just by looking at their various performances, or they were even stronger, and their operations also put some pressure on Li. However, these were not enough to push him to his limits. Li continued to gain points. With 3 days left before reaching Dongli Star, Li successfully reached Diamond I rank. There was also an interesting thing during this period. Everyone added Li as a friend, and the first sentence the other party said in private chat was to ask who he was. If it was convenient, they would add him as a friend and chat in detail. Li naturally ignored this kind of liar who was obviously fake at first glance, especially after the next few people did the same. Li directly closed the friend request and private chat. He has seen too many tricks like this. It would be better to believe that Li is the emperor of the empire than to believe these people. With only 3 days left before landing on the planet, Li also logged out of the Star Network. He was completely addicted during this time, lying there with a bottle of nutrient solution for the whole day. The real battles on the Star Network are really suitable for Li's fighting spirit. Under the high-intensity battles during this period, Li found that his own strength has actually improved. Later, I asked Xuanji to analyze it, and she thought it was normal. After all, with so many powerful enemies around, it is inevitable that one can persist and make progress. However, this also caused Xuanji to have some doubts when establishing the database. Does this civilization really have so many powerful pilots? These days, all computing power has been invested in analyzing the Star Network architecture. Xuanji didn't pay much attention to Li's condition. Instead, this Star Network architecture fascinated Xuanji. Now both of them are addicted to the Star Network and don't seem to know much about each other's situation. In the next 3 days, when Li was preparing for various matters related to landing, Xuanji also stayed in the Star Network. 3 days passed in a flash, and Yi Lingyin found Li again. I have arranged your identity for you. This star ring will allow you to live a good life on Dongli Star. She looked at Li with a complicated look. During this period of time, her life had undergone earth-shaking changes, from being high-spirited to falling into hell, and then coming out of the trough. For a student who was still in college, this was beyond her tolerance. But Yi Lingyin still managed to survive. She didn't know how she got here. She only knew the purpose of her survival. Li took the bracelet she gave him, and the bracelet automatically adapted to his wrist. He had seen this thing on the fleet, and it could connect to the Star Network at will. In this era, as long as you connect to the Star Network, you can do whatever you want as long as you have enough star coins. Recalling the function of the star ring, Li opened the settings and a light screen popped up. After he clicked a few times, the star ring turned into a small card. Putting it in his pocket, Li felt much more comfortable. He was still accustomed to the feeling of using a mobile phone in the world before he got lucky. There are 10 million star coins in it. From now on, we are even. Li, who originally didn't care much, heard this and asked, really? Yi Lingyin looked at Li, whose expression changed at the speed of light, and a black line appeared on his forehead. Okay, you can go now. I need to pack up and get off the boat. Li's face turned cold in an instant, and he looked at Yi Lingyin as if he were a stranger. 14th Aurora Gemini. Yi Lingyin had a complicated expression. If it were in the past, she would have done her best to repay this person who suddenly appeared and saved her. But now her heart was calm. What he didn't know was that this was also what Li wanted. After the two of them finished talking, they really became like strangers and didn't see each other again until Li got off the fleet. The fleet is docked in outer space. In order to protect the environment of Dongli Star, there is no star ring outside the planet. Instead, spaceports are used. Wang Yan's fleet is docked at one of the military ports. After Li got off the spaceship, he could already see the planet in the distance. Dongli Star is the largest life-bearing planet in the Dongli Star region. Looking from outer space, it is magnificent, like a giant crystal. Emerald green occupies most of the planet, and the rest is light blue. There is a shuttle that goes to the surface right next to the spaceport. Li didn't bring anything with him, and his information had already been entered, so he could just scan it and get on the shuttle. During this period, Dongli Star was also very lively. First of all, Yi Lingyin, the pride of Xinghe Academy and one of the twin stars of Aurora, returned. All the members of the team led by Yi Lingyin, a graduate of Galaxy Academy, who was training there, disappeared. Among them were the Aurora Gemini, the pride of Galaxy Academy. This shocked the entire Dongli Galaxy. Xinghe Academy, this behemoth rooted in the Dongli Galaxy, has provided countless talented students to the entire galaxy. Its network of relationships is intricate, and almost all senior officials from various places are from Dongli Academy. The Academy's graduation training every year is to fight against space pirates in the Fringe Galaxy. After so many sessions, there has never been an accident. But it happened to be this time, and among them were the twin stars who were hailed as the most talented in the past decade, Yi Lingyin and Yi Lingyun. The disappearance of the training team put the entire Dongli Star field on alert, but the people who took action seemed to be organized and had a purpose. After the incident, several foreign forces that did not belong to the Federation and the Empire also claimed responsibility for the incident. The Dongli Galaxy could not find the culprit or the missing team, and immediately became the laughingstock of all the major galaxies in the Federation. In such a developed star network environment, the entire Federation knew about this, so the officials of the Dongli Galaxy wanted to get to the bottom of this matter. Now that Yi Lingyin has returned, she has naturally become the focus of the Dongli Galaxy. But the information she brought back also angered the entire galaxy. Apart from her, those who were suspected of being attacked by the Sky Punishment Class Mecha had a mental strength of only 1 star of the fortress, and it was difficult for them to control the Fortress Class Mecha. They were still not strong enough to deal with the Sky Punishment Class Mecha that was capable of carrying out a planet-destroying mission alone. The planet-destroying here does not mean destruction, but that the various facilities on the planet are no longer able to defend against the Sky Punishment level. Sky Punishment Class pilots are famous wherever they are. There are more than 10 foreign forces that can produce Sky Punishment Class pilots, so it is difficult to determine. But this time the Dongli Galaxy has suffered a great loss of face, and revenge will surely come soon. While people were waiting for the official response from the Dongli Galaxy, the virtual battle mode on the Star Network also became a small hot topic. The reason was that there was a pilot using a military-type pilot who faced various experts in virtual battles and actually fought back all the way to Diamond Eye. Virtual battles are not the same as real-mode battles. All combat operations here can be simplified through settings, and many mechas are concept machines. If you only consider strength, they will completely crush real, simulated battles. When playing this mode, people tend to prefer entertainment mode. Those who play this mode are either those who have little empathy with reality or those who don't have money to buy mecha. Therefore, in terms of control, almost everyone uses the maximum auxiliary functions, and the mechas are all kinds of fancy concept machines. At this time, it is a bit exaggerated for a military Type 1 to break out of the siege. Not to mention how many auxiliary operations he pulled. Just relying on the performance of the military Type 1 to fight against various concept machines with exaggerated and abnormal numbers is already scary. Not everyone is a fool. Someone immediately noticed this person's terrifying talent. Not to mention the other party's level of empathy. His operation alone is enough to make others look sideways. The virtual battle mode of Star Network, in addition to allowing untalented people to have a good time, also allows the official to select some amazing geniuses with low empathy, but high combat talent. Although this type of people cannot control mechas in reality, they can train geniuses with high empathy in the Star Network. Therefore, the virtual battle mode has always been the focus of attention of people from all parties. Now, the player who uses the military type I and is named Cosmic Invincible Tyrannosaurus is obviously the target they are looking for. However, all the messages from those who added him as a friend fell on deaf ears. The military type I machines have reached Diamond 1, and at least half of them are concept machines. How can they not be excited? If this person could be found, he could become the ace coach of their faction and provide them with batch after batch of pilots with outstanding combat capabilities. In modern times when mecha technology is most advanced, pilots are everything. They are the goose that lays golden eggs. So a massive search operation was launched in an unknown place on the Star Network. But the person they are looking for has been busy with various things since landing on Dongli Star in the past few days. First, he looked for a place and rented a house, then planned the follow-up matters with Shinji. It was 2 days later when Moli logged into the Star Network again. Moli closed the chat window and didn't know how many people were looking for him in the past few days. After logging into the Star Network, he immediately started queuing. In fact, many people in the Diamond and Star ranks have been sniping Moli these days. Among them are various forces who want to contact him, and there are also virtual anchors who want to take advantage of his popularity. After all, the hottest topic in the virtual battle section of StarNet recently is the invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex. Changhen is such a host. He is a senior coach of Handong Technology Company and a typical virtual master. The mecha's empathy is only 31%, but its combat talent under the virtual battle's 100% empathy is top-notch. Recently, Handong Technology Company has not found any good talents, so he has become idle and started Star Network live streaming. It makes money, so it's not a big deal. Moreover, his title as a combat coach of the Winter Technology Company attracted many people to watch. The show started as usual today. After playing a few games, I found that the barrage was all talking about the recently famous invincible Tyrannosaurus. What do you think about Tyrannosaurus? Changhen found a comment and read it out. Greymon, no matter what he is like, he is undoubtedly a master. There is no doubt about that. The performance gap between the military I and the Type 1 is obvious. Everyone knows that virtual battle modes are mostly concept machines. I don't need to explain the gap between the two, right? Even if Tyrannosaurus Rex maxed out its support, this achievement is still an exaggeration. Chapter 15, Battle of Chang'an. Not that exaggerated? Dude, I'm not saying anything. But if you go to StarNet and look around, you'll see everyone is guessing how strong he is. Has anyone ever said he's weak? Chang'an has some talent for live streaming, and there are more and more people in the live streaming room. Host, can you use the military Type 1 to kill them? Brother, you think too highly of the host. The military Type 1 is for humans to play with. But I feel like Diamond is the limit. The concept machines unlocked at Star Glory level are more exaggerated than the last. One ultimate move can kill you instantly. What's there to say? I've studied the leaked battle videos. He knows the weaknesses of the military Type 1. They rarely attack proactively, but instead exploit terrain limitations to maneuver in a small area. In other words, they micromanipulate and crush the enemy. In the battles he lost, he was basically flattened by the opponent's massive firepower. There is no false reputation under a great name. Chang'an also studied this person. However, the more he studied, the more shocked he became. This person's microcontrol of the mecha has reached a terrifying level. Almost as soon as he discovered it, he asked the company to recruit this person. Unfortunately, the news fell into oblivion just like the others. Sometimes Chang'an even suspected that some singularity-level boss was secretly using the account of a younger generation in his family to fish. While talking to the barrage, Chang'an's game was also queued up. He subconsciously glanced at his opponent's information and his eyes widened suddenly. Chang'an vs. the invincible Tyrannosaurus. The barrage instantly boiled over. Oh my god, Tyrannosaurus is coming. It's finally here. Chang'an is at Starlight V, and Greymon is at Diamond I. This won't be the Greymon promotion match, will it? Now it's interesting. Chang'an said that Tyrannosaurus is good at micromanipulation and is at a disadvantage against heavy firepower mechas. Chang'an happens to be that heavy firepower mecha. Greymon hasn't appeared for a few days, and when he comes back it's time for a battle to overcome the tribulation. The news of Tyrannosaurus's appearance spread quickly, and the number of people in Chang'an's live broadcast room increased rapidly. Chang'an also knew that this was an opportunity. In addition to taking advantage of Tyrannosaurus' popularity, he might be able to find a chance to contact the other party during the battle. The preparation time was not long, and the countdown ended soon. The style of the opposing mecha was too obvious, and Moli formulated a strategy in an instant. Chang'an also retreated immediately, trying to keep some distance. Mo Lee was too famous, and he didn't want to become a stepping stone for him. The only thing that could threaten him with the military I-type was the particle torrent sword, as long as he could pull it apart. Fuck, this guy is crazy. Changhen, who was retreating, cursed in shock, and saw Mo Lee in the distance rushing towards him in a straight line. Changhen reacted quickly as well. The strengths of the military Type 1 were only its speed and the particle torrent sword. If he continued to run at this time, it would be difficult to escape in the terrain of the ruined city. In this case, he might as well make use of his strengths and provide firepower coverage. Directly turn on all weapons at full power. This is the simplest but also the most deadly move. Target locked. Military Type 1 speed. Heavy electromagnetic railgun, activate. Multi-link heavy rocket, activate. Missile launch nest, activate. Automatic rotary cannon, activate. As Changhen thought of it, the mecha that was flying at a distance fell to the ground with a bang. The thick leg armor opened, and two pillars were inserted into the ground from behind the feet to fix the fuselage. The heavy armor on its back opened, and an electromagnetic railgun rotated with the turret and was mounted on top of its head. The electromagnetic energy on the flat muzzle created arcs of electricity. The armor on the left shoulder also changed. First, a column connected to the electromagnetic railgun above the head to support it. Then 6 heavy rocket warheads were seen in the multiple heavy rocket launcher nest at the shoulder socket. The same is true for the right shoulder. The column supports the electromagnetic railgun, and the 16-barrel missile launch nest is ready to go. But this is not the end. Changhen finally stretched out his right arm and aimed at Mo Lee, who was attacking from a distance. The 5 fingers of his right arm split apart, and the armor rotated, turning into a rotary, automatic machine gun. Full fire mode. There was a hint of madness on Changhen's face. This might be a common problem among heavy firepower enthusiasts. It was hard not to have an adrenaline rush in such a situation. Changhen was a little excited at this moment. Come on. The energy of the mecha was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and what followed was the roar of the mecha, which almost turned into a war fortress. Boom, boom, boom. The multiple launch nests on both shoulders were the first to burst into a large amount of flames, and the electromagnetic cannon on the head also accumulated energy. The right arm's rotary barrel automatic cannon pulled out a long ammunition belt. The commentators all felt their scalps tingling when they saw this scene. You can say that the heavy firepower mecha is bulky and ugly, but you can never question its firepower. Because all the modules on this mecha are designed to unleash firepower. Rockets, machine gun bullets, and small missiles poured out, forming a dense barrage of bullets. Changhen, with only a mecha, actually provided the firepower coverage of an entire army. But Mo Lee's flying speed in the distance not only did not slow down at all, but after seeing that the other party was standing still and turning on the full fire coverage mode, he suddenly turned on the overload mode and accelerated. The engine of the military Type 1 roared, and the armor in some parts creaked. Soon, Mo Lee came into contact with the barrage of bullets. The mecha suddenly dived down, and Changhen's eyes twitched wildly when he saw this maneuver. There was a most critical gap between the military Type 1 and the concept machine. That's the G value. Many modern mechas have excellent anti-G devices, and even have personal position shields, completely ignoring the G value brought by high maneuverability. However, the military Type 1 anti-G device used by this Tyrannosaurus is very ordinary, resulting in many maneuvers being restricted by the physical rules set by the Star Network, including the one in front of him. But since the other party made this maneuver, it meant that the Star Network could withstand scanning his physical data when he landed. This discovery made Changhen's eyes twitch wildly. The almost right-angle dive caused a large number of guided rockets and missiles to fly a long distance before turning and pulling back, but by this time, Mo Lee had already pulled up the mecha and rushed forward again. Changhen's pupils suddenly contracted, and he pulled up the muzzle against the powerful recoil of the rotary cannon, and the ammunition belt was pulled out in a line. Mo Lee's face remained calm while flying. He dodged the bullet chain by leaning sideways at a slight angle without slowing down. "I'm waiting for you," Changhen roared, and the electromagnetic cannon that had been waiting for a long time was fired. A blinding blue-white arc flash suddenly erupted from the muzzle, accompanied by a sharp, piercing, crackling, buzzing sound of arc explosion. Immediately afterwards, a cloud of plasma instantly expanded in front of the muzzle, and almost at the same time, a huge explosion like the collapse of the sky and the splitting of the earth rang out, strongly impacting the eardrums and chest cavity, accompanied by obvious ground vibrations, and the air was filled with the smell of ozone. A huge hole suddenly appeared among several buildings in the distance, but the prompt indicating that the game was over did not appear. 16. The increasingly exaggerated intensity. Avoided? The moment this thought arose in Changhan's mind, he saw a black shadow coming towards him, carrying a large number of rockets with tail flames behind them. No, I still have a chance. Being close to enemies is indeed a weak point of the heavy firepower mecha, but his mecha is not a little lamb with no power to resist. Looking at Lee, who was flying at high speed and making a slashing gesture in front of him, Changhan's eyes turned slightly cold. With such a good close-range opportunity, the opponent's target must be the cockpit or the energy compartment, but his mecha has been specialized in these two positions, and it is impossible to cut through them in a short time with just the military-type I-particle torrent. And he has a trump card, which is the plasma jet installed on his left hand. As long as the enemy gets close, the terrifying high temperature after the plasma jet is activated is enough to melt this military Type 1. But what surprised him was that after the military Type 1 approached, its target was not his cockpit or energy core, but his left arm. The extreme speed plus the high-frequency vibration of the particle torrent sword slashed at the most vulnerable joint transmission system of his left arm, cutting it off with one sword. The plasma jet lost its energy supply and went dark, while Lee slashed down with his sword diagonally, brushing past Changhan. However, the rockets coming from behind were not so delicately controlled. A large number of rockets and missiles hit Changhan's mecha at the same time. As the first rocket exploded, subsequent rockets also exploded one after another. Boom. The energy core was ignited, and the sparks from the explosion of the heavy firepower mecha were much larger than those of the ordinary mecha. Lee, who was far away, stopped supplying energy to the particle torrent and withdrew from the game. Winner, Invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex. Changhan stared blankly at the words in front of him, still feeling a bit like he was dreaming. Is this really something a human can do? After a brief silence, the barrage was followed by countless question marks. If I saw it right, the opponent managed to maneuver through Changhan's barrage of fire. No, why? Is the military Type 1 so flexible? Yes, provided he can withstand the extremely high G-force. The maximum G-force of the military Type 1 can reach 51. This physique is at least at the level of a Fortress-class pilot in real life. That's true, but I'm a Fortress-class fighter. I don't think I can use a military-grade I-class fighter against a concept fighter. The barrage of comments began to discuss heatedly, and Changhan also came to his senses and shouted at the same time. Genius. Absolutely a super genius. The military Type 1 is different from other concept aircraft. Everyone should know that in real combat, the data used in real combat is exactly the same as in reality. You can only use as much empathy as you do in real combat, and the same applies to the unit data. The same is true for this military Type 1. The military Type 1 uses real-world data, which means the G-forces it endured during the various changes of direction just now are all realistically resistant. There was another outrageous thing that Changhan didn't tell him because it was just his guess. The opponent is using the military Type I, so is it possible that the virtual battle assistance has not been adjusted? In other words, the opponent is using real battle data to conduct a virtual battle against the concept machine. The moment this thought appeared in his mind, it was thrown out. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could such a monster exist? If it really existed, it would probably be the legendary highest-level Goeishu-class pilot. There are 7 classes of mechas: Sentinel, Raid, Fortress, Sky Punishment, Star Ring, Singularity, and Goeishu. The pilot also needs the corresponding level of mental strength to fully utilize the capabilities of the mecha of that level. The classification of pilots is more detailed, with each level of mental power ranging from 1 to 9 stars. The Sky Punishment level pilots can become the leaders of a faction. Those foreign forces that are very active are generally formed with Sky Punishment level pilots as the fulcrum. When it reaches the Singularity level, it can be regarded as the Federation's nuclear weapon. How could a pilot of this level be so bored as to work on the Star Network? Therefore, Changhan's guess was more inclined to be that it was a top-notch Sky Punishment level pilot who was bored and maxed out the Star Network auxiliary. After this battle, Lee successfully advanced to the Star level and then couldn't wait to start the game. I played several games in a row, and each time I won by narrowly controlling the game or using some unusual tactics. When I reached the Star rank, the difficulty really shot up a lot. But while he was immersed in the battle, the outside world had already exploded. What does it mean for a military Type 1 aircraft to successfully reach the Star rank? Many people don't know about it, but the major forces and companies that know the value of it have stopped the idea of recruiting, because they each secretly calculated through various data and determined that even if this universe invincible Tyrannosaurus was fully assisted, it would at worst have the strength of a heavenly punishment level. With this kind of strength, anyone would be well known and could easily form their own force. Besides, There are only a few lone rangers at the heavenly punishment level, and everyone has already recruited them. Now no one would say that Tyrannosaurus's empathy ability is low, because physical fitness is a major criterion for a pilot. If you want to train such a strong body, you must use expensive genetic drugs, or use efficient empathy ability to train it through breathing techniques. Breathing techniques and empathy talents complement each other and are indispensable to becoming a powerful pilot. So all parties have concluded that this invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex is also a powerful pilot in reality. Emoli didn't know what was going on in the outside world, and he was a little angry at the moment. Perhaps because of a small winning streak, he met the legendary Krypton Gold Warrior. Emoli could see that the other party was very weak. But when the fight started, the opponent shouted something about Corona collapse and raised his hands, and then Emoli saw the word failure emerging in a blazing white. No, what is this? Emoli was stunned. I just saw someone die. How can I play this? What he didn't know was that the mecha he faced this time was called Lord Heat Death, a famous Krypton Gold Warrior. It was rumored that the driver of Lord Heat Death was the only son of a certain company boss. Because he had no talent for empathy, he could only play Star Network. The strength of Heat Death Flame Kuin's machine has surpassed the conceptual level and reached the fantasy level. In other words, this mecha is purely imaginary. Its ultimate skill, Corona Collapse, deals AoE damage over a large area. When a military Type 1 encounters it, it is like an ant encountering a volcanic eruption. What's this cosmic invincible Greymon? It's nothing more than that. After the driver of the Heat Death Flame Lord won the victory, he took a screenshot and posted it online, which attracted a lot of comments and allowed netizens to see intuitively how to deal with this strange military Type 1. So in the next few days, Emoli would occasionally encounter some strange Krypton Gold Warriors, almost all of whom would use their ultimate skills right away, and their ultimate skills had a super large coverage area, making them unable to fly away for half a minute. As expected, Emoli's defense was broken. How the hell are we going to fight this? Each one of them is almost as strong as Shifeng Ji. 17th by? Mo Liren was dumbfounded. This had happened to him many times since the battle with that idiot who had shouted about the collapse of the Corona. Exactly like Fujiko. Emoli went to the mall to look at the other party's mecha. The cheapest one was 10 million star coins, and the more expensive ones were over 100 million. It wasn't just when he first arrived at the Dongli Galaxy. His life over the past few days had made him realize the value of 10 million star coins. When the average person's monthly salary is only 3,000 to 8,000 yuan, a virtual mecha worth 10 million yuan is absolutely sky-high. One of the reasons why many people hate Krypton guys is that these Krypton guys are really too rich. Sometimes they spend all their savings on Krypton. Moreover, the guys who spend money usually like to crush you with the numbers they get without any skills. As expected, Emoli's defense was a little broken. Rubbish game. Not even a dog can play. It's a virtual battle. Emoli's face turned grim, and he entered the game again. Perhaps it was because Fujiko used some kind of super time and space weapon, and Fujiko's most outstanding yellow mechanism came into play. This time, the opponent did not use the numerical power to kill Emoli instantly, but actually wanted to fight him with hard skills. In this case, Emoli had nothing to be afraid of. He just went up and started fighting. The opponent was also stubborn and was obviously using a concept machine, not using any ultimate move. After a few rounds of fighting with Emoli, even though there was a huge performance gap between them, he was still beaten by Emoli without any chance to fight back. During the close combat, the opponent's micromanagement was completely crushed by Emoli. Although Emoli won the game, he found a very embarrassing problem during the attack. He couldn't break the defense. What's there to fight about? Fujiko, you deserve to die. Emoli shouted in grief and anger, and chose to quit the game directly. Yunming Star Field. As the central star field of the Federation, among the 8 star fields, Yunming Star Field is not only a hub of power, but also a commercial center. On a private planet of the Bai family in the star field, there is a large manor next to a lake that looks like a fairyland. What do you mean? Do you look down on me? In a room on the 3rd floor, a fully submerged virtual cabin opened, and a white-haired man stood up with his fists clenched. Why did you quit? The other person had an extremely delicate face and flawless skin like a work of art, but the anger on his face ruined some of his temperament. I'm already using the lowest level mecha, yet I still choose to fight purely with my skills. He's humiliating me. Hateful. Damn it. Bai Qinghe only felt a burning pain on his face at this moment. It was clearly a sign of victory, but he didn't have that feeling at all. Instead, he was crushed in various micromanipulations in the battle just now. The feeling of not being able to touch the opponent from beginning to end made him feel like he was being silently mocked. He originally only played in the real battle zone, but there were a lot of speculations about Chi-Chi during this period, which made him popular in the real battle zone. The reason was that some people kept saying that his skills were absolutely overwhelming in a real fight, which made many people in the real fight zone dissatisfied. Virtual battles and real battles are originally two different areas, and the value of real battles is undisputed. However, the realism of virtual battles makes many people feel that this is reality, and many people bring the power they feel in the virtual world into their own reality. But reason allows them to distinguish between reality and virtuality, and people in the real battle zone usually look down on the virtual battle zone. On one side is the high-ranking pilot, and on the other side is probably just an ordinary person working from 9 to 5. Naturally, there is no comparison, so the pilot is always suppressed in the virtual battle area. But Mo Lee's sudden appearance and the possibility of him becoming a super boss made people in the virtual battle zone excited. No matter where they are, there are camps. Now there are people, led by Mo Lee, who are going to the real battle zone to speak out. And you still say our virtual zone is incompetent? Even a big guy like Greymon can only reach Starlight. Indeed, I feel like other people might not even be able to reach Diamond level. I feel like we have some value. Such remarks undoubtedly ignited the anger of those in the war zone. However, they still valued their reputation and did not directly rush into the virtual battle area. Some smart ones also realized that this invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex was not an ordinary person. Bai Qinghe is different from them. Bai Qinghe was the first to realize that Tyrannosaurus was very powerful, but he himself was a genius with 100% empathy and one of the super geniuses selected for the Supreme Academy of the Federation this year. He has his own pride, and his personality is one that loves challenges. So he also wanted to try out how powerful this so-called invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex was. I asked the housekeeper to find a number for me and waited for a few days before finally getting one. I didn't expect this result. On the other side, Emoli finally gave up after going through the choice of playing a virtual battle instead of a dog's. Being killed instantly by a big move is still acceptable, but not being able to break the defense is really despairing, and there is no motivation to fight at all. After removing the device to connect to the Star Network, Moli asked boredly, "Shinji, are you still not feeling well?" "No, computing power is limited. If I could activate the universal pardon." "Shinji, I'm going to sleep first." As soon as he heard the universal pardon order, Emoli immediately began to sleep like a baby. The next day, Moli did not log into the Star Network, but took a shuttle to a spaceport in outer space. After a while, a slightly plump man approached him with a smile on his face. "Master Emoli, huh? I thought you looked very young when we talked on StarNet. Now I see you're indeed young. Is the Nightingale ready?" "We're ready. You've got great foresight. The Nightingale multi-purpose fast cruiser is our best-selling model. Even with the assistance of AI, it can be perfectly piloted by one person. Its range is as high as a small spacecraft can get, 512 light years. And our buys trading company's supply stations are spread across the 8 galaxies of the Federation. You can get supplies at the lowest price in any galaxy. As you requested, the Mecha cabin will purchase the Razor-Bore series mechas for you, disassemble them into modular pieces for transportation, and store them on the spacecraft." Upon hearing this, Emoli nodded with satisfaction. Although the buys trading company is called a trading company, its business network is spread throughout the entire Federation. Emoli chose this company because of their fame and purchased a spaceship and a mecha. Nightingale is a medium-sized spaceship. Spaceships are not expensive. The real big expense is the mecha. 6 million out of the 10 million given by Yi Lingyin were spent on it. Chapter 18 Ambition. In addition to the mecha body, a set of weapons was also purchased. The long-range weapon is additionally equipped with a high-energy, charged particle beam generator, which can use a particle beam cannon. The power of this particle beam weapon is enough to break the defense of the Fortress-class mecha. In close combat, the judge's high-frequency oscillation fighting sword is used. It is quite powerful at full power, and according to Mo Lee's request, this weapon also has an overclocking overload mode. Although this mode will cause permanent damage to the sword body, it can also bring greater power. 3 million of the 6 million was spent on these two weapons, and the mecha was an ordinary assault-class mecha, which is also the most easily available type on the market. With the addition of these two weapon systems, this mecha named Razor-Bore 3 is approaching the Fortress level. Bai Hui was a very shrewd businessman. After seeing Mo Lee's request, he had an idea in his mind. It's a raid-class mecha, but it has discarded some of its defense modules to upgrade its weapon system, making its power almost as powerful as a Fortress-class mecha. This shows either that it has absolute confidence in its own strength, or that it has a problem with its brain. From the first moment he saw Emoli, he felt that this person was definitely the former. So after Chi-Chi finished inspecting the spaceship and mecha, he came up with an eager smile on his face. The spaceship and mecha cost a total of 9.21 million star coins. We have strictly checked all the configurations. If there are any malfunctions, you can report them to us. Our Bai's Chamber of Commerce has arranged repair points in all major star regions, which also serve as maintenance points. Yeah, it's pretty good. Bai Hui's smile widened. Thank you for your trust in us. All of your equipment was purchased from our Bai's Chamber of Commerce. I can provide you with a 3-year free maintenance service. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Emoli looked at him deeply and asked, what are the conditions? Conditions? Bai Hui's slightly chubby face smiled in a way that made it seem impossible to harbor any ill will. Just consider it a personal investment? Oh, Emoli became interested. He felt that the Bai Hui in front of him seemed a little different from other businessmen. The Razorboar series mecha you purchased is primarily designed for aggressive attacks, but its defense is significantly inferior to other assault-class mechas. The energy provided by the energy core of the destroyer-class mecha is limited, and the modules it carries are also insufficient. However, judging from these two weapons, I see your ambition. Bai Hui looked at Li Qie with a burning gaze. If I'm not mistaken, you intend to use this assault-class mecha to deal with the fortress-class mecha, right? Now Emoli was really interested. This Bai Hui was really good at judging people. The reason he bought this mecha was because of the plan provided by Xianji. Emoli's primary goal now is to get enough energy to restart the Universal Pardon and 10 Direction Silence. But after looking at the energy market, 10 million can't even make a ripple. In order to make money quickly, Xuanji provided 2 solutions after accessing the data of this world. The first way to make money the fastest is to sell some technologies of the Flame Dragon Empire. However, within the Federation, the forces are complex and intertwined, and the internal technology network is firmly controlled by 71 members of Congress. They control countless corporate families behind the scenes to control the direction of the Federation's economic lifeline. However, in this civilization, mecha technology is highly developed, which has also created supreme personal military power. In Xuanji's words, the water here is too deep. The energy required to restart the Universal Pardon is an astronomical figure, and the materials needed for repairs after it is activated are a bottomless pit. After all, it is transmitted through a black hole. The same is true for Shifangji. In Xianji's expectation, this is a very long line. By selling technology, you may be able to obtain a large amount of resources in the early stage, but it will become difficult after being targeted by the parliamentarians in the later stage. Xianji's methods can reveal a lot of dark information that has been suppressed but actually exists in various places. Occasionally, a flash of inspiration would appear and a small company with super technology would be created, but its whereabouts would eventually become unknown. Then the companies controlled by those congressmen would start to innovate, and it is easy to imagine what happened during that time. Therefore, before she has enough strength, Xianji still dares not to advance rashly. Emoli had a similar idea. He had to wait until Shifangji was able to fight normally. Restarting Shifangji is much simpler. The main carrier for passing through the black hole is the Universal Pardon. Shifangji's damage comes from the battle with the Zerg and the consumption of energy. Generally speaking, restarting Shifangji is much simpler. After having an in-depth conversation with Xianji, Emoli felt like he had suddenly bought a house and a car, all with a 0 down payment loan. Now I am the type of person whose eyes light up just by looking at a star coin. The second solution Xuanji gave was much simpler, which was the Star Pirate Hunter. The universe is so vast that the group of space pirates came into being. They roam near the stargates of major air routes and hijack passing caravans. Earning is never as fast as robbing. The pirates all use this as an excuse, and the plan Xianji gives is that the pirates rob the caravan, and Emoli robs the pirates. Unlike ordinary space pirate hunters, Xianji can find out the whereabouts of the pirates' lair by capturing them alive, and then wipe them out in one fell swoop, taking both the pirates' head money and their property. Pirate hunters are no different from the mercenaries of the Flame Dragon Empire. They basically do any job that pays, because they can't always find pirates. Bai Hui immediately guessed what Emoli wanted to do. He even knew that Emoli might be a little short of money, but he didn't say it openly. Emoli collected his thoughts and asked, "Aren't you afraid that I'm just some ignorant young man who just came out?" "Not like it," Bai Hui said seriously. Emoli gave him a deep look and used the star ring to pay the balance. "You're very good at judging people." Hearing this, Bai Hui returned to his smiling state and happily transferred all the authority of the spaceship Mecha to Emoli. "Mr. Emo, this spaceship and Mecha are now yours. Finally, I'll provide you with a piece of friendly information. Cahill was once seen near the Blue Bait Stargate in the Dongli Edge system. Mo Li, who was about to board the spaceship, turned around and looked at Bai Hui deeply. I've made a note of that. Cahill, a space pirate and Fortress-class pilot, pilots the Skull Crusher, a Fortress-class mecha worth 30 million star coins. The bounty on this person quickly flashed through Mo Li's mind, and his heart moved slightly. This piece of information alone was enough to sell for hundreds of thousands of star coins on the black market. Cahill's true value is not just the bounty. The bulk of it is the resources he has looted and hidden over the years. In the eyes of powerful pirate hunters, this is a hot commodity. The other party actually sent me this information. Is he anxious to see my potential? Chapter 19 Information Monopoly. After the hatch closed, and Mo Li let Xianji take over the spacecraft system, he fell into deep thought. There is no good thing in the world without reason. Even if Bai Hui said frankly that he wanted to make an investment, he would habitually think about the other party's purpose. Now, considering the comprehensive information and Bai Hui's behavior, it is very likely that Bai Hui inferred from the mecha and spaceship he purchased that he was a Fortress-class pilot who was relatively short of money, and a very strong one among the Fortress-class pilots. After getting this information, Bai will start to think about investing, but after contacting me, he does not know why he confirmed this not very accurate information and wants to understand his own strength as soon as possible by increasing the bet. From this speculation, Bai Hui's purpose is already very clear. He needs a Fortress-level pilot. But a big family like the Bai family shouldn't be short of pilots. Could it be a struggle within the family? Mo Li speculated to this point and stopped thinking about it. At the moment, this was the biggest possibility, but without sufficient benefits, he would not get involved in these internal family struggles. Before buying the spaceship, Xianji found a target for him, but that target was definitely not as valuable as the one given by Bai Hui. Route set to Blue Bait Stargate. Star map loaded, route set. Estimated travel time. For days, 7 hours, 21 minutes, passing through 3 star gates. Leave it to you. Xuanji. Mo Li didn't even have the desire to go to the cockpit and ran straight to the rest cabin. When Mo Li set sail, the Galaxy Academy, which had always attracted much attention in the Dongli Star region, also made big moves. This generation of the Academy is most likely to become Singularity-level pilots. Aurora's Gemini was attacked, and only one person came back from the Gemini. Galaxy Academy will never swallow this. Since He Lingyin returned, there has been no movement in the Academy. All forces are paying attention to the Academy's next move. After waiting for so many days, it finally began. On this day, 3 Torch-class fleets left the Academy's spaceport. Fleets of this level were far from being powerful, but insider information came out that the Academy had dispatched 5 Sky Punishment class and 1-star Ring class pilots. This piece of news is the most sensational. The Sky Punishment level pilots are already overlords capable of dominating the planet and are invincible, while the Star Ring level pilots are already able to control mechas equipped with antimatter weapons. Its lethality is much higher than that of the Sky Punishment level, and the most direct impact is that the foreign forces that were jumping happily in front disappeared without a trace in an instant. After the 3-star Torch-class fleets left, they immediately sailed towards the Riluan Galaxy next to the Yinsong Galaxy. It was near here that Yi Lingyin and others' team had an accident. When Xuanji saw the big move made by Xinghao Academy, she was already thinking about the planet in Yinsong Star region. Unexpectedly, when she checked, she found that the ownership of the planet had been transferred to Mo Li at some point. With this discovery, a little red light somewhere on the planet slowly went out. 4 days passed in a flash, and Mo Li docked the spaceship in the Blue Bait Space City not far from the Blue Bait Stargate to replenish energy. Mo Li had just gotten off the spaceship and was about to go find out about the nearby pirates when he unexpectedly saw a young man jogging over and stopping in front of him. "Hello, Mr. Mo, my name is Bai Feng. Mr. Bai asked me to pick you up here." "Oh." Mo Li raised his eyebrows. "I will keep you informed of Cahill's whereabouts and information." Now Mo Li had a high opinion of Bai Hui. He had thought that his information was just about an ambiguous whereabouts, but he didn't expect that he would provide a one-stop after-sales service. "Please follow me." Bai Feng gestured to Mo Li and said, "We will provide you with free supply of spaceship energy." Mo Li walked in the direction he said, and the two of them arrived at a room in the space city. Bai Feng first poured him a glass of unknown liquid, and then said, "President Bai bought this information from us and transferred the ownership to you." Mo Li sat down and looked at the cup of purple liquid in front of him. "Your system for selling information seems quite mature." "Yes." Bai Feng didn't shy away from the question. "This is also one of the specialty industries of our Bai's Chamber of Commerce. We have the most advanced stealth ships that can track, follow, and collect information in real time. Currently, Cahill is under our surveillance. The Chamber of Commerce adheres to the principle of one message per customer, and we will provide you with one-on-one communication. Emily immediately became interested. The invisible ship that Feng mentioned was obviously one of the black technologies mastered by the Chamber of Commerce. This kind of black technology could definitely reduce a lot of trouble for the Federation if used to detect space pirates, but now, it was used in business. That's a bit interesting. Emily smiled silently. In that case, just send me his coordinates. Feng was about to speak at this time. In addition to providing information, their roles will also give advice to customers if needed. After all, for those pirates, they can be in the dark or in the open, so there is a lot of room for maneuver. But now, Chi-Chi obviously doesn't want to do this. Feng didn't know, but since Chi-Chi asked, he didn't hesitate to ask. Okay, the spaceship will need another 38 minutes to recharge. I'll now give you a detailed introduction to Cahill's current location. Feng opened the star ring, and a three-dimensional star map was projected out from the void. Then he clicked on one of the light spots. This is where we are, Blue Bait Space City. There are 7 star systems within 100 light years around it, and Cahill is hiding in one of them. As he spoke, he clicked on one of the star systems. It was a binary red dwarf system with 3 planets. This star system was developed 10 years ago. One of the stars contained a special mineral with great mining value. It was later purchased by a mysterious buyer. It's dark under the lamp, Emily suddenly said. Feng looked up. That's a very good adjective, Mr. Emo. They took advantage of this feature to hide on another planet. They also arranged for many members of the Cashier faction to disguise themselves as miners and hide on the mining planet, using it to collect information. That mining planet is private property, and the surrounding starry sky has been zoned out. We are applying for entry permit. If you have enough patience, you can wait until Cahill comes out. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Emily stood up and asked, is there any way to get in directly? Feng's eyes flashed. It's simple. Tell him where Cahill is hiding. But you didn't tell me this method at the beginning. Emily suddenly said. Yes. So, you suspect Cahill may have an unclear relationship with this mysterious buyer? Yes. The 20th hatred? Oh, waiting for me here. Emily sneered and could only say that businessmen will always be businessmen. Feng next to him didn't dare to say anything. This was Huey's plan. He just had to convey the words truthfully. Emily was also lost in thought at this moment, his fingers slowly tapping the rim of his wine glass. After a long moment, he asked, does the Bai Society have any major grudge against this Cahill? Feng lowered his head and said, Mr. Bai's wife was on the spaceship during the caravan that Kassir robbed 2 years ago. An enemy. At this time, Emily already had a general idea of what had happened. At that time, Hui thought that Cashel was just an ordinary space pirate. As he tracked him down, he unexpectedly found out that Cashel had an inseparable connection with the owner of the mining planet. Perhaps, Cahill's bounty was issued by him. In this case, Cahill's value may have to go up another level. Emily suddenly became very interested and stared at Feng intently. What will be the consequences if I kill him? Mr. Emo, Cahill is a space pirate. Feng held the bottom of the bottle of wine with one hand, sitting upright without looking around. I see. You've arranged everything, except for a Fortress-class pilot. Chi-Chi snapped his fingers, his smile faded. But, there's one thing about me. I don't like being schemed against. Feng's expression changed slightly, but he quickly adjusted himself. Okay, Mr. Emo, according to the Bai's Chamber of Commerce regulations, if there are other unexpected information about the target that prevents you from hunting, I will replace it with a target of the same price. I also have. You may not understand what I mean. Now Feng was a little confused and looked at Emily blankly. It costs extra money. Oh. Feng was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses. If it's about remuneration, I can't make the decision. How about I put you through to Mr. Bai? Good. A curtain of light unfolded, and Huey's face appeared on it. Emily said with a smile, long time no see. Huey was silent. It was definitely not a good thing for Emily to open the communication at this time. Looking at his location, it was obvious that there was a problem in the information handover. His mind raced as Huey decided to get straight to the point. Haha, Mr. Emo, I believe you already know what happened. I really want to kill Cahill. Just make an offer. You're quite straightforward. I won't waste any more time. Cahill is a Fortress-class pilot, so it's not too much for me to ask for a Fortress-class mecha, right? But I don't need a Fortress-class mecha to kill him. Please help me exchange it for the equivalent amount of star coins. And the man behind the scenes, Cahill, should be his white glove. Killing him would definitely cause me a lot of trouble. This is the important point. Emily would definitely not believe that Cahill was a pirate, so he could just be killed. Why did the other party become a pirate? Wasn't it to help his master deal with people that the other party couldn't deal with? Mo Lee also noticed this and planned to blackmail the Bai family. Bai Hui took a deep breath. The price of a fortress-class mecha ranges from 100 million to 5 billion. 3 billion is the highest price I can offer. Mo Lee moved his fingers, his expression remaining calm. As for the person behind him, to be honest, he also works for the counselor, just like our Bai family. The counselor our Bai family is loyal to his counselor Chen Xingkai. Mo Lee waved his hand. Don't tell me that. In a word, the price is right. The counselor is useless. Bai Hui's eyes twitched wildly. He could not see any joking in Mo Lee's eyes. Although this was just an exaggerated description, Bai Hui could indeed see Mo Lee's obsession with the star coins. This is easy to deal with. We are not afraid of him being greedy, but we are afraid of him not being greedy. Then I'll be frank. 20 billion. It seems the star coins that offended the counselor are also in there. Even if he's a council member, he wouldn't go to war with the Galaxy Academy just for a pirate. Mo Lee's face darkened when he heard this. The identity arranged by Yi Lingyin seemed to be very watery. But it is true, as Bai Feng said, with the Galaxy Academy and the identity of the Bai family, after Cahill died, he could only be a space pirate. Well, first pay the fortress-class mecha, then arrange the route for me. It was almost time. Mo Lee stood up and stretched. It has been deposited into your account. Boss Bai is so straightforward. We will definitely have more cooperation in the future. Mo Lee's eyes lit up. No matter how much he said, it would not be as good as directly transferring money. And even if Bai Hui didn't say anything, he would still take action. He said so much just to blackmail him. Bai Hui also knew this, but he was a straightforward person. This seems to be a win-win situation. When the Nightingale was fully charged, Mo Lee returned to the spaceship, and a secret warp route appeared on the spaceship and was received by Xianji. The spaceship left the spaceport. Bai Feng watched the spaceship go away and entered warp mode. Sir, he's gone. Is it really worth it to place such a big bet on him? You know, I just want Cahill dead. At this time, Mo Lee was traveling at warp speed and was doing the final inspection inside the spacecraft. This route goes directly to the planet where Cashel is located, and the battle may begin the moment the warp speed stops. It wouldn't take long to fly at warp speed for this distance. The moment he exited the warp mode, Mo Lee saw a huge planet in front of him. Xuanji blocked the signal fluctuations. The spacecraft started its pulse engine and flew to the side of the planet. This is a gray rocky planet that looks lifeless, but in fact, after Mo Lee and his team ended the warp, they were scanned twice by some kind of instrument on the planet. The pulse approached, and when the spacecraft was about to be captured by gravity, the spacecraft hatch opened and the razor bore, which had been broken down into several large modules, was thrown into outer space. Xuanji controlled the various modules to start up and connected the razor bores together. The Nightingale is too small, and the razor bore's huge 12-meter-tall body can only be accommodated in a modular way. Mo Lee put on his combat uniform on the spaceship and came to outer space. Razor Bore flew over and took him into the cockpit. The lights inside the cockpit came on, illuminating Mo Lee's face. The Razor Bore's built-in AI voice came out. Empathic connection, begin. Connecting, connection successful. Current connection level 100. Xuanji, take over. Okay. The voice of the onboard AI soon changed to Xuanji's. The target point is expected to fly for 8 minutes. The optimal route has been planned. The Razor Bore's engine emitted 4 tail flames, and Mo Lee rushed into the planet. Gravity quickly caught up to him, and the engine power increased further, rapidly descending to the surface. 21st matchup with Cahill. There is no vegetation on the surface of this planet, only bare rocky mountains. After Mo Lee landed, he immediately locked onto a direction and flew. Thousands of kilometers away from Mo Lee, the interior of a huge mountain was hollowed out to form a small base. There were about a few hundred people in this small base, and they were partying. On an uninhabited planet, a place beyond the reach of civilization, the madness of human nature is unimaginable. At this moment, these people are having an inhumane party. The woman's wails formed a sharp contrast with their wild laughter. In several huge cages nearby, there were several half-naked men and women who were looking at the crowd in the square in the distance with horror on their faces. In a room not far away, Cahill, with his upper body naked and his muscular body exposed, was communicating with someone. In 3 days, a caravan will arrive from the Blue Bait Star Gate. They will appear to be 5 Raider-class mechas, but they'll actually be hiding 2 Fortress-class mechas. Don't attack them. No. Cahill lowered his head slightly. The communication was shut down. Cahill raised his head and yelled outside. These 7 days are off. The revelry grew louder. Cahill also came out of the room and joined the carnival, but not long after, the huge alloy hatch outside the mountain suddenly shook, making a huge roar. Bang! Bang bang bang. Everyone fell silent. From the square where they were, they could see the alloy hatch in the distance. However, there were several huge dents on the alloy hatch, as if something outside was trying to force its way in. Bang! There was another huge roar, and the 20-meter-high alloy hatch could not bear the weight and fell to the ground, revealing the huge mecha behind the hatch. The judge's high-frequency vibration fighting sword was activated at the same time, and the sword body was red. Enemy attack. Someone shouted, and everyone fled in all directions. Emoli didn't hesitate at all. He leaned forward and slashed with the huge judge's combat sword. His fragile body was like an ant in front of this giant sword, and it hurt his flesh and blood when it approached them. Then he swung the sword violently, and a bunch of broken limbs flew out. Locking onto his target amidst the panicked crowd, with the engine roaring, Emoli jumped directly in front of Cahill. Without a word, he crushed him into a meat pie with his iron feet. As Cahill was trampled to death, the people around him screamed louder and ran faster. Xuanji, take over. Before he could finish his words, Emoli suddenly turned sideways, and then a beam of light slashed across his chest, leaving a huge charred crack on the alloy ground. Heh, you must be quite capable to dare to come to my base. A light laugh was heard, and Emoli turned his head to look. On the alloy dome of the cave base, a hole had opened up at some point, and a light blue mecha was standing there. Emoli turned around, his shoulder armor opened, and 3 gun barrels appeared, aiming at the fleeing crowd in the distance. Boom boom boom. 3 small missiles flew out, and killed 3 people with precise targeting. When it saw the 3 missiles, the mecha on top could no longer stand, but it was impossible to intercept them. It could only watch as the 3 men endured the mecha missiles with their physical bodies. The result is self-evident. Only 3 charred holes are left. What should I call you? Cahill? Or do you have another name? After killing the pilots here, Emoli looked at the mecha in the cave with interest. You're looking for death. Cahill's voice was cold. The 3 people just now were the 3 raid-level pilots in his team. Emoli's move was equivalent to cutting off both his left and right arms. The purple blade of the battle sword. As the sword body device was activated, energy spread and covered the blade. Cahill bent his knees and jumped from above, slashing at Emoli with his sword. The craftsmanship and technology used in the Fortress-class mecha are definitely not comparable to the Raid-class mecha. If Emoli were to withstand the power and might of this sword, he would only end up being cut in half. Emoli misstepped his feet, without making any big movements, and just slightly turned sideways to avoid the knife. The judge's combat sword in his hand began to vibrate at a high frequency, and the sword body turned red. The dangerous aura made Kassir's hair stand on end. This assault-class mecha was actually equipped with a judge that could cut through Fortress-class mechas? What the hell? Are we going to stop using energy for other modules? He opened his shield almost instinctively, and at the same time, Cahill adjusted his engine, trying to fly past Emoli. Laugh. The high-frequency oscillating judge slashed the shield with a sword, making a sound like hot iron entering water. Taking advantage of the moment when the shield blocked the judge, Cahill increased the engine power and rushed forward. Sizzle. 3 beams of light hit the shield, causing the shield's energy to surge. Cahill also found that his energy had dropped significantly. Particle beam. He recognized the weapon instantly, and his scalp went numb. This assault-class mecha is fully equipped with weapons to counter Fortress-class weapons. It is obviously aimed at him, and this person is very confident. But what followed was anger. Why? I'm a Fortress-class pilot. After a brief flurry of confusion, Cahill, who was flying close to the ground, turned around and left a long trail with his feet. In the process, he also knocked 2 people to death, leaving 2 mottled bloodstains. Cahill inserted his sword into the floor before he could stop. The engine momentum brought by the sudden acceleration just now was too great, so he had to stop like this. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a black and red razor boar rushed over from a distance. The judge raised his sword high and slashed it down. Cahill had no choice but to hold up his shield. But the shield consumes energy very quickly. If he continues to attack like this, he won't even be able to maintain the energy of his sword. We must turn defense into offense. Having made up his mind, Cahill drew out his sword. When Emoli's second sword strike came down, he shut down his shield, which consumed a lot of energy, and raised his sword to block. The turbulent purple particles collided with the high-frequency, vibrating red judge, creating a large amount of sparks. Relying on the performance advantage of his body, Cahill swept the judge away from bottom to top. When he was about to chase, he suddenly found that Lee was flying up with the help of the Force. At the same time, the 5 fingers of his left hand opened, revealing the particle beam cannon in the palm of his hand, and aimed it at Cahill. Sizzle! Cahill subconsciously opened his shield, but Lee had no intention of firing the particle beam cannon. Instead, he sped up his engine and flew up. Got cheated. Cahill's face turned green. Turning the shield on and off consumes a lot of energy. Is this a war of attrition? Is this the other party's purpose? He was somewhat puzzled. How could the consumption of a raid-class mecha be compared with that of a fortress-class mecha? Although he had 1,000 thoughts in his mind, his movements were not slow at all. The ground shook and Cahill flew up immediately. Seeing this, Lee raised the corner of his mouth slightly and fired the particle beam cannon that had been accumulating for a long time. 20-second kill. Seeing the particle beam cannon in Lee's palm, Cahill could only bite the bullet and open the shield again, because if Lee didn't fire this time, the high-energy charged particle beam generator would be damaged by the high-voltage overload. Call out. A beam cannon hit the shield, causing it to vibrate violently and consume energy crazily. Do you think you are the only one with long-range capability? Cashill's expression was ferocious. As his shield closed, his shoulder armor opened and 2 lasers flashed by. But what surprised him was that after firing 2 lasers, Lee dodged them by turning his head and raising his hand. One of the 2 lasers was aimed at the core of the mecha, and the other was aimed at his right hand holding the judge. Were they both predicted in advance? He was so bold as not to even activate his shield. This detail made Cahill's eyes twitch, and he realized more and more that the pilot in front of him was no ordinary person. Without waiting for him to think, Lee immediately leaned forward and rushed down. The gravity acceleration of the fall plus the kinetic energy of the body and the engine made the sword hit Cassir's sword. The 2 sides were evenly matched. His left hand pointed at Cassir's chest, and Cassir's shoulder armor opened. Seeing this, Lee put away his left hand, threw down the judge in his right hand, and rushed into Cassir's arms. The 2 steel giants collided with a loud bang. A lot of sparks flew everywhere, and when Cahill raised his sword to hit Lee's back, Lee instantly overloaded the engine. In the overloaded state, the terrifying power exploded instantly, causing Cahill, who was held by him, to crash into the alloy ground, leaving a huge dent. Raised his knee to press down on Cahill's raised right hand, and then he pulled out the judge that was thrown down first from the side. Boom. This time, Cahill didn't dare to hold back. The legs, feet, auxiliary engines on both sides of the waist, and the main engine of the mecha were overloaded at the same time. The powerful force carried him out while scraping the floor. He raised his hand and fired 2 shots from the particle beam cannon. The moment he put up his shield, Lee quickly followed. At this time, Cahill was struggling to adjust his body shape, but with Lee coming, he could only maintain the shield. All the engine overloads plus the energy consumption of the shield caused the dark energy of his mecha to be consumed rapidly. The younger brothers around them didn't have any pilots, so they couldn't participate in the battle between the 2 steel behemoths, and they didn't even dare to get close. After glancing at the back of the map, Cahill gritted his teeth and retreated at high speed. The speed of the Fortress-class mecha was still faster than the Raid class. Wait, how did he catch up? Cahill was extremely stunned. He looked down and found that the engine module of his mecha was flashing continuously. Damn it! His face suddenly changed. When the shield was turned on, the overload engine could not absorb all the energy. Now, before he could control his body, Lee was already approaching. So what he had to face next was a violent attack from Lee. The Crimson Judge danced with dense sword lights, and all Cahill saw was a sea of crimson before him. The shield energy is dropping rapidly, and the percentage representing the energy jumps almost twice a second. The beating numbers were connected to his life. Cahill stopped breathing unconsciously, fearing that exhaling too heavily would make the numbers in front of him beat faster. But it was of no use. The entire cabin was flashing with scarlet light and warning sounds. As the energy dropped below 20%, the shield disappeared in a flash like a fragile bubble. Then, Cahill saw a scarlet sword light appear before his eyes. But the sword light disappeared in an instant. When he thought he had escaped, his vision went black, the empathy connection was severed, and he felt a sharp pain, and then his consciousness faded. Lee pulled out the judge from his cockpit, then turned to look at the other pirates who were coming over with electromagnetic pulse guns and wanted to help. These people had just organized themselves when they saw the scarlet electronic eyes of a mecha in the distance. At this moment, everyone was frightened out of their wits. They dropped their weapons and fled in all directions. The sounds of alarms and screams mixed together, forming a chaotic prelude. Mo Lee locked his eyes on the back of one of the fleeing figures and leaped over. The noise made by the huge flying monster behind me was very loud, and the oppressive feeling was like a mountain falling on my heart. Seeing this, the man ran for his life. But how could he be faster than the mecha? The judge, with its high-frequency vibrations turned off, penetrated the alloy ground in front of him like a wall, and then with a bang, the razor bore landed in front of him. I ask you answer. The man was trembling all over and looked up at the steel behemoth in front of him. Where are all Cahill's assets? All have been offered as tribute. Mo Lee frowned. According to his budget, Cahill's property should also be part of his income. Private property. I don't know. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi raised his foot and stomped on him. A huge pressure fell on his body, and his internal organs were first squeezed and burst, followed by his bones being broken and crushed. Snap! Blood slowly flowed out from the gap between the razor bore's huge feet and the floor, and at this time, Xianji's voice came to Mo Lee's mind. We've taken over the base. We found where Cahill hid his stuff, and we've got the spaceship. Now we have everything. Let's go. Mo Lee nodded slightly, went over to pick up Cahill's mecha, and then left the base. Not long after he left, a small spaceship arrived at the base gate, and the onboard weapons were activated, aiming at the approaching pirates. Da-da-da. After a round of shooting, the pirates were either killed or fled, but the remaining captives were safe and sound. Some people even had pirates standing next to them, but the pirates were killed while they were safe and sound. Now they finally understood that someone was coming to rescue them. They rushed to board the spaceship, only to find it empty. Only the onboard AI was operating normally, and its cruising target was Blue Bait Space City. Outside the planet, a large spaceship more than 200 meters long left the atmosphere and entered outer space. The Nightingale, which had been hiding, seemed to sense something and immediately started its engine and flew over. Shilling Star region is located close to the Zerg Star region, so it attracts many people who come to fight against the Zerg and make a fortune by selling Zerg materials. When the Zerg devoured various resources in the star field, they themselves became the target of humans. Some materials of the Zerg's bodies were developed for more uses and can be used in daily life, spacecraft, and even mecha. There are even rumors that some places have developed biological mechas, which have stronger combat capabilities and certain self-healing abilities, and are much better at sustained combat than normal mechas. The largest source of materials for biological mechas is the Zerg. There are several parliamentary forces stationed in the Shilling Star region and on a life planet in a certain galaxy. Cahill was killed? Who did it? Looks like a bounty hunter. 23rd Blood Debt. When Baifeng received the extradition request from Mo Lee in Blue Bait Space City, he was stunned. How long have you been gone? Less than a day, right? Could it be that Cahill was using his star ring to attack? But after opening it and seeing Mo Lee on the light screen, Baifeng was completely certain. This spacecraft does not have any records and needs to be extradited. I believe that your Bai family can still do this. By the way, help me get a mecha tractor. Okay. Baifeng's voice trembled a little as he spoke. This time, Mo Lee was using a raid-class mecha to fight a fortress-class mecha, and it was on the opponent's home turf. And this speed. Baifeng follows the Bai family's information line and deals with various space pirate hunters for many years, but this is the first time he has seen Mo Lee like this. Normally, you can't tell anything about him. He's extremely low-key and never shows off. Even the murderous aura peculiar to space pirate hunters can't be sensed. But now it seems. It's not that Baifeng didn't have doubts, but after Mo left, he drove back in Cahill's car, which explained everything. No matter what means he used, Mo Lee now defeated the fortress-level Kassir with the strength of the raid level. It seems that the Bai family's evaluation of him is about to be raised to a higher level. Baifeng thought about it in his heart, and hurriedly contacted the federal officials for Mo Lee, recorded the information of the spacecraft, legalized the spacecraft, and then let Mo Lee in. This process is not troublesome, and the Federation even has corresponding regulations. In this era, space pirates are definitely inexhaustible. The universe is too big and there are too many places for them to hide. Therefore, space pirate hunters are also a profession that the Federation has been supporting. There are many corresponding welfare policies, including a way to legalize the spoils after defeating the pirates. If you follow the normal process, you might get stuck because space pirate hunters travel everywhere and are easily extorted by local officials. However, after Baifeng made arrangements for Mo Lee, he established the connection in just half an hour. Cahill's spaceship was also successfully registered under Mo Lee's name. When Mo left Cahill's spaceship and entered the space city, it still caused quite a bit of commotion. Cahill had appeared several times recently, causing huge losses to other caravans. Therefore, His spaceship caused quite a stir when it entered the Blue Bait Space City. After all, the scenes described by the survivors of the looting were so tragic that they also created Cahill's notoriety. There were many spaceships outside the spaceport. The moment they saw Mo Lee driving the spaceship approaching, they were frightened and turned around and ran away. Some of them were even not afraid of death or breaking the rules, and they directly prepared to start the warp engine. Fortunately, the federal official tower contacted them in time. This spacecraft has been entered into the federal database and is a legal spacecraft. Please don't panic. The broadcast was played in all the spacecraft outside the spaceport, which calmed the panicked people. But after they came to their senses, they realized something was wrong. This spacecraft has entered the federal database. Doesn't that mean that Cahill has been killed? As for Cahill obtaining federal citizenship, that is impossible. He deserves death 10 times over for what he did. So they could only think that there were space pirate hunters taking action. Who is it? The core problem arose. When the spacecraft docked, some people who had not yet left the spaceport were looking forward to it. Baifeng had been waiting at the spaceport for a long time. After seeing Baifeng, some people had some guesses in their hearts. The Bai family sale of information had become an industrial chain, and many people knew about it. The Bai family took action? Not really. This Baifeng is specifically responsible for following up on the news. There should be news that a space pirate hunter bought Cahill. Who made the move? Besides being cunning, Cahill is also a true fortress-level warrior. On the surrounding spaceships, the people inside were basically discussing what was happening, while those who were not on the spaceships in the spaceport simply waited and watched. At this time, Emoli also arrived at the port where they were docked. The spaceship docked. Baifeng looked at the spaceship in front of him. There were some scratches on it, and it was obvious that it had not undergone much maintenance. And it is precisely in this way that its identity can be proven, a pirate spaceship. Only the pirates have no formal way to maintain their spacecraft, making the entire spacecraft seem to be always older than normal spacecraft. The hatch opened. Emoli got off the spaceship, and Baifeng became nervous. When they first met, Emoli was just a raid-class pilot with decent strength in his eyes, but after this battle, he became a real fortress-class pilot, and a top-notch one at that. If one can kill a fortress-level mecha with a raid-level mecha, then what else can he be but top-tier? When he was talking to Bai Hui just now, Bai Hui had already told him very clearly that he must keep this person at all costs. Because in addition to strength, he also saw potential in Mo Lee. Mo Lee now looks to be around 23 or 24 years old, the level of a graduate, and those geniuses in the academy are only at the rating level when they graduate. The top and more famous ones may be able to break through to the fortress level, but they are definitely not at the peak of the fortress level like Mo Lee now. Combined with Mo Lee's combat speed, Bai Hui even felt that Mo Lee's strength was far more than that. After Mo Lee got off the spaceship, he noticed the gazes around him. The spaceship you're flying is Cassier's. This spaceship is very famous among the merchants here. I understand. Mo Lee nodded slightly, then asked Baifeng in front of him, "Where's the tractor?" Baifeng wanted to say something, but when he saw Mo Lee, his phone subconsciously paused. When he came to his senses, Mo Lee had already asked him. "Here, this way," he replied subconsciously, pointing to a huge hovercraft next to him. "Good." Mo Lee nodded, and the side of the spaceship's belly opened, and a metal deck extended out. The people who had not yet dispersed nearby couldn't help but gasp when they saw the mecha on it. What the hell? Isn't that Cahill's blood debt? Indeed. I recognize that sword. It's a blood debt. If I'm not mistaken, there's blood in the cockpit? Hiss, is fucking Cahill in there? Now it's Cahill. There was a sudden burst of discussion around. No one expected that not only had Cahill's vehicle changed hands, but even his mecha had been brought back. Moreover, it seems that the battle was not very intense. Apart from some wear and tear on the mecha, the only thing that could be seen was a wound running through the cockpit. Now, everyone looked at Mo Lee as if they were looking at a monster. Cahill is a fortress-class pilot. How strong must the opponent be to be able to fight like this? 24. Even dogs don't practice. Baifeng was also stunned. He felt that Bai Hui's assessment of Mo Lee might have to be at a higher level. Is there any reputable repair shop nearby? Yes, there is. Baifeng shuddered. In his eyes, Mo Lee in front of him was no different from a monster. In his opinion, Mo Lee's strength might be infinitely close to the heavenly punishment level. Heavenly punishment level. Even the Bai family must treat people of this level with courtesy. He numbly controlled the tractor to head to the nearest maintenance point. There must be no shortage of maintenance points near the spaceport, and they were even concentrated nearby. On the tractor, seeing that Mo Lee didn't say much and didn't seem to be aggressive, Baifeng breathed a sigh of relief and started a conversation. There are quite a few mecha repairmen nearby, but I recommend one. Their repair skills are definitely top-notch here. Also, your mecha doesn't seem to be seriously damaged, but the cockpit is the center of the empathic connection, and it will be very troublesome to repair. If you want to completely repair it, I guarantee that she is the only one in the entire Blue Bait Stargate who can do it. Oh, Emily became interested. To be honest, he could repair the damage to this mecha, but there were some subtle differences between the empathic connection of this civilization and the supersensory connection of the Flame Dragon Empire. It was this difference that made the systems of both sides very different. The Flame Dragon Empire's supersensory mode is even connected to the nerves of the mecha, which means that any damage to the mecha will also cause pain to the pilot. The empathy mode for the Federation is slightly different. The damage received by the mecha will not cause much pain feedback. Both modes have their pros and cons. With pain feedback, the pilot can feel the various parts of the mecha more intuitively and respond accordingly, but the disadvantages are also obvious. Pain that exceeds the threshold will affect the combat, unless the pilot is a madman who is insensitive to pain. The empathy mode does not cause much pain, and the combat will be calmer, but the control of the body's condition is not as keen as Super Sense. Emoli hasn't figured out this empathic connection yet, so he chooses to send the mecha to a repair shop. Now he is no longer a poor boy. On the contrary, he is very rich. The repair shop by phone mentioned was not far away and arrived in more than 10 minutes. The overall repair point was like a ship cabin, with an elliptical dome nearly 200 meters high and about 600 or 700 meters wide. As for interstellar repair points, there are actually relatively few here. You have to know that they usually repair not only mechas, but also various types of spaceships. Some cargo spaceships are extremely large, and sometimes the cabins of these ships are not big enough to accommodate them. When they passed by, a spaceship inside just closed its hatch and flew out directly in front of the maintenance point. Baifeng drove the tractor truck to the side, stopped there, and prepared to look for someone. Hey, Xiaobai. The familiar voice made by Baifeng couldn't help but shrink his neck. Emoli turned his head and saw a woman wearing a white tube top, revealing her streamlined abdominal muscles and lines, and with a ponytail on her head walking towards him. Are you bringing business to your sister? The woman's skin was a healthy tan. After wiping the sweat from her forehead, she looked at Emoli eagerly. Brother, are you here to repair the mecha? This mecha is incredible. She had already seen the huge sword wound on Blood Debt's chest, but as a qualified maintenance technician, she had seen all kinds of scenes, even a corpse in the cockpit. Just as she was thinking about checking the extent of the damage to the mecha through the instruments, she suddenly froze in place. No, is it true? It's hot. Emoli came to her side and saw Cahill's body through the light curtain that popped out from her hand. Yes, it is quite warm. Li Mayan turned her head stiffly, because she had already recognized this mecha. Kassir, the notorious figure in the Blue Bait Star region. His Fortress-class mecha's blood debt made everyone tremble with fear, and some of the spaceships and mechas that Li Mayan usually repaired were damaged by this mecha. Now she didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Should she say it was fate? Or what? Why can't it be repaired? Baifeng leaned over in confusion. Get out of here, little brat. Li Mayan said seriously with a stern face. It can be repaired, but this is a Fortress-class mecha. Want more money? Li Mayan's eyes lit up. Dang, cough, cough, cough. No, it takes time. Fortress-class mechas are the upper limit of my repair capabilities, but Cahill's blood debt is different. Cahill specifically strengthened his empathy system to compensate for his lack of empathy, so it will take longer. How long will it take? 10 days, Li Mayan said seriously. When she saw Cahill, she knew that the man in front of her would definitely not be short of money. What about the maintenance costs? 30 million star coins. Emoli looked at her suspiciously. Robbery? 30 million star coins can buy 5 razor bores. What do you mean? Li Mayan was immediately furious. If Xiaobai hadn't brought you here, I would have charged you much more than this. The empathy system is the most expensive part of the entire mecha, and you stabbed it with one sword. If the stab wasn't so accurate and the system wasn't completely damaged, it would have cost at least 60 million. Oh. When Baifeng saw Mo Li's expression, he knew that he had hit a sore spot. Recalling how he had initially used a Raider-class mecha to go to Cashel's lair, how could he not understand now? That's not because they think they are strong, but because they have no money at all. In other words, this Fortress-class pilot, who is suspected to be a Sky Punishment-class pilot, is a poor guy. Baifeng was not as vicious as Bai Hui in judging people, and it was only now that he realized that Mo Li's unfathomable image in his eyes seemed to be slowly collapsing. Are you kidding me? Is an empathy system that expensive? It's not that Mo Li is ignorant. He can also repair mechas, and the supersensory system seems very simple to him to repair. So, This empathy system, which is almost the same, should be similarly easy to repair, right? If he wasn't unfamiliar with this empathy system, he would have done it himself. But during this process, Lee overlooked a fact. His repair skills were top-notch in the Flame Dragon Empire. The maintenance business is just like locksmithing, it requires skills. Li Mayan's anger also rose. Whether you want to repair it or not, just let these 10 billion yuan be paralyzed here. At this time, Lee was still furious. Your price is not even worth a dog's. I will pay it. If the dog doesn't pay it, I will pay it. Is it for this blood debt? His eyes instantly became clear, and a smile appeared on Lee's face. By the way, how much did you say this mecha was worth? Li Mayan looked at Lee in front of her in shock. She had never seen a person's face change so quickly. Chapter 25, The Prodigal Xuanji. At this time, Baifeng's filter for Lee had disappeared, but Lee ignored him. At this time, he looked at the blood debt as if he was looking at a hen that lays golden eggs. Before attacking and killing Cahill, he had never thought that this fortress-level pirate would be so rich. The most important thing is that these so-called fortress-level weapons are completely vulnerable. They fell down before he even exerted any strength. If he uses this blood debt to hunt other fortress-level space pirates in the future, won't the star coins rise like a rocket? At this moment, Lee saw the light, and the universal pardon order and Shifang's silent on his back did not seem so heavy anymore. Li Mayan still didn't react. You said you want to repair it? Xiao, how much is the deposit? Transfer it immediately. 10 million. How do I turn you? Touch the star ring. Li Mayan was a little overwhelmed by Lee's shining eyes and subconsciously took a step back. No, this person changes too fast. Li Mayan screamed inwardly, but Bai Feng was the first to react. Bai Hui had previously instructed that Lee must be retained at all costs, and he now saw the opportunity. Wait. He stopped Chi-Chi. The Bai family can advance the payment for you. Advance payment? Lee shook his head. No, I have it. Bai Hui had already paid the deposit before, and how could he not understand Bai Feng's little trick? Li Mayan's eyes fell on Bai Feng, and then looked at Li Chia. Pay the deposit first. I don't have any tasks right now, so I can repair it right away. Lee decisively paid 10 million and said, then I'll leave the mecha to you. I'll come and pick it up in 10 days. Now Lee didn't want to stay here for a moment. He just wanted to find more information about the fortress-level star pirates. Leaving the spaceport, Bai Feng followed closely behind. Mr. Mo, what are your plans for the next 10 days in Blue Bait Space City? There are definitely arrangements, and we may need to cooperate with you later. Bai Feng's eyes lit up. He was not afraid of anything except that Lee would break off all ties with them after the cooperation ended. I'll arrange a place for you to live. I grew up here, so I'm half Blue Bait. In the following days, Lee was collecting information about the fortress-level star pirates, and Xianji was also very busy. Busy with online shopping. Yinsong Star Region. Originally, no one would come to this star region. In people's eyes, this desolate and unproductive star region is not even as valuable as a garbage star. But in the past 2 days, there has been a steady stream of spaceships coming, and these spaceships are from the fleets of famous chambers of commerce in the Federation. These fleets are fully armed, escorting cargo ships into the galaxy and then landing on a planet. This situation has been continuing. The routes outside the Yinsong star field have attracted the attention of many pirates, but the escorting caravans are forces that they cannot afford to offend. After warping, they have no idea where these caravans have gone and can only know a rough direction. But finding a rough location in the universe is harder than climbing to the sky. These cargo ships are actually Xianji's masterpieces. The cargo ship is loaded with various energy sources, all of which are used to activate Shifang's silent and universal pardon. This batch of energy was purchased using the deposit given by Bai Hui. When Xuanji received the final payment from Bai Hui and prepared to purchase the second batch of energy, he found that these companies began to verify their identities one by one. Xuanji has a strong ability to think and immediately understood the key point. Such a large energy output can be used to prepare for war, and these energy companies cannot sell it casually. Xuanji told Lee about this situation, and Lee fell into deep thought. Identity verification is a hurdle that cannot be overcome, and the resources that individuals can purchase are still limited. Do we need to form a faction? That's too troublesome. Lee shook his head slightly. It's true that forming a faction has many advantages, but it is also a burden in many cases. Moreover, sometimes, as long as you are strong enough, there will naturally be someone to help you with what the forces can do, and now the Bai family is a good choice. Lee looked out the window, and the sound of the news broadcast on the TV next to him seemed to fade away with his thoughts. Our reporter Yuan Bo reports that today, The fleet dispatched by Galaxy Academy has arrived at the edge of the Federation and successfully located. Emoli stayed in Blue Bait Space City for 10 days. During these 10 days, he hardly went out and spent all his time studying various space pirates. You wouldn't know unless you studied it. Once you did, you found out that pirates like Cahill's level seemed to be quite powerful among them. After observing for a few days, he found that there were only 5 pirates who met his target. The others were either hiding far away on the edge of the Zerg or Empire galaxies, or there was no relevant information to sell. In fact, this is also normal. The fortress level is already the upper limit of space pirates. When it comes to the sky punishment level, they are all forces of one party, or someone comes to recruit and whitewash them. Who would be a space pirate here? Forget it, 5 is 5, Emoli said softly. Xuanji remained silent because he seemed to be spending a lot of money these days. Emoli's newly filled treasury was used by Xianji to buy energy using several fake identities, but this also made those energy companies highly wary. There are 2 problems facing Emoli now. The first is his limited identity, which prevents him from purchasing too much energy. The second is that he does not have enough space pirates. Emoli's face was filled with worry when he thought of these things. The hundreds of billions of Bai Hui's money plus Cahill's property were used to replenish Shifangji's energy. It was like a drop of water poured into the sea, which could not cause any waves. When Li Mayan handed over the blood debt mecha to Emoli, seeing his appearance, he almost suspected that he had not repaired it properly. But he really tried his best. The mecha was repaired perfectly, and there was no flaw. Boss, is there any problem? Li Mayan asked carefully. Without. Emoli shook his head, his face full of sadness, because he had just checked the balance, and there were only a few 100,000 left. Fortunately, the spaceship and mecha energy are full. As for Nightingale and Razorboar, they were sold by Xuanji a long time ago. Emoli did not have the mecha driving license issued by Blue Bait, so he could only use Li Mayan's tractor to pull the mecha into the spaceport. Outside the spaceport, the hatch in front of Emoli's spaceship opened automatically, and Li Mayan operated the tractor to put the blood debt on it. Seeing that Chi-Chi was about to board the spaceship, Li Mayan hurriedly stopped him. There shouldn't be any problems with the mecha, right? I checked it inside and out several times. If you have any questions, you can just ask. Li Mayan began to doubt himself, because Emoli's face had never looked good from the beginning. Usually when the mecha was delivered, the customer would be excited to see his mecha rejuvenated, but Emoli was worried the whole time. Reward number 26. To the point that Li Mayan began to wonder if he had missed something. After all, sometimes the intuition of a pilot driving a mecha could be much sharper. It's okay, thank you. Emoli showed an ugly smile on his face, which made Li Mayan even more worried. If another repairman found no problem during the handover test, he might not care about you, but Li Mayan was different. Her damn conscience was condemning her. As a maintenance engineer, Li Mayan knew that some mistakes might occur during the maintenance process, which would be infinitely magnified in combat and even become fatal weaknesses. She would feel guilty if the pilot was harmed because of this. How about we test it again? After thinking about it, Li Mayan was still a little worried. No, I'm in a hurry. Xuanji had helped Emoli inspect it, and there was nothing wrong with the mecha. It was almost the same as before and in very good condition. In the end, Li Mayan was no match for Emoli and could only watch him enter the spaceship and close the hatch. Xuanji immediately took control of the spaceship and set the course. Let's go to this guy named Tangda first. He was last seen in the Crete Star Field and is close to the Imperial border. I think he might want to hide within the Empire. And this guy is also very wealthy. He just robbed a large cargo ship from an energy company. Well, Emoli entered the emo state with his eyes drooped, and he looked a little listless. Xuanji didn't dare to speak anymore. The spacecraft quickly left the Blue Bait Space City and entered the Blue Bait Star Gate for transportation. Passing through the Star Gate was like entering a time tunnel, with colorful lights all around. Emoli felt like he was traveling in subspace. Stargate Shuttle is the fastest in the Federation's observable universe. It felt like just over an hour had passed before Emoli saw the Stargate exit. And this Stargate is thousands of light years away from the Blue Bait Stargate. After coming out of the Stargate, Emoli didn't feel anything. The Federation's Stargate technology is indeed quite powerful. After leaving the Stargate, Emoli had no intention of landing in the Space City. After leaving the Space City, he immediately began to sail at warp speed to the next Stargate. When Emoli was on his way, in a certain galaxy at the border of the Imperial Federation, there have always been frictions between the Empire and the Federation, but both sides have been restrained. They both know that the Zerg are a common enemy, so those minor frictions have been controlled. But something seems a little off today. Some time ago, the Aurora twins of Galaxy Academy were killed, and the entire Federation was in an uproar, with everyone paying attention to Galaxy Academy's revenge. The Galaxy Academy lived up to expectations and even sent out Star Ring-class pilots, and their target was the Federation's edge galaxies. Now the Empire had to be on alert. A Star Ring-class pilot is essentially a walking antimatter bomb. If he were allowed to invade the Empire, he could easily cause immeasurable damage to all the important hubs within the Empire. Therefore, the Empire had to send Star Ring-class pilots to guard the border. However, this time, the Galaxy Academy discovered that the Empire was involved. After tracing all the way, most of the people who participated in the ambush in the Federation have been dealt with, and several high-ranking people fled to the Empire. At this time, the Empire sent a Star Ring-level pilot, which was definitely a shelter in the eyes of the Galaxy Academy. When the two sides met on the first day, the Star Ring-class pilots started fighting each other, and neither fleet dared to get close. But they didn't fight hard, so they didn't get any results. In the end, both fleets could only stare blankly. But the Galaxy Academy must be anxious and put direct pressure on the Imperial fleet to force them to release the people. As for the Empire, their goal has been achieved, so there is nothing wrong with giving Xinghe School a chance to vent their anger. So they began to make statements. First, they expressed that they were also very saddened by the fall of the Gemini, and out of humanitarian concern, they would conduct a thorough internal investigation. All in all, they are just polite words, and anyone who believes them is an idiot. Xinghe Academy will definitely not buy this, as there is still one twin left. However, this matter has become Yi Lingyin's inner demon and must be properly resolved. Besides, the idea that a dead genius is no longer a genius and revenge is useless is purely idiotic. Various geniuses and evildoers are the foundation of Galaxy Academy. If a genius of the Academy is killed and the matter is left unresolved, other geniuses will definitely have concerns when signing up. No one wants to be killed, and no one helps him to avenge himself. Therefore, the attitude of Galaxy Academy this time was unexpectedly tough, and all possible means of pressure were used, and they were just short of declaring war on the Empire. On the Empire side, the mentality is that even if someone dies, you won't fight me to the death for a dead person. As a result, under the decisive attitude of Galaxy Academy, he had no choice but to give in. However, there is a way to surrender. Now the target of Galaxy Academy is very clear, that is, those who participated in the ambush operation. The most crucial one is the Sky Punishment level pilot. According to the news from the Academy, he has already entered the territory of the Empire. Under the madness of Galaxy Academy to start a war if the pilot was not handed over, the Empire finally expelled the pilot from the country. However, there is still room for improvement regarding the expulsion. For example, the location and whether any fighting occurred during the expulsion process. There is no doubt that this is definitely a Sky Punishment class pilot who is in his prime and has even received help from the Empire. The Empire compromised, but it was impossible for them to do nothing. They simply expelled him from the country, but did not say that they would not provide him with help. No matter what, this pilot is working for them. If they abandon him after using him, how can other pilots dare to work for the Empire? A series of events that occurred in the border star field also caused turmoil within the Federation. Because Galaxy Academy has issued a bounty, Anja, a Sky Punishment class pilot, offers a reward of 100 billion star coins, plus a custom Sky Punishment class mecha. Providing information costs 5 million. Galaxy Academy is really furious this time. Nonsense, that's Gemini. Rumor has it that the Academy is researching a two-person mecha that can carry a stronger empathic connection and is more powerful than mechas of the same level. The Aurora Gemini will most likely reach the singularity level in the future. By then, won't they be invincible if they pilot two-person mechas? I finally understand why Xinghe School is so upset. As the bounty was issued, there was a lot of discussion everywhere, and many space pirate hunters were ready to take action. This reward is enough to make them take the risk. Emoli naturally also got this news. He was familiar with the heavenly punishment level. He could barely fight it with his current blood debt, but his confidence was not high. Blood debt is not the top one in the Fortress class. If he switches to a top-of-the-line Fortress class mecha, Emoli feels that he can fight it at will. But Anja's bounty made him very tempted. 100 billion, plus the customized mecha, Xianji had already found out about it for him, and the price made Emoli's heart beat wildly. 27 kill 5. Xianji calculated that the bounty plus the price of reselling the mecha was enough to start Shifangji. However, in a head-on confrontation with Anja, Emoli had no experience fighting against a Sky Punishment level pilot, and with a Fortress level mecha, it would be easy for him to suffer a loss. We can improve the configuration first. Xuanji suggested a plan. Quickly wipe out these fortress-level pirates and use their bounties to improve the performance of the mecha. As long as you reach the peak of the fortress level, you won't have any problem dealing with that heavenly punishment, right? Almost. Well, I have a plan. As Xuanji finished speaking, Emily could clearly feel the speed of the spacecraft suddenly increase. Emily could now feel Xianji's anxiety. At the edge of the Crete star field, a spaceship about 100 meters long exited warp mode and quickly appeared. On the spaceship, Anja, with blonde hair, wearing a long robe and bare chest, had a gloomy expression on his face. When he took action for the Empire this time, he felt something was wrong, but he didn't expect that he would end up being abandoned by the Empire. Although the Empire said nice things, they would place him in a remote galaxy unknown to the Federation, help him upgrade his body, and also provide him with a fake identity, spaceships, etc. But nothing can hide the fact that he has been abandoned. Moreover, before he took action, if he had known that Galaxy Academy would be so crazy, he would never agree to this even if he was beaten to death. Damn you, Duke. If I had known that this Gemini could use super empathy to control a two-person mecha, I wouldn't have done it at all. At this time, the spaceship AI released a light curtain at the right time, on which was the bounty for him. Anja's eyes twitched as he watched. Not only did he, but he himself, was tempted by this bounty. Star coins are secondary. Not everyone can get the customized mecha of Galaxy Academy. As the most powerful academy in the Dongli Galaxy, Xingha Academy can also be ranked among the top 5 among the major academies in the Federation. This kind of academy has a long history and is full of black technologies. And using the background of Galaxy Academy to customize a Sky Punishment class mecha. Thinking of this, Anja even had the urge to hand himself over. However, the identity arranged for him by the Empire is not bad. As long as he doesn't show off too much and stays out of the spotlight in the marginal galaxies, he will be able to return to the Empire safely after this period of turmoil, although the price is to change his name. After issuing the bounty, Galaxy Academy could no longer continue to confront the Empire. The Empire has always been tough, and this is already a concession on their part. If they are really pushed to the limit, they may even start a war. On the Galaxy Academy fleet, Yi Lingyin and her mentor looked at the starry sky outside. Lingyin, the news from above has also arrived. Don't push the Empire too hastily. Jiang Yen sighed slightly, and his old face became a little more haggard. Aurora's twins are his most proud disciples, and he has poured all his efforts into these 2 disciples. Yi Lingyin has spoken much less since he came back. When he heard Jiang Yan's words, he subconsciously clenched his fists. Without saying much, Yi Lingyin understood that her mentor had done his best to achieve this. She did not blame the Academy or the Federation. She only hated that she did not have enough strength to kill Anja directly. Taking a deep breath to calm down, he said, "Teacher, don't worry about me. I know that as long as Anja is within the Federation, he won't be able to escape. I've already stabilized at the fortress level. Once I reach the Sky Punishment level, that will be his death." Yi Lingyin was very calm when she said this, and Jiang Yen felt a pain in his heart when he saw it. He treated Yi Lingyin and Yi Lingyun as his own daughters. Who knew the harm he suffered in this incident? After Yi Lingyin came back, he seemed like a different person. He trained day and night, whether virtual or real, and never stopped even when the fleet was on the spaceship. During the battle, he was the first to rush to the front, and his madness even frightened Jiang Yen. Yi Lingyin returned to the spaceship and first conducted combat training, then logged into the Star Network to prepare for mecha training. As usual, I checked the Star Network forum to see if there was any information about Anja. It turned out that apart from the news about the Empire's concession, people were looking for that invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Empire gave in. Isn't Galaxy College too tough? Where did Tyrannoman go? How could such a strong person just disappear like that? It seems that after hitting the Starlight, I can't beat the value, so I won't hit it. The Starlight value is indeed a bit inhuman. After taking a quick look, Yi Lingyin closed the window and started queuing. The recent crazy training made her ranking soar, and she soon reached over 6,000. The Star Network list and the Imperial Federation are united. The 2 major forces have vast territories and countless hidden masters. Many pilots begin to deliberately hide their existence after reaching the singularity level. Yi Lingyin has been trying harder to gain points recently, and the opponents she has met have also become much stronger. Gradually, she has started to lose more and win less. When she began to feel a little overwhelmed, Yi Lingyin ended the battle and went to find Jiang Yen to digest the previous battle. 2 weeks passed quickly, and there was no news about Anja, as if he had disappeared from the face of the earth. If there had not been a royal order from the Empire to expel Anja, The Federation might have suspected whether the other party's expulsion was just talk. But the power in the Empire is highly concentrated, and no one dares to disobey the royal order, so Anja can only be within the Federation. Apparently, he found a place to hide. The universe is so big, if Anja is determined to hide, they don't have any good solutions. However, Yilingyin had no intention of paying any attention to this information. Instead, she continued to train day after day. After returning to the academy, the students were all wailing that the former Sunshine Goddess was gone forever. But there are also a small number of people who like Yilingyin's current iceberg state. During these 2 weeks, when everyone was paying attention to Anja, few people knew that Mo Li secretly captured all 5 fortress-level space pirates and embezzled their property. Xinji also discussed cooperation with Bai Hui, but unfortunately the talks broke down. Bai Hui said he could do nothing to help, as this civilization's control over energy was beyond Xinji's imagination. However, Mo Li never stopped accumulating wealth. After killing 5 fortress-level pilots, Mo Li became famous in the circle of space pirate hunters. No one knew Mo Li's origins. They only recognized the mecha named Blood Debt, so they simply called Blood Debt Mo Li's nickname. In a spaceport, Mo Li parked the spaceship and then came to a very famous local bar called Night. The information here was told to Mo Li by a pirate hunter who was rescued from a fortress-level pirate. 28. The name of Blood Debt. Rumor has it that there is a congressman behind the Night bar, whose purpose is to collect information. There is a lot of information here that cannot be obtained through normal channels. Mo Li did not hide his face. After arriving at the bar in a hovercraft, he walked straight in. As I walked through the gate, noisy sounds instantly rushed into my ears, and it seemed like the inside and the outside were 2 different worlds. In addition to the sounds, various smells also rushed into the mouth and nose at the same time. Mo Li frowned, covered his mouth and nose with one hand, and tried to get through the noisy crowd. There was a large dance floor inside the bar, surrounded by booths. The noisy crowd mixed with various body odors, alcohol smells, and even some strange smells. Even though Mo Li covered his mouth and nose, he almost vomited. He wanted to turn around and leave, but a big hand reached out and tried to grab him. Mo Li reacted quickly and struck down with a ruthless knife. A shrill scream suddenly broke the noisy dance floor, and everyone subconsciously stopped what they were doing and made room. A muscular man appeared in the crowd. He half knelt on the ground, holding his twisted wrist with one hand, and kept wailing. With the help of the stage atmosphere lights flashing at a certain moment, everyone could see clearly that his wrist had become strangely twisted without knowing when. It's him. It's him. The big man felt a little embarrassed by the onlookers around him, but some people who recognized this man's origin immediately understood when they looked at Mo Li's face. But this is their territory, and this big man is also a member of the local Maklo gang, so they have to give him some face. Boy, do you know where this is? A man with half a body tattoo and a mohawk clenched his fist and then released it. Let's fight here, no matter who you are. Blood Debt. He is a Blood Debt. A scream came from a thin man in the corner who pointed a trembling finger at Mo Li, as if he had seen something terrifying. As he spoke, his body kept shrinking back. The word Blood Debt spread among the crowd like an invisible terror, and everyone subconsciously took 2 steps back. In 2 weeks, he killed 5 fortress-level space pirates in a row. Such a fierce reputation is definitely not something that small-time people like them can withstand. Many people subconsciously wanted to turn around and walk away, while others were skeptical. After all, few people had actually seen a Blood Debt, and the angles of the photos that had been circulated were not very good. Coupled with the lighting here, many people subconsciously wanted to see what Mo Li looked like. But the person who first recognized Mo Li had already collapsed to the ground and kept shrinking back. The people drinking with him also looked terrified. They met in this bar, and after getting drunk and bragging, they found out that this person was a member of the Berlick Pirates. Unfortunately, Boric was the fortress-class pilot that Mo Li killed. Mo Li didn't have the habit of killing minions. After all, there were too many of them and they were running around everywhere, making it difficult for Mo Li to chase them. The thin man was named Liang Tsang. The reason he recognized Mo Li was because when Balic was killed, he happened to be hiding near the scene and saw Mo Li get off the Mecha and take away the personal stance device that they had bought at a high price. At that time, Balic never thought that the stand device he had just bought would be taken away by someone else before he could even use it. The entire pirate group was also broken up. The pirates were all bullies who only bullied the weak and feared the strong, and Liang Tsang watched their entire battle. The reason for such fear is that Borlik, who was close to the peak of the fortress level, did not last more than 3 minutes before being blown up by Mo Li's sword. Liang Song still remembers the frown on Mo Li's face when he got off the mecha. He had killed Borlik easily, but he still looked dissatisfied. Borik, I'm sorry, Lord Mo Li, I didn't ask you to use your full strength. Liang Song is really scared now. He even fled across several galaxies to get here, but he still couldn't get rid of him. Could he be here to collect debts? Unfortunately, Mo Li didn't recognize him. After the people around him discovered Mo Li, they all avoided him as if he were a plague god. The big man was also shaking like a sieve. Rumor has it that this blood debt kills without blinking an eye, especially when dealing with space pirates. He kills them on sight without giving them any chance at all. He is also a space pirate. He had heard before that his family members were killed by space pirates. Now he is hunting the space pirates to avenge his family. The big man recalled his life as quickly as possible, trying to find out if there was anyone related to Mo Li. But I couldn't find them at all. There were too many of them, really too many. Mo Li looked at the big man in front of him with disgust, and then he realized that the other party was not the kind of strong man who had been training for many years, but instead had a fair and scholarly look. Seeing this, Mo Li hurriedly wiped his hands. Something happened here, and the people in the bar naturally would not stand idly by. The bartender in the bar came over. He saw the disgust in Mo Li's eyes, and then a hint of murderous intent, and hurriedly said, "My lord blood debtor, I'm sorry. He first blocked Mo Li's way, preventing him from looking at the big man, and then said, "Why didn't you tell us in advance that you were coming? We will definitely arrange the best booth for you when the time comes. Come this way." Fortress level is a position that most people cannot reach. Although Night Bar has a good background, it is not stupid enough to offend a fortress level pilot. The bartender showed the greatest enthusiasm he had ever had in his life, and the corners of his mouth were almost frozen with smile. Mo Li glanced at him coldly. "I'm here to buy information. Buy news. Please come in. Please come in." The bartender was very considerate and immediately led Mo Li inside. There was other space inside the bar. After passing through the door of the room, the noises outside disappeared and it became much quieter. After passing through the door, you can only see a long and narrow passage, with doors on both sides of the passage forming independent enclosed spaces. The bartender took Mo Li forward and came to one of the rooms. "Please wait a moment. Our store manager will be here to receive you soon." If it was just a fortress-level pilot, the store manager Yisei would not look at it this way, but Mo Li was obviously different. Many people evaluated him as being almost at the sky punishment level. The strength he has shown so far, even if it is not at the heavenly punishment level, he will soon enter the heavenly punishment level. They were excited just thinking about a wild sky punishment level pilot. Mo Li didn't have to wait long. In just 2 minutes, a man in casual clothes came running over in a hurry. Sorry. As soon as the other party came in, he apologized frantically. "I was just playing outside." What the other party meant by this was to tell Mo Li that he had rushed back and to explain his clothes. Then he immediately said, "I am the manager of Yisei, Feng Qian. Are you here to buy information? Are you looking for a fortress-level space pirate?" 29. A self-contained system. Straight to the point. "I think he wants you to stop worrying about his clothes and hospitality." Xuanji's voice came into Mo Li's mind. It would be better to just interrupt him right now. Mo Li shook his head slightly. These were all trivial matters. He just wanted to make money now and didn't want to waste time here. "Is there any news about Anja?" The other party came straight to the point, so Mo Li didn't waste any time on him. Feng Qian's face changed slightly. Anja was a genuine sky punishment level pilot, and his strength was considered strong among the sky punishment level pilots. And according to their analysis, the Empire's secret help in expelling him this time was definitely not just to get him away from other places. So many people have been searching for him for so long, but still haven't found him. It's impossible to say that the Empire didn't take action. In order not to discourage people, the Empire must have done everything it could to help, which might include upgrading the Mecha. It seems that the strength of this blood debt needs to be reevaluated. As for Anja, we don't actually have any news about him here. Feng Qian shook his head slightly, but it won't be long. Oh, the Empire thought that by arranging an identity for him, Anja would be able to remain hidden for a long time, but he underestimated our data analysts. In the Federation, there are at least over 100 forces analyzing his location. Through various data and possibilities, and through the Federation's investigation, it won't be long before we can determine the star region where Anja is located. That will be the date of his death. The bounty offered by Galaxy Academy was too exaggerated. The pirate hunters on the surface and the data analysts in secret were all targeting him. Mo Li fell into deep thought, tapping the table lightly. "Do you have first-hand information?" "To be honest, we can't guarantee that. If it were someone else, Feng Qian would have already started to fool people. But since this person was Mo Lee, he didn't dare to do that. The blood debt appeared too suddenly, and there was not much information about Mo Lee in their database. They knew very little about his personality, strength, background, etc. To be prudent, they chose to make friends with Mo Lee first. What about the news on the other Fortress-class pilots? Fang Qian could only smile bitterly. Now all the Fortress-class pilots are hiding. What? As he spoke, he looked at Mo Lee. Mo Lee looked up. Why are you looking at me? I can't have forced them to do that, right? I only killed 6. Fang Qian's mouth twitched when he heard this. If he couldn't beat him, he would have jumped up and grabbed Mo Lee's collar and yelled at him. Listen to what you said. Are you talking like a human being? Only 6. What do you mean by only 6? But on the surface, he could only smile and cooperate. As for Anja's information, I can make the decision and notify you as soon as I get the news. Unable to get any information about Anja, Chi-Chi could only ask other questions. What if I want to upgrade my mecha configuration? Do you have any suitable recommendations? If you want to upgrade your mecha, you have a few options. But considering that you have a Fortress-class mecha, the best choice is Galaxy Academy. Galaxy Academy? Emily pondered. It seemed that there were some acquaintances there, but they might not like him to go there. Tell me first. If I'm guessing correctly, you hunted Anja to rely on your current blood debt, but the blood debt is not enough to unleash your full strength. When Fang Qian said this, he didn't look at Emily much, but his somewhat tense mind showed that he was also a little nervous at the moment. No need to test it, that's it. Emily narrowed his eyes and looked at him. You don't need to test anything further. This was equivalent to a warning, and cold sweat fell on Fang Qian's forehead. Currently, within the Federation, all technology is controlled by the congressman's companies. At the fortress level, many technologies are restricted, and obtaining them requires considerable funds. But Galaxy Academy is different. Some of the technologies in Galaxy Academy are open to the public for free, and there are many powerful mechanics here. Mo Lee's face turned strange when he heard what he said, because he seemed to have met all the conditions he mentioned, whether it was technology or mechanics. Xuanji's database records most of the Yanlong Empire's technology, and the mecha technology has become a system. He himself is also a top mechanic, and these conditions do not attract him at all. Fang Qian didn't know and continued talking. In addition, Galaxy Academy will also give preferential treatment to truly strong people. For example, if you are a Fortress-level pilot, registering as an honorary pilot will allow you to use some of the Academy's equipment for free. Besides, wait. Emily interrupted him. What did you just say? Galaxy Academy has a lot of technology. Not this one, the one with the Fortress-class pilot. Fortress level, can I use some of the Academy's equipment for free? That's it. For some reason, Emily felt that the word free was particularly attractive. Well, this is also a good benefit. As long as you register as an honorary pilot, you are equivalent to their external teacher. And Galaxy Academy is not very strict about this aspect. What about the channels? Mo Lee's eyes became brighter. As for channels, we can help you write a letter of recommendation, which makes it easier. Please make arrangements for me. Xinghe Academy is located in the Dongli Galaxy where the Dongli main star is located. 3 life planets have been transformed in the Dongli Galaxy, one of which belongs exclusively to the Galaxy Academy. It took Mo Lee 2 days, passing through many star gates and traveling at warp speed, to finally reach the Dongli Galaxy. This is where I left last time. I didn't expect to be back so soon. According to the information given by Fang Qian, Mo Lee came to the space station outside the main star of Galaxy Academy and submitted a docking application. After arriving near the planet, even if you have entered the range of the Galaxy Academy, you cannot fly here casually, otherwise you will easily be shot down by the planet's floating cannon. With Fang Qian's letter of introduction, Mo Lee was able to dock on the space station smoothly. After getting off the spaceship, it was obvious that the space city here was very prosperous, with people coming and going, and many spaceships docked. Most of the space cities that Mo had left before were deserted, and coming here gave him the feeling of entering a city. Moreover, it can be clearly seen that the proportion of young people around is much larger. Galaxy Academy recruits students from the entire Federation, which has countless life planets, so the number of students in Galaxy Academy is also large. Following the instructions in the letter of introduction, Mo Lee came to a place in the space city that was specifically designed to receive senior pilots. In fact, when Mo Lee applied for docking, the Academy had already made preparations. Senior pilots can receive preferential treatment everywhere, and the vast majority of people in this galaxy are still ordinary people. There is a special reception station in the space station. When Mo Lee went there, he found that there were actually quite a few people there. It's all systemized, huh? The Galaxy Academy's external recruitment of pilots has obviously become a new system. Coupled with their graduates scattered across the galaxy, it is no wonder that the Empire was able to bow its head after the Gemini was attacked. 30th Upgrade Direction. Emoli felt that he might have to reevaluate the power of the Academy. The scale of the Academy here is so exaggerated that it can even radiate the entire star field. Its potential strength must be terrifying. Emoli looked around and saw the special passage for fortress level and above pilots, and immediately went there. There were obviously fewer people here, only a few. Emoli muttered to himself after he went over. There are plenty of fortress-class ships, so why are there so few pirates? At the fortress level, the pilot's physical fitness has been strengthened in all aspects. At this moment, they all felt an inexplicable chill on their backs. It seems like something is keeping me in mind. They looked around in confusion, but there was nothing wrong. Emoli lowered his head, and they couldn't see anything. Moreover, the chill came suddenly and went away quickly. This was still the Galaxy Academy, so they soon relaxed. There are 7 people here in total, 3 of whom seem to be acquaintances and are chatting. I plan to stay here for 2 years to replace the ion drill technology. The ion drill is indeed suitable for you. I have other goals, but I don't have enough points. Take your time. Galaxy Academy is right there anyway. I looked at the exchange list a while ago and saw a lot of new technologies. It seems their internal technology is also rapidly updating. I want to be a full-time employee. We external hires can see much less technology than they do internally. Alas, this is why the bounty has driven so many people crazy. The customized mechas of the Galaxy Academy are far superior to those from the outside world. Emoli was moved. It seemed that this Galaxy Academy still had a lot of hidden things. Yi Lingyin seemed to be highly valued before, but Emoli did not detect any special technology from her mecha. Level 2 low? Emoli recalled that it seemed to be a raid-class mecha. The raid-level technology is very mature within the Federation, and there is not much room for further development. Fang Qian also seemed to have said that after reaching the fortress level, it will be able to be equipped with even more powerful technology. As the pilot's level increases, he can use higher-level mechas, and the technology that higher-level mechas can carry is also better and more powerful. Thinking of this, Emoli roughly understood that if a Raider-class pilot were to fly a Fortress-class mecha, he would not be able to bear the burden of the empathic connection alone, not to mention that without personal protection, the G-force generated by the high maneuverability alone would be enough to take their lives. Anti-G-force technology is also very valuable. Thinking of this, Emoli suddenly felt a little excited. Fortress-class pilots are still valued by the Academy, and soon someone came out to greet them, and it was a one-on-one reception. The person who came to guide Emoli was a woman with a good figure. She walked in front and talked to him with a professional smile. Hello. Our honorary pilots need to go through a series of strength certifications and information registration, which may take some time. I will be with you during this time. If you need anything during this period, you can also let me know. A test of strength? How is it tested? Mech battles or measuring values? For the strength test, you can demonstrate your ranking on the Star Network, or you can conduct our field test. Both methods are feasible. I will now take you to register your personal information and mecha information. They came to a hall with a huge square counter in the middle. The woman went to a window, operated it, and then input the information given by Emoli. Do you have a letter of recommendation? Please follow me. If you have a letter of recommendation, you can be exempted from the formalities of strength certification. The woman took her to a place similar to a VIP area where someone was already waiting. He was sitting on the sofa with his arms folded across his chest, his eyes closed. As if he noticed someone coming in, he opened his eyes slightly, looked at Emoli, and then ignored him. Emoli had no intention of looking at him and found a place to sit down. Just wait here, and I'll help you enter the information. After the woman left, the man who had originally closed his eyes looked at Emoli. Were you also introduced here? Yeah. In fact, Emoli didn't really like talking to strangers. Which company? Emoli was really puzzled now. The other party's tone didn't sound like a question. Emoli could even hear a hint of arrogance in his tone. Seeing that Chi-Chi didn't answer, the other party frowned slightly. There aren't many companies that can write letters of recommendation to get into Xinghe Academy. Are you at the Heavenly Punishment level? Fortress level. The other party suddenly looked at Chi-Chi. No force would write a letter of recommendation for a Fortress-class pilot. You are lying to me. Emoli just felt baffled. This person came up to him and started talking without saying anything. He was also very rude and didn't even introduce himself. So he used his killer move. Whatever you think is good. The man obviously didn't expect that Emoli was a bit stubborn. He was stunned for a moment after hitting a soft nail, and then stopped talking. The atmosphere became a little awkward, but fortunately a woman came to take him away soon, and the woman who had been waiting for Emily earlier also came after a while. Hello, Mr. Emo. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Congratulations on becoming an honorary pilot at our Galaxy Academy. You enjoy free use of some facilities within the Academy. In addition, you can earn points by teaching. Points can be exchanged for technology of corresponding authority in the Academy's technology library. Of course, if you need to upgrade your mecha or purchase materials, you can also purchase them with points. The woman led Mo Li away from here. Your identity has been entered into the Academy's internal network. The Academy has provided you with a hovercraft and accommodation. You can now live on the main planet. As for your mecha, if you need to land on a planet, you will need to submit an application. I see. After sending him all the way to the door, Emily discovered that there was a hover car parked on the side of the road not far away. This is your hover car. You can use it to travel inside the Academy. The woman kept smiling and watched Emily get into the car. The hover car is an induction door. Emily's information has been recorded, and it will open automatically as soon as he approaches the door. After getting on the car, there was AI serving him, but Xianji directly replaced the AI and set the route. Xuanji, what's going on? There are 2 layers of networks here. The external network has been almost completely penetrated, and there's nothing valuable there. The internal network is independent, and I can't access it. Really? Emily's heart moved slightly. It was obviously a fantasy to think that he could rely on Xianji to find out the secrets of Xinghao Academy. Go to the residence first, and then see how the blood debt escalates. Okay. The hovercraft took off and flew from the space station into the planet below. 31. One-to-one tutoring. Xinghao Academy provided Mo Li with a small detached villa. This planet was artificially transformed into a habitable planet, so the conditions are very beautiful. Mo Li's villa is right next to a lake. The sparkling water is crystal clear, and you can see the forest not far away. Xianji also gave her comments after seeing it. It's a great place to retire. The villa is fully furnished, and there is also a small gravity room for training. Xinghao Academy has an independent network, and all matters can be handled and resolved through the network connection. After Mo Li got familiar with the environment a little, he logged into the Xinghao Academy network. The virtual reality technology originated from the same source as the Star Network, and after entering it, Mo Li also had an additional interface. Xuanji simultaneously began searching for various facilities that Mo Li could use, preparing to make plans for the upgrade of the blood debt. Mo Li's permissions have been issued, and Xianji can use these permissions to find suitable equipment for modification. Mo Li walked around but didn't find anything, but an announcement to the whole group caught his attention. Hello everyone from Galaxy Academy. It's time for the annual second-year competition at Galaxy Academy. Welcome everyone to come and watch. The college competition is also a major event of Galaxy College. With such a large population base, there are many dark horses that make a splash every year, and the competition is both highly entertaining and intense. You can go and take a look. Xuanji suddenly said, Galaxy Academy holds a college competition every year to select outstanding students and also to see the achievements of the Academy's teachers. The second and third year competition is for rankings, and in 2 months, there will be a freshman competition, which also involves points. The higher the ranking of students who sign up for one-on-one tutoring, the more points the tutor will receive. Emily was a little confused. You want points? We can just borrow some equipment. We won't need the technology and materials, right? No, I want to transform the Blood Debt's hyperfusion engine into a Star Embers vector thruster. But you also know the difficulty of manufacturing the Dragon Scale composite material in the manufacturing process of the vector thruster. Upon hearing this, Emily asked, Is there the conditions to manufacture the Star Embers vector thruster here? Yes, but the corresponding laboratory requires points to open. Hearing this, Chi-Chi-Har paced back and forth. If it were a fortress class equipped with a vector engine, I would be more confident in dealing with the heavenly punishment. And not only the Star Embers vector thrusters, but also micro-pulse plasma thrusters can be manufactured. As for weapons, the Blood Covenant Fist Blade can also be produced. In this Galaxy Academy, the facilities that are used with points and the free facilities are completely 2 different levels. After hearing this, Molly understood that once he entered Xinghao Academy, he had to work for it until the end. If you say he is despicable, he really gave the technology and equipment, so it is hard to say anything. What's more, what Emily lacks most now is these complete sets of laboratories and equipment. In that case, let's take a look. Emily moved slightly, and the pop-up window in front of him disappeared. As the scene changed, he appeared above a huge arena. There are 2 more options before me. Please select a viewing mode. Watch it live. Immersive remote viewing. Chi-Chi muttered. The scene should be more atmospheric, right? With a thought, he chose the live mode and found himself sitting in the arena. The seats around him were full of people, and many of them were cheering. Mo Lee's figure solidified from virtual reality. A man wearing a colorful headscarf beside him saw this and said, "Brother, are you here to watch the second-year competition as well? Are there any contestants you support? If not, join me in supporting my daughter." The deafening shouts came from far away and were followed by the loud roar of a man next to him. Mo Lee looked towards the field, where two mechas were standing opposite each other, with the referee still in the middle. The man next to him frowned at Mo Lee, seemingly unable to tolerate the noise. Being a very friendly person, he immediately said, "It's okay, you'll get used to it. Besides, it can be quite exciting sometimes. The Academy has provided us with free viewing seats, so why would we need a bicycle? I'm not saying this, but immersive remote viewing for 100,000 star coins isn't something everyone can afford. On the other hand, we can watch the live show for free from beginning to end, and it also includes a live broadcast of the event. That's more than enough." Mo Lee didn't quite hear what he said, but after getting used to it, he felt that the scene was indeed better than watching it alone. The thunderous cheers from the surroundings also made one's blood race. The battle below soon began. In Mo Lee's eyes, the fight between the two mechas was no different from child's play, but the audience around who didn't quite understand what was going on kept cheering. Mo Lee watched several games in a row, among which there were many geniuses and hot seeds mentioned by the audience. "Xuanji, how many points can a student of this level get?" "The one we just defeated is Blazing Red Lotus, which is ranked quite high. The Academy gave the teacher 200,000 points. 200,000 points. Mo Lee frowned slightly. Xianji knew all this information, but he was not very clear about the purchasing power of 200,000 points within the Galaxy Academy. 200,000 is enough to apply for those laboratories and equipment. Xuanji added something appropriate, and Li Qie immediately understood. These points seem to be quite easy to earn. From your perspective, it is. Xianji didn't say much. With Mo Lee's strength, it was too easy to teach these people. The first day's competition was over quickly, and Mo Lee had a clear idea of the student standards required of Xinghai Academy. Freshman rankings, well, let's do that. Mo Lee could see other teaching tasks, but the points awarded were not very generous. On the contrary, the points awarded for this one-on-one guidance task for freshmen were unlimited. When Mo Lee thought about the performance of the sophomore students just now, he felt that these 200,000 points were too easy to get. At present, it seems that the technology tree of the Flame Dragon Empire is not inferior to that of this civilization, but if he wants to reproduce it, all kinds of equipment are enough to give Mo Lee a headache. Now that the ready-made equipment is at his fingertips, how can he not be excited? Xianji, make a plan. After the third-year competition is over, and tomorrow after the second-year competition is over, it will be time for the new students to register for classes. One-on-one instruction with your Fortress class pilots is also a type of course. Students can choose it when they choose. Okay, Mo Lee couldn't stop smiling happily. He felt that he could easily teach a second-year student to that level. By then, any new student would just sign up for his course. 2 days passed in a flash. Mo Lee looked at his one-on-one tutoring course and saw that no one had signed up. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought. "Xuanji, tell me what's going on." "Hold on. 30-second Anmalek." The test results came out, and there seems to be a rumor circulating within the Academy. What? Honorary pilots don't have much strength. Only the sky punishment level can catch the attention of those students. Mo Lee. No, you look down on the Fortress level? Are all these little dangs so exaggerated? Mo Lee was shocked. Fortress-class pilots could live a comfortable life anywhere outside, but here they were treated worse than dogs. That's not the case. The reason is that there are too many people who come to serve as honorary pilots. Mo Lee recalled the scene in the space city and fell into silence. It seemed as if there were really that many people. What if there are no students? Take the initiative. Mo Lee fell silent again. That's too cheap. The next day, can we really find someone like this? Mo Lee stood in front of the door of the virtual academy with a puzzled tone. Don't worry, I've already posted a message for you online, and I've even included the name of the blood debt. Blood debt? Mo Lee felt a little relieved. He still had some confidence in the name of blood debt. Half a day later. Xuanji, is everything really okay? Has anyone privately messaged you? Wait a minute, there are some problems. These students from remote planets don't even know the name of blood debt. It seems that the level of education in the Federation has not yet been universalized. If you don't know it, just search it directly. Xuanji, tell me the truth. There are 3 comments. Mo Lee really realized that something was wrong. What? You said only 3? Xuanji's tone changed, and she seemed a little naive. What blood debt? Is it that serious? It was like a wary little girl pulling another little girl. No, the senior said, the more impressive the nickname, the worse it is. They're all made up by honorary pilots to attract us freshmen. Don't believe them. Experience +1. The last sentence has no change in tone. Emily covered his head in pain. My head is about to split open. Suddenly, someone rushed over in front of him. Emily looked closely and saw that it seemed to be a student in the distance. His figure was slowly solidifying and then looking around. This classmate. The man who had rushed over steadied himself in front of him. Are you a freshman at Galaxy Academy? I'm the Academy's honorary pilot, a fortress-level fighter. With my skills, I'll give you one-on-one instruction. I'm sure you'll shine in the freshman competition in 2 months. Are you really a fortress-level player? The student was frightened by the enthusiasm of the man in front of him. He leaned back slightly with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Of course. Look at this. This is the Academy's intranet. Under the surveillance of the Academy's super AI, no one can cheat. It's really fortress level. The student exclaimed in surprise. Is it really possible to have a one-on-one? Of course. If you don't believe me, we can sign a college contract. The people on our planet, have to be cautious about everything they do after speaking out. If possible, I'd like to sign a contract. Is that okay? Of course. The Fortress-class pilot was very straightforward. He even took out a drafted contract and then carefully taught the student how to operate and read it. With such enthusiasm and official endorsement, the student signed the contract in a daze, and the two left happily. Only Emily was left standing there in amazement. Is this possible? No, fortress level. I can beat them single-handedly. Why didn't you choose me? Xuanji was silent, and he was a little confused about what to answer. Emily was a little confused. He turned around and found that the figures of several people were slowly solidifying. Emily's feet moved uncontrollably, but after seeing that those people looked a bit older, his extremely strong control made him stop in his tracks. These people are obviously in the same industry. After a while, 2 figures appeared not far away. When their faces were clearly seen, the others rushed over in an instant. In just 1 second, the 2 were surrounded. Emily was completely numb. There were more and more people following behind. Emily had never thought that there would be so many Fortress-class pilots. At the end of the day, nothing was gained. When Emily was lying on the bed, his mind was still on the person who had successfully signed the student. Is this really the only way? Emily felt like there were 2 villains struggling in his heart. On one side, points and technology were beckoning him, and on the other side, Face was roaring at him. Or, let's recruit some people. After a long time, Xuanji spoke softly. Emily suddenly opened his eyes. The next day, Emily did not appear in front of the square because he had not slept all night. The technology of the Flame Dragon Empire fought against the villain of Face for an entire night, but no result was achieved. As for Xuanji, he advised Emily to go find someone. After all, he was an AI and didn't understand Face. After struggling until the afternoon, Emily seemed to have made up his mind and came to the square again. There were already many people in the square, and the most classic drama at the train station entrance was being staged. Some freshmen knew about the situation and chose to take Didi. Others chose to turn a blind eye. Emily took a deep breath and looked at the crowd in front of him, as if he had made up his mind. Where is this place? Suddenly a voice came from the side. Emily turned around abruptly and saw a girl about 1.57 meters tall with bangs slightly covering her eyes. At this moment, Emily felt that she was glowing. After taking a subtle glance at the heated scene of the robbery in the distance and making sure that they were not paying attention to this side, Emily tried his best to make his voice gentle. Here, this is the instructor square of Galaxy Academy. By the way, what's your name? Hearing this, the girl patted her cheek lightly and said, Sorry, my name is Qin Wanga. Is this place really called Mentor Square? What a strange name. Qin Wanga's face was largely obscured by her bangs and hair, and nothing could be seen. Her old-fashioned hairstyle made her look even less attractive. However, Emily didn't care at all because she was glowing. Yes, this is the square where mentors select students. Do you have a mentor? No, I just arrived at the academy yesterday. Our place is very remote, and the spaceship ride took a long time. Speaking of this, the girl's spirits brightened. The cargo ship is too slow. I came a month in advance, and it's still a little slow. Cargo ship? That's quite hard work. Emily's heart skipped a beat. Then you probably haven't had time to read the Academy forum or anything like that, right? This is my first time logging in. I was so sleepy yesterday that I slept until noon. Speaking of this, Qin Wanga's face turned a little red. In the eyes of the hard-working and Malik people, sleeping until the afternoon was an unbelievable thing. 33rd Combat Armor. It's okay. A good rest will help you learn better. If you haven't seen it, you won't know. The Academy has assigned you one-on-one fortress-level pilots to teach you. At this point, Emily said with a hint of regret, "Did you see that? Many people actually can't choose a mentor." Oh. Qin Wanga was startled and visibly panicked. Emily blocked her sight without leaving a trace. "Hey, I see you're having a hard time. Actually, I don't plan to accept any students this semester, but I can't bear to see you like this." Qin Wanga looked up at Emily with a hint of hope in his eyes. "How about this? You come to me, and I'll teach you for 2 months. After the freshman competition, you can choose another instructor." "Really? Really? Well, please sign this contract." Xuanji popped out the contract at the speed of light. Qin Wanga looked at the contract and saw that many of the conditions were mandatory for the tutor to teach. Her eyes couldn't help but turn red. I don't distrust you, you don't have to sign." "No, this is also a constraint for me. Since I have decided to teach, I must do my best." Emily shook his head slightly, then turned his body to block Qin Wanga. Qin Wanga was thin, and with Emily blocking his view, other people in the distance couldn't see him at all. But, it's okay? Emily's face turned serious. "This is my responsibility to you." Qin Wanga was startled, then took a deep breath, folded his hands on his forehead, and bowed his head slightly. "May the mother goddess of Angmalik bless you." Emily could tell that this seemed to be a very solemn etiquette, and subconsciously wanted to avoid it, but Qin Wanga just nodded and ended it. Then his eyes became much more decisive, and he quickly signed his name on the virtual contract. At this time, Xuanji happened to find the information. This is the highest understanding of the people of Angmalik. They believe that the mother goddess Angmalik will bring good harvests and good luck to people, but this ritual is only used during worship. Using it on others is equivalent to sharing some of their own good fortune. Hiss. Emily took a deep breath, because at this moment he suddenly felt a pain in his heart. "Teacher, what's wrong?" Qin Wanga noticed that something was wrong with him and asked curiously. "Ahem, it's okay." Emily shook his head. "Since you call me mentor, then I will guide you during this period of time." As he spoke, Emily transferred some of the authority of his residence to her. "You still have system courses to study. I've seen that it only takes half a day. The remaining half a day is for you to choose as you wish. After you finish your system courses, you can come directly to me." "Good." Qin Wanga nodded seriously. "By the way, I haven't asked you about your level yet." "Me? I'm at the peak of Sentinel and can barely control a raid-class mecha." Qin Wanga seemed a little proud when talking about this. "Yeah, that's pretty good." Emily agreed. "Then you should settle yourself first. I will go back and prepare some training and teaching for you. Come find me after lunch tomorrow." "Good." After finishing his explanation, Emily immediately logged off and opened his eyes in his room. Emily said quietly, "Shinji, do you know? My heart is condemning me. That's totally unnecessary. This is the teaching model of Galaxy Academy. Other students don't choose honorary pilot because they are not strong enough, or because the instructors assigned by the Academy are very capable. But you are different. You are a super pilot who can control the Shifangji, the most powerful national weapon of the Yanlong Empire. Not everyone will recognize you as such. In other words, even if the Galaxy Academy searches the entire observed universe of the Federation, there won't be another pilot of your caliber. This is just her luck." At this point, Xuanji was silent for a moment. "Considering that your brain points may have been spent on driving the mecha, I will make it short." "Impossible, that's not the case. You are doing this for her own good." "Shinji." Emily's face darkened. "Get me the lesson plan right now." The next day, before Chi logged in, Xuanji reminded him, "Your students have arrived." Emily checked the time. "Isn't there still half an hour left?" "She came early after class." "What the hell?" Emily hurriedly logged in, and sure enough, he saw Qin Wanga standing there quietly in a daze. The moment Qin Wanga saw Emily, his eyes lit up. "Teacher, good afternoon." "Yeah, not bad. I'm half an hour early." "Teacher, the people of Angmalik are already accustomed to waiting." "Good. Very energetic. Since we're here, let's not wait any longer and get started. Open the teaching space." The teaching space is also one of Emily's permissions, and it is an independently developed space. The two of them appeared in the middle of it at the same time. The place was completely blank. Emily asked, "What type of mecha are you driving?" "Teacher, I like driving combat armor." Emily, who was selecting mechas for her, trembled. "What?" "Teacher, I like driving combat armor." Hiss. Emily's face changed slightly. There are many types of mechas, including heavy firepower types that are good at long-range fire coverage, assault types with maximum speed attacks, and so on. Combat armor is one of the types. Currently, mecha technology has not reached the level where the body can completely isolate the pilot from external impacts. Therefore, There is a type of mecha, combat armor. This type of mecha mostly uses blunt and heavy weapons. When attacking, it shakes the opponent's mecha with huge force and directly injures the pilot. Therefore, this type of mecha relies heavily on close combat and speed when fighting, while heavy weapons happen to be a burden. Later, a madman came out of nowhere and directly replaced his weapon with the fist of a mecha. This not only saves energy and weight of weapons, but also increases speed, achieving the best of both worlds. However, the risks of the combat armor are much greater than those of other mechas. The advantage of the combat armor is that in the first round of battle, it is very likely that the force of the shock wave after one circle can directly kill the opposing pilot. In simple terms, it is a mecha that deals real damage. But the disadvantages are also obvious. First of all, it is at a disadvantage when facing sword weapons in close combat, because many weapons are very lethal, and combat armor may not be able to withstand them in one go. Secondly, facing the fire-covering mecha, your physical skills are also very important. If you are not careful and don't get close to it, your cabin will be blown up. Information about combat armor flashed through Chi-Chi's mind, and he frowned slightly. Combat armor is too risky. Aren't other types of mechas good? Teacher, I like driving combat armor. There was a hint of persistence in Qin Wanga's eyes. Now it was Mo Li's turn to have a headache. He had experience in combat armor, but facing the girl Qin Wanga, he really didn't want her to touch this kind of mecha. 34th different combat armor. Do you really want to learn? Mo Li rubbed his brows and said, "This is not easy. Teacher, I want to learn this." "Okay, if possible, can you tell me why you want to learn this?" "It was a combat armor that liberated our planet and Moloch." Mo Li slapped his forehead. "Okay, I understand. Combat armor is different. There's a lot of training to be done, so it might be a bit tough. I'm not afraid." Qin Wanga's eyes were full of determination. "Okay, then fight me first, and let me see your strength." Qin Wanga nodded slightly. Mo Li moved his mind, and dozens of mechas appeared in front of the two of them. "Try driving the assault class combat armor first." Qin Wanga looked at the interface in front of him with shining eyes, and finally selected one. Mo Li also picked one at random. After they made their selections, the mecha quickly took shape beside them. The two of them connected to the mecha at the same time. After Chi-Chi established the communication channel, he said, "Come on, attack with all your strength." As soon as he got on the mecha, Qin Wanga seemed like a different person. He moved and rushed forward directly. Mo Li aimed at the direction of her attack, crossed his arms to block her punch, and then exerted force with his arms to deflect Qin Wanga's straight punch. "Go on." Mo Li frowned slightly, and Qin Wanga attacked madly without saying a word. It can be seen that Qin Wanga's attack and boxing are methodical, but it is still difficult to break through Mo Li's watertight defense. What Qin Wanga finds most unbelievable is that the combat armor's greatest advantage, the force shock, has no effect on Mo Li at all. Mo Li was on the defense the whole time, and Qin Wanga continued to attack until he was exhausted, but he still failed to take the victory. Sensing that her condition was declining, Mo Li asked her to stop. "Okay, I think I know." Both sides withdrew their attacks, and the mechas disappeared. Mo Li looked at Qin Wanga, who was panting heavily in the real-life mode, and said, "Your offensive efficiency is very poor. The combat armor has very little space to attack, so we must ensure that every blow hits the key points." Qin Wanga hurriedly stood up and listened attentively. "Do you know where the transmission systems of various mechas are?" "Transmission system?" Qin Wanga was puzzled. It seemed that the college's open classes did not talk about these things. "That's right." Mo Li nodded slightly. "The combat armor's offensive method is to penetrate the mecha with force, causing direct damage to the pilot. But if the opponent knows you're in combat armor, they won't engage you head-on. Most of the time, the combat armor will try their best to get close, but they'll be pulled away before they can attack for even a few rounds. So your offense needs to be on top of all the key points, and the drivetrain is one of them." Seeing that she had almost rested, Mo Li immediately materialized the mecha. "Next, turn off the pain feedback, and I'll attack this time." Qin Wanga nodded hurriedly, and both sides got on the mecha again and started fighting. Mo Li approached first and punched out fiercely. Qin Wanga subconsciously raised his hand to block, but Mo Li raised his knee at the same time and hit the waist and abdomen of Qin Wanga's mecha. Subconsciously trying to shake off Mo Li and retreat, Qin Wanga was horrified to discover that when he started the auxiliary engine to retreat, the machine experienced a momentary delay. At this moment, Mo Li rushed over again and landed a punch on the shoulder socket of her mecha. Qin Wanga felt that uncomfortable feeling of sluggishness again. Afterwards, she could only see that Mo Li's mecha had become a real human weapon at this moment, and fists, elbows, legs, feet, shoulders, and corners had all become his means of attack. Every time Qin Wanga wanted to resist, she always felt that her body was half a beat slower, so all of Mo Li's attacks fell on her. Boom, boom, boom. The 15-meter-tall steel behemoth showed its power, punching and kicking Qin Wanga's mecha continuously. She was beaten back step by step, and various warnings appeared inside the mecha one after another. The damage to the body made Qin Wanga shudder with fear, and after turning off the pain feedback, her body condition also appeared in digital form next to her, showing that she was seriously injured and in critical condition. As Mo Li spun around and kicked her away, Qin Wanga stared blankly at the digital chart of her physical condition, which showed that she was dead. After taking off the mecha, Qin Wanga felt a little dazed. It's not like she had never seen traditional combat armor fight before, but none of their attacks seemed to be as fierce and violent as Mo Li's. Even without turning on the pain feedback, she still felt suffocated when facing Qi Li. What on earth is this? Combat armor. Mo Li was a little surprised. Isn't this how combat armor is used? No, it's different. Qin Wanga was a little excited. The fighters I watched before all used direct impact to cause damage. But when you hit me, I found that I couldn't resist at all. My body was always sluggish. Hearing this, Mo Li knew that there was a difference in the combat armor battles between the two civilizations, and immediately asked Xianji to investigate. In just 1 second, Xianji gave the answer. The Federation's combat armor is more focused on powerful, explosive power, while the Flame Dragon Empire's combat armor is more focused on using a torrential, continuous attack to paralyze the enemy from all angles. I see. However, it is impossible to tell these to Qin Wanga. Just let her treat this as her own secret recipe. Well, this is my unique secret manual, which comes from a singularity-level pilot. Sure enough, after Qin Wanga heard this, her eyes lit up and the words, "Teach me quickly," appeared on her face. Let me explain it simply. This technique involves attacking the opponent's transmission system, causing a delay in the mecha's operation. Using this delay, you can launch a new attack, rendering the opponent unable to retaliate. But before that, you must first learn the approximate location of the transmission systems of various mechas and quickly find them during combat. When Mo Li was leading Qin Wanga, the interior of Xinghe Academy was also very lively. The annual freshman competition always attracts the most attention, because this competition can determine many new students with potential, and it is also a secret competition for the honorary pilots of the academy. In addition, someone has made a list of freshmen based on the college entrance examination scores. There are 100 freshmen on the list. They have all been comprehensively evaluated by all parties and basically stand out in the freshman competition. The freshman list is currently the most popular in the college. After finishing a day's training, Qin Wanga rubbed his slightly swollen head and opened his eyes in his dormitory. Her college entrance examination score was already considered the best in the local area, but after entering Xinghe College, it was not so outstanding, and in the end, she was only assigned to a better double dormitory. Roommate Chen Xinxin did not log into the Star Network. When she saw Qin Wanga get up, she looked at him briefly while she was putting on makeup and dressing up, then looked away. The 35th variation of Li Sui wine. Chung Mo and his friends are having a social gathering in the dormitory this afternoon. Are you going? Qin Wanga was still a little dazed at this time. What Mo Li taught her had caused a significant change in her cognition. Before this, she had never thought that fighting could be like this. That is, after the previous battle, Mo Li kept asking her to learn the approximate locations of the transmission systems of various mechas and how to identify them during battle. Even though Qin Wanga felt that he had a good ability to accept things, he still felt a little dizzy when faced with what Mo Li said. This is not to say that Mo Li's words were bad. On the contrary, he spoke in great detail, but also in great quantity, which made Qin Wanga feel that he seemed a little anxious. However, after knowing that Mo Li was sincerely teaching her, Qin Wanga tried hard to remember even though her head was dizzy. Are you going? Seeing that he didn't answer, Chen Xinxin put down the cosmetics in her hand and asked, where are you going? Qin Wanga turned his eyes, full of confusion. Seeing that she wasn't really listening, Chen Xinxin suddenly became impatient. Social gathering, dormitory social gathering. Not just for us, there are several other dormitories as well. This is a good opportunity. Chung Mo and several others have broken through to the raider level. You can go and get to know them. Qin Wanga had never encountered such a situation before. On the planet Malik, apart from her grandparents, the only people around her were uncles and aunts from other families. Her peers had left the planet early. Not knowing how to refuse, Qin Wanga whispered, "Then should I go?" "Of course. Such a great opportunity. You're still at the peak of Sentinel level, right? Besides our Chung Mo, Gao Fanyuan is here too." He's at the peak of the Raider level. Maybe he can make a splash in this freshman competition and become a seeded player. It won't do you any harm to get acquainted with him. Looking at the slightly rustic Qin Wanga in front of her, Chen Xinshin frowned slightly. She didn't know why Gao Fanyuan insisted on asking her to come. This country bumpkin from a remote galaxy was not worthy of participating in their party. Qin Wanga was just about to say that he was now able to normally control the destroyer-class mecha, but Chen Xinshin said impatiently, "And you don't know anyone in the academy, right? Socializing is also very important in the academy. Stop talking nonsense and change your clothes quickly." At this time, Chen Xinshin's makeup was almost done. It could be seen that her technique was not very good and it seemed a bit too much, but when she looked in the mirror, she still felt good about herself. Qin Wanga didn't say anything more after hearing this, because Chen Xinshin said something that meant something similar to what her grandmother said. "Elegy, you are too introverted. Coming to college is like moving to a new place. You should make good friends." Grandma's face, darkened by years of ultraviolet radiation, appeared in his mind. She was very old, and her smile had many wrinkles, but Qin Wanga felt very warm. "Okay, I'll be right there. Wait for me." Qin Wanga hurriedly got out of bed. There is no such thing as a school wall at Xinghao Academy, because the entire planet is the Academy's territory. Chen Xinshin and the others have decided to set up their location in another city. When Qin Wanga accidentally saw Chen Xinshin's mobile phone address, it showed Chaga Food City. There are tall buildings standing in a forest and hover cars coming and going. There is no strong ultraviolet light here, nor the rustling sound of ears of corn blown away by the wind. At this moment, Qin Wanga felt out of place here. Is it because there is no warm wind that can bring a good harvest? Qin Wanga didn't know, but when she saw Chen Xinshin's boyfriend Chung Mo driving a streamlined hover car to pick them up, Qin Wanga felt like an ugly duckling at this moment. Chung Mo is 1.83 meters tall and has a handsome face. Chen Xinshin immediately went up to him and affectionately put her arm around him. Chung Mo just glanced at Qin Wanga, who lowered his head, then looked away with a strange look on his face. "Let's go. Everyone is waiting for us." "Sorry, dear. I'm a little late with my makeup." The two got into the car, talking and laughing. Qin Wanga stood there a little at a loss. Fortunately, Chung Mo did not forget her, and the back door opened automatically. "Get in the car." Chen Xinshin stuck her head out from the front seat. After arriving at a private room in a restaurant where the party was held, Qin Wanga looked at the others who were dressed in bright and beautiful clothes and wearing all kinds of expensive accessories. She, who was already introverted, couldn't help but lower her head. The others didn't pay much attention to Qin Wanga's meaning. After 3 rounds of drinks, dinner, and going out to play, they basically talked about their own things. Qin Wanga didn't notice that there was always a gaze falling on him from time to time. While others were chatting in groups of 3 or 5, a gentle voice came from beside her. "What? Aren't you used to it?" Subconsciously looking up, Qin Wanga discovered that the person talking to him seemed to be the organizer of this social gathering, Gao Fanyuan. The other person was very tall and had a face that was even more handsome than Chung Mo. His eyes were extremely gentle when he looked at people, and they could make people feel warm just by meeting him. "Yes, a little." "It's okay, they're all very nice. I remember your name is Qin Wanga, right?" "Yes, yes." Qin Wanga lowered her head subconsciously, as if lowering her head had become her instinct, or perhaps this behavior could keep her away from this place where she had no Li Huixiang. When Gao Fanyuan saw her like this, he was not impatient at all. Instead, he stood beside her and talked to her. Even though Qin Wanga couldn't get a word in and just hummed or nodded from time to time, Gao Fanyuan didn't show any impatience. After talking for a while, Gao Fanyuan smiled and said, "I'm a little thirsty. I'll go get something to drink and bring some for you too." Before Qin Wanga could finish her words, Gao Fanyuan left and came back a few minutes later with 2 tall wine glasses filled with purple liquid. When Qin Wanga saw the purple liquid, he felt it looked familiar, but he was not sure. It was not until Gao Fanyuan handed it to her, and she smelled the familiar scent, that Qin Wanga's face changed slightly. "What's wrong?" This is the wine brewed by the mutated Li Sui. Isn't this kind of wine a federally controlled contraband?" Qin Wanga's face was full of panic. Li Sui is a crop on their planet Malik, and is also the main agricultural economic pillar of their planet. The Li Sui cultivated on the planet Malik can be used to make wine. The wine made from Li Sui has a mellow and smooth taste, and can also make people relax and have a nourishing effect. Many pilots will choose to drink a sip when they feel tired after empathy. However, the wine produced from Li Sui needs to be purified many times, and the consumption of the raw material Li Sui is also exaggerated. So they have used 80% of the land on the planet Malik to grow Li Sui a long time ago. Li Sui wine is very famous, But few people know that among the tens of millions of Lisue plants, some will mutate. The wine brewed from these mutated Lisue has a strong hallucinogenic effect. 36th shock. This is not drinkable. Qin Wanga spoke louder for the first time, but did not notice that Gao Fenyuan's expression was a little gloomy under the dim light. We need to contact the Federation quickly. My uncle secretly brewed this wine last time, but he was discovered and arrested by the Federation and never came back. Qin Wanga was really anxious. She felt that Gao Fenyuan was a good person and subconsciously wanted to help him. Gao Fenyuan held the cup tightly, and when he saw Qin Wanga's panic, a hint of fascination flashed in his eyes. This isn't contraband. Look, we're inside Galaxy Academy. How could there be something like that? This is actually super pure Lisue wine. Gao Fenyuan handed the cup over forcefully, staring at Qin Wanga with a scorpion-like gaze. Qin Wanga was very resistant, but after hearing his words, she couldn't help but take a closer look. As a result, she was almost scared when she saw it. Among these 2 glasses of wine, there is the high-purity Lisue wine that Gao Fenyuan mentioned, but that is the glass that Gao Fenyuan left for himself. She had already noticed something was wrong. She had seen people who drank the mutated Lisue wine before, and they all became like puppets, and they would not react even if someone wanted to kill them. And now, Gao Fenyuan actually wants to give her this to drink? Just because Qin Wanga rarely socializes doesn't mean she knows nothing. Gao Fenyuan obviously has no good intentions. He tried to find Chun Xinxin's location, but everyone else in the distance was having their own fun and chatting loudly. Coupled with the loud music coming from the surrounding speakers, Qin Wanga found herself as if she had become an isolated island. Gao Fenyuan continued to hand out the cup of mutated Lisue wine, and a trace of fear grew in his heart. Don't want. With a scream, Qin Wanga dropped the wine and ran away. Gao Fenyuan did not chase after her. Instead, he patted the Lisue wine on his wrist that was beaten out and said lightly, "Bring her back to me." "Master Gao, this is Galaxy Academy." Someone reminded me from the shadows behind. I know. I'm not that confused. I was just warning her. On the other side, Qin Wanga, filled with fear, ran to the side of the road. Seeing the strange city, he was confused for a moment and subconsciously wanted to seek help. She approached a few passers-by, but seeing how flustered she was, they all avoided her with disgust on their faces. In addition to fear, she felt more anxious and aggrieved. She obviously didn't do anything wrong. Why did this happen? Qin Wanga didn't know why this happened, but she wanted to escape from here. However, she was unfamiliar with this city and didn't even know where the public transportation was. Her request for help was unsuccessful, and her fear grew even greater. She hurriedly opened the star ring communication, hoping to find her grandparents and the others, but she realized that they were far away on the planet Anmalik, who knows how many light years away. Suddenly, she saw a name on the list, the name of the mentor who had just started teaching her, but made her feel very warm. Without further hesitation, Qin Wanga dialed Mo Li's number. The call was connected in seconds, and Mo Li's voice came from the other end. "What's wrong?" "Teacher, I." Before Qin Wanga could say anything, 2 big hands suddenly stretched out from behind, trying to grab her. Qin Wanga jumped forward almost instinctively and ran. Someone wants to catch me." The fear in his heart reached its peak, and Qin Wanga's voice was filled with tears. At this time, in Mo Li's dormitory, he was sleeping soundly when Xianji forcibly woke him up. "Don't sleep anymore. Your cabbage is about to be eaten." Mo Li instantly shot up. "What?" "Don't ask. I've already planned the route for you. The situation over there isn't good. Let's talk in the car." Xuanji was also a little anxious. These were 200,000 points for walking. If they were taken away, how would he use all his technologies? Xianji was absolutely trustworthy. After getting up, Mo Li went straight to the garage, drove the hover car provided by the academy, and flew at full speed along the route given by Xianji. Qin Wanga was speechless. The immense fear was like a big hand gripping her heart, and she was running away frantically. This scene is obviously very strange. 2 tall men are chasing a girl, but the others seem to be turning a blind eye. If you look closely, you can see some stripes and fluctuations on the 2 people behind from time to time, just like an old TV. Most people just glanced at Qin Wanga casually. After all, Qin Wanga was only a raid-class pilot with limited physical fitness. The 2 people behind her caught up with her in a short while. When they were about to take action, a heavily made-up woman happened to walk in front of Qin Wanga. She grabbed the woman's arm tightly as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. "Help me. Someone is trying to catch me." The woman was startled and subconsciously tried to pull her arm away, but Qin Wanga, driven by the desire to survive, burst out with great strength, and she couldn't pull it away at all. She looked up behind her, but there was no one there. "You're crazy. Let me go. The woman swung her arms violently, trying to shake Qin Wang off, but to no avail. No one is trying to catch you. Look, is there anyone? Let me go. The woman's tone became increasingly hostile, and Qin Wang didn't dare to let go. But after hearing what the woman said, he couldn't help but turn his head to look, but the street behind him was empty. Qin Wang was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, No, they must be here. I can feel it. What are you feeling? Where did this lunatic come from? Let go. The woman felt that she was unlucky for 18 lifetimes. She had just been dumped and encountered such a thing when she came out. What's more, Qin Wang was incredibly strong, and she couldn't get rid of him even with her physical fitness at the level of breaking the attack. She wanted to take action when she heard the scolding go on, but when she saw Qin Wang's red eyes, for some reason, her heart softened, and she put her hand down. Oh, I'm so unlucky. With a slight sigh, she said helplessly, If you have something to say, just tell me. I'll help you contact the college's law enforcement team first, okay? As soon as the 3 words, law enforcement team, came out, a tall figure appeared behind her and hit her neck with a precise knife. The woman's eyes rolled back, and she fell down softly. At this moment, Qin Wang was shocked to find that there seemed to be an invisible curtain around him, and everything around him became a little blurry. Holding the woman who had collapsed on her, Qin Wang looked up. 2 tall men crossed their arms and looked at her with teasing expressions. Why don't you run away? Qin Wang subconsciously stood up, but was pinned down by the unconscious woman and failed. What if there's one more person? Take it away first and see what Master Gao says. As they spoke, they were about to reach out to grab Qin Wang. At this moment, 2 beams of strong light suddenly illuminated the figures of the 2 people, and then a black giant rushed towards them rapidly. The faces of the 2 people changed suddenly, and before they could dodge, they were knocked away by the high-speed giant. One of them hit the street lamp with a bang and fell down, and the other was knocked into the shop next to it, with glass shattered all over the floor. 37 Unable to investigate. Qin Wang suddenly looked up and found that a hover car was parked right in front of her, and the other party was considerate enough to turn off the lights. Emily got out of the car, without even looking at the 2 strong men who were knocked more than 10 meters away, and came to Qin Wang anxiously. What's going on? Are you okay? A huge feeling of grievance surged in Qin Wang's heart. At this moment, he was speechless and could only shed silent tears. The hover car drove onto the sidewalk and knocked 2 people flying. Now the people around finally noticed something was wrong. Some people reported the incident to the law enforcement team on the spot, while others parked their cars nearby and watched. Xuanji scanned Qin Wang's condition and found that he was just frightened. Then Emily stood up and walked to one of the people who was blown away. The 2 men's physical fitness at the level of attack prevented them from dying on the spot, but they were seriously injured, and it was unknown how many bones they had broken. There were already kind-hearted people calling for emergency services for them. Emily walked up to one of them, gently patted his face, and said in a cold tone, Who asked you to come? The other party raised his head. Even though he was seriously injured, he was not afraid at all. Instead, he grinned and said, Just wait for the law enforcement team to take care of you. Emily frowned slightly. The subspace curtain, such contraband, was brought into the Galaxy Academy. Do you think the law enforcement team will deal with me first, or you? The words subspace curtain made the man's pupils shrink suddenly. Almost without hesitation, he pressed the ring on his index finger with his thumb. Emily's reaction was equally quick. He picked up a piece of broken glass nearby and swung it back. The sharp glass separated his palm artery with great force. Then Emily stepped forward and broke his wrist. The bones made a crisp sound, accompanied by the man's screams. 2 different colors of blood flowed out of the broken artery. The blood flowing from the wrist was purple with a faint metallic luster, while the blood behind the elbow was bright red. With a casual pull, Emily tore off a strip of cloth from his clothes and neatly stepped on his left hand that was about to reach out, then bandaged it and stopped the bleeding urgently. Xinghe Academy has law enforcement teams arranged in various places, and the law enforcement team arrived soon. The people around didn't dare to move. They saw clearly how Emily dealt with that person. Only after the law enforcement team arrived did they subconsciously disperse. 2 members of the law enforcement team arrived, both wearing light power armor. After observing the situation, the leader frowned slightly and asked, What happened here? Emily casually threw out a square box. The power armor of the 2 law enforcement team members did not sound the alarm, and the other party caught it in his hand. The warp veil. His teammate suddenly said in surprise and doubt. It's this thing. It's contraband. Why is it here? Emily looked at them coldly. You should ask your academy. If I hadn't arrived in time, my students would have been murdered. The 2 members of the law enforcement team looked solemn. One of them hurried to see the person who had crashed into the next room and found that the other person was dead, with purple blood still flowing from his mouth. Obviously, he committed suicide out of fear of punishment. The man who was captured by Mo Lee was still struggling, but the ring he used to commit suicide had been taken off by Mo Lee. This is our fault. The man from the law enforcement team took off his helmet, revealing a resolute face. He said to Mo Lee in a serious tone, "We will take this person away, and we will definitely give you an explanation when the time comes." That's better. This is my identity information. The victim is my student, Qin Wanga. I want to take her back first. No problem. There's no need to take notes. I will retrieve the video footage here to record what happened. I will give you a result the day after tomorrow at the latest. Zhang Guowei said with a sigh when he saw Qin Wanga's expression. Mo Lee looked at the other person deeply. It seemed that he was quite responsible. May I have your name? Zhang Guowei, add your contact information. I will contact you as soon as there is any progress. Good. The matter was handed over to the law enforcement team, and Mo Lee returned to Qin Wanga. At this time, the woman had woken up, and when she saw the surrounding situation, she was instantly confused. Why does it feel like the world has changed when I woke up? She rubbed her eyes violently, and when she saw the man in the distance, her face changed slightly. She didn't even hear Qin Wanga's thank you. When he came to his senses, Mo Lee had already left in the hovercraft. In the car, Mo Lee saw that Qin Wanga had almost recovered, and then he asked softly, "What happened?" I don't know. I went to a dorm social, and someone tried to get me to drink illegal alcohol. I refused and ran out, and then these two guys chased me. Dormitory party? Preliminary analysis shows that someone might have taken a fancy to her. Mo Lee's face darkened, and he responded to Xian Ji in his mind. You don't think so, do you? Based on human aesthetics, Qin Wanga would score 95 out of 100. Mo Lee glared and subconsciously turned to look at Qin Wanga next to him. She had thick bangs, dark skin, and she looked a little hunchback because she kept her head down. Could Xian Ji give her 95 points? Disguise. Xian Ji said lightly and fell silent. This made Mo Lee even more surprised. It was really a disguise. How come he couldn't see it at all? Forget it. These are not the problem. The problem is which yellow-haired guy dared to touch his 200,000 yuan? Who wanted you to drink illegal alcohol? Gao Fanyuan. Qin Wanga recalled Gao Fanyuan's appearance and couldn't help but move her body. She always felt uncomfortable all over. Gao Fanyuan. Gao Fanyuan is a top-level pilot of the assault class. His mentor is Yin Zhan, a top-level honorary pilot of the Sky Punishment class. The Gao family made their fortune by manufacturing drivers and has considerable influence within the Federation. They possess dozens of black technologies related to drivers. I have already sent the relevant information to Zhang Guowei. So he's a rich second generation. You've seen this Yin Zhan before. He's the pilot who got the recommendation letter with you that day. He's from the Gao family, and there's a 90% chance he's here to accompany you to study at Xinghao Academy. Mo Lee listened to Xian Ji's information and narrowed his eyes slightly. No wonder he's so confident. Judging from the reactions of those two people just now, it's obviously going to be difficult for Zhang Guowei to obtain evidence of his guilt. As expected, just after settling Qin Wanga down, Mo Lee received a call from Zhang Guowei. Hello, I'm Zhang Guowei. Well, is there anything new? That person didn't say anything, just that he came over and saw Qin Wanga and became attracted to her. Mo Lee's eyes narrowed slightly. Fake. I know. Gao Fanyuan. What are the results of the investigation? It's watertight. There's no evidence. Zhang Guowei's answer was brief. The 38th Grand Competition opens. The message contained in these short words is not simple at all. The two people carrying the warp curtain are obviously someone's suicide squad. Normally, no one would carry a suicide ring with them. But when Zhang Guowei checked where Gao Fanyuan was, he found no problems. Without any evidence, he couldn't directly arrest the students of Galaxy Academy, but he didn't give up and was still investigating using his own methods. The next day in class, Qin Wanga's condition was obviously much worse. What she experienced yesterday was still too exciting for her, and she was quite frightened. After a day of training without any success, Missouri Lee looked at Qin Wanga, whose mind was not yet online, and sighed helplessly, thinking about what happened yesterday. Oh, sorry, instructor, I got distracted. It's okay, this kind of thing is really hard to accept. Qin Wanga was not only troubled by Gao Fanyuan, but also by Qin Xinxin. She had spent the night in another room in Mo Lee's villa last night, but Qin Xinxin had not looked for her until this morning, and even now. There aren't that many good people in the world. Mo Lee patted her shoulder and said, just treat the other boys as yellow-haired guys with bad intentions. Besides, strength is the foundation of everything. If you were strong enough, Gao Fanyuan wouldn't dare to do that. Your roommate might even turn around and lick you. Teacher, what is yellow hair? Qin Wanga was still a little dazed. Emily had no way to deal with this and could only teach her slowly. Fortunately, Qin Wanga was resilient and adjusted herself the next day. At this time, Chen Xinshin finally found her. The other party sent a message through the Star Network, and the first message was asking where she had been. Where have you been? Why can't I find you? Looking at her message, Qin Wanga pursed his lips and did not reply. The other party seemed a little impatient. You are the one that Master Gao specifically asked for. Stop making trouble and come back to the dormitory first. Seeing this, Qin Wanga's pupils shrank, as if everything was connected. No, I'm not going back. Qin Wanga applied to change dormitories overnight, but Chen Xinshin was not in the dormitory when he moved. The new roommate seemed a little happy about her arrival and kept asking her questions. Unfortunately, Qin Wanga had no intention of paying any attention to her at the moment, or maybe she was already scared. For the rest of the time, Qin Wanga basically went to class by herself, and Emily taught her in the afternoon. As for Gao Funyuan's matter, it seems to have been left unresolved. Time quickly came to the freshman competition 2 months later. During these 2 months, after Emily's training, Qin Wanga had undergone a drastic change. The rules of the freshman competition are very simple. It is a 1v1 battle. The loser of the first round will enter the loser group, and the winner will enter the next round. The competition adopts a virtual online mode, which is a real simulation. Whether it is the pain or the physical condition, it is the same as in reality. The freshman competition is a grand event of Galaxy College. There are many people watching. Even many people from outside are paying attention to it. The online viewing of Galaxy College's competition is also open to the other party. After Emily was sure that all the facilities he needed in the academy would require points, he basically stayed at home. In addition, the academy was so large that many people didn't know who he was. He and Qin Wanga went offline to update her detailed physical data and the aircraft she needed to control before communicating with other honorary pilots. Because the competition adopts an online mode, the students' abilities and the data of the mechas they control need to be uniformly entered into the college's information management office. There are many such places on the entire planet. Emily took Qin Wanga to the nearest one. When we arrived, there were already quite a few people queuing up. The leaders were basically honorary pilots, and there were also some students who came on their own. These students obviously did not choose the honorary pilot program and signed up for the academy courses on their own. The freshman competition is approaching. After 2 months of study, everyone is holding back their enthusiasm. Some want to soar to the top with the competition, while others are confident that they will win. There were quite a few people communicating around. Qin Wanga was a quiet person, while Emily didn't say much and just kept listening to the conversations between the people around him. Until the information entry and mecha testing were completed, Emily thought that he could have some peace and quiet, but unexpectedly, when Qin Wanga was leaving, she met an acquaintance, her former roommate, Chen Xinshin. Chen Xinshin ran into Qin Wanga from a distance and immediately frowned. Teacher, I met someone I know. I'll go over there. After saying something to the middle-aged man next to her, Chen Xinshin walked through the crowd and came to Qin Wanga. Why did you leave without saying a word? You made Chung Mo, and I get scolded by Master Gao. Qin Wanga looked at her coldly. That's your business. Chen Xinshin was stunned. She didn't expect that after 2 months, Qin Wanga had become such a different person and even dared to talk back. What do you mean? Chen Xinshin suddenly raised her hand, seeming to find it hard to accept Qin Wanga's disobedience to her. But Qin Wanga was quicker and slapped her hand away. Gao Funyuan is not a good person. He wanted to drug me. Qin Wanga's resistance was beyond Chen Xinshin's expectations. She was so incredulous that she couldn't react for a while. After hearing Gao Funyuan's name, she screamed like a cat whose tail was stepped on. How is that possible? Master Gao asked you to come here out of kindness. Would Master Gao drug an ugly girl like you? This shout attracted the attention of everyone around, and Chen Xinshin's mentor Meng Sheng also hurried over. What's going on? Qin Wanga didn't say anything, but looked at her coldly. Chen Xinshin felt a little scared when she was looked at. When she saw Meng Sheng coming, she subconsciously hid behind him. Seeing this, Meng Sheng frowned, thinking that she was being bullied, and immediately looked at Qin Wanga with an unfriendly look. Suddenly, a sense of crisis came over him, sending chills down his spine. Meng Sheng looked around in uncertainty, only to find that Emily was looking at him with a smile. Let them handle their own affairs. The two met eyes. Don't you think so? Meng Sheng's scalp was tingling, and a deadly sense of crisis kept surging from the bottom of his heart, urging him to escape from this place quickly. Chen Xinshin didn't realize that something was wrong with the atmosphere and was speaking ill of Qin Wanga. I think you're crazy about men. An ugly girl like you. Do you think Mr. Gao will like you? Don't dream, Gao Shaokai. Bang. A crisp slapping sound was heard, and Qin Wanga put his hand away. Have you said enough? At this moment, Qin Xinshin only felt that Qin Wanga was so unfamiliar that she was afraid. Her lips moved slightly, but she couldn't say anything, because Qin Wanga at this moment was really too cold. Emoli felt a little relieved when he saw this scene. It seemed that his transformation of her in the past 2 months was good enough, and it was worth it that he instilled so much knowledge about yellow hair and green tea. When the 39th met them, if Chen Xinshin still thought of Qin Wanga as the introverted little girl she was when they first met, she might have chosen the wrong person. In the past 2 months, Emoli has successfully transformed her into another person. It is easy to get into a person's heart by appearing when he is at his most vulnerable. At this time, Qin Wanga will basically believe what Emoli says. In addition, Emoli frequently used Chen Xinshin and Gao Fanyuan as examples, and these two people have been thrown into the 18th level of hell in Qin Wanga's heart. Chen Xinshin was stunned by the slap and didn't react at all, and Meng Sheng next to her didn't dare to move. The unreality, like a dream, took Chen Xinshin a long time to come back to her senses. She covered her face with her hands, her scattered hair making her look like a ghost. You dare to hit me? This dog from a remote galaxy dares to hit me? I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Chen Xinshin screamed and was about to pounce on him, but was stopped by Meng Sheng. He could see that the two of them were not on the same level at all. The girl opposite him, whether it was her eyes or her body movements, gave him the intuition that she was not someone to be trifled with. Chen Xinshin couldn't even open her eyes to cover her ears, but her loud noise attracted more people's attention. Let's go first, Meng Sheng said in her ear, but how could Chen Xinshin hear it at this time? Seeing that Meng Sheng was so tactful, Emoli was about to leave, but he didn't expect a few uninvited guests to come. What's going on? After hearing Chen Xinshin's familiar voice, the tall Chen Emo squeezed through the crowd and came to Emoli and Qin Wanga. Seeing Chen Xinshin's crazy look, his heart skipped a beat. He had only seen Chen Xinshin like this when he was caught cheating last time. What happened? His mentor Zhuang Yensong also came over, followed by Gao Fanyuan and his mentor Yin Zhan. Yin Zhan seemed to be somewhat famous, and the people around him subconsciously made way for him when they saw him. Gao Fanyuan originally wanted to help Qin Yemo, but unexpectedly he saw Qin Wanga. Qin Wanga's temperament has changed drastically compared to 2 months ago. When Gao Fanyuan saw her for the first time, he couldn't take his eyes off her. Qin Wanga also saw him and felt uncomfortable with his gaze because the desire and infatuation in Gao Fanyuan's eyes could not be concealed no matter what. Shrinking her neck, she tugged at Emoli's clothes and said, "Teacher, let's go first." Emoli patted the back of her hand. Just this action made Gao Fanyuan's breathing become heavy, and he suddenly glared at Emoli. He had checked everything about Qin Wanga, including Emoli's identity. A fortress-level pilot dares to touch the woman he likes? Do you know how many years it has been since anyone dared to look at me like this? She met Gao Fanyuan's fierce gaze. At this moment, Gao Fanyuan only felt that the crowd and noise around him were quickly moving away from him. In the whole world, only Emoli was left, and Emoli's figure was infinitely tall at this moment. Behind him, a huge sea of blood was surging, and countless warships, mechas, and corpses of unknown Zerg were surging in the sea. A strong feeling of nausea surged into his heart. Gao Fanyuan felt his stomach churning and his internal organs turning upside down. Unable to bear it any longer, he bent over and vomited violently. The sudden change shocked Cheng Mo and his mentors. Chen Xinshin didn't care about going crazy and hurried over to see him. People around him kept calling his name, but Gao Fanyuan felt that all this was very far away, and the voices seemed to be from the other side of the ocean. After vomiting out everything he had eaten today, he started vomiting acid again. The foul smell filled the air, and people around him couldn't help but give up their seats. Let's go. Emoli chuckled and said to Qin Wanga. No one cared about them now, so the two of them left directly. However, when they passed by Yin Zhan, the other party suddenly spoke. It's you, isn't it? It's me. Blood debt. Interesting. You'd better pray that you don't meet me in the outside world. Yin Zhan was very calm. He couldn't see how Emoli just did it, and he had no substantial evidence. There was nothing he could do to him in the academy. Threat. I love threats the most. Emoli stopped and looked at Yin Zhan with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Don't worry, if we meet outside, I'll kill you. Yin Zhan frowned. How could a top-level fortress-level pilot be so arrogant? Emoli finished speaking, showing no intention of leaving. By the way, you might be worried that I'm hiding. As he spoke, he took out the star ring and projected his personal information. This is my information. You can write it down and add me as a friend. I'll locate you once you leave the academy. When the time comes, you can call more people. After all, you alone are not enough." At this moment, Yanzhan's face turned red instantly. From the beginning to the end, he only saw disdain in Mo Li's eyes. He is a top-level Sky Punishment class pilot. As long as he continues to practice for a few more years, he may even be able to reach the Star Ring class. How can he do that? Mo Li projected his personal information before turning around and leaving. Xuanji's voice came. "What if he comes alone? Wouldn't that be a bit of a loss?" "Not bad. We have a saying in my hometown. A guest is welcome. A Sky Punishment class mecha will do." Gao Fanyuan didn't know how he got through the whole day. There was only fear in his heart. He didn't recover until the evening, but his pale face never improved. Seeing him come to his senses, Yanzhan asked, "What did he do to you?" "Corpses, so many corpses." "Hallucinogenic drugs?" Yanzhan leaned against the wall with his arms folded. "When did he attack?" "So many corpses." Cheng Yamo and others were in Yanzhan's villa, and they were all puzzled by what he said. Yanzhan took out a tranquilizer pill and threw it in when Gao Fanyuan opened his mouth, then gave him a sip of water to drink. The medicine took effect quickly, and Gao Fanyuan fell into a deep sleep in a short while. "It was that blood debtor who did it," Yanzhan said coldly. "Is he his mentor? What should we do? Will Master Gao's behavior affect the competition?" Putting Gao Fanyuan down, Yanzhan sat on the sofa and said, "He'll be fine after a good sleep, but he seems to be very interested in that girl called Qin Wanga. Qin Wanga is just a country bumpkin from a remote star system. He grows Li Sui at home and knows nothing." Speaking of Qin Wanga, Chen Xinxin was still very angry. "I want you to not let her lose so easily when you meet her." There was a hint of cruelty in the corner of Yanzhan's eyes when he spoke. "When you meet them, don't let them lose so easily." Emoli placed his hands on Qin Wanga's shoulders and said, "Teacher, I can't do anything in the academy right now. You are the only one who can help you vent your anger." Chapter 40. Yiksha's Broken Bones. Qin Wanga was a little confused. If she heard correctly, the instructor wanted her to be ruthless when she met Gao Fanyuan and the others in the freshman competition. But am I really that powerful? She felt that she couldn't beat others even when fighting on the Star Network. Those mechas can fly into the sky and hide in the ground. The instructor also said that there are many strong ones and it is easy to train. But it is true that the mechas in the virtual mode are much more exaggerated than those in the real mode. The instructor must have foresight to let himself play in the virtual mode from the beginning. Recalling the conversation that day, Qin Wanga's expression became serious. "Elegy, today's battle ends here. For the rest of the time, you can go to the virtual battles in the Star Network to hone your skills. There are many masters there." Mo Li's meaningful expression at that time still lingered in her mind. She had been fighting in the Star Network for a month, and her strength had indeed improved a lot, but she basically lost more than she won, which led to her lack of confidence. But now that Mo Li said she could do it, then she definitely could. The formalities were completed, and the next step was to wait for the competition to begin. Qin Wanga reduced her training time in the following days, which was also Mo Li's request. Mo Li still hoped that she could face the competition in the best condition. Soon the day of the freshman competition arrived. Qin Wanga logged into the school intranet as scheduled, and Mo Li entered the tutor interface. The freshman competition was set up in a virtual reality space of the academy. There were many seats, and in front of the seats were the freshmen participating in this competition. Mo Li took a look and saw a dark mass that stretched as far as the eye could see. Mo Li almost fell asleep after hearing the leader's speech before the competition. It seems that no matter where it is, this kind of speech has a very hypnotic effect. Then the random drawing phase began, and Mo Li found that there was an additional viewing option on his interface. After clicking in and entering Qin Wanga's name, Mo Li took a look at her opponent. He didn't know her, and she wasn't very popular. She seemed to be an ordinary student. After the drawing of lots, the students chose to fight, and one by one they turned into starlight and disappeared. Mo Li's viewing interface also changed and entered a planet. This planet is the most common rocky planet. Mo Li looked at the terrain and found it to be quite good with no restrictions. While the two of them were preparing, they did not assemble the mecha. This seemed to be a part of the academy's strategy of making threats. Mo Li also saw the other student. Ordinary, really ordinary. However, after seeing Qin Wanga, the other party was able to smile, vaguely feeling that he had won half the battle. The two men readied themselves, and the mecha materialized beside them. When the other side saw Qin Wanga's mecha, they were shocked. "No, you are a harmless little girl. Why is the mecha you use filled with an evil aura?" The following battle almost made the boy doubt his life. As soon as she came up, Qin Wanga rushed straight towards him. The boy tried to intercept her with several missiles, but they were easily avoided. When the guided missiles turned back, Qin Wanga immediately started the pulse blast engine and her speed exploded again. The boy was startled, but he quickly calmed down. It was just a... Qin Wanga came up and punched him in the shoulder socket. The man in the mecha was using a high-frequency combat sword, and he subconsciously blocked it with his sword. It turned out that Qin Wanga's punch was a feint, and the real killer move was a high-speed knee strike from the side. Caught off guard, Qin Wanga's precise collision with the transmission system between his waist and abdomen caused a slight delay in the lower body of the boy's mecha. Immediately afterwards, Qin Wanga bent down and grabbed the boy's mecha's thigh successfully. The engine instantly overloaded and rushed out with the two of them. The huge momentum made the boy retreat, but what he didn't notice was that while retreating, Qin Wanga pulled his fist back and suddenly punched out. Fail. Huge scarlet letters appeared before his eyes. The boy looked at the two words in disbelief. Why? The system would not answer his questions, and after Qin Wanga won, he quickly returned to the drawing space and waited for the second round of battle. At this time, there were already quite a few people in the space, and the Academy was also paying attention to those who appeared in the lottery space early. The sooner you show up, the faster the battle will be resolved. There is also a group of mentors behind the scenes of the Academy, who look at the combat data to see if there are any talented young people. Several seeded players were as expected. There were 4,038 freshmen outside of the preliminaries, and all of them finished their battles within 30 seconds. The battle footage has been distributed. Please screen it as quickly as possible. The Academy has a complete system. In addition to a certain level of strength, a quick end to a battle may also be due to luck. Therefore, there is a group of tutors in the background who manually screen the players. They can directly watch the battle videos to analyze whether the game is a fight between noobs or a one-sided crushing victory. Below more than 4,000 videos, there are more than 1,000 tutors in the group to analyze the videos, and all the details in them will be magnified. These more than 4,000 students are also numbered, and the analysis instructors will create separate files for those who are truly potential. Lin Xin is also one of the more than 1,000 instructors, and she is currently analyzing the 4 videos assigned to her. This one is pretty standard, nothing special. The opponent, a destroyer class, couldn't even react to this missile. Next one. That's not bad. I can create a file. It's obvious that the opponent didn't let him use his full strength. This, combat armor? Rare. When she saw the combat armor, Lin Xin was stunned for a moment and subconsciously looked at the information of the student using the combat armor. Qin Wanga? Combat armor. The strange combination of the two made her a little confused. This kind of combination was rare even in Galaxy Academy. It's a Yasha bone-crushing series mecha. Not everyone can control this series of mecha. Lin Xin can become a mentor at Xinghao Academy because she has extraordinary vision and strength. Anyone who can come up with this combination is either very capable or a fool, but a fool cannot be admitted to Xinghao Academy. As the battle video played, Lin Xion's eyes lit up when she saw Qin Wanga's sprint. This posture is very particular. When flying in a slightly diving shape, all the auxiliary engines are turned on at the most perfect angle. Once there is a missile laser aiming in front, it can react quickly. The opponent's counterattack was also very standard. After this dodge, the second burst of the engine surprised Lin Xian a little. How decisive. If we hadn't been able to get close, it would have been a huge waste of energy. But for combat armor, if I get close, I'm going to kill you, so all maneuvers are based on getting close. From the very beginning, her goal was very clear. Lin Xion's evaluation of Qin Wanga has reached a new level. Battle 41, Chung Mo. As Qin Wanga successfully approached, and the other party drew his weapon, Lin Xion's expression became serious. The opponent's combat reactions and instincts were very standard, but Qin Wanga's offensive moves surprised her. Why did you kick this place? Caught. Lin Xian was a little stunned when she saw Qin Wanga rushing out with the overloaded mecha in his arms. Then her eyes were fixed on the cannon fist that Qin Wanga pulled back while he was flying. All the auxiliary engines hidden in the elbow joints were turned on, and the blazing tail flames connected together, making Qin Wanga's fist look like it was covered with a layer of flames. Boom. A punch landed on the opponent's cockpit, and data was updated simultaneously nearby. The pilot's internal organs were damaged. Lin Xian's eyes widened. Why is the power of this punch so exaggerated? The instructor next to her had just finished reading and, upon hearing her exclamation, couldn't help but turn around and ask, Instructor Lin Xian, what's going on? Have you finished reading it? I've read it. It's all pretty standard. Look at this. Lin Xian pulled his chair over and replayed the video. This level of impact is definitely not something that ordinary combat armor can achieve. The instructor next to him saw this scene and instantly became interested. Could it be a higher-level shock transmission technology? Can you adjust her machine data? It can't be adjusted. This is the student's privacy. You know, many students have their own mechas. Lin Xin said helplessly. But the fact that the system was able to record her mecha proves that she didn't violate any rules. The instructor next to him pondered for a moment and said, in that case, try slowing down the video. You want to see if she throws consecutive punches, right? No, she doesn't. Lin Xin slowed down the playback speed and could only see that Qin Wanga only threw one punch. That should be unknown technology. Which company does it belong to? That's what I find strange. She's from Anmalik, a remote agricultural planet. Let's create the archive first. Technology is also part of strength. Otherwise, where would we get so much hegemonic technology? By the way, who is her instructor? It seems like there isn't anyone teaching combat armor in our academy. Upon hearing this, Lin Xin pulled out the data and her eyes fell on Mo Li's information. Her mentor is called Mo Li, and he pilots the Mecha Blood Det. Wow, this battle record is quite impressive. He killed the fortress-level warriors like chickens. The instructor next to him was also very interested when he heard this. He should be at the quasi-sky punishment level. Maybe the only thing missing is a mecha. A sky punishment level combat mecha pilot. Wow. Lin Xion's expression was odd. He's not using combat armor. What did you say? If it's not combat armor, how can you teach such a student? The instructor next to him was obviously unconvinced. He leaned over to take a look and saw the blood debt information on Mo Li's table. No, this Qin Wanga's combat armor is clearly a system of its own. It can't be taught without some basic skills. Lin Xion suddenly thought of something. Is it possible that this person's strength is actually combat armor? The instructor next to her rolled her eyes. Are you telling me that this Mo Li, using a mecha he's not good at, easily killed a pilot of the same level? Oh, and look here, he won the blood debt with a Raider-class razor bore. If it's true, what's his true strength? Peak heavenly punishment? Star ring? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That's combat armor. How could he survive to this level? Lin Xion shook her head. I don't know either, but that's my intuition. Qin Wanga was entered into the file, and Mo Li also attracted the attention of the college tutor, but both of them were unaware of it. The opponent encountered in the second round of draw was also of average strength. Qin Wanga defeated the opponent without much effort, and she was also on the watch list for the second battle. Mo Li saw her combat performance and was very satisfied. At present, Qin Wanga has basically learned everything he taught. As long as he performs normally in the competition, there will be no problem in reaching the finals. After quickly resolving 2 battles in a row, Qin Wanga's special combat armor has entered the sight of the Academy's tutors. The third round of drawing lots began. Mo Li, who was originally a little drowsy, instantly became alert after seeing Qin Wanga's opponent. The opponent turned out to be Chen Xinxin's boyfriend, Cheng Mo. During the preparation stage, the other party also recognized Qin Wanga. Seeing Qin Wanga in the third round, Cheng Mo was still a little surprised. Just give up. For Master Gao's sake, I won't beat you badly. Qin Wanga never thought that she paid no attention to his meaning, because she was reading the message that Mo Li sent her during the preparation period. Blow him up. Just blow up his mecha. Isn't it too cruel? Qin Wanga said with some reluctance. No, the purpose of taking out the combat armor is to blow up the opponent. You listen to me. Well, then I'll try. Qin Wanga still spoke gently to Mo Li. After the preparation phase, the mechas of both sides appeared at the same time. Cheng Mo was a little surprised when he saw Qin Wanga's combat armor. Combat armor? Are you really not afraid of death? In that case, then prepare to be chopped in half by me. Cheng Mo's mecha is an assault series mecha. It has strong medium and long-range firepower and outstanding close combat capabilities. It was designed to forcibly break through the fleet's defenses and be used for landing operations. Both sides started their engines at the same time, and Cheng Mo flew into the air first. Although he looked down on Qin Wanga, his reputation as a madman in combat armor still made him choose to be cautious. The long-range guidance system was turned on, and the missiles loaded on the back of the mecha were launched simultaneously. At the same time, the armor on both wrists opened, and 2 huge rail rifles appeared, aiming at the flying Qin Wanga. Da-da-da-da. 2 tongues of fire spewed out, and several missiles attacked alternately under the cover of the flames. Qin Wanga's figure was ghostly while flying. He forced a large upward angle to avoid Cheng Mo's ammunition chain, and then started the second acceleration. Want to get closer to me? Cheng Mo sneered. You don't have that chance. When the missiles approached Qin Wanga, he detonated them in advance. Several missiles exploded in the air, and the flames engulfed Qin Wanga's figure. Whoosh. Before he could check the results of the battle, a figure rushed out with his hands crossed in front of him to protect himself. For long flames shot out from his back in the air, and he quickly stabilized his body. Chung Yemo was startled and immediately stepped back. But in terms of speed, his mecha is still not as good as the combat armor. Seeing that close combat is inevitable, Chung Yemo also pulled out the red thermal energy blade mounted on his back. Close combat is also my strong point. The distance between the two was not far. Qin Wanga suddenly attacked in front of him. Chung Yemo slashed with a sword. He thought Qin Wanga would dodge with a large maneuver, or block it with the specialized armor on the back of his hand. But he didn't expect that she just dodged the sword by turning sideways, and then hit the transmission system of his joint with an elbow, as fast as thunder. In the empathic feedback, Chung Yemo only felt his hand go numb. Just when he was about to use the heavy pulse cannon on his other arm to blast her away, he was punched in the shoulder socket again. His left arm went numb, and after a brief delay, Qin Wanga's attack fell on Chung Yemo like a violent storm. At this moment, Chung Yemo only felt like he had become a small boat in the storm, his body completely out of his control. On the other hand, Qin Wanga seemed to have entered a violent mode. Her fists, elbows, and knees all became her offensive weapons. She first broke through Chung Mo's defense with a punch, and then without any delay, she quickly spun around and kicked him away. Then the engine exploded, and an accelerated shoulder collision sent Chung Yemo flying again. At this time, Chung Yemo felt pain all over his body. Every time he wanted to move, he found that the mecha had a huge delay. The double interweaving of pain and delay made him mess up in operating the mecha. Occasionally, he would counterattack, but would be met with even more ferocious attacks from Qin Wanga. From a third-party perspective, Chung Yemo was like a sandbag, being beaten madly by Qin Wanga. In the real mode, the pain was transmitted synchronously and Chung Yemo screamed, but the battle was far from over until he was declared the loser. As for whether real pain will cause psychological trauma to students, Xinghe Academy does not care about this. After all, if they can't even bear the pain in virtual mode, then in a real battle, wouldn't the slightest pain be enough to make them flee? Chapter 42, One-Sided. Qin Wanga's attack continued, and Chung Yemo felt that his consciousness was almost blurred. The suffocating pain disappeared for a moment, and Chung Yemo thought he was liberated. Then he saw Qin Wanga climbing rapidly to a high altitude. At this time, Chung Yemo was a sitting duck, and he almost lost control of the mecha. Boom, boom, boom. In his blurred vision, he saw several circles of sonic boom clouds appearing in the sky. Chung Yemo, who was falling rapidly to the ground, felt as if something was approaching at high speed. Boom. The scene in front of him was instantly engulfed by a huge flame, and then the huge word failure appeared before his eyes. The pain disappeared when he failed, but the phantom pain in his mind remained, and Chung Yemo was still a little dazed. Among the tutor group behind the academy, the third round of screening is extremely serious. Those who come in after winning consecutive matches in this kind of head-to-head competition can eliminate many people, and those who remain are the elites. Lin Xian was screening the seeds she had focused on in the first two rounds, and then comparing whether any of them had made it to the third round. No. Lin Xian looked for it, but didn't see Qin Wanga's name. That shouldn't be the case. Did we encounter a strong enemy? Lin Xian wondered. Judging from Qin Wanga's performance in the previous two rounds of fighting, this round shouldn't be that difficult. However, she has already created a corresponding file and can check Qin Wanga's battles at any time. While she was thinking, she had already started the third round of battle with Qin Wanga. Hiss. After watching for a moment, her eyes widened in shock. This is a one-sided massacre. In the video, Chung Yemo was beaten so badly that he had no ability to fight back, and each of Qin Wanga's attacks did not hit his fatal weaknesses, so this one-sided massacre occurred. Seeing Qin Wanga's blow that ended the fight, Lin Xian frowned slightly. I need to re-evaluate my character. In the fourth and fifth rounds of fighting, Lin Xian discovered that Qin Wanga's fighting style had changed. Her style returned to the beginning, looking for opportunities to get close and kill quickly. This feeling is very strange, as if there is a grudge between the two parties. Lin Xian's heart moved slightly. Xinghe, I will use my mentor authority to help me retrieve the data and analyze the feud between Qin Wanga and Chung Yemo. The light screen in front suddenly flashed, and the Academy's Super AI Galaxy subroutine began to run. In just 3 seconds, some information appeared in front of Lin Xian's eyes. Is that so? It seems like Chung Yemo, Gao Fanyuan, and the others are not good people. After reading the information, Lin Xian immediately stood up and said, Director, I have discovered something. Director Zheng Wenqing heard this and came to her side. What's the matter? Lin Xin first talked about the information about Qin Wanga. A combat armor pilot? That's rare, but combat armor pilots are difficult to train. The risk of flying this series is too high. Many have died on the way to their opponents. You can focus on training him, but you have the authority to submit this request yourself, right? Yes, Director. I have something else to say. What's the matter? Jiang Wenqing asked puzzledly. Lin Xin showed him the information she had analyzed using her authority. After reading it, Jiang Wenqing fell into deep thought. There is indeed something wrong with this Gao Fanyuan. Is he from the Gao family? Jiang Wenqing sighed helplessly. These family businesses would definitely not feel at ease after sending their heirs here. Where there are people, there is society. The entire Galaxy Academy is not a monolithic entity. Otherwise, these family businesses would not dare to extend their hands like this. The internal situation is very complicated. Someone must have established connections with these companies. Let's put Gao Fanyuan on the list of key concerns. Good. In one afternoon, Qin Wanga played 7 games and won all 7. There was a 3-hour break at noon. Mo Li found Qin Wanga and said with a smile, "How is it? Are you feeling okay?" Qin Wanga, who had just logged out of the internet, still had a slightly flushed face. "It feels great. Teacher, why do they seem a little weak?" "No, it's just that you are too strong." Mo Li gave a thumbs up. Qin Wanga's face turned even redder. She could admit it when others said she was amazing, but Mo Li, last time, using the same model of Mecha, Chi Qiong let her defeat him with just one hand and a set of engines. It seems that it is not enough. The little pride that had just risen in Qin Wanga's heart disappeared in an instant. Mo Li watched Qin Wanga's expression change, not knowing what was going on in her mind. Let's go eat." Mo Li is still very serious about eating. Qin Wanga hurriedly followed, and the two found a nearby restaurant to eat. On the other side, the people headed by Gao Fanyuan all looked a little solemn. There were 5 of them in total, gathered in a room. Chen Xinxin looked at Cheng Mo with concern, while Gao Fanyuan and Meng Sheng Yinzhan were looking at a light screen that was showing the battle between Cheng Mo and Qin Wanga. This combat armor is not simple. After a long time, Meng Sheng spoke in a deep voice. Yinzhan pinched his chin and thought, "Why is there such a big change? And I've never seen this style of combat armor before. Could it be her mentor?" Meng Sheng would recall the cold feeling at that time. In an instant, Yinzhan also remembered Mo Li at that time, and his expression became visibly worse. "Are you sure you can face him?" Yinzhan looked at Gao Fanyuan. "I will definitely blow up her cockpit." Gao Fanyuan still had some confidence in this. Qin Wanga's attack seemed violent, but in fact it was just that Cheng Mo was unable to resist after facing her close. If it were him, it would definitely not be like this. Well, that's good. Yinzhan was very satisfied when he heard this. After all, he was a student taught by himself. If he didn't have this little confidence, where would he put his face? As for Cheng Mo, Yinzhan glanced at Cheng Mo, who was still in a daze, with disdain. He was frightened after just one battle, resulting in the loss of all subsequent battles. Now he is not even qualified to be in the defeater group. Such a person can never become a strong pilot. If he has bad luck, he can't even reach the fortress level. But even if you look down on her, you still have to be wary of her attacks, Yinzhan said calmly. Everyone's afraid of her, and for a reason. When the fight breaks out, don't give her a chance. I know. Gao Fanyuan showed a sick smile. I can already imagine her screaming. That Gao Fanyuan is probably no match for you. In the restaurant, after finishing the last piece of meat, Mo Li wiped his mouth and said, I'll teach him a lesson later. Qin Wanga ate in small bites. Teacher, they all say Gao Fanyuan is a genius. Genius? He's a piece of crap. So is his heavenly punishment level mentor. Don't worry. A rubbish teacher can only teach rubbish. I, your mentor, am 10,000 times better than him. 43rd out of 132. To be honest, after these 2 months, Qin Wanga has become a little immune to Mo Li's confidence. Even now, when he hears it, he can eat slowly in silence. But Mo Li is really strong. Qin Wanga currently has no accurate idea of how strong Mo Li is. After a 3-hour break, the afternoon battle began. In the subsequent battles, Qin Wanga fully demonstrated the results of these 2 months of training. 16 consecutive wins. It was a magnificent record, securing a spot in the top 132. This elimination system of one-on-one competition is truly a process of sifting through the sand. In addition to some already famous seeded players, many dark horses have also caught everyone's attention. The Galaxy Academy freshman competition has attracted a lot of attention, and people from outside are also watching. Too many people were selected in the early rounds, and there were various factors in the battle, but when it came to the top 132, each one was a true genius who emerged from millions of people. When Qin Wanga made it into the top 132, he was a little confused. Because she didn't feel anything, it seemed that every opponent's level was about the same as Cheng Mo's. Those who were a little difficult to fight would find it difficult to resist once she got close to them. So every battle for Qin Wanga became very simple, which was how to get close to the opponent. But she didn't feel anything. Both the outside world and the academy were in an uproar. Among the top 132 teams, there are 18 dark horses. The rest all either have strong connections in the outside world or are famous college entrance examination champions in some place. These 18 dark horses are attracting much attention. The outside forces are frantically searching for information about those on the dark horse list. Galaxy Academy is not a small place. In this academy full of geniuses, being able to make it to the top 132 is enough to prove their strength. Some students in the college made a dark horse list in the forum, and Qin Wanga was on it, ranking 5th. Although Qin Wanga is ranked 5th, he has the highest level of attention. The first is his fighting style, which is totally inconsistent with his appearance. A combat armor alone is enough to attract people's attention, and after Qin Wanga's winning streak, people began to pay attention to him and collect his battle videos. Everyone discovered that Qin Wanga's combat armor was truly terrifying. The violent attack after getting close was breathtaking. Some people who were defeated by Qin Wanga appeared on the college intranet and shared their feelings. I can't move. Her attacks can make the mecha slow down. After I took her first punch, I was completely at her mercy. I couldn't escape. When this person said this, some people were skeptical. Is it really that exaggerated that the attack caused the mecha to sluggish? Someone discovered that Qin Wanga's attacks were all on the transmission system of the mecha, but the transmission system, the weakness of the mecha, has undergone countless technological iterations and can basically withstand great impacts. Even if it is combat armor, it shouldn't be so exaggerated. Some people don't believe it, while others are convinced. For this, Qin Wanga has gained a small group of fans who are fascinated by the violence of her punches and kicks when watching her fight. Among them are many fighting armor enthusiasts. They have spontaneously organized themselves to form a fighting cult, and most of the online speeches supporting Qin Wanga were posted by them. Qin Wanga's information was soon obtained by the outside world, but Xinghe Academy acted even faster. When those forces were thinking about dealing with Qin Wanga's hometown first, the spacecraft had just entered the Anmalic Galaxy when it was stopped by people from the Galaxy Academy. The Dark Horse list was just something that was created spontaneously by the students of Galaxy Academy, but there really was such a Dark Horse list within Galaxy Academy. On the internal list, Qin Wanga ranked 3rd. This ranking is still based on comprehensive strength. If only offense is considered, Qin Wanga is definitely 1st. The reason why the Academy ranks them this way is because the advantages and disadvantages of combat armor are too obvious and it depends too much on individual performance. As Qin Wanga became famous, Emoli naturally came into the public eye. There is no such thing as strength without reason. Qin Wanga's origin is crystal clear. The battle video during the college entrance examination has been preserved to this day. It can be said that he is completely two different people now. The information within the academy cannot be false, but Emoli is a bit mysterious. His strength is as mysterious as a bottomless pit, and he can teach Qin Wanga to this level in just 2 months. This is a bit scary. In addition, there is another factor that makes Emoli famous. Because Qin Wanga is the only one among these 132 people who has been taught by an honorary pilot. As for honorary pilots like Yan Zhan, they do not count, because they are equivalent to accompanying the prince to study, and are pilots raised by big forces. They are not on the same level as wild pilots. When this discovery was posted on the college's internal network, there were more than 100,000 question marks under the post. A heated discussion followed. Didn't they say that honorary pilots are useless? You told me that the leader's mentor is an honorary pilot. Whose blood debt is this? There's something interesting. There's more to the blood debt than just this. I checked. He rose to prominence in a month and killed 6 Fortress-class pilots in a row. And his mecha was a Blast-class mecha that won by leaping levels. Fuck, I found the blood debt when I first came here and posted a message looking for students. Are you saying the top 132 slipped away from me? No. Am I the only one who noticed that blood debt isn't combat armor? You mean he's not specialized in combat armor, but he taught a 132-strong warrior. It is also possible that he specializes in combat armor and is average at other mechas. You're talking about people who just enter the breaking level and then kill their peers. The more they dug, the more they realized that Emoli was not simple. Generally speaking, pilots are proficient in one type of mecha, but the effect of Emoli's teaching and the strength he demonstrated were completely two extremes. It's obvious that the blood debt is not a combat armor. There are two opinions online about which type of mecha Mo Lee wears is stronger, but no one has ever seen Mo Lee in action, so the two opinions are basically unresolved. There are 3 days of preparation time to advance from 132 to the top 66. The Academy's operation is to give them enough time to prepare, understand their opponents, or continue to improve. In addition, Xinghe Academy also has the idea of spreading the popularity quickly. The Galaxy Academy takes the path of connecting with the outside world. Otherwise, the outside world would not have obtained the information of these 132 geniuses so quickly. They are not afraid to show themselves. On the contrary, they prefer to use this method to attract more people to join Galaxy Academy. In the past 3 days, the heat has been rapidly fermenting, and Mo Lee's name has frequently appeared on the desks of various forces. Inside Xinghe Academy, Mo Lee's name attracted more attention. Because of Qin Wanga, many students began to question whether the college instructors were really better than the honorary pilots hired from outside. This is what really hurts them. What is an honorary pilot? Anyone who wants to come can apply. Although the academy will go through a certain assessment, don't they know what the standards are? 44th Southern Star. But when the college instructors really compared Mo Lee's strength, most of them found that if they were in other positions, it would seem difficult for them to reach that level. I won't talk about the battle record. The main thing is that they studied Qin Wanga's strength, and the more they studied, the more exaggerated it became. This fighting method is completely inconsistent with traditional combat armor, but it is much stronger than the traditional one. This is a completely unfamiliar new system. We are all in the academy, so we naturally know how difficult it is for a new system to emerge, but now Qin Wanga has the shadow of the new system. The academy attaches much more importance to Qin Wanga than the outside world imagines. Otherwise, they would not have spent so much effort to defend the Anmalic star field. You should know that the Anmalic star field is not just an agricultural planet on the surface. In the underground black market, mutated Lishué wine is very popular. Protecting the Anmalic star field affected the interests of many people. Even so, the academy still did it, which shows how much they valued Qin Wanga. As for Qin Wanga's mentor Mo Lee, it was even more complicated. However, when they checked Mo Lee's identity, they were shocked to find that Mo Lee's identity was arranged by Jiang Yin, a professor in their college. Now that's good. These are our own people. Jiang Wensheng, the director in charge of the freshman competition, was relieved when he saw this information, but he soon figured it out. The professors at Xinghe Academy are of great value. Mo Lee's identity plus the professor's identity plus the emergence of the new system, the answer is about to come out. This is the professor's masterpiece. Jiang Wen originally wanted to ask Jiang Yin for advice, but there was no response to the message. But come to think of it, the twin stars of Aurora were his most proud students, but now one of them has passed away. And according to some inside information he knew, the Academy's latest research on the two-person mecha and the two-person empathy system were the work of Jiang Yin. It can be said that Aurora's Gemini is his life's work. Now he seems to be still looking for Anja's whereabouts, and he has been using the Academy's super optical computer. However, Professor Jiang Yin is really amazing. Even in this situation, he has developed a new system. Jiang Wensheng couldn't help but sigh. In that case, let's not disturb Professor Jiang Yin for now. So Jiang Wensheng and the mentors of the freshman competition all understood each other tacitly, and the mentors' resentment towards Mo Lee also disappeared a lot. Only some second and third year mentors who didn't know the inside story felt a little bit resentful. Mo Lee's name also spread among the students, and many people were waiting to sign up for his class. Yi Lingyin has returned to the academy for some time. Every day, he turns a deaf ear to the outside world and immerses himself in the star network, fighting all day long. She hadn't even read any news from the outside world, and had no idea that Mo Lee had returned to the academy and caused quite a stir. 3 days passed in a flash, and 132 teams advanced to the top 66. The competition finally opened under the attention of everyone. There was enough time for fermentation, and the popularity of this competition went straight to the first place in the Dongli Star region. Apart from those students who were already famous before the exam, Qin Wanga, a contestant on the Dark Horse list, was completely ranked first in popularity. She may not be number 1 on the Dark Horse list, but the show effect when she fights is definitely the best. This time, her opponent, Nan Xingxian, also has a prominent background. She is from a company in the Nanming Star region, which is also one of the giants there. The reason why she applied to Xinghe Academy was because it was rumored that she had offended the academy there and came here. There is no need to say much about his strength. He has entered the attack level very early, and his mental strength should have reached 6 stars. She started with a 1-star attack against a 6-star opponent, with full intensity. Many people were looking forward to this battle, But many people also felt that her dark horse journey ended here. Whether it is strength or the technology on the mecha, Nan Xingqian is no match for Qin Wanga. Emily took a look at Nan Xingqian's general information and said, he can fight. He's a close combat type, and his machine's performance is all focused on close combat. If you find an opportunity, you can overload and blast him to death. I see. Qin Wanga nodded seriously. Since Emily said she could do it, then she could do it. The battle started soon. Nan Xingqian had long, flamboyant golden hair and a somewhat flamboyant personality. During the preparation stage, he began to talk to Qin Wanga constantly. I heard you're the dark horse. Qin Wanga didn't say anything. But unfortunately, I specialize in beating dark horses. Since you're a girl, well, forget it. I'll just play like a boy. It's not pretty at all. Tisk, why don't you speak? The countdown ended quickly amid his chatter, and the mechas of both sides appeared. They think highly of your close combat skills. Unfortunately, I'm also quite good at it. Nan Xingqian laughed wildly, shook his elbow, and a pair of red high-energy particle swords popped out from his wrist. Come, let me see how your fist can compete with my bloodthirsty Scarlet. Nan Xingqian was not afraid of the rumored Qin Wanga's extremely ferocious close combat, but instead went straight to meet him. The battles of the top 132 players in the academy are completely open to the public. You can directly enter their battle interface by searching for the relevant names on the internet. In this interface, you can also choose the first or third perspective. There were quite a few people watching the fight between the two, and when they saw Nan Xingqian's double blades, they couldn't help but exclaim. The information previously revealed by Nan Xingqian was that it was a laser knife, but in the finals, it was suddenly replaced with this double-edged sword. Anyone who knew a little would immediately understand that this was a battle completely aimed at Qin Wanga. The double blades are equally powerful in close combat, and the direct damage is faster than that of combat armor. Moreover, it was obvious that the technological level of Nan Xingqian's Scarlet Bloodthirsty pair was not low. They even felt that once these double blades fell on Qin Wanga's assault-class mecha, it would be like a hot knife cutting butter. Qin Wanga could feel the dangerous aura above the Scarlet Bloodthirsty soul. When Nan Xingqian approached, she adopted the tactic of retreating first for the first time. Many people exclaimed in surprise when they saw this scene. In the past, Qin Wanga had always fought fearlessly. There were even several times when he continued to charge after being hit by long-range missiles. Now he actually chooses to avoid it on his own initiative. Is the pressure on Scarlet Bloodthirst really that great? While others were shocked, a smile appeared on Mo Li's lips. It seemed that Qin Wanga's ability to withstand pressure was pretty good. Even when the opponent first attacked him verbally and then took out targeted weapons, he was still able to remain calm. Nan Xingqian laughed even louder when he saw her retreat. Is this your close combat? Run, you can't escape. Nan Xingqian activated 2 sets of auxiliary engine thrusters, bursting into extreme speed and quickly approaching Qin Wanga. Crossing his arms in an X shape, Qin Wanga made an unexpected move at this time. She lowered her head and squeezed in through the space below the X slash, and the 2 corners of her shoulders were directly cut off. 45th violence. This also gave her the opportunity to get closer. Qin Wanga gritted his teeth, knowing that this moment was his chance to win, so he gave it his all. Boom. The tail flame of the mecha's engine thruster changed from fiery yellow to azure blue, and then to blazing white. The auxiliary engines of the mecha joints were all started, and the 2 mechas were almost face to face. Nan Xingqian could even see the faint light in Yiksha Broken Bone's eyes. The next moment, Qin Wanga punched Nan Xingqian's transmission system on both ribs with 2 extremely fast punches. In overload mode, even though the mecha was 1 level lower, Nan Xingqian's transmission system inevitably experienced lag. Nan Xingqian's face changed slightly, knowing that this was the delay in the mecha caused by Qin Wanga's attack, as mentioned on the internet. Almost subconsciously, he thought of using a higher level of power to forcibly increase the distance. But Qin Wanga had already brought his fists to his waist and abdomen, and then punched out at the same time. The enormous shock force penetrated the mecha and fell on Nan Xingqian, causing his whole body to tremble, and a trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. How is that possible? Nan Xingqian widened his eyes in shock. This mecha had a lot of their family's leading technologies, one of which was about structural stability, which could make his mecha more effective in transmitting and unloading force. But even so, he was still shocked. Before he had time to think, Qin Wanga had already hugged his right arm with both hands, stepped on his knee armor, turned over, and swung him. Buzz! The overloaded engine of the Yiksha Bone Crusher roared to its limit. Nan Xingqian came to his senses and lifted up Scarlet and slashed with a sword. A mechanical arm, with flashing electric light, slammed to the ground. Qin Wanga's face turned pale instantly. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain of empathy. He raised his knee and bumped Nanshinxin's right arm. A ball of electric sparks burst out, and the thirsty blood in his hand lost its energy supply and dissipated. Such a tragic exchange made everyone's eyes widen, and Mo Li frowned slightly. There is still a certain gap between the two sides' machines. Otherwise, Qin Wang's pull just now would be enough to tear Nanshinxin's arm off, instead of this ending of exchanging arms. The battle in the field was still going on. Nanshinxin was also feeling uncomfortable after his body was damaged, and his perseverance was obviously not as good as Qin Wang's. The severe pain made him sweat on his forehead, but Qin Wang seemed to be fine. After using his shoulder to push away the blood on his left hand, he hit Nanshinxin's chest with his backhand headbutt. This time the shock was obviously much lighter. Nanshinxin barely resisted and wanted to kill Qin Wang with Scarlet Kill. However, Qin Wang grabbed the armor on his waist with one hand and rotated his body with it as the center point. Nanshinxin could only see the whip kick coming from the side and landing on his chest. Boom. A large amount of sparks burst out, and Nanshinxin could no longer bear it and spat out a mouthful of blood. But Qin Wang's attack went far beyond that. In the moment when Nanshinxin's consciousness was confused, he kicked away his scarlet blood with his other leg, bent his leg and twisted it, and the entire mecha trapped Nanshinxin in a weird way. The others in spectator mode were stunned and screamed one after another. What's this? No. Who taught you to use a mecha like this? Is this okay? The moment Nanshinxin regained consciousness, he felt a huge impact in his waist and abdomen, forcing him to open his mouth and retch. Then, he felt like he was flying high into the sky. The power of the Yiksha Bone Crusher in overload mode is close to that of a peak-level mecha, and its speed is very fast. When Nanshinxin reacted, he saw Qin Wang's elbow in the air. The terrifying impact made him feel extremely uncomfortable, and his consciousness was even more chaotic. He could not issue any effective commands at all. The elbow also caused his body to fall down at a high speed. While the people watching the game were still wondering what Qin Wang was going to do, they saw a scene that made their scalps tingle. Several sonic booms erupted behind Qin Wang. Nanshinxin, who arrived first and followed the falling mecha, punched it in the head and then struck it with his knee. Both his hands and feet became Qin Wang's offensive weapons, allowing the people watching the battle to experience the real storm again. Punches, knees, elbows, shoulders, several attacks fell on Nanshinxin one after another. The impact force was like waves, one after another, which directly made his consciousness confused. The two of them fell faster and faster until they crashed into the ground. At this moment, Nanshinxin seemed to see his long-deceased grandmother. In the eyes of the audience, a mecha with its feet raised high could be vaguely seen in the raised dust. Boom. With a kick like a battle axe, Nanshinxin's mecha could not bear the weight, and the cockpit showed a strange dent. The winner is Qin Wang. Even when the winner jumped out, the spectators were still a little dazed. While waiting for the smoke to clear, they looked at Yiksha Bonebreaker's single arm that was constantly emitting electric light, and his shoulders and knees that were gradually smoothed by armor, and they couldn't help but feel a chill all over their bodies. On the ground, Nanshinxin's mecha was full of potholes and dents, which made people's scalp tingle just by looking at them. In a luxurious villa somewhere in Xinghe Academy, Nanshinxin woke up with a start, sat up suddenly from the bed, clutched the sheets tightly with both hands, looked horrified, and gasped continuously. Ho ho! Master! Master! There seemed to be a sound coming from far away. Nanshinxin slowly turned his head and saw the anxious face of the butler next to him. Gulu! Nanshinxin swallowed hard and let go of the quilt. What a violent woman! At this time, as Qin Wang successfully defeated Nanshinxin, the heat in the room exploded instantly. Nanshinxin is not some random person. He is a super genius who has the chance to break into the top 20. But now he is defeated by a raid-level pilot. How can he not be furious? This time, not only the audience was stunned, but all the instructors in the academy were also in disbelief. Isn't it so violent? What kind of monster has teacher Mo Li taught? There is a kind of pain called pain just looking at it. Teacher, I won. After leaving the battle space, Qin Wang came to Mo Li with a little joy on his face. Not bad, very impressive. He has some of my Minner's style. But we were able to win this time, in part, because that kid was so arrogant that he gave up his mecha advantage and was too cocky. I know. Qin Wang nodded slightly, ready to listen to Mo Li's teachings. So now you understand the importance of numbers, right? As long as the numbers are high enough, why would you need any fancy techniques? Huh. Qin Wang tilted his head and looked at Mo Li in confusion. Teacher, I don't understand. Well, what I mean is that you should break through the mental power star level earlier. Only when your mental power keeps up, the performance of the mecha will be improved and you can use it more efficiently. If he had successfully overloaded it just now, you would have lost. Battle 46, Gao Fanyuan. Oh, Qin Wang nodded suddenly. But after I hit him, I won't give him the chance to overload. That's because you lack experience. If I were in Nan Xingqian's position, I would be overloaded and crush you with my sheer numbers. Qin Wang's face turned pale when she thought of Mo, leaving Nan Xingqian's mecha and overloading to fight her. Teacher, I understand. Yeah, very good. However, I have just broken through to the assault level. It may take some time to improve quickly. Mo Li's face froze. Well, that seems to be the case, but it's not a big deal. If the numbers can't go up, we can just crush them with our absolute skills. Teacher, you just said that the numerical value is more important. Bang. Mo Li slapped her head without any hesitation. You are so young, and yet you still don't learn your lesson. You only know how to ruin your teacher's reputation. Let's go and have some food. Qin Wang's battle shocked everyone. The outside forces have gone crazy. Fighting across levels is worthy of attention. After all, the data of the mecha is there. Some performance gaps are like natural chasms and cannot be made up by skills. This time, Qin Wang's opponent in this cross-level battle was not just some unknown person. Xinghe Academy even urgently listed Qin Wang as a key protection target, and his authority level was also raised. The same was true for Mo Li. Mo Li rarely appeared in the eyes of other forces, and many people knew little about him, and the information they obtained was also limited. All the students in the academy went crazy. Thinking that such a legendary mentor was right next to them and that they had missed the opportunity for one-on-one tutoring, they regretted it so much that they wanted to hit their heads on the ground. There were already over 100,000 comments under the post that Xuanji posted, and all of them were in favor of me. Xuanji was looking at these comments in the background and didn't want to pay any attention to them. The battle from 132 to 66 ended quickly, and only 7 of the 18 dark horses advanced. At this stage of the competition, the intensity rose to a higher level. The battle from 132 to 66 also exposed the true colors of many people. Among the 7 dark horses, only Qin Wang's performance was still amazing. The others were either in a very embarrassing situation or their opponents were not as strong as Nan Xingqian. There is no doubt that Qin Wang has become the focus of everyone's attention. Among them is Gao Fanyuan. He also successfully squeezed into the top 66. After the battle, he went to watch Qin Wang's battle video first, because he himself did not dare to guarantee a victory against Nan Xingqian. After watching the battle, there was a hint of subtle fear in his eyes, and pressure gradually surged into his heart. Because he found that he really couldn't defeat Qin Wang easily. Yan Zhan frowned as he watched from the side. Qin Wang had once again surprised him. He subconsciously looked at Gao Fanyuan, and happened to see that the other party was also looking at him. The two looked at each other, and Gao Fanyuan suddenly said, Nan Xingqian is too stupid to give up the advantage of the mecha. Good. At this time, Gao Fanyuan seemed to be able to feel more balanced only by belittling Nan Xingqian. The battle from 132 to 66 is over, and the drawing of lots will begin the next day, from 66 to 33. There were not many people left at the drawing scene. They basically all knew each other, and their mentors were also there. When drawing lots, Mo Li happened to see Gao Fanyuan and Yin Zhan not far away. Mo Li smiled silently, and when the other party looked at him, he silently made a throat-cutting gesture. He is not a good man. He doesn't fight back when others bully him. Although he can't take action at this time, he will not admit defeat. Gao Fanyuan also noticed them, but Qin Wang was the only one who silently began to draw lots. After the lots were drawn, Qin Wang looked towards Gao Fanyuan. Gao Fanyuan also took out the lots at this time. When he saw the names on them, he was no longer as relaxed as he had said before. The name above was Qin Wang. The two men faced off. No matter how dumb the students and tutors around were, they all knew that something was wrong with Qin Wang and Gao Fanyuan. Moreover, the tutors on both sides seemed to have a lot of grudges against each other. Many people saw Mo Li's throat-cutting action. By the next day, the feud between Gao Fanyuan and Qin Wang quickly spread. After all, it was just a rumor, and there were many versions of all kinds. Qin Wang turned a deaf ear to what was happening outside, and remained focused until the game started, when the two sides faced off. I won't give you a chance like that stupid golden-haired guy. Gao Fanyuan looked at Qin Wang coldly. Qin Wang remained silent, just moving his fingers silently. Nan Xingqian, who was watching Qin Wang's match at home, immediately started cursing when he heard this. What do you know, you idiot? You'll know when you get punched. At this time, Gao Fanyuan saw that Qin Wang didn't speak and lost interest in speaking. He took a deep breath and waited for the preparation time to pass and the mecha to appear. The light and heat energy knife was activated, and Gao Fanyuan retreated immediately. Qin Wanga rushed over directly as he expected. All the missile bays behind him were opened, and dozens of small missiles flew out at the same time, blocking all possible attack routes of Qin Wanga. See how you get here? Gao Fanyuan curled his lips, popped out a laser rifle in one hand, aimed at Qin Wanga, and fired a volley of bullets. But at this moment, Qin Wanga's figure was like a ghost, squeezing into the gaps among the missiles, and the huge mecha actually gave people a feeling of lightness. The laser rifle had limited power and only left a few holes on Qin Wanga's body. At this time, Qin Wanga was already close to him. Gao Fanyuan swung the flame and heat energy knife in his backhand, trying to force Qin Wanga to retreat. It actually worked, because Qin Wanga paused for a moment. Before Gao Fanyuan had time to be happy, he was startled by Qin Wanga, who suddenly accelerated and rushed towards him. Mad, is this an overload? Then his body shook, and the huge impact made him open his eyes wide. The audience who had been watching Qin Wanga's fight all showed a look of pity on their faces when they saw his punch hit Gao Fanyuan's cockpit. It's over. This is not as good as Nanxingchen. It's a pity for Nanxingchen. Hast he seen the leaders battle? After the punch, Gao Fanyuan only felt that his consciousness was a little confused. When he came to his senses, his mecha was like a broken sack and was under the storm-like attack from Qin Wanga. Every part of his body seemed to be bombarded, and the pain was like a tide, one wave higher than the other. Gao Fanyuan's willpower was even weaker than Nanxingchen's. When Nanxingchen was attacked by Qin Wanga, he could occasionally fight back. Gao Fanyuan couldn't even fight back. Looking at Gao Fanyuan, who looked like a large sandbag, Yin Zhan's face completely darkened. He and Mo Li both chose to sit in the mentor seat to watch. Now, when he turned around, he was met with Mo Li's playful expression. Why can't he even make it through a single round? Is this the student who was taught by the peak heavenly punishment level? Nothing more than that. Chapter 47. After beating the younger ones, beat the older ones. Yin Zhan's anger was immediately ignited, but Gao Fanyuan's failure was a foregone conclusion. As Qin Wanga threw his last punch, the system judged that Gao Fanyuan's consciousness was disconnected and the battle was over. Faced with Mo Li's words, Yin Zhan couldn't find any words to refute, because Gao Fanyuan really couldn't beat Qin Wanga. Gao Fanyuan's mental power was 5 stars ahead, but he was still fighting against a higher-level opponent. Now his status in the Gao family is likely to decline further, etc. Cross-level combat. Yin Zhan suddenly had an idea. Being able to fight across levels is indeed impressive, but what about you? Mo Li raised his eyebrows. It's a very cheap way of provoking someone. Provoking someone was indeed Yin Zhan's idea. Although Qin Wanga had so many people paying attention to him now, there were also quite a few people paying attention to Mo Li, or even more. After all, anyone who has a little knowledge of the information knows that Qin Wanga was taught by Mo Li in just 2 months. This is the terrifying part, and if he could successfully provoke him, he could step on Mo Li to save some face, and even make more people pay attention to him. Are you going to answer it or not? Yin Zhan didn't care whether he was being provoked or not. His eyes were fixed on Mo Li. Yes, of course I did. Mo Li grabbed his wrist and said, but I have to tell you in advance, I accepted it not because I was provoked, but because I have disliked you for a long time. There were many instructors standing next to the two of them. When they heard that the two were going to fight, they all became interested. Instructor Mo Li versus Instructor Yin Zhan? I want to watch. Don't mention it. The performance gap between the fortress and the sky punishment is quite large. It seems that this can be used to test the strength of teacher Mo Li. The instructors nearby were all excited. Yin Zhan looked around and sneered. It's just right that I can use their mouths to spread my reputation. The two disappeared at the same time and appeared in the training space. Yin Zhan directly summoned the Mecha and Yin Chun that he had entered the data into. Seeing this, Mo Li began to select mechas from the database. His blood debt has not been fully modified yet, and it is still difficult for him to defeat Yin Zhan, who is at the peak of sky punishment, with the performance of blood debt. He wanted to take it easy. Xuanji, help me choose. Analyzing, searching. Matching target successfully, for mechas have been selected. The mechanical answer made Chi-Chi frown slightly, and he muttered to himself, where did Xuanji go to play again? His eyes wandered among the 4 mechas, and finally Mo Li landed on one of them that was completely black, but had a slightly violent aura. The abyss of depravity? It's you. As Mo Li made his selection, the mecha quickly took shape, covering him inside. A 13-meter-tall mecha appeared in front of Yin Zhan. Empathy system connecting, connection successful, current empathy rate 100%. Gorilla armor. Yin Zhan's voice was filled with uncontrollable anger. Gorilla armor is a type of mecha that is generally fast, but its weapons are not powerful enough. This type of mecha is the most difficult to challenge across levels, because many times it may not even be able to break the opponent's shield. I will deal with you cruelly. Yin Zhan stared at the abyss of Fallen who stood quietly in front of him like a black warrior, and said word by word. Oh. Mo Li pulled out the mecha's accompanying weapon, Han Yuan. This is a particle lightsaber weapon, and is also the favorite type of weapon of gorilla armor. It is light and powerful, and its only drawback is its high energy consumption. As both of them were ready, the system teleported them to the challenge space. The terrain was on a certain planet, with mountains, rivers, valleys, etc. The moment it appeared, without even saying hello, the reverse flames burned the gaps in the armor of the machine, and a faint flame appeared on its arms and legs. Flames exploded, and the missile compartments on both sides of Yin Zhan's waist and abdomen opened, and dozens of missiles attacked. Mo Li narrowed his eyes slightly, and the high-energy laser launchers on his shoulders were activated. 2 beams of light flashed, and all the flying missiles exploded in the air. In the exploding flames, Yin burned and tore through the flames, and all the auxiliary engines on his shoulders were turned on, providing him with an even higher level of speed, and quickly forced his way in front of Mo Li. Mo Li showed no sign of fear. Han Yuan casually swung his sword and started the engine to charge forward. Court death. When Yin Zhan saw this scene, he sneered and raised the output power of the 9 incineration engine directly to 100%. Boom. The speed increased again, and the flames on his body also surged, gushing out with scorching heat. At this time, the reverse flame burning looked like a huge fireball. When Mo Li approached, he pulled his body down and passed by it. At just the moment of contact, a high-temperature alarm sounded in the cockpit. Both of them turned around at the same time, but Mo Li was half as fast as Yin Zhan. This detail made the instructors watching the game jump in their eyes. At this speed, the faster the steering, the higher the G-force the driver has to bear. Judging from the speed and steering, could it be that Mo Li's physical fitness is even better than Yin Zhan's? While they were thinking, Yin Zhan just turned around and was hit by 2 laser beams, and the adaptive energy shield began to ripple. Boom. Mo Li pushed the engine to full power, and the thrusters produced a deep blue tail flame. Yin Zhan frowned, and now he could see that Mo Li was not an ordinary person. A layer of armor on both shoulders separated, forming 2 floating cannons that hovered beside him, aiming at Mo Li and firing 2 volleys of energy bombs. Mo Li had already turned off the adaptive shield, and he dodged a burst of bullets by leaning to the side. Then Han Yuan slashed in the air, and energy splashed everywhere. Yin Zhan saw this scene and rushed over decisively. I lied to you. Mo Li grinned, and the azure Han Yuan instantly turned red. He rushed forward sideways, and as the 2 of them rushed forward together, they soon collided with each other. The high-temperature alarm sounded, but Mo Li remained calm. At this moment, Han Yuan's sword flashed. At this moment, all the mentors watching the game stood up subconsciously. What the hell is this? Why is it so fast? Is it possible for a human to slash at this speed? During this brief moment of contact, Yin Zhan saw dozens of alarms in his cockpit. 32% damage to the aircraft. Right arm damaged 12%. 51% of the waist and abdomen storage bays are damaged. Hook floating. Yin Zhan's pupils contracted, and he subconsciously wanted to control the body to enter the flame explosion state, but he only got a prompt. Warning, energy connection has been disconnected. Looking up, he saw the dark abyss of depravity in the distance through the vision of the mecha, and seemed to be able to see Mo Li's disdainful smile. The next moment, Mo Li swung his sword back, and Han Yuan, in an overloaded state, cut open the cockpit that was burned by Yin, and also exhausted his energy. Looking at the incision that was only a few centimeters away from his head, and the light shining through the incision, a drop of cold sweat fell on Yin Zhan's forehead. You're awake. When I looked up, I saw the cold mechanical face of the abyss of depravity. The scarlet electronic eye flashed, and a beam of laser pierced through Yin Zhan's body. Match 48, 33-17. Lost. When Yin Zhan reappeared in cyberspace, he had not yet come to his senses. How did you lose? What happened at that moment? I had my shield on. The Fallen Abyss weapon, the Cold Abyss, is also an ion laser-type energy weapon, so the shield shouldn't be ineffective. But why did I lose? Not to mention Yin Zhan. All the instructors who watched the whole battle were also very confused, because in that instant, they only saw a flash of sword light, and Yin Zhan was defeated. Someone has already started replaying the video, focusing on that scene. In slow motion, it can be seen that after Mo Li gets close, all the motors in Han Yuan's arm begin to flicker. Fuck. Every time he does something, the engine thrusters activate with full efficiency. Not a single bit of power is wasted. The most exaggerated thing is that when he did these movements, his speed had reached the limit of his body. Is this really a reaction a human can have? Someone said quietly. A high-speed slashing attack brought about by extreme engine control. How can I learn this? His control over the engine is too perfect. In the slow motion, many details surfaced, and it was these details that made the mentors feel frustrated. There are 12 auxiliary engines on the right arm, 32 micro-adjustment engines, and a transmission system. How does he handle the rapid activation and steering of so many engines in an instant? Why are you asking me? Go ask instructor Emoli. It's terrifying. The shield of a top-tier sky punishment class mecha didn't last even a second under such a high-speed slash. Upon hearing this, all the instructors felt a chill in their hearts. If even the sky punishment level was like this, then what about them at the fortress level? But there's a price to pay. At the end, more than half of the engines in the fallen abyss's arm exploded. After this move, he was basically completely depleted of his combat power. Brother, if you can survive this move, we can talk about the others later. At this time, Mo Li's figure also appeared. He waved his hand in front of Yin Zhan and said, "Wake up, you can't be idle here." When Yin Zhan saw that it was Mo Li in front of him, his face instantly turned pale. Is this the heavenly punishment level? I'm scared to death. Mo Li started off with a sarcastic tone, and Yin Zhan's face turned green. The harsh words he had said before had become a boomerang that hit him. Being surpassed by the fortress level this time, he is truly ruined. He has offended many people in the past, and he can imagine how those people will talk about this matter later. Yin Zhan wanted to attack, but he couldn't find the right point. He is a proud person, not a tough one. Only after being defeated head-on did he truly take Mo Li in front of him seriously. Next time we meet, I won't give you a chance. After saying that, he exited immediately. Are you kidding me? Is he waiting to be humiliated by Li Qie? Based on his current understanding of Li Qie, he will definitely not let go of this opportunity to humiliate him. You run so fast. Mo Li really meant that, but the person was gone, so he could only do it next time. However, one still has to be careful with Yin Zhan. The fact that he didn't say anything tough proves that he regards himself as a real enemy, and he will definitely go all out the next time they meet. But next time, after Mo Li increases his blood debt, he won't be like today, where the mecha will overload and explode after a little operation. By then, his offensive will not be that simple. The instructors nearby had already gathered around, their eyes blazing with enthusiasm. Everyone wanted to befriend a super pilot like this. Moreover, the college will probably extend an olive branch, and maybe we will be colleagues in the future. Teacher Emoli. When Emoli saw this group of people, he immediately thought of himself as an underground gang member. He didn't want to have so much interaction with them. After beating up Yin Zhan, Emoli felt relaxed all over. The news of this battle was only spread among the instructors, and no one among the students knew about it, so it did not cause much commotion. The academy is deliberately concealing the news. Now many students are waiting for Mo Li. Qin Wang alone is in such a state. If the results of this fierce battle are made public, who will choose the academy tutors class? It also has a certain impact on the prestige of the college tutors. Everyone in the academy knew that it was Mo Li who was strong, not the honorary pilot, but among the student group, the news must have been distorted after being passed on several times. By then, there will probably be remarks like honorary pilots are also strong ones, which will seriously affect the prestige of the academy instructors. The group of honorary pilots was originally a decent escape route arranged by the academy for those middle and lower level students. If we affect those real geniuses now, it will be more trouble than gain. At present, it seems that this is the trend. Talented students have begun to pay attention to honorary pilots. Some people are even hoping for luck, hoping to meet a super pilot like Qin Wanga. Therefore, no one in the academy dared to release Mo Li's information until a better solution was found. Mo Li didn't care that much. He was a narrow-minded person. Even if he was collecting interest this time, Yin Zhan probably wouldn't dare to be so arrogant in front of him after this. Qin Wanga's victory in this battle also increased her popularity online because she was the only pilot among the top 33 who had just entered the rating level. The others are all geniuses among geniuses, with amazing forces behind them, and they have been able to receive the best resources and training since childhood. Qin Wanga vaguely had the title of a commoner genius on his head. Whenever this kind of title that carries inherent class antagonism appears, it is followed by huge attention. When the top 33 entered the top 17, Qin Wanga received a lot of attention, but Mo Li looked at the other opponents and shook his head slightly. Qin Wanga's end should be here. The Yiksha Bonebreaker could only rely on a short period of overload to barely keep up with these 5- and 6-star mechas. Her shortcomings had been fully exposed in the previous 2 battles. Even Nanshingshan couldn't withstand such a violent close combat method, so the others would not drag it out any longer. 32-16 Mo Lee estimated that her opponent would adopt a kite tactic to forcibly consume her energy and shorten the time of her killer overload mode. This tactic was basically unsolvable for Qin Wanga. After all, the performance of the machine was there, and the Yiksha bone-splitting mecha was not a particularly powerful assault mecha. Being able to get here was already beyond everyone's expectations. During the draw, Qin Wanga did not draw the only buy spot, and his opponent was a girl. You are really strong to have come this far. During the preparation stage, the other party spoke. Qin Wanga didn't say anything, making people feel that Qin Wanga on the mecha was like a different person. If you were a mech of the same level and could mobilize more energy in a state of empathy, I would be no match for you. The audience was a little shocked by the girl's confession, because the origin of the girl in front of him was not ordinary, or in other words, anyone who could make it to this place had more or less a background. 49th Lost. The girl's name is Chun Xingxuang, and she is from the Chun family. The Chun family controls several large transportation routes in the Dongli Galaxy and owns dozens of large star gates. They can make a lot of money just by collecting tolls every day. The Chun family is a typical example of a family that started out in transportation and then turned to scientific research. After becoming rich, they invested heavily in scientific research and mastered a lot of hegemonic technologies, including several related to stargates. When it comes to a strategically important facility like the Stargate, even the congressman dare not touch the Qin family. As the favored daughter of the Qin family, Chun Xingxuang is also very famous, with a 100 empathy rate, and her strength has reached the attack level before the college entrance examination. In terms of mecha, the thrusters used several of the Chun family's hegemonic technologies, and their speed was much faster than that of mechas of the same level, and this was also the most restraining factor for Qin Wanga. As soon as the battle started, Chun Xingxuang took the initiative to keep his distance, and Qin Wanga was even more decisive, activating overload right from the start. Because she knew that this distance at the beginning would most likely be the closest she would get to Chun Xingxuang in this battle. The thrusters started at full power, and the temperature rose rapidly after overload. Seeing this, Chun Xingxuang did not hold back and went to full speed. At the same time, the missile compartment was opened to block Qin Wanga's advance. But this is unnecessary, because even if Qin Wanga is overloaded, he still cannot catch up with Chun Xingxuang at full speed. The reason why hegemonic technology is because it is stronger than normal technology, and it is exclusive. This is a numerical gap. The overload mode could not last long. Yiksha bone-splitting machine was already overwhelmed, and Qin Wanga's flying posture was trembling. Even though her dodging of the missiles was perfect, using the smallest possible turn to avoid them without sacrificing her sprint speed. But it's still not enough. The audience, who had originally held high hopes and wanted to see Qin Wanga create another miracle, fell silent. In this battle, they saw a gap called class. This class is not only about performance, but also about origin. The mecha's overload had reached its limit, but Qin Wanga's face showed no emotion at all. In her eyes, there was only the mecha in the distance. The engine, pushed to its limit, could no longer hold on. As the terrifying heat broke through its limits, the delicate structure within the engine melted, and the immense energy lost its restraints. Boom. The violent energy instantly engulfed the broken bones of Yiksha from the inside out, causing the energy cabin to explode and create a huge ball of sparks. Chun Xingxuang stopped flying and looked at the word victory in front of him with complicated eyes. She didn't win, and Qin Wanga didn't lose either. The spectators watching the game felt like there was something stuck in their throats. At least she died standing up. Did I lose? It seems like I lost, but it also seems like I didn't lose. What a pity. If she had a higher starting point, she would have had a place among the super geniuses. The current leader is also very powerful. How despicable. All you know is running away. If you're a man, you should confront him head-on. She really isn't. After Qin Wanga exited the battle plane, he saw Mo Lee next to him. She had been expressionless throughout the entire battle, but when she saw Mo Lee, she looked like a little girl who had failed her final exam. She glanced at Chi carefully, then lowered her head and kept pinching her fingers. What are you doing? Mo Lee asked her curiously. I lost. Isn't that normal? The opponent has a statistic monster. That speed is close to the fortress level. If you can win, that would be scary. Mo Lee put a hand on her shoulder and said, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go and have dinner. The freshman competition was over for Qin Wanga, and Emily planned to reward her well. He directly chose a popular food court in the college and drove the hover car there. You don't have to think too much. This is the weakness of the combat armor. After your mental strength breaks through a few star levels, you should still be able to fight. I know, Minter. Qin Wanga's face no longer showed any sign of frustration. Qin Wanga quickly adjusted herself. Although she was still a little disappointed inside, it no longer showed on her face. The hovercraft was very fast, and it took just over 10 minutes to reach the other side of the planet and the most popular food city in the academy. Emily found a place to park the car. Yeah, it's all food. It's really good. Looking at the various food stalls everywhere, Emily's eyes lit up. Walk. When Emily was about to start eating, Qin Wanga was suddenly stopped by someone. Qin Wanga? Along with the doubtful voices, two tall girls were walking towards them quickly. Chen Xingxuang didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that she would meet this person who left such a deep impression on her when she went out for a meal. Her best friend Su Wanwan next to her also looked at Qin Wanga with a little confusion. When they saw Qin Wanga in real life, both of them felt that it was unreal. The only time Chen Xingxuang had seen Qin Wanga before was during the 1-minute preparation stage. She was very far away at the time and her mind was tense, so she didn't look at him carefully at all. But now, after seeing it up close in reality, she felt a little bit unbelievable, because she couldn't connect the girl in front of her who looked a bit lonely and introverted with the extremely crazy Yiksha bone-splitting machine. She is really Qin Wanga? Su Wanwan's voice was a little stuttering. Her impression of Qin Wanga came entirely from the internet. What kind of fighting god cult leader? If you let me get close to you, I will kill you with one punch. The immortal signed a promise with me that I will kill the immortal's mother with one punch. No matter how you look at it, this kind of words cannot be associated with Qin Wanga in front of you. Qin Wanga looked up and said, I am Qin Wanga. I didn't expect you to be like this in real life, but since we've met, how about having dinner together? Who are you? Chen Xingxuang. Chen Xingxuang was stunned for a moment. You don't remember me? Sorry, I don't have any impression. Have we met before? Qin Wanga said with some politeness. As for me, Chen Xingxuang, we just fought today. Chen Xingxuang was a little overwhelmed. She was fighting that battle very seriously, and she also put a lot of effort into Qin Wanga. Now the other party didn't recognize her? Oh, sorry. I tend to be more focused when fighting. Qin Wanga apologized immediately. Su Wanwan, who was next to her, couldn't help laughing when she saw her like this. Ha ha, you're such a contrast. Did you come here by yourself? Oh, I came with my mentor. My mentor is at. Qin Wanga turned around, but couldn't find Emily nearby. Chen Xingxuang and Su Wanwan were silent for a moment. And it was Su Wanwan who finally broke the deadlock. Maybe he went to eat first. How about you contact him? Qin Wanga didn't say anything after hearing this, but there was a hint of resentment on her face. How could a tutor lose his students on the road? Chapter 50. The winner is. Of course, Emily's contact can be reached at any time, and Xianji is always watching. Hey, where are you? Emily's voice came out. Qin Wanga looked at the surrounding buildings and was instantly confused. We are next to the Lintiangxia restaurant on West Street. Chen Xingxuang reminded in a low voice, and Qin Wanga hurriedly repeated it. Are you with your friends? Then you guys go ahead and have some fun. I have some delicious food here. Huh. Qin Wanga subconsciously wanted to speak, but Emily had already hung up the phone, leaving the three of them staring at each other. What should we do? Although Chen Xingxuang said this, she couldn't hide the smile on her face. Oh, just come with us to eat. Xingxuang is a big dog owner, so you can eat as much as you want. After what happened with Gao Fanyuan last time, Qin Wanga was actually quite reluctant to go out to dinner with strangers, but Chen Xingxuang gave her a good feeling. In the end, Qin Wanga couldn't resist the two men's coaxing and finally went with them. On the other side, Emoli was playing by himself. I didn't expect our elegy to start making friends too. From the information I found, this Chen Xingxuang is quite arrogant. I didn't expect that she would take the initiative to find Qin Wanga. Xianji had naturally checked on Chen Xingxuang and the other person. Otherwise, Emoli would not be at ease. Chen Xingxuang was indeed very rich, and he took Qin Wanga and the other person to private rooms in very expensive restaurants. She and Qin Wanga didn't talk much along the way. Instead, Su Wanwan talked more, saying this and that, and successfully got the two quiet people to speak. When the three of them were chatting, Qin Wanga was naturally the focus. She could be said to be the most dazzling new star in this freshman competition, and she has now successfully become the #1 on the Dark Horse list. Do you know that they call you the leader of the fighting god cult outside? Su Wanwan asked curiously. Qin Wanga definitely didn't know about this. When he heard this strange name, he was a little confused. What fighting god cult? Combat armor. Combat armor has always had very few users, and even fewer who are skilled at it. but its popularity has always been quite high. It's just that the risks are too high. Su Wanwan was a little excited when she spoke, and it was obvious that she also knew something about combat armor. Now you are almost becoming their faith. It's not that exaggerated, right? Qin Wanga was a little confused. Why did it feel so much like a cult? Chen Xingxuang ate in small bites. It's not an exaggeration. The combat armor is indeed more beautiful to watch than the normal mecha, and the combat armor has the advantage of defeating the strong with the weak, which is also what they like to watch. This time when I fight you, I dare not let you get close to me, otherwise I will not be able to defeat you. Qin Wanga nodded, not quite understanding. She used combat armor not for any other reason, but simply because the hero who liberated their planet used combat armor. Chen Xingxuang looked at Qin Wanga seriously. If I win against you, I will take your share of the win with me. Oh, thank you. If it were anyone else, both of them would think this was a perfunctory answer, but after getting to know each other, they had some understanding of Qin Wanga's character, so she was answering seriously when she said this. When your mental power reaches the same level as mine, it will be difficult for me to defeat you. Chen Xingxuang smiled bitterly. Our Chen family made its fortune in transportation, and our research direction is also speed, so our lethality is limited. Hearing this, Qin Wanga was a little confused. Isn't speed the same as lethality? You mean kinetic energy? My mecha's armor is too weak. If I'm not careful, I might fall apart. Qin Wanga thought for a moment, recalling what Emoli had taught her, and fell silent. Over the years, our Chen family's research has been focused on converting speed into offensive means, but increasing the speed of mechas inevitably requires lightweight armor. So the biggest weakness of the Chen family's mecha is its weak defense. This is also the reason why Xingxuang didn't dare to be attacked by you during the battle. Su Wanwan added. With Chen Xingxuang's armor, if Qin Wanga punched him, he would probably be paralyzed. But correspondingly, at the cost of lightweight armor, Chen Xingxuang's mecha speed has also reached a new peak. Until now, no one has seen Chen Xingxuang's speed in an overloaded state. While they were chatting, Emoli was almost full. As the whole city was a food city, naturally all the food and drinks were top-notch, and Emoli had finally satisfied her craving. After finishing his meal, Emoli was about to go back when he happened to run into Yen Zhan and his group. With a mysterious smile on his lips, Emoli walked straight over. Yen Zhan had already seen Emoli and subconsciously wanted to turn around and leave. Isn't this a defeated opponent? Yen Zhan's face instantly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, and the expressions of Meng Sheng, Gao Fanyuan, and others beside him were not very good either. Emoli, what do you want to do? Yen Zhan frowned. For the first time, he felt that Emoli was a little annoying. It was just a victory once, so why did he keep holding on to it? At this time, Xuanji probably meant the same thing. Are you bored? You guessed right. Emoli responded to Xianji in his mind. I still like your previous rebellious look. After saying that, his eyes suddenly fell on Gao Fanyuan. Gao Fanyuan took a step back almost instinctively. And you're so bold as to use the subspace curtain inside the academy. Now that they were here, they naturally had to teach Gao Fanyuan a lesson. The academy had no evidence and couldn't do anything to him, but Emoli had plenty of ways. What warp fail? I don't know. Gao Fanyuan would definitely not admit it, but Emoli didn't care. Do you know why I want to fight your mentor? Because I want to tell you, don't touch Qin Wanga. Otherwise, even your heavenly punishment level peak mentor won't be able to protect you. Emoli smiled at him, but Gao Fanyuan did not feel any warmth, only endless chill, because he had just truly felt the murderous intent from Emoli. Yen Zhan, who was standing next to him, had a murderous look in his eyes. Emoli didn't take him seriously at all and even threatened him in person. But he lost. He lost to Emoli in a head-on battle. Even though he always felt that he was not prepared for Emoli and did not use the true advantages of the Sky Punishment class mecha. But if you lose, you lose. Saying more will only make people feel that you can't afford to lose. But it was really frustrating. How could there be a villain like Emoli? After winning once, he would go crazy and become even more demanding. If Emoli were to answer him, it would be, nonsense, I won't push myself further after winning. Wait for you to fight back? Of course, you can't fight back even if I give you a chance. Gao Fanyuan was really scared. Yen Zhan was the one sent by the family to protect him. But now this person not only defeated Yen Zhan directly, but also had deep malice towards him. The 51st Academy's trial. If it was a threat, Gao Fanyuan would not be afraid at all. But in Emoli's eyes, he really could not see any joking intention. That was real murderous intent. This is a madman. The moment this thought came to my mind, I couldn't stop it. At the same time, I kept telling myself not to mess with a madman. With all these beliefs intertwined, Gao Fanyuan became scared. Let's go. He pulled Yin Zhan and turned around. Yin Zhan was even more incredulous. How could Gao Fan Yuan, a man with a proud and twisted heart, be so cowardly? Seeing him like this, Emoli didn't stop him. He just smiled and watched them leave. However, this smile looked a little scary in Gao Fan Yuan's eyes. Only after they were far away did Emoli look away. It's not nice to scare children. A voice came from the side, and Emoli was not surprised at all. You followed me for so long just to watch the show? Did you notice me? A man walked out from the side. He was dressed like an ordinary office worker and looked nothing special. What do you want from me? Emoli didn't say how he found him, but asked directly. Let me introduce myself. I'm the college instructor, Wu Ju. My purpose is to get to know you. Emoli walked to the distance, which happened to be the riverside. He could see the river view and the night scenery on the other side of the river. Why are you contacting me? I want to see what your purpose is in coming to the academy. Your strength is more than just the heavenly punishment level, right? Wu Ju asked casually. You guess. I won't guess. Although I don't know why you don't have a mecha that matches your strength. If you are willing to join the academy will arrange for you to have the best mecha of the same level. Chi refused without hesitation. No, I prefer to be free. That's what I was saying. How could you possibly join? Those old guys forced me to approach you. By the way, you don't have any dangerous thoughts, do you? Arriving at the riverside, Missouri Lee placed his hands on the railing and asked, What do you think? I wasn't sure before, but now I think you don't. Wu Ju said this with a serious expression. I just wanted to borrow the scoring equipment, so I taught Qin Wanga. As for why it's like this now, I didn't know that the rest of you students are so weak. Wu Ju's mouth twitched. All right, I told you that poaching is not a good thing to do. What do you mean by poaching? It was Mo Li who was confused. He shouldn't belong to any faction, right? Wu Ju was keenly aware of something wrong with Mo Li's reaction. You're not Professor Jiang Yan's man? Which Professor Jiang Yan? Mo Li himself was puzzled as to why he was labeled without doing anything. What the hell? Wu Ju looked at Mo Li's genuine expression and was stunned for a moment. Then his mind raced. You're not Professor Jiang Yan's man? I am myself. Mo Li frowned. What the hell? Wu Ju was shocked. Something's wrong. This isn't right. Professor Jiang Yan, don't you know? The action against the Empire some time ago was initiated by Professor Jiang Yan. Mo Li suddenly realized and instantly remembered his identity. You mean him? Strictly speaking, he is, but we rarely contact each other. Wu Ju found that he seemed to have obtained a lot of information, but it was difficult to digest it all at once. But what is certain is that Mo Li and Jiang Yan have a close relationship. This matter is a bit complicated. I have to go back. Jiang Yan has been tracking Anja's whereabouts during this period. The college's supercomputer has been put into use, working day and night to search for Anja's whereabouts through various abnormal data. Jiang Yan knew that revenge against the Empire could only stop at Anja, so he would never let Anja go. Jiang Yan was a little tired after not hearing from anyone for so many days. At this time, Yi Lingying called him and saw Jiang Yan's haggard face. She couldn't help but show concern. Teacher, please take a rest first. Anja can't run away. I know. Jiang Yan rubbed his brow. The long period of data analysis made his head hurt. But I don't want him to live that long. Teacher, you should rest. Looking up and meeting Yi Lingying's eyes, Jiang Yan was stunned to see her equally haggard face. He subconsciously looked at the mirror next to him, where his old and haggard face was reflected. Okay, I'll go rest now. Jiang Yan hung up the phone and walked out of the optical computer data center where he had lived for nearly a month. The natural light outside was a little dazzling, and Jiang Yan subconsciously raised his hand to block it. After returning home to wash up, Jiang Yan fell asleep and slept for more than 10 hours before waking up. This was a little incredible for an elderly man. Jiang Yan hadn't slept like this for a long time, but after getting up, he didn't feel much refreshed. This is how old people are. After tidying himself up, Jiang Yan sat on a lounge chair outside the garden, basking in the natural light while looking at his star network. Before devoting himself to data analysis, he turned StarNet into silent mode and told others to come directly to him for important matters and to leave messages for other unimportant matters. Now he went there to read the messages. It was fine at first, but after seeing Jiang Wenqing's message, his expression became strange. A new combat armor system? My people? What do you mean? This name, is it him? He's also at Galaxy Academy. Jiang Yan remembered the person who saved Yi Lingying in the Yensong star field. The other party's appearance there was a bit of a secret, but it was also a fact that he saved Yi Lingying, so Jiang Yan did not delve into it. But now, judging from the information provided by Jiang Wenqing, it is more than just complicated. The combat armor has its own system of fighting style, and the fortress level defeated the punishment level. From all the circumstances, it seems that the opponent is not a simple character. Moreover, compared with Jiang Wensheng, he understands the value of a new system better. Seeing this, he decisively used his authority to search for Mo Li's information. Then he saw several new records. You rented so many workshops? You even registered your mecha with the academy. Are you planning to modify it yourself? In addition, he also saw that Mo Li had ordered a lot of materials. These materials naturally needed to be reported before they could enter the college. Jiang Yin thought it was normal. From this point of view, it is obvious that Mo Li wants to upgrade his mecha. It seems that he wants to do it himself. Jiang Yin instantly became interested. Now the workshops are all automated, and there are not many places where Mo Li needs to do manual work. Even so, there are still many places that involve complex technology. Where does his confidence come from? Locating the workshop rented by Mo Li, Jiang Yin found the one that was in operation and drove the hover car over there. Chapter 52, Meeting Jiang Yin again. In the past 2 days, as soon as Mo Li got the points, he registered and filed the blood debt and the materials he had bought long ago to the academy. Then Mo Li plunged into the laboratory workshop and began to transform the blood debt. The first is the major changes to the engine. The engine can be said to be the heart of the mecha, and a powerful heart can provide strong blood power. The Star Ember's vector thruster from the Flame Dragon Empire has more than 3 times the energy conversion efficiency and power provided by the Blood Debt's Super Fusion engine. There is also a micro-pulse plasma thruster, which is actually the auxiliary engine of the mecha and can provide more flexible and precise movements and turns. This will allow Mo Li to gain a greater advantage through micromanipulation in close combat. As for weapons, the Blood Covenant Fist Blade is also a powerful weapon. This weapon has 2 forms, fist form and blade form. Needless to say, the fist form is specially designed for combat armor, and in the blade form, a high-frequency vibration particle field will be activated. At that time, the blade form will be like an enchantment, and its cutting ability will be greatly increased, and it can easily tear through higher-level armor. And in blade form, they all have built-in energy conduits that can convert energy into plasma through a special engine, adding scorching high temperature. The other side can spray out freezing liquid, which embrittles the enemy's armor through extreme low temperatures and then shatters it in fist form. The blade shapes can also be combined to form a long-handled 2-ended battle blade, which is complex and changeable. This weapon is very popular in the Flame Dragon Empire and can deal with many types of mechas in close combat. In this laboratory today, Mo Li is synthesizing the key composite material, dragon scales. After staying in the laboratory for a whole day, Mo Li was ready to go out for dinner. As soon as he opened the door, he saw an old man standing at the door. Mo Li always felt that the other person was a little familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was. However, Xian Ji answered his doubts. The other party is the college professor, Jiang Yin. Long time no see. Jiang Yin spoke first. Long time no see. Mo Li pretended to be meaningful, trying to cover up his embarrassment of not recognizing the other person at first sight. Jiang Yin's expression was strange. You didn't recognize me just now. Professor Jiang Yin, you're not waiting for me here to talk about this, are you? Mo Li didn't feel embarrassed at all and interrupted him directly. Right. They were all trivial matters, so Jiang Yin didn't take them seriously. Want to chat? Let's go. The two talked as they walked. You've been making quite a stir in the academy recently. Many people are asking me about it. After all, I got your identity through the academy, so they can see some traces. It's okay, Mo Li said nonchalantly. Old Jiang, your method isn't very effective. I just made a few moves and I was caught. Jiang Yan's mouth twitched when he heard that. Was that a little trick? Don't you have any idea? But on the surface, he was still very well-mannered. I just casually got this identity at the time. I didn't expect you to have such strength. Are you now at the sky punishment level? Or the star ring level? Mo Li suddenly stopped and smiled mysteriously. What if I tell you what level the mecha is? Then I can go up 1 level. Jiang Yan stopped, turned his head to look at him, and smiled. Prove it to me. A boring old man. The two of them walked forward again, and Jiang Yan casually asked, What is your purpose? So straightforward? Mo Li asked in surprise. I'm an old man, and I'm very pressed for time. If I hadn't helped you get the identity, I wouldn't have come this time. And with a faint Mo Li felt an inexplicable murderous intent. That's quite a coincidence. I'm here for his bounty. Jiang Yan was really confused this time. With your current strength, you'd be a guest of honor no matter which faction you go to. There's no need. Jiang Yan suddenly stopped and asked, Are you short of money? And are you confident enough to kill Inja? Mo Li strategically leaned back, shielding himself with his hands. Is this how the professor thinks? It's so fast. It's not hard to guess. If you really had money, You wouldn't have needed me to help you get an identity after being trapped on that planet. And right after you got out, you went on a mad hunt for space pirates. Although I have devoted my entire life to scientific research and have some understanding of wealth, even 6 fortress-level assets cannot satisfy you, and you still want to take advantage of Anja. At this point, Jiang Yin became even more confident. So your strength is at the peak of the heavenly punishment level? You want to make money to buy a peak heavenly punishment level mecha, right? And Ninja's bounty is a good choice. But your current mecha is a fortress level 1, and Anja is at the peak of the heavenly punishment level. Are you really sure? Don't worry about that. I'm just asking if the reward is real. Of course, I've been doing research for most of my life and have obtained several technology patents. This amount of money is definitely enough. Upon hearing this, Imoli spread his hands and said, "That's good. You seem quite confident, but even I can't find Anja. So how can you find him? Wait, are you from the Empire?" A question mark appeared on Imoli's forehead. Why was it jumping so fast? Jiang Yin stopped and looked at him with burning eyes. Yin Song Star region is originally a marginal star region. I guessed it when you appeared, but at that time my mind was completely focused on revenge. It's hard not to think of someone with no identity who suddenly appeared in the direction of the Empire. Plus, you are now confident that you can find Inja's whereabouts. Having said that, Jiang Yin subconsciously put his hand on his wrist and observed Mo Li's reaction. Mo Li was stunned for a moment, then smiled and wanted to step forward, but Jiang Yin immediately took a step back. "Hey, old Jiang, you're being too formal. Look, you have money and I have strength. Isn't that enough? You pay. I charge. It's a match made in heaven." People from the Empire. Jiang Yin's tone suddenly turned cold. Mo Li's face turned serious. "Old Jiang, this is where you're wrong. If I really were one of them, wouldn't I have just killed Yi Lingyin? Why would I save her and let myself be reduced to the territory of the Federation? And I didn't even have a mecha to begin with. What am I trying to achieve?" Jiang Yin still did not let down his guard. After realizing Mo Li's identity, he was basically certain in his heart that Mo Li was a member of the Empire. It's just that he might have been exiled here due to some circumstances. Seeing that the old man was still extremely vigilant, Mo Li had no choice but to use his killing move. The Empire is dying. Hearing this, Jiang Yin relaxed his guard a little. "Even so, I can't trust you easily. Old Jiang, you don't have to believe me. We are in an employment relationship." Emoli didn't care. If this old man didn't look quite rich, Emoli wouldn't have wasted so much time talking to him. But it's also good this way, as it provides a cover for my identity. 53rd, finding Anja. There are still too many loopholes in Mo Li's identity. If there is any amazing technology that attracts their attention in the future, and they start to dig deep, he will not be able to withstand it. Jiang Yan's self-imagination now is just right. So Emoli had to quickly consolidate his idea. Whether I'm from the Empire or the Federation, I only have one goal now, to make money. And you happen to be rich and in need of a knife like mine. If it were usual, Jiang Yin would definitely not listen to Mo Li's words, but now, he was a little moved by the strength displayed by Mo Li. It's not that the Academy doesn't have super pilots, but in this situation where they can't find the person, the other party doesn't have that much time to wait and kill him as soon as he finds him. They all have their own things to do. It is so difficult to find information about Anja now, and he will not stay in one place all the time. It is very likely that he will find the information by himself, and when others arrive there, he will have already run away. The Academy can help Jiang Yin a lot, but it is definitely not like having one of their own people who can be there at any time. So inevitably, Jiang Yin is now moved. He admitted that he was somewhat blinded by hatred. He looked at Chi-Chi's half-smile and said in a deep voice, "Do you want to cooperate with me?" "Yeah, someone like me definitely needs you to help me cover my identity." "Can." Emoli was a little surprised by Jiang Yan's straightforwardness. He didn't know Jiang Yan's psychological activities, so naturally he didn't know how much Jiang Yan had considered. "So, happy cooperation? It's a pleasure to work with you." Jiang Yan looked at Emoli seriously. "I'm using the Academy's equipment to check Inja's information. If he reveals any clues, we'll be able to find him quickly. I'll be there as soon as possible." Emoli was very sensible. "I hope so." After Jiang Yan finished speaking, he turned and left. In the following time, in addition to arranging Qin Wanga to practice on his own, Moli hid in the laboratory workshop and upgraded his blood debt. He disappeared, but the students in the college became anxious. The freshman competition was over, so they naturally set their sights on Mo Li. However, when they looked for him, they found that apart from seeing Mo Li's name on the honorary pilot list, he was not found anywhere else. The message fell on deaf ears, and no such person was found. Top 33. I don't know how many people are jealous of Qin Wanga's ranking, but this is just the result of Mo Li's 2 months of training. Qin Wanga also received a lot of resources from the academy. Many paid training rooms were now free to use, and there were also various special nutritional supplements that made her training more effective. Some people kept posting on the Star Network looking for Mo Li, and some people asked the academy directly, but the academy was very lenient with the honorary pilots, and the academy was not very happy with those talented students having unrealistic fantasies about becoming honorary pilots. However, this trend is inevitable, and the academy's honorary pilots have ushered in a new spring. In the past, they had to humble themselves to recruit students, but now they come to ask for help on their own initiative. Everyone was so touched. Not all students at Galaxy Academy follow the trend blindly. Some of them can still see the level of an honorary pilot. Those who followed the trend basically wanted to try their luck. After all, at the beginning, Mo Li's performance was no different from those honorary pilots. Mo Li didn't know that the outside world was looking for him like crazy. After a week, with Xianji taking over the system and operating it himself, he finally successfully upgraded the blood debt. The blood debt in front of him looked almost the same as before. The only change was that there was a touch of scarlet on blood debt's fists. Blood Covenant Fist Blade. With this set of weapons, Mo Li wouldn't have such a hard time dealing with the Heaven Punishment level armor. After returning home and logging into the Star Network, Mo Li was just about to check out Qin Wanga's training results when he was shocked by the message. Xuanji, what's going on? You're famous. Xuanji said concisely. Famous? Is it Qin Wanga? Mo Li opened a few messages at random and saw that they were all here to become his disciples. Humph. You didn't even come when I begged you before, and now you know you're wrong? It's too late. Qin Wanga made it to the top 33, and the points he was given were a full 500,000. Plus, he did it all himself, and the academy facilities were just rented, so it was enough for Mo Li to modify the blood debt 10 more times. He has no shortage of points now, so why would he waste time recruiting disciples? When the others found that they couldn't find Mo Li, they all set their sights on Qin Wanga. At first, Qin Wanga was quite annoyed, but fortunately, Chen Xingxuang and Su Wanwan came forward and helped her to drive those people away, allowing Qin Wanga to concentrate on practicing. It was also a week after Mo Li strengthened his blood debt that Jiang Yin calculated Anja's approximate location. He sent a message to Mo Li immediately. I found Anja's approximate location. Oh, you want me to go directly? That's right. Jiang Yin nodded seriously. If someone else goes, I'm afraid we'll alert him and make him run away. I've combined the clues I've recently gathered and discovered that he's being very cautious now. He'll change his identity and flee if there's any movement. I have no problem. Where is he? The blood debt escalated, and Mo Li couldn't wait to try it himself. It's in the Dongli Star region. I've already sent the exact location to the spaceship I've assigned for you. And the spacecraft equipment. The timeliness of the information is very poor. He won't stay in one place for too long. The ship is parked at Space Dock 18. Please leave as soon as possible. I have already set up your identity information. Okay. Mo Li was not someone who liked to procrastinate. After hanging up the phone, he contacted Qin Wanga. When the communication was connected, Qin Wanga was in the middle of training. Teacher, what's wrong? I'm going to be away from the academy for a while. If you have any questions during this time, please contact me remotely. Okay. Qin Wanga lowered his head slightly and said nothing. Seeing her like this, Mo Li smiled and said, Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Before I come back, you have to practice Beidou stepping on the stars. I'll check the results when I come back. Qin Wanga raised his head and said seriously, I will, Minter. After bidding farewell to Qin Wanga, Mo Li did not take the hover car, but went straight to the blood debt and started the engine. The electronic eyes of the behemoth, more than 10 meters tall, lit up. As the engine injected energy into the cold mechanical body, the blood debt seemed to come alive at this moment. As the vector thrusters started up, a purple stream of energy spurted out, and the powerful force enabled this more than 40-ton mecha to break free from the constraints of the planet's gravity and fly. There are actually very few people who drive mechas in the academy, because most courses can be learned through the intranet. Those who actually drive mechas usually have missions. When some people saw blood debt taking off, they thought it was some instructor or honorary pilot, but a sharp-eyed student recognized blood debt. Chapter 54, The Tormented Anja. During this period, Mo Li's disappearance made the students almost dig up all his information, and this famous blood debt appearance was naturally remembered by them. As the video of blood debt leaving the college was filmed and posted online, the students wailed. Has Teacher Mo left the academy? I haven't even signed up yet. That shouldn't be the case. Teacher Mo is also listed in the academy information. You guys don't know shit. Honorary pilots have a lot of freedom. Teacher Mo can be gone for a year or two and come back with nothing to worry about. That's not right. The Blood Debt engine isn't like that. It's also significantly faster. Rumor has it that Teacher Mo has been in a materials lab these days. Is he modifying Blood Debt? The students had their own guesses, but Mo Lee had already accelerated to break through the atmosphere and enter space. According to the information given by Jiang Yan, Mo Lee arrived at space dock number 18 where the spacecraft was parked. This space dock seems a bit special. There is only one warship docked in such a huge spaceport. What surprised Mo Lee was that as soon as his mecha arrived at the spaceport, it was scanned and immediately allowed to pass. The whole process took no more than 3 seconds. At the same time, a communication request was received inside the mecha. Mo Lee answered the call, and a voice came from the other end. Welcome, Instructor Mo Lee. Professor Jiang Yan has arranged for you to board the Light Trace automated field warship. After you board the ship, you can use the onboard AI to learn about its performance. This mission is urgent. I have opened a green channel for you. Please board the ship quickly. Mo Lee landed next to the spaceship. The hatch at the back of the spaceship opened, and a huge platform popped out automatically. He lay down on the Blood Debt, and the position was just right. Then Mo Lee got off the mecha and entered the cockpit of the spaceship. Welcome. Took over. The performance of this spacecraft is pretty good. Let me see where the target location is. Xuanji's voice replaced the shipborne AI. The spacecraft started up quickly, and the 6 sets of thrusters jetted at the same time. The violent energy turned into power, pushing the behemoth away from the spaceport. Destination, Lepi system, set sail. The spacecraft left the spaceport and immediately entered warp mode, heading for the nearest Stargate. At this time, inside the academy, Jiang Yan also received the news that Mo Lee had left in a spaceship. I hope you can prove yourself, Anja. I won't let you live another day. The hatred deep in his eyes almost burst out. Aurora's twins are not only his students, but sometimes they are also his daughters. Jiang Yan has devoted his life to scientific research, but he finds a sense of home in these 2 lovely girls. At this time, a call came in and Jiang Yan answered it. Professor Jiang, have you locked onto the target? The location can't be wrong. Okay, it'll take me a week to get there. If that Chi-Chi really has that kind of strength, then it will be easy for me. At this time, Mo Lee, who was flying, had to sigh at Jiang Yan's generosity because Xianji saw several amazing devices on the spacecraft. The first is the Academy's arrest warrant. With this arrest warrant, local official forces can cooperate in blocking the spaceport. The second is a high-frequency mental detector for senior pilots. Once activated, this instrument can forcibly resonate with the mental power of a sky punishment-level pilot. According to Xuanji, this kind of instrument is rare even in the Federation. The price of a single one is over 50 billion star coins, and it is not available for purchase yet. The one Jiang Yan gave was the top-of-the-line version, which could skin a planet at a time. With these 2 deadly weapons in hand, as long as Anja is in that galaxy, he will definitely not be able to escape. Mo Lee used the Stargate to shuttle and warp speed to quickly arrive at the Lepi galaxy that Jiang Yan had locked onto. The location here was neither good nor bad. There were many such galaxies in the Dongli star field, and most of them were transformed. There are 7 planets in the Lepi galaxy, 3 of which have been transformed into agricultural planets with a space city. The purpose of Mo Lee's trip is this space city. As soon as we entered the galaxy, the network center of the space city came to connect and check the information. At this time in the space city, there is a second-hand mecha shopping area. This is the most chaotic area in the Lepi space city. Since this galaxy is used to develop agriculture, it is destined not to be very developed, so most of the people gathered here are poor. After Anja came out of the Empire, he hid here and there and changed several places. He had only been in this place for a week. His current identity is a middle-aged man who has returned home after wandering outside for more than 10 years. Some time ago, his parents died in an accident, and he had to return home to inherit the second-hand repair shop opened by his parents. Rumor has it that this person has a bad temper, which has caused the repair shop's business to be lukewarm. As usual today, Anja opened the shop door, sat in the back, and started drinking bottle after bottle of wine. After drinking several bottles, Anja's eyes did not show any sign of confusion, but were full of thought. Because 2 days ago, the Empire suddenly contacted him and told him that he could return to the Empire after a while, but the prerequisite was that he had to go to the Zerg front and fight for 3 years. If it was at the beginning, Anja would never agree. The Zerg front is not a place for humans to stay. Not to mention the sky punishment level. Even the star ring level has the possibility of falling. But during his time living in the Federation, he had to hide like an underground rat and face the overwhelming number of space pirate hunters, and he was no longer tired of it. What made him most uncomfortable was that he couldn't take action. Once any traces are left, the Federation will definitely find them. He had long been fed up with this kind of life, and he readily agreed the moment the Empire contacted him. However, the Empire is still negotiating with the Federation, and when it comes to the Zerg front, the Federation will definitely agree. It's just a matter of time. The Sky Punishment level is also an important combat force on the Zerg front. Many people who have committed more serious crimes than him can wash away their sins by fighting on the Zerg front. However, there are very few sinners who go to the Zerg front and return. But Anja couldn't care less. Now, if there was someone slightly suspicious around him, he would subconsciously think that the other person was looking for him. Some people even came up to him directly and suspected him without any reason. In such a situation, he would have slapped them in the face when he was in the Empire. But it's not possible now. There is news within the Empire that the super optical computer inside the Galaxy Academy has been analyzing where he might appear. Any abnormality will be entered into the optical computer's database, and once an abnormality occurs, it will be investigated in detail. Hearing this news, Enjurin was stunned. He never thought that this old man Jiang Yin would be so crazy. This has mobilized all the resources he can mobilize. Now Anja feels a chill all over his body when he thinks about it. Coupled with the crazy bounty, he didn't have a single good day after being wanted. 55th Fierce Battle. Anja just wants to leave here, even if it means leaving the Zerg battlefield. Although the Zerg battlefield is dangerous, it does not keep him awake every night. Whenever he thinks of the bounty, he wishes he could give himself away. Damn, people who work in scientific research are really rich. You know, there are so many Sky Punishment class pilots driving top-of-the-line Fortress class mechas. This is also what Anja fears the most. These pilots who are stuck in the Mecha level will definitely turn green with envy when they see this. He even heard that there were groups of pilots like this, just waiting to take the spoils and split them equally. At their level, they must have saved up a lot of star coins. With this reward, even if they split it equally, they can get a better Sky Punishment class mecha outside. The bounty issued by Jiang Yin is not just talk, it can really drive people crazy. The reward for providing information was also in the millions, which really tortured Anja. In addition to the reward channel, Jiang Yin also bought publicity in order to make this reward known to everyone. It is easy to get the reward for information, even though you can't get the reward for the head. Millions are enough to change the lives of many people. Anja hears this topic almost every day. Ordinary people talk about it every day. Some people received 2 million the day before yesterday, and 3 million last week. Of course, Anja knew it was a rumor, and Jiang Yin would definitely confirm the authenticity of the news before giving him the money. The problem was that he actually found the information by accident once. Even though he has changed his identity and location, the presence of a trace can narrow the search area to a great extent. It was that information that allowed Jiang Yin to achieve a breakthrough from 0 to 1, and also made Anja extremely nervous. Damn it, Anja thought of this and smashed the wine bottle. Wait until I go to the Zerg battlefield. Why has my mental strength been mobilized? Psychic Resonator. Anja was startled and almost instinctively jumped up from his chair and ran to the back of the room. At the same time, he opened the communication with the Empire and shouted, "What's going on with the Zerg battlefield? I've been discovered. What's going on? Isn't it well hidden?" The other party was very surprised. Anja had no time to chat with him in detail. "Hurry up and get me the qualification to enter the Zerg battlefield. I don't have time for nonsense." At this time, Anja had already heard the roar of the mecha engine coming from above his head. Anja couldn't sleep well these days and was worried, so he simply hid the mecha next door, and it came in handy at this time. At this time, above this area, Mo Li was driving the Blood Debt, and the scanner was already running at full power. There are too many people. Mo Li frowned slightly. He originally wanted to fire 2 missiles first, but when he saw the people nearby, he had to give up. The appearance of such a mecha above the living area naturally caused a lot of panic. From Mo Li's perspective, the people below fled in panic like ants. Because mechas are prohibited in the space city, any fool would know that something bad is going to happen if a mecha appears at this time. Their dispersion also allowed Mo Li to quickly lock onto the target. Seeing the outline on the scanner, Mo Li grinned. "I found you." The small missile compartment on the side of Shueji's waist opened, and 5 missiles quickly fell to the ground below with tail flames. Boom, 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 boom. The exploding flames engulfed the repair shop. Mo Li looked at the feedback from the scanner and shook his head with a hint of regret. Amidst the flames and smoke, a mecha broke through the smoke and soared into the sky. Damn it! Angry curses were heard on the public channel, but Mo Li ignored them and rushed forward in his mecha. Anja had no intention of fighting at first, but turned around and ran away in his mecha. The Mecha's peak Heavenly Punishment body, coupled with his Heavenly Punishment 9-star mental power, directly brought the Mecha's performance to the extreme, and its speed increased at an astonishing speed. Lee also immediately turned on the vector thrusters, and the speed reached its peak instantly. Moreover, the acceleration of the vector thrusters far exceeded Inja's Mecha. The Blood Covenant is still in the boxing mode. Lee started later, but was the first to arrive. Before Inja could speed up, he punched him from the side. This time Anja had to resist, but he also lost the previous acceleration, and the power of this punch made him a little surprised. It seemed a little weak. But how did he catch up? The engine recoil quickly offset the kinetic energy brought by the punch. Inja then looked carefully at the Mecha in front of him, but the more he looked, the weirder it seemed. However, the situation was urgent, so he subconsciously chose to run away first. Lee would not let him have his wish. Once Inja increased his speed, he would not be able to catch up. However, the short-range burst of the vector thrusters could give him an advantage. As they approached again, Anja became a little anxious. He didn't know if there were other space pirate hunters around. If they attacked him in groups, even if he could break out of the encirclement, the huge noise would make it impossible for him to hide. At the critical moment, a surprising voice suddenly came from the communication. It's already been negotiated, but the paperwork will take some time to be passed through. Anja's eyes lit up, and he stopped running immediately. He raised his arm to block Lee's punch, opened the armor on his back, and drew out the Watcher's greatsword. Your Mecha is just a primary sky punishment, right? Anja suddenly said. How dare a trash like you come to me to claim the bounty? Anja shouted, and the giant sword of the Watcher in his hand swept out. Lee said nothing. When the giant sword attacked, all the micro-pulse plasma thrusters on his arms were turned on. He punched the giant sword accurately from bottom to top. The huge force caused the sword to deflect slightly. Then Lee lowered his body and moved closer. Seeing this, Anja pointed his other hand at Lee, opened his palm, and plasma quickly condensed in his palm, and the energy of destruction condensed in his palm. Lee's eyes twitched, and he raised his hand and elbowed him, causing a beam of light to cut down from his side by a hair's breadth, passing through the street and houses below, leaving a neat, bottomless gap. At this time, Anja threw out his giant sword and hugged it back. Seeing this, Lee activated the micro-pulse plasma thruster on the side, narrowly avoided the hug, and then threw a hook punch from bottom to top, hitting the ribs of Anja's Mecha. Anja's eyes widened as his right half of consciousness lost control in an instant. The next moment, that strange feeling immediately came from the left side, and at this time the right side had just regained consciousness. Combat armor. Anja screamed, because his body also felt the impact at the same time, being approached by the combat armor. The moment this thought came to Anja's mind, he immediately activated the repulsion shield. The shield opened, and a huge repulsive force forced Lee back. Before Inja could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw Lee in front of him shaking his fists, and his fists turned into two sharp blades. What is the 56th mumbling about? The Blood Covenant turned into two sharp blades, and at the same time the energy conversion engine started, and the double blades emitted two kinds of light, one red and one blue. Anja had taken advantage of the moment when the shield was opened to retreat and create some distance. Lee's Mecha was too strange, and he didn't dare to get close until he figured it out. With a wave of his hand, the Throne Watcher's giant sword was pulled back. As the giant sword spun, a whistling sound was made. Lee, who was chasing, noticed this and dodged to the side. Anja received the giant sword. Energy poured into it, and the giant sword began to surge with energy fluctuations. No matter who you are. Wielding two giant swords, Anja's whole body shook, and the power converted from the engine made the Mecha rush out at high speed. We're all going to die here today. At this moment, Anja seemed to want to vent all the frustration he had felt over the past few days. The formalities have been completed. In a few minutes, he will be a Zerg battlefield pilot, and all the crimes he committed within the Federation will be wiped out. And at the moment, let alone this Mecha that is suspected to be at the initial stage of heavenly punishment, even two Mechas at the peak of heavenly punishment level cannot take him down. Thinking of this, Anja roared to the sky with joy, and the giant sword in his hand danced. With the Sky Punishment class Mecha and this huge sword, all the surging power of the Mecha can be injected into it, and Lee cannot even take a single sword attack. Another sword cut through the air, and Zhou was shocked by Lee's agility. He had never seen such a flexible Mecha. His flexibility does not refer to speed or turning. If it were just these, Anja would be very experienced in fighting. His Mecha combat style is of the bold and aggressive type, and many people have wanted to use highly flexible Mechas to fight him. As soon as they met, he felt that Mo Lee was different. So clean. Every dodge was crisp and neat, without a single unnecessary movement, and when dodging his attacks, he used the smallest possible movement. If Anja were to describe himself in one sentence, he would be a dancer on the edge of a knife. He didn't know whether Mo Lee's mecha had a repulsive shield. If it did, for example, he didn't dodge the attack by a hair's breadth just now, then Mo Lee was really brave. If not, then that's pure madness. He swept the sword across a wide area, hoping to force Mo Lee to retreat from the long-range bombing. Unexpectedly, when Mo Lee saw his sword, not only did he not retreat, but he climbed up to his limit and passed by the sweeping watcher. And just suddenly looked up and saw Mo Lee jumping high up, but it was too late to put away his sword. Don't let him get close. Seeing that the blood covenant had turned into a fist form, Anja decisively opened the small missile cabin, and the armor on the shoulders and ribs opened at the same time. Dozens of missiles flew close to his face and then exploded. Anja took the opportunity to retreat, but felt a shock in his chest. Madman. The moment this thought flashed through his mind, Anja felt his hand tremble, and strangely, when he tried to use his right hand to retract the sword to block, he felt that his body's response was slow. This also resulted in Mo Lee having already circled behind him when he put away his sword. And this time, he turned his body close to Anja, which was equivalent to rotating behind Anja. All the micro-pulse plasma thrusters on his body provided turning force, providing him with huge kinetic energy for this rotation. The next kick was a whip kick, which sent Anja flying. The blood covenant transformed into a double-edged sword, and at the same time, the vector thrusters entered overload mode, and the tail flame became longer and the color became lighter. Boom. Anja, who was the last to arrive, had just recovered from the shock of being sent flying backwards when he saw a mecha with many charred marks on its armor crashing towards him. The collision of the two steel giants made a huge roar, and the two sides crashed into the city below, one in front and the other behind. 2 or 3 small buildings collapsed, and a crowd of people were screaming and fleeing nearby. As Anja exerted his strength, he was knocked to the ground by the even more powerful impact and had to open the repulsion shield again. This time, Mo Lee was well prepared. After the collision, he used the recoil of the thrusters to create some distance between himself and Anja, so that Anja's repulsion shield did not hit him. A hint of frost appeared on the left blade of the blood covenant, and then Mo Lee raised his hand and stabbed it down. The moment it touched the repulsive shield, a huge snowflake ice crystal rapidly expanded. Anja looked at the scene in shock. Special engine? Without caring about holding back, Anja pushed the engine to full power and moved horizontally along the ground, crashing through several buildings. He thought he could create some distance this way, but when he looked down, he saw that Mo Lee was flying close to him, as if he had anticipated his move. This distance, this advancement speed. Anja's pupils contracted. The other party's flight path was actually very close to the path he had crashed into. This also caused his speed to not be hindered at all. Instead, he kept crashing into buildings, and his speed decreased a lot. Mo Lee was still in an overloaded state. Before Anja could adjust his posture, Mo Lee rushed up, the double blades of the blood covenant danced wildly, and the repulsion shield was soon covered with white frost. Seeing the sharp blade of Mo Lee's right hand turn red, Anja felt something was wrong. Then he saw Mo Lee raised his right hand and stabbed it down fiercely, and the repulsive shield was directly shattered, and his armor was exposed in front of Mo Lee. He almost instinctively wanted to raise the Watcher's giant sword, but Mo Lee elbowed him from the left and right at the same time. Anja only felt his arms shake and briefly lost control of the mecha. Then, dots of blue light appeared on Mo Lee's body. In a trance, Anja seemed to see some kind of wonderful constellation arrangement. Looking closely, it seemed that there were microthrusters starting up. Immediately afterwards, a cold light quickly expanded before his eyes. Ding ding ding. The crisp sound continued to ring out, and the frost quickly spread on his mecha. Anja could even feel the cold eroding his body through the mecha. What kind of energy is this? Anja found that this did not seem to be an illusion. His fingers were a little stiff. This is definitely not the energy that an ordinary special conversion engine can convert. It even penetrated his sky punishment level armor. His fingers stiffened, and as the frost spread, the stiffness quickly spread throughout his body. It felt like the god of death was gently touching his body. Anja was completely terrified. At this time, the sound coming from my ears was like the sound of nature. Your Zerg battlefield identity has been issued, effective immediately. Anja didn't even bother to respond to him. I'm a frontline officer on the Zerg battlefield. You can't kill me. Mo Lee paused for a moment as he raised his left hand. What did you say? I am a frontline officer on the Zerg battlefield. According to the laws of the Federal Empire, Zerg frontline officers must be punished by the United Court. What? Mo Lee's puzzled voice was heard in the public channel. Under the threat of death, Anja was a little broken. If you kill me, you will be punished by the United Court. The entire Federation will not tolerate you. Huh? What are you mumbling about? Mo Lee rolled his eyes and thrust the sharp blade infused with plasma straight forward. The scorching plasma easily pierced through the cockpit. 57th diffusion. The scorching plasma instantly caused the temperature of the entire cockpit to soar, and Anja screamed with his eyes wide open. Looking at the sharp blade that pierced through the cockpit, watching the high temperature vaporize his blood, and the wound turned black. Then, life quickly slipped away. There was crazy shouting on the other side of the channel. Anja! What happened? Anja! Answer me. However, he was destined not to hear Anja's reply. Mo Lee drew out the sharp blade, looked at the mecha armor on his chest that was brittled by the freezing liquid, and smashed it with a punch. The brittle armor shattered, exposing the complex mechanical structure of the cockpit. At the same time, Anja's dead body appeared in front of Mo Lee. At this time, the two mechas were in a prone position. Mo Lee blasted the wall in front of him and then crawled out first. The battle here had long attracted the attention of the space city. Even though Mo Lee had already reported it, after all, it was a fight between sky punishment level warriors in the city, so they had to keep watching. In fact, ever since Mo Lee found the official people, the official sent people to follow him. But Mo Lee was too fast, and when Anja came out to fight him, the official hovercraft arrived. What do you mean evacuate? Sorry, this is a development zone, and there is no one here. The galaxy here is already remote, and the officials are trying their best to please the Galaxy Academy. For this operation, Mo Lee's negotiations with the officials did not last more than 3 minutes. After taking out the certificate given by Jiang Yan, Mo Lee had a smooth journey and made a plan in 2 minutes. In order to build momentum, the Space City officials also broadcast a live broadcast, and the number of viewers in the live broadcast room has already exceeded 100 million. The bounty on Anja has been making a lot of noise lately, and wherever there's news about him, the topic is basically exploding with interest. This time the official hype was indeed successful. The overwhelming heat has died down, and it's just a matter of whether we can catch up to it or not. The official has tried its best to show the planet behind in the live broadcast room, insert advertisements, etc., but it is still useless because everyone's attention is on the battle. They all knew it was a pilot from Galaxy Academy, but they didn't know which one. There are many famous sky punishment level pilots in the Galaxy Academy, but most of them are on the Zerg battlefield, and they have never seen the current one. Someone looked through the instructor information of Galaxy Academy, but couldn't find this mecha there. Outsiders couldn't recognize him, but the students in the college did. I sent this instructor, Mo Lee. Fuck, why did we go to such a distant galaxy? The opponent is Anja. What did I see? The students in the academy who had been waiting for Mo Lee were all furious. They were looking for Mo Lee's whereabouts every day, and they almost searched the entire academy, but they couldn't find him. All the information they got was just hearsay. But after a brief moment of anger, seeing Mo Lee constantly suppressing Anja, they became even more crazy. The unpleasantness of being stood up disappeared instantly. What level is Anja? That's the peak of heavenly punishment. As for Chichiong, they didn't know his specific level, but they knew all too well the blood debt he owed. It was originally the vehicle of space pirates. People outside don't understand the composition of space pirates, but don't they understand? In their eyes, it is no different from scrap metal. It is hard to imagine that a Fortress-class mecha does not have hegemonic technology. But now, Mo Lee relied on his blood debt to force Anja to fight. The repulsive shield of Anja's mecha was also one of the core technologies of the Empire. It also had a laser cannon, which had an astonishing destructive power and was also one of the hegemonic technologies. There may be more in terms of other power or armor. God knows how Mo Lee won. Not to mention the students. Even the instructors couldn't understand it. Not to mention how the defense was broken. Why didn't Anja move at all? It feels to them like there is a huge delay. At this time, Qin Wang's victims had something to say. No, this is Instructor Mo's special move. I used it the same way when I fought Qin Wang. I feel that the mecha has a lot of delay, which is very uncomfortable. Is it really that mysterious? Mysterious? Is Anja kidding you about his own life? Why does it seem like Teacher Mo is suppressing him? As Mo Lee and Anja crashed into the building, the hover car that was following them could only aim at the building from a distance. After all, no one wanted to die. If it weren't a building from the interstellar era, it really wouldn't be able to withstand the impact of two mechas. But at this time, the audience all felt in their hearts that these buildings were too strong, because they could not see the battle situation inside at all. The authorities could only send a drone over, but before the drone could fly in, The wall on the other side was shattered by Mo Lee's punch. As the blood debt plane with charred and mottled armor walked out, everyone's eyes widened. The winner has been decided? Although he felt that this idea was a bit outrageous, Mo Lee didn't look like he had lost a fight. Which good person would walk around here leisurely after losing a fight? As soon as Mo Lee came out, he saw several hovercrafts in the distance. These were obviously the official masterpieces of Sky City. But none of this was his business. Now he was going to collect the spoils. After leaving the building, Mo Lee immediately reached into the broken hole and pulled out Anja's mecha. When the official live broadcast camera saw the big hole on the chest of Anja's mecha, everyone, whether they were at the scene or watching, fell silent. The top-level Sky Punishment class mecha was dragged out like a pile of scrap metal. No one expected it to end so quickly. Even if Anja was at a disadvantage before, they felt that Anja must have other ways and there might be a new turn of events. As a result, after only a short while in the building, he came out as a corpse. Dragging Anja's mecha, Mo Lee started the engine and flew towards the spaceport. Xuanji, how's it going? Don't worry, no matter how much they test, the blood debt channel receiver will be broken. When he was flying back, Zhang Yan's call came in at the same time. You succeeded? Zhang Yan's tone was full of excitement. Even through the light curtain, Mo Lee could see his slightly trembling body. Killed him. We could have captured him alive, but he said he had obtained some officer status on the Zerg front line, so we couldn't kill him. Zhang Yan's jaw suddenly froze. An officer from the Zerg battlefield? It seems so. I knew the Empire wouldn't give up on him like this. But then, he remembered that Mo Lee seemed to have successfully killed Anja during the live broadcast. At this time, even with Zhang Yan's experience, he was stunned for a moment. Etc. Zhang Yan's brain was a bit overloaded. He took a moment to calm down, sorted out the situation, and then said solemnly, I don't know when his identity was revealed, but since he has been hiding for so long with this identity, it should have been recently, or even not yet. Zhang Yan lowered his head in thought, pacing back and forth. If that's the case, it can still be operated. The game between the 58th Empire and the Academy. No need to bother. Mo Lee said, You are right, his identity should have just been revealed. But he didn't produce any relevant proof at the time, and he didn't mention it when the fight started. Does ignorance count for nothing? Does that apply here? Zhang Yan was almost stunned by Mo Lee's clever move, and subconsciously asked a very ignorant question. Then how did you know he had obtained the Zerg Frontline Officer Certificate? I heard it. Mo Lee was completely unaware. Zhang Yanren was stunned, and then he saw a mecha log sent by Mo Lee, which showed that the channel receiver of Mo Lee's mecha had been damaged when he rushed through Anja's missile attack. Zhang Yan's eyes widened suddenly. This is much easier, don't you think? Mo Lee said with a smile. This is so easy. Even if the Emperor of the Empire is here, I can keep you safe. Although this statement is a bit exaggerated, it also shows Zhang Yan's confidence. Okay. You really gave me a big surprise. Zhang Yan found that he had encountered more happy things today than in the previous year. Nothing, I'll go back. Good. Mo Lee hung up the communication, then dragged Anja's mecha back to the spaceport and prepared to park it. But unexpectedly, the Empire acted so quickly. When Mo Lee saw the 5 fully armed mechas of the official guard team blocking the spaceport, he knew that the Empire must have arranged people nearby to meet Anja. Otherwise, it would be a bit unreasonable if the killing was just finished and the next person arrived. Normal officials would keep a wait-and-see attitude before encountering this problem. On the one hand, they cannot afford to offend the Zerg frontline officers on the Empire's side, but on the other hand, they cannot afford to offend the Galaxy Academy as the local tyrant of the Dongli Star region. According to Xuanji's analysis of the officials here, they are likely to adopt a conciliatory approach when encountering such a situation. But now there are 5 fully armed mechas here, and Mo Lee can still feel a sense of being locked in secret. Obviously, there are battleship main guns outside aiming at him. Instructor Mo Lee, you are suspected of attacking and killing Zerg frontline officers. Please exit the mecha immediately. Mo Lee ignored it completely. After all, his channel receiver was in a damaged state. The shoulder cannons of the 5 mechas were all raised, and the faint blue light from the electromagnetic pulse muzzles was ready to fire. Seeing this, Mo Lee also looked as if he was facing a great enemy. Anja's mecha was thrown to the ground like garbage, and the double blades of the Blood Covenant popped out. As Chi-Chi-Har entered alert mode, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. The hovercraft following behind was also faithfully broadcasting this scene. The sudden change made everyone a little confused, and no one knew what was going on. I repeat, put down your weapons. Turn off the mecha's energy. The other party's tone was a little threatening, and the Space City officials were also a little confused at this time. When the person in charge, Parson, saw this situation, he had no idea what was going on. But soon his boss, who was in charge of his star region, called. Things are complicated, don't get involved for now. The other party explained to Parsons solemnly. It was obvious that he knew some inside information and knew that this was a confrontation between the Empire and the Academy. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake, but currently the powerful dragon, the Empire, holds the official agreement. Now it depends on whether the local snake, the Galaxy Academy, is strong enough. Parsons' boss was also helpless. If the Federation was a little more united, the Empire would not have reached out so blatantly as it did now. There are now many factions within the Federation, and the major senators are just short of occupying the land and becoming kings, and many of them have been infiltrated by the Empire. This loose organization is far inferior to the Empire, where imperial power is supreme. When Parsons got the news, he immediately ordered the hovercraft not to get close. The logos on those mechas were the regular federal army of their galaxy, so a small fry like him should just be a loyal broadcaster. The Empire's actions were not that simple. In reality, they sent people and warships directly, and public opinion on the internet also began at the same time. Various information about Anja was exposed, one of which was that after Anja passed the negotiations with the Federal Empire, he officially became an officer on the anti-Zerg front. This piece of news was the most widely spread, and the Empire had many people behind the scenes pushing it. The anti-Zerg front is a force jointly organized by the Empire and the Federation to resist the Zerg. Normally, there are constant minor frictions between the Federation and the Empire, but when faced with the Zerg, a cosmic disaster that devours everything, they still choose to unite. However, the two forces have been grudges for a long time, and internal frictions have continued, making it difficult for them to unite. In the end, they can only create a third force that is somewhat special and alternative to the Zerg front. All the combat power of this force will be put into the battle against the Zerg. Because the opponent is not human, the Imperial Federation likes to throw some extremely heinous criminals in to let them make use of their last remaining energy for mankind. Now that Anja's identity has been revealed, things are a little off. After all, the Dongli Star region is still the territory of the Galaxy Academy. As soon as Anja's message was released, it was completely removed from the shelves and banned, and the official Academy made a strong statement. The first issue is about Anja's identity. It is not a problem for the Academy to get the time. When the exact time is announced, everyone can see that it seems to be when he is fighting with Mo Li. The timing was somewhat ambiguous. Many people felt that the battle had already begun, and a second of hesitation could determine life or death. In this case, it was inevitable that Mo Li did not receive the information in time. However, there were also some people who considered the overall situation and felt that it was a pity that such a top-level Sky punishment-level pilot was killed in this way. The best choice is to deploy this rare force to the Zerg front line. There is a heated debate online, but Galaxy Academy doesn't care. The people from the Empire are coming to kill them. If they don't fight back, won't their prestige be ruined? So this time, Xinghe Academy was surprisingly tough. On the Empire's side, in order to prevent those who would work for them in the future from feeling disheartened, they strongly supported Anja this time, and even alarmed the Emperor. All of this was quickly transmitted within a few minutes when Mo Li was still confronting the mechas in front of him. The speed and quick response make it hard not to wonder if there is someone behind the scenes. But the person involved, Mo Li, couldn't care less, as he was being targeted by the battleship's main gun. He and Xianji had never expected that the Empire would be so generous as to mobilize warships within the Federation to target the space city. These words are the universal language of the universe, but when they are put together, Mo Li cannot understand them because they are too abstract. This is getting tough, Xuanji. Is Shifangji's final energy source ready? Ready to tear the dimension apart at any time. Number 59, Lu Jinan. Of course, Mo Li would not sit still and wait for death. Although he seemed to be acting as he pleased during this period, it was all based on having a trump card. This trump card is naturally the super mecha from the Flame Dragon Empire, Shifangji. Shifangji is equipped with a quantum engine that can tear through the dimension and come to Mo Li through quantum entanglement. At present, Shifangji's energy is enough to support a high-intensity combat, which lasts about 10 minutes. With Shifangji's ability, no one should be able to stop Mo Li at the moment. Shifangji was different from the universal pardon. Shifangji suffered very little damage in the battle. It was just a lack of energy, which did not affect the battle, while the universal pardon was seriously damaged after passing through a black hole. At this time, these mechas saw that Mo Li had no intention of giving up resistance, and they all prepared for battle. Give up resistance, or the fleet's main guns will raze this place to the ground. Including you? Emily said with a smile. If you resist arrest, that includes us. Interesting. You can arrest me, but where's the proof? You'll need an arrest warrant, right? All 5 mechas fell silent. They really didn't have this thing. And Je had just obtained his identity when he died. How could the Federation issue an arrest warrant so quickly? I guess a few congressmen are still arguing online. The Empire was actually using the forces it had left in the Federation to quickly kill Mo Lee. The Empire's intelligence department has infiltrated very deeply, and Mo Lee's identity has been almost completely uncovered. After the other party learned that such a genius had suddenly appeared, all they had left was endless murderous intent towards Mo Lee. After reading Mo Lee's information in this battle, their analysis department has concluded that Mo Lee will at least be a top-level star ring-level pilot in the future, and the next step up is Singularity level. Singularity-class pilots are capable of influencing the outcome of interstellar warfare, and the Empire would never allow such a pilot to rise. In the eyes of the Empire's top leaders, this action was no longer a revenge for Anja, but an attack against Mo Lee. They wanted to destroy this newly rising superstar. No one expected that the Empire's murderous intent would come so quickly and so suddenly, including one of the mechas, which attacked so brazenly. These 5 mechas are all Fortress class, and the cluster electromagnetic cannon of the mecha on the far left suddenly fired. Mo Lee almost instinctively sensed the danger and subconsciously turned sideways. The electromagnetic cannon brushed past his arm and blasted through the port wall behind him. At this moment, the atmosphere suddenly froze, and people from the 4 mechas nearby exclaimed, "Son, what are you doing?" When they received the order from their superiors, they tried their best to control the scene, avoid causing any conflict, and keep Mo Lee. But unexpectedly, someone suddenly took action. After being hit by the electromagnetic cannon, Mo Lee immediately started his engine and spurted out a blazing tail flame. The other 4 mechas were a little slow and saw Mo Lee rushing towards the mecha that fired the electromagnetic cannon. The speed unleashed by the vector thrusters was beyond their imagination. Mo Lee rushed in front of the mecha almost when it subconsciously retreated. The other party was also a little shocked that Mo Lee came so quickly and subconsciously raised the light shield in his right hand. The Blood Covenant turned into a double blade, raised and struck down, and the light shield shattered instantly. At this time, the other 4 mechas also reacted, and their weapons were aimed at Mo Lee. "Drop your weapons." But when the light shield collapsed, Mo Lee had already turned on the microthruster and moved sideways behind the mecha. When it tried to overload the engine and run away, a red sharp blade pierced through his back. The scorching heat melted the steel on the opponent's chest, and the charred corpse inside could be vaguely seen through the gap. There was silence in the field for a moment, and then a dazzling light flashed in the distance. From the perspective of the 4 mechas, one could just see a huge fireball rapidly expanding outside the spaceport. Amidst the exploding flames, along with countless warship fragments, a gigantic figure flew out with a long tail of flame. There were still some fragments of explosion sparks on its body. As it flew at an astonishing speed, the sparks and fragments were thrown behind it. The mecha was also rapidly approaching the space city. The space city officials who were broadcasting the event were all dumbfounded when they saw this turn. It seemed that the direction of things had taken a new turn. Parsons felt like his brain hadn't yet figured it out. How could the official spaceship in the distance explode in such a short moment? And it looked like it was caused by that mecha. After seeing the mecha clearly, his pupils suddenly contracted. Fuck, Ember's breaker. The moment the battleship exploded in the distance, Mo Lee's feeling of being locked in also disappeared. Xianji also reminded him at this time. There is an unfamiliar communication request to connect. Connected. Good boy. You made quite a noise. A hearty laugh was heard, and then a light curtain appeared in Mo Lee's cockpit. On the light curtain was a middle-aged man with stubble. The azure light curtain formed a virtual mask above his face. Since the Empire dares to reach out, I will kill them. Let's go all out. The opponent laughed wildly and rushed into the remaining 4 mechas. The moment he landed, a field flashing with arcs of electricity suddenly opened. At this moment, the movements of the 4 mechas became extremely slow. It was completely leisurely. The mecha went up and punched one by one, knocking down 4 mechas directly. Then the field with electric arcs disappeared, and the 4 mechas quickly fell to the ground. The claws of the Empire, humph. Mo Lee watched the mecha's personal show throughout the whole process, and only asked a question after the other party killed 4 mechas. Who are you? The smile on the middle-aged man's face suddenly froze, and he subconsciously pointed at his own face. Seeing that Mo Lee's eyes were still puzzled, he still closed the empathy connection and let him see his true face. Mo Lee was still confused. Mo Lee was puzzled. Me? Don't you know me? The other party was a little shocked, but after seeing Imoli start to identify it carefully, there was even some anticipation in his eyes. Have no idea. After looking at him carefully for a long time, Imoli was sure that he didn't know this person, so he spoke honestly. The man collapsed, reconnected with his empathy, and kicked the mecha on the ground hard, and the mecha flew several meters away. You don't even know me. Damn it. Never mind, none of this matters. Let's just resolve this first. Oh, my name is Lu Jinan. You can just call me Brother Lu. Okay, Jinan. Lu Jinan, who was about to deal with the 4 mechas, staggered. He kept telling himself in his heart that he had to solve the Empire's problems now and not get angry. Then he silently pried open the hatches of the 4 mechas. Come out, everyone. If you dare start the engine, I'll stomp you to death. He did not kill these 4 mechas. Hidden danger number 60. When the 4 came out of the mecha, there was still some fear on their faces. Facing this super pilot who could destroy ships, their official identities could not provide any cover. What's more, the Ember's breaker in front of him is very famous in the Dongli Star region. Because this is a Star Ring-class mecha, and the mecha driver Lu Jinan is also very famous. He is a senior officer who guards a galaxy on the Zerg battlefield. Although they didn't know why Lu Jinan appeared here, Lu Jinan's power might be 2 levels higher than Parsons' boss after he withdrew from the Zerg battlefield. Lu Jinan narrowed his eyes and looked at the 4 people under his feet. Drive the mechas and land the fleet in the space city. Where are your orders? The 4 of them didn't dare to look up. On the battleship. It's not on the battleship. I asked him to show it, but he didn't. Lu Jinan said coldly. He was not a fool who would just attack right away. He had already communicated with the warship. The other party obviously had not received the transfer order yet. It was obvious that they wanted to do the job first, and then issue the transfer order later. But by that time, Imoli would be dead, and it would be much easier for them to operate. Or just giving up these people wouldn't be a big deal. So after he knew that the other party hadn't received the transfer order, he acted decisively. Looking at the 4 people in front of him who looked like they were dead, Imoli knew that there was a high probability that he would not be able to get anything out of them. The Empire and the Federation had been fighting for a long time, and it was impossible for them to reveal such a big flaw. These people were all abandoned pawns. After a while, Xuanji finished checking the 4 mechas and got the answer that was indeed the case. After confirming that they could not kill Chi-Chi, they became unfounded and acted on their own. Lu Jinan turned his head to look at the hovercraft in the distance and said coldly, "Capture all these people." They secretly mobilized the mecha fleet and locked the main guns on the space city. It's enough for them to stay in the Zerg battlefield for the rest of their lives. Upon hearing this, Parsons and the car hurriedly dispatched the city defense forces. Soon, more than 10 assault-class mechas came together to clean up the scene. At this time, a huge monster also appeared in outer space. After receiving a request to dock, a huge spaceship slowly docked at the port. "Come with me." Lu Jinan said something, then drove the mecha to the tail of the spaceship. The hatch opened, and Lu Jinan went over to park the mecha. Imoli also got off the mecha. In the distance, Lu Jinan, wearing a silver-white combat uniform, looked at Imoli carefully. "Good boy, so young. We use genetic medicine." "Ha. Genetic drugs can't achieve this effect, so don't be so modest, kid." Lu Jinan smiled brightly. "I'm short on time, so I'm here just to help Mr. Jiang temporarily. I'll tell you a few things, and then I'll leave." "What?" Lu Jinan's expression turned serious. "You should be able to guess something about the Empire. The Empire was involved in this whole thing. Initially, it was for Anja, but the subsequent warships and mecha troops were all targeting you." "Empire?" Imoli pondered. "Why?" Lu Jinan shook his head slightly. "The Empire and the Federation have been at war for a long time. If it weren't for the huge threat of the Zerg, the 2 sides would have been fighting long ago. Even now, they are secretly trying to trip each other up. You can't feel anything within the galaxy, but on the Zerg front, 2 major regions have been directly divided. One is the Empire, the other is the Federation, and they are incompatible." Upon hearing this, Imoli rolled his eyes at him and said, "Let's get to the point. None of this has anything to do with me. I'm not going to the Zerg front." "Ahem." Lu Jinan's face darkened. "Why are you so harsh?" "It's mainly because you're acting too abnormally. The Empire is afraid of you." "What are you afraid of? Don't they have super pilots?" "Yes, of course there are. The problem is, think about the super pilots versus a country like the Empire with a highly centralized government." Upon hearing this, Imoli fell silent. The real strength of the super mecha lies in the fact that after the super mecha is equipped with enough technology and energy, it can fight alone and will not be affected by the slow-moving fleet. If there was a beheading, the Federation is a parliamentary system. Each member of parliament has great power, but not to the extent of being irreplaceable. Even if 1 or 2 die, it will not have much impact. However, It is different in the Empire. Once something happens to the Emperor, the entire Empire may fall apart. But when Emoli thought about it carefully, he realized that he had just displayed the strength of the peak of the heavenly punishment level, and the Empire started to target him. This is not wanting to give any chance at all, just nipping the thread in the bud. That Emperor is quite afraid of death. After a long while, Emoli finally said something. More than that. Lu Jinan shook his head. I'm extremely scared, okay? The galaxy where the Emperor of the Empire resides is still unknown to the Federation. There are rumors that it's in another dimension, some in the subspace, and some even say it's inside a super battleship. Now Li Chiye was really curious. Why did it get to this point? Why? The previous Emperor was assassinated. Emoli. Hundreds of years ago, a Goeishu-class pilot emerged from the Federation. He used a stellar light cannon and blasted the Imperial capital into pieces. What the hell? So explosive. Yes, but the Empire is also full of talented people. The Emperor of the Empire is a heroic ruler. He rose from the fringe galaxies, pacified the various princes of the Empire along the way, and finally unified the Empire. There are now many books about him in the Federation. After listening to this, Emoli finally understood why the Federation and the Empire could fight each other even in the face of the Zerg. Such a deep hatred. If the Zerg exerted a little less pressure, they would not unite together if there was still a glimmer of hope. And thinking back to the Flame Dragon Empire, Emoli shook his head slightly. Forget it. The Flame Dragon Empire was unified, so it naturally had strong cohesion to fight against the Zerg. However, things like the Zerg Scourge must not be left alone. Their growth rate is too alarming. If the Federal Empire continues like this, it will sooner or later be devoured by the Zerg. Xuanji also said quietly at this time, "It's so scary here. Let's run away as soon as possible." When Xianji saw the Zerg here, she didn't know what the Zerg were like. But considering the current strength of the Federation and the Empire, there shouldn't be any problem in resisting the Zerg. But now it seems that the two families cannot work together. By the time the Zerg really become stronger, it will be too late to unite with them. Mo Li and Xianji had both experienced the Zerg disaster and knew how terrifying this race was. However, Lu Jinan, who had been on the Zerg front line, did not seem nervous at all and was not worried about the affairs of both the Empire and the Federation. Seeing this, Emoli couldn't help but ask, the Federation and the Empire are destined to be separated if they keep going like this. Aren't you afraid of being defeated by the Zerg one by one? Lu Jinan was puzzled when he heard this. Although the Zerg are very powerful, they are not to the point where the Empire and the Federation need to work together. They have been around for thousands of years, and their expansion rate is not very fast. The 61st reward. I want to run even more. Xuanji said softly. Emoli had a similar thought. This Zerg is clearly planning a big move. There's a 99% chance that devouring is the Zerg's nature. They haven't moved in all these years, so it's obvious that they haven't completely devoured the star regions they occupy. Xianji has been studying the Zerg for a long time since his birth, and his understanding of the Zerg is the best in the Yanlong Empire. He didn't think that the Zerg would be obedient and stay in one star field without moving. Their reproduction requires energy, and the amount of energy they consume on a daily basis is an astronomical figure. This star field is simply not enough for them to consume, unless there are new resource areas in the unobserved universe behind the Zerg. But even so, the Zerg, a race that grows in number as it devours, and the faster it devours as its number increases, will eventually be devoured. This is completely a case of stepping on one's left foot to reach the sky, and it is definitely not as simple as Lu Jinan saw. Lu Jinan chatted with Mo Li for a few words, and then drove away in the spaceship. Mo Li returned to his own spaceship, parked the Mecha, and then left. On the spaceship, there was no sign of relief on Mo Li's face. Before he came here, he never thought that there would be such a huge hidden danger here. The Zerg is now like a super bomb, which may explode at any time, and the Empire and the Federation have no defense. Actually, there is another possibility. Xuanji's voice came from inside the spaceship. What? On the other side of the Zerg, there might be another race fighting them. Emoli shook his head slightly. No matter what, the Zerg are still a hidden danger. Moreover, they don't have advanced warship technology like we do. With the ability of super pilots alone, they can't penetrate the Zerg's interior to investigate the situation. Emoli shook his head slightly. Although the Flame Dragon Empire and this side had developed similar mechas, the Flame Dragon Empire was undoubtedly ahead in terms of warships. After all, when the Flame Dragon Empire was still in the planetary era, the first thing it developed was warships. Xuanji was silent for a moment, as if analyzing something. Emoli looked at the surrounding space. But is our way home really inside the black hole? No matter where the road leads, We must have the strength to protect ourselves. If the Zerg riots come, we can use the universal pardon to enter the black hole and travel back. And this civilization is not as fragile as we thought. Emoli rolled his eyes. Are you trying to say that if the sky falls, there will be someone taller to hold it up? Am I afraid that there's no one to support me? I'm afraid that this tall person won't be able to hold up the collapsing sky. Xuanji was silent, not to mention that it seemed like this was really possible at the moment. Scratching his hair in distress, Emoli sighed. You're not going to ask me to issue a universal pardon to behead people again, are you? I don't want that. If that happens, I'll just run away. Emoli left, and the matter seemed to have been resolved by Lu Jinan. After Lu Jinan took action, the Federation became a little tougher. They could ignore Emoli's affairs and make money and do what they wanted before their interests were affected. But it was different when Lu Jinan took action. Lu Jinan's action represented the attitude of Galaxy Academy, and they had to give this face. The parliamentarians all wanted to please Galaxy Academy. After all, in every parliamentary meeting, the 5 neutral votes of Galaxy Academy are very eye-catching. If you don't support it, but your opponent does, then Galaxy Academy will come up with some bill to use against you, and no one will be able to withstand it. The situation in the Federation has been pacified, and the response to the Empire was also extremely tough. Anja's identity had not been revealed when the battle began, and Mo Lee's channel receiver was broken during the battle, making it impossible to communicate, and they did not know his identity. The Empire wanted to use Mo Lee as an excuse, but the parliamentarians kept arguing with them, and they couldn't come up with anything meaningful for a long time. When it comes to bickering, 3 congressmen can argue with the imperial officials for half a year, not to mention that they are all very active this time. The Empire had no choice. After knowing that the matter had entered the stage of wrangling, it knew that the outcome would eventually be nothing. But the Empire certainly cannot swallow this humiliation. On the surface, it cannot swallow it, but who knows whether it is targeting Mo Lee secretly. Because on this day, all underground organizations within the Empire received news about a bounty. The target of the bounty is Mo Lee. The information says that his strength is unknown and he is using a primary sky punishment mecha. The bounty is exaggerated, a sky punishment level customized mecha, plus a star ring level customized mecha. Now, there are undercurrents surging within the entire Empire. In the few days since Anja and Mo Lee fought, the number of spaceships on the federal border can be clearly felt to have increased. But if you check their identities, each one is more normal than the other. It was only after Mo Lee returned to Xinghe Academy that he found out that he was wanted. Jiang Yin also redeemed his bounty, and the bounty money slipped out of Mo Lee's account in less than one night, while the Yinsong Star field on the border became lively again. The next day, when Mo Lee woke up, he looked at his empty account, rubbed his eyes, and then a smile appeared on his face. I must have had a nightmare. After saying this, he lay back down with a smile on his face, and even pulled up the quilt. He looked as peaceful as a corpse. Half an hour later, Mo Lee stood up, stretched, opened his account, and checked the balance. Tisk, wow, it's still a dream within a dream. Then he lay down again. After a while, Mo Lee suddenly stood up, his entire body rising up like an ejection from a cockpit. Huh, I stood up with such a big noise, it must be real. Then Mo Lee rubbed his hands together and opened his account to check the balance. Shinji, get the fuck out of my head. Oh. The terrifying screams echoed throughout the villa. At noon, on the way to lunch, Qin Wang carefully observed Mo Lee's expression. Teacher, what's wrong with you? Were you injured in the fight with Anja? Mo Lee shook his head slightly and said in a deep voice, No, the injuries I suffered in the battle with him were far less severe than what I'm feeling now. Then, do we need to get a comprehensive checkup? Elegy. Mo Lee stopped and looked up at the sky. You have to know that sometimes the damage to the soul is much greater than the damage to the body. It's not just talk that you feel so heartbroken that you can't breathe. Qin Wang nodded seriously. That's what happened in the TV series I watched. What TV show? But your mentor and I once met someone who must have been traumatized. The look of despair on his face is still fresh in my memory. Who is it? Qin Wang became interested. It's irrelevant. She's just a rather slovenly woman. Mo Lee finished speaking, then turned to look at Qin Wang and said viciously. She's the kind who can go months without showering and is slovenly. You absolutely must not imitate her. I'm still somewhat well known as your mentor. If you really try to imitate her, I'll expose you online in a minute. No, teacher, I dare not. Qin Wang's face turned pale in an instant. 60-second large-scale fan meeting. Originally, Mo Lee thought that he could have a meal with Qin Wang normally. But when he arrived at the place where they often ate, he realized that he was naive. A lot of people. At first, Emoli wondered what these people were doing. Joining in the fun is the nature of the people of the Yanlong Empire, and Emoli is no exception. So when he saw a group of people outside their dining place, he ran over excitedly to see what was going on. Why are there so many people? Wait a moment, I'll go take a look. Emoli gave Qin Wanga a few words of instruction and then ran over. Qin Wanga hurriedly said, "Teacher, don't go." At this time, Emoli's mind was completely focused on the excitement in front of him. So how could he hear Qin Wanga's voice? "Classmate, what's going on here?" Emoli randomly asked someone. "Nothing's wrong, you too, damn it." "Instructor, Emoli." The student replied subconsciously, and the moment he turned around and saw Emoli, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Emoli was still surprised how the other party knew him, but when the others heard his scream, they quickly turned their heads and looked at Emoli with burning eyes. At this moment, Emoli felt cold all over, and always felt that the eyes of these people were murderous. After a brief moment of silence, these people went completely crazy. "It's really Master Emoli. I've waited. Teacher Emoli, look at me. Holy crap, a living Minter Emoli. The news is right. Teacher Emoli is really having dinner here." A huge group of people surrounded Emoli quickly like zombies out of a cage. Looking at the crowd surrounding him, Emoli suddenly felt that the racial nature of watching the fun could be changed. What are you going to do?" Emoli looked at the people in front of him who seemed to be sticking to him, his voice trembling a little. When he was in the Flame Dragon Empire, everyone saw that he was very restrained. "Tutor, teacher, are you still accepting students? We're here to sign up for a class with you." Everyone was talking at once. Emoli rubbed his brows and roughly understood what was going on. This group of students were actually waiting for him here. Qin Wanga became famous in the freshman competition, which made other students envious, because before that, Qin Wanga's strength was very average, and he was not famous. Moreover, the footage of her college entrance examination can also be found in the official information of the Amalik Star Field. Her performance was average. It is true that she is very good in the local area, but it is very ordinary in the Galaxy Academy. So many people believe that 2/3 of her success in one battle was due to Emoli's credit. Moreover, no one thinks that Emoli's current strength is not good enough. He is guaranteed to be at the star ring level. The only reason he hasn't reached it yet is that he doesn't have a mecha. Ahem, everyone, please be quiet. I don't have any intention of continuing to lead anyone now. Everyone was shocked and immediately became anxious. Teacher, think about it again. Yes, Minter, we are all very obedient. Teacher, please start a class. Woo-woo, instructor, please start the class. We couldn't find your class on the college website. We are sincerely seeking to learn. You can scold us as much as you want, instructor. Emoli felt a headache when he saw everyone's anxious expressions. He came here just for the Sky Punishment class machine and the bounty. Now that he had obtained them, of course he was ready to run away. How much money can the college give him for teaching here? Xianji has 100 billion, but it's not enough for him to lose. So he could only say politely, "Classmates, I have other things to do during this period, so I really don't have time to take you there." Emoli was helpless. He was just an honorary pilot, and he would naturally leave after achieving his goal. You can also look at other instructors. They are also very good. Everyone looked at him with an expression of, "Do you think I believe it?" Others might have something, but compared to a ruthless person like Emoli who could drive a fortress-class mecha to fight at the peak of heavenly punishment, they were not even a little bit inferior. There is no fool who can get into Xinghao Academy. A tutor of this level is absolutely hard to come by. Even the tutors in the academy are not so powerful. The key is that Emoli is young, handsome, and has natural advantages. Most of the others had the same idea, and Emoli had to persuade them to disperse, and they ran away in shame. They didn't manage to have dinner, so they could only order takeout from the academy. On the way back in the car, Emoli said helplessly, "What should I do? This is going to be difficult." When Qin Wanga saw Emoli like this, she wanted to laugh, but didn't dare, so the expression on her little face became extremely strange. Emoli glanced at her and said, "Laugh if you want to." Qin Wanga's expression immediately became serious, and her pretty face was tense. She was not stupid, and she absolutely could not laugh at this time. Otherwise, Emoli would smash her head into Sakyamuni. "Alas, the main reason is that I don't have money. Advisor, I need to go make some money. I don't have time to stay here." "Teacher, are you short of money?" Qin Wanga was a little confused. Logically speaking, Emoli should not be short of money. He had just received 100 billion yuan, and the customized mecha was also waiting for his ideas and needs. "I'm in need of something. I'm desperate for it. There's something that's really costly." Speaking of this, Emoli became so angry that his teeth itched. Xuanji suddenly spoke up, perhaps realizing she had squandered her fortune or something. After the new batch of energy arrives, Shifang Ji's normal combat time can reach 20 minutes, and it can also support a minimum overload. Just tell me how long the overload can last. 10 seconds. Roll. Okay. Qin Wanga looked at Mo Li, who didn't say anything, but whose expression changed frequently. She was a little curious, but didn't dare to ask. When Mo Li returned, there was a row of villas on the shore of a large lake inside the academy. In one of the villas, Yi Lingyin was sitting in the hall, and Zhang Yin was on the screen in front of her. Yi Lingyin's face was filled with astonishment. Is it him? Yes, it's Chi-Chi. She lowered her head with a complicated expression. Did he kill Inja? Do you know where Mo Li comes from? I don't know. He was the one who saved me after I landed on the planet, but I don't know how he got trapped on that planet. And I didn't see any forced landing spacecraft nearby. Jiang Yin frowned, then seemed to have figured something out. None of this matters anymore. He is not our enemy. Thinking of Mo Li's identity, Jiang Yin also relaxed. Mo Li's actions were undoubtedly a slap in the face of the Empire. He also saw the bounty information from the Empire. It was impossible for Mo Li to ease the situation with the Empire at the moment. Since the relationship with the Empire is tense, it is impossible to become an enemy of them if you want to stay in the Federation. After all, Mo Li can't go to the Zerg side. This is also the reason why Jiang Yin is relieved, because he can no longer return to the Empire. The progress of Qin Elegy. Speaking of which, he hasn't told me his requirements or ideas regarding custom mechas yet. Now that his revenge was achieved, the hatred in Jiang Yan's heart dissipated a lot. He couldn't say he was very happy, but he wasn't as happy as before either. Do you want to go see him? Jiang Yan suddenly asked. Hearing this, Yi Lingyin seemed to have thought of something, and her ears quickly turned red. No, I'll continue playing the ladder. At this time, Mo Li had already returned home. He explained to Qin Wanga on the internet, and then discussed with Xianji how to customize a sky punishment level mecha. Should I sell it or keep it for myself? Mo Li had two ideas. The sky punishment class mecha must be priceless, and if it is sold, there will be plenty of people willing to spend that money. But if it was used by Mo Li, with customization and the materials provided by Galaxy Academy, it should not be a problem to unleash the power of the Star Ring level. What Mo Li needs to think about now is that, for now, the blood debt seems to be enough. When hunting down ordinary star pirates, the blood debt is enough to crush them. And if you encounter those Star Ring level pirates that you cannot defeat, you can also use the 10 direction silence to kill them. Xianji must be thinking about making money. After all, the initial investment was only to charge Shifang Ji. The number of star coins used on the universal pardon order would be even larger. While Mo Li was studying these things, Qin Wanga was also consolidating the combat knowledge that Mo Li taught her through Star Network battles. The opponents in the virtual battle were more exaggerated than each other. Here, Qin Wanga really felt his own insignificance. The pride he had originally felt for winning a good ranking in the competition was completely wiped out by the opponent right from the start. Playing virtual battles in real-life mode has really helped me. Defeated again by the opponent's gorgeous ultimate move, Qin Wanga muttered to himself, and his eyes became decisive. Mo Li was truly far-sighted. During this period, apart from listening to the key points Mo Li said, she basically spent the rest of her time in virtual battles. She was beaten to death in the virtual battles, but after driving the mecha in the Academy network, she could feel a significant improvement every time. Another fight was over, and Qin Wanga was just about to continue when he saw his message window light up. After opening it, she found that it was Chun Xingxuang who sent her the message. The ladder is about to close. Are you trying to get points? Qin Wanga saw the message and casually replied, I don't play the ladder. Oh. Chun Xingxuang on the other side was shocked. Don't you play the ladder? The ladder ranking is related to the resources allocated to us by the Academy. The instructor asked me to play in virtual mode. Chun Xingxuang sent a few question marks over. Virtual mode? The default setting there is 100% empathy, and there are many functions that assist in piloting mechas that don't exist in real life. What's the point of playing in virtual mode? And many mechas only exist in concept. No matter how high your score is, it's useless. Qin Wanga pursed her lips slightly and said, I used the real mode to fight. Chun Xingxuang's eyes widened, his mouth slightly open, and he muttered, a real mode playing a virtual mode? Hiss, what kind of operation is this? Teacher Mo Li, my instructor was very insightful, and I improved quickly in the virtual mode. Chun Xingxuang was even more shocked. Suddenly, he thought of something and sent Qin Wanga an invitation for a real battle. Come and try it. 10 minutes later, Chun Xingxuang exited the game room with some doubts about her life, and Qin Wanga's figure appeared beside her. She didn't lose, but it was no different from losing. Qin Wanga still couldn't touch her, but she basically couldn't hit Qin Wanga either. In the end, Qin Wanga was defeated because the energy of the mecha was exhausted. As soon as Qin Wanga's body was slightly improved, Chen Xingxuang knew that she would definitely be the loser. Compared to the freshman competition, Qin Wanga's physical skills have greatly improved, and her sense of smell has become very sharp. The several killer moves she had hidden were easily avoided by Qin Wanga. Turning to look at Qin Wanga blankly, Chen Xingxuang couldn't help but put her hands on her shoulders. How did you practice? Real mode versus virtual mode. Qin Wanga was a little uneasy under her gaze. At that time, I thought the instructor was quite far-sighted. When I first started playing, I barely improved at all, but after I got used to it, the improvement became extraordinary. This is a comprehensive improvement in fundamentals. Chen Xingxuang seemed to have figured something out. The virtual mode isn't just about the mechas. The difference is huge. Compared to the real mode, everyone in the virtual mode is a super genius. To close this huge gap, we have to start from the basics. Steering, engine output, energy usage, and so on all need to be precisely mastered, because these are exactly what people who treat the virtual mode as a game lack. Chen Xingxuang had a good eye and immediately analyzed the key points. There are all kinds of players in the virtual mode, but they basically have one thing in common, which is that their level of empathy with reality is not enough to control the mecha. This also means that they have no foundation in operating mechas. In virtual battles, they are more focused on flashy moves and powerful mechas, while the basics are simply ignored. After all, they are here to relax, not to suffer. Therefore, when the real mode competes with the virtual mode, the chance of victory lies there, and with such a huge gap, a solid foundation must be brought to the extreme. It's terrifying. Chen Xingxuang couldn't help but be shocked. Mo Li's move was really imaginative. When the pilots were attacking the Tianyi gang to compete for reputation and resources, he found another way to quickly improve. At this moment, Chen Xingxuang suddenly thought of something. Quick, go try the real mode. Qin Wanga was still somewhat reluctant because she felt it was a waste of time, but she could not resist Chen Xingxuang's burning gaze, so she had no choice but to bite the bullet and start the real mode. She had not played the real mode much, and the people she matched with at the beginning were of average level, so Qin Wanga defeated them all easily. After winning streak all the way, he finally met an opponent of equal strength. However, within 2 rounds, Qin Wanga seized the opponent's weakness and knocked him out with several consecutive punches. The same thing happened to the next few opponents he encountered, and Chen Xingxuang, who was in spectator mode, was terrified. She was so good at finding flaws that Qin Wanga's opponents sometimes didn't even know how they lost. But she saw it clearly. The flaws seen from the third perspective are completely different from those in battle, but Qin Wanga can always find them before her. In addition to finding flaws, Qin Wanga's control over the mecha's energy is also extremely precise. At this time, Qin Wanga's foundation was so solid, coupled with his special combat armor skills. Chen Xingxuang didn't dare to think about it. 64-2 choices. All along, Chen Xingxuang's peers were of similar age to her, and their talents were so strong that it was not obvious at all. So she never thought that talent had any great advantages. Until this moment, she suddenly realized the importance of talent. Qin Wanga's empathy level is actually not high, which makes the breakthrough of her mental power very slow. But even so, Chen Xingxuang is under great pressure when fighting her. If her empathy was higher, her mental strength level would be higher. By then, what advantages will Chen Xingxuang still have? Whether it was basic skills or combat techniques, she was completely crushed. The only reason she was able to win was because the gap between the mecha technology and the mental power level was too huge. But these were not her efforts. Chen Xingxuang is actually very stubborn, so stubborn that she refuses to admit that she beat Qin Wanga in the competition. This may be because she has been thinking about how to prove that she has connections since she was a child. If possible, she wanted to have a fair duel with Qin Wanga, but after she actually faced her in the freshman competition, this idea was hidden deep in her heart. Because she knew that if a fight broke out in that situation, she would definitely lose. After chatting with Qin Wanga for a few words, Chen Xingxuang also left the room, took a deep breath, and turned on the virtual battle mode. I'm sure I can do it too. Half an hour later, Chen Xingxuang exited the virtual battle mode with a dull look in his eyes. At this moment, there was only one thought left in my mind. How did Qin Wanga fight? In half an hour, except for the first few games against novices, I lost all the others. Everyone on the opposite side is a super genius. They can use the mecha as easily as their arms and fingers. Their bodies are flexible and the controls are sensitive. It feels to her like she is facing a living mecha. In fact, in the virtual space with full assistance and empathy, each of these people is equivalent to the mecha itself. After exiting the Star Network, Chun Xingxuang looked ahead with a dull gaze. But when he thought of Qin Wanga, he felt a little unwilling. However, can humans really play in the virtual battle mode? Unwilling to give up, she opened her star ring, projected the light curtain, and searched. Can you really play virtual mode in real life? Many people have asked this question before, and a search will yield a lot of information. Impossible, I'm a Fortress-class pilot. In a virtual battle, I'm no match for them. How is that possible? Virtual combat has all the support features maxed out. It's like the mecha reacts to your every thought. Even with 100% empathy in real life, it can't be this exaggerated. What the above person said is right. Not to mention that the properties of the concept machine are more exaggerated than each other. It's not as absolute as you say. Do you remember the Tyrannosaurus boss? Greymon? The one that rose for a while, then disappeared after being hit by starlight. Other things aside, I really admire Tyrannosaurus boss, who directly used a military-grade mecha to mark the starlight. Legend has it that Tyrannosaurus boss is using the real mode. As a heavenly punishment level, I can tell you on my honor that this is impossible. The answers to the questions were all impossible, but Chun Xingxuang saw another name among these answers. Space Invincible Tyrannosaurus. This slightly exaggerated name seems to be very famous in the virtual battle network. Chun Xingxuang changed the search term and found even more information about this invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex in the universe. Super genius of the virtual battle network. If the empathy level of Tyrannosaurus boss is 80, what will his strength be? Guaranteed star ring. Guaranteed star ring. Looking at the replies online, Chun Xingxuang frowned slightly. This was too exaggerated. Guaranteed star ring. Did they know what the star ring level meant? Half believing and half doubting, Chun Xingxuang opened some videos about Tyrannosaurus on the internet. When Chun Xingxuang saw Tyrannosaurus fighting, his pupils shrank. So similar. The same flavor as Qin Wanga. With an incredibly solid foundation, every move during the battle was crisp and smooth, without a single unnecessary move. The performance of the machine is squeezed to the limit, and the energy consumed by opening and closing the shield is taken into account. Use your strongest point to attack the enemy's weakness, and then defeat the strong with the weak. And in terms of identifying weaknesses, it cannot be said that they are exactly the same. It can only be said that they were carved from the same mold. But Qin Wanga was the imitator. In this Tyrannosaurus, she seemed to see Qin Wanga's future figure. If Qin Wanga continues like this, maybe things will end up like this. But Qin Wanga's fighting style was taught by her mentor. An incredible guess came to mind. Almost subconsciously, she immediately sent a message to Qin Wanga. Wanga, what's your mentor's ranking on the ladder? Qin Wanga seemed to have just finished the game, and replied immediately, I don't know much about this, but my mentor didn't seem to talk much about the ladder. Well, have you ever seen him play the ladder? No. Chun Xingxuang's heart suddenly started beating wildly. The feeling of suddenly discovering a big secret that no one else knew made it difficult for her to control herself. At this time, Emoli didn't know that someone was testing his background. He was still discussing with Xianji whether he wanted this customized sky punishment level mecha. In the end, no results were reached from the discussion, but Xuanji gave a suggestion to go find Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan has been a professor at Xinghe College for so many years, so he must have a lot of experience and perhaps even some unique insights. You want to sell this qualification? Jiang Yan looked at Mo Li's face in the light screen in astonishment. You have to think it over carefully. The Sky Punishment class mecha customized for you with the technology of Xinghe Academy is at least top level. Even some Star Ring class pilots would covet this qualification. I know. Mo Li shook his head slightly, pretending to smile bitterly, but I'm really short of star coins right now. A huge amount of star coins, and it concerns my family. Jiang Yan's heart moved slightly. Family? There are indeed many nobles in the empire. Could it be that Mo Li was originally the heir of a certain family, but the family fell into trouble for some reason, or even was destroyed, so he ran to the Federation? The more Jiang Yan thought about it, the more he felt that he was right. At this time, he heard Mo Li speaking again. Professor, I don't want to sell it if I can, but this mecha can't change my current predicament. In other words, is there anything I can do to make this mecha earn me more star coins in a short period of time? Jiang Yan looked at him deeply. How much do you want to earn? More than the value of this mecha, Emoli said decisively. When he said this, he actually didn't have much hope. It was precisely because he knew the value of this mecha that he knew how difficult it was to earn star coins that were worth more than this mecha. There are two options. First, there are foreign forces. They don't belong to the Federation or the Empire. They have pilots in the Sky Punishment Star Ring, and each of them is very wealthy. Second, the Zerg battlefield. 65th is angry. After Jiang Yin mentioned these two options, he kept observing Mo Li's expression. Unfortunately, Mo Li's expression did not change much. Deep down, he actually hoped that Mo would leave and go to the Zerg battlefield. Only on the Zerg battlefield can Mo Li's true strength be brought into play. That is a war between civilizations, and that is where the stars of this world shine. To be honest, he also wanted to see how far Mo Li could go on the Zerg battlefield. Can I earn star coins in the Zerg battlefield? Jiang Yan was stunned. Are you really obsessed with money? Zerg battlefield, record military merits. Military merit? Yes, the Zerg battlefield is under the control of the United Council. The United Council's members are half Imperial and half Federal. They control all technologies in the Imperial and Federal technology libraries, except for the ultimate technology. Many of these technologies are unavailable to the outside world, but on the Zerg battlefield, you can earn military merits and have the joint conference use them on your mecha. Mo Li's expression changed. If it's just a technology library, it's not enough for so many experts to risk their lives there, right? Yes, in addition to the technology library, there is also a ready-made mecha library, equipment library, etc. Basically, anything you can think of can be exchanged for military merit, not to mention star coins. Jiang Yin said, sighing slightly. Although the Zerg battlefield is dangerous, it is also full of opportunities with the full support of the Federation and the Empire. Our species has always evolved to avoid various dangers. Conversely, only danger can accelerate our growth. Many people with average talent, after entering the Zerg battlefield, have experienced incredible breakthroughs due to the thrill of life or death combat. Some even see their empathy levels rise even higher. The Zerg battlefield seems to be the place that Jiang Yin longs for in his heart. He devotes himself to scientific research in order to be able to shine on the Zerg battlefield one day. Mo Li was also listening attentively. Speaking of the Zerg battlefield, Jiang Yin seemed to open up and talk endlessly about the Zerg battlefield, such as which strong person was originally very ordinary and then broke through, or how so-and-so's technology achieved amazing results in the Zerg battlefield. You can see that the other party really yearns for it. Mo Li was also a qualified listener. He didn't say anything from beginning to end and just listened attentively. Jiang Yin spoke for more than an hour, and he did this without Mo Li interrupting him. It seemed that he was a little thirsty after talking for too long, so Jiang Yin picked up the cup and drank some water. Oh, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Nothing. Mo Li looked serious, as if he was shocked by what Jiang Yin said. Jiang Yin was also a little proud in his heart. It was hard for anyone with a little bit of fighting in his blood not to yearn for rising up on that magnificent battlefield and fighting against the Zerg. Mo Li in front of him seemed to be the same. But the Zerg battlefield is still the center of the war between civilizations, and the death rate is also very high. Well, I have said everything I need to say. I believe you understand the situation on the Zerg battlefield and have made up your mind, right? Jiang Yin looked at Mo Li with a smile, as if he already knew what choice you were going to make. The expression on his face was as if he was saying, come to me, I will take you to the Zerg battlefield. However, Mo Li still looked solemn. Seeing his frown, Jiang Yin couldn't help but ask, is there something you don't understand? Jiang Yin felt that he had already explained the pros and cons of the Zerg on the battlefield in great detail. What else did Mo Li not understand? When Mo Li heard his question, he raised his head slightly and said, Professor, there's one thing I'm confused about regarding the Zerg battlefield. Jiang Yin was surprised. Go ahead. Mo Li took a deep breath. He cared about this matter very much, but Jiang Yin had just been talking nonstop, but still couldn't explain it clearly. You just said a lot, but you only mentioned the star coins in one sentence, and you haven't even gone into detail about the star coin exchange rate. Jiang Yan's expression froze for a moment. Seeing him like this, Chi-Chi seemed a little embarrassed, and his face flushed slightly. You know, I'm a vulgar person. I'm only interested in star coins. You. Jiang Yin pointed a trembling finger at Li Chia. You me? I. So Mo Li didn't hear a single word of his long speech? Then why do you look so serious? Jiang Yin had never felt so broken before. He pointed at Mo Li with trembling fingers, but could not utter the third word. Exchange rate. Mo Li thought he didn't hear clearly, so he quickly added a sentence and then typed the word exchange rate. At this moment, Jiang Yin felt like he was going to pass out from anger. He was gasping for breath, his consciousness was a little hazy, and his vision was black. However, he vaguely saw a familiar and kind face. Too milky. The next moment, Jiang Yan's eyes went black, and he fell to the ground. Seeing this, Mo Li's expression changed slightly. Professor. Alas, the old man's health is not very good. It must be because he stayed up too late recently. Xuanji, please help me find a doctor. Professor Zhang's room alarm has already activated. We're not needed. Besides, I think there's a 99% chance that Professor Zhang was pissed off by you. Impossible. I'm not. I don't. Don't talk nonsense. I'm suing you for spreading rumors. Emily denied the 5 consecutive times. He was just asking about the exchange rate between star coins and military merits. How could Jiang Yin be so angry about such a question that he turned his back? However, since Jiang Yin fainted, he seemed to have no channels to learn about the Zerd battlefield. Fortunately, Xian Ji made a decision after analyzing what Jiang Yin said. Only children make choices. A mature AI wants them all. I thought so too. Mo Li's eyes were blazing. Damn it, these space pirates are really rich. After hearing what Jiang Yin said, Xian Ji used the authority that Mo Li had upgraded within the academy to search for these foreign forces. Mo Li couldn't take his eyes off them. These foreign forces may not seem as big as the Federal Empire, but in fact, they control several galaxies and have trillions of wealth. I thought they were just a group of small space pirates, but I didn't expect them to have grown to such a large scale. After looking at the map, Emily looked awe-inspiring. Foreign forces have been committing evil and harassing the borders of the Imperial Federation for years. They must be punished. Don't you agree, Xuanji? Xianji? Emily frowned slightly when he didn't hear a response. Why did Xianji always come to spoil things at times like this? Foreign forces are all located in the chaotic star field beyond the reach of the Federal Empire. There are dozens of foreign forces entrenched here, including several superpowers. We are located in the Dongli Galaxy, at the easternmost part of the Federation. We need to pass through the Yunming Star region, the Yinyao Star region, and then cross the Beiluo Star region to reach the Chaos Star region where they are. We need to pass through 18,237 stargates along the way, and the warp speed travel will take a total of 4 months. The itinerary has been planned. When will we depart? Chapter 66, Heading to the Chaos Star region. No, you're that fast. Of course, I am the supercomputer of the Flame Dragon Empire. Mo Liren was confused. 3 major star regions are too far away. We must be fully prepared. The number of stargates to cross alone is enough to make one's scalp tingle, and the time required for warp speed travel is also added up. It will probably take at least half a year. Moreover, the original spacecraft cannot be used anymore. For such ultra-long distance voyages, any situation may occur. Taking a large spacecraft or a spacecraft of a shipping company is the best option. The universe is not as peaceful as it seems on the surface. Countless invisible gravitational bursts and various stellar activities are the most dangerous things in navigation. Some shipping companies have their own routes, which are sufficient to ensure safety or to quickly locate danger and provide support. It all costs money. If I bring my own mecha on this trip, I'll have to negotiate with the shipping company. But since I'm an academy instructor, it's not a big deal. Xuanji, you've already planned your route, so you should have prepared your travel methods as well, right? The best way to travel is to buy a ticket from a shipping company, go to the central Yunming Star region, transfer through the Yunming Star region, and take a ship directly to the Beiluo Star region. Emily frowned slightly. This way of traveling was simple and efficient, but it also had its drawbacks. The mechas were under unified control on the spacecraft. Once any problem occurred, his life would be in the hands of others. When those pirates attack a spaceship, the first place they attack is the spaceship's armor hangar. Once a spaceship sailing in space is hijacked and its armor hangar is taken down, there is basically no room for recovery. It is impossible to repel those agile mechas with just shipborne weapons. This is what Emily was worried about. There were too many space pirates in this era. Even the spaceships of major transportation companies would encounter space pirates almost every time they sailed. In the interstellar age, you don't even need to find an asteroid. You can just keep your spacecraft silent and hide perfectly in the sea of stars, so space pirates are endless. However, Xianji will be able to take over the spacecraft at that time. Even if they encounter space pirates that the shipping company cannot defeat, Emily can still fight after touching the mecha. The only problem is that there will be more uncertainties. What if we buy a spaceship and go there? No star coins. Xuanji refused without hesitation. Compared to buying a spaceship, the price of taking a spaceship from a shipping company was simply too cheap. Emoli rolled his eyes and asked, "Why don't you know why there are no star coins? But the money has been spent, so this is all I can do." Emoli's heart was moved. There are also custom mechas. If they are custom made, why don't we do it ourselves? Absolutely not. If we build it ourselves, too much will be exposed. They might not mind a few gadgets used on blood debts, but the technology in the Sky Punishment class mecha is enough to drive people crazy. The Federation and the Empire have always believed in the existence of other civilizations. Xuanji was very cautious about this matter. Besides, the technology of Xinghao Academy is not necessarily that bad. In short, we can trust them this time. Upon hearing this, Emoli realized that he was a bit naive. When Xianji heard him say that he wanted to try it himself, she knew what kind of technology Emoli wanted to equip the new mecha. Once these technologies are brought out, the sensation they cause will definitely be huge. However, Xianji also has a backup plan. We can wait for the academy to manufacture it, then install it ourselves. Then everyone who sees it will die. Isn't that okay? Emoli's eyes lit up. Now that the decision has been made, it is natural to make arrangements for the college's affairs. It was said to be an explanation, but in fact it was only given to Qin Wanga. Jiang Yin hasn't woken up yet. Qin Wanga knew that Emoli was about to leave, so she just pursed her lips and didn't say much. Teacher, please be careful. Ha ha ha, there's no one who can kill your mentor yet. Emoli's words were the full confidence that Shifangji gave him. He has never been a person who procrastinates. Since he has decided to go to the chaotic star field, he can act immediately. Jiang Yin hadn't woken up yet, so Emoli didn't wait any longer. He could contact him through the star network anyway. As for those people in the academy waiting for him to start classes, Emoli could only say that he would definitely do it next time. Dongli Star. This is the main star of the Dongli Star field, and also the most prosperous planet. There are countless major space stations and giant spaceports in the galaxies outside the planet. In the interstellar age, interstellar navigation is also extremely developed, and large spacecraft that travel ultra-long distances are docked in spaceports far away from the planets. There are also small spaceships shuttling between these spaceports, like schools of fish in the ocean. Haha, are you going to the Yunming Star region? The Yunming Star region is great. On a small spaceship shuttling through the spaceport, a middle-aged driver was talking to Emoli behind him. I went to the Yunming Star region once before. It was so prosperous there. At that time, I felt like I was from the countryside. Really, then I'll have to see it for myself. Of course, young man. Which shipping company did you choose this time? Chen's Star Brigade. Chen's is great. Here in our area, Chen's shipping company is considered to have the highest safety factor. So far, no pirates have hijacked their travel spacecraft. The driver was very talkative. Young man, let me tell you, you don't need to buy a VIP cabin to take Chen's spaceship. Even the ordinary cabins are in very good condition, and the price is much lower. Chen's shipping business has been developing for so many years, relying on low prices and high-quality services to survive. But their tickets are always in high demand, so you're lucky to get one, young man. Emoli smiled, but said nothing. The ticket to Chen's Star Travel was provided free of charge because of his status as an academy instructor. After all, he was a fortress-level pilot. He might not be a big deal in the academy, but his status outside was different. The fortress-level aircraft in the academy are no match for dogs. That's because the academy gathers talents and pilots from the entire Dongli Star field. If the scope is expanded to the entire Dongli Star field, they are very rare. The driver obviously didn't expect that the passenger on his spaceship was actually a super pilot. He chatted with Emoli along the way and arrived at Chen's Star Travel's exclusive spaceport. Emoli could see the Chun family's unique family emblem from a distance. They must be really rich. There is also a space city next to this spaceport, all of which are from the Chin family, and this is just the tip of the iceberg of their family business. The driver parked the spaceship, let Emoli get off, and left. Emoli followed the information given by Xianji and went to the mecha storage area. Hello, I'm here to get my mech. 67th, Butler Template. Hello, are you here to pick up the mecha? Please show me your shipping number. In the mecha temporary storage area, there was a special person to connect with him. Emoli showed his transportation number and gave it to the woman in front of him with a professional smile. The woman took out a terminal and scanned Emoli's shipping number. After the results came out, the professional smile on her face froze instantly as she looked at the mecha in the information. Even her hands couldn't help but tremble. Seeing that she had been brushing for a long time without any response, Emoli asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Unexpectedly, the woman suddenly looked up and looked at Emoli with eyes as bright as a searchlight. "You are Mentor Emoli." It's me." Emoli was so frightened that he leaned back tactically. The other party came directly towards him. "Really? I actually ran into him." She seemed very happy. "Instructor Emoli, we at Chin Star Brigade have made preparations for you since we received your mecha. You bought a regular VIP seat. We'll upgrade you to a premium VIP seat for free, and even arrange a separate warehouse for your mecha blood debt." The woman spoke very quickly, her bright eyes eagerly staring at Emoli. Seeing Emoli leaning back slightly, the woman seemed to realize that she was a little too excited and quickly took a step back. "Chin Star Travel attaches great importance to your travel experience, and specifically instructed us to explain it to you when you pick up your mecha. Please follow me first. VIPs have a separate boarding passage, and so does your mecha. When depositing the blood debt, Emoli did not hide the fact that the model of the mecha had to be given to the shipping company when the mecha was shipped. It was not difficult for Chun to know his identity. But I have to say that this thoughtfulness was indeed very thoughtful. At least Emoli felt a little comfortable listening to it. After following the woman to go through the formalities for boarding the mecha, she took Emoli all the way to board the ship. This time, Emoli boarded the Deep Space Ark, Crystal Dome, the flagship travel spaceship of Chin Star Travel. The spacecraft is 11.2 kilometers long, with a maximum diameter of 4.1 kilometers, and can carry 80,000 passengers when fully loaded. The ship is equipped with a Gaia's Cycle V-type, ecological dome system, which can meet the passengers' living needs for 50 years without energy supply when fully loaded. It can be called a flying space city. The spacecraft's engine thrusters, the Zero-Era I-Drive Array, are powered by the antimatter pile and can propel the spacecraft to warp speed quickly after leaving the Stargate. Chin Star Travel provided Emoli with a special VIP status, so he didn't need to wait in line to get on the spaceship, as someone would take care of everything for him. After getting on the spaceship, Emoli saw that the interior of the spaceship was no different from a small city, even with forests and lakes. The VIP suite he stayed in not only had a balcony with a lake view, but also had a dedicated butler. The people from Chin Star Hotel found dozens of housekeepers and lined them up for Emoli to choose from. When Emoli went over, there was also a thin young man who was choosing. These dozens of housekeepers included both men and women of all ages. When the man in front of Emoli was choosing, his eyes were always on the group of young and beautiful women. This group of butlers, the men were all wearing suits and the women were wearing maid uniforms. Emoli's eyes stopped on one of them, a tall and strong old man with white hair and a beard. Emoli almost exclaimed in surprise. He didn't expect to see an old acquaintance here. "Sebastian, is that you, Sebastian?" Emoli was shocked. The man in front of him awakened his somewhat long-lost memories, and the moment he saw the other party, Emoli knew his choice. "Let's pick him." Emoli pointed at Sebastian. Not to mention the person who brought Emoli here. Even the man himself was a little surprised. Not everyone can be Chin's special VIP guest. For example, the man in front of Emoli is the illegitimate son of a certain congressman. The other party has an astonishingly powerful background, and they don't know which VIP Emoli in front of them is. But these younger VIPs usually look for young and beautiful maids when they are looking for a housekeeper. How could they find an old man like me? His excellent qualities made his face expressionless. After being pointed out by Emoli, he took a step forward with his upright figure and clenched his fist with one hand behind his back. "It's my honor to serve you. During the rest of the trip, if you have any questions, you can call me. My name is..." When he was about to say his name, Li Chia suddenly looked at him expectantly. "Can you call me Sebastian?" The man was stunned, but since it was a request from a VIP, he could still fulfill it. "If you like it, you can call me Sebastian from now on." "Ha ha, good." Emoli was also happy. "Sebastian, take me to where I live first." Sebastian bowed his head slightly upon hearing this, then walked forward. Xuanji was powerless to complain after seeing this scene. "Your bad taste really hasn't changed at all. You don't understand." With Sebastian's help, Emoli quickly settled down, and all that was left was waiting for the spaceship to set sail. You can board the spaceship in advance, and it has all the necessary living facilities. In order not to be late, many people come early and move in directly. It was the last day when Emoli came, and the next day, this deep space ark had already set sail. It was not the first time for Emoli to ride on such a giant spaceship, so he was not surprised. However, it was the first time for many people to ride on it. When the ship set sail, many people outside looked out curiously at the panoramic windows of the spaceship. Mo Li, on the other hand, directly took the Star Network equipment and immersed himself in the Star Network. He first gave some guidance to Qin Wanga and observed Qin Wanga's progress, and then Emoli went to look for information about the chaotic star field. Xuanji had already collected most of the information about the Chaos Star Domain, and now he wanted to see some online reviews of the Chaos Star Domain. Overall, Emoli had a basic understanding of what the situation was like over there. Chaos, disorder, and the pirates' carnival paradise. After reading it, Emoli felt a little relieved. It seemed to be a star field where strength was paramount. Coincidentally, he still had some strength, so he shouldn't be unable to survive there. It took the Deep Space Ark more than a month to travel from the Dongli star field to the central Yunmeng star field. During this period, it encountered space pirates several times, but the two fortress-level pilots guarding the spacecraft took action and directly repelled them, without affecting the navigation. The terminal station is not on the main star of the Yunming star region. The Yunming star region is slightly larger than the Dongli star region. The terminal station is outside one of the star gates at the edge junction of the two major star regions. After the spaceship arrived at the station, Emily also said goodbye to Sebastian. Over the past month, the abilities Sebastian had demonstrated were simply impeccable, an absolute template for a perfect butler. Chapter 64, Meeting Sebastian Again. Emily even wanted to kidnap him. A man like Sebastian is definitely a perfect agent. Emily is also well known now, and he can help Emily deal with many things. Unfortunately, Emily is penniless now and has nothing but strength. He can't just say to Sebastian, "Come be my son." So Emily just said goodbye briefly and then boarded the spaceship to the main star of the Yunming star field. Only there were super large long-distance spaceships that could cross the two major star fields. The journey to Yunming's main star basically involved flying through stargates, which didn't take long and only took 3 days. The Yunming galaxy is a galaxy surrounded by nebulae. After passing through the colorful nebulae, you can see 3 planets revolving around a blazing white star. These 3 planets are all very large. One of them is blue and green, a typical life-bearing planet, and the other is not much different. This is the famous Yunming Gemini in the Yunming star field. As for the third planet, which is slightly farther away from the star, it is an icy, rocky planet with a steel ring on it. Outside the ring, there are a large number of space stations and spaceports, and spaceships coming and going are like a swarm of crucian carp crossing the river. Emily's destination for this trip is the star ring of this planet. The Yunming Gemini are 2 planets with almost no traces of technology. These 2 planets have a special magnetic field, which allows people in this magnetic field to have a high degree of empathy with mechas. In the Yunming star field, the Yunming Gemini is a holy place that everyone yearns for. At the same time, there are many geniuses here and the pilots are of high level. In this somewhat legendary star field, Emily had no intention of staying here. After landing, he began to buy a boat ticket to the chaotic star field. There are actually very few people who go to places like the Chaos Star region, and the boat ticket Emily bought was for 3 days later. However, when buying the boat ticket, Emily unexpectedly met Sebastian. He was at the ticket purchasing hall officially set up by the Yunming Galaxy. Xuanji had originally planned to buy tickets online, but he didn't expect that there would be that damn privilege here. If you are not a Yunming star person, you can only buy tickets through the ticket purchasing hall. When Emily learned this information, he was shocked, but when he thought about the Federation's shitty parliamentary system, he understood. Sebastian. Emily greeted him. Sebastian was buying tickets at the time and turned around when he heard the familiar voice. Mr. Emily, what a coincidence. Sebastian didn't expect to meet Emily here, and he didn't seem to have much objection to his title of Sebastian. After spending more than a month together, he had a rough idea of Emily's personality, and it seemed that the other party calling him Sebastian was just a little bit of bad taste. He had no ill will towards himself, and Sebastian felt that Emily was the most talkative guest he had met in all these years. Sebastian had been a butler for many years and had met many people. However, those who can ride on Chin Star travel are either extremely wealthy or extremely powerful, and their attitudes are usually different. Some are difficult to talk to, while others seem gentle, but once these people live there for a long time, their daily living habits will reveal what kind of people they are. Sebastian had seen someone who was gentle and approachable to everyone, giving people a warm and refreshing feeling, but at night, he received a request from the other party to find a woman. Sebastian never saw the woman the captain had arranged to enter the ship that day again. But Sebastian was no longer surprised by this, because in his opinion, these people were just better at hiding it. The nature of human beings is tyrannical. Some people would show it directly, while others would hide it. Generally speaking, they were all the same. But Emily is really different. Perhaps it was because he could see Emily in this place. Or perhaps it was because the money he had saved for many years was finally enough for him to go to that place. A slight smile appeared on Sebastian's stiff face. Fuck, your smile is so weird. Emily has never been one to speak based on other people's expressions. Sebastian sensed that familiar smell, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, making his smile even uglier. Emily just complained, then asked curiously, "You're not going with the boat anymore? Where are you going?" "Go to a place I've wanted to go for a long time." Sebastian's tone was a little deep. "Travel? Travel? I guess so." When Sebastian said this, there was no longing in his eyes. "Okay, traveling is great. I'm going to the Chaos Star region to do some serious work." Chaos Star region? Sebastian was shocked. "Mr. Mo, that's not a good place. You are very powerful, but you are alone after all. In the chaotic star field, no one can be trusted. A stranger entering will become the enemy of all the pirates. Even if you are strong, they will not give up. Instead, they will lie dormant beside you, waiting for an opportunity. They are brutal, cunning, and very patient. Moreover, the pilots have limited strength when they are not in Mecha. Sebastian spoke a lot anxiously, but Emily was concerned about another point. Are you familiar with the Chaos Star region? Sebastian was about to say something, but suddenly fell silent. After a long while, he nodded slightly. Yeah. Sebastian sighed slightly. I once lived in the Chaos Star region. Emily was surprised by this. Sebastian's personality and temperament really didn't seem like someone who came from that kind of place. I can't believe you, Sebastian, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, are actually from the Chaos Star region? After Sebastian said this, he thought he would see disgust, hatred, or indifference in Emily's eyes, but he didn't expect it to be like this in the end. Shouldn't people from the Chaos Star region be condemned by everyone? Emily patted his shoulder cheerfully. If the place where a person is born can determine their fate, then there would be no horizons or possibilities in this world. Distance. Sebastian was a little distracted. Yes, the possibilities of life and the distances we can reach are what make life so wonderful. But Sebastian, you bought this ticket. Aren't you planning to go to the Chaos Star region? Sebastian looked at his hands and said, I want to go back. Oh, Emoli stretched out his voice, then made a boxing gesture and punched twice. Could it be that there are enemies here? Tell me, I'll help you chop them down. Seeing Chichihara like this, Sebastian suddenly felt relieved for some reason. No need. I will kill him with one punch. TSK, since you're also going to the Chaos Star region, why don't we go together? I bought this spaceship. Then I'll trouble you to take good care of me, Mr. Emoli. Sebastian stood up straight, placed one hand on his chest, and bowed slightly. Emoli's eyes widened as he patted Sebastian's shoulder and shouted, Sebastian, you really look like an old friend of mine. Sebastian smiled helplessly. Mr. Emo, this is the 21st time I've heard you say this in over a month. 65th Talker MP. The two smiled at each other and reached a consensus. 3 days later, the two boarded the spacecraft at the same time. The configuration of this spacecraft was similar to that of the Deep Space Ark, but it was larger in size and had better engine configuration. Molly and Sebastian's cabins were connected, but after boarding the spaceship, Molly spent more time communicating with Jiang Yan on the Star Network. In fact, when he was in the Deep Space Ark, Emoli had already contacted Jiang Yan to discuss the matter of customizing the mecha with him. Jiang Yan had several plans to offer Emoli for reference, but they were all rejected by Emoli. This time, it was Jiang Yan who took the initiative to contact Mo Li through the Star Network. He looked a little tired during the communication. I went to the Academy's technology library and actually found a suitable technology. Emoli immediately became interested. He had some plans in mind for the Sky Punishment class mecha, but after telling Jiang Yan about it, the other party said it was impossible. After more than a month of communication and discussion, there was still no result. Emoli was thinking of just giving it a try, but he didn't expect that Jiang Yan actually found a feasible solution. The high-speed transmission system you're looking for has never been researched before. Based on the effects you describe, I'm afraid even a Star Ring class pilot wouldn't be able to handle this level of maneuvering. I'm a sports student, and I'm pretty strong, so I can handle this level of stress. Emoli answered seriously. Jiang Yan's face darkened, but since Molly said so and had shown it to him on the Star Network, it proved that he could do this. I found this technology from a closed research institute. At the time, they had this sudden idea of making mechas animal-like, and this technology was used for the limbs. Animal series? Emoli was a little confused when he heard this. This series of mechas also existed in the Yanlong Empire, and it was even a relatively strong branch, but he had never seen it here. Yes, the adaptability of the empathy system used by animal-type mechas is too low, and it is difficult to bring it into play. Even if it is brought into play, humanoid mechas are no worse than them. Jiang Yan shook his head slightly. In his opinion, the animal-type mecha was a failed attempt. Emoli didn't think so. The animal-type mechas of the Yanlong Empire also had many outstanding features. Animal-type mechas are quite biased in their focus, but if they can maximize that bias, they should still be quite powerful, right? No, before an animal-type mecha can be connected to the empathy system, it must be familiar with the animal's living habits. Otherwise, the empathy efficiency can drop from 100% to 70%. Let's not talk about that. The transmission system technology is now solved, but the material problem is still a long way to go. Such a high-frequency transmission will place a higher load on the materials, and the entire machine will be much heavier when it is manufactured. Emoli frowned slightly when he heard this. The increase in body weight means an increase in engine energy consumption, which is a bit unacceptable to Emoli. He does have the right materials, but material technology is the foundation of the entire mecha manufacturing industry. What kind of storm will be set off when higher standard material technology comes out? Emoli dismissed the idea and said, just watch it first. I'm not in a hurry. No, you should have left the Yunming Star region by now, right? The Chaos Star region is very dangerous. I will help you build the mecha as soon as possible. No rush, the blood debt is enough. Emoli had read the information about the Chaos Star domain. The people here could not pose any threat to him. Besides, Shifangji was there, so Emoli treated this trip as an outing. The two chatted about mechas for a while before hanging up the phone. Sebastian is looking for you. Xuanji's voice came, and Moli exited the Star Network. When he opened the door, Sebastian was already waiting outside. Mr. Mo, it's the 4th day of our voyage. We are about to leave the Yunming Star region and enter the Yinyao Star region. Even after leaving the Deep Space Arc, Sebastian seemed to still retain some of the habits of a butler, such as waiting for Emoli at the door to eat, and reporting some information about the voyage like he was doing now. Just call me Emoli. Emoli said helplessly. What are we having for dinner today? I understand that the restaurant is releasing specialties from the Yunza galaxy today. If we go there within 10 minutes, we should be able to catch them when they're ready. Emoli's eyes lit up. What are we waiting for? Let's go. It took the spacecraft more than a month to cross the Yinyao star field, and most of the time it was traveling at warp speed because the number of star gates suddenly decreased after leaving the Yunming star field. Sebastian said that the Yinyao star field is a relatively poor star field, and several members of the star field have basically collected the wealth in their own names, resulting in a huge gap between the rich and the poor in the star field. There are even many planets in the star field that cannot leave the surface of the planet. But in contrast, the parliamentarians from the Yinyao star region are much richer than ordinary parliamentarians. Sebastian, you know a lot. Emoli was surprised. Although Xianji could get a lot of information from the internet, some information could not be obtained on the internet, such as the congressman that Sebastian was talking about now. Congressman Takal should be the richest counselor in the Hidden Star region. At this time, the two were sitting by the porthole in the corridor of the spacecraft, playing Go. Sebastian was very interested in Mo.Lee's introduction to this special game. On this chessboard, he saw changes as vast as the galaxy. Sebastian raised a white piece and frowned slightly. Someone once saw Takal traveling, and his standard equipment was 2-star ring-class mechas for protection. This is incredible for a senator. Also, every year, Takal sends a large number of low-level pilots to the Zerg battlefield. No one knows where so many pilots come from, but the quantity has caused a qualitative change. In the Zerg battlefield, there are 2 Singularity-class pilots, and they are from Qatar. Even though no one says it openly, they all know that these 2 are loyal to Takal. Why do you think so? Emoli made his move right after he did, and Sebastian's brows were twisted into a Chan shape. Because the pilots he sent to the Zerg battlefield were all deadly soldiers. He's treating the Zerg battlefield like a whetstone, huh? But won't anyone tell him off for doing this? Like, tripping him up or something? Sebastian shook his head slightly. No, because he only sent low-level pilots. Those 2 Singularity-class pilots grew very quickly. By the time the other council members reacted, they had already established a firm foothold in the Zerg. Emoli raised his eyebrows. It seems that this Takal is quite ambitious. Yes. Moreover, his influence radiates widely in the Yinyao star region. The place where we are sailing now is his territory. Could it be that this spaceship needs to pay protection fees? Emoli suddenly had an idea. Yes. Sebastian made his move. The dispute over the 66th member of parliament. Oh. Emoli turned his head to look at Sebastian in surprise. Is this counselor so arrogant? The counselors all have similar status, but Takal is considered quite powerful among them. He has a lot of private armed forces, and the ships in the Yunming star region have to give him face. Emoli was also curious. According to what Sebastian said, this congressman was completely omnipotent in the Yinyao star region. And after the spacecraft stopped at a stargate in the Yinyao star field for a day, Sebastian's statement was confirmed. This stop was not included in the stopover information released by the shipping company. When the spaceship stopped, Emoli saw a fleet emerging outside the porthole. He's here to collect protection money. Emoli looked at the fleet outside the window and saw a small spaceship crossing the way, with mecha guards beside the spaceship, and was also amazed. They are so blatant, aren't they afraid of other MPs? Sebastian stood straight 2 steps behind Emoli. The other council members can't reach out. The council members behind the shipping company we're on are not on the same side as this Takal. At this time, he also saw those mechas and frowned. This is trouble. Usually, people on the spacecraft go to negotiate. Now that the mechas are out, they probably want more. How greedy. At this time, a ship-wide broadcast was made on the spacecraft asking all passengers to return to their rooms and not go out. The two looked at each other and returned to their rooms. Xuanji, what's going on? Xuanji didn't say anything. A light curtain appeared in front of Emily. In the light curtain, two mechas armed with high-energy explosive cannons landed on the spaceship, and on the spaceship, two people wearing spaceship crew uniforms went to greet them. At the same time, a sound was heard. My lords, we should have paid this year's protection fee in full. The two mechas ignored them and walked straight towards them. Faced with the huge monster in front of them, the two men did not dare to stop it. They could only move aside and trot behind it. Sir, is there some misunderstanding? We suspect that your spacecraft is hiding contraband. According to the latest decree issued by the Hidden Star region 3 months ago, all suspected spacecraft must be stopped for inspection. An excuse that seemed to be made up casually made the two of them stay where they were, but since the Mecha and the fleet outside had the Tackle family's emblem on them, they dared not stop it. How could that be? Our company's cargo and passengers are all subject to official Yunming Star region security checks. There will definitely not be any contraband. The two had no choice but to move out of the Yunming Star field and try to stop the two mechas. Unfortunately, the other party came with a purpose this time and didn't care about so many things. The Tackle family's mecha stopped in front of the hatch of the passage. The mecha's lights went out, and after the engine was shut down, a person got out of the cockpit. A thin man with long hair and a slightly pointed chin came down and began to look around with an aggressive look. Silver Dog, hurry up. The long-haired man saw that his companion had not come out yet and urged him in dissatisfaction. Come on, Changmao, you're still so impatient. Another person also came down at the same time. He was thin, looked a bit old, and had a slightly hunched back. After the two of them got down, they looked at the two crew members jogging over and said, "Take us to the Mecha hangar first. The Yinyao Star region has been in turmoil recently, so we need to inspect all the mechas." The two crew members looked embarrassed when they heard this. Ordinary people are still the majority in this era, and pilots have a very high status. Their mecha hangars are specifically designed to help pilots ship mechas. Not to mention the Raider-class mechas, there are even several Fortress-class mechas. As the mecha is the weapon and soul of a pilot, its information cannot be exposed casually. I'm afraid this won't work. The two crew members said stiffly, "The mecha hangar is the personal property of our VIP, and we don't have that authority." Huh. The long-haired man with triangular eyes glared, took 2 steps forward and grabbed the collar of one of the crew members. "Do you know whose territory this is?" "Longhair, stop it." Silver Dog stopped him. "Let's not look in the mecha hangar. Let's do a routine check of the passenger information first." Showing the mecha hangar is just a way for Changmao to show off his power. This thing concerns the reputation of these companies, so naturally it cannot be shown to others easily. Upon hearing that they wanted to check the passenger information, the two crew members breathed a sigh of relief and immediately took the two people over. Emily saw this scene through the images sent by Xianji and wondered, what are they going to do? It's still unknown. Changmao and Ingo went in and collected protection fees again, then came out. Both sides lived in peace. The spaceship started up again, and Emily and Sebastian continued playing chess. But Emily always felt that something was wrong. Seeing Sebastian's calm look, he thought about it and said it out loud. They didn't seem to be doing anything, just coming up to collect some passenger information. Sebastian, who was about to make a move, narrowed his eyes when he heard this. He didn't ask how Chi-Chi knew this information, but asked seriously, "Is the news true? Real?" "Oh no." Sebastian put the chess piece back. "If this ship is valuable enough, we'll run into the pirates once we leave the Hidden Star region." Emily looked at Sebastian and saw that he knew the inside story. Why? A dispute among members of parliament. The Belle Star region and the Yinyao Star region have always been at odds, and friction between their counselors is also common. They always sing the opposite tune during the conference. Originally, the exchanges between the two counselors were limited to friction, but as far as I know, Tackle has been raising a group of pirates in the Belle Star region over the years, specializing in plundering spacecraft passing through the Yinyao Star region. There's something. Lee's eyes lit up. Then the members of the Belle Star region don't know about this? I don't know. This group of space pirates has Tackle's support and a huge information center behind them. Their weapons and equipment are all top-notch, so they can always evade the searches in the Belle Star region. In the Hidden Star region, Tacker will use the information of the passengers to decide whether it is worth it for his pirates to take action. Sebastian held 2 chess pieces in his hands, gently rotating them. But there are about 5 Fortress-class pilots on our ship, including you. It would be fine if your reputation hadn't spread here, but I'm afraid they'll find out about you. The higher the influence of the prey, the more worthy it is for them to take action. Emily suddenly laughed when he said this. Sebastian looked up and saw a hint of danger in his eyes. Yes, this pirate group is composed of 10 Fortress class and 3 Punishment class ships. No one in the outside world knows about this. So many ships have suffered damage. 3 Heavenly Punishments. 67th Disembarkation. Emily's eyes showed a thoughtful look. 3 Heavenly Punishment level forces. This force cannot be ignored in any star field, but now they can plunder freely in the Belle star field. It is obviously impossible to say that there was no cover from Senator Takal. In other words, this pirate group can be regarded as the Senator's regular army, and its technology, weapons, warships, and spaceships are absolutely the best. In this situation, it seems a bit difficult to fight 1 against 3, but in the chaotic situation of the space battlefield, there is still a certain amount of room for maneuver thanks to the Blood Debts vector thrusters. At this moment, Sebastian didn't know that Chi-Chi had already thought about how to fight 3 people alone. Right now, we don't have enough information to judge whether our ship will become their target. Sebastian frowned. Although this type of large spacecraft had not been plundered by pirates many times, it had happened. Furthermore, Takal was planning to attack the Hidden Star region. Feeling vaguely uneasy, Sebastian looked at Emily with a frown on his face, as if thinking hard. Mr. Mo, I feel like after we enter the Belle Star region, we might have to get off the spaceship directly. Get off the spaceship? Emily pondered. This was indeed a good choice, but at the same time he was also thinking, if he could kill these star thieves, wouldn't their wealth be amazing? When he was targeted, Emily also targeted them. But Sebastian didn't dare to have any such thoughts. He didn't even have a mecha now, and he would be dead if he encountered it. Emily also saw his thoughts, so he said, okay, we will disembark in the Belle Star region and then find another spaceship to go to the Chaos Star region. Sebastian breathed a sigh of relief. He could sense that Li Chiye was hesitating, although he didn't know what he was hesitating about. After the spaceship entered the Belle Star field, it docked at the first large star gate, and the 2 of them got off the ship. Riding on the mecha tractor in the space city, Emily asked, next, how do we get to the Chaos Star region? We don't take a regular company's bus. The Belle Star region is connected to the Chaos Star region. There are actually many pirates here who have infiltrated the Chaos Star region. As a result, the local area is in chaos, and there are many underground armed forces. These people are also engaged in transportation? That's right. Sebastian nodded slightly. There are several large underground groups in the Belle Star region. They are operating businesses in secret. We can take their spaceship. Although it's a bit more expensive, it's safer. Many pirates in the star field are related to them, so they won't attack their spaceships if they see them. Tisk, Sebastian, you're not the former gangster, are you? Sebastian was no longer surprised by Emily's sometimes erratic thoughts. Yes. Emily. I just said it casually. You really are? Sebastian felt that he had nothing to hide from Chi-Chi. But when he turned around and saw the desire to eat melon gushing out of Emily's eyes, Sebastian suddenly regretted it and quickly said, don't ask. It's just a very common reason. Then why are you a steward on a spaceship? Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Emily couldn't wait to ask. Sebastian held his forehead helplessly. Fortunately, the mecha tractor arrived at the destination quickly. They changed trains in the spaceport. Luckily, there happened to be a spaceship heading towards the chaotic star field. After getting off the tractor, Emily looked at the people around him and could clearly feel that these people were different from normal passengers. First of all, in terms of temperament, these people are wary of others in their behavior. Few people speak, and even if someone communicates, they speak in a low voice in private. Emily's arrival attracted a lot of people's attention because the mecha on the tractor was obviously of a high level. So when Emily went to handle the deposit procedures, these people subconsciously made way for him. Emily's hands moved slightly. He had a slight grasp of the rules of the Belle Star domain and the Chaos Star domain. After the mecha storage is completed, it is time to board the ship. The shipping handled by the underground group does not provide as many services as those of regular shipping companies. Emily and Sebastian were given a better suite because the mecha information Emily registered was a Fortress-class mecha. In fact, these senior pilots are quite popular in interstellar journeys. When a spaceship is sailing, it is like an isolated island in the universe. If the shipping company encounters pirates and cannot defeat them, these pilots will also take action. No one wants their spaceship to be destroyed and wander around the universe. One more senior pilot means one more level of safety. This should be their best suite. Sebastian said helplessly after checking the room. Huh. Emily was stunned. He had thought these people were a bit casual and a bit arrogant, and that this was the treatment all Fortress-class pilots received. But now Sebastian was telling him that this was the best they could offer. This spaceship's escort consists of 1 Fortress-class and 3 Raider-class escorts, which is pretty standard. The real escort is actually the emblem from the Star Sea Anglers group. Emily walked around this first-class cabin. The facilities were just average, but after all, it was a product of an underground group, so the other party would definitely not pay for daily maintenance. They have no shortage of passengers, and some passengers even asked to board their spaceship. The two settled down and waited for the spaceship to set sail. This type of spaceship is somewhat similar to a black ship. There are no particular requirements. It will be launched when it is full. As the thrusters started, the spacecraft left the spaceport with a blazing tail flame, and Emily immediately asked Xianji to take over the spacecraft. Whether it was Qin's star travel or the spaceship built in the Yunming star region, Emily let Xianji take over. He didn't want to be asleep and know nothing when encountering star pirates. As Xianji took over the spacecraft, the blood debt in the Mecha hangar and the scarlet electronic eyes lit up and slowly went out. This spaceship is indeed as Sebastian said. Pirates will not choose to attack after seeing it. Emily discovered through Xianji's detection that he encountered pirates 3 times after passing through only 5-star gates. However, these people are within the detection range of the spacecraft, and the people on the spacecraft are also aware of their existence. The two sides seem to have reached some kind of tacit understanding and keep out of each other's way. The spaceship sailed all the way, and on the 3rd day, Molly saw through the star network that the spaceship they had been on had an accident not long after entering the Belle star region. Taking into account the delay in information transmission, this spacecraft may have encountered pirates on the 1st day it entered the star field. Sebastian just happened to come out of the room at this time, with an expression that said, "As expected." "You're really something, Sebastian. You guessed that." The corners of Sebastian's mouth twitched slightly. It was really easy to get along with Chichihar. He subconsciously didn't tense up. The chances are very high. The competition for the counselor position is very fierce. Takal happens to be a man who will never let go of a grudge. 68th attack. It's just a giant travel spaceship. Emily looked out the window with melancholy. This is how MP's fights have always been. In their eyes, the lives of ordinary people are just numbers. Sebastian shook his head slightly. Emily didn't listen at all and still looked distressed. At this time, Xuanji had already started to settle the accounts. A super large travel spaceship. If I take over, it will have no problem sailing independently. Add in 3 Sky Punishment class mechas and a Fortress class mecha, and the total cost will be... No, don't calculate. Emily hurriedly stopped him. If this were to be figured out, he would be so heartbroken. Sebastian felt that Emily seemed to be distracted often, and when he was distracted, his expression would become very strange, as if someone was mad at him from some invisible place. So every time this moment came, Sebastian would wait silently without saying a word. It took a moment for Emily to come back to his senses. Just as he was about to speak, Xianji's voice came into his mind. An unidentified fleet has been detected approaching. Preliminary assessment. They are space pirates. Xianji would not notify normal pirates, but since Xianji said so, it proves that this group of pirates are not people known to the Starsea fishermen, or they are their hostile forces. The bridge is a mess. These people are useless. They only know how to sail with the company's emblem. They won't be able to survive if they encounter pirates who are not afraid of the emblem. Emily's heart sank when he heard Xianji's retelling. The spaceships of these underground forces are indeed not very reliable. He said to Sebastian with a serious expression, "A group of pirates has arrived who disregard the Star Sea Angler badge." Sebastian's expression changed slightly. Even though the spaceship didn't respond, he still chose to believe it. If it's a pirate with 50 Star Sea Angler badges, there should be at least 2 Fortress-class pirates here. But the council members are cracking down on Takal and his gang of pirates. This pirate who dares to show up in such a high profile is probably not a simple person. As Sebastian was speaking, the spaceship suddenly stopped. "Mr. Amo, based on my understanding of these underground groups, the people in the wheelhouse may not care about our lives. They may have already abandoned the ship. Let's go to the Mecha hangar first and forcibly take back the Mecha. I'll go grab the small spaceship in the hangar." Emily was shocked, because Xianji also said at this time that the people on the bridge had started to run away. At this time, the other people on the spaceship still didn't know what was going on. They walked out of the room curiously. Chili knew the situation was urgent and nodded. "Okay, you go grab the small spaceship directly, and I'll go find the Mecha." The Mecha hangar and the small spaceship were not on the same floor, so the two went their separate ways. With Xianji by his side, Emily had a smooth journey. On the other side, Sebastian was also running in the aisle. The passengers didn't know what was going on and were a little curious when they saw Sebastian. Sebastian didn't care about that at all. His tall stature didn't affect his speed at all when he ran. He ran like a gust of wind, and his speed was so fast that many people could only see a black shadow flashing past him. Sebastian recalled the map of the spaceship in his mind, and after passing through several automatically open hatches, he came to a hatch. He took a deep breath. There was an emergency exit written on the hatch, but there was no sign of it opening at the moment. Sebastian clenched his fists, his eyes solemn, and was about to make his next move when the hatch in front of him suddenly opened. After a moment of confusion, Sebastian didn't have time to think and rushed in. At the back of the passage, an employee in a spaceship uniform obviously didn't expect the hatch to open. When he saw Sebastian rushing towards him, his face changed slightly. He subconsciously reached for his waist, only to be met with a fist. Bang! Like a watermelon falling to the ground, red and white splashed everywhere. Sebastian wiped the sticky liquid off his face, shook it off expressionlessly, and rushed to the second door, which also opened at this time. Mr. Mo. Sebastian's heart moved slightly, and then he continued to rush. The subsequent hatches would open automatically every time Sebastian arrived. He came all the way to the cabin where the small spaceship was parked and found that there was a group of people here. Looking closely, it turned out that this group of people were the crew of the spacecraft. They gathered together and seemed a little excited. Why is the ejection hatch blocked? Isn't it already set up? Where's the shipboard AI? No response. Sebastian looked at the crew members in front of him, his cold eyes fixed on several of them holding electromagnetic rifles. Using the platforms in front to block the view, Sebastian sneaked up on the crowd. At this moment, the ejection hatch in the distance suddenly opened. The crowd was startled, and everyone subconsciously looked towards the hatch. Sebastian suddenly jumped forward and pounced on a man holding an electromagnetic rifle. The two men fell out at the same time, but Sebastian had already adjusted his body, raised his elbow, and hit him in the throat with a fierce elbow. With a click, the man suddenly fell silent. At this time, the others had already started running towards the spaceship. Few people noticed Sebastian, and those who saw Sebastian's faces changed drastically, because they saw Sebastian had picked up the electromagnetic rifle. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Every time a sound was heard, it was accompanied by a headshot, and two of them were people holding electromagnetic rifles. The situation was already chaotic at this time, and the open hatch seemed to be their only chance of survival. Sebastian continued to shoot, killing everyone near the two electromagnetic rifles, then rushed over to pick up the electromagnetic rifle. At this time, some people were already preparing to board the spacecraft, but they saw the ejection hatch that symbolized hope slam shut. What the hell? Someone shouted, but Sebastian was already holding two guns. The electromagnetic rifle was a one-sided massacre against mortals. When they discovered the commotion behind them, Sebastian, who was standing among the corpses, fired mercilessly and continuously. Electromagnetic beams pierced their bodies, and the temperature bar of the electromagnetic rifle, which represented overload, was rising rapidly. The crew members cried and fled in all directions, but Sebastian's shooting skills were extremely accurate. He killed several of the gunmen first, and the rest had no choice but to run. Sebastian was in no hurry to chase them. He first put away his electromagnetic rifles and then went over to kill them one by one. The crew wanted to leave here and enter the passage, but found that the hatch had been closed at some point. At this time, there was an explosion outside the spacecraft. Sebastian's heart sank. These pirates had already taken action. There were only 3 people left here, hiding behind a shelter and shivering. Sniff! A strange noise was heard, and Sebastian frowned slightly as he looked at the 2 electromagnetic rifles that were overloaded with temperature. But the 3 people behind the bunker heard this sound like the sound of nature. It was the sound of temperature protection of the electromagnetic rifle, which also meant that he could not shoot. 69 blast. The 3 men's ferocity was aroused, and they rushed out from behind their cover, rushing towards Sebastian from the left and right. Sebastian leaned forward slightly, and when they rushed over, he did not drop the 2 electromagnetic rifles that were emitting heat due to overload, but instead went forward to meet them. One of them approached first, and Sebastian pierced his face with the overloaded electromagnetic rifle in his hand. The terrifying high temperature instantly made a sizzling sound on his face, and the severe pain made him unable to help but grab Sebastian's hand with both hands. Another person attacked, and Sebastian threw out another electromagnetic rifle, hitting the opponent's face accurately. The scorching heat made him stop and scratch his face frantically. The remaining man passed over 2 teammates who were hit in the face by high-temperature electromagnetic rifles, but Sebastian kicked him in the face and sent him flying. Sebastian, who was still thinking about going up to finish him off, suddenly saw a huge figure flying towards him at high speed as the man flew backwards. Bang! It was like stepping over a small stone, and the figure was actually Mo Lee's blood debt Mecha. Completely unaware that he had killed someone, Emily stopped beside the spaceship and said, "Hurry up, hurry up, they're coming." This small spaceship was about the same size as the Blood Debt. Emily grabbed the side of the spaceship with one hand and asked Sebastian to get up quickly. Sebastian also came over immediately. All the crew members here abandoned the ship and fled, obviously knowing that they could not even touch this group of pirates. Emily came over and the ejection hatch opened. It was obviously Xianji's masterpiece. The entire spacecraft was under his control, and opening and closing the door was a piece of cake. After Sebastian boarded the spaceship, he found that his authority had already been set, and the spaceship was easy for him to control. After all, it would be a bit funny if a butler couldn't drive a spaceship. At this time, the alarm of the spacecraft being attacked had sounded, and the two did not dare to stay for too long and flew out through the ejection cabin. "Mr. M.O." Sebastian called M.O. Lee through the temporarily established channel. "I can't hear you. The pirates' goal is to get on the spacecraft. They generally don't care about those who escape. Let's find a place to hide first, and then call for official support." "Are you sure, Sebastian?" Holding the spaceship in one hand, M.O. Lee looked at the mecha in the distance, his voice tinged with sarcasm. Supplementary image. Hearing this, Sebastian subconsciously looked outside the spaceship and his pupils shrank. This is not an ordinary space pirate. Of course, M.O. Lee released his grip on the spaceship and activated the vector thrusters. This is a Sky Punishment class mecha. Sebastian's pupils suddenly contracted, and before he could say anything more, M.O. Lee rushed out first. The Sky Punishment class mecha obviously hadn't expected this mecha to charge directly at them. Its pilot, Oliver, was currently bragging to others on the chat room. Seeing M.O. Lee, he smiled and said, "There's a reckless Fortress-class mecha approaching. I'll take care of it first." Boom. All the following battle sounds in a vacuum are electromagnetic waves converted into sounds audible to humans through special technology. The thrusters started, and Oliver looked at the attacking M.O. Lee and fired 2 electromagnetic cannons without thinking. M.O. Lee only had time to use the Blood Covenant to protect himself. 2 electromagnetic cannons left 2 charred marks on the Blood Covenant. M.O. Lee frowned slightly and continued to approach. The other party saw that M.O. Lee was a fortress-level soldier, but he did not relax his vigilance. The magazine compartment under the armor opened, and dozens of small missiles flew out. At the same time, he supported his right hand with his left hand, and the armor on his right hand fissioned and reorganized into a particle cannon. The particles were compressed crazily at the muzzle, and when M.O. Lee dodged dozens of small missiles, Oliver began to lock on. The fire control system was quickly locking onto M.O. Lee's figure, but the maneuverability displayed by M.O. Lee at this moment made Oliver realize that it was not simple. Something's wrong. Could it be that the opponent in this maneuver has a personal shield? Oliver was alert. The personal stance shield can perfectly offset the G-force generated when the body maneuvers. It is generally standard equipment for the Sky Punishment class mecha. A few Fortress-class mechas can be equipped with it, but part of the engine performance will be divided. And now it seems that the opponent's power is endless. Could this be a Sky Punishment level mecha? But the spacecraft registration information they obtained was Fortress class. Forget it, who cares? Oliver became serious. No matter who the other party was, his mission today was to prevent anyone from escaping from the spaceship. The fire control system couldn't lock onto M.O. Lee, and the pursuing missiles were also detonated by M.O. Lee's jamming bombs. Seeing that it couldn't lock onto him, Oliver simply stopped charging and fired a shot. The particle cannon was so fast that it almost brushed past M.O. Lee's mecha. Seeing that even so, M.O. Lee did not activate the shield. Oliver's eyes twitched, and he felt a little uneasy. Draw out the sword you carry with you, and connect the energy supply at the same time. The particles on the sword were surging, forming a layer of faint blue light. Oliver adjusted his direction and rushed towards M.O. Lee. Seeing this scene, M.O. Lee had a strange look on his face, and the moment he approached, he overloaded the engine. Oliver saw that M.O. Lee was not playing by the rules, and his sense of crisis grew even stronger. His years of experience on the brink of life and death told him that if the opponent suddenly overloaded the engine, it was either to fight you to the death, or to be sure of defeating you in a short time. Without hesitation, he also wanted to activate overload at the same time. But at this time, M.O. Lee had already punched his transmission system. Ripples appeared on the personal stance shield, and Oliver's face changed drastically. He withdrew without hesitation and turned on the engine overload. A personal shield? M.O. Lee retracted his fist and followed, not giving him a chance to retreat. Oliver was already cursing at this point. "There's a fucking combat armor right here. Come and help me." Someone in the channel heard his voice and asked in confusion. There's no heavenly punishment level in the information. Even if it's heavenly punishment level, Stop talking nonsense. I'm being approached. Oliver retreated frantically, with Emily following him closely. It seemed that now was the moment to compete in mecha performance. Whoever exited the overload first would die. Mad dog. Mad dog. Oliver cursed angrily. He had just been saying how this guy's mobility was so amazing. It turned out he was a madman wearing combat armor. He was so focused on guarding against Emily that he didn't notice a dark shadow approaching at high speed from behind. The opponent activated the shield during flight, and the retreating Oliver crashed into the shield. The black shadow appeared, and it was the small mecha driven by Sebastian. Great assist, Sebastian. Laugh. The Blood Covenant shook, and after being overloaded, the energy of the engine became extremely violent and was madly injected into the Blood Covenant. When Oliver stabilized his body, Emily punched out from the side. Before his body could stabilize, Oliver felt himself flying backwards. Although he was clearly moving backwards, the figure was approaching at high speed. Boom. Another punch. The violent shock caused the engine's energy transmission to be interrupted for a moment. Then he saw the fist shadows in the sky enlarged in front of him. The stance shield only lasted for a moment before it suddenly shattered, and then the terrifying impact force acted unimpeded on Oliver. If his stance shield couldn't hold up, how could his body withstand it? After just a few punches, Oliver's consciousness fell into eternal darkness. The 70th strategy of killing. Sebastian's eyes twitched wildly as he looked at the Sky Punishment class mecha with several dents on its cockpit. Emily was only famous in the Dongli Star region, and Sebastian had only heard of him, but Sebastian had seen a wider universe and had met many powerful people before. But this time, Emily's strength still gave him a shocking feeling. A Sky Punishment class mecha must have several cutting-edge technologies, but he couldn't see any of them. It was obvious that the claim that Emily's combat armor was invincible in close combat was not a rumor. Sebastian also knew something about fighters, but he had never seen anything so outrageous. Once he got close to the opponent could no longer resist. Moreover, many Sky Punishment class mechas are equipped with stance shields, which are the nemesis of combat armor. It is also because of the personal stance shield that the benefits of combat armor are greatly reduced, and the risks are not proportional, which makes combat armor less popular. And only this. Sebastian suddenly thought of those heavy mechas, the kind of combat armor that was specifically designed to deal real damage. Facing them was like a father beating his son. A little pity rose in his heart, but then Sebastian put it behind his mind. The most urgent thing was to run away. Mr. Mo, let's first. No need to run. I have an immature idea. Emily's voice came out. What idea? Sebastian, do you believe me? Mr. Mo, I don't know how to answer this question, but the feeling you give me is that I can trust you. Sebastian answered without any pause. Okay, you enter this mecha. In space, Emily pulled the mecha to the slightly deformed exit of the spaceship and waited for Sebastian to come out. Sebastian had already changed into his power suit. After exiting the hatch, he flew to the Sky Punishment class mecha. Xianji had cracked the mecha system a long time ago. It must be said that the quality of the Sky Punishment level mecha is indeed good. Even if the hatch is beaten to pieces, it can still be opened normally. Sebastian took the opportunity to enter the hatch, and when he entered, all the systems inside the mecha started up at the same time. Sebastian's heart trembled. Sure enough, Molly could easily hack into the network of the spaceship mecha. After the system started up, Sebastian said in a deep voice, Mr. Mo, my empathy level is only 42, which is a big flaw in piloting a mecha. He didn't know what Molly needed him to do on the mecha, and he didn't even ask about his empathy level. But he still got on, even though this mecha was no different from an iron coffin to him. No, just connect with the empathy. Good. Upon hearing this, Sebastian's consciousness sank into the empathic connection, and that familiar feeling that made him a little disgusted came over him again. Suppressing the discomfort in his heart, Sebastian said, What should we do next? When someone comes, just run away. What Emily told Sebastian was very simple. After Sebastian responded, the mecha on Emily's side also began to operate. He was seen floating quietly in space. Xianji, pretend to sleep. At this moment, inside the spaceship, the pirates who were burning, killing, and looting suddenly stopped, as if they had received some instructions, and each of them was facing a great enemy. They no longer robbed, but killed anyone they saw, and their killing efficiency increased rapidly. Outside the spaceship, more than 10 mechas were surrounding the spaceship in formation. At this time, the mecha team's channel was in chaos. The cause was the death of Oliver, one of the 3 Heavenly Punishment level members of their pirate group. His death caused a huge uproar among the pirates. The remaining 2 Sky Punishment class mechas activated their mechas simultaneously and announced to the team, all Fortress class pilots, guard all exits of the spacecraft. Don't let anyone go. Buck, follow me. Buck is another Sky Punishment class pilot. The one who spoke is called Lytus, also a Sky Punishment class pilot. The two Sky Punishment class mechas started their engine thrusters and flew towards the coordinates where Oliver died. Buck. They were very fast, and it took them less than a few minutes to reach the battlefield where Emily had just been. Littles. When the two of them went over, they saw Oliver's mecha fleeing into the distance. Looking at the distance again, an unfamiliar mecha was quietly floating. When the scanner swept over, it was found that the other party had even shut down its system. How could they not understand now? The other party had snatched the mecha and ran away. Oliver's life information had disappeared long ago, so the person driving his mecha at this time could only be the person who killed him. Buck and Lytus both had the same idea in their minds, so they started their engines at the same time and flew over. As for the abandoned mecha, they didn't even look at it. But just as they flew past Emily, the blood debt that looked like a pile of space junk, the scarlet electronic eye flashed away. The blazing tail flame illuminated the blood debt's armor. During the flight, the engine's tail flame suddenly changed color, and it was overloaded at the first move. At this time, the two mechas had just flown past. When they noticed the changes behind them, Emily had already rushed in front of Buck. He threw a fierce punch and raised his knee almost at the same time. The sharp knee made Buck bend his body involuntarily. At the moment when he lost control of the mecha for a short time, he was hit by an elbow on the head, and his personal shield shattered at the same time. At this time, Buck was still a little confused, and then he felt violent vibrations all over his body. His internal organs were impacted, and a trickle of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. But this was just the beginning. He tried to control the mecha, but found that the responses of all parts of the mecha had an uncomfortable sluggishness. Then these shocks came like a wave, and the severe pain made Buck's consciousness gradually blurred. He subconsciously looked at the position of his teammate Lytus. The other party also discovered that he had been ambushed and was rushing over quickly. However, when he didn't notice it at first, he sprinted out for some distance. When he realized something was wrong and came back, he could only see Buck unable to fight back under Emily's violent attack. At this moment, the distance between the two sides seemed particularly far. When Lytus rushed over, Buck was kicked away by Emily's final kick, and there was no movement anymore. Lytus was startled and met the blood debt's scarlet electronic eyes. He subconsciously raised his hand and pointed it at Emily. The two black mini-gun muzzles on the back of his hand rose up as the armor flipped open. The dangerous instinct made Emily lean back sharply, and two extremely condensed laser beams passed through Emily. Seeing that the laser missed, the opponent retreated decisively. He was not a fool. He saw clearly how the opponent killed Buck just now. That set of violent close combat combos made him shudder with fear. Getting close to him at this time would be tantamount to seeking death. Moreover, he had already seen that Emily's mecha was overloaded. He just needed to delay for a while and wait for his energy to run out. Emily saw him distance himself without any surprise. He glanced at the spaceship and Oliver's mecha in the distance, and immediately pressed forward again. 71st perfect switch. Lytus's fire control system kept flashing, trying to lock onto Emily, but wanting to lock onto the blood debt in overload mode was a bit far-fetched. Seeing that he couldn't lock on, Lytus simply used large-scale missile bombing. All the missile bays of the mecha were opened, and a large number of missiles flew out. Lytus did not even turn on the fire control this time. He did not expect these missiles to be effective. He just wanted to stop Emily a little. At this time, Emily displayed extremely ghostly maneuvers. These missiles exploded around him, but did not hurt him at all. The slight impact could not even shake the armor of blood debt. Lytus was still retreating, and he estimated in his heart that Emily would not be overloaded for much longer. In fact, Emily's overload time was much shorter than he imagined. When this wave of missiles exploded, the energy symbol of the blood debt kept flashing red and exited the overload mode. Lytus scanned Emily, who was enveloped by the explosion light. Before he noticed anything unusual, he saw on the scanner a spaceship with a deformed head flying towards Oliver's mecha at high speed. What is this for? Lytus frowned slightly, but he didn't dare to act rashly because he didn't know Emily's condition. He kept his distance, charged the particle cannon, and aimed the fire control. The spaceship quickly approached Emily's location. At this time, the light of the explosion had disappeared, and then Lytus saw a scene that made his brain crash. After the mecha was pushed over, it hit the blood debt and began to slow down. At the moment the two mechas collided, he saw a figure in combat uniform coming out of the blood debt, then leaping forward and jumping onto Oliver's mecha. What shocked him was that the hatch of Oliver's mecha opened, and after the man jumped in, the system of the mecha actually started up. How is that possible? Lidis was a little speechless. The fire control also locked onto Oliver's mecha, and Lidis subconsciously opened fire. The concentrated particles were fired out, and the turbulent particles flowed onto the mecha, but the next moment, a rectangular energy shield unfolded, blocking the particle flow outside. Looking at the familiar energy shield, Lidis began to doubt his life, but Lichia would not give him a chance to think about it. He drove Oliver's mecha named Storm Herald to push away the particle flow. He pulled up at an angle to avoid Lidis's fire control lock, and Mo Lee raised the particle cannon with his backhand, locking onto Lidis in reverse. Hearing the sound of the mecha AI being locked, he immediately flew backwards and flew to the side when the particle cannon fired. The particle cannon missed, and Mo Lee flew closer quickly. Even after changing into a mecha, Lidis still didn't dare to get close to Mo Lee. Those who use combat armor must have strong close combat capabilities. They could make full use of the auxiliary steering engines in various parts of the mecha. Every movement was crisp and clear, and the close combat attack was extremely fierce. After weighing the pros and cons, Lidis chose to fight a long-range air combat. But right now, it was Mo Lee who was chasing. If he flew in front, he would easily become a target of the fire control system. Beep, beep, beep. The rapid alarm sounded again, and Lidis, who was sitting in various maneuvers, was shocked. When did this happen? Damn it, Oliver's mecha fire control system and AI were the same as theirs. How did the other party lock on so quickly? There were so many strange things that Lidis had no time to think about them. But Mo Lee had already opened fire, and another particle cannon shot out, just in time for the moment when Lidis had just completed a turning maneuver. The particle flow is fleeting, and he can't avoid this wave, so he can only use his shield to resist it. Looking at the rapidly dissipating energy, Lidis' heart was bleeding, but there was no way. If he didn't open it, he would die. The shield dispersed the particle flow and Lidis dived down, but Mo Lee would not let him off. He had already figured out the weapon system of this Storm Herald. 2 flat cannons popped out from his shoulders, and 2 pairs of cannon muzzles popped out from his ribs at the same time. Cannon muzzles also appeared on the sides of his thighs, and even on the top of his head at the same time. At this moment, the Storm Herald's appearance changed drastically. Points of light appeared, and when Lidis saw this scene, he screamed in shock. Deep Space Whispering Light Energy Array. He activated the overload mode without hesitation, wanting to escape from here quickly, but the beeping sound of the machine being locked was like the god of death calling for his life. Why so fast? Lidis' heart was in a mess. From the time he saw the other party accumulating energy to being locked, the time was less than a second. At the moment of being locked, more than 10 rays of light burst out from the Storm Herald, and all of Lidis's maneuvering positions were blocked. He could only activate the shield on the spot. The moment these more than 10 high-energy rays fell on his shield, the energy shield caused violent ripples, and the numbers on the mecha's energy meter also dropped wildly. The two sides seemed to be in a stalemate, but Mo Lee's side had just begun. As the output power increased, the color of these lights gradually changed, and Lidis's turbulent shield shattered. Don't want. Boom. More than 10 rays of light from the whisper of deep space easily penetrated Lidis's mecha. After the engine energy compartment was penetrated, the energy exploded, and the mecha instantly exploded into a huge ball of sparks. Lidis never figured it out until his death. The opponent's fighting style was obviously extremely ferocious close combat, but after changing to a mecha, his fire control and long-range capabilities were also so exaggerated. What is this? An adaptive mecha system? Lidis couldn't figure it out, and he couldn't think of anything else. Sebastian was also stunned as he watched Mo Lee blast Lidis. Even with his rich experience, he was a little confused at this moment. How long has it been since Mo Lee got the Storm Herald? 10 seconds? 1 minute? But why did Mo Lee feel more skilled in driving the Storm Herald than Oliver? Several thoughts flashed through Sebastian's mind, but none of them could provide a reasonable explanation for the situation. Sebastian, put away all the mechas. I'm going to clean up the pirates. There were exactly 3 sky punishment level people. Mo Lee was already certain that these people were the space pirates trained by Counselor Tacker. Mo Lee had been coveting them for a long time, and now that he had caught the opportunity, he naturally would not let it go. There are still 10 fortress-level pirates scattered around the spacecraft, which is also a considerable fortune. Outside the spaceship, 10 fortress-class mechas were scattered around the spaceship, and their warships were parked not far away. People came out and entered the spaceship continuously. On one of the mechas, Mads, who was in charge of guarding an escape exit, was a little nervous. Just now, Boss Oliver was attacked and killed, and there has been no news from the other 2 bosses since they passed away. This is very disturbing. What's the situation with the bosses now? Someone asked in the communication channel, but received no response. Maybe they're in combat. There must be a Sky Punishment class pilot hiding. To be able to defeat Boss Oliver, his mental strength should be around 6 stars of Heavenly Punishment. Boss Litz's 7-star Heavenly Punishment spiritual power, combined with Boss Buck's 5-star spiritual power, will definitely be no problem in a fight. Perhaps the pursuit has exceeded the range of the temporary channel now, so don't panic. Chapter 72, Killing All. The remaining Fortress-class pilots were chatting in the channel, but from their tone, one could tell they were not feeling relaxed. After all, Oliver was a Sky Punishment level pilot, and he was killed inexplicably. If the enemy came to attack them, it would be a piece of cake. Both bosses are using top-of-the-line mechas. As long as the enemy isn't at the star ring level, they'll definitely be unable to escape if they join forces. Yeah, that's what I thought. But this little spaceship actually has a big fish hiding in it. I'm going to be scolded when I get back. That's what I was saying. I thought we'd just grab it casually this time. Enemy attack. Suddenly, a shrill cry was heard in the channel, and the others reacted and quickly called out to that person. Carlos. Carlos, do you hear me? Hear me back. However, they were met with only silence. The makeshift communication channel instantly became chaotic, and everyone started the engine at the same time and turned the scanner to the highest power. Gather outside the battleship. Gather first. Don't make a mess. Someone in the channel called for a gathering, and at the same time, they gave up guarding the spaceship and flew directly towards their battleship. But no one noticed that the sounds were becoming less and less in the noisy channel. When they came to their senses, there were only 5 voices left in the channel. It was as if there was an invisible ghost, ruthlessly reaping their lives in secret. At this time, the remaining 5 people finally saw each other, and seeing their companion's sense of relief made their faces look more joyful. Kill. Behind you. A streak of light flashed across Kill's mecha, and then his mecha's engine dimmed. This meant that his empathy was forcibly interrupted. At this time, the remaining 4 people could see clearly the attacking mecha. Boss Oliver. How is this possible? They were all a little bit unbelievable, but that mecha was indeed Oliver's. Emoli didn't give them a chance to think. He drove the Sky Punishment class mecha against these Fortress class mechas, and it was a completely one-sided massacre. These people couldn't even put up a decent resistance. After Emoli killed another one, the remaining 3 were frightened and fled in all directions. But the performance gap between the Sky Punishment level and the Fortress level was too huge. In order to prevent them from escaping too far, Emoli simply activated the overload mode and easily killed the remaining 3 people. Before long, the main force of this pirate group was wiped out. As for the remaining assault-class mechas, they were already scared out of their wits. When others started killing, they would kill from the low level to the high level. But now, the enemy came up and killed the 3 strongest ones, and then the pilots of the second echelon were also killed easily. The remaining little Karamis were useless no matter how many there were. After dealing with these, Emoli looked at the spaceship that had activated the warp speed to escape. He had no intention of chasing it. The spaceship had already preheated the warp engine while he was fighting with the mecha. The time it took to destroy these mechas was enough for them to escape. But it's not a big problem. Emoli's hunting is not over yet. When Sebastian came over in his escape ship, he saw 10 Fortress-class mechas floating in space, piled together. Although he had already reached a conclusion in his heart, Sebastian was still a little dazed when he actually saw this shocking scene. These pilots are all Fortress level. In ordinary star fields, they are all well-known existences. But now they are like space junk, being piled up randomly. Many raid-class mechas thought that Emoli would let them go, and subconsciously fled into the starry sky. As a result, Emoli didn't give them any chance at all. The Deep Space Whispering Light Energy Array was activated, locking onto them accurately. Light beams continued to burst out, and one after another, the cockpits of the assault-class mechas were pierced by the high-energy beams. After dealing with all the mechas, Emoli went to pull them back one by one. After Sebastian arrived, he also quietly drove the spaceship over to help. After a while, a huge mass of space debris appeared outside the spaceship. At this time, the pirates who boarded the ship had almost killed everyone inside, and people came out of the spaceship exit one after another. However, when they came out, they saw that the place where their spaceship was originally parked was empty, and instead there was a huge. The first pirate to come out of the hatch turned pale instantly when he saw the group of mechas. These pilots usually have a high status in the space pirate group, and they are responsible for a lot of maintenance of their mechas. How could they not recognize them? The person wearing a power suit coming out from behind saw this scene and subconsciously wiped his helmet. Just at this moment, they saw Emoli pulling over the last raid-class mecha and throwing it up. More and more pirates came out, wanting to return to the spaceship, but what they saw was this terrifying scene. After seeing some people coming out, Emoli also flew over here. He raised his hand and used the machine gun to smash the bodies of several people. When others were fleeing frantically, a broadcast came from the spaceship they were on. Don't run, you can't run away. The pirates subconsciously looked back and found that the hatch was closed, and they were trapped in various separate small cabins. 2 questions. First, where is your lair? The pirates looked at each other in bewilderment when they heard the emotionless voice of the ship's AI. What is this for? The pirates didn't understand, but the smarter ones knew that their chance to survive might be here. In a certain cabin, someone shouted, I know, I can lead the way. As the man spoke, the lights in the cabin dimmed until it was pitch dark. Does anyone else know? The voice of the shipborne AI came again. The remaining people looked at each other, and more people spoke. Now, tell me where you know the location. Xianji still overestimated these space pirates. She thought that they were Tacker's regular army and would have some backbone. She didn't expect that separating them was completely unnecessary, because even after separation, the location they said was the same. But out of caution, Xuanji still opened one of the cabins, turned on the spacecraft's automatic defense system, turned off the sound, and put the screen in other people's cabins. Looking at the automatic defense turret's bullets pouring down on those people crazily, everyone else felt a chill all over their bodies. We didn't lie. Xuanji ignored it. After some operations, only more than 10 people were left. I asked, and it's that location. Xuanji's voice reached Mo Li's mind. Then it's almost time to set off. Sebastian, please recharge the spaceship. At this time, the remaining pirates thought that they could leave after it was over, but they didn't expect that only the inner hatch was open, and the outermost hatch was still not open. Lacking mechas, they were unable to break through the bulkhead made of this special alloy and could only go inside the spacecraft. However, about half an hour later, emergency red lights everywhere inside the spacecraft began flashing wildly. Warning, spacecraft self-destruction countdown 30 seconds. Please evacuate as soon as possible. Warning, spacecraft self-destruction countdown 30 seconds. Please evacuate as soon as possible. 73rd Tekla Hub, Beluostar region. A huge battleship is flying at warp speed. On the bridge of the spaceship, Mo Li and Sebastian were playing chess. Mo Li found that he was slightly inferior to Sebastian. After being forced into a dead end once again, Mo Li frowned. Now that we've cut off Tackle's claws, will he become desperate and do something desperate? He can't jump. This is the Beluostar region. Sebastian kept his eyes on the chessboard. Tackle is already one of the key suspects of the Beluostar region. Now he's reaching out to me. The counselors of the Beluostar region should be the first to deal with them. So he's going to suffer this loss? Mo Li hesitated to write a word, as if he was deep in thought. Sebastian glanced at him and shook his head secretly. Mr. Mo should not be that kind of person. He then said, it seems that he can't find any evidence at this point. Mo Li's actions of destroying the bodies and covering up all traces were so clean that he didn't let any of them escape. Even if Tacker led a team personally, they might not be able to find any traces. As for the people in the Star Sea Angler group, they probably won't pay much attention to the news about this spaceship. It is very likely that they will just make a symbolic search. Because in the starry sky, the disappearance of a spaceship is too normal, and it is too difficult to find it. This is also why when they encounter someone they cannot defeat, the crew will abandon the ship and flee, because they were originally temporarily recruited by the Star Sea Anglers. The only thing that attracts people to take this ship is the Star Sea Angler badge. Mo Li was still in deep thought. If I want to sell this batch of mechas, I can only go to the underground black market. That's right. If we do it openly, even in the Beluostar region, Tacker will get the news. It's not worth offending a congressman for this money. After listening to Mo Li's words, Sebastian was also thinking about where it would be best for him to ship out this batch of mechas. After thinking about it, it seemed that the Chaos Star domain was the only place that could be shipped out. They are not afraid of the thugs in there, let alone a congressman, even the Imperial Federation. If we want to take action, the Chaos Star region is a good choice, but the prerequisite is that we must have enough strength to ensure that we will not be bullied. Mo Li became interested. Do they have that much money? 2 Sky Punishment class and 10 Fortress class rockets are enough for the Chaos Star region. However, our current spaceship doesn't have a pass, so we'll need to maneuver to cross the edge of the North Fall Star region. Like this. Mo Li stood up and stood at the porthole. Sebastian looked at him who had not made any moves and fell into deep thought. It seemed that he had a great advantage. However, Mo Li's words quickly distracted him from his thoughts. But since you know this star field so well, there should be a way, right? Yes. Why is it that only the Beluostar region has experienced a chaotic star region among the 8 star regions of the Federation? It's because there are people here who are secretly supporting it. Really, it's just that my connection was established 20 years ago. I don't know if it's still useful now. Try it first. If it doesn't work, use your fists to clear the way. Sebastian was stunned. He thought Emoli would say that he would use some money to pave the way, but why did he feel that the situation was different now? Besides, isn't Chi-Chi planning to come back to play chess? Looking at the chessboard in front of him, and Chi-Chi standing by the porthole with a serious expression in the distance, Sebastian fell into deep thought. The Tekra Hub is the closest place from the Beluo Star region to the Chaos Star region, and is also the border of the Federation. Beyond is the unexplored universe, where everything is unknown. The 8-star regions are already the limit of the federal jurisdiction. There is an endless starry sky outside, and these mysterious starry skies have attracted countless people to yearn for them and go to explore. There are many hubs like the Tekra Hub on the border of the Federation. Their main function is to serve as lighthouses and transit stations for those who go to explore unknown star regions. But due to the chaotic star field, the Tekla Hub appears a little different. There are a lot more people here. Although everyone walking on the street has a legal and normal identity, no one knows whether this person will suddenly turn into a notorious space pirate after crossing the border. At first, the members of the Beluo Star region wanted to take care of it, but later they found that there were too many people and they couldn't do anything about it. It is too easy to become a pirate, and the Starry Sea is vast, so it is extremely difficult to obtain evidence. In addition, with the instructions of the Federation, they were allowed to set up a pirate base here, which is now the Chaos Star Field. The real headache of space pirates is that they are elusive and can hide anywhere within the Federation, in asteroid belts, uninhabited planets, and even on comets and meteorites. But it's different with a nest. With a base, there is a target, and the Federation can send out a fleet to destroy it at any time. The pirates seemed to know this as well. They had only established a chaotic star field so far, which was quite different from the Beluo Star Field. They all knew that the Beluo Star Field was the sword of the Federation hanging over their heads. After all, the mysterious Tekla Hub is the highest specification battleship in the Federal system, a hub-class battleship. Hub-class ships, to some extent, can no longer be called battleships. They have their own industrial system, built-in factories, docks, and closed-loop ecosystems. This huge combat platform can continuously produce mechas, spaceships, warships, etc. to be put into war. Once a battle breaks out, the Tekla Hub alone can continue fighting for 10 years without external energy supplies. In terms of weapon systems, there are 3 permanent Star Destroyer cannons, and it is also equipped with a large annihilation beam generating array and a simulated pulsar bow shockwave generator. Any one of these weapons is capable of destroying a star. The simulated pulsar bow shock generator has been locked on the chaotic star field. Once Tekla approaches and starts, it will eject high-energy radiation, including gamma-ray storms and various high-energy particles. When the bow shock wave is emitted, all matter in the entire chaotic star field will be scorched alive within 0.1 seconds. This is the Federation's well-deserved super battleship and a true weapon of war. The Tekra Hub in its normal state, before the war mode is activated, is more like a space city. This is actually a war fortress? Emoli looked at the Tekla Hub in front of him and said to Sebastian beside him, "Yes, it is used to deter the chaotic star field. Can these pirates accept someone holding a knife to their necks?" Emoli couldn't help but ask. "We have to accept it whether we like it or not. Although it's easy to hide in the Star Sea, life is definitely not as good as in the Chaos Star region. Moreover, the Beluo Star region has also made it known that as long as they don't go too far, the Tekra Hub will not activate war mode." 74th Cole. Sebastian, why do I feel like you seem to understand all these twists and turns? Really? You've come into contact with it before, right? Sebastian's expression was calm. At this time, the spacecraft slowly approached the Tekla Hub. The pirates' warships had not yet reached the Astronomicon class, but they were nearly 1,000 meters long. The entry and exit of warships of this level would still attract attention. However, Xuanji had already modified the information of the warship through the internet connection, and the warship now has a legal identity. A businessman who came from the distant Mingqin star field. As for who these merchants are, the people in Beluo Star region turn a blind eye to them. The only way they can coexist harmoniously with the pirates, apart from the deterrent effect of firepower, is the tributes from the pirates. So Mo Li and his team docked smoothly at the Tekla Hub. The spaceship docked, and Sebastian stood up and said with a complicated expression, "Mr. Mo, we have come a long way, and now it is time to say goodbye." Emoli was not a sentimental person. He felt more of a sense of appreciation for Sebastian's talent. However, he could see that Sebastian had very important things to do. so he naturally would not stop him. Don't worry, we'll meet again. I hope so. The contact information I gave you can be trusted. If he asks who you are, just say you are Iron Hand. So your name is Taisho? Emily said with a smile. It's just the past. Sebastian said his final goodbye and left the spaceship. Emily prepared himself on the spaceship and rested for a day before contacting the contact information given by Sebastian. After waiting for a full half-minute, the other party finally connected the call. The first thing I asked when I got through was, "Are you back?" I came back for those who can't come back. Emily's expression was deep. You're not Victor. How do you have this contact information? Victor? Emily narrowed his eyes. He gave it to me. Where's he? The other party asked hurriedly. He shouldn't have come back. Christopher has become Counselor Chen's favorite, and Counselor Chen is using him to gain benefits among the pirates. Just left. Damn it. The other party took a deep breath. You're saving him by calling him back now. It's been so many years, it's time to let it go. He was a high-ranking congressman. Emily was moved. The other party seemed to know Sebastian very well, and it seemed that Sebastian's past was related to the congressman. But this is the path Sebastian chose himself. He could seek help from me, but he didn't do that. Then Emily would respect his choice. He has his own decision. Based on his understanding of Sebastian, Emily said this. The other party was silent for a moment before he sighed. Yes, he has always been like this. If he really let it go, he would no longer be the Iron Hand Victor he once was. Well, so what do you want from me? I have a batch of mechas I want to use. Use the armor? After the other party finished speaking, he remained silent, as if deep in thought. Victor was willing to expose himself and come back to introduce me to you, proving that you are someone who can be trusted. But you also know that the commission we take from shipping through this channel is very high. For Victor's sake, I can help you for free. Emoli was shocked when he heard this, and his tone was inevitably a little excited. Really? When Sebastian told him about this, he said that the quantity of goods was too large and the risk was high. Even if he went there in person, the other party might take a 10% cut. But now he was told that it was free? Thinking of that huge number, Emoli couldn't help but feel excited. The other party seemed to be very surprised at why Chi-Chi said that. He and I have a lifelong friendship. I don't care about this little money. Where are you now? I'll come over to inspect the goods. Very quickly, Emoli sent him the address immediately. Special Spacecraft Harbor? Strange, isn't this where large spacecraft and astronomical-class fleets dock? The other party muttered something and hung up the phone. Emoli was waiting nervously. This person was not only loyal but also generous. He was a really good person. Not long after, Emoli saw a hovercraft parked on the side of his warship. A thin man with dyed red hair got off the hovercraft. After he got off the car, Emoli's communication rang. I have arrived. Emoli also opened the hatch and went out. Here I come. Are you Victor's friend? My name is Cole. Emoli. My name is Emoli. Emoli? From the Mingxin Star region? Or the Dongli Star region? Cole looked at Emoli. For some reason, the warm smile on his face made Cole feel a chill down his spine. Well, don't worry about these details. Let's take a look at the goods first, okay? Emoli rubbed his hands together, already feeling a little impatient. Seeing this, Cole felt even more uncomfortable. He always felt that something was wrong, but he didn't know what it was. Then let's go. Cole was not the type to hesitate, and the two of them entered the spaceship. Assault-class mechas are the best sellers here. This batch of mechas should be sold out in half a month, and the price will be lower than the market price. I understand. After all, it's a $0 product. $0 purchase? It means purchasing goods at no cost. That's quite interesting. Cole smiled, then followed Emoli to the place where the mecha was stored. Emoli had placed all the mechas one by one, so when he entered the mecha hangar, Cole looked at the rows of mechas and subconsciously widened his eyes. This. He pointed at the mechas, and then suddenly saw the 12 mechas in the front, and his body couldn't help but shudder. Me, I? Emoli had a warm smile on his face. 34 Assault-class mechas, 10 Fortress-class mechas, and 2 Sky Punishment-class mechas. They all have varying degrees of battle damage, but I avoided the critical parts when I attacked. I'll just need to repair the cockpit armor when the time comes. For girls' use, brand new. How's it? Cole's eyes widened in horror, and he pointed at the mechas with trembling fingers. He was speechless for a long time. It was difficult to describe his mood at this moment. After a long while, he finally caught his breath and glanced at Chi-Chi with a complicated expression. Is this the batch of mechas you were talking about? Yes. Seeing his matter-of-fact look, Cole said a little madly. Is this a batch? This is a fucking mecha squadron. God knows. When he heard Emoli talking about a batch of mechas, he subconsciously thought that they were 5 or 6 raid-class mechas. Taking a deep breath, Cole calmed himself down and said, If it's convenient, could you tell me how I got here? Sebastian had said that this person was trustworthy, and that he would only accept the goods after knowing the source, so Emily did not hide it. A space pirate raised by Takal in the Belle Star region. 75th, selling Mecha. After hearing this, Cole was stunned. That's not right. Takal's pirate group. Wait, how do you know that it's Takal's pirate group? Victor paid a huge price to find this information. Did he tell you? Cole was full of disbelief. When he first got the news from Victor, the other party looked reluctant. What's wrong? Emily was confused. Cole in front of him was so jumpy. Why did he feel that he was not very reliable? Taking a deep breath and forcing himself to calm down, Cole looked at the mechas in front of him. 2 Sky Punishers and 10 Fortress-class mechas. This is indeed a good pirate group of Takal. Then he looked at the extent of damage to these mechas and found that they did not seem to have experienced any fierce battles and were in very good condition. They could definitely be sold at a high price on the black market. Wait, this isn't the time to consider the price. Cole shook his head violently. The problem was, this mecha unit had no problem taking down a Star Ring class enemy. So how could they be taken down so easily? Even the mechas weren't damaged much. It seems that the person in front of him has a very strong team behind him, and he is likely led by a Star Ring level pilot. A Star Ring class pilot. This level is a commander in the Zerg battlefield. How could he appear in a remote place like the Chaos Star Field? Could it be someone from another star region? Cole thought a lot in an instant and was a little distracted. It was only when Emily swayed in front of him that he came back to his senses. How's it going? If it's Takal's mecha, then the space for attack will be much simpler. Now it was Emily's turn to be curious. Aren't you afraid of Takal? Afraid? Of course I'm not afraid. Cole sneered. But this is the Chaos Star region. I can only say that Taker's name is not enough to deter people here. You have quite a background. Emily looked at him in surprise. If it weren't for the background, Takal wouldn't dare to check here. Even if he knew, he wouldn't dare to say anything. As for the people who bought the mecha, they don't know that this pirate group belongs to Takal. However, with such a large amount, the speed of selling may be slow. To be honest, I can't afford it all with the funds I have on hand. If you trust me, give it to me for safekeeping, and I will help you sell it slowly. Emily frowned slightly and asked Xianji in his mind. Xianji had no better solution. After all, the origin of this batch of mechas could not be made public, and they could only be sold here in the Chaos Star domain. If they were to be sold to Taker's hostile forces, the distance was too far. Such a large number of mechas passing through would be strictly inspected no matter where they were. For now, leaving it to Kerr is the best option. And Emily looked at Cole with anticipation. He didn't take a commission. Where could he find such a good opportunity? Meeting Emily's sparkling, expectant eyes, Cole's face froze, as if he remembered something. Just as he was about to say something, Emily interrupted him with a burst of laughter. Ha ha ha, Brother Cole, you really are the most capable person I have ever met. To be able to take down such a large number of mechas requires both skill and courage. Really, you are really amazing. I'm different. I'm just a lousy mecha pilot with no brains and only knows how to fight. He was a little uncomfortable with the sudden flattery, but his thoughts involuntarily went in that direction. What's going on? This person seems to have some sense. Besides, Emily changed the subject. He's trustworthy and probably has a good reputation, otherwise Sebastian, oh no, Victor wouldn't have recommended him to me. The word, keeping promises, set off alarm bells in Cole's heart. Oh no, this is flattery. But what he said seems to make sense. I feel very relieved to leave this batch of mechas to you. Emily patted his shoulder. And since you're so generous, I definitely trust you. Well, I'll leave the mecha to you. This is my StarNet ID and account. If you have any questions, you can contact me on StarNet. As for the mecha, just transfer the money to me after you sell it. Looking at the account in front of him, Cole subconsciously added StarNet as a friend and saved the account at the same time. That commission. Hey, Brother Cole, what did you say before? Emily raised his eyebrows. Cole's expression at this time became extremely interesting. Emotions such as regret, annoyance, helplessness, and torment kept emerging on his face, and finally turned into a helpless sigh. Then he slapped himself hard and sighed helplessly. Just do as I said before. Emily was a little surprised. He had just casually mentioned it before, but the other party actually waived it for him? The commission for selling this batch of mechas must be at least hundreds of billions, right? Kerr met Emily's gaze. In front of others, I am a profiteer, and many people scold me, but in front of people I know, I am the most trustworthy. You are someone Victor trusts, so I will not regret it. You have courage, Emily said seriously. All right, handing this batch of mechas over to me will bring me a lot of benefits. At least after selling them, my reputation in the Chaos Star region will be very loud. Cole was honest and spoke directly about the benefits these mechas would bring to him. Here, there are only a handful of second-hand dealers who can sell Sky Punishment-grade mechas, but as long as you can, others will have to respect you. Because they don't know where you got it from. If you can kill a Sky Punishment level 1, then at least you must be a high-level Sky Punishment, or even a Star Ring. With this strength in the Chaos Star region, most people wouldn't dare to provoke you. Tisk, Sebastian is really reliable, worthy of the name. Brother, if I have any more gains in the future, I will come to you first. After saying this, Emily prepared to disembark. Oh, by the way, this battleship can also be sold. As long as the price is right, everything is negotiable. Cole smiled helplessly and watched Emily walk away. He then continued to study the mechas, checking for damage and the like. After seeing the dent on the Storm Herald's chest, Cole suddenly thought of what Emily said before he left. Will I gain anything in the future? Wait, what will I gain later? Why me later? Cole was shocked. He was doing this all by himself. He didn't have a team behind him. He himself was shocked by this idea, and then shook his head suddenly. If this was true, how exaggerated must Emily's strength be to achieve such a record? He then checked the wounds of other mechas and breathed a sigh of relief after discovering traces of energy weapons. This was obviously the damage caused by more than 2 mechas, so he said. Emoli looks to be in his 20s. How could he be so perverted? Well, he must be overthinking it. No wonder he hasn't been sleeping well lately. 76th, 5 major forces. When Emoli got off the ship, he only took away a small spaceship and a blood debt. Although the 2 Sky Punishment class mechas are good, their transmission and engine systems are not as good as the blood debts. Blood debt's vector thrusters and microplasma thrusters are key to his speed and advanced maneuvers. In fact, many mechas are not as flexible as blood debt. However, the blood debt is no longer enough to keep up, and the battle at the heavenly punishment level is still limited. If the mecha needs to be upgraded, it can only be delivered by Jiangyan. The plan has been almost designed during this period, and what remains is the production and assembly of various components. The 2 Sky Punishment grade machines sold to Cole were mostly capable of long-range attacks, but Emoli preferred ones with certain close combat capabilities. When in the Flame Dragon Empire, they were facing the Zerg, so weapons with lower energy consumption were naturally the best choice for mechas. When encountering a truly large number of Zerg, the battleships will take action. There are a lot of people in the Tekla hub, and everyone coming and going is in a hurry. There are only 2 types of people here. One is the one who does business with the pirates, and the other is the pirate himself. But Emoli is different. He is the 3rd type, a star pirate hunter. If other people knew that there was a pirate hunter here, they would definitely think he was crazy. This is the pirate base. Once his identity as a pirate hunter is discovered, he may not even be able to leave the Tekla hub. Emoli roughly observed the people here and found that more than half of them were space pirates. Space pirates are different from ordinary people. Most of them have fierce and focused eyes and tense bodies. It is rare to see them relaxing. Sebastian also roughly told him the situation here. First of all, in terms of star pirates, 5-star systems have been developed in the chaotic star field, with 5 major forces entrenched there. Each of these 5 forces has 2 to 3 Sky Punishment level pilots in charge. As for Star Ring class pilots, there are none at the moment. The 5 major forces are named Rust Brotherhood, King of the Hulk, Star Breakers, Mad Fire Bandits, and Disorder Gang. Their forces are not much different from each other, because they are all space pirates, and this location has been exposed to the eyes of outside forces. If they are not united, it will be easy for others to take advantage of them. However, this unity is limited to keeping out of each other's way. Those who can become pirates basically have similar personalities, hot tempers, and no one is willing to submit to anyone else. They are forced into their current situation. In a hotel, Emoli was lying in the bathtub next to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the scenery outside the Tekla hub. Xuanji has connected to the internet to search for information, but has not found any good results. These pirates are very cautious. They are not capable of high-end technical work such as the internet. Moreover, the real controllers of the Star Network are the Empire and the Federation, so their information naturally cannot be put on the internet. They mostly use the local area network built in the chaotic star field and offline meetings to exchange information. There's a casino, probably owned by the Disorder Gang. Xuanji's voice came, and Emoli stood up, revealing his strong muscles. Then let's start with the Chaos Gang. His goal this time is the wealth of these space pirates, and it doesn't matter who he starts with. The route has been planned. The money has arrived from Cole, all replaced with Shifangji's energy. Emoli changed into casual clothes and went out. He could only find the approximate location of these pirates on the internet, and he needed to find them to find the specific coordinates. The universe is vast, and the slightest deviation may cause Mo to pass by the lair of these space pirates and then get lost in the starry sky. The farthest point connected to the star network is the current Tekla hub. Once you leave Tekla, you will no longer be able to access the star network. Once you get lost, there is a high probability that you will not be able to return. The chaotic star field is not just home to the 5 major forces. There are also countless other small pirate groups. They are hiding everywhere in the chaotic star field. You may find a pirate group on any asteroid. What Emoli needs now is a guide. The Grand Campari Casino is the largest entertainment center in the Tekla hub. It has a mixed crowd, and it is rumored to be a joint venture between the Disorder Gang and officials from the Tekla hub. In places like casinos, some people can become rich overnight, but there are more cases where their families are broken up and good people become prostitutes. When Emoli came here, he looked up at the magnificent sight in front of him with a slightly cold gaze. After entering, he casually exchanged a few chips of 100 star coins, and then Moli found an ordinary interface and let Xianji invade their network. After Xianji succeeded, Emoli started playing with these electronic devices. As for those real-person gambling games, he didn't even look at them. With Xianji's help, Emoli won all the way, and at the same time he behaved like a rookie, his face flushed with excitement, and he clenched his fists and roared every time he placed a bet. No one cared at first, but as time went by, they found that this young man seemed to have really good luck. As he kept winning, some gamblers nearby couldn't help it and wanted to come over to learn from him, which led to more and more people gathering behind Emoli. Emoli seemed not to notice it and kept winning money, from a few hundred star coins at the beginning to tens of millions. This amount of money wouldn't make much of a difference when it comes to buying a mecha, but in the eyes of ordinary people, it's a huge sum of money that they can't spend in a lifetime. Behind Emoli, many people looked at him with greedy eyes, and some were breathing heavily. If this was not the Grand Campari Casino, they might have already taken action. Emoli held more than 10 million chips in his arms, and then exchanged them for 10 chips worth millions. At this time, many people were paying attention to his every move. Xuanji, why do I feel like we can just keep winning here? There's no need for fighting. Impossible. If you win over 100 million, someone will treat you to a meal. Xuanji now controls the backstage of the entire casino, so she is naturally aware of their internal twists and turns and some internal regulations. In fact, Emoli has now been targeted by the people in the casino. When he took the chips to exchange, some people even put their hands on their weapons. They only relaxed when they saw that he was exchanging chips of large denominations. Emoli didn't care about the murderous intention behind him, but went to the second floor with the large denomination chips. The second floor is obviously much quieter than the first floor. There is no electronic equipment here, and all gambling is done manually. Emoli also had his own goals for this trip. After seeing the other party on the second floor, he joined the gambling game. There were currently 3 people playing this game, and Emoli's sudden joining made them all look up. 10 million chips were placed on the table. Emoli didn't say anything, but looked at them with a smile. Half an hour later, the 3 of them looked grim, as all their chips were in front of Emoli. Emoli's smile grew wider. He said goodbye to them briefly, then went downstairs to exchange chips and left. On the way back, Xuanji asked in confusion, "He didn't look for you. Target 77 locked." Of course. Emoli smiled. In the Tekra hub, they won't take action until they have thoroughly investigated my background. So are you going to go out and give them a chance? Emoli's lips curled up. Yeah. The next day, Emoli took the spaceship he had left behind and left the Tekra hub. Not long after he left, 4 or 5 spaceships also set sail together and flew in the direction he left. Not long after Emoli left, he began to sail at warp speed according to the route he got online. In just 10 minutes, Xianji's warning came from the spaceship. Anti-warp field interference detected, about to exit warp mode. As soon as he finished speaking, the spacecraft instantly exited the warp mode, and from a distance, the spacecraft scanned 3 red dots in front of it. Seeing this, Emoli's smile widened. There was actually a starship equipped with an anti-warp field. It seemed that these people were much richer than he had expected. The anti-warp field was used, and it was obviously aimed at him. Emoli had nothing to say and went straight to the back cabin and entered the blood debt. In the distance, 3 starships were parked in space. There was a huge disk on top of the middle starship, which was emitting a strange wave. Boss Carrie, this fat sheep has stopped. Should we send out the mecha? Nonsense. Go and catch him back. The man named Carrie was a middle-aged man with brown hair, dark skin, and thick lips opened in a silent grin. 7 mechas flew out from the rear cabin of the spacecraft, but before they could form a formation, an alarm sounded in the channel. Warning! High-speed attack by an unknown machine detected. Warning. High-speed attack by an unknown machine detected. Please prepare for battle. The enemy machine has been captured. Data detection in progress. Testing completed. Preliminary diagnosis. Fortress-class mecha. The 7 mechas were all stunned. Carrie, who was commanding on the bridge, had a drastic change of expression. He suddenly stood up and said, "The bridge is in your hands." They never imagined that anyone they picked up could be a fortress-level pilot. In their opinion, the fortress-level pilot is already capable of becoming a member of the management of the 5 major forces. Fortunately, their captain, Carrie, is also a fortress-class pilot, and with 7 Raider class. Before the people on the bridge could think about it, they saw a figure coming at high speed with a tail flame from afar, and the system alarm sounded more and more urgent. Correct. The opponent's machine speed has surpassed the fortress class. At this time, Carrie had just driven a mecha into outer space. His mecha was scarlet in color, with a ship-slashing sword in his left hand and a high-frequency particle shock blade in his right hand. He was about to do something big and had just connected to the empathy mode when he saw a flash of light in front of him. A mecha holding double blades rushed in front of him, and Carrie happened to meet the pair of scarlet electronic eyes. At this moment, a chill ran down his spine. Lee ignored Carrie in front of him. This man was the key to finding the lair of the Disorder Gang, so he turned to attack the 7 raid-class mechas not far away. The Blood Debt's vector thrusters made its speed comparable to the Sky Punishment class. Under such extreme speed, these assault-class mechas didn't even have a chance to react. The Blood Covenant transformed into a blade. Carrie could only see a flash of blood, like a bolt of lightning instantly piercing through the 7 assault-class mechas. Then, boom 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 boom. 7 dazzling balls of fire exploded, and the light fell on Carrie's mecha, causing some reflections. At this moment, Carrie felt that all his strength had been drained. Facing the mecha, he had no desire to fight. He instinctively wanted to turn around and run away, but the Blood Debt had already appeared beside him like a ghost. The fear in his heart made him subconsciously shout and swing his sword. Lee raised his hand and easily blocked it with the Blood Covenant. Then, the blade in his right hand easily broke through the special alloy of the mecha and pierced into the cockpit. The cockpit was cut open, and the extreme cold of outer space first invaded Carrie's consciousness. Looking at the sharp blade that cut his body, his consciousness quickly fell into chaos. After killing Carrie, Lee immediately set his sights on the 3 spaceships. The anti-warp field originally used to intercept Lee became an obstacle for them. The pulse engines of the 3 spacecraft were far inferior to the vector thrusters of Blood Debt. Locking onto a smaller spaceship on the right, Lee pushed forward at full speed. The vector thrusters burst into full power, and the distance between the 2 sides was closing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The people on the spaceship also discovered Lee, and they were all scared to death, but it would take time to retract the anti-warp field. This period of time was the distance between life and death. Lee crashed into the spaceship like a bullet, and then a series of explosions began to occur from the place where he crashed. In just a few seconds, Lee rushed out from the front of the spaceship that had no money to equip it with an energy shield. Boom boom boom. The explosions continued one after another, and in a moment the spaceship was buried in the flames of the explosions. After dealing with one spaceship, Lee did not stop and went over the middle spaceship to find another one. These were the lowest-level pirates, and their spaceships were very simple. Not long after, another spaceship exploded. After dealing with the 2 spaceships, Lee flew to the middle spaceship. Even though his body weighing dozens of tons fell down, the spaceship remained stable. However, the people in the bridge could not calm down when they looked at the hideous body of Blood Debt through the window. At this moment, the Blood Debt was only separated from them by a piece of glass. In extreme fear, they seemed to hear the roar of the Blood Debt's engine. Then they saw Blood Debt knocking lightly on the glass. For humans, this is just a small action, but for a mecha that is more than 10 meters tall, it is a bit scary, especially since it is still a vacuum outside. Any hole can cause the space inside to lose pressure and the air to quickly lose. There is also direct sunlight that heats up quickly, etc. Either one is extremely deadly. Fortunately, Lee just knocked once to attract their attention. In fact, there was no need to knock at all. With such a huge mecha outside, it would be hard not to see it. Everyone inside was in a panic. Lee turned on the sensor, and the interstellar universal language was projected. Shut down the engines, and opened the spacecraft to public access. Their eldest brother Kree was dead, and the other 2 spaceships were destroyed. The pirates on the ships had no backbone and surrendered without hesitation. They are not like the Crimson Star Scar that was destroyed before. The hatch then opened, and Xuanji used the public permissions they had opened to access the spacecraft and take over the spacecraft system. No problem, you can get on board now. The decisiveness of these space pirates was beyond Xuanji's expectations. After looking at the overall situation of the spacecraft, no one dared to pick up weapons to resist. Two of them were even smart enough to close the armory and come to the central cabin of the spacecraft with their hands covering their heads. 78th Chaos Land. Upon hearing this, Emily also drove the blood debt into the spaceship and got off the Mecha after the hatch closed. When they arrived at the bridge, everyone had already lined up tacitly, waiting for inspection. Emily's mouth twitched. These space pirates were really skilled. Chi-Chi glanced at them and said, "Whoever is the biggest now, stand up." Among the star pirates, no one dared to move forward. Emily suddenly thought of something and said helplessly, "Accept me." Just as he finished speaking, a short, slightly shifty-looking man trotted over to the side and said, "My name is Coenda." Emily glanced at him and asked, "How do we get to the Chaos Gang's lair here?" Upon hearing this, Coen broke out in a cold sweat. He knew the address of the Disorder Gang's lair. Not to mention whether Emily could survive in the past, the fact that he sold the Disorder Gang's address alone was enough to kill him 2 or 3 times. Emily seemed to have seen through his inner thoughts. "If you don't tell me, you will die now." And he looked at the others. "You're probably not the only one here who knows this, right?" Upon hearing this, Coender knew he had no choice. Neither the Disorder Gang nor Emily in front of him could afford to offend, but it was obvious that Emily's threat was more direct and closer. So the spacecraft started up again. The road back was so familiar to Coenda that the place of Disorder Gang was like a paradise for pirates like them. As their own name suggests, the Disorder Gang occupies a galaxy, but almost everyone is on one of its transformed satellites. And this satellite is completely out of order. There are only 2 identities for people on the satellite. One is a gang member, and the other is a sex slave. Gang members have supreme power, and meet slaves. You can tell what kind of existence they are just from the name. The Chaos Gang threw all the people they had snatched from the outside world onto this satellite for their own enjoyment and hunting. In this place, without humanity and order, the darkness in people's hearts can no longer be described in words. In the past, Coenda had enjoyed himself in the disordered land a lot, but now, this place was like the end of his life. Once he arrived there, it meant the end of his life. The spaceship flying at warp speed and the space passing by were like his life, speeding by at high speed. Coenda's face was pale. Emily sat next to him without saying much, but an invisible pressure emanated from him. The Chaos Land of the Chaos Gang is not far away and can be reached in half a day of warp speed flight. After exiting warp mode, a channel connection request came from the spacecraft immediately. Emily gestured to Coenda, who turned pale. He swallowed his saliva, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and tried to appear more natural. The channel connection request is then accepted. "Carrie, why are you back? Did you lose everything at the Tekra Hub?" "Ha ha. Kay, Lord Carrie is not here. It's me, Coenda. Why are you here? Why did you come back by yourself?" Coenda glanced at Li Chia and then gritted his teeth and said what they had agreed upon. "Lord Carrie is in trouble out there. A Fortress-class pilot is looking for revenge on him. I've come back to find Boss Bloodshadow. Someone else dares to cause trouble for us in the Tekra Hub? Are you tired of living?" The person on the other end of the channel seemed very annoyed. Come back quickly. It seems we haven't been out for a long time. This time we go out, we have to capture another batch of slaves. The ones we used up earlier were too fast, and there aren't enough anymore." When mentioning sex slaves, the other party's tone became much lighter. Okay, please give me access first." "It's open, come in." The alert was lifted, and the spacecraft landed on the satellite unimpeded. Passing through the satellite's artificial atmosphere, the scene below also appeared in Emily's eyes. The endless green, with a lot of blue embellishments. If this were not the lair of space pirates, it would be considered a beautiful scenery. It seems that these pirates spent a lot of money to transform this place. Thinking of this, Emily's face couldn't help but darken. If he became a space pirate, wouldn't it be enough to just find an asteroid, dig a hole in it, and live there? This is all his money. Coenda was shocked by his suddenly gloomy expression. He thought that Emily was going to get rid of him, so he subconsciously took 2 steps back. Fortunately, after a while, Emily ignored him, and Coenda breathed a sigh of relief. The spacecraft flew inside the asteroid, and soon saw a huge city in a forest. Emily clenched his fists even tighter. How many star coins would this city cost? What a spendthrift. Emily took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and followed the spaceship into the city. Although they were pirates, the city was actually well built. After the spaceship landed, Coenda's heart began to beat fast. The others seemed to know their fate as well, and they all looked at Emily nervously. Emily stood up from the main seat, looked around at everyone, and smiled. I heard that you have a specialty here called meat slaves. Hearing this, everyone had different expressions. Some were in a trance, as if recalling something, some looked unnatural, and some looked nervous, because it seemed that Emily was about to pronounce their fate. But they didn't know that at this moment, all of their figures and every subtle movement were accurately captured by Xianji. After a second of analysis, Xuanji's voice came, "None of them are innocent." The smile on Emily's face grew even wider, and he left the cabin without saying a word. Coenda and the others breathed a sigh of relief, thinking they were safe, but they didn't expect the cabin door to suddenly close. Then, the oxygen in the cabin disappeared rapidly, and a line of bloody words appeared on the work screen. There's enough oxygen here for 3 people to survive for 10 minutes, but for these people now, it's probably only about 1 minute. A very simple reminder made many people silently grab the hard object closest to them. Don't breathe. Someone picked up a sharp object and stabbed it into the back of the head of the person in front. You. Seeing this, Coenda's pupils shrank. Emily wanted them to kill each other. But this is their base camp, and someone will find them soon, maybe in just half an hour. Coenda's face turned pale. At this time, he was already feeling a little short of breathing, and everyone else felt the same way. This feeling was like the hand of death, tightly strangling their throats. Now looking at those bloody words, 3 people, 10 minutes. As a result, these pirates who lived on the edge of a knife all went crazy. A bloody fight broke out inside the spacecraft. 79th rate. The hatch of the spaceship opened, and Emily drove out of the blood debt, and the situation outside was presented before him. The first time he set foot on the satellite, Emily frowned. Because the beauty of this planet is only seen from a distance. After landing, the ground is much more desolate, and when you enter the distant forest, there is a large net more than 10 meters high separating you. Inside the big net is this prosperous city, and outside the net is the forest. These forests are not ordinary. They do not have that kind of natural beauty. Instead, they are like a slaughterhouse. Bloodstains, rotten corpses, broken limbs, etc. can be seen everywhere. It is hard to imagine that this hellish scene is only separated from here by a net, and in order to prevent the spread of the plague, they have also placed purifiers so that it will not affect us at all. Emily's expression was a little cold as he looked towards the brightly lit city center. Just at this time, the satellite turned to the back of the planet, the light of the star disappeared, and the city lights appeared brighter in front of the forest. It's a little brighter. Emily tilted his head, and the corner of his eye fell on a small head that popped out from behind a tree in the forest. On the dirty face were a pair of extremely terrified eyes. The thrusters started, and Emily drove the mecha into the sky with an expressionless face. These pirates are quite afraid of death, and have even built an air defense system. The moment Emily's mecha took off, a warning sound of being locked came from inside the blood debt. Is it locked? Emily completely ignored it, and the thrusters began to warm up. The Disorder Gang is full of pirates, and they won't give you any warnings. If an unregistered mecha appears on their territory, there's only one word for them: fight. 2 spots of light lit up in the distance, and the blood debt's auxiliary thrusters were fully opened, moving sideways. 2 thick beams of light instantly passed through where he was and sank into the forest behind him. A hill in the distance was right on the path of the beams. The trees on the hill were evaporated, and countless rocks and soil melted after the beams passed through. It's powerful, but empty. Emily's eyes were calm as he immediately locked onto the 2 high-energy particle beam turrets and moved down into the city streets. The pirates in the city realized something was wrong when they saw the 2 beams of high-energy particles. Fearing death, they fled immediately. Flying over the streets, buildings on both sides kept passing by. Emily looked coldly at the fleeing pirates below. The almost negligible long-range attack method on the blood debt was remembered by Emily. 2 machine guns hidden under the wrists, which are useless in mecha battles and are weapons specifically used to deal with humans, show their fangs at this moment. 2 tongues of fire spewed out from blood debt's wrists, and a long chain of energy bullets hit a running space pirate, and his body was instantly broken into 2 pieces. He raised his wrist slightly, and the bullet belt was pulled forward, glancing at the arm of a pirate in front of him, who then exploded into a ball of blood mist. As the bullet belt swept past, the streets were soon dyed blood red, and the crimson carpet was shocking. The pirates' screams became even louder. If it were a normal city, mechas would have been dispatched to intercept Emily by now, but this was a city of pirates. Those who can drive a mecha are still looking for one, and those who have already boarded a mecha still need to observe the origin of this mecha. No one wants to be the first to stand out. Emoli flew over and flooded the entire street with blood, but no one came out to stop him. He did not let down his guard just because no one was around. Now that there was no one around, it could only mean that the other party was gathering mecha troops. Feeling the crisis, Emoli instinctively rushed forward. Then a high-energy particle beam penetrated the two buildings, leaving a huge hole next to Emoli. Along with this laser came a mecha attacking at high speed. The opponent didn't have any weapons in his hands, but his flying speed was exaggerated. Emoli was shocked. It seemed that this was one of the two Sky punishment-level players of the Disorder Gang, the Momentum Master, Fair. And this is a rare combat armor. Guessing the identity of the opponent, Emoli immediately used the auxiliary engine to dodge to the side, and then Fair passed through his position and slammed into the ground. Boom. With a dull thud, the road surface collapsed, and spiderweb-like cracks spread out from under Fair's feet, winding and twisting up the buildings on both sides. One of the buildings collapsed on the spot. "Why are you running, little bug?" Wild laughter came from his loudspeaker. Fair bent his knees and his body was like a taut bow, gathering strength to the limit and exploding. The ground shook again, and a huge pit appeared at the collapsed spot. Fair turned into a black shadow and approached rapidly. Emoli seemed to be able to see the excitement in the other's eyes even through his black goggles. After getting closer, he threw a simple punch. He could already see Emoli resisting and then being blown to pieces by the punch. However, Emoli had already seen through the nature of his mecha and narrowly dodged his punch by moving sideways. Then, the Blood Covenant threw a hook from bottom to top, hitting his chest. Fair felt a tightness in his chest, followed by a sharp pain in his waist and abdomen. When he subconsciously tried to raise his arm, he felt a sense of sluggishness in his arm, and then his shoulder socket also hurt. "What's this?" Fel was horrified and didn't care about his face anymore. He looked up to the sky and roared, his voice echoing throughout the public channel of the Chaos Gang. "What are you waiting for? Come on, everyone." The next moment, more than 10 mechas flew over together. In the distance, there were two mechas jointly carrying a giant cannon over 10 meters long, aiming at the center of the battlefield. Seeing the figures appearing around him and the powerful enemy in front of him, Emoli suddenly became excited. The sound of his heartbeat came like drum beats. Facing numerous mechas, Emoli did not give up chasing Fair, but kicked him away with a fierce whip kick. The kick was so powerful that Fair flew up uncontrollably. That is, at the moment when Emoli and Fair separated, the fire control radars of the two mechas equipped with huge cannons in the distance instantly locked onto Emoli. The opponent's double fire control lock can be completed in less than a second. Success! The two of them were delighted and immediately pulled the trigger subconsciously. However, launching takes time. After the fire control is locked, it will automatically follow Emoli's position. Then both of them turned pale instantly. Because when the others subconsciously made way and prepared to wait for the giant cannon to fire, Emoli suddenly climbed up. These things happened in just a moment. By the time the giant cannon's fire control was firing at the locked target, Emoli had already caught up with Fair, who was kicked away by him. A beam of light illuminated the night sky of the city and penetrated the Fair. As for Emoli, he flew down the moment Fair put up his shield to block the beam of light. With the help of the falling momentum, Emoli's attack became more powerful. The other mechas could only see the two-tail flames of the blood debt dragging out long dim lights and rushing towards the nearest fortress-class mecha. Even the Sky punishment level Fel was killed. One can imagine the psychological trauma caused to him. He subconsciously emptied the missile compartment when the fire control was not locked. 80th day penalty level combat armor. Emoli dodged the missile without fire control lock with a flash, and his speed did not decrease at all. The Blood Covenant turned into a double blade. In the past, in order to protect the mecha, he had always held back. In this situation, Emoli would not hold back for that little bit of money. This is also when Emoli truly demonstrated his strength. The moment the two sides got close, the Blood Covenant stabbed out like lightning, the opponent's arm shield opened, and a square energy shield unfolded. Bite! The frost spread, and a large amount of freezing liquid sprayed out, freezing the sharp blade and his arm shield. Seeing this scene, the pirate was a little confused, and at this time other pirates also attacked together. With a snap, the connection between the sharp blade and the blood debt was severed. The pirate became even more confused, but his body moved quickly and he ran away directly. Emoli grabbed the remaining sharp blade with one hand and gently broke the blade from the connection. Then he burst into speed again. Although both are fortress class, the speed of the two mechas is completely different. Emoli easily caught up. At this time, the pirates behind seemed to have received some orders and stopped at the same time. All missile compartments, laser launchers, high-energy particle cannons, and other long-range weapons began to charge. The beeping sound of the fire control scan was incessant, but Lee ignored it. After catching up with the mecha, he broke off the sharp blade and stabbed it into the opponent's cockpit. The scorching plasma was injected into the cockpit, and the driver was directly integrated with the seat. The sharp blade was pulled out, and the fire control systems of the mecha troops in the distance had all locked onto Lee. Pulling out the spikes connected to the arm of the mecha with his backhand, Lee raised both spikes high and slammed them together at the connection, forming a spear with two sharp ends, half blue and half red. Bite! A crisp sound of collision was heard, and at the same time, the light from a large number of missiles, energy bombs, and lasers burst out, forming a gorgeous barrage in front of the eyes. Lee's expression was indifferent, but his heartbeat was already accelerating. Two streams of energy, one red and one blue, spurted out from both ends of the spear at the same time. Lee turned his head to avoid a laser cannon, then turned sideways to avoid an electromagnetic cannon, and then the blood covenant in the form of a spear in his hand began to spin. A laser hit the object that was spinning into a red and blue circle, deflected and pierced through the nearby building, and also evaporated the two terrified pirates. Ding ding ding. Dense sounds like raindrops were heard, and all energy weapons and laser weapons that hit the ring were deflected. The vector thrusters were simultaneously pulled to maximum power, storing power but not releasing it. The blood debt machine trembled slightly, and then, hiss-boom, the tail flame suddenly became thicker and landed on the ground behind, burning out two charred holes. Lee suddenly flew towards the barrage of bullets, and at the same time, all the auxiliary engines in his body were turned on. At this moment, the pirates in the distance saw a scene that they would never forget in their lives. I saw that every dodging action of that strange mecha was just right during the flight. It could easily avoid missiles by just turning sideways or tilting its head with the smallest amplitude. The energy weapon was deflected by that strange spear. Detonate! Someone shouted angrily. If the missile couldn't hit the target, it would explode directly, and the power should not be underestimated. Boom, boom, boom. All the missiles exploded, causing a series of reactions. A large area of fire appeared above the city, even blocking the sky. Among the group of space pirate mechas, the leading one landed on a still intact building, staring intently at the flames of the explosion in front of it. He is the second sky punishment level strongman of the Chaos Gang, the Abyss Roar, Trix. He and Fair boarded the mecha together. As pirates, they were all very alert. When the other party was driving a mecha, they did not dare to be careless and drive the mecha first. After all, even a physical body of the heavenly punishment level would be of no difference when facing a giant steel beast like a mecha weighing tens of tons. Different from the battle maniac like Fair, Trix was much more cautious. He wanted to use Fair, the brainless guy, to probe into the opponent's background, but he didn't expect that Fair was killed not long after he went up. Is Fair weak? Trix doesn't think so. On the contrary, Fair is also very strong among the sky punishment level. With the mental power of 7 stars and the special combat armor, even the peak sky punishment level does not want to fight him. However, the opponent defeated Fair without even turning on the engine overload. Although he borrowed their cannon, the fact that he could remain unscathed in close combat with Fair speaks volumes. With this thought in mind, Trix stared at the flames. Don't stop. Keep blasting. Trix's authority among the pirates cannot be challenged. At this time, no one dared to say that they didn't see anyone wasting ammunition. After receiving the order, they emptied the missile compartment one by one. Another round of missiles and energy bombs came. Trix's radar frantically scanned the flames, but found nothing. Blown to pieces? Impossible. The other party is not a fool. He would rush into the barrage without being sure. Stop! Trix called out and looked around. At this moment, the sound of breaking glass was heard nearby, and a huge gap appeared in a building. The blood covenant in the form of a spear rushed over. The thrusters seemed to have been fully powered, and the speed was so fast that Trix only had time to turn around and block. His steel arms were crossed in front of him, and 2 energy arm shields were unfolded. Lee stabbed them with a spear, and the hot plasma spread wildly. Roll! Trix roared angrily and pushed Lee away. But Lee took advantage of the momentum to spin around, and the other end of the spear tip filled with coolant scratched across his chest, creating a string of sparks. So tough. Lee raised his eyebrows, dodged the fire control lock of several Fortress-class mechas not far away, and retreated to the side of a building. The more than 10-meter-high aircraft body smashed a lot of glass, and Lee started the engine again and rushed forward. He has no long-range means. Everyone keep your distance and blast him to death. Trix thought about it and formulated a strategy. but he took it for granted. At this moment, Lee chose to overload. The Blood Det's armor trembled, and the energy of the jets at both ends of the Blood Covenant increased a bit, and then it was thrown into the air by Lee in a rotation. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the spinning spear. When, with the engine overloaded, Lee turned around and kicked the spear in the middle, and the Blood Covenant spear shot out immediately. Lee followed, and arrived first, grabbing the spear with both hands and turning it. The spear turned into a double-wielded sharp blade, and Lee dodged continuously in the air. The laser particle weapon fire control behind him could not lock onto Lee's figure. In this delay, he had already approached Trix. Trix's expression changed slightly, and the bulging armor on his back opened, revealing a pair of scimitars. Come, anyone who can become a space pirate is always ruthless. Trix overloaded his engine without hesitation, roared angrily, and rushed forward with 2 swords. 81. Will you dare to do it again next time? Now it was difficult to lock onto the people behind him. When they subconsciously thought that this would be a real 1v1 fight between men, Trix's voice came from the channel. Lock on me and fire. All the pirates fired subconsciously. When Lee saw this scene, he was a little confused, but Xianji gave the answer after running at high speed for 0.2 seconds. The other party has the means to ignore the attacks of these weapons. As he spoke, Lee flew down almost synchronously. A large number of light energy weapons exploded and bombarded Trix. Trix took a step forward and appeared in the air in the distance the next moment. Those light energy weapons passed through his previous position, and Lee escaped the disaster by flying down in advance. Space-time folding technology. Xuanji's voice sounded as if she wanted to laugh. Lee's heart was moved. It seemed that this was the dominant technology on the opponent's Mecha, space-time folding. Although he didn't know the difference between the space-time technology tree here and that of the Flame Dragon Empire, the energy consumed by this thing was not small. Without giving him a chance to think, those Fortress-class Raider-class mechas once again focused their fire on Lee after Trix jumped out. Lee dodged again and again, never taking more than a second in their fire control system. Trix's eyes twitched wildly when he saw Lee's quick and clean maneuver when he dodged. This mecha is so flexible, and the pilot is also a monster. He can control so many steering engines at the same time. The most terrifying thing is that he is very confident. Trix has never seen him use the shield. But that's all. With the opponent's speed, he will definitely not be able to catch up with his own space-time folding. Seeing that after briefly escaping the fire control lock, Lee was still charging towards him relentlessly, Trix sneered. In vain. His mecha is equipped with a space-time membrane folding engine, which can generate a powerful closed space-time curvature bubble around the mecha. Then, it uses the gravitational field generated by the ultra-high energy artificial singularity ring to pinch and fold the space membrane like fingers. The folded folds connect the starting point and the destination, visually achieving the effect of teleportation. This hegemonic technology comes from a super company in the Yunming star field. In order to obtain it, Trix almost lost everything. But it's all worth it. With this technique, he has become invincible in the sky punishment level. When Lee attacked, he started the space-time membrane folding engine again and took a step forward. When he appeared again, he was already in another place. Just when he raised his eyes to look for Lee's location, he found that the other party was already right in front of him. How is this possible? Trix's pupils suddenly contracted, and he subconsciously swung out 2 knives, but the 2 sharp spikes in Lee's hands knocked them away with his backhand, and he raised his foot and kicked out hard. Trix's figure retreated violently, with Lee following him like a shadow. This time Trix really felt the breath of death. The space-time membrane folding engine in the lower left corner is still in an overloaded state, and it will take more than 10 seconds to start again. But Lee was already very close, and his attack speed was beyond his imagination. Before he could retract his 2 swords that had been swept away, Lee stabbed him twice again. Trix was certain that this strange flexibility was definitely the opponent's superior technology. This also made Trix's defense even more awkward. His mecha was originally a flexible and roaming assault type, and it did not have much advantage in this kind of close combat. Moreover, Lee was still clinging to him tightly, so Trix did not dare to let the mecha troops in the distance concentrate their fire. Come here, everyone. Chop him into pieces. In desperation, he could only give orders for close combat. The mechas in the distance also started their engines and attacked. Lee looked at the distance between the 2 sides and didn't care, and continued to attack. Trix became increasingly embarrassed. He had never felt that these 10 seconds would last so long. Red and blue spots of light continued to bloom in front of his eyes, and Lee frowned slightly. Then, The tail flame of the microplasma steering thruster on the left arm lengthened again. Trix's pupils suddenly contracted. Emily had clearly been overloaded before, so why did the power increase so drastically? What answered him was the sudden dense red light spots before his eyes. These red spots of light almost occupied his entire field of vision. In just a short moment, his two swords were defeated, while other pirates in the distance were still on their way. As a momentary gap appeared in the double sword defense, the light fell on the surface of the mecha. Trix decisively activated the shield. That is, the moment his shield was activated, the red light in front of his eyes turned blue. Trix realized that something was wrong, but it was too late. The pirates who came from afar could only see Emily holding the spear in one hand and stabbing out madly like a phantom. Their boss Trix activated the shield, but it shattered in just 2 seconds. Then Trix's body was completely exposed in front of Emily. Ding ding ding. Boom. In less than a second, Trix's mecha exploded. Emily flew backwards and hit a building, shutting down the engine overload mode, and the remaining pirates all stopped. Emily pushed aside the wreckage of the building in front of him and looked outside. There were several rows of small words on the screen next to him. Detecting traces of vacuum quantum fluctuations. Captured, decomposing quantum noise into Hilbert space basis. Reconstructing the spacetime metric tensor before folding. Resolving the topological manifolds of spacetime wrinkles. Calculation successful, target locked. Left arm microauxiliary engine overload 100%. The body structure can withstand 13 seconds. The left arm structure is overloaded, and the number 39 to 1 microthruster is damaged. Microthruster number 38 to 2. A series of battle logs represented the battle that Emily had just fought. Blood debt rose from the ruins, small explosions constantly occurring on his broken left arm, and electric arcs kept jumping. The spear made of the blood covenant was in Emily's right hand, and its energy emitted a faint light. As Emily took a step forward, the pirates subconsciously flew backwards to keep some distance. The battlefield fell silent for a moment, and then someone shouted, "He's out of energy. Go." Belle and Trix are dead. Whoever kills him will be the new leader. The word leader made the remaining pirates lose their minds. But the next moment, 2 thick beams of light blasted the 5 mechas into pieces, and everyone froze. Isn't this their city defense weapon? Why would it target them? He has teammates? The rest of the people were shocked and fled in all directions. Inside the mecha, Emily looked at the blood debt's dwindling energy and the flickering left arm in the mecha state, and smiled helplessly. It's quite difficult. Are you going to attack them directly at their lair next time? Sorry, I'll do it again next time. 82nd people get old. Aren't you afraid that these pirates won't be scared? Xianji was still quite curious. Emily shook his head slightly. Aren't you here with me? Even if you can't do it, there's still Shifangji. Why can't I do it? Xuanji was immediately displeased when this was mentioned. I calculated the landing point of the spacetime fold. If you replace it with an AI, do you think it can figure it out? You are awesome, you are awesome. Emily glanced at the quiet surroundings and asked, is the planet blocked? It's blocked, they can't take a dime with them. Although Emily let these pirates go, it was impossible for him not to take any precautions. What if some clever guy wanted to take away all the property of the Disorder Gang? That would be a disaster. That's why he asked Xuanji to seal off all the warehouses of the Disorder Gang in advance. How was the harvest? Emily flew to the nearest energy supply center. There was no one there. The news of the 2 sky punishment level people being killed had spread throughout the Disorder Gang, so no one dared to stay. Xuanji was a little excited when talking about the harvest. These pirates are really rich. There are about 500 billion star coins in a few Star Network accounts. I have already transferred it out through their authority. These are not the big ones. The real big ones are this modified satellite and their energy storage. The Chaos Gang is ambitious. They've built a mecha production line, from manufacturing to maintenance and repair. This line could conservatively fetch hundreds of billions of star coins. They don't need to sell the energy warehouse. They can just spend some money to ship it back to the Yensong Star region. If we convert these resources into cash, I conservatively estimate that we can increase Shifangji's high-intensity combat time by half an hour or more. Upon hearing this, Emily felt much happier. It was worth it for him to come all the way here to hunt these space pirates. He was indeed rich. One more thing. What about this satellite? Emily suddenly thought of the scene he saw when he entered the city. They have a large number of humans captive on this satellite. These humans are the ones they left behind from their looting. When they arrived at the energy center, the people there had already been killed by the defensive weapons controlled by Xianji. They never imagined until their death why the muzzles of their own weapons would be pointed at them. Mo Li drove the mecha into the energy center, and Xianji immediately controlled the robot to come and replenish energy. I don't have the time to save them. I'll expose this place after all the resources are transferred. While Mo Li was replenishing his energy, the group of space pirates who had first escaped in their mechas also arrived in space. They have a small spaceport where they keep ships capable of long-distance warp travel. However, when they approached the spaceport, a large number of close-in defense weapons were activated at the same time, and the alarms locked by the fire control system in the mecha cockpit became one after another. Looking at the dense alarms that flashed across the screen, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Without giving them time to think, countless spots of light lit up at the spaceport, and then formed a torrent of energy that fell into the group of mechas. They don't have Mo Li's exaggerated turning and dodging skills, nor do they have the ability to deflect energy attacks like the Blood Covenant. With just one round of volleys, 80% of these mechas were blown up in midair. The rest were heavy defensive mechas with thicker shields, but most of these mechas were not as flexible as offensive mechas, so during the second round of volleys, their shields could not withstand it either. Mo Li looked up at the sky and could vaguely see some small points of light lighting up. Is it resolved? The mechas are almost dealt with, but there are still a few brave ones who go directly into space. It seems they want to wait for the returning ship. Mark the location. I'll kill them once I've replenished my energy. This time, Mo Li does not intend to leave any pirates alive. It takes time to realize the resources here. During this period, if any pirate leaks the news, it will attract the attention of the other four major forces. Once they discover that the strongest member of the Disorder Gang is dead, given the greedy nature of the pirates, they will definitely not let go of this opportunity. The space station is sealed off. Without a spaceship, they can't fly out of here even if they use mechas for 10 years. The first thing Xuanji did when she took control of the network here was to block all the spaceships. Thanks to the pirates' fear of death, all spaceships entering this galaxy are controlled by the network they built themselves, so Xianji naturally took these spaceships for himself. Even if some pirates successfully board the spacecraft, what awaits them will be a blocked hatch. After making sure everything was perfect, Mo Li closed his eyes and rested on the mecha. While he was resting, in the distant Dongli star field, Jiang Yin was in a huge factory, clicking the blue light screen that popped up on his arm continuously. In front of him, dozens of mechanical arms kept moving, placing armor on a humanoid behemoth. We're almost there. Jiang Yin wiped the sweat from his forehead. How could this kid have thought of making a mecha like this? Jiang Yin muttered softly, and the platform he was standing on also dropped down. After he stepped out of the platform, he looked up at the huge monster, and he was also quite emotional. Recalling Mo Li's communication with him during that period, Jiang Yin found that he was really not polite at all. This Sky Punishment class mecha used almost all the materials and technologies he could use. I don't know how he's doing in the Chaos Star region. It's not safe over there at all. Jiang Yin sighed slightly. In his opinion, it was a bit reckless for Mo Li to use a top-level fortress mecha like Blood Debt to enter the chaotic star field. The star pirates there have been developing for many years and at least have some hegemonic technology. The difference between the Sky Punishment class and the Fortress class lies in the hegemonic technology. The huge advantage of hegemonic technology is like a natural barrier. But Jiang Yin is ultimately a rear-line personnel, and his data can only be counted on paper. It is unknown whether his various extreme maneuvers during the battle and his grasp of the instantaneous battle situation can narrow the gap between the two sides. As for Fair and Trix, whom Mo Li was fighting against, both of their mechas had hegemonic technology. For example, Fair's terrifying killing power is not something that a normal mecha can produce with just a punch. It is obvious that some kind of hegemonic technology is used in it. If Mo Li is hit by a punch, his blood debt will probably be blown up on the spot. In fact, Fair's mecha uses a gravitational wave modulator to tune the punching shock wave to the object's inherent frequency and use the resonance effect to exponentially amplify the destructive power. Trix's space-time membrane folding engine is obvious. So Jiang Yan's worries were not unreasonable, but he had always underestimated Mo Li's strength. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan said to himself with worry, "It's just the finishing touch. Let's work overtime. People don't need to sleep so much when they get old." While muttering, Jiang Yan took out a nutritional supplement from the cabinet on the wall next to him and drank it in one gulp. 83. Tooth for tooth. Mo Li didn't know that someone was fighting for him on the other side of the distant starry sea. At this moment, after replenishing the energy of his mecha, he was hunting pirates everywhere on the satellite. Although the pirates could not escape from this satellite, they might still become a threat when Mo Li was transporting resources, which was something he did not want to see. In a forest somewhere, Two pirates were traveling at high speed on hoverbikes. From time to time, they were scratched by branches and felt a burning pain on their bodies, but they didn't dare to stop at all, because there is a god of death who is hunting them everywhere. The city has become their restricted area. Once they get close, the city defense weapons previously installed will instantly turn them into ashes. Damn it! Damn it! Why? The sense of crisis that came wave after wave was strangling their throats, and at the same time, they felt even more desperate. Once they leave the city, it will be extremely difficult for them to survive in this artificial forest. The two pirates who were running did not notice that there were many eyes watching them in the forest. The high-speed flying hoverbike suddenly rushed out with a roar, and without time to turn, it crashed into a big tree in front. After the energy leaked, it exploded with a loud bang. The two pirates on the motorcycle were stopped by a very thin, almost transparent rope. Since they were still wearing combat uniforms, the rope failed to cut through their bodies. However, the kinetic energy brought by the high-speed flight of the hoverbike, coupled with the unexpectedly tough rope, made their chest cavities bear the entire impact force. In just a moment, the chest of the person in front caved in. The person behind was less impacted, but also fell down. Pressing the grass with one hand, he thought about getting up and running away, but he saw a bare foot covered in mud stepping in front of him. Then one too. These feet are big and small, but basically they are not wearing shoes and are quite dirty. The pirate raised his head tremblingly and saw a group of savages, forming a sharp contrast with the pirate wearing high-tech combat uniform. However, these savages, who looked like they were from the Stone Age, spoke fluently in the universal language. "Where are you going?" When the pirate met the looks in these people's eyes, he was so frightened that he trembled all over, because these people in front of him were the flesh slaves they had forced into the Stone Age. After each spaceship robbery, they would capture the victims alive, strip them of all their belongings, and throw them into the forest outside the city. In this forest, this group of people who have nothing are trying their best just to survive. Most of them have received education about the interstellar world, and it would be difficult for them to survive in the Stone Age. In addition to survival, they also have to face the hunting and encirclement of space pirates. Although the environment is lush and green, with mountains, streams, and rivers, it looks like a perfect ecosystem. But for those who were kidnapped, it is no different from hell. On weekdays, these pirates come in to hunt on hoverbikes. These people will naturally not sit still and wait for death. Except for some people who cannot accept it and collapse on the spot, the survivors all have the seeds of revenge in their hearts. They saw a large number of space pirates entering the forest. Not only did they not hunt, but they seemed to be escaping from something, so they set this trap. "Wire my wire." Suddenly someone came with red eyes and roared at the star pirate. "Where did you hide her?" How could the pirate possibly know? He subconsciously used his hands to support himself and stepped back. I don't know." A sharp stone spear pierced his leg but failed to break through the protective suit. The star pirate was stunned, and then his eyes lit up. The gap between him and these primitive people is millions of years of technological development. They can't even break their own defenses now. If that's the case, then what is there to be afraid of? This group of people were also stunned, but they were not real primitive people. They knew that the reason they could not break it was the protective suit, and naturally they also knew that the protective suit could not protect his whole body. As one of the scarred men rushed out and hugged him tightly, the other pirates also rushed forward. At this time, his exposed facial features became his fatal weakness. If he were a normal primitive man, he might have given up when he saw that the stone spear was ineffective. The pirate's eyes were dug out, his ears were bitten off, his hair was torn out, and his mouth was pierced by a stone spear. He wanted to struggle, but the protective suit could not provide him with power. With so many people pressing on him, even moving was a luxury. He could only watch in horror as his facial skin was bitten off. After a cut was made on his scalp, someone used his bloodstained hands to tear it off. He could feel his scalp and hair being peeled off, and fingers constantly digging into his ears, trying to dig out his brains. Their madness made his screams even more shrill. Emily was floating above the forest, watching the scene silently. The power of hatred is truly terrifying. Xianji sighed. Although he also had human emotions, he was unable to unleash greater human potential under such extreme emotions. Xuanji knew deep down in her heart that this might be the real difference between herself and humans. "I suddenly had a good idea." Emily suddenly spoke. "What? Don't the pirates from the Chaos Gang like to hunt?" Xianji vaguely sensed what he was going to do. "Then let them also experience what it feels like to be hunted. Are you going to give these people weapons?" Emily nodded slightly. The city's defense system was under the control of Xianji. These people would definitely not be able to break through without mechas. This period of time was enough for Emily to transfer all the resources out. So, in the following days, the people on the satellite suddenly discovered that there were spacecraft hovering above them every day, accurately dropping various weapons. These people were filled with hatred, and they took up their weapons without any hesitation, nor were they afraid that it was a trap. After they got the weapons, they also happened to discover that there were many more pirates in the forest. Thus, a hunt began on this planet. Half a month later, a spaceship left this star field, bringing with it a piece of news. The Disorder Gang, one of the 5 major forces in the Chaos Star domain, had its base cleared out, and the routes leading to their base were also made public. No one believed the news at first, but after the officials of the Tekla Hub suddenly sent a rescue team into the lair of the Disorder Gang and rescued a group of people, the entire Chaos Star field went crazy. There has never been a shortage of speculators in the Chaos Star region. Immediately, the first group of people entered the lair of the Disorder Gang, and the news was quickly confirmed. Chapter 84 He is back. The pirates in the entire Chaotic Star field were all crazy. A lean camel is bigger than a horse, and they didn't know that the resources of the Disorder Gang had been cleared out by Mo. Lee. So one by one they started driving their own spaceships to the lair of the Disorder Gang. Wherever there are pirates, there are conflicts. In the past, many battles broke out on the road, and some of them involved people from the remaining 4 major forces. The chaotic fighting and the fight for resources turned the entire Chaotic Star field into a mess. The pirates were already in chaos, and now this situation made their already fragile alliance even more shaky. Moreover, the major forces seem to be in harmony, but that is when there is no competition for interests. Now, there is a small dispute. That is the first force to arrive at the lair of the Disorder Gang, the King of the Hulk. The King of Hulks specializes in making hulks. His sailing speed is much faster than that of other pirates. Moreover, when it comes to sailing, other forces always feel that the King of Hulks has technology that they don't know about. This also meant that when they arrived at the Out-of-Order Gang's lair and found that all the resources there had been looted, all the unfriendly eyes fell on the people of the King of the Hulk. A dispute started inexplicably. The people of the King of the Ruined Ship wanted to make excuses at first, but a broken mecha appeared on their spaceship. They all recognized this mecha. It belonged to a Fortress-class pilot of the Disorder Gang. Now, the King of the Junk Ships can't wash himself clean even if he jumps into the Yellow River. Maybe some smart people will think this is a conspiracy, but so what? Compared with this so-called conspiracy, they saw a more direct benefit, which was the King of the Waste ships in front of them. The King of the Hulk took away all the resources of the Disorder Gang and destroyed the alliance agreement among the 5 major forces. How can this be justified? At this time, the other 3 forces were actually a bit calm and did not directly attack the King of the Wrecked Ship, because they also suspected in their hearts that there was a third party in secret. So they offered the King of Hulks a whopping dividend. The King of the Hulk would definitely not be willing to do that. They didn't get any resources from the Disorder Gang, so how could they possibly swallow this loss? But now other forces are determined to take a piece of meat from them, and you can imagine how depressed they are. They didn't gain anything and were instead cheated. They were so angry that they had no place to vent. However, facing this situation, they really had no way out unless they could find the person who slaughtered the Disorder Gang. But no matter whether it was from the mouths of the space pirates or the rescued slaves, the information they got was that only one person was coming. Now the people of the King of the Hulk were stunned. How could this be possible? If the other party was really a person, they couldn't afford to offend him. After several days of negotiations, the other forces used various threats and inducements on them, and finally the King of the Waste ships compromised. After the compensation, everyone in the King of the Waste ships felt as uncomfortable as if they had eaten shit, and their tempers became even more irritable. There have been many conflicts in the Tekra Hub in the past few days, and nearly 2/3 of the people involved are from the King of Hulks. When Mo. Lee, the instigator, came out of the repair shop, he was still a little confused. Due to the secondary overload of the arm, the micro-auxiliary engines on the Blood Debt were almost all broken. This time, Emoli did the repairs himself and spent a lot of energy. When he came out of the repair shop, Emoli had never felt that the air outside was so fresh. No, why are they fighting among themselves? While Emoli was still thinking about this, the news conveyed by Xianji was even more shocking. The remaining 3 major forces, the Rust Brotherhood, the Star-Shattering Raiders, and the Mad Fire Bandits actually united and launched an attack on the King of the Hulk. 3 against 1, there were basically no surprises. The King of the Derelict Ship was wiped out, and the 3 Sky Punishment level pilots all died. Then the 3 major forces united to form a name that might be unfamiliar to outsiders, but it was extremely familiar to those who stayed in the Tekla Hub for many years. Crimson Star Scar. At this time, some people who knew the history of Crimson Star Scar suddenly realized that that person had returned. It's no wonder that the three major forces would join forces. After all, the Rust Brotherhood and the Mad Fire Bandits split from the Crimson Star Scar and the Star-Shattering Raiders. When the three major forces reorganized and reappeared, they discovered that none of the senior members of the Star-Shattering Plundering Group showed up. No one knew what was going on, and Mo Lee was dumbfounded. He had previously thought of defeating them one by one, but now that he saw the three major forces united, the threat level was not as simple as 1+1. He seemed to see countless star coins flying away from him. Why? Mo Lee had thought it all out and made all the arrangements. First, he would kill the weakest Disorder Gang, then frame the King of the Waste ships, causing an internal conflict among them, and then he would take action against the King of the Waste ships. Finally defeat them one by one. As a result, just as the Mecha was repaired, the outside world changed. And Mo Lee didn't know why, but he always felt like someone had taken advantage of him. The sixth sense of the strong is never an illusion, but it is difficult to take action recently. In desperation, Mo Lee can only return to Cole to see if he can collect some information. After all, Cole looks like an intelligence dealer. As for Cole, he's been very busy these days. Mo Lee's batch of mechas caused great turmoil in the market. Cole originally thought that it would take some time to sell them. As a result, as the Disorder Gang was inexplicably wiped out, conflicts broke out among the remaining major forces. After the battle started, the consumption of mechas naturally increased. The Raider-class mechas are the fastest selling and also break down the fastest, followed by the Fortress-class mechas. After more than half of the Fortress-class mechas were sold, the remaining three forces announced the formation of Crimson Star Scar. When Cole heard the name, he was a little dazed, and then he laughed. Since the Crimson Star Scar was successful, it means that the remaining mechas will not have to worry about sales. After all, that person's ambition is extraordinary. No, it can't be said to be ambition. It should be the desire for revenge. Why are you looking so excited? When Cole's thoughts drifted away, Mo Lee shouted, almost scaring him half to death. You walk without making any sound. Kerr looked at Chi-Chi with a lingering fear. Why are you here? No work. How are the mechas selling? Not alive. Cole looked at him strangely, as if he wanted to see something, but Mo Lee looked harmless, with eyes as clear as a fresh-faced college student. After a long time of not being able to figure out anything, he had no choice but to give up. Mechas are selling very well recently. 2 Sky Punisher-class mechas have also been pre-ordered. Once he gathers all the resources, they will be ready for release. 85. Restoration of Identity. When he heard that the mecha was selling well, Mo Lee's eyes lit up. Won't it sell out quickly? Yes, but... At this point, Cole felt a little strange. If he wanted to buy it, he could just say no. Why was he going around in circles like this? But he always has his own ideas about what he does, and Kurt doesn't want to speculate too much. What's going on recently? Mo Lee asked casually, but was met with a look of astonishment from Cole. You do not know? Should I know? Mo Lee looked confused. He had been paying off his blood debts these past few days and was completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. Cole looked carefully at Mo Lee's expression, which didn't seem fake, and this made him confused. Don't you know that Victor is the creator of Crimson Star Scar? Ah. Mo Lee's eyes widened in shock. How is this possible? Mo Lee was truly shocked this time. He could sense that Sebastian was no ordinary person, but he never thought that he would be the leader of a faction. Because when they met, Sebastian's identity destined him to be unlikely to be a leader. After all, from the butler's perspective, Sebastian was impeccable in every aspect. How could a leader of a group achieve what he did? As a butler, Sebastian paid attention to all kinds of details, including some casual actions in daily life. For example, when talking to Mo Lee, he was always half a step away from him. This half-step distance was extremely precise, so that he could deliver items in time, hear instructions clearly, and observe Mo Lee's needs. Moreover, Sebastian made almost no sound, and his breathing was so light that it seemed non-existent. But Mo Lee could clearly sense that half a step behind him, there was an absolutely reliable existence ready to take all instructions at any time. This feeling is far beyond what other butlers can achieve. This profession seems to be deeply rooted in Sebastian's bones. And now, he has transformed into the leader of the Star Pirates? The huge sense of separation made Mo Lee feel a little unreal. Cole didn't notice and continued to talk to himself. Once, Crimson Star Scar was a giant in the Chaos Star region, and there was even a subtle trend of unification. Etc. Mo Lee covered his forehead. Are you going to tell a story? Cole's emotions were completely incoherent because of this, but he still said subconsciously, yeah, aren't you curious? Mo Lee shook his head slightly, went into the back room, opened Cole's refrigerator, took out 2 bottles of wine, and sat down. You continue. Seeing this scene, Cole felt a little uncomfortable. No, don't interrupt me when someone is about to tell a story with a serious look on his face. My emotions are incoherent. But Mo Lee was his big customer, and the information was not a secret, and Victor trusted him, so Cole didn't hold back and told it all. At that time, Victor was the leader of the Crimson Star Scars. Unlike other leaders who conquered people through force, Victor relied on his personal charm to unite them. The previous Rust Brotherhood and the Mad Fire Bandits were split off from the top brass of the Crimson Star Scar. After Cole finished speaking, his gaze fell on Emily. The two looked at each other for a moment, and Cole scratched his head frantically. Why don't you ask me how the Crimson Star Scar was split? Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi-Har's expression, which had been relaxed while drinking a little wine, instantly turned serious. He sat up straight and asked, how did the Crimson Star Scar split? Cole took a deep breath. Crimson Star Scar is composed of 5 Sky Punishment class pilots. Among them, Ariel is also Victor's wife and has reached the pinnacle of Sky Punishment. At that time in the Chaos Star region, no one could match her. Ariel and Victor were ready to sweep across the Chaos Star region. Although she's at the peak of heavenly punishment, Ariel listens very much to Victor. They both consider each other more important than their own lives. Yeah, Emily nodded seriously. As if infected by his aura, Cole's voice deepened. But just as he was about to take that step toward unification, someone betrayed him. Christopher, one of his 5 heavenly punishment level warriors. At this point, Cole's expression darkened. At that time, only 2 factions remained in the Chaos Star region, holding out. Even if they united, they only had 3 Sky Punishment level warriors. It was impossible for them to defeat Victor. However, Christopher's betrayal and the 2 pinnacle level divine punishments that appeared among the pirates destroyed Victor's dream of unification. Emily frowned slightly. Sebastian doesn't seem like the kind of person who likes power. It's not for power. Cole shook his head, his expression gloomy. Crimson Star Scar's origin is that he was a flesh slave captured by space pirates. Victor went from rebelling to climbing the ranks to becoming leader, and finally preparing to unify the star system, all in order to restore these people to their normal federal citizenship. Emily recalled Sebastian's physical strength that even frightened him, and he roughly understood why he was able to overthrow the rule of the pirates as a flesh slave. But, restore your identity? Right. Once ordinary citizens disappear in the chaotic star field, they will basically be labeled as space pirates. Emily pinched his chin. This federation seemed to be much more corrupt than he had imagined. In fact, the current federation had become a tool for congressmen to make money. Betrayal is one reason, and targeting by members of parliament is another reason. Speaking of the councilmen, Cole's eyes were filled with coldness. When Christopher betrayed us, Crimson Star Scar was severely damaged and split apart. We don't know who did it. Later, when Victor reappeared after disappearing for years during the battle, he said that the man behind the scenes was Counselor Chun, and then disappeared again. The second time he appeared was just before. Speaking of Sebastian, Cole was also helpless. Emily was deep in thought. It seemed that Sebastian had done a lot of big things over the years. However, as a butler, he could indeed get a lot of information. After all, their service objects are the various high-level officials of the Federation. In today's interstellar era, the super-large spaceships of major shipping companies are still the best choice for travel. After listening to Sebastian's story, Emily felt uncomfortable. Sebastian is now integrating the chaotic star field, so how can he take action? He had no problem taking action against those pirates, but for Sebastian, forget it. Selling this batch of mechas will probably keep Shifeng Jidong going for a long time, and Emily also has a fishing plan in his mind. Xuanji, if I tease Takal in the Beiluo Star region, what are the chances that he will send other mechas over? Based on the personality analysis of the individual named Taker, the probability is 99.3%. Upon hearing this, Emily frowned slightly. Where had that damn Xianji gone to play again? If it's a warship that's not listed. Every time Xianji's voice turned into this emotionless one, it was his subroutine. With his source of income cut off, Emily became somewhat bored. Cole saw that he seemed a little depressed and found that he could not guess Emily's train of thought at all. As his friend, shouldn't Victor be happy for him after successfully unifying the Chaos Star domain? But it was their business after all, so Cole didn't want to ask too many questions. By the way, after Sebastian unifies the Chaos Star region, can he regain his citizenship? Emily suddenly remembered. This situation is unlikely, right? Some of the pirates might have been forced, but no matter what, pirates are still pirates. It is impossible for the Federation to spend so much energy to help them restore their citizenship. Based on Mo Lee's understanding of the Federation, it is more likely that they will just treat them as real pirates and wipe them out. I don't know either, but Sai, no, Victor, he must have his own channels, otherwise he wouldn't have chosen unification back then. Oh, Emoli nodded, not quite understanding. Then what about the person who secretly tripped him up before? At this point, Cole clenched his fist and slammed it hard on the table. Counselor Chun. This incident happened too quickly. The other party is far away on the other side of the Belle Star region. It's impossible for them to react so quickly. The star-shattering raiders belonged to him. They didn't expect Victor to make a comeback, so they were wiped out by Victor, the Mad Fire Raiders, and the Rust Brotherhood. Perhaps the news has only just reached him now. Cole's guess was absolutely correct. At the other end of the Belle Star region, which is also the location where the Belle Star region connects to the Qingming Star region, the economy here is much more developed than the side close to the Chaos Star region. This area is also the territory of Counselor Qinyao, on top of a tall building on a natural ecological planet. This place is set up as a leisure area, with lawns, an infinity pool, a restaurant, and bar, and from here you can see the most beautiful scenery on the planet. It was almost sunset, and a man in his 40s was leisurely tasting wine by the edge of the swimming pool. There was also a beautiful woman in a swimsuit opposite, giggling sweetly, and the two seemed to be chatting about something. Suddenly, the man stopped because a sound came from the microstar network device on his ear. Your Excellency, there's something wrong in the Chaos Star region. What? This person was none other than Chun Yao, the congressman who controlled this star field. The Chaos Star domain is just one of his many industries, but it is important enough to rank among the top 5. This involves one of his research. The chaotic star field can provide him with a steady supply of living bodies, and is also the key to this experiment. What's going on? Chun Yao sat up slightly, put one hand on his knee, and looked thoughtful. Victor is back. Victor? Chun Yao was puzzled. Who? The one who once dreamed of unifying the chaotic star region and negotiated with the counselors to regain citizenship. He's back. Chun Yao was stunned. But how can he possibly unify that place? Something happened over there. The Chaos Gang was destroyed. He took advantage of the chaos to eliminate our people and then unify them. Chun Yao stood up, and immediately a woman in a swimsuit gently put a bathrobe on him. The experiment has reached a critical stage. The supply of living organisms must not be cut off. Send someone over immediately. In the next few days, Emoli planned to leave the Chaos Star region. In the past few days, the chaotic star field has also changed a lot. After Sebastian unified it, he began to restrain these star pirates. It is easy to change the country, but difficult to change one's nature. For a newly unified regime, immediately imposing various restrictions will definitely cause a huge backlash. But Sebastian suppressed it violently. Emoli probably knew what he was thinking. If he wanted the Federation to recruit them, those restless people would lose their eligibility to be recruited the moment they jumped out. However, Emoli was puzzled. Was there any need for a Federation to belong to something? Wasn't it good to just rule the land? Emoli couldn't figure it out, but Sebastian never stopped moving. The Tekla hub has been clearly on high alert during this period, and many patrolling city defense teams can be seen in the city. Emoli looked at them and felt something was amiss. But this was the path Sebastian had chosen, and he had nothing to say. After staying for 2 days, when he was about to leave, he received news from Jiang Yan. The customized Sky Punishment Class Mecha is on the way. Jiang Yan didn't know the situation here, so he sent the Mecha here directly. Emoli, who was about to leave, had to stay for a few more days. But in the past few days, the situation in the chaotic star field has suddenly changed. Inside the Chaos Star Field, the former home of the Rust Brotherhood, the Rust Star Field, a Star Torch-class fleet exited warp mode and appeared at the edge of the star field. When the huge battleship 10,000 meters long appeared, a large number of cruisers and assault boats next to it also exited warp speed and appeared at the same time. The starfield detection system responded quickly. Sebastian stood on the balcony of a room and looked up at the starry sky. You're here after all. His eyes were filled with cold hatred. He knew who this fleet came from without even having to think about it. After destroying the star-breaking raiders, he discovered that the other party had been cooperating with Chun Yao for a long time. During this period, more than 100,000 people were sent to him. Moreover, the number has increased significantly in the past month or two, and now it has suddenly been cut off. It is not his style to remain indifferent. He carefully took a photo off his chest, which showed a blonde woman with a sassy face, gently holding his strong arms. Sebastian in the photo looked a little bewildered. I will avenge you. The fight has begun. Cole found Emoli and said hurriedly, Victor just asked me to urgently transfer those 2 Sky Punishment Class Mechas over. The balance has been paid. He said, Chen Yao is here. Emoli was moved. Where? Rust Star region. Chen Yao has dispatched the Astronomican-class fleet. I'm afraid it will be difficult to fight this time. Once a fleet is dispatched, the number of mechas it carries will be at least 1,000, and the planetary defense systems in the chaotic star field can be completely ignored. Once a fight breaks out, it will be a head-on clash with real guns and swords. He's so all-powerful, he can even freely dispatch fleets across regions. The Katla hub is the territory of another counselor. If Chen Yao sends the Astronomican-class fleet under the pretext of clearing out space pirates, it will definitely be regarded as a declaration of war by the counselors here. No, this fleet is definitely not recorded. It must have flown here through some other channels. Victor is in danger now. The Astronomican-class fleet and the combined mechas of several major forces are not enough to defeat it. It's indeed dangerous. Mo Li's expression suddenly became serious. We can't just stand there like this. Sebastian is my best friend. We have to help him. Don't you agree? Of course. But with our strength, we can't help much in a battle of that level. Colby Molly was still anxious. We have to think of a way. I have a plan, but I need to leave first. The fighting has already started over there. If we wait until it's over, we won't even be able to collect his body. Mr. MOU. Cole looked at Mo Li with a complicated expression. He had never expected that his relationship with Victor would be so. Sure enough, Victor's personal charm can impress people no matter where he is. Emoli had already walked out at this time. Seeing Kerr still standing there in a daze, he shouted, Let's go. Here I come. Oh, there's an important question. Kerr caught up with Emoli. What's the problem? Can you take action against a warship that is not listed in the records? Oh. Chapter 87 Mengyang. In the Rust Star region, a great war has begun. Chen Yao's Star Torch-class fleet already has an independent and complete supply and maintenance line. Due to the level of technology, this supply and maintenance line may even be more complete than that of the Rust Star field. Moreover, this fleet dispatched 5 Sky Punishment-class mechas, and after Sebastian unified the Rust Brotherhood and the Mad Fire Bandits, there were only 4 Sky Punishment-class mechas. There are differences between these levels of punishment. Chen Yao's Tianfa class is more like a regular army, with advanced technology and high-level mechas, not to mention various hegemonic technologies. So from the beginning, Sebastian had no intention of confronting them head-on. Instead, he relied on several planets in the Rust Star region to engage in guerrilla warfare. The pirates may not be good at frontal combat, but their hiding and dodging abilities are absolutely top-notch. After all, they were trained with their lives. Those who were not trained would have been thrown into federal prisons or turned into space junk. Taking advantage of this, Sebastian managed to stabilize the situation, but the situation was not optimistic. Chen Yao's 5 Sky Punishment-level subordinates can cause great damage to the pirates every time they go out, and the fleet is about to approach their home star. Once the supply and maintenance line is cut off, they will not be able to win the war of attrition. Sebastian's mecha had poor empathy, so he did not drive the mecha into battle. Instead, he stayed on the main planet, commanding the overall situation. Victor, I'm almost dying. A cry for help came from the encrypted channel temporarily formed by 4 Sky Punishment-level strongmen. At the beginning, Victor asked them to avoid the front battlefield and act at the same time, looking for opportunities to sneak attack Chen Yao's mothership. However, the Astronomican-class fleet was well prepared. Even with 4 Sky Punishment-class mechas, they did not find a good opportunity to break through the mothership's defense. Instead, they were chased around by the opponent's Sky Punishment level. The two sides' frontal combat capabilities were not at the same level, so they could only avoid the opponent's edge. Hold on. Sebastian looked at the global star map, sweat on his forehead. Now the Crimson Star Scar has suffered heavy losses, and he dare not let anyone go on the front battlefield. The various weapons of the Astronomican-class fleet are not to be trifled with. Moreover, they did not have large spaceships capable of fighting against the mothership. Here, the pirates basically used flexible small assault ships. There was no route, and the planet where Sebastian was located also deployed a shield field. Chen Yao's fleet could not advance at warp speed and could only fly through pulse engines. Even so, it won't take long. The fleet is approaching the main star. The Astronomican-class fleet can already be equipped with large weapons such as condensed gamma-ray laser cannons and gravitational focusing cannons that can destroy the space station with one shot. Once it approaches the main star, it will cause a devastating blow to the spaceport outside the main star. By then, Crimson Star Scar will be really finished. Without a spaceship, they won't even be able to leave this galaxy relying on Mecha alone. Seeing that the fleet could not be stopped, the people of Crimson Star Scar became a little anxious, and Sebastian was under even greater pressure. Wait a little longer, wait a little longer. Sebastian muttered. We have reinforcements, plus our citizenship, so Chen Yao won't dare to make a move. Sebastian has been waiting for this moment for all these years. As a former sex slave, he no longer wants to lose his human rights. And becoming a space pirate, the kind of person he hates the most. Sebastian didn't think any further, but his eyes became firm. At this time, the StarNet communicator rang. When Sebastian saw the name on it, his pupil shrank, and he quickly chose to answer it. Hello? Counselor Meng Yang. It's me. Sebastian's voice trembled slightly. If it were just him, he might not have shown any emotion, but right now, the weight on his shoulders wasn't just his own. It was also the weight on countless friends, brothers, and even, he carried so much. Citizenship is stuck. The voice on the other end was cold and seemed impatient. Sebastian's pupils suddenly contracted, and his voice turned cold. You lied to me? No, it was a few council members who blocked me. Tackle, Chen Yao will take the lead. Why? Sebastian was surprised. They were originally in a cooperative relationship, but now Chen Yao is targeting you. His heart sank. The citizenship approval was stuck, which was normal. This path was blocked, and he could only wait for support. What about the support fleet? On the way. Impossible. Chen Yao's fleet has already arrived. I had better tell you in advance. Are you questioning me? The voice on the other end suddenly turned cold. Since everyone's life was at stake, Sebastian refused to give in. This is the condition we agreed upon. The unification of the Chaos Star region will become the sharpest knife in your hand. And no one would have thought it was your knife, right? Although I don't know why, as the most popular member of the federal parliament, a famous philanthropist, and a member of parliament who cares about citizens, Counselor Meng Yang, you would hide so many knives in private. But as long as it exists, there will be loopholes. The day they are discovered, that will be the day you are ruined. But we are different. We are rats in the sewers, cockroaches in the gutters, maggots in the rotting flesh. Even if someone discovers us, those fools will not think we have anything to do with you. So, I am the best knife in your hand. There was silence on the other side. After a moment, he said, You are very smart. But so smart. At this moment, Sebastian suddenly understood. The price of the fleet's attack is my life. The other party was silent for a while, didn't say anything, and hung up the phone. Sebastian's serious face suddenly showed a relieved smile. Although there are not many decent sky punishment level ones in the Chaos Star domain, controlling this place is like controlling an arena for breeding poisonous insects. In this lawless area, there are always space pirates coming here. With a little operation, a large number of poisonous insects can be bred and become weapons in her hands. What Meng Yang wants is not the immediate combat power here. She wants the reputation of this place, a name that can be unified. As for myself, I'm afraid she has already found a suitable candidate who is ready to take over as soon as I die. But who is it? Opening the Sky Punishment Level private channel, Sebastian took a deep breath and said, I want to know. Who is it? Boss Victor, I'm sorry. Xiaoyin, it's you. Sebastian suddenly felt relieved. Sorry. What's wrong? What happened? Why did Xiaoyin say sorry? Stop talking. Come and help. The 5 of them are here again. Sebastian smiled and shook his head slightly. No need. You all should come back. Boss Victor, we can still hold on. You gave me my life, so what if I give it back now? Listening to the anxious voices of several people on the channel, Victor didn't know why he felt his steps weren't as heavy anymore. The 86th betrayal. He lived for himself for the first half of his life until he met Ariel. He began to live for others. After Ariel's death, he lived for Ariel's dream. Now, it seems the price of realizing her dream is her own life. But so what? Sebastian suddenly felt much more relaxed. Demang, Lao Qi, Xiaoyin, and Lao Cheng, come back. Sebastian said softly, You are the key to Senator Meng Yang's control over the Chaos Star field. She will not do anything to you in the beginning. His words made the other people's expressions change slightly. Boss Victor. Boss, yes, I'm sorry. Don't say sorry. You're not just living for yourself. At this time, the other 3 people didn't know that the brother who had shared life and death with them had betrayed them. Why? Our lives were saved by Boss Victor. What has Boss Victor done to us? You disappoint me. The others couldn't believe it, and Xiaoyin remained silent in the face of their questioning. Boss, once we return, those 5 sky punishment level. Come back. Meng Yang would not allow the living forces of the Chaos Star domain to be destroyed so quickly, and Xiaoyin was still hers, so Sebastian's choice would naturally be synchronized with Meng Yang's. In fact, the 3 of them had to go back because Xiaoyin had already left. If they didn't leave, with 3 against 5, their mecha would be destroyed soon. With the departure of the 4 people, Chen Yao's fleet was also able to move forward unimpeded. The others were unable to intercept at all. Just when Chun Yao's fleet thought they could march straight in and take the battle, an unidentified fleet suddenly rushed in. This fleet showed extremely strong combat capability as soon as it arrived, and its mecha configuration was also 5 sky punishment level. The two fleets were fighting each other, and Sebastian felt relieved when he saw this scene. As long as Counselor Meng Yang still values this star field, it will be fine. Only, it is impossible to say that he is willing to do so, but Sebastian has no choice. After so many years, he knows how much power a congressman has. Sometimes he even felt that it was the luck of the Chaos Star region that the congressman took a fancy to it. In the command room, the others didn't know what was going on and were confused when they saw the fleet appear. An unknown fleet has been detected. They're fighting. Is this Boss Victor's reinforcements? Sebastian felt a pang of pain in his heart as he listened to the crowd's voices. Because these people are here because of their trust in him, and now, he has reached the end of his rope. In fact, he had no surprises about this day. From the moment he found Congressman Meng Yang, he was gambling that this masked congressman had the courage to keep him. But now it was obvious that the bet had been lost. The congresswoman was not what he had expected. She did not like things that were beyond her control. When Xiaoyin comes back, maybe that will be the day of my death. Don't worry, it's reinforcements. Sebastian rubbed his brows and said, once they arrive, Qin Yao's fleet will be unable to get through. Sitting back in his seat, Sebastian felt powerless. Even though he was the leader of the Crimson Star Scars, he was still no match for the behemoth that was the senator. The other side can easily send out a Star Torch-class fleet, and they don't know how many such fleets they have secretly. When he first learned that his enemy was a congressman, he was desperate. Later, driven by hatred, he survived and knew that the way to fight against the congressman was to find another congressman. These congressmen who are clinging to the giant of the Federation and sucking blood crazily have secretly swelled up into monsters. What Sebastian has seen more of in his investigations into the legislators over the years is despair. Although he has a strong body, his empathy level is only 42, and controlling a raid-class mecha is already his limit. But at the last moment, Sebastian stood up and said, the situation outside has stabilized. I'll go get them. Everyone else found it a bit strange. They all knew that Victor's mecha had a low empathy level, so what could this possibly be connected to? But although the battle situation is stable, they still need to keep an eye on it, and they don't have the energy to think too much. Sebastian came out of the command room and walked into a long dusty warehouse. There is a mecha in the warehouse. Old buddy, this mecha's level is only attack, and under the dim light of the warehouse, it adds a lot of sense of age. Sebastian touched the armor of the mecha, his expression gloomy. Reluctance, despair, all kinds of emotions surged in his heart. If possible, he wanted to live. In the outside world, Crimson Star Scar's 4 Sky Punishment class mechas have returned to the orbit of the planet. Demang, Lao Qi, and Lao Cheng formed a triangle and surrounded Xiaoyin. Why betray the boss? Lao Cheng is the oldest among them and has been with Sebastian the longest. The counselor wants him dead. Xiaoyin looked puzzled. Since he's going to die anyway, can't he still help us before he dies? As long as Counselor Meng Yang takes over the Chaos Star region, we will be her best choice to control the Chaos Star region. Are you also imitating Christopher? Demang shouted angrily. I'll chop you up first. Demang. Lao Qi suddenly stopped him. The boss is here. The four looked forward and saw a white mecha flying up from below. Sebastian joined their team chat. Stop arguing. If I don't die now, Counselor Meng Yang's fleet won't be dispatched, and then everyone will die. His tone was very light, as if he was telling a trivial matter. Xiaoyin. Looking at Xiaoyin's mecha, Sebastian's expression was complicated. You are the executor, right? Come on. Sebastian sighed slightly. I just hope that after I die, you will take good care of everyone. The 3 big snakes all looked pale and were about to fly over. Boss. Everyone stop. Sebastian growled. My death is the condition for Counselor Meng Yang to take action. Think about your wives and children. The 3 men were trembling all over. Having been in charge of the Rust Brotherhood and the Mad Fire Bandits over the years, they already had their own families. This time, they rushed to the front line without fear of death, partly for the peace of their small families. Xiaoyin decisively came to Sebastian's side. Boss, I'm sorry, I have no choice. Sebastian stretched out his hand, and Xiaoyin subconsciously lowered his head, just like when Sebastian rescued him from a group of slaves and touched his head and said it was okay. But both of them were wearing mechas, and the energy readings inside the mechas suddenly increased. Sebastian opened his palm, revealing a black muzzle, and a particle beam instantly penetrated the defenseless Xiaoyin's mecha. Sebastian put his hands away and looked at Xiaoyin with an indifferent expression without saying a single word. How can I trust a person who has betrayed me to lead them? 87. Express delivery from Dongli Star region. The sudden change shocked Lao Cheng and the others. Boss, you. Sebastian waved his hand. No need to say more. Lao Cheng, I'll leave the Crimson Star scar to you. 7th Master Mang, you must assist him. After saying that, without waiting for their response, Sebastian said to Xiaoyin's Mecha, Senator Ming Yang, don't worry, I will die. But he can't be in charge of the Chaos Star region. He has a very stable personality and doesn't have that many thoughts. Victor, you're fine. A voice filled with suppressed anger came from the channel. If Ming Yang wanted to take charge of the Chaos Star domain, he could only choose one of them. But the other three were completely devoted to Sebastian and could not be persuaded to rebel. Now that Xiaoyin is dead, there are only 3 of them left who are suitable. Moreover, she had investigated the personalities of these 3 people. They were indeed not as ambitious or smart as Sebastian, but they were still far from being qualified chess pieces. But now she has no choice. Before, she did not give Sebastian the opportunity to choose, and now at the end of his life, Sebastian also retaliated. After Sebastian finished speaking, without giving Ming Yang a chance to think, he started the engine and flew towards the distant starry sky. Over there were constant flashes of fire and explosions. That was the battlefield of the 2 warships. Boss, Damong roared, I'll go with you. Stop, Sebastian said without turning his head. You 2 hold him back. Lao Cheng and Lao Qi each took one side, holding Demang tightly. His vision was already blurry, and Lao Cheng looked at Sebastian's receding back in silence. Ming Yang also calmed down, as if she had accepted that Lao Cheng would be in charge of the chaotic star field. What a shame, you're really too smart. Sebastian's ability and brain are definitely beyond doubt, as he has been able to single-handedly obtain information on so many congressmen over the years, but Ming Yang doesn't dare to use them. What she hated most were these people, because she always felt that she couldn't see through them, as if even if he was about to die, he could still make trouble. This feeling that was beyond her control made her feel sick. Looking at the starry sky in the distance, Sebastian slowly increased the engine power to maximum. A Raider-class mecha, joining a battlefield of this level, with enemies on both sides, has a death rate of over 99%. The closer he got to the battlefield, the more insignificant Sebastian felt. The mecha units of the 2 fleets have been dispatched. The damage to the warships after the mecha's advance is too terrifying. Currently, Ming Yang's fleet is attacking, and Chun Yao's fleet is forced to defend. The strength of both sides seems to be similar, but Ming Yang's fleet command and the overall strength of the mecha troops are much stronger. Chun Yao's fleet was retreating step by step, and Sebastian joined the battlefield silently. The addition of a raid-class mecha did not cause any waves on the battlefield where electronic signals were chaotic and various detection systems were severely damaged. Compared to Ming Yang, Sebastian's hatred for Chun Yao is obviously greater, so his target is Chun Yao's fleet. At this time, Chun Yao's fleet had been approached by a large number of mechas, and long-range weapons were basically useless, so he could only send mecha troops back to defend. However, the battlefield was located within the fleet, and the damage was also enormous. Missiles, particle beams, etc. flying around during the mecha battles could cause considerable damage to the assault ships and transport vessels. Although he hadn't fought for many years, Sebastian didn't feel unfamiliar at all. After driving his mecha closer, he locked onto a mecha from Chun Yao's fleet. On the other side of the battlefield, a spaceship was in silent mode, with optical camouflage on, observing everything quietly like an invisible ghost. Why are there 2 fleets? As soon as Mo Li and Cole arrived, they saw 2 fleets fighting. This is trouble. This is trouble. Mo Li and Kerr spoke at the same time. Cole looked worried. These 2 fleets don't look like Victor's. Could he have been killed? Contact him and see. No. Cole shook his head. He had been calling Victor since entering the Rust Star field, but there was no response. As he was speaking, Cole tried again, and this time the call actually went through. Hey, what's up? Sebastian's face appeared in front of the 2 of them. Mo Li looked at him and could tell at a glance that the other party was in a mecha. You're in a mech? Mr. Mo? He was a little surprised, obviously not expecting Cole and Mo Li to be there. Where are you? Cole asked anxiously. Mr. Mo and I have arrived in the Rust Star region, but there are 2 fleets fighting here. What happened? At this moment, Sebastian was shocked, and then both of them saw the crazy flashing red light in his background. Who are you fighting against? Cole was really anxious, and it took a while for Sebastian to reply. I'm on the battlefield, don't come over. These 2 fleets belong to the senator. You asked the counselor for help? But why did you have to do it yourself? Cole was obviously aware of Sebastian's empathy and was extremely anxious at the moment. His mecha seemed to have been hit. Sebastian coughed violently twice before replying. It was Counselor Ming Yang who helped me. Crimson Star Scar can obtain citizenship, but the price is my death. Cole was shocked. Why? Isn't Counselor Ming Yang the most popular counselor among the civilians? Member of the Senate, no one is clean. Sebastian's eyes were slightly cold. Take Mr. Mo away and don't get involved. The ability of the Member of Parliament is far beyond our imagination. The Empire has always said that the Federation is only a shell left, but no one has ever thought about where the flesh and blood of this giant have gone. It was sucked dry by the parliamentarians. Emily took a breath of cold air. That's right, Mr. Mo. It's a pity that I can't play chess with you anymore. Seeing Chi-Chi, Sebastian smiled slightly. Tisk, why are you in such a mess? At the moment when Sebastian was distracted by talking to Emily, he was suddenly attacked by a mecha and crashed heavily into a frigate. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The assault-level mecha lacked protective capabilities, especially on this kind of battlefield. It would explode if he was not careful. Well, Chi-Chi scratched his head. I think I shouldn't be talking. Forget it, wait for me. After saying that, Emily turned and walked to the mecha cabin. Xuanji's voice came at the right time. Sebastian's location has been locked. A small raider dares to charge into a battlefield like this. He's truly fearless. Emily muttered, then entered the blood debt cockpit. Is Jiang Yan's delivery ready to arrive? He said he's a supreme member and asked me to change the address for him. The address has been changed to the Rust Star region. 88. What if I help you solve it? Cole, open the hatch. The hatch in the belly of the spacecraft opened, and the flashing flames, flying energy bombs, and exploding battleships and mechas outside came into view. It smells very familiar. Emoli muttered to himself, then activated the thrusters and rushed forward. Lock on Sebastian's location. A bright spot appeared in Emoli's vision. That was where Sebastian was. It's quite far. Emoli began to speed up. The battlefield spanning the universe was still very large. With Xianji's shielding, although Emoli could see it with his naked eyes, in such a chaotic battle, neither side knew that a mecha had slipped in. As soon as Emoli entered the vicinity of the battlefield, a Raider-class mecha with bloodthirsty eyes came over. After seeing that it was not someone from its own fleet, it immediately tried to lock onto him with fire control. When Emoli heard the warning of being scanned, he pulled to the side, increasing his speed to the limit and coming like a rainbow of light. The speed of the destroying class mecha had reached that of a sky punishment class mecha, which instantly woke it up. It turned around and ran away in fear. Emoli chased after it and pierced its cockpit from behind in the form of a blood covenant blade. Kicking its body open, Emoli locked onto Sebastian's position and flew over. Sebastian was not in a good condition at this time. It is already difficult for a raid-class mecha to survive in a battlefield of this level. He only has a 42 degree of empathy, so the strength he can exert is also ordinary. Sebastian knew he would die, and this was the grave he chose at the beginning. After barely taking down a destroyer-class mecha, Sebastian couldn't help but smile bitterly. When the empathy level is too low, every part of the mecha reacts very slowly and is difficult to control when driving it. As the empathy connection time gets longer, his head starts to feel dizzy. Boom. Sebastian was suddenly hit hard from behind, and his body flew far away. The impact brought him back to his senses. After stabilizing his body, he found that it was a Fortress-class mecha with a broken shoulder horn. The data returned by the system scan made Sebastian's heart sink. Although this Fortress-class machine was not in its prime, it was more than enough to deal with him. The opponent also discovered that Sebastian was not strong enough. After testing him, he immediately rushed over and launched a violent attack. The fire control of that Fortress-class mecha seemed to have failed, so it could only engage in close combat using a high-frequency particle shock blade. This is actually Sebastian's strong point. But in the mecha, Sebastian can't even use 10% of his close combat ability. As soon as they came into contact, he was at a disadvantage and could only barely defend himself. The engine output power of the Fortress-class mecha is not on the same level as that of the Raider class. Sebastian has to do his best to resist every attack. The side effects of empathy continued to erode his body. Once the mecha failed to react in time, Sebastian could only watch as the other party cut off the mecha's arm with a knife. Is it over? Sebastian looked gloomy, then raised his head. Come on then. The Fortress-class mecha seemed to know that the man in front of it could not resist anything, so it raised its knife, ready to give him the final blow. Faced with this moment, Sebastian did not retreat, but instead overloaded his engine and rushed forward. Even with the kinetic energy provided by the overload, the Raider-class mecha could only barely keep up with the Fortress-class. His movements seemed a little funny to this Fortress-class pilot. Let me take you on your way. He grinned and cranked up the engine power. Boom. The cockpit suddenly exploded, and a sharp blade covered with frost pierced through his cockpit. The pilot lowered his head in disbelief and saw his body cut into two pieces. His lips moved, but he could not speak. Sebastian, who was standing in front of him, was stunned when he saw the familiar sharp blade. "Why are you standing there?" Lichia muttered, still posing there. With one hand pulled out, Emily kicked the mecha away and then initiated a private channel connection with Sebastian. "Long time no see, Sebastian. Why do you look so disheveled?" When the communication was connected, Emily immediately smiled. Sebastian was in a very complicated mood at this moment, but he didn't know what to say. In this kind of battlefield, Chi-Chi just appeared so gracefully. "Mr. Emo, all my thoughts turned into a sigh. I should have died. No one deserves to die." Emily spun around with incredible speed and delivered a punch, blasting a sneak-attacking assault-class mecha into pieces in midair. "Why are you so eager to die? You should leave here first." Sebastian looked at Emily's quick and decisive movements and felt a little envious in his heart. "I'm just leaving casually. Don't you want to leave?" Emily did not stand still, but flew around Sebastian, blocking some flying mechas from time to time. "I can't leave." Sebastian's tone calmed down. "This fleet will only intercept Chun Yao's fleet if I die." "That's incredible. Sebastian, you have a fleet as reinforcements?" Emily asked in surprise. Sebastian could only smile bitterly, knowing his own affairs best. "This is Counselor Meng Yang's fleet. She agreed to this deal in order to take control of the Chaos Star region, but I am the stumbling block that stands in her way. The congressman is also interested in this rotten place." Emily didn't expect that such a small place could gather the fleets of two congressmen to fight. "Wait, you said the other fleet also belongs to the counselor?" Emily's mind shifted. It's unlikely that these fleets would pass through the territories of several counselors in a row, right? In other words, this fleet is hidden from the members of the Senate. It's the Ghost Fleet. Sebastian didn't know why Emily said this, but he still answered subconsciously. "You can say that." Emily's eyes lit up. "What if I help you deal with these two fleets?" Regarding Emily's words, he always subconsciously wanted to answer first and then ask his own questions. After hearing this, Sebastian subconsciously thought about the scene of the two fleets being destroyed here and then answered. "If these two fleets are destroyed here, they will reassess the strength of the Chaos Star region. The counselors are a group of cowardly vampires who are extremely cautious when facing the emergence of unknown forces." You should have said so earlier." Before Sebastian could come to his senses, Emily directly increased the power of the thrusters to the limit. A fortress-class mecha that was preparing for a sneak attack just came over and saw Emily rushing towards it at full power. It was too late to dodge. After Emily approached, the Blood Covenant stabbed out continuously and then continued to fly forward. He flew out for a distance before the fortress-class mecha exploded. Sebastian suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction where Emily left. That was the main ship of Chun Yao's fleet. An absurd thought arose in his heart, and Sebastian couldn't help but widen his eyes. He subconsciously felt that it was impossible, but with Emily's style of doing things. You never know. The 89th new mecha ratings are out. Please give me a good review and save the child. Emily didn't even try to hide or dodge while flying. It was hard for the masters of Chun Yao's fleet to fail to notice such a fortress-class mecha flying straight towards their main ship. At first, two fortress-class mechas came to intercept because the Sky Punishment-class mechas were fighting against Senator Meng Yang's mecha. Seeing Emily advancing straight ahead, they attacked from the left and right, and the fire control systems on both sides locked onto Emily at the same time. But the battlefield was too chaotic. Basically, as soon as they successfully locked onto the target, Emily would pass through the wreckage of the warship or cross over the fighting mechas, and the launch path of the long-range weapons would be blocked. In desperation, they could only launch dozens of tracking missiles. But before they could fly in front of Emily, he cleverly maneuvered and turned, pulling these missiles onto the two warships. The missile hit, and the armor on the other end of the battleship was torn apart by the sharp blade of the Blood Covenant, and then the Blood Debt rushed out. There are 3 frigates in front of us, and after they pass by, we will see the main ship of Chun Yao's fleet. The other party wants to run away. Xuanji suddenly spoke up. A huge antimatter fluctuation has been detected. The fleet's antimatter engine has begun warming up. Emily's eyes darkened, and he ignored the 2 mechas that were trying to stop him and rushed forward. Xuanji's detection was correct. The engine port of the main ship had lit up and emitted a faint light in the preheating state. As the energy output increased, the light was rapidly becoming brighter. The fleet system naturally saw the Blood Debt mecha rushing towards it. If a Fortress-class mecha could successfully board the ship, the damage it would cause to the main ship would be extremely terrifying. Before the Sky Punishment class mecha could return to support them, they could only send the nearest frigate. However, compared with the flexible mecha, the frigate seems a bit bulky. 2 frigates came sideways, and 2 rows of particle cannons on the side of the ship were aimed at Mo Lee. Then countless high-energy light bombs poured out. The 2 mechas chasing Mo Lee turned around and ran without hesitation. The Blood Covenant was disassembled and reorganized into a spear shape, and Mo Lee rushed into the light bullet without dodging. A large number of light bullets were deflected by the attack of the Blood Covenant spear, and Mo Lee forcibly punched a path through them. The people in charge of fire control on the 2 frigates were stunned. They even wondered how the fire control could lock onto him so easily. Switch to the railgun. The captains of the 2 frigates gave orders decisively. You can bounce off the energy bombs because they do not rely on bombardment, but more on energy to kill. But if I use the electromagnetic cannon directly, even if you can still bounce, you won't feel the impact. On the 2 warships, several windows opened, and the electromagnetic railguns with flat muzzles were aimed at Mo Lee in the distance. The electromagnetic railgun is slower, so the fire control is naturally slower as well. As a result, at this time, the person in charge of fire control found that he could not lock onto Mo Lee. The captains of the 2 frigates were stunned. How did he know we were using the electromagnetic railgun? At this time, Mo Lee was no longer moving in a straight line, but instead performing various high maneuvering flights, making it impossible for the fire control to lock on him at all. Unknowingly, the distance between the 2 sides was very close. The 2 mechas that were originally following Mo Lee retreated and kept a distance in order to avoid the barrage of energy bullets. It was even more difficult to keep up at this time. Mo Lee approached one of the frigates, swung his spear to deflect 2 energy bombs, and then landed on the deck of the frigate. The Blood Covenant spear stabbed fiercely into the floor, and at the same time, Mo Lee's thrusters were fully pulled. Boom. The special armor that can be used in space was cut like cardboard, and as Mo Lee advanced at high speed, a long crack was left. Mo Lee flew all the way from the middle of the ship to the fleet's window, and happened to see the horror on the faces of the bridge personnel inside through the window. A punch shattered the window glass, and without Mo Lee waiting for a move, the air inside was quickly sucked out, and the people inside fled in panic. Mo Lee ignored it and found the interface of the spaceship, allowing Xianji to invade the spaceship. Just 3 seconds later, Mo Lee, who heard Xianji's voice, immediately left the spaceship and continued to head towards the main ship. This frigate was destroyed, and the other frigate tried its best to stop Mo Lee. Now there were only a few mechas left on the main ship. If Mo Lee got close to them, and the war was brought to the main ship, it would be troublesome. When Mo Lee approached, the 5 Sky Punishment class mechas fighting on the front line were bombarded with a heavy particle beam from the main ship, forcibly dividing the battlefield, and then found an opportunity to return. At full speed, the Sky Punishment class mecha was much faster than Mo Lee. The moment Mo Lee boarded the main ship, the 5 Sky Punishment class mechas also returned and directly surrounded Mo Lee. 5 against 1, and with a level advantage, the 5 people dared not act rashly. Because their main ship was under Mo Lee's feet, the aftermath of the battle might cause damage to the main ship. Give up. We won't fight anymore. The Chaos Star region is yours. Chen Yao's fleet obviously wanted to give in. This fleet that came from nowhere was more powerful than they had imagined. Unfortunately, Mo Lee had no intention of leaving, but stood there confronting them. At this time, at the edge of the battlefield, Cole was at his location. A spaceship several tens of meters long slowly emerged, as if it had been stripped of its optical camouflage. Cole was so scared that he turned on the reconnaissance system, but he breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the huge Star Express logo on the opponent's ship. However, how could the Star Express spaceship appear here? While he was wondering, the hatch of the spaceship opened and a mecha appeared before his eyes. After this mecha entered the starry sky, its engine was already started. After the scanner of Cole's spacecraft passed over it, the reading instantly exploded. Tomorrow I will be punished with a top-level mecha. Energy readings approaching star ring level. Unbeatable. We recommend retreating. The people of Cole were stunned. Who on earth could actually deploy a top-level Sky Punishment level mecha here? No one answered his doubts. This top-level Sky Punishment mecha was deployed. After its engine was slightly warmed up, it turned into a stream of light and rushed into the battlefield in the distance. The 2 flag wings on its back flashed with azure light, and its speed increased to another level, disappearing from Cole's sight in an instant. Is this fucking heavenly punishment level? The Cole people were dumbfounded. At this time, on Chun Yao's main ship, Mo Lee looked at the 5 Sky Punishment class mechas that were eyeing him covetously, with a smile on his face. The Blood Covenant spear pierced the deck below without hesitation. The The 5 Sky Punishment class mechas were shocked and did not dare to use long-range weapons. They rushed over to stop Mo-Lee. However, Mo-Lee's stabbing was just a feint. When they came over, he immediately pulled out the spikes and flew to the side. The Sky Punishment class mechas had extremely flexible steering capabilities. The trajectories of the 5 mechas were almost identical, and their speed was much faster than Mo-Lee's. They caught up in the blink of an eye. Due to their size, only 2 mechas could attack Mo-Lee at the same time. The scores are out. Now that you have seen this, please give a 5-star praise to support it. Let's take care of the new book Seedlings together. Thank you all guys. 90. Scary Mecha. A battle knife and a heavy blade slashed down. Mo-Lee did not dare to take the attack of the 2 Sky Punishment level mechas at the same time, so he used the force-removing technique to make the 2 weapons slightly deflected in a way that used a little force to move a large object when the 2 mechas attacked. With the help of this slight deviation, Mo-Lee did not retreat but advanced, almost sticking to the 2 mechas, punching them with his fists to force them back. Before the remaining 3 people surrounded him, Mo-Lee took the time to look at the Mengyang fleet and found that the opponent's Sky Punishment class had no intention of pursuing the victory. Is this fear of retaliation? Mo-Lee, who was originally trying to fish in troubled waters, immediately changed his tactics after noticing this information. Originally, he still had a lot of room to maneuver during the melee between the punishment class pilots these days. But now Mengyang's side has stopped while they are ahead, which has left Mo-Lee exposed to Chun Yao's fleet. More and more mechas returned from the front to defend, and those spaceships that were severely damaged were abandoned. Mengyang's side did not intend to kill them all, so they just let them run back. At this time, the 5 Sky Punishment class mechas were also taking turns attacking Mo-Lee. If it weren't for the mechas on their main ship, Mo-Lee might not have been able to withstand it. No matter how strong he is, Blood Debt is just a top-level Fortress-class mecha, and he can only retreat while fighting. At this time, perhaps the mecha troops in Mengyang's fleet discovered that Sebastian was not dead, and they had originally planned to return to the spaceship, but at this moment they all set out, targeting Sebastian, who was hiding in Chun Yao's fleet. This wave of mecha troop attacks caused the battlefield to become chaotic again. Several Sky Punishment class mechas took the lead in the attack, and no one in the fleet could resist them. This also made the several Sky Punishment level people who were besieging Mo-Lee a little impatient. They thought that the other party would stop when they saw the advantage, so why did they suddenly attack now? Without having time to think, they planned to end the battle quickly and directly overloaded one of their mechas. Seeing this, Mo-Lee was so scared that he activated the overload mode. The few Sky Punishment level mechas left the overloaded mecha behind, and the remaining 4 went to resist the attack of the Mengyang mecha troops. Chester, quick victory. The other 4 left after saying a few words. Without the pressure from the other 4, Mo-Lee felt much more relaxed when facing this mecha. The only pressure now comes from the opponent's violent kinetic energy after overload. Mo-Lee cannot easily withstand every move. If he is not careful, he will be destroyed. Trash. Chester's expression was grim. After the overload, his energy was consumed very quickly. He looked at Mo-Lee, who was frantically defending himself in front of him, his eyes full of impatience. His empathy of up to 98% allowed him to clearly feel that every time his attack was blocked, most of the force was dissipated, and in fact, there was not much impact force on Mo-Lee. His teammates were outnumbered 4-5. Thinking of this, he no longer held back and activated the high-energy particle cutting knife to vibrate at a high frequency. Let me see how you can handle it. Chester spoke in a cold voice, and after turning on the high-frequency vibration, as long as Mo-Lee dared to resist, he could cut him in half with one knife. He approached again and slashed with the sword. Mo-Lee really didn't dare to block it and wanted to retreat. But the speed of both sides was not at the same level. Chester did not give him a chance to retreat. He followed him like a shadow, and then slashed fiercely with the sword in his hand. At this moment, his body was suddenly hit hard, and he flew sideways. Chester twisted his body in the air and looked up in fear. He saw a white mecha that was even bigger than Blood Debt. The various parameters transmitted back by the mecha scanner made his pupils shrink suddenly. I have discovered a peak-level mecha of the Tomorrow penalty level. In the channel, the 4 people turned around almost subconsciously, and then they saw a stream of white light with a hint of blue light rushing forward rapidly and slamming into Chester's mecha. Beep beep. A rapid alarm sounded inside their mecha. Ultra-high energy level reaction detected. Ultra-high energy level reaction detected. The next moment, Chester's mecha exploded, and the shattered fragments flew everywhere. The main ship was the first to bear the brunt of the explosion. The huge impact force brought by the explosion caused this huge mothership to move sideways a little. The others stared in disbelief. Chester had activated overload mode, and his mecha had already reached peak power, so how could he be killed in a single blow? Without giving them a chance to be distracted, Senator Ming Yang's mecha had already entered their fleet in the distance and started killing. At this time, there was an unknown powerful enemy behind them and the 5 great heavenly punishments in front of them, which made them caught in a dilemma. There was no time to act like heroes at this time, so they decisively opened the communication channel and tried to connect to Senator Ming Yang's Sky Punishment class mechas. I was just thinking of giving it a try, but I didn't expect it to actually connect. Before they could say anything, the other party spoke first. Hand over Victor, so we can evacuate. Victor. They were also a little confused. Did Victor come here? Wasn't he commanding from the ground? As if fearing they might overthink it and think they were there to protect them, Counselor Ming Yang's Sky Punisher level members immediately added, "We want him dead. If you can kill him in front of us, that's fine too." Although I don't know why the fleet that helped Victor wants him dead, since the other party has already said so and stopped after connecting to the channel, I might as well give it a try. With this thought in mind, Will, who had reached the 9th level of heavenly punishment among the 4, said in a deep voice, "We agree." As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 Sky Punishment class mechas on Ming Yang's side retreated synchronously, and the other mechas that were fighting also left at the same time. Efficient. Will was delighted, and immediately turned on the scanning system to scan the battlefield. As soon as Ming Yang's fleet moved away, the battlefield became less chaotic. In just a few seconds, he locked onto Sebastian's location. "I found you." Will was shocked and wanted to rush over, but was held back by Chris and Albertson on the left and right. "Don't stop me." The two of them didn't say anything, but just pointed to where Sebastian was. From here you can see that next to Sebastian's dilapidated mecha, there is a mecha with brand new armor and wings on its back. Every parameter detected in the scanner readings proves that this is a top-level Sky Punishment mecha. This scene made Will and the other 3 freeze in place. After the battle just now, the energy of their mechas was basically only about 50% to 60%. Facing a top-level Sky Punishment level mecha, once a fight broke out, 1 or 2 people would inevitably die. So they backed off. Will opened the public channel and shouted, "Who are you?" Of course, they couldn't show any weakness in their tone. After all, their strength on paper was stronger than this mecha. "Who I am?" Emily smiled. "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you're driving my spaceship and mecha to fight here. Do you know how much energy that consumes?" 91. Mine, all mine. Everyone was stunned when they heard M.O. Lee's words. What is energy consumption? And why are they your spaceship and mecha? How come I didn't know the mecha I'm driving is yours? Everyone felt as if their cerebellum had shrunk. At the moment they were stunned, the wings on the back of M.O. Lee's mecha suddenly fell off from the body, forming 2 floating cannons that hovered beside M.O. Lee. A deep blue light flashed from the muzzle, and in the distance, the alarms of Chris and Trilite's mechas being locked by the fire control system almost sounded at the same time. 2 energy beams shot out from the muzzle of the floating cannon. The huge recoil made them retreat a distance, and the energy beams hit the 2 mechas in an instant. The energy on the surface of the shield was surging. The 2 men watched in horror as the energy of the machine rapidly decreased, and in the blink of an eye, 20% disappeared. Damn it, the energy level of this weapon has reached the star ring level. It's hegemonic technology. The 2 men exclaimed and flew at high speed at the same time to prevent being locked by M.O. Lee's fire control again. The others also moved subconsciously. With the power of the star ring level, if you fail to open the shield by mistake, you will die. Seeing this, M.O. Lee put the 2 floaters back on his back and embedded them into the body of the machine. Then 2 tail flames spewed out from the floaters, and the thrusters opened, and 4 thick tail flames stretched out very long. What followed was a terrifying explosive speed. M.O. Lee's figure instantly turned into a thin line and swept across the battlefield. He locked his target on the 2 mechas, and they probably didn't have much energy left after being hit by a shot. The other mechas also knew this, and they were thinking of helping those 2 people. But M.O. Lee's speed was too fast. Almost in a flash of light and shadow, M.O. Lee had already crossed most of the distance and arrived in front of them. That speed. The thrusters must be using hegemony technology. Several Sky Punishment class mechas were shocked. The floating cannon and the engine that came up were 2 pieces of hegemonic technology. This is definitely a top-level Sky Punishment mecha, and it's the legitimate son of a big company. Anyone who can reach the heavenly punishment level will have good vision. They recognized the strength of M.O. Lee's new mecha, but the more they looked at it, the more desperate they became. This despair became even greater after they tried to intercept M.O. Lee, but were easily broken through by M.O. Lee. So light. In their eyes, this mecha was like an intangible feather. It moved lightly and appeared behind them. Then Chris and Chui Lit saw Emily approaching. Both of them were scared to death and drew out their melee weapons. A grid opened on Emily's waist, and then a short stick was pulled out. With the energy supply of the antimatter engine, the short stick suddenly ejected a beam of red light, forming a huge lightsaber. He swung his sword and slashed, and Chris retreated. Chui Lit, who was next to him, stepped forward to attack when Emily was slashing Chris. The two men coordinated their moves, dodging and attacking, but Emily's reaction was also quick. After slashing the air with his sword, he raised his hand and punched out swiftly, hitting Chui Li's wrist. The sword deviated slightly and did not hit Emily. The thrusters exploded again, and Emily shot up to avoid the fire control lock of Will and Albertson behind him. After turning a corner in the air, the armor on both elbows of the mecha opened, and two miniature electromagnetic cannons rose up. The fire control quickly locked onto them and retaliated. When the two saw Emily flying and turning while the fire control locked onto them, their faces turned green. What kind of monster is this? The electromagnetic gun has a relatively slow firing rate, but its power and impact are very strong, so the two can only use energy arm shields to block it. It was at this moment that Emily retracted his lightsaber wings and suddenly pulled out two blazing white tail flames, which increased his speed again. After the rotation, Emily rushed towards Chris and Trilite again. The increased speed allowed Emily to get close to the two people in just 2 seconds. At the same time, the wings automatically fell off and flew onto Emily's hands. The floating cannon is shaped like steel wings. When it fell into Emily's hands, the two steel wings fit perfectly on Emily's wrists, forming two huge blades. As Emily pushed the sharp wing tips forward with both hands, Chris and Chui Lit hurriedly retreated. Buzz. Energy gathered at the wingtips, and remembering the two beams just now, they almost instinctively activated the shield. The next moment, two beams of light were fired, and in just a moment, the energy of their mechas dropped to the red line zone. The shield shook and flashed and disappeared, and Emily had already arrived in front of them. The sharp blades formed by the floating guns instantly pierced into their cockpits, passing through their bodies without damaging the mecha structure behind them. Before he could draw out the double blades, Emily was already locked by the fire control. Emily calmly drew out his double blades and flew downwards. At this moment, the two floating cannons automatically released themselves. He first turned sideways, then drew out his lightsaber and slashed fiercely. A beam of light passed by his chest, and another beam of light was cut in half by Emily's sword. Is this a fucking human? Will couldn't help but curse as he watched the crimson lightsaber break through his beam of light. But the battle must continue, but he no longer has much confidence. Even with the 9 stars of heavenly punishment, he still felt a sense of powerlessness from the bottom of his heart when facing Emily. After breaking through the beam of light, Emily rushed forward with the beam of light. He's here to protect Victor. Why aren't you going to do anything? Will no longer cared about so many things at this time, and directly shouted to several Sky Punishment class mechas of Counselor Meng Yang. The 5 people over there were asking Meng Yang for instructions at this time. Peak heavenly punishment level? Whose person is this? Meng Yang's voice echoed through their team channel. Hansen, the leader, said solemnly, I don't know. This is a brand new mecha, and we don't know its parameters yet. Currently, the enemy's mecha is equipped with 3 types of hegemony technology. It is very likely that they are from those companies. On the other end of the line, a middle-aged woman in fancy clothes rested her chin on one hand and tapped the table lightly with her fingers. Can it be identified through technology? The system is still being processed, so the style is not very obvious. Hansen stared intently at the distance as Emily single-handedly beat Will and Albertson into retreat, his eyes twitching wildly. If he could make the decision, he would definitely take the initiative at this time. The strength of this mecha was a little beyond his expectations. If he let it continue to fight, he was afraid that the 5 of them would end up like Chen Yao's men. However, Meng Yang's style is to develop in a low-key manner and not to provoke others. Emily's current background is extremely strong. Not every company can produce these 3 hegemonic technologies. And there are 3 types, which means that the other party has made great achievements in all 3 fields. Floaters, lightsabers, thrusters. These 3 areas represent long range, close combat, and kinetic energy respectively. They have very little in common. To develop to the point of having one's own hegemonic technology in each area, the investment must be an astronomical figure. The various forms of the 90-second floating gun. Hansen never imagined that he would encounter such a monstrous mecha while on a mission in such a remote place. It has the configuration of a core member of a large company, integrating all the company's cutting-edge technologies. It is a monster that can compete with ordinary Star Ring-class mechas. This is troublesome. As Meng Yang's white gloves, their mechas are not equipped with as many of Meng Yang's exclusive hegemonic technologies. If they are recognized during the battle, it will cause considerable trouble to Meng Yang. At this moment, Hansen racked his brains but could not think of any company with such exaggerated hegemonic technology. Not only was it comprehensive, but it also had achievements in various fields. This condition. Hansen frowned, waiting for Meng Yang's reply. Meng Yang on the opposite side also knew that the situation was getting tricky. Victor killed her men, and if they didn't die, she couldn't use the Chaos Star Field with confidence. She didn't want Victor to come back one day and raise his arms, causing the entire chaotic star field to rebel. Hidden dangers must be eliminated. Thinking of this, Meng Yang said coldly, "Go around him and kill Victor." This is about to start. Hansen was shocked and made a decision immediately. John and I will stop him. Eric, Odd, and Morris will kill Victor. As he was speaking, Albertson in the distance was accidentally punched by Mo Lee, and then his body flew backwards and there was no movement anymore. Will was shocked. This guy has the technology of combat armor? Equipped with so many technologies, the engine must be very powerful to perform well. The current background strength demonstrated by this mecha is no worse than that of a congressman. At this time, Hansen and others in the distance had just finished their discussion. Will could no longer wait for them to take action, so he turned around and ran without hesitation. Hansen saw that he had lost all his fighting spirit and immediately shouted, "If you dare to run, I will order the fleet to attack." Upon hearing this, Will stopped moving with frustration. At this moment, they didn't have many mechas to protect the fleet. Once they lost the fleet, he would be lost in the starry sky. With current technology, using mechas to cross the galaxy is still in the theoretical stage. "Come back, let's deal with it together." Before Hansen could finish his words, a white shadow came towards him at high speed. "Don't you treat me as a human being?" Mo Lee's voice came out. The channel they were using was not encrypted, so Mo Lee joined in casually. Seeing them forming a team as if no one was around, Mo Lee rushed over directly. The crimson lightsaber flashed, Hansen's pupils suddenly contracted, and he quickly retreated. At the same time, the three people next to him also locked onto Mo Lee with fire control. Among them, John was driving a heavy mecha, which was huge and nearly 20 meters tall. When the other three opened fire, they followed with their missile energy bomb beams. The wings transformed from the floating gun emitted tail flames again. Mo Lee burst into speed and easily got rid of the fire control lock, and then continued to chase Hansen. At this time, Hansen also adjusted himself. His mecha was black and red in color, and was slightly lighter overall. He wielded a pair of particle laser guns. Seeing Mo Lee coming, he raised his particle laser gun without hesitation and locked onto Mo Lee. The muzzle of the gun lit up, and laser bullets filled the sky. There was also firepower from three mechas behind him. Under attack from both sides, Mo Lee seemed to be in trouble. But at this moment, he was not in a hurry. "Sebastian, hide first. I'll take a hostage in exchange for you." Mo Lee had no intention of protecting Sebastian from the beginning. Although he was very strong, the opponent's lineup was not bad either, with 6 Sky Punisher-level warriors and 2 fleets. In this situation, protecting Sebastian was extremely difficult. It would be fine if he had equipped the mecha with a shield, but this mecha Mo Lee did not have any shield installed. In terms of defense, in addition to the material itself, it only used a special coating that could withstand the explosion of large-scale attack weapons. Sebastian, who was far away, was stunned when he saw Will attacking him. Seeing Mo Lee trapped in the encirclement, he also gritted his teeth and ran away, but the distance between him and Will was constantly shrinking. Mo Lee held the lightsaber in both hands, and the surging energy from the engine core was injected into it, and the endless light particles burst out. The crimson lightsaber suddenly became longer, and the light particles flowing on it became faster. Even from a long distance, one could feel the powerful aura on it. Ding ding ding. The dancing lightsaber deflected the laser bullets. Hansen had anticipated this, and without any surprise, the machine started up and entered high-speed movement mode, and then the fire control radar locked onto Mo Lee. The laser bullets stretched out 2 lines, blocking several directions in which Mo Lee could fly. John behind wanted to intercept, but he was far behind Mo Lee's speed and could only lag behind. After a round of long-range attacks failed to work, Eric and his companions turned around and went after Sebastian. Mo Lee naturally noticed this and let out a light breath. The wings on his back suddenly split open and turned into 4 wings. The 2 hidden thrusters also opened, and Mo Lee's speed increased again. Seeing Mo Lee's speed suddenly increase, Hansen's pupils contracted. His rich practical experience made him subconsciously start the engine overload. His mecha is of gorilla type, with flexible attack frequency and the ability to continuously attack the enemy, but its weaknesses are also obvious and its defense is very poor. Speed is his strong point that he is proud of, but after Lee activated the 2 sets of hidden thrusters, his speed was obviously higher than his. If he didn't overload it this time, he would probably die when Lee got close and stabbed him. John behind was even more helpless. He originally thought that with his heavy armor, he could stop Lee and Sebastian from breaking through. Unexpectedly, Lee had no such idea at all. Instead, he gave up Sebastian and locked on a Hansen. Continuous rain of lasers was fired from the double guns in his hands, but without exception, they were all blocked by Lee's lightsaber. Monster! Hansen finally couldn't help it. Can a human operate this damn knife-slashing laser? Little did he know that inside the mecha at this moment, a large amount of data flashed in Lee's eyes, and Shinji was also running at high speed. The trajectory, speed, and locking position of each laser were all calculated. Laser bullets kept flying, but Lee's flying speed did not decrease. Hansen was horrified to find that even with the overload, the distance between the 2 sides was still getting closer. The mecha holding a lightsaber in the distance looked like a white god of death in his eyes. Hansen seemed to be still panicking, his hands were shaking a lot, causing many lasers to go astray, which made Lee advance even faster. John behind seemed to know that he could not catch up with Chichihar, so he stopped chasing. Hansen was still running away, and Lee suddenly stopped chasing him. Then he turned around abruptly, put away his lightsaber, and the double-winged floating cannon on his back fell in front of Lee. They connected and combined in the air to form a 10-meter-long cannon that looked like a heavy sniper rifle. Lee grabbed the giant cannon with one hand, and the armor on his shoulder opened, revealing a position that was just right for embedding the tail of the giant cannon. He set up the cannon with both hands and locked the fire control on John. 93 has never fought such a rich battle. The armor on the side of the gun opened, revealing a blue energy circuit with violent energy flowing through it. It was so powerful that some energy even overflowed into space. Lee took a deep breath and ignored Hansen, who noticed that he had turned around and hurriedly looked back. The restless engine continuously injects energy into the giant cannon. After this energy enters the cannon body, it undergoes a series of complex conversions and then accumulates. In Lee's fire control system, John's stop body was changing, transforming from its original human form to a cannon weapon form. When John heard that he was locked by fire control, his face changed suddenly, but the transformation process of his body could not be stopped, so he could only hope that Hansen could stop Lee. After the fire control was locked, the expected attack did not come. Did Hansen succeed? John's face lit up with joy, and in the distance, in the fire control lock interface of Lee, a figure farther away was also included in it. 5 triangles one after another included it in the fire control lock, and then, the yellow border turned bright red. Locked successfully. The moment these 4 words appeared, Lee activated the cannon without hesitation. The restraints were opened, and the long accumulated energy poured out, gathered through the muzzle, and condensed into a thick torrent of particles. The speed of this particle torrent was extremely fast. John only had time to activate the shield, but the shield could not withstand this powerful impact in just 1 second. It shattered before the energy was used up. The armor melted away instantly under the impact of the energy flow, and John's flesh and blood melted away even more. He only saw a vast expanse of white before he completely lost consciousness. The energy flow continued to flow, passing through John and Eric at an extremely fast speed before hitting Will, who was closest to Sebastian. Will didn't even have time to activate his shield because his system didn't receive any warning that he was being locked by the fire control. Before his consciousness faded, his last thought was about his damned pig teammates. If it were normal times, he might still be a little wary of what was behind him, but Lee's strength made him and Hansen and the others become grasshoppers on a rope. If Hansen and the others attacked him by surprise, it would be a disaster. Because Lee clearly wanted to use Sebastian to exchange for their lives, and at this time, he was the closest to Sebastian. The sooner he captured Sebastian, the sooner they would be out of danger. The result was that he could never imagine that Lee could use a beyond visual range particle cannon attack while surrounded by 5 people. He was destined to never get the answer to how Lee did it. At this time, after Lee fired a cannon, he was also hit by a burst of bullets from Hansen in the back. The special protective coating absorbed a lot of energy attacks, but some of them still broke through the coating. Hansen thought the attack was effective, but it only left some mottled marks on the back of Lee's mecha and didn't even break the armor. This was indeed an energy bullet he fired in a hurry without charging up the energy. If it hit the bare armor, this wouldn't be the result. What the hell is the material used? Not to mention him, Emoli didn't expect this kind of result. He was prepared to be damaged, but he didn't expect that it wouldn't even be considered a scratch. I've never fought such a prosperous battle, old Jiang too. Emoli turned and looked at Hansen, grinning. You had a great time fighting just now? Let's snipe. Hansen was shocked. Looking at the huge cannon that Emoli was holding, he subconsciously canceled the energy storage and fire control and flew away. He really didn't want to be locked on and hit. Even John's shield couldn't block it, so his definitely couldn't. What a coward. Emoli muttered, and the giant cannon automatically disassembled, turning into a pair of wings that landed on his back, increasing his speed. Hansen's eyes fell on Eric and the others. You keep chasing Victor. I'll warn you if he gets past me. At this time, the four were still shocked that Will was killed like this. They didn't dare to act rashly. They didn't want to leave their backs to stupid teammates. But after Hansen said that, they couldn't just stay where they were. They just kept an eye out while flying to prevent Emoli from making a sudden attack. At this time, Chen Yao's fleet collapsed into pieces with the death of Will. The captain of the fleet had already planned to evacuate, but the Mingyang fleet was operating a rewarp field, and if they wanted to escape, they had to get out of the influence space of the rewarp field. They could only start the pulse engine and evacuate the battlefield. Emoli, who was enjoying the battle, saw this scene, his eyes widened, and he shouted, "Don't run." Boom. The floater spread its four wings and the engine overloaded at the same time. Emoli's body was about to be covered by the gorgeous tail flame. The speed, which was already extremely fast, increased again. As Emoli flew, his tail flame left a long trail, and then he approached at high speed in front of Hansen's horrified eyes. No, you're just trying your best. You have the advantage. The Hansen people were dumbfounded. The distance that could only be widened by overloading was rapidly shortened after Emoli also overloaded. Looking at Eric and the others in the distance, they were still some distance away from Victor. After all, Victor was not standing still for them to catch. It was too late to wait for them to return, so the only option was to threaten Victor with his life. With this thought in mind, Hansen yelled, "Don't hold back. Overload everything. This mech is going crazy." Eric and the other two were shocked and subconsciously wanted to see Hansen's condition. They did not face Emoli directly and did not know how strong Emoli's suppression power was. They still felt that they had time. Little did they know that Hansen was already sweating profusely. While they were watching, Emoli was already less than 10,000 meters away from Hansen. In the scale of the universe, a distance of 10,000 meters is fleeting. When Hansen saw that they subconsciously chose to observe the situation here first, his eyes went dark. The overload time has reached its limit, and Emoli finally arrived in front of him. The crimson lightsaber energy was flowing over there, and the threat of death spread throughout his body. Can't stop it, can't stop it, can't stop it. This thought grew wildly in his heart, and Hansen subconsciously wanted to run, but at the critical moment, the overload ended. After the overload ends, the sudden drop in energy causes the engine to lose energy supply, and the kinetic energy provided to the body also drops sharply. The feedback to the machine was a momentary slowdown in speed, but Emoli didn't care about that and stabbed out with his sword without hesitation. After the overload, Hansen couldn't even deploy his shield, and his fragile body was easily pierced like paper by the violent particle lightsaber. Drawing out his lightsaber, Emoli no longer paid attention to Hansen, but instead threatened the three people in the distance. If he dies, none of you will be able to escape. Eric and the other two were almost scared to death when they saw Hansen's death and Emoli's aggressive attack. Hansen is a super pilot at the peak of the Sky Punishment 9 stars, so how come he didn't even use the hegemony technology? This overwhelming power makes their scalps numb. Chapter 94, Capture of Two Fleets. This put them in a dilemma, and Emoli was still attacking at high speed. A quick calculation would reveal that they seemed unable to catch up with Sebastian before Emoli arrived. Emoli's speed was so fast that no one knew how long his engine would continue to overload before reaching its limit. At the critical moment, Eric looked fierce. Let's get rid of Victor first and complete the mission first. The other two thought about the consequences of mission failure for a moment, and they felt a chill all over their bodies. They decisively chose to continue chasing Sebastian. Oh shit! Emoli cursed inwardly, and during the flight, the two floating guns formed a giant cannon again, aimed at the main ship of Chun Yao's fleet that was trying to escape in the distance, and fired a shot. Without the mecha to block it, the main ship's pulse engine was blown up by Emoli's precise shot. Boom! The tail engine exploded. Although the shipboard system had cut off the explosion area in the first time, The entire battleship was inevitably shaken and lost most of its power, floating in space like a stranded whale. While Emily was delayed, Eric and the other two had already caught up very closely. The floating gun turned into wings again, and Emily flew away with his head down. Sebastian was already flying at full speed, but he could only create a slight distance. There was a huge gap between the assault class and the sky punishment class, and the kinetic energy that the engine could provide was completely on a different level. The gap between the two sides was shrinking rapidly. Sebastian saw Emily chasing closely behind through the scanning system. His speed was much faster than Eric and the other two, but judging from the distance, it seemed that he was too late. Mr. Emo, Sebastian suddenly spoke. What? Thank you. Don't be so sentimental all of a sudden. You won't die. I have a trump card, but I just don't want to use it. After all, it's very costly. Sebastian suddenly laughed. Emily was still so eccentric, but he was indeed very happy. The gap between the three parties was narrowing. Sebastian looked at the energy alarm flashing in his mecha. At a certain moment, the mecha engine shook and lost power. I might not be able to leave. The three sky punishment class mechas behind him quickly closed the distance the moment he stopped. Sebastian exited the empathy mode, and the mecha became an iron coffin. He then opened a secret compartment above his head, which contained a blood-red button. Low empathy is a problem, Sebastian sighed. Even self-destruction requires manual operation. Just as he stretched out his hand to press it, three figures flashed past his eyes and faced the three sky punishment class mechas behind him. Sebastian suddenly connected with empathy and turned to look behind him. I saw Demang, Lao Chi and Lao Chung driving mechas against Eric and his two companions. The sudden appearance of the three sky punishment class mechas completely disrupted the plans of Eric and the other two. They activated the overload mode without hesitation, trying to get past the three men. Their mechas are not at the same level and their abilities are also different. Normally, it wouldn't take long to defeat them. But now is not usual. There is an extremely terrifying mecha chasing them. Sebastian was their only chance of survival, and now that their chance of survival was blocked, they all went crazy. Get out of here, Eric shouted angrily, but the old man in front of him refused to give in and had no intention of letting him go. The same was true for Lao Chung and Demang on the side. The three mechas had very little energy left, and it was very difficult to activate the overload. Demang even had one of his legs chopped off not long after the contact. The pain that came from the empathic state made him grit his teeth, but he still did not give up. Instead, he held the Morris engine reactor in front of him with his backhand, and the energy reading climbed wildly. The moment Morris detected the reading, he knew that the madman in front of him was about to self-destruct, and he struggled wildly in fear. After such a delay, Mo Lee, who was in an overloaded state, finally arrived. He first turned off the overloaded state that consumed extremely high energy. After a moment's delay, he grabbed Morris with one hand and kicked away the big snake that was about to self-destruct. Before Morris could come to his senses, Mo Lee drew his sword and pierced through the cockpit. The moment Eric and Otto saw Mo Lee, they felt as if they had fallen into an icy cave. Morris was killed in just a moment, and the force of the blow that separated him and the big snake was not something that an ordinary sky punishment level cultivator could possess. The big man was stunned by the kick. Seeing Morris being killed, he hurriedly stopped the engine and overloaded the reactor. Lao Chung and Lao Chi saw that Eric Ott and the other man didn't dare to move, so they returned to Sebastian cautiously. Boss, who is this? Sebastian sighed slightly. My boss. After successfully rescuing Sebastian, Chi-Chi was no longer so nervous. Why? Do you still want to fight? No more fighting. The two spoke in unison, their voices echoing in the public channel. Shut down the engine. Emily spoke in a cold voice. The two of them had no choice but to turn off the engine. Come out of the mech. The two men's faces changed slightly. Although the combat suits could allow them to survive in space for a short time, if they really came out, they would become fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. Or do you want me to pierce your cockpit? Mo Lee's next words made the two of them run out in a very lonely manner. At least they can survive outside, and the fleet in the distance may be able to rescue them. After the two came out of the mecha, they floated in space wearing combat uniforms, while Mo Lee came to their mecha. The light of his mecha went out, and it entered an offline state of empathy. When everyone was wondering what he was going to do, Mo Lee came out of the mecha and entered Eric's mecha. Empathy connected, Eric watched in shock as his mecha started up. In an invisible place, in the fleet network connected by the mechas, an invisible giant hand quickly opened. All right, this mecha's authority level is indeed very high. I have already shut down their fleet's engines. In the distant fleet, the command team on the bridge suddenly discovered that all the lights inside the entire bridge were turned off at the same time, the engines were turned off, and the ecosystem came to a halt. Not only the main ship, but all the landing ships, frigates, and assault ships following the main ship are like this. The shutdown of the ecosystem plunged everyone into panic. As the air disappeared, they wanted to leave the battleship, but found the hatch closed. Despair spread throughout the fleet, causing it to stop. Chun Yao's fleet, which was eager to escape, only discovered after a large number of frigates had left that they discovered their main ship's engine had been blown to pieces. However, they saw another way out. They didn't know when the anti-warp field was closed. However, just when they wanted to clean up the exploded pulse engine and start the warp engine to leave, a white streak of light broke through the armor of their main ship and broke into the bridge. Hello, Mo Li, who was driving the mecha, showed a cold smile. Xuanji, take over here. 95th Cole. The fragile human body has no power to resist when facing the harsh environment of space. The big hole that Mo Li broke caused the air here to be sucked out in just a few seconds, and everyone inside fell into a state of suffocation. As Xuanji began to take over the spacecraft, she also skillfully locked all the hatches. Controlling the main ship, Mo Li drove the mecha to find other large frigates. In order to deal with electronic warfare, many frigates are separated from the main ship. Only frigates of the Sky Punishment class can connect directly to the main ship's network core like Eric and his frigates. The main ship was controlled, and the Sky Punishment class mechas were completely wiped out. The remaining small warships such as frigates did not dare to continue fighting and all distanced themselves and tried to escape. With no one to stop them, they were determined to escape, and Mo Li had no other options, ultimately only able to stop a few warships. As for Chun Yao's fleet, except for the main ship and several paralyzed frigates, the remaining spaceships also activated warp speed to escape. The battle ended in a situation that no one could have expected. Meng Yang and Chun Yao received the news almost at the same time. Meng Yang stood up, her narrow eyes filled with coldness. The light curtain popped up from her star network device. Meng Yang tapped the light curtain with her slender fingers. After a while, dozens of boxes appeared on it. A person appeared in each box, and when they saw Meng Yang, they all bowed their heads slightly. Something happened in the Chaos Star region. Meng Yang said straight to the point. Someone interfered. Who is it? Hansen is very powerful. Did a star ring level pilot take action? Meng Yang said in a deep voice. It's not a star ring class mecha, but a peak Sky Punishment class mecha. This person is very powerful. Now that one of you has completed your mission, go to the Chaos Star region. I am determined to obtain this star region. Heavenly Punishment Peak? Do you have any information about it? Upon hearing this, Meng Yang forwarded the information brought back from escaping from the frigate. We found out. He's from the Dongli Star region. The Empire is currently searching for him. It was not difficult to find out Mo Li's information, mainly because he had driven the blood debt there at the beginning, and his appearance at that time was recorded by a frigate. By searching the star network through blood debt, they could easily find out Mo Li's identity. Dongli Star region? They're so far-reaching? Which counselor is it? From Galaxy Academy. When they heard about Galaxy Academy, everyone fell silent. These federal colleges are the real behemoths. Although the congressmen are corrupt, they have to be careful when making money, but these colleges can seek federal funding openly. Although they are internally loose and power is not concentrated, the mechas that come out of the academy are basically the best in their class. At this time, they were all watching the battle between Mo Li and Hansen and others, and after watching it, they had a general idea in their minds. Within the Heavenly Punishment level, few can defeat him, at least not us. If we want to enter the Chaos Star domain, we must mobilize the 24 King Cavalry. There was a hint of impatience in Meng Yang's eyes. These Heavenly Punishment level warriors were all carefully trained by her, but now there was not a single one who could fight, and she had to mobilize her own people. Taking a deep breath and turning off the communication, Meng Yang connected to a line. Send a cavalry troop to the Chaos Star region. Good. On the other side, Chun Yao was even more furious. Not only did we fail to kill Victor this time, but we also lost an entire fleet. Damn it. Damn it. Galaxy Academy. Mo Li. There was a mess in front of Chun Yao, all of which were things he had broken. The people around him were trembling and didn't dare to get close. He also got Mo Li's information from the escaping frigate. After a quick check, he found that the Galaxy Academy was behind him, and that the mecha was also a masterpiece of the Galaxy Academy. Taking a deep breath and forcing himself to calm down, Chun Yao was just about to look for someone when he saw a call coming in. The moment he saw the other party's name, Chun Yao's pupils shrank. He signaled others to leave with his eyes before answering the call. When will the next batch of materials arrive? Chun Yao's heart was pounding. Something went wrong in the Chaos Star region. I've already looked elsewhere. You only have 3 days. I know. Cold sweat slid down his forehead, and Chun Yao felt as if his heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible big hand. The Chaos Star region is a long-term stable route, so let's finish things as soon as possible. Okay, but it seems like someone else is eyeing this place. I'll send you 2-star ring class pilots. Even if I can't get your position back, that's the end of it. Chun Yao nodded repeatedly. After the other party hung up the phone, he collapsed on the sofa. The other party values the Chaos Star region connection very much. The consequences of breaking it here are extremely serious. Moreover, the origin of that fleet that suddenly appeared has not been determined yet. Who on earth is it? Chun Yao's face was filled with rage. If that fleet hadn't intervened, Emily would have never been able to save Victor in time. But later the opponent also wanted to kill Victor. Why? In the chaotic star field, all the people of the Crimson Star Scar were dispatched to clean up the battlefield. Watching the wreckage of warships being pulled back into the galaxy, Sebastian sighed. This is just the beginning. From what I know about Meng Yang and Chun Yao, they won't give up this place. Li Chia patted his back and said, "Why are you so sentimental? I've caused you trouble." Upon hearing this, Chi-Chihar's expression turned serious. He pointed at Cole, who was standing in the distance with a dazed look on his face, and said, "No, you didn't implicate me." Sebastian turned his head and saw Cole looking at the fleet in the distance. He felt like he was living in a dream, because just now Chi-Chi found him and asked him if these fleets could be deployed. He was completely dumbfounded when he heard that. Me, Cole, selling the Astronomicon-class fleet's mothership? Although there were some battle damages, the Astronomicon-class is now well modularized, and the damage will basically not harm other modules. The biggest damage is just the pulse engine of one of the ships, which is not a warp engine. Cole can repair it. In addition to these 2 fleets, there are also a batch of Sky Punishment-class mechas and Fortress-class mechas, which are directly matched. It can be said that whoever buys these 2 fleets, just hires some pilots and fleet personnel, can immediately pull out 2 astronomical Torch-class fleets, and their combat effectiveness will not be greatly damaged. In addition, Cole also carefully examined the various weapon modules and other parameters of the 2 fleets, which were also top-notch among the Astronomicon class. All we can say is that we will know whether it is possible or not once the congressman takes action. For a fleet with such a full configuration, some of the losses are not worth mentioning. If it is put on the black market, Cole has no idea what kind of turmoil it will cause. But with this fleet, he can't get through the Stargate at all. These 2 fleets are completely illegal. If they want to move out, they can only contact buyers on the black market and ask them to go to the Chaos Star field to trade. 96th what? 3 fleets? Sebastian looked at Emily's eyes. Why did he seem even more excited after hearing that the 2 counselors would not give up? Is this an illusion? Who wouldn't be so eager to try this without fear of offending the legislators? In the Federation, members of Congress are people that most people can only look up to. Not to mention offending them. It's too late to even try to please them. Even pilots of the Sky Punishment level were vying to become their retainers. After all, in this era, getting in touch with a congressman is like embarking on a road to heaven. You can get the best of all kinds of warships, mechas, and technologies, and what makes everyone addicted is power. Over the years, the citizen parliamentary election system established at the beginning of the Federation has long become a tool for the rights of a small group of people. Basically, anyone who has had some contact with some congressman knows how exaggerated the power of a congressman is in the Federation and in the star field to which they belong. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are local tyrants. A scholar in the Empire once said that the current Federation is a piece of rotten meat with holes eaten by maggots. Sebastian felt that this description was not an exaggeration at all. But in such an environment, he met someone like Emily. No, it can't be sold at all. Cole's distressed voice brought Sebastian back to his senses. What? Emily's voice rose 8 octaves, and his face was visibly anxious. Wait, why can't it be sold? This is an Astronomicon-class battleship. And I deliberately avoided critical areas when I took action, so the repair is very simple. Cole's face was filled with dejection. As a middleman, he actually had things that he couldn't sell. Wasn't this a different kind of shame? But he really didn't save it. If this thing is just a Stargate that relies on warp speed, how long will it take for the buyer to get it? As for the Belle Star region, Cole can guarantee that no one in the entire star region except the parliamentarians and official forces can swallow this fleet. But if it's members of parliament and official forces, these things of his cannot be seen in public at all. Even if some congressmen tried to make a deal with him in private, Cole would never dare to do so, because these congressmen were ruthless and ruthless. Emily was also a little anxious. If he couldn't sell it, wouldn't all his work these days be in vain? Think of a way. Think quickly. Emily put his hands on Cole's shoulders and shook him wildly. Cole felt like his brain was about to be shaken again. No, I really can't do that. Sebastian looked at the two helplessly. I have a plan. Emily turned his head suddenly, and he only felt that at this moment there was a dazzling golden light behind Sebastian. What method? Tackle. Emily and Kerr turned their heads and looked at him straight. Their meaning was very clear. Emily, do you want to listen to what you were saying? Cole. Man, I just sold a few of his mechas. Both of them had an expression on their faces that said, Are you kidding me? Sebastian raised his hand to signal them to be patient. First, regarding Tackle's side, regarding the attack on his own fleet, there is only information from Cole. So we can take action. That's true, but will he make the connection? Cole glanced at Emily. His characteristics were still too obvious. After a fight, he would sell his opponents mechas and warships. There were not many people like him in the entire Federation. And they are in the same star field. Tackle shouldn't be so stupid. Hearing this, Sebastian spread his hands and said, Chen Yao and Tackle are in the same boat. They will work together to deal with Meng Yang. Although Tackle and Chen Yao have a cooperative relationship, there seems to be some competition as well. He should also want to take control of the Chaos Star region now. Cole hesitated. There are still risks after all. Sebastian shook his head slightly. There are risks, yes, but I can bear them. Emily and Kerr both looked at him with surprise in their eyes. I'll go negotiate with him. Even if he doubts the value of the two fleets, he won't bother me again after the deal is done. If I'm not mistaken, Tackle would probably be happy to take over Chen Yao's fleet. At this point, the serious Sebastian twitched his lips slightly. By then, the Chaos Star region will only have 3 members. Cole's eyes widened in shock. Hush, this is going to be a complete mess. Sebastian's eyes were icy. Meng Yang won't let me live, so the only solution is to make things as chaotic as possible. After saying this, he looked at Emily, who seemed to be deep in thought, and remained silent. Mr. Mo, the subsequent retaliation from the several major council members will definitely come. You should go back to the Dongli Star region first. With the status of Xinghao Academy, they can't touch you. Emoli didn't listen at all, but kept muttering to himself. 3 members of parliament. Will there be a star ring level? How much does the star ring class cost? Coal isn't very reliable. Channels are a problem. I wonder if old Jiantu will accept it. Sebastian heard a few words vaguely, but he felt something was wrong. But in this battle, Emoli had already offended 2 major parliamentarians, and Sebastian didn't want him to stay here and wait for the parliamentarians' revenge. In order to reassure Emoli, he even thought of a plan. When the time comes, it will become a melee between the 3 parties of parliamentarians, and only then will he have a chance to survive. As for the plan Meng Yang had offered earlier, which was to let him die in exchange for citizenship for everyone in the star field, Sebastian no longer cared. After all, things have already happened, and people have been killed. It is too late to talk about peace now. Sebastian has never been a person who regrets things. He will only move forward. As for blaming Emoli, he really couldn't bring himself to do that. He knew very well that Emoli was trying to save him. The chaotic star field that follows will definitely not be peaceful, so Sebastian has actually made mental preparations. What he is most worried about now is the involvement of Emoli. However, Emoli was destined to disappoint him. Mr. Emo. Sebastian raised his voice slightly, just enough to remind Emoli. Emoli really came back to his senses from his mumbling. What's wrong? The Chaos Star region will definitely be very busy recently. I want you to leave here first. Upon hearing this, Emoli blurted out his thoughts. Impossible. They've already made a nest. Make a good nest? What does good nest mean? Cole asked blankly. Don't worry about those details. Emoli coughed twice. Who is Sebastian? He's my best friend. A friend for life and death. Now someone wants my best friend's life. Do you think I should run? The corner of Sebastian's mouth twitched. If he wasn't really familiar with Emoli, he would have almost believed it. But besides Emoli's own reasons for staying, part of the reason should also be for himself. If it accounts for a certain proportion, it should be 1%. Sebastian thought to himself. Cole's face was filled with worry. But if the 2 senators make a comeback, can we really withstand it? If they send in an Arc-class fleet, the entire star field will be overturned. How will we survive then? 97th Radical launched into the water. Sebastian shook his head slightly. The Arc-class fleet can only be mobilized within their own jurisdiction. It's very difficult for them to come here, so I guess the highest combat force they can send out is only the Star Ring class. So, Star Ring level? Cole asked, as if he were meeting Sebastian for the first time. Listen to what you're saying. Not only him, Sebastian himself was stunned. Yes, why would he say such a thing? Then his eyes fell on Emoli, and he suddenly had the answer. If it's at the Star Ring level, it won't be a problem. Kerr's eyes widened at what Emoli said. He subconsciously wanted to refute, But when he thought of the man in front of him who could defeat the peak of the heavenly punishment realm as easily as killing a chicken, he forced himself to hold it back. No, he seems to really have this ability. Well, Sebastian, go ahead and contact Counselor Tackle and muddy the waters here. Li Chia said seriously. As for the Crimson Star Scar, there is something you may need to know. What? Sebastian was puzzled. In this incident, the people of Crimson Star Scar were indeed the most uncomfortable. From their point of view, they were ready to restore their identities, but Mo Li intervened. This is the information I got from the Mingyang Fleet's shipboard system. Sebastian suddenly looked at the light curtain released by Mo Li, on which was clearly recorded the fleet's subsequent mission. What? They're going to take complete control of this place after Victor's death and turn it into a poisoning site. Sebastian's heart also chilled. Mingyang had never thought about helping them restore their identities from the beginning to the end. On the contrary, he wanted to take advantage of the special situation here to build a poisoning field and provide them with an endless supply of powerful warriors and manpower. It only takes a little thought to understand that the best way to train warriors at the moment is to fight against the Zerg, but even Mingyang will be chopped off if he wants to reach out there. In this situation, if she wanted to raise troops, she could only look elsewhere, and the Chaos Star Field happened to be a good place. Sebastian had already had this suspicion before, but he had no choice, or rather, he could only write the letter. This was one of the reasons why he never blamed Mo Li from beginning to end. After reading the fleet's mission, both of them felt a little depressed. Cole even laughed at himself. The Chaos Star region is a shabby place that everyone avoids, yet these congressmen all have their eyes on it. I understand Mingyang wants to raise Gu, but what about Tackle and Chun Yao? Mo Li was a little puzzled. In Chun Yao's fleet, he only saw the task of killing Sebastian. Human experimentation. Sebastian lowered his eyes and spoke. Chun Yao and Tackle are in the same camp. They have a human experimentation project that requires a large number of living subjects. Currently, Chun Yao is responsible for providing the population, and he's making a lot of money from it. Tackle has always been jealous, so I say this is an opportunity. Chun Yao only lost a fleet here. It's not enough to reduce their internal trust in him to zero. It's not the right time for Tackle to replace him. But if we give him a reason to come to the Chaos Star region, Tackle will definitely not let it go. Cole suddenly realized. I came here to calm the chaotic star field and tell others that I can do what Chun Yao can't do, right? Sebastian nodded slightly. Mo Li looked at Sebastian strangely. How do you know so much? Mingyang told me that they were on the same boat. Coincidentally, I knew a few years ago that Tackle and Chun Yao had been in business competition. Is that so? Mo Li lowered his head in thought. But in fact he asked Xianji to analyze the inevitable connection between these directions in his mind. Then let's muddy the waters here. However, I suggest that Sebastian get all the Crimson Star Scars to hide first. Mo Li said solemnly. A war is inevitable by then. I know. Then you should contact Tackle. Oh, and make sure he gives you enough star coins. Tackle has been much more irritable lately. First, the pirates he raised in the Belle Star Field were inexplicably destroyed, and he couldn't even find any news about them. If he hadn't found out later that someone was selling the mechas of his fleet in the Chaos Star Field, he wouldn't have seen any news at all. But when it comes to the Chaotic Star Field and Chun Yao's territory, Tackle, who has long wanted to get a piece of the pie, also became active in his thoughts. As a result, the situation in the Chaotic Star Field suddenly changed. In the fleet battle, Chun Yao even lost a fleet. He sent a communication overnight, indicating that if he took action, he would definitely be able to stabilize the Chaotic Star Field. In the end, the other party still wanted to give Chun Yao a chance and asked him to wait a little longer. Why? Tackle gritted his teeth and said, what else can that loser Chun Yao do besides trying to please them? When he thought about what Chun Yao got from the Chaos Star Field every year, his eyes turned red with jealousy. What makes Tackle most uncomfortable is that the experiment seems to have reached the final stage. If it succeeds, it will be a subversive breakthrough. At that time, Chun Yao, who has been providing a large number of living people, will also be able to soar to the sky. Thinking of this, Tackle was so jealous that he wanted to go crazy. Mr. Congressman, someone is looking for you. A voice came from the side, and Tackle came to his senses and found that it was his assistant standing carefully behind him. Who? They're from the Chaos Star region. They said they have 2 fleets for sale. Tackle's pupils suddenly contracted. Chaotic Star Field, 2 fleets. There is so much information contained in this. Connect. Tackle forced himself to calm down and slow his breathing. As the assistant popped out the light curtain, a tall man with gray hair and a serious face appeared on the light curtain. The other person stood straight, wearing a suit and white gloves, with one fist clenched across his lower abdomen. Hello, Mr. Congressman, you may not know me. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Sebastian. If you are not familiar with me, you can call me Victor. Sebastian finished speaking, and without waiting for Tackle's response, he continued. I have 2 damaged astronomican-class fleets here. I wonder if you are interested? Tackle's eyes darkened. It was already quite remarkable that the other party had obtained his communication. He had nothing to hide, so he said directly, let's take a look at the quality first. Of course, Mr. Counselor. Sebastian turned around and pulled the light curtain, and 2 docked fleets in outer space appeared. Tackle's breathing suddenly became heavy. This was indeed Chen Yao's fleet. As for the details of the fleet, they were no longer important. What was important was that he could use this method to enter the chaotic star field. Just as Sebastian said, Tackle would not refuse, and even agreed quite readily. The 2 of them only talked for half an hour, and they had almost reached their conclusion. This was because Tackle deliberately restrained himself and did not want Sebastian to know his thoughts. Little did he know that his reaction was all within Sebastian's expectations. 98 New path. In fact, Qatar wanted to agree directly, but in order to maintain the dignity of the parliamentarians, it hesitated a bit. The 2 sides finalized the details. Sebastian really understood Tackle's mind. Except for the outrageous condition that he could not directly transfer the money, Tackle made all the concessions he could. Mo Lee and Kerr watched the whole thing from the side. Both of them were stunned. Sebastian's calmness throughout the whole process had a huge impact on them. Tackle on the opposite side used his status as a member of parliament to suppress him, but in the end, Sebastian's expression did not change at all. Watch you. You're invincible in negotiation. Sebastian relaxed a little. He needs my help. The same result would happen if it were Mr. Mo. No. Mo shook his head violently. He still knew his own weight. It's not possible to let Xianji take the lead, because Xianji always accurately grasps the other party's bottom line and speaks very impolitely, which makes others always angry and embarrassed in the end when negotiating with him. Not everyone can tolerate the feeling of having their bottom line constantly manipulated. So in this regard, Emoli really admires Sebastian. Tackle was successfully deceived, so the remaining time was to wait for the actions of the other 2 senators. Sebastian also used this time to secretly transfer the direct descendants of Crimson Star Scar. As for those pirates who surrendered because of their temporary strength, they stayed in the Rust Galaxy. The Tekla hub has been getting more and more lively these days. As the news of the unification of the Crimson Star Scar spread, many space pirates came here to visit. Most of these people have ambitions. Some wanted to use the Crimson Star Scar to grow stronger and then challenge the Federal Empire, while others wanted to rise step by step within the Crimson Star Scar to become a high-ranking official or even a leader. There are not many ordinary people among the Star Pirates, so it is normal for them to have ambitions, and Crimson Star Scar does not refuse any of these people. The security force of the Tekra hub has been greatly improved in recent days, but even so, there are still endless streams of space pirates coming. Cole took the opportunity to sell all those Sky Punishment class mechas. When Meng Yang and Chun Yao saw their mechas circulating on the black market, their faces became darker than each other. This is a naked provocation to them, a slap in the face. But not everyone wants to see their men become someone else's spoils of war. During this period, Emoli taught Qin Wang a lesson, as the Chaos Star domain was indeed a bit busy during this period. Wow, teacher, are you already in the Chaos Star region? Qin Wang's eyes were filled with shock. That's amazing. Nonsense, who am I? Emoli had no intention of being modest. Teacher, I feel like my mental strength has improved so quickly recently. The resources at the academy are truly amazing. Emoli smiled gently. This is a good thing, but it is also important to stabilize yourself. Yeah, I know. And a lot of people have been asking where you've been lately. Emoli's face darkened. In the past, points were useful to him, and he could even teach Qin Wanga, but now he couldn't use those equipment and had no idea about the Star Ring class mecha, so naturally making money was more important. Although the points earned in the academy can be exchanged for money, it is still far less valuable than reselling the Sky Punishment level mechas here. No matter how rich the academy is, it is impossible for it to produce a Sky Punishment level mecha right away. The opponent without damaging the mecha. After chatting with Qin Wanga for a while, Emoli called Jiang Yin. You did a lot of things in the Chaos Star region. As soon as the call was connected, Jiang Yin started talking about the chaotic star field. It was obvious that he had some channels to know the situation there. Although it seemed like he was being held accountable, he couldn't stop smiling. How's the Holy Light Judge doing? Did it embarrass me? Is it called the Holy Light Judge? I just heard its name. Jiang Yin laughed heartily, a hint of pride on his face. The Holy Light Judge took a lot of my hard work. I worked day and night to create it. Activating the judgment mode is enough to make you invincible at the heavenly punishment level. Judgment mode? What judgment mode? Emoli scratched his head. Are you talking about the ultimate form? I haven't used that yet. Jiang Yan's smile froze on his face. Didn't you kill 10 sky punishment level monsters? Without using judgment mode? No, they are too weak. Jiang Yan looked at Emoli strangely, as if he were looking at a monster. You are familiar with mechas, don't you need time? In his opinion, if the mecha started fighting right after it was deployed, Emoli would definitely suffer some hardships. But now it seems that this is not the case. The news said that Emoli defeated all the sky punishment level mechas of both sides by himself. I thought he did it by turning on the judgment mode, but now it seems different. Could it be that the evenly matched match he imagined did not happen, but instead it was a one-sided massacre? Hiss. Something is wrong. The strength of the Holy Light Judge shouldn't be that high. In normal mode, he just sacrificed the important shield module, and his speed was a bit faster. In addition, the power of the two floating cannons of Tsang Yi and Ling Lan might be a bit stronger, but other advantages should not be enough for Mo Li to achieve such a fierce record. Hiss. The more Jiang Yan thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. This was too weird. He was fighting 1 against 10, and some of them were wearing the top-level sky punishment mechas. If it were someone else, Jiang Yan would have suspected that the other party was a star ring-level mecha. But the mecha itself knows the situation. This is a mecha at the peak of the heavenly punishment level. It's getting intense. Jiang Yan felt that he must be getting intense. Besides, they are too weak. Jiang Yan looked at Mo Li with a strange expression on his face. Is this what human beings say? They are the elite soldiers of the parliamentarians. What are the reasons for those parliamentarians to eat so much and get fat? Isn't it to strengthen their own forces? I can't see through it. I really can't see through it. Jiang Yan shook his head. Forget it. I can't see through you. Tell me what you want from me. Mo Li's face turned serious. Old Jiang, what are you talking about? Can't I just come to see you? Impossible. You wouldn't come to me if you had nothing to do. Oh, am I so unbearable in your eyes? We have a life and death friendship and have fought together. Look at my current mecha. You built it yourself. Mo Li spoke enthusiastically, then changed the subject. By the way, can you take over their warships and mechas? The price is negotiable. Jiang Yan's face darkened. As expected, Mo Li had never let him down. No, it's too far. Our hands at Galaxy Academy can't reach that far. All right. Mo Li was a little disappointed. What about the mecha? What about the Star Ring class mecha? Jiang Yan. Where did you get the Star Ring class mecha? The Star Ring is a very high level. There are very few circulating on the black market. Many people are scrambling to get it. Ahem, we're on the way. 99th Federal College League. Jiang Yan always felt that something was wrong. Mo Li didn't seem to have a Star Ring class mecha. And if he was selling a Star Ring class mecha, wouldn't he need it himself? Judging from the conditions currently displayed by Mo Li, it is not himself that is restraining his strength, but the mecha. There is no doubt that Mo Li has 100% empathy, but his mental power is a mystery. In this case, he should need the Star Ring level more. Wait. Jiang Yan suddenly stretched out his hand with a look of surprise and signaled Mo Li to stop. The Star Ring level you're talking about, isn't it the level of several council members? Mo Li smiled mysteriously. In the chaotic star field, they can never return. Jiang Yan was completely stunned. The confidence that Mo Li exuded did not seem fake. He must have some unknown trump card. But Jiang Yan also has his own concerns. Are you sure they will only send Star Ring class mechas? Singularity level is better. Mo Li's eyes lit up. Jiang Yan really couldn't understand him now. He shook his head and said, I don't know where you get your confidence from, but I can tell you something. If there really is a Star Ring class mecha, you should go directly to the Forbidden Planet in the Yunming Star region. That is the largest black market in the entire Yunming Star region. If you really have it, the buyer will help you sort out all the difficulties. Seeing Chi-Chi Li's slightly widened eyes, Jiang Yan smiled and said, Don't doubt it. The Star Ring class mecha is so tempting. Mo Li was stunned. He felt as if a smooth road was unfolding before him. Suppressing his pounding heart, Mo Li swallowed his saliva and asked, Then, how many star coins is that Star Ring class mecha worth? Jiang Yan looked at him strangely. Why did he start swallowing his saliva? And using star coins to measure the Star Ring class mecha? Jiang Yan smiled helplessly and said, The Star Ring class mecha can be considered a strategic weapon. It is usually exchanged for resources or technology. What's the specific conversion? Mo Li's eyes were a little red. Jiang Yan was a little confused seeing that he was serious and not pretending. Why was this guy so obsessed with star coins? What he didn't know was that Mo Li was currently in great demand for the energy he bought from Shifangji. Apart from energy, other things were basically useless. Only star coins can allow Shinji to buy a large amount of energy without any complicated operations. Jiang Yin was stumped by the question because this kind of thing had basically never happened. The Imperial Federation's focus is on the Zerg battlefield, and within their territory, the Star Ring class mechas are already the limit. Didn't you see that the strongest group of Star Pirates are only at the Sky Punishment level? Star Ring class pilots are also rare. There are a lot of pilots at the peak of the Sky Punishment level waiting for their mechas to be upgraded. The Star Ring class mechas produced by major forces are in short supply. There are only a few mechas that can be put up for auction, but the few that have been sold have all fetched sky-high prices. As soon as Mo Li saw Jiang Yan's expression, he knew that he couldn't estimate it either, but it was not a big problem. When the time comes, he will hold an auction and someone will help him calculate it. Thinking of this, Mo Li even looked forward to time passing quickly. Jiang Yan felt that he could no longer see through Mo Li, but how could a Star Ring class mecha be so easy to obtain? After thinking about it, he decided not to continue this topic. By the way, Elegy has performed well recently and was successfully selected for our college's freshman delegation. Of course, don't you see who is teaching her? Speaking of Qin Wanga, Mo Li was still a little proud. This kid was very down to earth, and the training he arranged was a complete success. By the way, you should know that the freshman delegation will represent Dongli College in the Federal College League, right? Mo Li. The doubt on his face flashed away, and Mo Li nodded solemnly. I know. Damn Xuanji. Help me find out what this thing is. The Federal College League is a major event in the Federation. Every year, 2 academies from the 8-star regions within the Federation will compete, for a total of 16 academies, with 3 teams from each academy in grades 1 to 3. One of the first-year students is competing in the freshman competition. An individual named Qin Wanga was found to be a reserve player for the freshman delegation. This information quickly emerged in Chi-Chi's mind, and then he sighed slightly and connected the dots seamlessly. Alas, it's a pity that this child started late and his talent is not good enough. There was a hint of regret in Jiang Yan's eyes. His empathy level was not more than 95, which was a huge gap from those geniuses. The reason why Qin Wanga was selected for the freshman group this time was not only because of her own strength, but also partly because she had a special combat armor, and the instructor who selected her thought that it might be useful as a surprise move. Jiang Yan said, then changed the subject. So when will you be back? Mo Li. What I want to go back to. Things in the Chaos Star region may not be resolved so quickly. Mo Li's heart was churning, but his expression remained solemn. Sebastian is my best friend. I naturally can't abandon him. When does the game begin? We will set off in a few days, more than a month from now. It will take time to get from the Dongli Star region to the Yunming Star region. Is there any venue in the Yunming Star field? The time is good. I will resolve the matter by then and pass through the Chaotic Star field. Well, maybe we can catch up this way. Jiang Yan did a quick calculation and nodded. Since you've already made up your mind, I won't bother you anymore. Elegy really hopes you can go, and the academy is also waiting for your news. After all, this is the first time that a student trained as an honorary pilot has entered the league team. As for the college, they really hope you can come forward. Why? Qin Wanga and Mo Li could understand it, but he didn't understand the academy. It's the policy of Galaxy College. Galaxy College has always been open to the public, but not all colleges are like that. The college's intention is to let everyone see and know that this policy is correct. Mo Li suddenly realized, I understand. I've been ridiculed by them a lot, haven't I? Jiang Yin smiled bitterly. Yes, but they don't know that although this method has a low upper limit, it at least protects the student's lower limit. That's right. So if you can come, try to come. If you can't come, they can't say anything. I'll think about it. Mo Li nodded seriously. Actually, even dogs don't go there. Wouldn't it be nice for me to hunt Star Ring level hunters here and make a fortune? Okay, by the way, there's something I forgot to mention. The Academy said that if you can really make a name for yourself this time, they'll fulfill one of your conditions if they can. What are the conditions? Can I get a Sky Punishment level mecha? Can I exchange it for star coins? Mo Li asked reflexively. Sure. Upon hearing this, Mo Li's expression straightened. Next time, tell me about this kind of thing earlier. You know I'm a layman. Send me the specific time. Dog. If the dog doesn't go, I'll go. This is where I'm going. The 100th crazy laughter echoed batter. After hanging up the phone, Mo Li walked back and forth twice and carefully calculated the time. It was still unknown when the revenge of the several congressmen would come, but both Sebastian and Mo Li knew that this would be their strongest and last revenge of this level. The last astronomical torch-class fleet was already the best it could be. A lot of energy must have been spent behind the mobilization of a fleet of this level. But they will not give up on the Chaotic Star field, so they will judge the value of this place and send another group of people here. The most likely scenario is to directly dispatch the Star Ring class mecha. As for the singularity level, that is a bit exaggerated. Even for a member of parliament, it is not easy to call for the singularity level. Therefore, Sebastian and others speculated that the majority of pilots coming this time would be Star Ring level pilots. As long as they can survive this wave, they can also warn these congressmen that the Chaos Star domain is not as easy to take over as they imagined. If they want to continue to rule here in the future, they must consider whether the benefits are proportional. It will come, it's time. As soon as he thought of this, Emily immediately found Sebastian. Mr. Mo, what's wrong? I have an urgent matter. When will Takal and the others arrive? Takal may need about a month. As for Meng Yang and Chun Yao, they may also be dispatching forces. I am not sure about the specific time. Sebastian always felt something was wrong when he looked at Emily. What was going on with this impatient look? He was still racking his brains over what to do if a few Star Ring class mechas really arrived. Hearing this, Chi-Chi's face turned a little ugly. Why are you so slow? Sebastian had a strange look on his face, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. No. Emily's expression suddenly straightened up. Sebastian, I don't think it's a good idea for us to just sit there and wait for death. We must take the initiative. Sebastian always followed Emily's train of thought first. But if we take the initiative to attack, no matter which of the three forces, Meng Yang, Chun Yao, and Takal, we go to, there will be no one to protect this place. That seems to be the case. But is there any way to get them to come earlier? It's actually not that difficult. Now, all three parties must think that being the first to arrive will give them the upper hand, so they must be competing secretly. No, I don't have much time. Emily shook his head slightly. Is there any other way? Seeing that he seemed to be really anxious, Sebastian thought for a moment and said, yes. As Sebastian said, both Chun Yao and Meng Yang were urgently dispatching personnel to the chaotic star field. However, the universe was too vast, and even with the most advanced spacecraft, it would take a lot of time to travel. But while they were on their way, a few days later, Meng Yang, Chun Yao, and Takal all received news that people from the Chaos Star domain were looking for opportunities to contact other parliamentarians. Now all three of them were anxious. This is obviously to contact those congressmen as a protective umbrella. They don't know the conditions, but they guess it is surrender. Although the chaotic star field is chaotic, it is not bad to refuse such a free territory and treat it as your own back garden. What's even more terrible is that the person they contacted was not other congressmen, but Congressman Dis, who was from the area where the Chaos Star domain bordered the Belle Star domain. Dis had actually had ideas about the Chaos Star field a long time ago, but this star field was not rich and was inhabited by a large number of star pirates. The manpower and energy consumed by forcibly conquering it was not proportional to the gains, so it was shelved. Moreover, the Chaos Star region can provide a lot of money every year, so he naturally doesn't want to get involved in this matter. But if something really came to him, he would not refuse it, even if it meant offending 3 members of parliament at the same time. They were all members of parliament, and this was his territory, so Dis had nothing to be afraid of. I had originally thought of sending a fleet along with the Star Ring class pilots to recapture the star field after the battle. There was no time to worry about so many things now. Chun Yao and Meng Yang almost unanimously decided to send Star Ring class pilots for a solo raid. Without the fleet, passing through the Stargate was much easier. Coupled with the Senator's top-level spacecraft, the Star Ring class pilots of both sides reached the Thekla hub in just 5 days. There were 2 people on Meng Yang's side, and only 1 person on Chun Yao's side. After the Crimson Star Scar unified the Chaos Star field, there were obviously many more spaceships traveling between the Thekla hub and the Chaos Star field. One of the spaceships was obviously of a different level from the other spaceships. The spacecraft was in full-speed automatic navigation mode. In the driver's seat, a man sat with his hands folded across his chest and his eyes closed, as if he was resting. The man had long hair tied into a ponytail, with a few strands of hair falling on his forehead and some wrinkles on his face. The other man, a tall, thin man with tattoos covering half his face, turned his chair and looked at him. Chiang, isn't it a bit of an overreaction for His Excellency Meng Yang to send 2 of us here? As he spoke, he stretched hard, yawned, and spoke incoherently. I want to be fake again. Evil Eagle, don't underestimate him. He can fight 10 sky punishment level warriors alone, so his strength must be at the Star Ring level. The tall and thin man named Evil Eagle didn't care at all. Star Ring level also depends on strength. Your star ring is 6 stars, and mine is 4 stars. No matter how strong he is no match for us. As for the remaining pirates, they are just a bunch of chickens and dogs. It's still 2 hours before we get there. I'm so bored. I'm going to take a nap first. On the other side, A spaceship was in invisible state and was also flying at high speed towards the Rust Star region. There was only one person on the spaceship, a tall and handsome man. He was sitting in the driver's seat with his legs crossed on the console, constantly tossing a red fruit. Crunch. There was a crisp sound, and he took a bite of the fruit, with juice flowing out continuously. Sir Qinyao, I'm already here. Emoli, right? You won't let me down, right? Don't worry, I'll definitely let you have your fun. Your crazy laughter will make Batter tremble with fame. Qinyao voice rang out. Besides Emoli, the owner of that fleet will definitely send out people. Although I don't know what faction they belong to, they are most likely members of the parliament. I'm afraid they will send 2-star ring-class troops this time. 2-star ring level 1s. A bloodthirsty smile flashed across Batter's face. Looking at it this way, that's enough. At this time, Emoli was lying in front of the window in the space station, bored and counting the days. Why haven't you come yet? Many detection devices have been placed on the periphery of the star field. As long as a strange spaceship comes in, it can be detected at the first time. Moreover, these devices have been upgraded according to the plan given by Xianji. Even if the other party's spaceship is very advanced, it can still detect abnormalities. Seeing that the time at the academy was getting less and less, Emoli felt a little annoyed. Why don't I just go to the Tekra hub and block them? Chapter 101, Evil Vulture, Chiang. The edge of the Rust Star region. Since the last war, a cordon has been set up along the route here. Sebastian and Emoli set up a radar matrix in nearby comet and meteorite debris belts, which can detect warp-speed spacecraft. Today, the radar matrices that had been silent and seemed to be dormant since they were set up were flashing wildly. An unidentified spacecraft has been detected entering the system at warp speed. An unidentified spacecraft has been detected entering the system at warp speed. The alarm quickly reached Sebastian and Xuanji. Here it comes. Sebastian was startled. A spaceship, not a fleet. My guess is correct. It's an advanced mecha. Xuanji's voice came, and Emoli's eyes lit up. Finally. He stretched his body and made a crisp sound. I've been waiting for a long time. Turning around, 2 huge hatches opened, and the more than 10-meter-tall Holy Light Judge came into view. The red electronic eye lit up, and the Holy Light Judge took a step forward, knelt on one knee, and stretched out one hand. Emoli stepped into his huge palm, and then the Holy Light Judge stood up, and the chest armor opened, allowing Emoli to enter. System startup. Sympathetic neural connection successfully established. A cold mechanical sound was heard, and all the systems inside the machine were starting up quickly. Floating gun module, normal. Scarlet Judgment weapon module, normal. The core power reactor is operating normally. Thrusters. As a series of self-checks were completed, Emoli's vision gradually became clearer, and he entered the perspective of the Holy Light Judge. All self-tests have been completed, no abnormalities. Welcome, Marshal from the Empire. Finally, the system's electronic sound suddenly changed to Xuanji's voice. The corners of Emoli's mouth curled up slightly. Then let's go. Click. The wings of the floating gun opened slightly, and the 2 sets of thrusters started at the same time. The heavy hatch of the spaceport in front of him also opened, and the dark space appeared before his eyes. Buzz. The body of the Holy Light Judge trembled, and the thrusters suddenly pulled out 4 tail flames. As the hatch was fully opened, Emoli thought about it, and the Holy Light Judge suddenly rushed out. This is a spaceport outside the Rust Star. After Emoli went out, he flew towards the spaceship that was locked by the radar matrix. Not long after the other party entered the star field, it exited the warp speed. At this time, the pulse engine propelled the flight, and the speed was not slow. It would soon be able to see the Rust Star. On the spaceship, Qiyang and Egio's spaceship systems also detected Emoli, who was not hiding. Why didn't any spacecraft intercept them? Only one mecha came out. Evil Vulture leaned forward in his chair, as if trying to see the appearance of the mecha clearly from the image projected back by the detector. According to the intelligence, there is only one strong man here. I will go meet him. Qiyang heard this and shook his head slightly. Let's go together. The counselor didn't activate our Wang Qi just for you to have fun. The mission is the most important. Upon hearing the counselor's words, Evil Eagle's face stiffened slightly, but he still gave up the idea of fighting alone. The MP's task has the highest priority, and Qiyang obviously doesn't want any accidents to happen. Then let's go and kill him together. The 2 men stood up and went to the rear cabin of the spacecraft. After a while, 2 mechas flew out from the belly of the spacecraft. One of them was black, with some red energy flowing through it. It had a long, sharp horn on its head and a mechanical wing on its back that looked very inconsistent. Evil Vulture, Broken Wing Apostle. The other one seemed to have lava light spots all over, and a huge antimatter power reactor in the core of its chest was clearly visible. The most special thing was that the opponent was holding a pair of fire-colored lightsabers. Chiang, the Flameblade Tyrant. As soon as the two of them walked out of the cabin, they were immediately locked onto by Mo Li. Such a fast and long-distance lock startled both of them, and they made evasive moves at the same time. The next moment, two beams of light passed through where they were originally. Ha! This opponent is not easy. In the channel between the two people, the evil vulture suddenly laughed wildly, then folded its wings, lengthened the propeller tail flame, and increased its speed dramatically. Be careful. A normal Sky Punishment class missile doesn't have such a long-range fire control lock. If we were a Sky Punishment class missile, the two artillery systems wouldn't have been able to identify us just now. Of course I know. But the more dangerous it is, the more excited I am. Chiang shook his head slightly. The evil eagle was such a fighting maniac. Once he started fighting, he would go crazy. Both sides were flying towards each other, and Chiang also turned on the fire control radar. At the star ring level, the fire control locking time was very fast, as slow as 2 or 3 seconds, and as fast as less than 1 second. And it's a flying speed of locking heaven punishment level. When Chiang was thinking about this, he suddenly saw in the detection system that Mo Li was flying at an abnormally fast speed. At this time, the evil vulture had already rushed over, with the sharp horns on its head shining coldly, like a javelin. It didn't even use long-range weapons, and pointed directly at Mo Li. Mo Li's detection system naturally saw the two people. The floating cannon on the back of Shanghui Judgment had already turned on the speed burst mode, embedded in the back to provide power, making Mo Li's flying speed far exceed the ordinary Tianfa level. Looking at the feedback from the detection system, Mo Li pondered secretly. One is as steady as an old dog, and the other is a berserker? Looking at the approaching vulture, Mo Li sneered. Then let's see who's more arrogant. The Scarlet Judgment module is activated. As Xuanji's voice sounded, a grid opened on the waist of the Holy Light Judge, and he reached out to take out the Scarlet Judgment. Boom. The red lightsaber suddenly popped out, and violent energy was instantly filled. Holding the sword in both hands, Mo Li first made a strange maneuver to the side to avoid Qi Yang's fire control lock, and then continued to adjust his body shape so that the flying evil vulture appeared in a line with him and Qi Yang at the same time. At this moment, the Scarlet Judgment suddenly swung out when the evil eagle approached. A sword slashed into the air, and the evil eagle's body shattered at the same time. Illusion. I speculate this module is hegemony technology. Technology loading area. Sharp corners. Xuanji began to make calculations based on the combat data. Mo Li also felt the chill coming from his back, so he turned around and slashed with his sword. The surging energy hit a black object, which was then bounced back and returned to the evil vulture in the distance along a strange arc. Only then did Mo Li see clearly that the black object was actually the single wing on the other party's back. It's speculated that this module is hegemony technology. It also has the function of a floating cannon. Sure enough, as Xuanji finished speaking, the evil vulture swung out its single wing again. This time, Mo Li could see clearly that there were several small thrusters on the wing. Combined with the force of his throwing, the wing flew in front of him almost in an instant. Space fluctuations detected. Beware of jumps. Mo Li, who originally wanted to deflect it again, narrowed his eyes, and the output power of the Scarlet Judgment was pulled to the extreme, and the sword body instantly doubled in size. 102nd Jump Engine. 0.1 seconds after the distant jump started, the evil vulture that was about to jump saw Mo Li's Scarlet Judgment, which suddenly increased in energy level, and its pupils suddenly contracted. How did the other party know? The moment this thought flashed through his mind, his figure had disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of Mo Li. What he was facing was Mo Li wielding both Scarlet Judgment and a violent sword. There had never been a moment when the evil vulture felt that death was so close to him. The instinctive reaction opened the energy shield, and the moment the Scarlet Judgment fell on the shield, the energy level reading of the evil eagle mecha system instantly exploded. What the hell is this weapon? The evil eagle screamed. If this goes on, his shield won't last for many seconds. At the critical moment, teammate Qi Yang arrived and attacked from the side at high speed, forcing Mo Li to put away his sword and retreat. The evil vulture, who had escaped the disaster, looked at the scarlet lightsaber with lingering fear. Be careful, his weapon is very strange. Hegemonic technology. Qi Yang said decisively. This is definitely not an ordinary lightsaber. The evil vulture was scared to death just now. The Scarlet Judgment is indeed hegemonic technology, and it was specifically requested by Mo Li to be manufactured. Ever since he was forced to retire from the martial arts world in a virtual battle, Lee has had a knot in his heart. The performance of the mecha may not be good, and the level may be low, but the weapons must not be weak. The shame of not being able to break through the defense is still deeply rooted in his heart. It would be fine if the opponent was really too strong, but the opponent is obviously very weak. But he was able to kill him with a bunch of ineffective operations relying on the performance of his body. This was something Lee could not accept. Therefore, whether it is Blood Debt or Holy Light Judge, the power of the weapons is maximized. The Scarlet Judgment of the Holy Light Judge and the two floating cannons used several types of hegemonic technologies, almost emptying Jiang Yan's funds. In pursuit of weapon power, even the most important shield function was abandoned. The sword with full power almost scared the evil vulture to death. Qiyang frowned. This mecha's maneuverability and power are both exaggerated. Is it definitely a Star Ring class mecha? I don't know, but we can't be careless. The counselor was right to send the two of us. The evil vulture said fiercely, "Kill him. Let's go together." Although the evil eagle looks arrogant, he will become extremely serious when the opponent really makes him feel threatened. The two men attacked from the left and right, and the two floating cannons of the Holy Light Judge tried to lock onto them at the same time. The two were flying at a very fast speed, and because they were on guard, they were slow to lock onto the fire control like in the first wave. Every time they were about to lock onto the target, the two would either suddenly speed up, turn sharply, or climb at a high angle to avoid fire control. During the maneuver, Qiyang clenched his 5 fingers together, and his wrists turned into 2 hollow tubes. He placed his hands behind his back, and 2 streams of flame suddenly spurted out of the hollow tube. The powerful thrust acted on the body of the machine, and his speed increased greatly. Seeing this, the evil vulture that was lagging behind him took off the single wing on its back with one hand, swung it hard, and flew to Qiyang. With a flash of his body, he appeared directly at the single wing position and then threw again. At this time, they were already closer to Lee. Lee's speed was unmatched in the Sky Punishment level, but at the Star Ring level, it was still far behind. The two men approached quickly. The flames in Qiyang's hands went out, and his momentum paused. Then he aimed his hands at Lee. High-energy plasma detected. Before Xuanji could finish her reminder, Lee pulled the mecha upwards. The Scarlet Judgment slashed out from the air with a sword as if it had foresight, hitting the single wing thrown by the evil eagle just right. The evil vulture in the distance sneered, and the single wing that was bounced away flew a distance in space. Then the small thrusters stabilized its body, and then the light energy condensed. Lee was locked onto by the fire control almost instantly. Without having time to think about the unusually fast fire control lock, Lee turned his wings in front of him and fired a shot. The attack of the floating cannon hit the light energy cannon on the evil eagle's single wing with incredible precision, and energy exploded in the air. While the floating cannon was attacking, Lee was not idle either, because Qiyang had already attacked. 2 high-energy particle beams at his wrists condensed into a lightsaber-like existence. From bottom to top, the 2 swords crossed and slashed out. If could not get rid of the shield, Qiyang was confident that he could chop him into pieces. But if the shield is turned on, the high-energy plasma from his 2 swords will consume his energy crazily. But this sword had already been anticipated by Lee. While the floating cannon was blocking the attack of the evil vulture, Lee spun in the air to avoid the sword, and with the help of the rotating torque and the auxiliary thrusters on his legs, all the kinetic energy was integrated into it. Qiyang's pupils contracted. In this situation, others could only activate their shields, but his Flame Blade Tyrant had other options. A large amount of plasma suddenly emerged from various parts of the body, making Qiyang's whole body seem as if it was immersed in lava. Lee's whip kick successfully knocked it away, but the special coating on the leg of Holy Light Judgment also experienced a violent fluctuation and then became ineffective. The charred area on his legs forced Lee to stop thinking about chasing Qiyang. The opponent's mecha is a bit weird, and seems to have built-in counterattack capabilities. A flash of light and shadow appeared above his head, and the evil vulture appeared. He held a pair of scimitars in his hands, like a ghost emerging from the shadow, wanting to cut Lee's throat. At this moment, 2 floating cannons were embedded in Lee's hands, forming 2 huge blades. All engines started, and Lee forcibly dodged the evil eagle's knife. He thought he had successfully dodged it, but he didn't expect the evil eagle to flash again and get close to Lee again. The broken-winged apostle's ferocious face seemed to be mocking. This knife was unavoidable. Even if he activated the shield, it would be useless because behind him was the Flame Blade Tyrant, whose body was covered with high-energy plasma. Moreover, this mech's offensive performance is so high, so its defensive performance must be poor. It can withstand the flame blade tyrant's melting. When the evil eagle was thinking this, the holy light judge suddenly disappeared from the spot. Jump drive? A look of surprise flashed across their faces, and then they became alert. They did not have the powerful AI-assisted calculations like Xuanji, and were simply unable to calculate Mo Li's landing point through the fluctuations left over from the space jump. The next moment, Mo Li appeared behind the evil eagle, and the Scarlet Judgment rose up. Seeing this, Qiyang shouted angrily, "Be careful!" The evil vulture had already sensed the danger, and its body instantly overloaded to provide extreme kinetic energy to fly forward. Qiyang stretched out his hands without hesitation, and the plasma flashed with dazzling light, and countless energy bullets were fired out. The evil eagle thought he had escaped danger, but he didn't expect the alarm inside the machine locked by the fire control to sound frantically. He was shocked to realize that when Mo Li appeared, he didn't have the pair of floating cannons on him, but was holding the Scarlet Judgment. In the detection field of view, the pair of floating cannons merged into one at some point, and the faint light at the muzzle condensed into a beam, exploding with a loud bang. 103 hidden enemy. A lot of energy was consumed when the shield was open last time. Faced with this seemingly powerful attack, the evil eagle subconsciously chose to dodge. The azure energy of the single wing on its back flowed, instantly covering the entire body, and the evil vulture disappeared in an instant. At the same time, in the cockpit of Mo Li, who was fighting with Qiyang in the distance, a series of prompts quickly flashed on the screen. Space jump fluctuation detected. Calculating. The densely packed prompts filled up in less than 0.2 seconds, and then Mo Li's figure disappeared in Qiyang's astonished eyes. In the distance, the evil eagle emerged after completing its leap. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Qiyang's voice came from the channel. "Go? He's targeting you." The evil eagle was stunned and subconsciously wanted to activate the mecha, but found that his broken-winged apostle was heavier than ever before. No matter how he called, there was no response. There was a flash of white in front of him. The evil eagle looked up and just happened to see the white armor of the Holy Judge and the Scarlet Judgment inserted into his cockpit. When the evil vulture's question was destined to have no answer, and Qiyang was filled with horror because he watched Mo Li disappear and then appear almost simultaneously with the evil vulture. The time difference between the two is less than 0.2 seconds. Friends who often use the jump engine should know that every time the jump engine jumps, there will be a brief dizziness. The duration of this period is related to personal physique. Acquired training can also make the dizziness almost non-existent. But even at the star ring level, after training to the extreme, there will be such a moment of feeling, and the Holy Light Judge just now seemed to have taken advantage of this moment and blew up the cabin with a sword. In just a short moment, Qiyang collected a lot of information. For example, the lightsaber that easily blew up the vulture's cabin, the opponent's terrifying computing power that could predict the landing point of the jump, and the opponent's shield that was never activated from beginning to end. Thinking of this, Qiyang suddenly felt a surge of anger for no reason. Why? Why didn't he activate his shield? Even when I was suppressing him with the barrage, he didn't activate it. He just used his incredible mobility to dodge. In Qiyang's opinion, the other party was completely playing tricks on them. Look down on me. Good. Qiyang clenched his teeth and slowly increased the engine output power. The plasma on his body surface became more and more, and from a distance he looked like he was bathed in fire. Burst! With Qiyang's low shout, some plasma in the thrusters behind the engine reacted, and a huge flame exploded, providing Qiyang with an extremely powerful kinetic energy. With the help of thrusters, he quickly arrived in front of Mo Li and attacked with both swords. Burst! Nuclear fusion reaction detected. Fuck! Are you trying to do a nuclear explosion? Mo Li was shocked and jumped away without thinking. There was a flash of light behind him, and the flame blade tyrant, bathed in flames, had locked onto him again. At this time, Qiyang quickly entered an overload state, and his speed was ridiculously fast. Mo Li had just completed the jump, and he was about to catch up. This wasn't like Mo Li using Xuanji to calculate and predict the landing point. This was after seeing him appear. He forcibly used speed to close the gap. The Scarlet Judgment suddenly stretched out and entered an overloaded state. Mo Li did not give him a chance to get close and slashed across with a knife. Qiyang used both swords to block, and the light shone again. Rushing out from the flames of the explosion, Mo Li's body flashed with light, which was the special coating taking effect. The right leg is damaged by 13%. The alarm sounded, and the coating on the right leg that had just been broken was finally damaged by the explosion. Turning around, I saw Qi Yang rushing towards me silently, the plasma flowing from the two swords in his hands providing stable prerequisites for the nuclear explosion. Mo Li's eyes twitched, and he jumped again in panic, but this time the distance of the jump was obviously much shorter. Qi Yang curled his lips and asked, "How much energy do you have left for the jump?" Another nuclear explosion occurred, and Mo Li could only use the jump to pull away. Qi Yang chased him frantically, not giving Mo Li any chance to breathe. After several consecutive jumps, the distance became shorter and shorter, and Qi Yang's smile became even wider. His mecha has much more energy than a normal mecha because plasma energy is cheaper, so the overload mode is also longer than that of an ordinary mecha. In order to prevent the mecha from being damaged during long-term overload, his mecha is even equipped with a hegemonic technology that stabilizes the body. After jumping out again, the tail flame of Mo Li's body's thruster could be seen to be much weaker. Qi Yang's eyes lit up, and he no longer held back, and his speed suddenly increased again. Mo Li seemed to panic and retreated violently. "Run!" Qi Yang laughed sinisterly and approached Mo Li. The plasma, which was more violent than ever before, suddenly became more intense. The light flickered, and it seemed as if there was a new star in the universe. However, Qi Yang did not feel like he had hit anything solid. In the scanning system, Mo Li's figure appeared in the distance, and this distance made Qi Yang's pupils shrink subconsciously. This distance. Looking up, the tail flames of the Holy Light Judge's thrusters were blazing and the engine energy was surging. How could it look like it had no energy? I was kidding. How about the Galaxy Academy's treasured hegemonic technology, the energy convergence circuit? It consumes very little energy, right? Mo Li laughed, looked at the dim plasma on the surface of Qi Yang's body, and took a step forward. The figure disappeared from the spot, and Qi Yang subconsciously raised his two swords to block. The Scarlet Judgment slashed down with a fierce sword, and the original nuclear explosion did not occur. Instead, Qi Yang was forced to retreat. Mo Li flashed forward, the Scarlet Judgment dancing wildly in his hand, and Qi Yang could only passively defend himself. The alarm of low body energy started beeping, and Qi Yang finally panicked and requested a public channel connection. But Mo Li didn't care about him. Like an emotionless machine, he swung out Scarlet Judgment sword after sword, and every sword was fatal. The application for the public channel fell on deaf ears, and Qi Yang's heart sank to the bottom. He no longer had the energy to resist. He had just been overloaded for too long, and now facing Mo Li's violent attack, he was retreating step by step. In the end, no miracle happened. Qi Yang was blown to pieces by Mo Li's sword. After drawing out the Scarlet Judgment, Mo Li did not call Sebastian and the others to clean up the battlefield, but spoke directly in the public channel. "Have you seen enough after watching for so long?" After a few seconds of silence, a spaceship slowly emerged from the distant void. On top of the spaceship, a mecha was sitting on it with one hand on his knee. Echoes of mad laughter. "Batter, can you actually find me?" Batter's voice came out. "You are quite good. You were able to kill them all." The other party's tone made Mo Li a little impatient. "Why are you pretending to fight? Come on." "Huh. Boy, you're funny." Batter laughed and said, "I can't wait to hear your screams." Number 104 White Rainbow Singularity Gun. Batter looked at Mo Li and became more and more interested. He met many geniuses, but in the end, these so-called geniuses all died under his torture. Batter's greatest pleasure was to torture these so-called geniuses. He particularly enjoyed their arrogance at the beginning and their crying and begging for mercy after being defeated. He likes this contrast. And at present, Mo Li's arrogance and confidence are even stronger than those geniuses he has defeated in the past. For this kind of person, the contrast after defeating him should be even greater. Thinking of this, Batter couldn't wait any longer. He pushed hard on the spaceship, and the whole spaceship moved back a little. Then he rushed out, and the thrusters were turned on the way, and the speed increased rapidly. Mo Li raised his eyebrows at the opponent's acceleration. Judging from this speed, it was obviously faster than most star ring level ones. The distance between the two sides was not far, and it was a flash. Batter's weapon was a pair of spikes, which seemed to be connected to his arms. His left arm and right arm were black and white, giving people a very strange feeling. Batter rarely uses long-range offensive means. In his opinion, using double spears to leave holes on these people is the most exciting thing. Batter was very fast, and before Mo Li could even lock onto the fire control, he had already rushed in front of him. Mo Li raised the Scarlet Judgment to block the double stab, and the floating cannon on his back was activated at the same time. But Batter in front of him was like a nimble swallow, dodging Mo Lee's two floating cannon attacks with a flash of his body. It's too slow. Batter suddenly sneered. You can't fight me at this speed. You weren't overloaded just now, were you? He raised his hand with two cross spears to block Mo Lee's sword, and then Batter pushed him away. A strong black light appeared on the black spikes and stabbed straight forward. Special nanoclusters and special energy fields detected. Don't take it head on. When Mo Lee heard Xianji's warning, he could have put away his sword to resist, but he immediately suppressed his instinct, then used the auxiliary thrusters to turn and retreated rapidly. Batter was a little surprised that the stab missed, but he quickly adjusted himself and approached Mo Lee again. It seems you are familiar with my weapons. His black-spiked entropy erosion molecular dissociation blade is equipped with a highly advanced special energy field that can induce accelerated entropy increase or directional molecular dissociation in the target substance. Forcibly breaking the molecular bonds of a substance causes its structure to collapse and disintegrate instantly, manifesting as an extremely severe and irresistible corrosion effect. Just now, whether Mo Lee activated the shield or used the Scarlet Judgment to resist, he would be corroded instantly. Unexpectedly, he noticed something was wrong the first time he came into contact with him. Before this, every enemy who faced him for the first time suffered a great loss because of this. However, it was this keen combat intuition that made Batter even more excited. Great, you're really amazing. Batter rushed forward with a sinister grin and stabbed again and again, forcing Mo Lee to dodge continuously. This kind of weapon that can ignore shields and armor can give too much advantage in battle. Even Mo Lee has no better way to deal with it. The continuous attacks were constantly dodged, and Batter's laughter kept coming like a mental attack. So Mo Lee simply closed the public channel. Batter didn't know that Chi-Chi had already shut himself up, and he continued to grin. What's wrong? What's wrong? Where's that arrogant look from just now? Mo Lee retreated again and again, and Batter could see that his body movements were not simple at this time. You have to know that his mecha is one level ahead of Mo Lee, and there is a huge gap between them, the star ring level. The speed of the two is completely not at the same level. Logically speaking, Mo Lee has no way to dodge. However, every time he attacked, Batter always had the feeling that his offensive moves had been seen through. Mo Lee completely relied on his terrifying predictive ability to avoid Batter's attacks. You really surprise me more and more. After stabbing into the air again, Batter suddenly swung out the white spikes that had been useless. Gravitational field distortion effect detected. Mo Lee's pupils shrank. The fucking gravitational weapons are here. This time, he really couldn't hold back. As the Holy Light Judge thought about it, the engine began to overload, and the powerful energy continued to flow to the transmission system throughout the body. At this moment, a faint white light could be seen on the surface of the Holy Light Judge's body. That was the light that appeared after the energy dissipated. Boom. 6 thick tail flames suddenly burst out, and Mo Lee's speed instantly increased by more than double, and he distanced himself from Batter. At this time, Batter's white spikes fell into the air. There is a translucent energy core at the back of the white spike, and a ball of pearly white energy can be vaguely seen flowing slowly inside. The moment the spike is thrust out, the brightness increases sharply, emitting a dazzling pearly light. Xuanji's alert is raised to the highest level. Strong gravitational distortion field detected. In the space in front of and around Batter, light began to bend violently, and the nearby space was stretched, twisted, and torn apart, just like observing an object through a high-temperature heat wave, but the effect was 100 times stronger. The starry sky near him turned into grotesque, constantly changing abstract lines and blocks of color. Then, these spaces paused. Boom. There seemed to be a slight sound, and spiderweb-like cracks instantly spread all over the space, and then shattered like glass. A violent tin-colored torrent appeared, and Batter's attack actually created the dimensional space. Very alert. Batter sneered. You can actually detect my white rainbow singularity gun. After putting away the Baihong singularity gun and losing the continuous energy supply, the dimensional space quickly shrank and gathered, turning into a normal space. Mo Lee in the distance frowned. Batter's two weapons were more exaggerated than the other, and the energy they consumed was also terrifying. At least the ordinary Star Ring class machine could not supply it. This is probably a singularity level mecha. It's definitely singularity level. Only singularity-level pilots can successfully connect to this level of empathy. Xuanji compared the collected information and came to a conclusion. Gravity weapons. Mo Lee stared at Batter's white rainbow singularity gun. This kind of weapon had existed in the Flame Dragon Empire before, but its energy consumption was very huge. Only special machines or huge warships could provide the energy it needed. When Batter saw that Mo Lee was overloaded, he had no intention of avoiding his attack, but started the engine and attacked. Now Mo Lee really didn't even dare to touch it. Being casually touched by these two weapons was no joke. Retreating violently once more, Mo Lee began using the fire control system to try to lock onto him and supply him. However, as a close combat enthusiast, Batter was already very familiar with dodging various fire control methods. Wait, is this a prediction? Seeing a thick beam of light coming towards him, Batter's pupils shrank. Chapter 105, Divine Machine, 10 Directions of Silence. He thrust out the white rainbow singularity gun almost without hesitation, and the space in front of him instantly twisted. After the beam of light entered this space, it also twisted and disintegrated. Ha! That makes me so happy. The threat of death did not frighten him, but made him even more excited. The moment the 10-colored torrent appeared, he continued to rush towards Mo Lee. The floating cannon beside Mo Lee disassembled and returned to his back. This person's gravity weapon could not only be used for attack, but also for exaggerated defense, making Mo Lee feel like he had no idea where to start. Seeing Batter attacking again, Mo Lee had no time to think and continued to retreat. Originally, it was Mo Lee who was overloaded, but after this fight, it was Batter who lost his patience. Is all you know how to do is hide? Resist. Resist me. Batter roared angrily, and several micro-thrusters on his arms opened at the same time, making the attack much faster. At this speed, the Holy Light Judge's body reaction speed could no longer keep up. Mo Lee was forced to use the jump engine and disappeared on the spot in one step. Seeing this, Batter stabbed the white rainbow singularity gun into the void, and the gravitational field twisted again, and Mo Lee, who was in the transition, was forced out. I got you. Batter rushed forward with a sinister smile and stabbed out fiercely with the entropic molecular dissociation blade in his hand. He seemed to see the holes that appeared on the body of the Holy Light Judge after this attack. But what happened next surprised him. It was unknown when the Scarlet Judgment had been retracted and the wings of the floating cannon were embedded behind him. After Mo Lee dodged the stab sideways, he punched out with incredible precision, hitting the end of the white rainbow singularity gun. Then Mo Lee approached Batter, and in his shocked eyes, he dropped his elbow and hit the joint of the entropic molecular dissociation blade. Batter subconsciously mobilized the white rainbow singularity gun and found that at this moment, the weapon had no reaction at all, and then he was punched by Mo Lee in the shoulder socket again. This seems to be just the beginning. In the following time, Batter found that there was a slight delay in every command he gave to the Mecha. It was this delay that allowed Mo Lee to dodge his attacks with incredible accuracy every time and counterattack quickly. However, the most critical white rainbow singularity gun was not used even once. This gravitational weapon was closely watched by Mo Lee and was interrupted every time before it was activated, which made Batter extremely frustrated. Every time the usable entropic molecular dissociation blade attacked, there was a delay, and Mo Lee easily dodged it. This feeling of being played with a monkey successfully ignited Batter's anger. You succeeded in irritating me. Is this the method of the combat armor? Unfortunately, it will take another 2 years for you to use the kinetic energy of your mecha to shake my body. Batter grinned. When your overload is complete, it will be your death. Mo Lee couldn't hear what he said at all. The reaction speed and attack energy level of the machine under overload were improved to a higher level, which could indeed successfully shake his transmission system. However, Batter's health bar in front of him seemed a bit thick. After continuous attacks, Batter's counterattack strength was almost the same every time. Bad memories flooded into Mo Lee's mind, and his expression gradually became ugly. He's been chattering in the channel all the time. Xuanji reminded. Ignore him. Mo Lee frowned and continued to attack. His fists, feet, elbows, and knees all became his weapons. The Holy Light Judge had specially strengthened these parts when it was first designed. Although it was not as good as the combat armor of the same level, under Mo Lee's dense attack, its lethality was even greater. But these attacks were like tickling when they landed on Batter. From the beginning of the attack until now, Mo Lee had not seen any feedback from Batter that his attacks were effective. Mo Lee's expression darkened as memories of the long dead came flooding back. After kicking him out, Mo Lee did not continue to chase him, but stopped where he was. Batter was already confident of victory. After seeing Mo Lee stop and the tail flame of the mecha quickly becoming smaller, he knew that his overload time was over. Have you stopped yet? From now on, it's my turn. Batter grinned. At this time, Mo Lee opened the public channel. You reminded me of some really bad things. Batter didn't know what he meant. Don't worry, you will never forget what happens next. The long-term overload of the holy light judge almost consumed all the energy in the mecha, and the energy of the mecha also became dim. Your singularity class, right? You only see it now? But it's too late. Batter laughed wildly, his voice echoing in the channel. You are very strong. If this mecha had better performance, perhaps I wouldn't be able to withstand the attack. What a pity. This mecha is too weak. So, I hate those of you who are high level and only rely on the performance of your mechas to fight. Besides, what are you so crazy about? Mo Lee's voice suddenly turned cold. Is it because your mecha level is high? Ha ha ha. Batter thought Li Chia had collapsed and laughed wildly. Yeah, a high-level mecha means you can do whatever you want. Why become stronger? Isn't it to bully the weak? As Batter laughed wildly, red light was flashing wildly inside the mecha. Warning. Abnormal dimensional fluctuations detected. Warning. Unknown space turbulence detected. Warning. Ultra-high energy level reaction detected. Please retreat immediately. Warning. Space particle fluctuations detected. A series of warnings instantly flashed across the screen. Batter turned his head in horror. The space not far away seemed to become solid, and then it was covered with cracks like a mirror dropped to the ground. The next moment, the void collapsed, and what followed was not the tin-colored torrent of the dimension, but a retracted fist. The scarlet alarm made Batter's heart beat wildly. His mecha AI level was very high and could identify the current threat, but now the AI's warning was still constantly flashing on the screen. The cracked void seemed to be healing quickly, but the next moment, a pair of mechanical arms suddenly stretched out and grabbed the void on both sides. Batter seemed to see energy flowing on the mechanical hands. Then, the void was torn apart like a rag, and Batter saw a mecha. Shifengji, battle-damaged state. Everyone thinks they can do whatever they want just because their mechs are at a high level, as if theirs is the only mech with a high level. The holy light judge's body flashed with blue light, and Mo instantly disappeared inside the body. The moment the mecha appeared, Batter felt as if his soul was frozen, and the only remaining instinct urged him to flee immediately. The dimensional engine started up, and Batter's figure became blurred. But the next moment, the mecha in the distance disappeared instantly, and then Batter felt as if he had been hit hard, and the starry sky next to him kept retreating at high speed. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the mecha had strangled his throat and was flying at high speed without him knowing when. Chapter 106. Crushing. Batter's pupils contracted. He raised the white rainbow singularity gun and stabbed it out fiercely, and the space suddenly solidified. His eyes lit up. Ha ha ha. The next moment, the space shattered, and the expected scene of the mecha shattering did not appear. Instead, it appeared in front of him along with the tin-colored torrent in the dimension. How is that possible? Batter exclaimed. Why doesn't the gravitational field's collapse of space affect you? Mo said nothing, grabbed his neck, and lifted him up. Batter struggled, and the entropic molecular dissociation blade stabbed towards Shifengji's arm fiercely. Bite. Mo didn't even open the shield. Batter's entropic molecular dissociation blade fell on it and kept vibrating, but it didn't affect Shifengji's armor at all. Do you feel it? The crushing pressure from the mecha level. Mo spoke in a cold voice. Batter's expression suddenly changed. The entropic molecular dissociation blade and the rainbow singularity gun were his most proud weapons. With these two weapons, even the mechas of the same singularity level would be timid when facing him. Ever since he got this mecha, he has never encountered a mecha that is completely unafraid of these two weapons. When what he was most confident in was ruthlessly shattered, all that was left for Batter was fear. What is this? Is this a Goeishu-class mecha? Impossible. The Federation only has a few Goeishu-class mechas. It can't be you. Why not? Mo curled his lips. Can't you accept the being stronger than you? No, it can't be you. Batter's heart was filled with fear at this moment. His weapon was ineffective, and Shifengji's grip on his hand made it impossible for him to break free. This feeling of despair made his proud heart collapse completely in half a second. Is it impossible? Mo laughed. There are so many things you don't know. After saying that, Shifengji clenched his other hand into a fist, bent his elbow, and pulled it behind him, aiming it at Batter's cockpit. It was like a flash of phantom, as if a frame of a movie was taken away, and when I looked again, Shifengji's fist was already on Batter's cockpit. When Batter saw his posture, he was ready to die, but in the blink of an eye, he saw the fist stop in front of him. The ecstasy of surviving the disaster surged in his heart. Although he didn't know why Mo let him go, as long as he could survive, there was still hope. Just as he was about to say something, Batter was shocked to see the prompt from the shipborne AI. Warning, the empathy system has been disconnected. Warning, the host's life signs have disappeared. The body's energy supply is disconnected, and it is about to enter sleep mode. Why is it disconnected? I'm not. The moment he felt doubtful, Batter's body suddenly lost all support and collapsed. The body wrapped in combat uniform seemed to be wrapped in a ball of liquid at this moment, lying on the floor of the cockpit. Mo Lee Sung's crazy laughter echoed, and the machine just floated quietly in the space. With a flash of blue light, Mo Lee returned to the holy light judge, which had very little energy left. Shifeng Ji turned around and smashed the void in front of him with a punch, then stepped into the dimensional turbulence and disappeared. Driving the holy light judge, Mo Lee came to the front of the echo of mad laughter and disconnected the empathy connection. Mo Lee rubbed his hands in the cockpit. I used up a lot of Shifeng Ji's energy this time. I hope this mecha can make me back my investment. The hatch was opened, and Mo Lee, wearing his combat uniform, entered space and came to the hatch where the crazy laughter echoed. With one hand pressing on its sensor, Xuanji quickly entered the mecha system and the hatch opened. After entering, Mo Lee first picked up the pile of combat uniforms on the ground and threw them away, and then sat in the driver's seat. Empathic connection. Russ Starfield. Ever since Mo Lee attacked, Sebastian and the others had been feeling uneasy. The detector could not detect the images over there, but judging from the energy levels transmitted back, there were actually 2 suspected Star Ring class mechas there. Sebastian's face changed immediately, but they only had a few Sky Punishment class mechas, and wanting to join a battle of that level was no different from committing suicide. Not only will he be unable to help, but he will also become a hostage, restricting Mo Lee's actions. They could only suppress their worries and choose to believe Mo Lee. While waiting anxiously, they finally saw the energy level reactions of the 2-star Ring class mechas disappear, and everyone cheered. Even Sebastian, who was usually calm, had his pupils trembling. Compared with other space pirates, he knew more clearly what 2-star Ring class mechas meant. To put it bluntly, they were no longer something the fleet could handle. If placed on a planet, it would be a complete planet destroyer. The biggest difference between the Star Ring class and the Sky Punishment class is that they can use antimatter weapons. They are absolute war meat grinders. On various large battlefields, the appearance of each Star Ring class mecha can influence the battle situation of one side. All the Star Ring class were killed. Mr. Mo is invincible. That's amazing. As everyone cheered, the energy level detector suddenly screamed. Ultra-high energy level reaction detected. Unidentified body detected. Energy level, singularity level. Singularity class mecha detected. Advise taking cover immediately. The alarm made everyone stunned, and Sebastian also had an expression of disbelief. The congressman would actually send out singularity class mechas just for a chaotic star field? His face changed drastically. The Star Ring level Mo Lee still had the strength to fight, but he must have won with the help of the overloaded mecha. If he faced the singularity level mecha at this time, he would be doomed to death. Sebastian panicked, but fortunately the energy level of Mo Lee's mecha in the detector was always there, which allowed him to calm down a little. But after the 2 mechas collided and the energy level readings jumped wildly, Sebastian could no longer remain calm. The target of several congressmen is the Chaos Star Field. Sebastian can't care about that at this time. He wants to connect with Congressman Meng Yang and Tackle to seek opportunities. When the Singularity class mecha appears, no matter how strong Mo Lee is, he is no match, because there is an insurmountable gap between the 2 sides in terms of mecha performance. But what made Sebastian's heart sink was that Meng Yang didn't answer the call at all, and the same was true for Tackle. The readings of energy level collisions in the distance caused the instruments projected by the detector to flash continuously like waves, and made everyone's hearts extremely heavy. The Sky Punishment class versus the Singularity class, they really don't know how to win. The councilman couldn't find it, so Sebastian glanced at everyone with a determined look in his eyes. I'm going to go find that Singularity class mecha. Boss, you're crazy, someone exclaimed. If you go over there, the aftermath of the Singularity class weapon will tear you apart. No. Sebastian looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, Mr. Mo is fighting for us, but now the Singularity class mechas have arrived. This is beyond our ability to fight. The only way is to surrender. If my life can be exchanged for Mr. Mo Lee's life, then I won't hesitate. Thank you to the great master Mo I-Ching Shan Xian for the certification and the explosive update. I won't say much more, there will be 4 updates tomorrow. Chapter 107, Panic Qinyao. After saying that, Sebastian stopped talking and turned to head towards the mecha hangar. But not long after he left, he was urgently contacted and asked to stop. Boss, there are abnormal energy level fluctuations. The detector is broken. What? Sebastian was shocked. Among all kinds of detection equipment, energy level detection equipment is the least likely to be damaged. How could it suddenly go wrong in such a battle? The battle situation in the distance became more confusing, and Sebastian became even more worried. At the same time, some bad thoughts arose in my heart. There are several normal situations for the energy level detector to be damaged. One is that the detector is affected and damaged by a range attack. The other is that an ultra-high energy level suddenly appears, causing the detector reading to exceed the limit. At present, Sebastian thinks the second one is the most likely. After all, it is a singularity-class mecha, so it is not surprising that it has any special weapons. No, I have to go and see. Sebastian got on his repaired mecha, started the engine, and rushed out into space. Seeing this, Lao Chi Demang and others behind him could only grit their teeth and fly out. Several mechas left one after another, and the remaining people became worried. It was really scary when the energy level reader suddenly exploded just now. Sebastian and the others flew over at full speed. According to the original position of the energy level detector, they adjusted their direction and flew at full speed. However, as they got closer, they felt something was wrong. Logically speaking, ultra-high energy level reactions should trigger very strong light. But for some reason the star field here is surprisingly quiet, and no light can be seen at all. As they got closer, they finally saw the situation over there. First, there were two mechas floating in the air without any movement. After several people confirmed that they were not Mo Lee's mechas, they stared blankly at the wounds on the others' cockpits. They were already sure that these were the two Star Ring-class mechas. The Star Ring-class mecha is suspended in space. If any of them came to their chaotic star field, they could become the uncrowned king, but now they are like space junk. Everyone watched all this in silence, and at the same time, a little hope arose in their hearts. After all, defeating two Star Ring-class mechas is almost a miracle. But after passing by, what they saw was the holy light judge whose engine had lost power, and the echo of crazy laughter flying around at high speed beside it. Several people's faces turned pale instantly, and they were terrified by the flying speed. It was far beyond the level of heavenly punishment. From a distance, they could only see a black dot rushing at high speed. It's over. Demang's face was miserable. Mr. Emoli. Sebastian's face turned grim as he applied to connect to the public channel with the mecha. The invisible frequency band was emitted, and the other party actually chose to connect. Hey, Sebastian, you guys are here. Sebastian was preparing to speak in his heart, thinking that he would at least collect Mo Lee's body, but when he heard his voice, he was dumbfounded. At this moment, even with Sebastian's experience and knowledge, his brain was a little confused. At this moment, countless possibilities flashed through Sebastian's mind, but none of them could reasonably explain the current situation. As for Demang, Lao Chi, and Lao Cheng, they were in a state of confusion at this moment. It was so fierce that two Star Ring class and one Singularity class mechas were taken down. This. Sebastian didn't come back to his senses for a long time. You guys are here just in time. Help me drag these mechas back. Emoli was just worried about his bad luck and was about to go back to call them, but now it happened that several people except Sebastian were each assigned to tow one back. On the way back, Demang and his companions never expected this result. The dragging mecha made them feel like they were in a dream. No, Damong, have we died and returned to the embrace of our home planet? Old Seven asked uncertainly. You asked me. Demang scratched his head. Lao Chi was stunned, and then he thought there must be something wrong with his brain for asking Damong. As for Emoli, it was only after he became familiar with the crazy laughing Echo mecha, and Xianji cracked the system that he realized that this mecha was a bit extreme. Almost all functions are concentrated on those two weapons. The same goes for the internal system. The energy circuit and core engine of the entire mecha are almost all serving these two weapons. Compared to the other mechas that Xianji found in the information, this mecha is quite specialized. But the result of this bias is extreme lethality. Just the ability of the Rainbow Singularity Gun to create a gravitational field and shatter the void is enough to ignore the shield and kill most mechas. Any mecha fighting against him will be torn apart along with the space once it is hit. The entropic molecular dissociation blade is not simple either. If it weren't for the special material of Shifangji, it would probably not be able to withstand the decomposition power of this weapon. But no matter what, this is also a Singularity-class mecha. It will definitely sell for a good price. Xianji said happily. That's not right. Emoli shook his head. I can pilot this mecha. If I use it to fight other Star Ring class and Singularity class mechas, it's a sure win. The Star Ring and Singularity levels aren't cabbages. Emoli frowned. It was indeed true. This time, It was because he angered 2 congressmen that he forced out a Singularity-class mecha. No one knew what would happen next. Let's wait and see. If someone offers me a price I can't refuse, that's fine. When Mo Lee and his men were pulling the spoils back to Rust Star, the 2 parliamentarians also received information about the battle. Chen Yao almost jumped up from his chair, and the shock in his eyes could not be concealed. How is it possible? Batter was killed. Now Chen Yao really couldn't sit still anymore. He paced back and forth, his face gradually becoming terrified. Only he himself knows how his counselor came about, and Batter was also given by the other party. Currently, he only has 2 Singularity-class pilots, and now one of them is dead, which is equivalent to losing an arm. And Batter's pair of weapons are also very useful. At this time, Chen Yao was completely confused. Batter's death not only meant that he would be liquidated, but also meant that he was no longer able to cause trouble in the chaotic star field that could kill Singularity-level pilots. The remaining Singularity-class pilot cannot guarantee victory over Batter. If he is sent in without knowing the opponent's strength, he will most likely be killed. When Chen Yao was anxiously thinking about what to do, a call suddenly came in. The communication that could come in without his consent. Thinking of this, Chen Yao trembled all over. My hands were shaking as I opened the communication, and a voice of suppressed anger came from the other end. What happened? The permissions of the Batter Mecha system have been changed. Chen Yao's face turned pale instantly. Some Mecha systems of the Sky Punishment and Star Ring levels require special permissions to be activated, and normally they cannot be invaded. 108. Different reactions. As for the changes to the Mecha system permissions, apart from the pilot's active opening, the rest are caused by someone invading using brute force. If that moment really comes, the pilot's fate can be imagined. It is now obvious that Batter is gone, and the mecha naturally no longer exists. Even if the person on the opposite side lost a Singularity-level pilot and a mecha, he would suffer for a long time. I sent him to the Chaos Star region. There's a very powerful force hidden there. Chen Yao said stubbornly. That's where we lost contact with Batter. I suspect they also have Singularity-class pilots. The other party was silent, but Chen Yao felt an invisible pressure falling on him. Batter might not be dead yet. They probably don't have the guts to kill a Singularity-class pilot. Maybe they just imprisoned him. Chen Yao only felt that his current thinking was very good, and he spoke incessantly. The goal of the group in the Chaos Star region is the citizenship of the Federation. Victor, the leader, is well aware of our power. If they really kill Batter, there will be no turning back. The other party seemed to be persuaded, without saying a word, as if he was thinking about the possibility of the matter. If it was just a mecha loss, it would be fine, because mechas can be built after all, but if it was a pilot, then it would be a huge loss. To train a Singularity-level pilot, it is not enough to have resources, talent, luck, etc. are all indispensable. Now that he was defeated in such an unclear manner, even he would be furious. As for Chen Yao, he even wanted to kill Chen Yao. The truth had better be as you said. I need 3 days to understand the whole story. Chen Yao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He didn't care about anything else at this moment and hurried to find someone. Help me contact the Chaos Star region. On Counselor Meng Yang's side, the loss of 2 Star Ring level weapons also made her feel very painful. The Star Ring class was defeated? The joints of Meng Yang's hand holding the cup were clearly visible, and it was obvious that she was not at peace inside. The 2 Star Ring class pilots sent this time could easily overturn an entire star field with a little effort, but they died silently in the chaotic star field. Meng Yang has many pilots under her command, but most of them are distributed in various star fields. The loss of 2 Star Ring level pilots also made her extremely painful. After the death of these 2 pilots, it became difficult for her to carry out activities near the Belle star field. Emoli. Meng Yang lowered her eyes. You're fine. Your Excellency, Counselor, what should we do in the Belle star region now? Meng Yang gave the man next to him a cold look. 2 Star Ring class pilots can't defeat him, and now we can't even spare any Singularity class pilots. What do you say we should do? The man broke out in a cold sweat instantly and wanted to slap himself. Now he was in a dilemma, and nothing he said would be right. Of course I won't let Emoli go, Meng Yang said coldly, but the Federal College League is about to begin, and I need to attend. When I can get a Singularity class pilot. As she was speaking, a message suddenly came from the Star Network. When she opened it, a look of astonishment appeared on her face. What? Batter was defeated. Meng Yang's face was full of astonishment. She could accept that her 2 Star Ring class pilots were defeated, but it was a bit unreasonable that the Singularity class pilots were also lost there. The death of a Singularity class pilot is bound to be big news, but it is difficult to spread the news in a place like the chaotic star field, so it is not widely disseminated. Meng Yang got this news because she was preparing to take over the Chaos Star domain recently and was keeping a close eye on the news in this regard. Who spread the news? Is it reliable? Meng Yang asked hurriedly. 9 out of 10. Chen Yao is already in chaos. Meng Yang frowned in thought. Batter is a Singularity class pilot. The gap between Singularity class and Star Ring class is huge. How did Batter lose? Is there someone else behind Victor? This is really troublesome. She needs to re-estimate the price to pay for taking over the chaotic star field. There can't be anyone else. Meng Yang thought for a moment, and then suddenly shook her head. If there really was someone else, the other party would not have asked him to cooperate. Moreover, when Victor killed her people, he really wanted to die. No matter what, in the eyes of Chun Yao and Meng Yang, the chaotic star field is already linked to the Singularity level pilots. Could it be that Xinghe Academy took action? Meng Yang's mind was in a mess at this moment. Was it really necessary for the several Singularity-level pilots from the Galaxy Academy to travel thousands of miles to the Belle Star region just to take over this chaotic star region? It's absolutely impossible. The value of the Chaos Star domain lies in raising goo from Meng Yang, in underground transactions for Chen Yao, and is completely useless to a force like the Galaxy Academy. What's more, it is very difficult for them to manage it because the distance is so far. If they really have the energy, they can just buy a star field themselves. The more Meng Yang thought about it, the more he felt that the chaotic star field was full of weirdness. She didn't even know what Mo Li and the others' purpose was or what they wanted. But it is impossible to let them go. Meng Yang silently kept this matter in mind. At this time in the chaotic star field, Sebastian had just returned to the space station when he received a call from Chen Yao. It was not too easy for Chen Yao to communicate with him. Sebastian connected to the star network and came to the window of a high-altitude restaurant with a beautiful view. There are only 2 booths here, and Chen Yao is in one of them. Seeing Sebastian appear, Chen Yao said expressionlessly, "Sit down." "No need, just tell me what you want to say." Sebastian had no desire to negotiate. Seeing this, Chen Yao stopped beating around the bush. He was under a lot of pressure right now. "Make some conditions. I didn't defeat him, and he was the one who saved the Chaos Star region. I'm not qualified to negotiate with you on his behalf." What Sebastian said was what he was thinking in his heart, but to Chen Yao, it just sounded like a delaying tactic of shirking responsibility and passing the buck. "What do you want? The weight of a Singularity-class pilot is not something you can bear. Let him go now, and I will forgive you." Chen Yao stood up with his hands on the table, leaned forward slightly, and said while staring into Sebastian's eyes. Sebastian suddenly smiled. "If I could, I would like to kill you." Chen Yao's face darkened completely. "Don't think that you can become the king of the mountain just by defeating Batter." The matter of the Chaos Star region was mentioned at the parliamentary meeting a few years ago. The reason it hasn't been resolved is simply because no one has taken the lead. The next parliamentary meeting will be in 5 months. I'll bring it up then. Do you think you can hold off the entire Federation? Sebastian's face changed slightly. This was what he was most worried about. After all, the Chaos Star region was the lair of star pirates. The 109th has been killed. If the Federation really chooses to send troops to wipe out the pirates in the chaotic star field, then even if Mo Li has the strength to kill a Singularity-level pilot, he will not be able to resist. Because when it reaches that level, it is already a situation where an interstellar war will break out. No matter how strong Mo Li is, he can only carry out the decapitation tactic, and then he will become a direct enemy of the Federation. But Sebastian was only confused for a moment, and soon came to his senses and said coldly, "I think after waiting 5 months, you might be crushed to death by the person behind you." Chen Yao's expression changed instantly. He didn't expect that Sebastian actually knew so much information. "You are not the only ones eyeing the Chaos Star region. If you really want to start a war here, your deal will be exposed." At this time, Chen Yao's heart sank to the bottom because he found that he seemed unable to control Sebastian. It is obvious that Sebastian in front of him is just an ordinary person who can't even reach the fortress level. He just has a strong body, but what's the use? Any set of power armor can reach his level. But unfortunately, this person, whose status is completely different from his, is not only not afraid of him, but even wants to step on him. Wu Ming's anger rose, but it quickly subsided because he had bigger problems to deal with. "Hand over Batter. You can ask for any conditions you want." Sebastian was moved when he heard this, but he still didn't agree on the surface. "I said, I can't make the decision." After saying that, Sebastian directly logged out of the star network. Taking a deep breath, he found Mo Li at the spaceport. Mo Li was arranging for Cole to store the 3 mechas. "Mr. Mo." Sebastian came over and told him about his recent contact with Chen Yao. "Judging from these mechas, I'm afraid all 3 pilots have been killed." "Batter." Mo Li scratched his head. Is he the one who likes to use mental attacks? Yes, the echo of laughter, batter. The others were confused, but Sebastian was able to follow Mo Lee's train of thought. The origins of these three mechas are not difficult to guess. They were all powerful figures who were once famous, but later faded out of the public eye. You can find their information with a little research. You're talking about him. Mo Lee suddenly realized. He's been thrown into outer space. He's just fighting, and he's been laughing all the time. What a psychopath. Thinking of Batter, Molly still felt quite disgusted, but the others were stunned. Batter, a Singularity-class pilot, was thrown into outer space just like that? As for the other two, they had already seen their bodies inside the mecha. Lao Chen was a little anxious. They can accept the loss of a Singularity-class mecha, but they can't afford the loss of a pilot. The combat suit can only survive in space for a short time. Otherwise, we should. No, I'll throw it away after I kill it. Seeing everyone's stunned looks, Mo Lee said innocently, "You don't think I'm strong enough to capture a Singularity-level pilot alive, do you?" Upon hearing this, several people's mouths twitched. They clearly saw that the body of the crazy laughter echo was intact. Even if we could release Batter, they wouldn't let it go. Sebastian looked at everyone's expressions and shook his head. On the contrary, Batter's death can deter them. Now they dare not send fleets and mechas over in the short term. Sebastian looked around at the crowd, and there were many people who had supported him over the years. But he knew he was going to break his promise. "Everyone," Sebastian said after taking a deep breath, "the council members won't let us go." As he said this, Sebastian, who had always stood straight, seemed to bend his back a little. Mo Lee watched from the side, and only at this moment did Sebastian realize that the other party was really old. I've been dealing with them for many years. The people in front of him were silent, but he could feel an invisible pressure. At this time, they remembered that Sebastian was not a powerful pilot like Mo Lee, nor did he have tremendous power like the congressman. He was just an ordinary person. Ordinary people struggling to survive in the cracks. Mr. Mo can't protect us forever. Sebastian looked at the silent crowd. He had been traveling around for years, and the more he got to know the congressman, the more desperate he became. After Mo Lee killed the three pilots, he realized how ridiculous their attempt to fight against the parliamentarians was. These few pilots alone are enough to subvert the entire chaotic star field, and it is impossible for Mo Lee to stay in such a remote place for the rest of his life. Supplies are scarce, and we have to be wary of the pilots sent by the counselors. Sebastian knew that he couldn't drag Mo Lee down any longer. At this thought, his eyes flashed with determination. Crimson Star Scar should be disbanded. While Mr. Mo is trying to intimidate them, we can safely leave the chaotic star field. Boss, what? We just reorganized. Even if I leave, I'll just be a street rat back in the star field. Everyone started talking, and Sebastian felt a dull pain in his heart as he watched them. They were all sex slaves captured by the pirates, and they had been hiding among the pirates during the time he was away. Now that I'm back, I can finally live a normal life, but in just a few days I've returned to my old self. Everyone was obviously resistant. I don't want to go back to the way things were. If I really have no choice, I would rather die. I'm really fed up with this kind of life. I was alive before because Boss Victor left us a little hope, so I was able to persevere. Because I know that the boss will come back one day and help everyone fulfill their wishes. Some people have red eyes. Boss, are you really going to give up? Are you going to let go of Boss Ariel's revenge? I will never forget the kindness that Boss Ariel has shown me. The people left in Crimson Star Scar today are basically those who stayed behind to lie dormant. Their feelings for Crimson Star Scar were deeper and stronger. Mo Lee stood aside, wanting to say something but stopping himself. The main reason was that the atmosphere they created was too strong, making him feel like whatever he said would spoil the mood. But seeing how pessimistic they were, Mo Lee really couldn't help it. Wait a minute. Everyone turned to look at him. Everything you said is based on the assumption that the MPs will continue to retaliate. But look at it now. Batter just died, right? He's not some unknown person, right? Sebastian pondered for a moment. Batter is very strong and has a fierce reputation outside. That's right. Even he died here, so others probably wouldn't dare to come here. In a short time, Sebastian could still see it clearly. What about putting my name out there? A super pilot who killed Batter and 2 Star Ring class pilots. Is this name enough? Mo Lee said with a smile. 110th campaign plan. This. Sebastian didn't know what to say. His heart was heavy at this moment. Because I owe too much. I can't even find the direction to return it. Even if I sacrifice my broken body, it is not enough. Mo Lee said seriously. You won't believe me if I tell you this, but the reason I came to the Chaos Star region is actually to defeat these pilots. It's just a matter of helping you. Don't overthink it, and don't put too much pressure on yourself. Sebastian suddenly felt a pang of sadness in his heart, and since Mo Lee had already said this, he didn't want to be too pretentious. Mr. Mo, I know. Taking a deep breath, Sebastian's mind began to work. If your name, Mr. Mo, gets out, it will indeed have a great deterrent effect. When those council members want to move here, they have to consider whether they can bypass a singularity-class pilot. Sebastian's eyes flickered, and as far as I know, the value of a singularity-class pilot has already surpassed that of a chaotic star field. So the other council members probably wouldn't even look at this place, except Meng Yang and Chun Yao. Emoli was moved. Revenge, right? Yes, the sunk costs make them want to give up, but it's difficult for them to make the decision. Not giving up means investing more costs. But I think they will most likely take a long-term view. Oh, Sebastian looked at Chi-Chi. The reason is simple. They don't have your information. Although I don't really understand the battles between mechas, I do know what it means to kill at the same level. After saying that, he glanced at the mecha warehouse behind him. The shock he felt from the echo of the intact mecha's laughter was far greater than Mo Lee's victory. The appearance of a mecha in this situation means that Batter is likely to be crushed in the battle. The information contained therein is even more terrifying. If one wants to build momentum for Mo Lee and spread his name, this mecha is the key. But that would probably offend Chun Yao to death. Thinking of this, Sebastian said seriously, Mr. Mo, if your name gets out, it will be spreading rumors that step on Chun Yao Minjiang's head, and that will completely anger them. Upon hearing this, Kikahari's expression became solemn. If that's the case, will they send a mecha fleet to kill me? To be honest, I don't know. Meng Yang is very careful about her reputation. She presents herself as positive and glorious, so she's trying to distance herself from this matter. If we investigate these two-star ring pilots carefully, we'll be able to uncover their connection to Meng Yang. So when it comes to that, I feel Meng Yang will most likely abandon these two people to preserve his own reputation. As for Chun Yao, Sebastian narrowed his eyes slightly. Chun Yao has someone behind him, but I don't know the details of that person. But no one in the entire Federation can afford the loss of a singularity-class pilot, so they are the most likely to retaliate. Hearing the word revenge, Mo Lee's eyes lit up. Will there be any more singularity-class pilots coming? Seeing how eager he was to try, Sebastian couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's more likely to be a fleet or a war. There aren't many Goeishu-class pilots in the entire Federation. The other party's energy might not be enough. With the singularity class, there's also the risk of damage, so their best bet is to find a suitable excuse and send a fleet over to raise this place. I see. That's why you want to disband Crimson Star Scar. Emoli pinched his chin and thought deeply. I don't understand other things, but with a system like the Federation, launching a war requires very complicated means, right? Yes, it can only be raised by their parliamentary assembly and then voted on. But we have no value here. The vast majority of council members will not pass this motion, especially those in the Belle Star region. Sebastian really knew the federal legislators well. Their public funds are used to wage war. If they were to be used in such a remote place, it would normally be impossible to pass. Normally? Emoli asked curiously. Yes. Sebastian nodded seriously. I'm afraid the power behind Chun Yao has hidden capabilities beyond our imagination. It doesn't take much resources to pacify a place like the Chaos Star region. If the people behind him work together, they might be able to pass this bill. Emoli frowned. If a war was started in this way, it would not be easy. The war will not be as small scale as they are now. When the time comes, all kinds of warships will be pulled out, and with the bombardment of super heavy weapons such as star destroyers and annihilation cannons, it will be no problem to flatten the entire chaotic star field. At that time, Emoli could only carry out decapitation operations, while Sebastian and others were not even qualified to be cannon fodder. The most crucial thing is that these fleets belong to the Federation. Even if Emoli gets them all, it will be difficult for him to take action. After all, he is notorious in the Empire, so we can't sell him to the Zerg, right? Now the Federation is considered to be Mo Lee's major financial backer, so if they really turn against each other, it would not be good. After thinking for a moment, Emoli stopped to think. Ultimately, it's still a question of whether it's worth it. If we let them know that the Chaos Star region isn't something they can easily take over, the proposal won't be easily passed. So, Sebastian, you should put my name out there. Sebastian looked at Mo Lee in astonishment. He had already explained the situation very clearly, but Mo Lee still supported him? You have to know that if you are not careful, you may become the public enemy of the Federation, and then even Galaxy Academy will not be able to protect him. At this moment, Sebastian could only feel his thoughts surging. After a long while, he spoke in a hoarse voice. I understand, Mr. Mo. Once a decision is made, Sebastian will not procrastinate, and he has always been decisive. If we want to make the reputation of a bad guy known, we can't just rely on word of mouth. We need something more explosive to be unveiled. For example, those 2-star ring-class mechas. The Chaos Star region is not within the Federation, and no one knows about the battle that took place here except a few relevant congressmen. One of them was Takal, who turned around and ran away after finding Batter dead here, but he was on Chun Yao's side, so he naturally would not release the information. In that case, they can only rely on themselves. All the people of Crimson Star Scar dispersed to the Tekra Hub to spread the news here. The movements in the Rust Star region these days cannot be concealed from the people here, so starting from here is the best choice. When this news spread, Mo Lee and Sebastian also took 2-star ring-class mechas and headed to the Central Star region. If you were to ask where news spreads the fastest, it would have to be the Central Star Field. Now Sebastian wants everyone in the entire Federation to know that there is a ferocious god in the Chaos Star Field that can kill Singularity-level pilots. The 4th update is here. Please support us by giving us a thumbs up. It's not easy to get a high score for a new book. If you don't like it, don't rush to give a bad review. Tell me, and I will change it. Belle. 111th attendance. Only by spreading the reputation of the chaotic star field can all the congressmen know the situation here. When Chun Yao and his team put forward a bill, these legislators will weigh the pros and cons instead of being tricked into going to war by Chun Yao and his team. In addition to spreading his reputation, Sebastian also wants to limit the chaotic star field. This kind of reputation may attract countless pirates to flock to the area. If the pirates are really formed, even without the promotion of Chun Yao and others, the Beiluo Star region will use the Star Region Authority to forcibly launch a war. There is a ruler here that Sebastian needs to measure. Yunming Star Field. It has been noticeably more lively recently. Many spaceships from all directions entered the Yunming Star Field one after another. Most of these spaceships are occupied by students from various colleges. Some are sent by the colleges, while others are from powerful families and fly their own spaceships. The annual Federal College League is a major event in the Federation. The academies in various star fields gathered together all the geniuses in their star fields, and then selected the more outstanding ones and gathered them in the Yunming Star Field. It can be said that this group of people will become the backbone of the Federation in the next few decades. Among them, students in graduation season are the most popular. After graduation, they can choose to stay in the college or join various forces. For these top students from various colleges, the post-heaven punishment level is just the starting point. Their route is to reach the star ring level, and there is also hope for the singularity after the star ring level. So in addition to the academic societies of the academy, there are also people from various major forces. Even from the most remote star regions, they will send people over just to contact these students offline after the league ends. Qin Wanga came here with Chun Xingxuang and Su Wanwan on the Chun Xingxuang family spaceship. The three of them have similar personalities and can talk to each other. Over time, they have become good friends who can talk about anything. Chun Xingxuang is also a member of the freshman delegation, and Su Wanwan is a runner-up. Xingxuang, we've arrived at the Yunming Star region. Su Wanwan hurried to Chun Xingxuang's room and woke her up. After seeing her open her eyes sleepily, she immediately went to look for Qin Wanga. When the door was opened, Qin Wanga had already woken up and had just put on clothes to cover up the spring light. Elegy, we're here. I'm going shopping. Want to join us? If it were in the past, Qin Wanga would never have touched upon such a luxurious shopping activity. But after being dragged over by them several times, I would no longer refuse. In their own words, they have more money than they can spend, and this is just small change. And even if Qin Wanga refused, they would buy it for her directly. Over time, Qin Wanga simply let them do what they wanted. The Chun family spaceship has a dedicated private spaceport. After the spaceship docked, Su Wanwan took Chun Xingxuang and Qin Wanga's hands and said, "This competition will be held on the Yunming Gemini planets. We've already booked accommodations, so there's no need to wait for the Academy to arrange it. Go." Qin Wanga looked through the glass of the space station at the Yunming Gemini stars in the distance, which looked like a dream scene, and was stunned for a moment. In her hometown, a visit to the Yunming Star region is enough to become a topic of conversation. Uncle Chin next door is famous in the surrounding area just for passing by the Yunming Star region once. Every time he got drunk, he would always talk about how beautiful Yunming Star was. Now, is it finally time for me to embark on this path? On the other side, the Galaxy Academy's supergiant spaceship was also heading towards the Yunming Star field. On the spaceship, Yi Lingyi knocked on Jiang Yan's door. "Professor, we are ready to go to Yunming Star." "Here I come." Jiang Yan's voice came from inside, and after a while he opened the door and came out. After seeing the nebula unique to the Yunming star region outside, he stretched out his body and said, "I'm back here again." "How about it, are you sure?" Jiang Yin looked at her and smiled. "Have no idea." Yi Lingyin spoke much less than before. The Anja incident had a huge impact on her. "It's okay, just give it your all. I just don't know how many monsters the other colleges will come up with this year." Jiang Yin doesn't care much about the college rankings. He is completely focused on his research. Xinghe College has been ranked in the upper middle level in recent years, but there is still some gap between it and those top colleges, and it is neither high nor low. The two of them looked out the window together, and Jiang Yin suddenly said, "I wonder how that kid Mo Li is doing over there." He made quite a stir over there. Mo Li. Thinking of Mo Li, Yi Lingyin's expression was complicated. If it weren't for Mo Li at that time, she might have died in the Yinsong star field. Come to think of it, that kid never told me his age, but I don't think he's much older than you. Jiang Yin suddenly thought of something. I don't know either. Yi Lingyin had basically never communicated with Mo Li, so naturally she didn't know either. If this guy were put in the college league, he would be a real shark entering the fish pond. Thinking of Chi-Chi's strength, even Jiang Yin was amazed. He can even control the Holy Light Judge. No matter how hard the other academies try to hide, they can only be at the early stage of heavenly punishment at most. There's no chance of winning against Chi-Chi. Yi Lingyin was silent. Mo Li had the greatest influence on her. Even someone like Anja, who is at the peak of the sky punishment level, can use a top-level fortress-level mecha like Blood Debt to kill opponents of higher levels, and can perfectly control the Holy Light Judge. His strength is conservatively estimated to be at the Star Ring level. A 20-something Star Ring pilot. Whenever Yi Lingyin thought of this, she was shocked. "Oh, he promised me he'd come, but I don't know where he is now. The league starts in a few days, and I don't know if he'll be able to make it." Jiang Yin said this, and walked towards the hall with his hands behind his back. Yi Lingyin quickly followed him. "Is he coming too?" "Yes, he is the one who is leading the young lady named Qin Wanga in the freshman delegation. The instructor has to be present." Qin Wanga? At this time, Mo Li was also on his way to the Yunming Star region. "Sebastian, are you sure our spaceship won't be mistaken for pirates and shot down?" On a medium-sized transport spaceship, Mo Li and Sebastian were in the driving seat and co-pilot seat respectively. "No, although this spaceship is a bit old, it is also recorded." "Really?" Mo Li was skeptical. After they decided to bring the Mecha to the Yunming star field for auction, they immediately looked for a spaceship that could travel across star fields. As a result, after searching for a long time in the Rust Star nest, the only thing they found was this old-fashioned spaceship. The paint on the spaceship has faded a bit, and the armor has a lot of battle damage. After all, it was made by pirates, so battle damage is normal. Chapter 112, Sloppy Girl. Moreover, the maintenance of the spacecraft was very rough. Many areas that did not involve the living area were simply repaired by adding armor. But since it is a pirate spaceship, it is normal. After all, we can't expect pirates to have a complete repair shop. As for the engine, in addition to the tail flame, there was also some black smoke from the thruster. But since it's a pirate spaceship, it's also, what the hell is normal? Mo Liren was paralyzed. He even suspected that the spaceship would suddenly disintegrate during the next warp speed. But after seeing Sebastian's calm and composed expression in the driver's seat, Mo Li felt a little relieved. Sebastian is still very reliable, and Mo Li is willing to trust him. And Xuanji also said that this spaceship can be driven. Of course, it can only be driven. As he left the range of the Stargate, Mo Li gripped the chair with an expressionless face, the veins on his arms exposed. The next moment, the spacecraft suddenly accelerated amidst a violent turbulence, and then entered warp state. Once we pass through the next Stargate, we will reach the Yunming star region. We don't have permission to enter Gemini, so we can only trade in the space city. Sebastian set up the automatic navigation and said to Mo Li, "Can't we enter Yunming twin stars? Ordinary people are not allowed to enter Yunming Gemini. Only those who can obtain the qualification are well-known figures." Chi-Chi pulled out a light curtain in confusion. "What are you talking about?" Sebastian looked at the Yunming Gemini pass on the screen and fell silent. But on second thought, Mo Li's identity is normal. I didn't expect that this thing that old Jiang brought would be quite useful. Sebastian's mind raced. The Federal College tournament will begin in a few days. Is this the pass the college got for you? That should be it. Mo Li put away the light curtain. He asked me to go. Sebastian recalled Mo Li's identity. "You are an honorary pilot. The academies that can participate in the league only have students." "Yes, my student was selected." Sebastian's breathing hitched. Mo Li is very good at fighting, but sometimes being able to fight does not necessarily mean being able to teach others. But now it seems. The The students led by the honorary pilot are probably the first from Galaxy Academy to participate in the Federal Academy League. Sebastian realized the value of this at a glance, and was amazed at the same time. As expected, he is Mr. Emoli. There's also this. I didn't know this before, but from what I know, all the instructors in the academy used to have mechas. Isn't my holy light judge behind me? Sebastian looked strange. Mechas entering the Yunming Gemini stars need to be registered on site. Generally speaking, the academy does this all together. The problem is, we might be a little behind now. Sebastian was very clear about the speed of this spaceship. By the time he arrived, the league would probably have started. If you can't catch up, then you can't catch up. What's the point of little brats fighting? Sebastian looked at Mo Lee's young face and thought of Batter. It seems that from his point of view, it is true that those people in the academy, no matter how talented they are not as good as him, right? At best, these students would be at the heavenly punishment level. In 2 years, when they were Mo Lee's age, they would reach the peak of heavenly punishment and would be considered top-notch. And now Mo Lee. All the Singularity class monsters were killed without any damage. With Sebastian's imagination, he really couldn't imagine anyone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. But there's a problem. Sebastian briefly recalled the league session, and it seemed that there was a mentor giving a speech. Thinking of this, his face changed slightly. If he didn't attend, the instructors at Galaxy Academy would probably think he was showing off, and his relationship with the students would be. Looking at Emoli next to him, Sebastian couldn't help but push the thrusters forward, but unfortunately the spaceship had reached its limit and couldn't increase its speed at all. Mr. Mo, we may not be able to make it in time, and we may not be able to attend the instructor's speech. What speech? Emoli sat up in shock from his dying illness. There's such a thing? Old Jiangtu didn't tell me. As he said this, he hurriedly contacted Jiang Yin through the Star Network. Hey, what's going on, old Jiang? I didn't hear any mentors give speeches. Jiang Yin, who was in the shuttle with Yi Lingyin at the moment, was also taken aback after receiving his communication. Hasn't you finished dealing with the chaotic star field? Is it possible to get there by smuggling black ship in these few days? 2 question marks slowly appeared on Mo Lee's forehead, and he turned to look at Sebastian. Sebastian was sitting in a precarious position. Stowaway ships are usually large ships, and their speed is slower than that of ordinary tourist ships. Where's our spaceship? Our spacecraft is a model produced over 100 years ago and has been discontinued. Strictly speaking, this spacecraft is still a limited edition. Mo Lee's face was expressionless. I said speed. It's worse than stowaway black ship. Jiang Yin. Yi Lingyin couldn't help but ask. This type of spacecraft is basically extinct now, and most of the records should be invalid. How did you find it? Huh? The greasy-haired girl is here too. Emoli felt that he heard a familiar voice. Yi Lingyin's face immediately turned dark. God knows how long she took a bath after getting on the spaceship. I'm not. Pa, I can still smell that smell when I think about it now. It got hard. Yi Lingyin felt her fist got hard. Only when facing Emoli, Yi Lingyin felt that all her rationality would disappear in an instant. Jiang Yin smiled and patted Yi Lingyin, then said, there should be tourist ships heading to the Central Star region over in the Chaos Star region, right? Hearing this, Emoli and Sebastian looked at each other and sighed helplessly. Emoli scratched his hair. This time we are going to the Yunming Star region. We are carrying contraband. Those 2 mechas? Jiang Yin asked curiously. Right. Jiang Yin. I just said it casually. Did you really get it? Wait. If the mecha is still sellable, does that mean it wasn't seriously damaged? The Chaos Star region doesn't have the conditions to build a Star Ring class mecha. Star Ring level. Yi Lingyin widened her eyes in shock. Last time it was the fortress. Why is it the Star-slaying ring now? When she felt her thoughts were becoming confused, Emoli continued. These 2 mechas belong to Counselor Meng Yang. They can't be transported by regular spaceships, and those black ships don't dare to take them. Congressman Meng Yang? Why would Congressman Meng Yang take action against the Chaos Star region? Yi Lingyin felt that her brain was really not enough. You know nothing about sleazy girls. Counselor Meng Yang is the type who is two-faced. At this moment, the confused thoughts were immediately overwhelmed by anger. Jiang Yin was silent for a moment. I really don't dare to take the black ship. I'm afraid you'll rob me. Emoli was furious. Am I that kind of person? Sebastian looked at him silently, then quickly looked away. You guys can't make it at the moment. I'll talk to the academy about it. They actually really want you to make an appearance. Chapter 113, Yi Lingyin and Qin Wanga. There's nothing I can do. This spaceship is too bad. The pirate spaceships are all operating within the star field. Very few of them can cross the star field. Emoli was also helpless. He didn't dare to take an ordinary travel spaceship with these 2 mechas. Who knew if Ming Yang and the others would directly use the Star Destroyer cannon after getting the news? By then, I can rely on Shifeng Ji to resist, but these two mechas and Sebastian will be useless. So we can only go to the Yunming star field via this old spaceship. Then I'll trouble you, Professor Jiang, Emily said seriously. Jiang Yan's face immediately turned dark. So when there's something going on, it's Professor Jiang, and when there's nothing going on, it's old Jiang, right? Okay, I'll tell them. After shutting down the communication, Yi Lingyin couldn't help but ask, what was he doing in the Chaos Star region? And was he involved with the counselors? This is too complicated. Jiang Yinwei sighed. You've picked up a monster. Yi Lingyin felt her head buzzing and found that she couldn't see the world clearly anymore. Wasn't Mo Li a fellow sufferer trapped in the Yinsong Star region with her? How did he suddenly change his identity? Thinking of the opponents in this league, Yi Lingyin suddenly felt unreal. Jiang Yin was also in deep thought. Logically speaking, someone with Mo Li's strength should not be unknown in the Empire. With singularity-level strength, he should be able to stir up trouble. Could it be that the Empire's ability to block information has improved? Jiang Yin couldn't find the answer. However, for now, Mo Li has not shown any particularly dark and anti-human thoughts. He still helped him, so Jiang Yin no longer cares about it. As the shuttle went directly to Yunming Gemini, Jiang Yin also returned to his residence first. He was old and not as energetic as the young people. As soon as he arrived at Yunming Star, he played here and there. Jiang Yin chose to rest, and so did Yi Lingyin. She rejected the invitations from other classmates and immersed herself in the Star Network. A few days passed quickly, and more people came to the Yunming Star region. There were queues at the spaceport, and the Yunming Star region had to open the space city near Gemini to provide authorized spacecraft with landing opportunities. As time goes by, the League is coming soon. The night before the League, Qin Wang pursed his lips and looked at the light screen in front of him. Elegy, the instructor is busy right now, so he might be late. It's okay, Minter, I don't even know if I'll be on stage. Sebastian, how long will it take? Qin Wang saw Mo Li sticking his head out to ask. Mr. Mo, about 2 days. Okay, Elegy, I'll be there in 2 days. I'll come to see you then. Professor Zhang will help me with tomorrow's tutor's speech. You can just stay with him then. I see. Professor Zhang contacted me today. Okay. Old Zhang too is still capable of doing things. I approve of him. Have you been practicing hard recently? If we get a chance to play, we'll definitely beat the crap out of them. Qin Wang nodded seriously after hearing this. Teacher, I have never fallen behind in my training. If I can really play, I will not embarrass you even if I die. It's not a big deal. If you can't beat them, just ask the old man to help you. Mo Li shook his head slightly. If you can't beat them, then challenge their mentor and beat the old man. Seeing Mo Li's expression, Qin Wang couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth, and then he said softly, Teacher, I will definitely not let you embarrass yourself. What did you say? Without. Okay, I'm going to go through the star domain gate. I'll call you back once I'm through. Good. The next day, Qin Wang, Chen Xingxuang, and Su Wanwan gathered at the time and place given by the academy. No one dared to be late for an event of this magnitude, as they would be expelled from the school. So many people arrived at the Galaxy Academy Hotel early. The team leader this time was a branch dean of the college named Li Sheng. Half an hour before the gathering time, everyone was already there. Li Sheng talked about some precautions, and Qin Wang came to Jiang Yan's side. Except for Jiang Yan, the other mentors have more or less a few people behind them, but only Yi Lingyin is behind Jiang Yan. Qin Wang came to their side and whispered, Hello, Professor Jiang. Hello, Senior Yi. Well, come to the back. Both of them responded, and Yi Lingyin observed Qin Wang out of the corner of her eye. Li Sheng was still talking in front of him, but Yi Lingyin didn't really listen. Instead, she asked without turning around, Are you from Mo Li's sect? Yes, that's right. Qin Wang still seemed a little reserved towards unfamiliar people, especially the senior student in front of her who was called the Iceberg. Although he heard that his former senior schoolmate was not like this, the Yi Lingyin Qin Wang saw now did give off a feeling of keeping strangers away. Don't embarrass him. Hearing this, Qin Wang rarely took it seriously. I will. In this competition, I estimate that you are the only one at the Raider level. The others should have reached the Fortress level. When you don't have games, you can come to me, and I'll help you practice. Huh. Qin Wang was stunned for a moment. Although this senior schoolmate looked as cold as rumored, she seemed to care about her when she spoke. I'm a substitute. Normally, I don't have much chance to play. Be prepared. Oh. Li Sheng didn't speak for long. Xinghe Academy has always disdained formalism. After a while, everyone left in a hovercraft heading to the competition venue. The venue for this competition is located on the largest desert gobi on Yunming Star. Yunming Star has never been transformed and basically retains its original ecology. When they arrived here, they could already see many small suspended cities in the desert gobi. Each suspended city here represented the headquarters of an academy. In the subsequent leagues, they will live in the base. The hovercraft stopped at the Galaxy Academy's base, and everyone got off one by one. Walking in front, Yi Lingyin said to Qin Wanga without turning around, "The college league uses real competitions, which is different from the virtual battles within the college. You have to be mentally prepared for this." Qin Wanga took a deep breath and said, "I know." Someone had already told him this when he came. The reason why the Federation adopted this kind of competition is to see where the students' limits are. In a real life and death battle, there will always be some people who burst out with strength stronger than in a virtual battle, and some people will show their true colors when facing this real life and death battle. In terms of protection, the Federation only has a shield that will be activated when it detects that the lifeline is about to be disconnected. Even so, many geniuses have fallen in the league in previous years. But even so, the league continues one after another. The 114th league begins. The Federal College League has begun and is also broadcast live on Synchrotron. This is a grand event for the entire Federation, with explosive ratings and popularity. The first match to begin was between the first-year players of the Academy. Most of these players were new faces who had just stepped onto the league stage and attracted a lot of attention. It's similar to an internal competition within the Academy. From this battle, we can probably tell who will become the leader in the next few days. The Yunming Star region and the Qinming Star region still take the lead as in previous years and belong to the first class. The Yinyao Star region, Luing Star region, and Dongli Star region below are in the second tier. The remaining Nanming, Beiluo, Xiling, and Yinyao Star regions followed closely behind. The attention of all sectors of society is mainly focused on the colleges in the first and second tiers, while those with slightly weaker strength will pay attention to the 4 colleges in the third tier. On the first day of the battle, many geniuses appeared in the eyes of all walks of life, and the performance of various colleges was almost the same as in previous years. But on the next day, Xiling and Nanming Star regions suddenly launched a big move. A super rookie appeared in each of these 2 star fields. Coincidentally, the opponents of the 2 star fields on that day were Yunming Star Field and Qinming Star Field. They won both of the 2 unfavored matches easily. These 2 people instantly attracted most of the attention of the game. During the Academy League, almost everyone who could reach the Yunming Star region went to watch the action live on Yunming Gemini. When Mo, Li, and Sebastian arrived at the space city outside the rocky planet, it was surprisingly deserted. After getting off the spaceship, Mo Li looked expressionlessly at the thruster nozzle that was constantly emitting black smoke. Sebastian followed his gaze and said seriously, "Mr. Mo, believe me, it just looks like something is wrong, but it's actually fine." Mo Li didn't say anything but contacted Xianji in his mind. "Xuanji, tell me. We have inspected all systems of the spacecraft. The black smoke from the thrusters is due to the energy conversion efficiency being only 76%. The hull itself is not seriously damaged, but it has reached scrap standards and it is recommended to be scrapped promptly." Damn Xuanji. Emoli was angry. Xianji had been out of contact from time to time during this period, and no one knew where she had gone. Sebastian watched Mo Li's expression change constantly, and he was used to it. "Mr. Mo, the competition is already on the second day, and it's the crucial stage of the freshman competition." "Got it. I'll go check it out first. You take care of the mecha." Mo Li patted his cheeks and then came to the belly of the spaceship. The cabin opened, and the judge of holy light stood quietly. Beside it, there was the echo of crazy laughter. Mo Li came in front of the holy light judge, and its electronic eyes suddenly lit up. The holy light judge knelt on one knee and led Mo Li into the cockpit. They established a sympathetic connection and activated various systems. At the moment the empathic connection was successful, the realm network in the space city also received the information and immediately transmitted it to the center. After the information was transmitted to the center, the red warning quickly turned into a green prompt, and a guide from the space city quickly appeared in front of Mo Li's eyes. Seeing this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Yan said that he had obtained a permit for his mecha to enter Yunming Star, so it seemed that there would be less trouble. Driving the mecha directly out of the space city, Mo Li communicated with Jiang Yan. "Old Jiang, what's going on now?" Jiang Yan's face appeared on the other end of the communication line, but this time Jiang Yan didn't speak, but looked straight ahead. "Hello? Old Jiang too." Jiang Yan turned around. "I can't hear you. What's going on? You don't look right." Seeing Chi-Chi, Jiang Yin sighed helplessly, alas. Why don't you tell me? What are you talking about? Emily sped up and suddenly said, there are two types of people I hate the most. What? Jiang Yin asked subconsciously. One type is someone who speaks half the words. What about the other one? The other is. Jiang Yin waited for a long time, but didn't hear Emily speak. He immediately came to his senses. You? Oh, never mind. It's not a big deal. It's just a matter of competition. This year, it's true that their hidden star region is superior. Lost the game? I don't think you can do that either. Emily had no sense of belonging to the academy at all, so he spoke directly. Jiang Yin could only smile bitterly. Xinghe Academy and the Obsidian Mechanical Academy in the Hidden Star Domain had been fighting for a long time, and both sides disliked each other. The strength of the two sides is almost the same, and this annual college league is their opportunity to step on each other's heads. In the past few years, Xinghe Academy was always being trampled upon by the other side, but after Yi Lingyin and Yi Lingyun emerged in the past 2 years, they have been trampling upon the other side for 2 consecutive years. However, this year, a new student from Yinyao Academy has also produced a little monster. The match Jiang Yin was watching happened to be the one where the freshmen from Xinghe Academy were defeated by the other team. Normally, defeating it would not be a big deal, but the opponent acted as if to tease them, and they took apart the parts of this new mecha bit by bit, regardless of whether they could win or not. Anyone could see this obvious humiliation, but the freshman was too stubborn to surrender, so they could only watch. Chen Xingxuang, Nan Xingchen, and others in the freshman group clenched their fists and wished they could beat up that guy themselves. Dean, this Bontel is too bullying. Let me take over. Nan Xingchen was very angry, and his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. No, the battle list isn't your turn yet. Li Sheng shook his head slightly, and the second and third grade students beside him also frowned. Li Sheng was also helpless at this time. In this year's freshman stage, there was Bontel in the Yinyao Star Domain, and there were also several monsters in the second grade, so the chances of winning were still low. In the third grade, he glanced at Yi Lingyin inconspicuously and sighed silently. The Aurora Gemini, a name that shone brightly in the Federation in the past 2 years, is now 1 person short. Can Yi Lingyin still carry this banner? At this time, the new mecha of Galaxy Academy finally lost its kinetic energy, triggered the shield device, and was defeated. On the field, Bontel's mecha turned its head and looked towards the floating city of Galaxy Academy, its electronic eyes flashing wildly. Now everyone's expression changed. This was a naked provocation from the other party. But Bontel's mental power has reached the 6-star fortress level. Although he has just broken through, it is enough to crush those 1- and 2-star fortress level warriors like them. The difference in mental power is the difference in the control over the mecha and the upper limit of being able to carry more energy weapon systems. The fortress-class mecha that can be controlled by a 6-star fortress is definitely not comparable to the performance of a 1- or 2-star one. Normal mechas still have strict hierarchies, and extreme mechas like combat armor that give up other functions and only take one advantage are still very rare. The strongest freshman currently leading the academy is only a 4-star fortress. Wrong click, sent too early. 115, 7 styles of collapsing star. Galaxy Academy fell into silence. There is nothing we can do about it. After all, we are not as skilled as others. The freshmen of Galaxy Academy were taken away by the medical team for emergency treatment, and Bontel also returned to Obsidian Academy to rest and wait for the next game. We are currently in the arena competition. Obsidian Academy released Bontel right from the start and has already won 2 cities in a row. If Galaxy Academy loses another game, there will be no need to fight in the arena competition. Nan Xingchen wanted to rush out and kill him right now. Let me go. I'm not weaker than him in close combat. Chen Xingxuang beside him also pursed his lips and said, I can do it too, but he can't keep up with my speed. Li Sheng shook his head slightly. This Bontel's mecha armor uses a special coating technology from their academy. Some energy attacks will be absorbed. Long-range attacks will only make him more courageous. After 2 rounds, they had roughly figured out the characteristics of this Bontel mecha. If they had to describe it, it was a complete berserker. The special coating on his armor makes him not afraid of long-range energy attacks from the same level, while kinetic weapons like electromagnetic cannons and machine guns cannot lock onto him and keep up with his speed. Bontel's mecha is a melee-specialized assault mecha. It can be said that all its attribute points are focused on melee combat. In addition, it is not afraid of long-range attacks and has a level-crushing advantage. At the current stage, Li Sheng really has no better solution. Teacher, you must believe me. Li Sheng glanced at Nan Xingchen. To deal with a player like Bontel, one could either crush him by level or defeat him head-on. However, Nan Xingqian's level was not high enough, so he would most likely be defeated if he went up. You can't even beat Dirge. What's the point of you going up there? Someone nearby couldn't stand his constant shouting anymore and said impatiently. Nan Xingqian glared at him fiercely. What's wrong with me not being able to beat my elder brother? Can you beat my elder brother's close combat ability? At this point, Nan Xingqian was suddenly stunned. Teacher, can my elder brother take over? My eldest brother is absolutely invincible in close combat, even if he is a level higher than me. No. Li Sheng rejected it without even thinking. Qin Wanga was the only Raider-level player in the team, and his chances of winning against a Fortress-level player were already low, not to mention that the opponent was a top genius from the Obsidian Academy. This is no ordinary Fortress-class mecha. If it was a Star Network battle, Li Sheng would consider it, but this is a real battle, and one could die if he is not careful. Qin Wanga's level is too low. This isn't playing house on the Star Network. Qin Wanga, who was standing behind him, lowered his head with a sad look on his face when he heard this. Chen Xingxuang beside her patted her shoulder and said, It's okay, Wanga. When everyone was at a loss, a rainbow light suddenly came from a distance, and the holy light judge landed in the suspended city of Galaxy Academy according to the guidance. The students were not surprised to see the mecha flying in, as many of their instructors had been riding mechas out for exchanges these days. Conflicts are inevitable in the college league. At the beginning, some instructors even rushed into the scene. Later, the Federation simply opened another venue for these instructors to learn from each other, but it was limited to the Star Network. The reason why we asked them to bring their mechas here is to input the Star Network data so that they can have a fair fight. The halftime break lasted only half an hour, and no one had come up with any good resolution. It had to be admitted that at this stage, Bontel did have the strength to sweep them away. In the third grade, Jiang Yin shook his head slightly when he saw this situation. What's wrong, old Jiang? Emily suddenly appeared and patted Jiang Yan's shoulder. You're here? Don't be so scary. I, an old man, can't stand being scared. Jiang Yin patted his shoulder, feeling helpless. Come on, what's going on? Why is your face so wrinkled? The students nearby were a little dissatisfied with why this person who suddenly came over had no respect for Professor Jiang, but after seeing Mo Li's face, they all widened their eyes. They recognized him, the legendary pilot of this academy. The first-year competition is not easy. No one is going up now. Mo Li looked in the direction of the voice. His eyes lit up, and he was about to speak. Seeing him like this, Yi Lingyi knew what he wanted to say without even thinking, and hurried over. Don't say anything. Oh, that guy from Obsidian College is being very arrogant right now. He's relying on his high level and strong melee combat skills, while ranged combat is ineffective against him. He's trampling on our faces. Yi Lingyi spoke very quickly, afraid that Mo Li would speak out. He's really good in close combat. Mo Li's attention was diverted, and Yi Lingyi breathed a sigh of relief. That's right. Where's my apprentice? Isn't my apprentice free to fight in close combat? Jiang Yin pointed to the back of the first-year team, not far away. Mo Li followed the direction he pointed and saw Qin Wanga at the back of the crowd. Coincidentally, Qin Wanga also looked over at this time. When he saw that it was Mo Li, his eyes suddenly lit up. Mo Li gestured for her to come over, and Qin Wanga hurriedly left the team and trotted over here. Tutor, long time no see. How have you been lately? Report to the instructor. I have already broken through the 9 stars. Yeah, very energetic. Mo Li was very satisfied. This breakthrough speed might not be as fast as those true geniuses in the academy, but considering her empathy, it was already very rare. She must have put in a lot of effort on a daily basis. I heard you guys are having trouble. Mo Li looked at Li Sheng, who was still frowning in the distance, and asked, Yes, mentor. The enemy has a very powerful mecha. We can't defeat it. The word, awesome, immediately piqued Mo Li's interest. Old Jiang, do you have any data on this mecha? Let me take a look. Jiang Yin gave him a strange look. Do you have a solution? Or do you want this little girl to come? This is a real competition. I don't recommend her to go. Just show it to me. You don't think I've just been playing in the Chaos Star region all this time, do you? Yi Lingyi next to her also became interested. Qin Wanga's combat armor system was obviously taught by Mo Li. She also wanted to know what else Mo Li taught her besides this. Seeing this, Jiang Yin also pulled out the general parameters and information of the Bontel machine. These are approximate data analyzed from the first 2 rounds of battle and can only be used as a reference. After reading it, Mo Li fell into deep thought. After a moment, he turned around and asked Qin Wanga, Wanga, how's the 7-star collapse styles I taught you going? Teacher, I can only use the 3rd form. The 3rd move. Mo Li pinched his chin and thought for a moment. You can fight. If you can't win using the 3rd move, then surrender. Qin Wanga heard this and said without thinking, "Okay." Chapter 116, Qin Elegy appears. Yi Lingyin and Jiang Yin looked at the two of them in a daze. Jiang Yin couldn't help but ask, "You're going to hit me after I promised you? You don't agree?" "Well, I think I can still believe what you said," Jiang Yin said after thinking for a moment. Although Mo Li always looks unreliable, he has never been unreliable when it comes to fighting. It can even be said that he is a little too reliable. Jiang Yin immediately found Li Sheng and told him about Qin Wanga's situation. Li Sheng frowned upon hearing this. "No, I really want to win, but I also have to be responsible for these kids. We fell behind this year, but we still have a chance to win back next year and the year after." Li Sheng didn't think too much about the feud between the two academies. He only knew that since the other party was coming for them, they would naturally not give up when they were at a disadvantage. Don't worry. If he's better at ranged combat, Elegy might not stand a chance of winning. But in close combat, it's still easy to surpass him by one level. When Li Sheng heard Mo Li's words, he subconsciously wanted to refute something, but after thinking of his impressive battle record, he fell silent again. Is there really a chance of winning? Mo Li grinned. For a moment. If you touch him once, he'll be a corpse. Qin Wanga next to her remained silent. Since Mo Li said she could do it, then she could definitely do it. Li Sheng did not agree rashly. No matter how much Mo Li and Jiang Yin said, it was not their turn to go up. He wanted to see Qin Wanga's reaction. So he met Qin Wanga's eyes, and at that moment, he had the answer. "Okay, I got it. But the name has already been reported, and Elegy is still a substitute, so some adjustments need to be made," Li Sheng said, then shouted to the back, "Wang Qingyi. Teacher, is it my turn?" The student named Wang Qingyi was a tall girl. She also came over after hearing Li Sheng's voice. "Are you confident in fighting Bontel?" Wang Qingyi's expression became serious when she heard this. "I don't know, but I won't bring shame to the academy." Li Sheng sighed helplessly. Wang Qingyi was at the level of a 2-star fortress, so it was actually good enough that she could barely hold on. Qin Wanga will take the next turn. Upon hearing this, Wang Qingyi looked at Qin Wanga beside Mo Li in astonishment. "Teacher, Qin Wanga has only just broken through to the 9 stars, a huge gap. My eldest brother is invincible in close combat." Nan Xingqian was dissatisfied. "If it's a close combat, combined with my eldest brother's special combat armor, he can really fight." Thinking of Qin Wanga's battle record, Wang Qingyi was silent for a moment. They had no conflicts of interest, and their relationship was usually good. At this time, Wang Qingyi had already imagined the scene where the academy let Qin Wanga go up and fight casually for the sake of decency. "No, this is my turn to compete. Even if I can't win, I should still be the one to go up." She felt uncomfortable just looking at the expression on Bontel's face after he won the fight. How could she let a little girl like Qin Wanga bear that? Wang Qingyi took a deep breath and kept hypnotizing herself in her heart. "I'll do it, I can do it. I'm thick-skinned, no matter how he mocks me." However, her psychological preparation was useless. Li Sheng said seriously, "Qin Wanga's Mecha is quite special. You forgot that when we chose her as a substitute, it was to deal with this situation. It's just that the opponent may be a little stronger now, but let me trust Qin Wanga, okay?" Upon hearing this, Wang Qingyi looked into Qin Wanga's stubborn eyes. Then she looked at the others. Although they didn't say anything, their thoughts should be similar to hers. But behind Qin Wanga, Professor Jiang Yin actually agreed with her. Seeing this scene, Wang Qingyi took a deep breath and said, "Okay, I understand. But my name should have been reported. If Elegy is to go on, then we can only—" Ouch, my head hurts. Wang Qingyi's face turned pale in an instant, and she collapsed to the ground. Mo Li was stunned by the speed at which her expression changed. Li Sheng smiled slightly. Classmate Wang Qingyi is not feeling well, and her mental strength is reversing. She has to be the substitute. Classmate Qin Wanga, please get ready. On the other side, Obsidian Academy is suspended in the city. Bontel, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them. Are they still not well? The instructor and a group of students were standing next to him, and they also laughed when they heard this. They're probably scared and are discussing countermeasures. Ha ha, I was completely overwhelmed by the Aurora twins for the past 2 years, but this year I can finally turn the tables. Let the senior humiliate them severely. Of course he does. Junior Bontel has already crushed Xinghe Academy this year, and can even take on the monsters from Yunming and Mingxin Star regions. Hasn't it started yet? I can't wait to see their mad faces. I heard one of the Aurora twins died. I'm afraid they won't be able to survive this year. Good thing he died. Seeing that they were getting more and more excited, the instructors also said with a smile, all right, we should be saddened by the fall of the Aurora twins. After all, they were geniuses of the Federation. The instructor received the notice just after he finished speaking. Huh? Did they change people? Let me see. Peak Assault class? Seriously? Mecha model, Holy White Knight? I've never heard of this model. Is it new from Galaxy Academy? The instructor was a little confused. The Academy had no record of this mecha model, so it might be a special model. After a brief reminder to Bontel, the time was up and Bontel also drove the mecha onto the field. In the desert below, when Bontel went down, there was already a white mecha waiting. Qinhuanga, the Sacred White Knight. The pure white armor and black mask make it look very light from its posture. It should be a lightweight mecha specialized in speed. The competition had a public channel. Bontel came up and said with a smile, "You want to rely on your speed to pull me over. There is a chance, but you are only at the assault level. How can you do that?" As soon as the 3 words raid level came out, it instantly attracted a lot of people's attention. In competitions of this level, the fortress level is basically the base, and raid level mechas are really rare. And using the assault class to attack the first-year ace of Obsidian Academy? Many people secretly shook their heads, thinking that this was probably just a way for Xinghe Academy to save face when it was about to lose. Those who were originally paying attention to the stadium here subconsciously chose to watch other stadiums, because there seemed to be nothing interesting here. At this time, Qinhuanga seemed to be isolated from the outside world. He began to consciously slow down his breathing and calm his mind. However, the scenes of fighting with Mo Li in the Star Network flashed by quickly. The drone responsible for broadcasting from various angles is already in place. As the countdown begins, Qinhuanga opens his eyes, starts the engine, and begins to warm up. The countdown ended quickly, and the engine, which had finished preheating, instantly reached its peak, but it was not over yet. The device that restricted the engine's safety opened silently, and the engine's output efficiency was still increasing. Overload. Tisk, you're going to fight like hell right away, but that will definitely make your defeat more beautiful. You're quite good at digging your own grave. Bontel sneered and rushed over at the same time. Then bury it here. Boom. The sand underground was swept away by the tail flame of the thruster. Bontel leaned forward slightly, and his speed was much faster than the overloaded Qinhuanga. He arrived first after starting later, pulled out the particle knife, and slashed it in the air. This sword was plain and simple, but because it came from a more advanced mecha, its speed and power were far beyond what Qinhuanga could withstand. In the suspended city of Galaxy Academy, they couldn't see the details, but there was a close-up broadcast from a drone nearby. Can Miss Elegy really handle this? It's overloaded once you go up there, it's hard to win. Nan Xingchen frowned as he listened to the conversation of his seniors. If my brother can hit him once, the battle will be over. Not necessarily. Chen Xingxuang shook his head slightly. Elegy's combat armor is indeed powerful, but this Bontel's mecha is equipped with a position shield. Nan Xingchen's expression changed slightly. Why didn't you tell me earlier? This is the nemesis of combat armor. It's just a position shield. Mo Li was also beside him, full of confidence. I definitely saw it. Who are you? Nan Xingchen was about to lose his temper, but after seeing Mo Li, his arrogance disappeared instantly. Teacher, are you still accepting disciples? Chapter 117, Collapse of the Sky. Others were also very curious about Qinhuanga's legendary mentor and cast their eyes over to him. Rumor has it that he was the one who taught Qinhuanga his strange move of ending a fight with just one punch. In addition, Mo Li also has a glorious record of surpassing Anja, the peak-level mecha of Tianfa, with a fortress-class mecha. With such a legendary pilot standing next to them, they couldn't help but be curious. Why are you looking at me? Watch the game. The winner is about to be decided. Everyone was stunned and turned to look. In the battle below, Qinhuanga had activated overload mode and was barely able to keep up with Bontel, trying his best to hold on. This scene made everyone's eyes light up. It seems like there's a chance. As long as I don't get killed instantly, I'll find a chance to throw a punch. Unlike Mo Li and his group, there was laughter and joy at Obsidian Academy. Ha ha ha, what kind of person is this? It's fine if they don't have weapons, but they're at the assault level. They're going to overload as soon as they start. Won't they lose by the time the overload wears off? This is to save some dignity. Bontel, you must not give her any dignity. This mecha has no weapons. Could it be a combat armor? This kind of thing is the easiest to defeat the strong with the weak. So what if the combat armor is bad? Bontel's mecha has a stance shield, so it's not afraid at all. Everyone looked confident of victory. The instructors also smiled after knowing that Qinhuanga was a combat armor. In their opinion, Qinhuanga had no hope of turning the tables. The same was true for Bontel. His moves were very open and close, but the speed difference between the two sides was very large. With one blow after another, Qinhuanga found it difficult to find an opportunity. Continuous parrying consumed a lot of energy, and it was in overload mode. Seeing that half of the energy was about to be consumed, Qin Wanga gritted his teeth. When Bontel slashed at him with his sword, his pupils shrank slightly. His sword slash revealed a big flaw. At this moment, countless scenes flashed through Qin Wanga's mind. Hey, I lied to you. You never thought of that. Ha. Elegy, you are still too young. All's fair in war. Mo Li's laughter came from his mind. Qin Wanga had already dodged the knife. He suppressed the desire to attack and instead rushed forward again, flying over Bontel's head. At this time, a hole appeared on the chest of the Bontel mecha, and the energy gathered inside quickly dissipated when Qin Wanga ran behind him. You actually noticed it? Bontel's voice was a little surprised. Overload mode isn't urgent. It seems, Suddenly, there was a muffled groan. Bontel had just deliberately revealed a flaw, but in fact he was hiding a killer move. However, while he was accumulating the killer move, Qin Wanga successfully got around from behind. With a swift kick towards the sky, the Holy White Knight almost did a split. This fierce kick hit the transmission system of the mecha spine on Bontel's back. When everyone at Xinghe Academy saw this scene, their eyes lit up. Those who were familiar with Qin Wanga seemed to have seen the coming storm. When Mo Li saw this opening move, his slightly anxious heart finally relaxed. The smiles on the faces of the people from Obsidian Academy never disappeared. It's useless. It can't break the defense, ha. But this blow was quite powerful. It's useless. There's an absolute power gap. Qin Wanga couldn't hear what they said. At this moment, he only saw Bontel flying away. Bontel was a little confused at the moment. He found that he seemed to have lost control of the mecha for a short time, and all his commands were like a stone falling on the sea. Immediately afterwards, Qin Wanga aimed all of his auxiliary engines in one direction, and the sand and gravel on the ground were blown away by the tail flame. Boom. Qin Wanga, who was the last to start, arrived first. It was like a sharp arrow that had been released from a full bow. After catching up with Bontel, he threw a rising dragon punch from bottom to top, hitting the previous position with incredible precision. Bontel flew again. At this time, inside Qin Wanga's body, she adjusted the engine output frequency according to Mo Li's instructions, causing the body to tremble slightly. The power that had been overloaded to the limit was actually increasing again. This momentum was released as she flew at high speed. Qin Wanga followed the flying Bontel and hit his waist with her knee. In Bontel's shocked eyes, she dropped both elbows and hit the transmission system on his chest. The body, which had just recovered slightly, lost control again. Then he grabbed the shoulders of the Bontel mecha with his 5 fingers, and the friction of the special alloy produced a lot of flames, and he spun around and swung it. At this moment, all the auxiliary thruster nozzles on Qin Wanga's body opened. His whole body was bright, and he shot out and slammed into Bontel. The two mechas collided with each other, and when everyone saw the situation clearly, their scalps went numb. Qin Wanga seemed to have lost all his emotions at this moment, and he turned into a violent war machine. Bontel was like a sandbag, and he did not resist at all, and endured Qin Wanga's violent attack. One punch was thrown, and before he could retract it, another punch had already arrived. From time to time, you could see a fierce knee landing on Bontel. This isn't a person controlling a mecha, it's a mecha that has completely transformed into a human. Everyone in the Obsidian Academy was stunned by the flexible control. They would never have thought that there was a combat armor that could be controlled so flexibly, and the attack was so fierce that it made people's body ache just by looking at it. And the Bontel inside the mecha. As early as the first attack, his position shield was in crisis. After being hit by Qin Wanga at full speed, the shield immediately failed, and what followed was a wave of severe pain. Bontel felt that his consciousness was confused, and the instructors of Obsidian Academy also noticed that something was wrong. Bontel did not resist, and no sound was heard either. Sensing that something was wrong, the college instructor rushed to check on Bontel's state of consciousness. At this moment, Qin Wanga kicked Bontel again, kicking him 1,000 meters into the air. Everyone in Xinghe Academy who knew Qin Wanga a little bit was a little stunned. Because this kilometer was reached by Qin Wanga, who had pushed Bontel up from the ground. At this time, when Bontel was flying upwards, Qin Wanga climbed straight up and quickly surpassed Bontel. The instructors of Obsidian Academy had already noticed Bontel's weak empathic connection at this time, and their faces suddenly changed on the spot. Stop! Stop! We surrender. But this was just his subconscious cry and had no connection with the official. Climbing at full speed, Qin Wanga has reached an altitude of 10,000 meters. Qin Wanga's body flipped in the air and he fell rapidly. At this moment, with the acceleration of gravity and the final overload speed of the mecha, Qin Wanga's speed increased again. The third form. Qin Wanga stared intently at Bontel, who had already started to fall, and murmured. With the help of terrifying speed, Qin Wanga caught up with Bontel in just a few seconds. During the flight, Qin Wanga adjusted his posture, and when he rushed in front of Bontel, he raised one leg high like a battle axe. The sky collapses. We give up. Boom. Bontel's body, which was originally falling freely, was hit hard and crashed into the desert ground like a meteor. A sand dune exploded, sending up sand hundreds of meters high. Chapter 118. For Face. Silence. The field fell into silence. This final blow also exhausted Qin Wanga's body energy, forcing it to exit the overload mode, and the body slowly fell. The drone was circling the dust, trying to capture the condition of Bontel's body. As for the result, Bontel's failure was declared the moment he fell to the ground and lost consciousness, and the protective shield was opened. What everyone is concerned about now is whether he is still alive. The people from Obsidian Academy were the first to react. Several instructors' faces changed drastically. Help! Go and save them! The previous ease and carefreeness was gone, and now everyone's face was filled with panic. Some instructors were so anxious that they drove their mechas directly down. At this time, the Federal Rescue Engineering mechas had already entered the dust and rescued Bontel. The moment the drone captured the Bontel mecha, everyone's eyes widened subconsciously, and some people couldn't help but gasp. The Bontel mecha, which was pulled out by 2 rescue engineering mechas, was found to have all sorts of horrible dents all over its body. Its back thrusters were shattered, and shocking spiderweb cracks spread across its entire back. This reminded them of the kick Qin Wanga had just given him, which had sent him flying into the sky. It looked like nothing, but in fact, only Bontel himself knew the force of that kick. In addition, there was a huge dent in the chest, and the armor of the body was shattered. The 2 engineering mecha pilots couldn't help but shudder when they saw it. They had been in the industry for so many years and had seen mechas that were blown to pieces and severely damaged, but this mecha, and only this mecha, gave them a shocking sense of destruction. That kind of violence can be seen at just one glance. It took a long time for the students of Obsidian Academy to react. What's going on? What happened? Why? Why doesn't Junior Bontel activate his shield? Something's wrong. Very wrong. Is this really the destructive power that a raid-class mecha can unleash? Some people even shouted cheating because they couldn't stand losing. It was just a shout, and no one was stupid enough to directly question the league officials. That would be a disgrace to their own academy and make people feel that they can't afford to lose. But many people still cannot accept this result. On the Galaxy Academy side, the reaction was much more normal. Most of them knew that Qin Wanga's combat armor system was extraordinary. The students jokingly said that it was an attack that could cause the mecha to be delayed. It was obvious that Bontel was controlled by this move just now, but it was also obvious that Qin Wanga had improved compared to the last freshman competition. In the first attack, he directly hit Bontel so hard that he couldn't open the shield. The subsequent violent attack also made everyone tremble with fear. If they were in that position, they would probably have their brains beaten out. Hiss, that kick looked painful. If this kicks me, won't it be covered in bruises? Fuck, it's hard to imagine that the elegy girl, who usually looks so timid, can be so violent in battle. Master, do you think I'm joking with you? The joy on everyone's faces could not be concealed. Bontel had been too arrogant before, but now they had finally succeeded in dealing with him. At this time, in the desert below, 2 rescue engineering mechas took great effort to open Bontel's twisted and deformed mecha hatch. After opening the hatch, the stance shield was triggered, and Bontel's mentor Zaku was watching nervously beside him. Bontel was a genius, he discovered. He had an ordinary background and had a high possibility of becoming a pillar of the college after graduation. If he were to die here, he would not know where to cry. After opening the hatch, 2 rescue engineering mechas began routine scanning. Generally speaking, as long as the shield is turned on, the pilot will be fine. But the scan results shocked them, and they couldn't care less about anything else. They hurriedly shouted, "The pilot is seriously injured and in critical condition," requesting the use of premium water of life and medical rays. Hearing the rescue mecha pilot's cry, Zaku felt his head buzzing and rushed over in the mecha. Is there something wrong? Why is he seriously injured and in critical condition? The opponent is wearing combat armor. The impact force falls directly on the pilot. Zaku suddenly turned his head and looked at Qin Wanga, who had shut down his machine and was waiting to be picked up in the distance. When he made a move, 2 official mechas dropped from the sky, one on the left and one on the right, blocking his way. There have been cases in the past where mentors could not accept reality and directly drove the mecha into action. Before this, when Zaku drove the mecha down, the league officials had already sent people over. This is a battle between students. If you are not satisfied, you can find the other instructor. Zaku suddenly looked up and gazed at the hanging city of Galaxy Academy in the distance. Everyone in Xinghe Academy turned to look at him only. Teacher, the other party wants to have a mentor battle with you. Everyone looked at him strangely. Zaku and the others knew that a Sky Punishment class pilot might be quite good within the academy, but compared to Emoli after changing his body, Bontel had been sent to the emergency medical treatment at this time. Zaku felt that he seemed to be unable to swallow this breath, so he drove the mecha directly to the floating city of Galaxy Academy. This action attracted the attention of many people. Mentor battles are held all year round. This kind of direct mecha attack is definitely not a competition between acquaintances. A melon smell filled the air, and everyone else couldn't help but look over here. After all, it is rare to see someone so anxious as to rush directly to the gate of the other academy to challenge. Especially after seeing that they were the two old rivals, Obsidian College and Galaxy College. They became even more interested. Many people directly sent filming drones over. At this time, Zaku looked at the students in front of him with anger in his eyes. Li Sheng calmly raised the shield of the hanging city, then asked with a smile, "Isn't this Zaku, the mentor of the genius Bontel? What's the matter? Who is Qin Wang's mentor? Is this a mentor battle? Can't stand losing or something?" Li Sheng can become the leader of the academy, so naturally he has relevant experience and is very skilled in a series of verbal attacks. Although Zaku and the others had said this to the instructors at Galaxy Academy before, after actually changing positions, he found that he still couldn't control his anger. The main reason was that the gap was too big. He never thought that Bontel would lose to a raid-level pilot. The more glorious it is in the beginning, the more miserable it will be in the end. Let's not talk about Bontel's face for now, which is definitely not possible to save at the moment, but his face must be saved. This is the Federal College League, and almost the entire Federation's attention is on this. After the news is sent back to the Yin Yao Star domain, who would dare to ask him to be a mentor? Chapter 119 should be okay, right? So Bontel's anger was half feigned, this time for Bontel as well as for himself. "How is it, Master Emoli?" Li Sheng gestured to Emoli and said with a smile. "What level?" Emoli asked casually. "Heavenly punishment. It's boring." Upon hearing about the divine punishment, Emoli instantly lost interest. Not to mention whether it was easy to fight or not, there was no reward for his attack. He might as well go back to bed and scratch his butt. Li Sheng noticed his lack of interest immediately and was about to speak when Jiang Yan beside him suddenly said, "If you win beautifully and crush the Obsidian Academy hard, the Academy will give you a reward." "Emoli, you old guy? Open the shield. I'll kill him." Li Sheng looked at Emoli, who looked like a completely different person, and was immediately shocked by her beauty. No, with such high fighting spirit, I might have thought the Academy was his second parent. He hurriedly stopped Chi-Chi, who was about to get the mecha. "Don't get excited. Don't get excited. The mentor battle will all be held within the Star Network. Then land. You dare to drive a mecha in front of us? He spoiled us." Jiang Yan held his forehead helplessly. Although he knew that Emoli seemed to like money a little, he didn't expect it to be to this extent. This was completely terminal. But it's good that he agreed. If Emoli defeats Zaku again, then he will have already won half the battle against the Obsidian Academy. Li Sheng also shouted to Zaku, "We accepted it. Wait for us to get the mecha." After getting the answer, Zaku returned to the floating city of Obsidian Academy with a gloomy face. At this time, the next round of the competition had already begun. Emoli directly asked Qin Wanga to give up, because this time the opponent was a 2-star fortress mecha and was also good at long-range combat. It was obvious that he wanted to use the advantage of long-range combat to prevent Qin Wanga from getting close. After Qin Wanga gave up, there was only one spot left in the competition at Xinghe Academy, so naturally the strongest member of the freshman team, Zhang Xiaoxing, was chosen. Obsidian Academy has already played all its trump cards, and even if there are a few spots left, it will not be enough when facing Zhang Xiaoxing. Even their own people didn't want to watch any longer, but came to Zaku one by one to ask about the mentor battle. "Teacher Zaku, has the other side answered?" "Got it," Zaku said sternly. "Help me investigate the other instructor. I found the information a long time ago. He's an honorary pilot." "Honorary pilots? Ha ha ha. Are they crazy? The honorary pilots are here." Someone started laughing, but found that no one around him was laughing. Instead, everyone looked solemn. He glanced around, and his laughter turned into a dry laugh. "It's probably not easy to be selected as an honorary pilot by their academy. Although I look down on Galaxy Academy, I have to admit that they have good vision, otherwise they wouldn't have this policy." The instructors leading the Obsidian Academy team all had serious expressions and were thinking secretly. Found it. This instructor has a record of defeating a sky punishment class pilot. Suddenly someone exclaimed, attracting the attention of others. Several people turned to look at the person who was speaking. The person was pulling a light curtain, on which was playing the video of the previous battle between Mo Li and Inja. They swarmed around the man. Fortress-level kills peak heavenly punishment. Several people watched the video intently, and after watching it for a while, they all frowned. I'm afraid it's the same path as the student just now. Zaka breathed a sigh of relief. If they have the same style, then I'll be prepared in advance, and the fight will be much easier. Yes, that combat armor is really weird. I saw on their academy forum that it seems to be able to delay the Mecha's transmission system. That's why Bontel didn't activate the shield. Light, the leader of the Obsidian Academy, looked at Zaku seriously. Since we have chosen this challenge, we must win. Otherwise, the Academy will lose face. I know. I won't underestimate the enemy. Well, the opponent's fortress level can defeat the strong with the weak, probably because of its special combat armor system. You should be careful of its close combat. Okay, I'll go enter the Mecha information. There is this kind of input device in the suspended city of each academy. As Zaku went to input the Mecha and log into the Star Network, the same was true for Moli. The two of them logged into the Star Network at the same time, and then chose to land at a real location. In the Star Network, two mechas took off into the sky almost at the same time. The two men looked at each other from a distance and could see each other. The Star Network, which is exactly the same as the outside world, keeps lighting up with blue light. These are the people who choose to log into the Star Network at the same time. In addition to the two major colleges, there are also people from other colleges. When Zaku saw Mo Li's holy light judge, his heart skipped a beat. The style of this mecha was completely different from the mecha he had seen in previous videos. Something is wrong. An alarm bell rang in Zaku's heart. Mo Li looked at him from a distance. How about it? Do you want to fight or not? Zaku took a deep breath and requested a fight. After the application was approved, a huge countdown appeared out of nowhere among them. When the countdown ended, Zaku immediately chose to distance himself, and then the two shoulder cannons and the wall-mounted machine guns of the mecha were aimed at Mo Li at the same time, and the fire control began to lock. A long-range attack. Mo Li's eyes lit up, and the floating cannon on his back fell down, aiming at Zaku in the distance. Come on, snipe. Zaku was still wondering why Mo Li didn't rush to close the distance, and then he saw his mecha being locked by fire control. Faster than me. Zaku had no time to think. His fighting instinct made him subconsciously activate the shield. Boom. The combined floating cannons started up with a bang. An extremely thick beam of light passed through several floating cities and landed on Zaku's body. The shield's energy dropped like a tide. Mo Li didn't expect Zaku to be so brave and choose to resist. He drew out the Scarlet Judgment with his backhand, held the sword with both hands, and the floater returned to his back, spraying out tail flames. The speed quickly increased to the extreme, and the distance between the two sides shortened rapidly. Zaku had just offset the energy impact and looked up to see Mo Li holding the Scarlet Judgment. A sword came slashing down, and he didn't dare to close his shield at all. Using the shield to resist, Zaku wanted to forcefully create distance, but he found that the speed of this mecha was astonishingly fast, and he couldn't get rid of it at all. He could only keep his shield open and take another blow. In just a short moment, the energy shield had consumed half of the body's energy. Zaku was shocked. The opponent's attack was so powerful, so weak. Mo Li's slightly bored voice came, and just as Zaku was about to feel anger rising in his heart, he saw dense red light covering his entire field of vision. The shield shattered with a loud bang, and Mo Li slashed through Zaku's body with a sword, then put the Scarlet Judgment back to his waist with a backhand. Boom. Zaku's body exploded directly. This should be beautiful enough, right? Mo Li muttered to himself, then returned to his college instructor. 2 updates, because I posted one in the early morning, hehe. 120 quick. Mo Li returned to the mentors. No one spoke at this time, but their eyes moved as they followed Mo Li's arrival. At this time, some people were still logging onto the Star Network. Those who arrived late were all students from the academy. They were sent here after receiving the information. Where is it? I heard there's going to be a good show. Seeing this, Mo Li also joined in the commotion. Where is it? Classmate, what's the good show to watch? I heard that instructor Mo Li is doing the heavenly punishment level again. Knock. I received the message late, but it hasn't been long. They should still be fighting. Yeah, maybe. Mo Li nodded in agreement, completely unaware that everyone's eyes were on him. Did it happen just like that? Jiang Yin asked softly. Mo Li turned around when he heard the voice and found that the instructors and students participating in the competition were all looking at him. Yeah, you guys didn't say it was a beautiful fight. Putting aside other things, this one of my strikes was good, wasn't it? Li Sheng was a little confused, but he still praised subconsciously. This knife is really powerful. The students around them woke up as if from a dream, and the students who had just logged in now roughly knew what was going on. But they couldn't accept it. Is this the end? It's only been a fucking minute since I received the message. And that's even including the 10 or so seconds I spent staring blankly here. Dude, is the sky punishment level so worthless? The students who didn't see the battle were all in a state of panic and couldn't believe it. They had heard that instructor Mo Lee could kill the heavenly punishment level by jumping levels, but they had never heard that killing the heavenly punishment level was as easy as butchering a dog. Moreover, he is the instructor of Yin Yao Academy. Even if he is also at the heavenly punishment level, his strength should be top-notch in the same level. So everyone looked at Mo Lee dimly. Hello. Mo Lee opened his arms. Don't look at me like that. I'm not at the star ring level. How can I possibly fight to the death? Everyone became even more resentful. Listen, is this human language? Star ring level? You think you're a cabbage. And you can definitely use a fortress to cross the level of heavenly punishment. But heavenly punishment crossing the level of star ring is too much. The students who had made the trip in vain sighed helplessly, while the students who had watched the entire process and participated in the competition all had their eyes lit up. He looked like a person who had been drifting around for half his life and only regretted that he had never met a wise leader. Mo Lee was so scared that he wanted to run away. In the end, it was Li Sheng who spoke up to save him. All right, let's all go. Instructor Mo Lee won this battle beautifully. Upon hearing this, Mo Lee came over very proudly and said, She's beautiful, of course. When will the money be transferred to my account? Then Mo Lee reported the account number that he had memorized by heart. Jiang Yin reluctantly came over to pull him away, whispering, I promised you nothing less. Now you have to tell me in detail, how did you perform that combo? Jiang Yin used the teleportation function to transport the two of them to an empty space. He looked solemn. I don't think I've ever set this up on my mecha. Auxiliary thrusters, don't you know? Just activate half of the auxiliary thrusters and use them when you draw the knife. When you put the knife away, switch to the other unactivated group, and then the front group will enter the preheating state. Mo Lee spoke seriously, but Jiang Yan's scalp tingled when he heard it. Because he followed Mo Lee's request and did not equip his arms with much hegemonic technology, the space saved and some of the energy saved by the shield were used to install auxiliary thrusters. This holy light judge has twice as many auxiliary thrusters as the sky punishment mecha of the same level. It was Mo Lee's strong request that he installed it at that time, but he didn't expect that Mo Lee's empathy was so strong that he could handle so many connection controls. This made Jiang Yin a little unconfident. Isn't the highest empathy rate 100%? He looked at Mo Lee with suspicion, looking him up and down, as if trying to figure out something. Logically speaking, with so many auxiliary thruster switches, the sympathetic load would be very high, and the auxiliary thruster engines installed on the Holy Light Judge were not used in groups, as Mo Lee had said. But each engine is separate. When it was first created, Jiang Yin teased Mo Lee. Is this supposed to be used like human muscles? And Mo Lee replied, what else? At that time, Jiang Yin thought he was joking, but now it seems that is not the case. But if Mo Lee could really use these auxiliary thrusters to the limit, then that kind of operation would be easy, right? Meanwhile, back at the Obsidian Academy, Zaku still hadn't recovered from his shock. He'd been defeated so quickly, it felt like a dream where the battle hadn't even begun yet. However, the complicated looks from everyone in the academy reminded him that all this was not a dream, it was real. At this moment, the reality of failure hit him like a tide, and Zaku's pupils suddenly contracted. At this time seemed to become quiet, but the discussions of the surrounding students and mentors became louder. What's going on? We lost so quickly. Is Instructor Zaku really at the heavenly punishment level? I don't think it's right. Is it intentional? How could I possibly let him down? I think his level is inflated. Even if the opponent is at the heavenly punishment level, it's impossible to win so quickly, right? The sound of everyone's discussion was like needles piercing his heart. Zaku's face began to turn pale, but then, after seeing that those who were discussing it were mostly students and instructors who were not as strong as him, he suddenly became angry. What do you know? The angry shout silenced many people, but the questioning in his eyes was like a sharp knife falling on him. At this moment, Zaku could clearly feel that his mentality was not as good as he had imagined, and this failure was even more difficult for him to accept. In particular, after someone said that Mo Lee was just an honorary pilot who came from a self-taught background, Zaku's mentality completely collapsed, and he directly logged off the Star Network. As for the others who originally wanted to see a good show, they were a little slow to react. Isn't this a Heavenly Punishment level fight? Why is it similar to Star Ring versus Heavenly Punishment? This was the thought in everyone's mind. Some smarter people have already watched it carefully through video playback. By slowing down the video, they discovered that just before Mo Lee made his final strike, the speed of the Scarlet Judgment in his hand suddenly increased by who knows how many times, forming an illusion that directly shattered Zaka's shield. This single operation alone made everyone stunned and confused. Such high-frequency slashing would be difficult to achieve with a Sky Punishment-level transmission system. Moreover, they discovered through careful study that with each slash, the Holy Light Judge exposed several external auxiliary thrusters, and the intensity of the light that lit up was different. Now everyone was a little confused and subconsciously regarded this move as the hegemonic technology of Galaxy Academy. And with a quick check, he and the others could see the familiar Jiang Yin style on Mo Lee's Mecha. And by combining Mo Lee's background and battle record with Jiang Yan's bounty, they quickly deduced that this Mecha was most likely from Jiang Yan. Number 121 Researcher. At the level of the Academy, everyone is engaged in research. They see each other every day and basically have contact information. It didn't take long for someone to find Jiang Yan. Professor Jiang, long time no see, haha. I heard there's some new technology recently. How is it? Is it good enough to apply for hegemonic technology? Professor Jiang, I heard there was a breakthrough in research recently. Professor Jiang, last time we talked about cooperation. Seeing these people's sudden enthusiasm, Jiang Yin roughly knew what was going on. They obviously regarded Mo Lee's operation as their own achievement. So he decisively refused. It wasn't me. It was purely his personal operation. This guy's empathy is abnormal. The auxiliary thrusters of the Holy Light Judge are independent. Everyone who got the answer subconsciously chose not to believe it, but after seeing that the person was Jiang Yin, they had to believe it. Because Jiang Yin is known for being old-fashioned in their circle, the probability of him deceiving them is too small. Just like the technology he was most proud of, the two-person Mecha, when it made a breakthrough, it shocked the entire technology circle. When they asked about it, Jiang Yin answered it very frankly. Jiang Yin helplessly explained to everyone one by one, and was about to exit the Star Network when he saw a space communication request. He originally wanted to refuse, but after seeing the name above, he paused for a moment. Pan Shunfeng. In Jiang Yan's memory, the two had little interaction. Pan Shunfeng was far away in the Qinming star domain, and there was a Yunming star domain between him and the Dongli star domain. Moreover, his research area is in the field of mecha transmission systems. Why did the other party suddenly come to him this time? With the idea of academic exchange in mind, Jiang Yin chose to answer the call. The space changed, and Jiang Yin appeared in a room. Opposite him, countless points of light condensed to form a middle-aged man wearing a white gown, slightly long hair, and thick-bottomed glasses. Professor Jiang, you are here. Sit down first. Pan Shunfeng obviously didn't expect Jiang Yin to accept the request. He was a little excited for a moment. After Jiang Yin sat down, he also sat opposite him and looked at Jiang Yin straight. Jiang Yin didn't feel offended. This was often the case when they were doing scientific research, without so many twists and turns. Now Pan Shunfeng obviously wanted to get some technology from him. Sure enough, as he spoke, Jiang Yin became more certain. Professor Jiang, did you build this mecha? Pan Shunfeng waved his hand, and a light curtain appeared, showing the scene of Mo Lee fighting Zaku. It's me. Jiang Yin had nothing to deny. As he agreed, Pan Shunfeng's breathing became noticeably heavier. This peculiar reaction made Jiang Yin frown slightly. Was he a little too excited? Professor Jiang, is his high-speed combo a hegemonic technology? Pan Shunfeng stared at Jiang Yin intently, and Jiang Yin found that there seemed to be a lot of bloodshot in his eyes. It's not hegemonic technology. How is that possible? Pan Shunfeng's voice suddenly rose, and he spoke rapidly. The mecha's transmission system is connected to the empathy. Every movement puts a load on the empathy system. He slashed 13 times in that second. Absolutely no one can bear this level of empathy load. The only way to replicate this is to isolate the arms system and use system intelligence to perform typesetting. However, without connection and empathy, the transmission aspect is also difficult to achieve this operation. How did he do it? Pan Shunfeng subconsciously crossed his hands in front of him, lowered his head, and muttered to himself, his fingers constantly clasping his elbows. How can we make the transmission system generate force like muscle fibers? Seeing him like this, Jiang Yin knew that he had entered a vortex of thoughts. He was like this many times, thinking about some problems for hours. When he was about to stop disturbing her, Pan Shunfeng suddenly said, "Can I meet him and talk to him?" You'll have to ask him about that. Jiang Yin didn't agree on behalf of Emoli. I can ask for you. Well, Pan Chunfeng sat back in a daze. Jiang Yin sighed helplessly. It was obvious to him that Pan Chunfeng had gone a little crazy. The figure disappeared, and Jiang Yin found Emoli. What's up? Emoli asked curiously. Jiang Yin rarely talked to him alone like this. There's a professor. Jiang Yin explained Pan Chunfeng's situation and said he might be trying to find inspiration from you. Inspiration? What inspiration? It's just manipulation. Emoli was confused. He didn't quite understand these scientists. I don't know. I haven't agreed yet. Do you want to go and see it? It's no big deal to take a look. Let's go. Although Emoli didn't understand, he still had respect for these scientists who devoted themselves to scientific research. They were the cornerstones of the times. Besides, we just met and chatted for a while. There was nothing else. Okay. After Jiang Yin got Emoli's consent, he immediately pulled him to the room where Pan Chunfeng was. Pan Chunfeng was still thinking blankly. After Emoli and the other person appeared, his pupils slowly focused. His gaze locked onto Chi-Chi. Pan Chunfeng didn't even bother to exchange polite greetings. He asked directly, "How did you do that move?" Emoli looked at Pan Chunfeng, who was so close to him, and subconsciously retreated tactically. What? That's a high-speed continuous slash. That speed is beyond the scope of ordinary mechas. Jiang Yin also said that it is not hegemonic technology. Oh, you're talking about that. Emoli suddenly realized, and then repeated what he had said to Jiang Yin. After hearing this, Pan Chunfeng was stunned. Because if what Emoli said is true, then this kind of operation can only be performed through his powerful empathy ability, and it is almost impossible for others to imitate it. Moreover, this is a manual operation, and it is extremely difficult to replicate it on a mecha. How so? How so? Pan Chunfeng kept grabbing his hair, and his eyes gradually became bloodshot. Seeing that something was wrong, Jiang Yin hurriedly said, "Professor Pan, there's no need to be so anxious. The path of scientific research is inherently difficult." Pan Chunfeng looked at Jiang Yin with bloodshot eyes. "But I don't have time anymore." Jiang Yin was shocked. At this moment, he only saw a kind of hysterical madness in Pan Chunfeng's eyes. Pan Chunfeng's figure disappeared immediately. Obviously, he was offline, leaving Emoli and Jiang Yin looking at each other in bewilderment. This is a bit crazy, right? Emoli had no taboos and said it directly. Jiang Yin remained silent. He could more or less see a bit of his own shadow in Pan Chunfeng. When he was researching the two-person mecha, he was in a similar situation. Later, he met the two girls who were like his own granddaughters. Thinking of this, he sighed helplessly. The road of scientific research is difficult to begin with, and there are many people who get stuck in a dead end if they are not careful. Chapter 122 Pan Chunfeng and Xiaodai. He didn't know what Pan Chunfeng's obsession was, and since he was not in the same field, he couldn't help, so he could only say with his best wishes. At this time, after Pan Chunfeng logged off, he came to a dim room. Judging from the dim light, the room seemed very large. The darkness did not affect Pan Chunfeng's vision. He came to a huge object whose shape could not be seen clearly and groped to touch a button. A faint warm yellow light appeared in front of my eyes. "Dad, you're here." A clear and sweet voice came, and Pan Chunfeng looked a little dazed. He stretched out his hand and placed it on the warm yellow light in front of him. It seemed to be a piece of glass, and underneath the glass, there was a childish face. Next to the face was not a neck or shoulder, but a wriggling gray-green wall of flesh. "Dad, you're here." The eyes of the young face were closed, but the mouth was moving. "Dad, you're here." "Dad." Two lines of tears slid down from the corners of Pan Chunfeng's eyes. He seemed to want to touch that face through the glass. "Xiaodai, it's Daddy who is useless. It's Dad who is useless. Dad can't save you." At this time, Pan Chunfeng burst into tears. "Dad, you're here." That face seemed to be repeating his sentence unconsciously, and Pan Chunfeng seemed to have long been accustomed to it. "Dad, help, help." Pan Chunfeng, who was lying on the ground crying, suddenly raised his head and looked at Xiaodai with shock in his eyes. Xiaodai. It's me, I'm Daddy. Help, help, it hurts so much." A look of pain appeared on Xiaodai's face. Her brows were furrowed, and her unconscious mumbling changed, as if every word she said was difficult. But in Pan Chunfeng's eyes, this change is hope. Because it has been 20 years, a full 20 years, since Xiaodai became like this, she has only been repeating this sentence. Suddenly, he remembered the experimental breakthrough some time ago. At that time, he had told Xiaodai that he had started the first phase of the experiment. Could it be that it worked? Pan Chunfeng looked at the pain on Xiaodai's face and felt heartbroken. He tried to touch her cheek in panic, but couldn't. He anxiously wanted to open the glass, But at this time Xiaoya's face relaxed, and she began to murmur unconsciously. Dad, you're here. Pan Shunfeng was stunned for a moment. Then he suddenly stood up and ran out without even turning off the device. He went to his studio, turned on the Star Network, and started recording. On day 7462, Xiaodai showed signs of regaining self-awareness. This may be related to the success of the first phase of the experiment. After finishing the recording, Pan Shunfeng breathed a sigh of relief and then found a contact method. Professor Pan? The other party was obviously a little confused by his contact. What's wrong? Something happened over there recently, and resources are hard to come by. You need to wait for a while. Pan Shunfeng's expression was stern. I have already succeeded in the second stage. Now I need more test subjects to start the third stage. As long as the 3 stages are successful, there will be no exceptions. There was a moment of silence on the other side. Really? I never lied to you. Now that our largest source has been cut off, it's impossible to recover it. We can only search for it in other star regions. Pan Shunfeng said coldly. I don't care where you find it, but if you want it to be fully published, then experiments are essential. At this point, Pan Shunfeng suddenly had an idea. There's another person. If you can bring him here, we won't need other experimental subjects. Who? An honorary pilot from Xinghe Academy, named M.O. Li. M.O. Li. The voice on the other end suddenly rose. Why is it him? The other party's reaction clearly showed that he knew this person. It was Pan Shunfeng who was puzzled. Do you know him? He's different from the others. If it's him, I'm 91% sure I can make it in the third phase. No, this person is absolutely not allowed. The other party refused without even thinking about it. Pan Shunfeng was stunned. In the past, the other party had supplied unlimited resources for his research results. No matter how outrageous his request was, the other party would do it for him. But why is it that an honorary pilot from Galaxy Academy has stumped them now? Why not? The man on the other side was clearly getting a bit annoyed, and his tone was filled with impatience. If this guy can kill a Singularity class pilot, why can't I? Singularity level. Pan Shunfeng's pupils shrank. How is this possible? How could he be a Singularity class pilot? Why did the Chaos Star region disappear? How did Batter die? The other side asked coldly. Hasn't a new strange thing appeared in the Chaos Star region? That person is M.O. Li? That's right. Few people know about the Chaos Star region right now. Currently, the only way to make a move on the Chaos Star region is to start a war through the Federation. You should understand how powerful a Singularity class pilot is. Pan Shunfeng's thoughts raced. Why would Xinghe Academy want to get involved? Did they know? We probably don't know. We speculate that this might be Chi-Chi's personal behavior. M.O. Li, M.O. Li. Pan Shunfeng kept repeating M.O. Li's name. Isn't he wanted by the Empire? If the Empire intervenes, can they capture him? Or perhaps assassinate him while he's without his mecha? Assassination. The other party seemed to have thought of something. Do you think it's possible? Victor is next to him. Do you think there's a chance? Upon hearing this, Pan Shunfeng subconsciously clenched his fists. There's a chance. Use the experimental results of the first phase. You're crazy. That thing isn't stable yet. Do you want to be exposed? Phase 2 is complete. The side effects of Phase 1 are insignificant. If you don't want to see Phase 3, forget it. There was a long silence on the other side before he asked, if I capture him for you, is there really a 91% chance of reaching the third stage? You know, I'm not doing this for myself. Good. The college competition is still going on. In the second-year competition of Galaxy College, they were unable to defeat Obsidian College. But this time, the Obsidian Academy was surprisingly honest. There was no taunting or anything, and they just fought normally. M.O. Li was still wondering, but Jiang Yin smiled and said, they don't dare, because losing this year is an inevitable outcome. So confident? Of course. Yi Lingyin, standing next to him, crossed her arms and said expressionlessly, third graders can't win. M.O. Li turned around and said, why? I remember you were the leader of the third grade team, right? If you can lead a team, are you sure you can win? Yi Lingyin's fist hardened instantly. She realized that M.O. Li, this dog, could not spit out any ivory. I couldn't even give him a chance to speak. Every time he opened his mouth, I would get so angry that I almost died. If Yi Lingyin could defeat him, she would have wanted to strangle him to death. Chapter 123 Black Market. The doubt on M.O. Li's face could not be concealed. Yi Lingyin was so angry that her teeth were itching, and the third grade competition was about to begin. Yi Lingyin came on stage with a completely gloomy face, and she was the first one. The opponents couldn't help but feel frightened when they saw Yi Lingyin's appearance. The Aurora twins were famous, and with Yi Lingyin's death some time ago, they were probably going to vent their anger on them. Yi Lingyin's mecha still continues G in style, but this one is of a higher level. Soundproof Type 2. The first battle started soon. The opponent was quite strong. The fortress had 7 stars, which was considered average among the third graders. When the game started, Yi Lingyin's thrusters shook, and while flying for a surprise attack, the 5-sound excitation cannon in her hand was also activated, and 5 colored energy bombs came like a torrent. The man subconsciously wanted to pull up to avoid a round of long-range attacks, but Yi Lingyin was using the 5-sound excitation cannon while flying at high speed, and his pulling up action gave Yi Lingyin time to approach. As Yi Lingyin approached, the 2 horns on her back slid and fell into her hands, resembling 2 daggers. She blocked the opponent's slashing sword with one sword, and then stabbed out with another sword with incredible swiftness, forcing out the opponent's energy shield. But before he could distance himself, a large amount of energy suddenly gathered at Yi Lingyin's waist and abdomen, and a thick particle beam hit the shield of the mecha right in the face. The mecha was forced to retreat continuously by the energy impact. At this moment, Yi Lingyin threw up both swords. When the 2 swords were spinning in the air at high speed, the armor on his hands rotated, forming 2 5-sound excitation cannons. The barrel rotated, and a torrent of colorful particles instantly submerged the mecha. Seeing the shield energy dropping at a high speed, he was still unable to move due to the impact force, and could only shout in fear. "I give up." The system immediately judged him as the loser, and Yi Lingyin also stopped the energy output, caught the double swords that had been thrown out, and inserted them into the shoulder corner. Turning his head to look in the direction of the academy, Yi Lingyin snorted coldly, as if saying something silently. And at this time Emily, "Elegy, look at her. It seems that a 3-shot concentrated attack is very powerful, but firstly, it wastes energy. Secondly, if the opponent is prepared, if the first shot misses, the roles will be reversed." "Very passive," Emily commented seriously, while Qin Wanga beside him nodded his head with a serious expression. "Teacher, what should we do?" "What should I do? I'll attack with my dual swords first. The opponent's reaction speed is obviously not as fast as hers. A quick attack will be enough. No need for any fancy moves." "I understand, Mentor." Later, Obsidian Academy also sent people to the battlefield, but they could not cause any trouble in the face of Yi Lingyin. Although Yi Lingyin was nothing in front of Emily, she was more than enough to defeat these people. Neither side of the academy was surprised by the outcome of this battle. After all, Yi Lingyin's dominance was among the best among their academies, and had reached the level of a monster in the Yunming and Mingqin star fields. As expected, Obsidian Academy suffered a crushing defeat in today's match against the 3rd grade team. If they want to make a comeback, they can only rely on tomorrow's team battle. As for the 1st graders, Bontel is seriously injured and will definitely not be able to participate, and Qin Wanga's combat characteristics are not suitable for team battles. There is still suspense in the 1st grade. As for the 3rd grade, without Yi Lingyun, it is not known whether the Xinghao Academy team can still be as invincible as in previous years. In general, Yinyao Academy still retains hope of promotion. That night, Emily rejected Jiang Yan's request for dinner and returned to the space station on the rocky planet. Sebastian rented a warehouse here to store 2 mechas. "I found the black market here, on the surface of the planet." Emily followed his gaze and saw the rocky planet in the distance. The surface of that planet is full of bases for various forces stationed in the Yunming star region, and the black market is also there. "Can these 2 mechas be transported in?" "Yes, I have already arranged the channels. The day after tomorrow, the academy will take a break for the promotion competition, and the black market will be open at that time." Emily nodded slightly. The next day, the college team competition began. After the 1st grade of Obsidian College lost its strong player Bontel, its strength was obviously much weaker. I don't know if it was because the defeat of the strongest genius affected their morale, but Galaxy College won easily. In the 2nd grade, without any strong players, they lost as expected. Soon it was time for the much-anticipated 3rd grade battle. Everyone's attention was on Yi Lingyin. They all wanted to know whether she could carry the banner of the academy after losing Yi Lingyin. And the result of the battle did not disappoint them. Her performance in team battles was very eye-catching. Both her command and tactics were well arranged. She was also very strong herself and could act as a spearhead to tear apart the opponent's formation. After the game, everyone seemed to get to know her all over again. In the past, Yi Lingyin was a gentle person with strong strength. Her opponents admired her, and her teammates also liked her. But now Yi Lingyin gives people the feeling of a cold and sharp blade, as if to cut off all obstacles in front of her. Xinghao Academy successfully advanced, and 4 academies in Mingqin Star Region and Yunming Star Region also advanced. There are 2 major academies in each star field, and 16 will be selected into 8. The remaining 3 academies are another academy in the Hidden Star field, called Greystone Academy, the Interstellar United Academy in the Firefly Star Field, and the St. Triac Combat Academy in the Shilling Star Field. After the promotion, there was a draw. It was also a break that day, so Emoli did not go to watch the draw. Instead, he and Sebastian drove the spaceship, carrying the 2-star ring-class mechas to the black market on the surface of the planet. This black market is located inside the largest mountain range on the planet. The mountain was hollowed out and transformed into a black market. The interior was extremely huge, no different from a city. Sebastian piloted the spaceship and arrived in front of a mountain. After a brief pause, a communication request came in. Sebastian showed his pass and entered the mountain. The entire interior of the mountain has been renovated, and after entering, there is a long spacecraft taxiway that is nearly a kilometer long. After passing through the passage, there was an extremely large space. Sebastian parked the spaceship on a huge platform and looked at the brightly lit city below. Mr. Emoli, we're here. Sure, this black market. Emoli stood up and looked down through the porthole. What next? Have you contacted the buyer? No need to contact them. The black market will handle it for us. 2-star ring-class mechas are their VIP guests. Sebastian's mouth twitched. Selling the star ring-class mecha here will also help to make them famous. That's good, Elbow. Emoli wanted to get off the boat after he finished speaking, but Sebastian stopped him. It's better to hide your identity in the black market. 124th estimate. This is a holographic projection, a worthless little gadget, but it's enough for the black market where people with detectors are not allowed to enter. Sebastian was introducing a small device to Emoli, and when he turned around, he found that Emoli had changed. This is how it's used. As for the code name, no need for code names, just call me Daniel Wu. Emoli interrupted Sebastian. From now on, I am Daniel Wu. Okay, then I'll call you Daniel Wu now. After saying that, Sebastian's face blurred for a moment, and suddenly turned into a face full of flesh. Mr. Wu, you can just call me Rock. Sebastian's voice became much deeper. Emoli walked around him in surprise. This face didn't match his meticulously dressed appearance at all. Let's go. The two left the helipad and rented a hovercraft nearby to enter the city. Sebastian drove very steadily. Emoli looked at the people around him and found that they all used holographic projections to cover their faces. The black market was open this time because of the college league. Before this, the black market had a specific cycle each time it was opened, and there were basically no people in the black market outside the cycle. Emoli looked at those people and found that there were many students with young faces. This was the vision Xianji gave him at the time. To the naked eye, these people looked relatively mature. It seems that they are all hiding themselves. By the way, where can we buy mechas? Emoli asked doubtfully. Find an agent. Sebastian drove seriously. This black market is backed by several resources from the Yunming Star region. Actually, it's called a black market, but it's basically semi-public. So many companies have their bases here. This time we're looking for the base of Tianwu Shinji Company. Divine Machine? Emoli was shocked and asked subconsciously, do they have a divine machine? Sebastian pondered for a moment. If it's a Goeishu-class mecha, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a divine mecha, right? No, Emoli shook his head slightly. Sebastian, do you have any idea about the divine machine? Sebastian was stunned by the question. As for mecha, he could only judge from the limited information on the internet. If it's Goeishu level, it should be able to carry star-destroying weapons, right? No, Sebastian, if it's only at the star level, it can't be called a divine machine. Sebastian was stunned, because at this moment Emoli's gaze was very deep, as if his thoughts had drifted to the mecha that could truly be called a divine machine. In a trance, the two had arrived at their destination. Mr. Wu, we're here. Let's go. Emoli seemed to have returned to normal, but for some reason Sebastian always felt that he was a little sad. The hover car stopped in the parking lot next to the building, and the two got out and entered the building. The league has brought a huge amount of traffic to the Yunming Star region, and there may be a lot of people in the black market at this time. There were quite a few people in the building the two entered. The first floor of this building is a huge exhibition hall, more than 50 meters high, with stands of all sizes filled with various types of items. At first glance, most of them are various mechanical things. After all, anything that can end up on the black market is basically contraband. Emoli also saw several mechas, and the number of people next to these mechas was obviously more than that in other places. In addition to mechas, some human weapons or mecha weapons are also the focus of everyone's attention. Emoli even saw a cannon with the words hegemonic technology written on it. Can hegemonic technology be sold? Emoli was shocked and confused. Black market, very normal. Sebastian looked calm. He wouldn't be surprised by anything that appeared in the black market. This can only be used as a weapon. Hegemonic technology has anti-disassembly procedures. It is basically impossible to go back and study it. He spoke all the way and led Emily into a VIP room. As soon as they entered, Sebastian spoke. We made an appointment to sell mechas. Xuanji could detect that there was a sensing device here. As Sebastian finished speaking, the sensing device flashed. Okay, please wait a moment. One of our internal staff will come to receive you shortly. The two found a place to sit down, and soon the insider arrived. It was a woman with a delicate face and cool clothes. She came up to the two of them with a bright smile on her face. Hello, gentlemen. My name is Lan Lan, a level 4 appraiser. What are your names? Daniel Wu. Rock. Mo Lee's heart moved slightly. He thought the other party would send a vase, but it turned out to be a 4th level appraiser. Appraiser is a special profession unique to the black market, and the appraisal level roughly corresponds to the mecha level. Sentinel, Raid, Fortress, Heavenly Punishment, Star Ring, Singularity, and Ruins. Among the 7 levels, a level 4 appraiser is already able to appraise a Sky Punishment class mecha or the weapon technology it carries. Level 4 isn't enough. While Emily was thinking, Sebastian suddenly said, We want to sell Star Ring class mechas. Lan Lan's smile froze for a moment, and then she said, If it's a Star Ring class mecha, you might need to show some proof. Sebastian projected the image data he had prepared long ago. These are the specific parameters of the Star Ring class machines, which cannot be obtained without a certain understanding. As a 4th level appraiser, Lan Lan also has a certain vision. At the first glance, she can tell that the parameters of these two mechas are definitely beyond the Sky Punishment level. Several of these technologies have no famous origins, which indirectly proves the level of these two mechas. The ordinary Sky Punishment class cannot be equipped with so much hegemonic technology, and the energy consumption and empathy load are beyond the Sky Punishment class's ability to bear. Lan Lan quickly glanced through the information and nodded slightly. I understand. Please wait a moment. I will go and ask the division manager here. It is true that they have level 5 appraisers here, but there are only 2 of them, and one of them is the highest person in charge here. But normally, a level 5 appraiser would only appraise items that the level 4 appraisers were unsure about, but she was 100% sure that these 2 mechas were of the Star Ring level. After Lan Lan finished speaking, she left quickly and came back a few minutes later with a tall woman. The woman had a smile on her face as she came up to the 2 men and introduced herself. Hello, I'm Hong He, the person in charge of Tianwu Xinji's black market in Yunming. I heard that you 2 are selling Star Ring class mechas? Right. We've reviewed the data and can preliminarily identify it as a Star Ring class mecha. I wonder if we could see the actual thing. This step is the most important. The previous information may have been obtained by some means, but with such detailed first-hand parameters, it is worth taking a look. Of course, Sebastian said in a deep voice. Please follow me. Hong He leaned forward slightly and made a gesture of invitation. Mo Lee and Sebastian stood up, with Sebastian slightly behind Mo Lee. This small action caught the attention of the Red Dutchman. Information volume 125. Hong He took the 2 of them through a dedicated passage, and then drove a large commercial hovercraft to the address given by Sebastian. Tianwu Xinji's hovercraft is very low-key, without any flashy appearance or logo, so no one noticed it when it left here. When she arrived at the place where the spaceship was parked, Hong He looked at the limited edition spaceship in front of her with a look of surprise. This type of spacecraft has basically been eliminated at present, and is only used by some poorer planets in remote star regions. Will there be 2 Star Ring class mechas on this type of spacecraft? Sebastian and Mo Lee came down, walked towards the belly of the spaceship, and opened a small door. Seeing this, Lan Lan took 2 steps forward to Hong Ha. Fine. Hong He waved her hand slightly. This is the Yunming Star region. There's a company base right next to us. We'll be fine. At this point, Hong He paused slightly. On the contrary, if it is true, this is also an opportunity for us. Lan Lan lowered her head when she heard this. She naturally knew that if they could sell 2 Star Ring class mechas here, their reputation would definitely be greatly improved. Let's go. Hong He clapped her hands and followed Mo Lee and the others into the belly of the spaceship. The passage inside the spacecraft also shows that this is an old spacecraft, but Hong He didn't care much about it. Lan Lan suddenly remembered something and whispered 2 words to Hong Ha. Source. Hong He was startled, slapped her head, and quickly followed the 2 of them. Gentlemen. At this moment, Sebastian was just in front of a hatch, about to open it. What's wrong? Sorry, I forgot to mention a rule on the black market regarding the source of mechas. Mo Lee's expression changed slightly, and Sebastian's expression also darkened. He had never heard of this before. Seeing the expressions of the 2, Hong He hurriedly explained. This doesn't mean that we need to look at the detailed source, but a specific source. This is a rule for mechas above the heavenly punishment level. We all know that the Star Ring class mecha involves a lot of things. We need to know a rough outline of its origin, such as combat, or perhaps it came out of a laboratory. The two men's expressions looked better then. The most taboo thing about things on the black market is to ask about their source. As for the source, just look at it directly. After saying that, Sebastian directly opened the hatch. Behind this hatch was the cargo hold of the spacecraft, which had a large space. After the hatch opened, Lanlan and Honghe immediately saw the two mechas, the Apostle of Judgment and the Flame Blade Tyrant. The moment they saw the two mechas clearly, their eyes widened subconsciously. I saw that both of these mechas had a hideous hole in the cockpit, as if they were pierced by some kind of energy weapon. The two looked at each other and could see the shock in each other's eyes. Because except for the fatal wound in the cockpit, there are no other wounds on other parts of these two mechas. They can even be said to be brand new. However, the black market's principle of not questioning the source of the goods still made them suppress their shock. Battle-damaged mechas may need to undergo a complete scanning test. Only the life support system in the cockpit was damaged. I stopped, and the other modules were not damaged. Emily suddenly said. Lanlan and Honghe were shocked. There was too much information contained in Emily's words. Also, tell me, what do you mean by I held back? These are two-star ring-class mechas. Honghe couldn't help swallowing and forced a smile, saying, if only the cockpit's life support system and some armor were damaged, it should be able to fetch a good price close to the original price. More than that, Sebastian suddenly spoke. You should know what a wound like this that goes through the cockpit means. There's absolutely no chance the pilot will survive. That means we don't have to worry too much about retaliation. When it came to the price, Honghe immediately came to her senses. That's true, but star ring level cultivators usually have the backing of powerful forces, so this can't be a condition. How about we wait and see what the mecha decides? Honghe came in front of the two mechas and looked up at the two steel behemoths. The black market in the Yunmeng Star region is quite famous, and people from various colleges come here to shop after drawing lots. On the one hand, it is to broaden the students' horizons, and on the other hand, it is to see if we can find some good things. During the league break, the black market opens, which has become an established rule. Brother Imo-chun, there are so many contraband here. A group of 5 people were walking on the street, and 2 of the girls were looking at the things sold on the black market and kept exclaiming, "It's a black market after all." The man named Imo-chun said with a slight smile, "Sister Riao, you don't know, we rarely come here, but I heard that there are often good things here, including some special products of the Empire." "An imperial specialty," Jiang Ruiyao exclaimed softly. "I heard that the Empire's weapons technology is very advanced. It would be great if I could buy an imperial lightsaber." "That's not necessarily true. The Empire's high-end wares won't circulate here, and the weapons that do come out aren't as powerful as those from our Deep Space Prophet Academy." "Is that so? So amazing." Another woman named Lu Xingran also looked envious. The expressions of the two made the 3 boys feel quite satisfied, and they became more enthusiastic in their introductions. The next day, after the draw, the competition officially began. I don't know if it was a coincidence or luck, but Xinghe Academy did not draw the 4 death lists from Yunmeng Star Domain and Mingxin Star Domain, but instead drew another academy in Yinyao Star Domain, Huiyin Academy. The strength of Grey Rock Academy is similar to that of Obsidian Academy. Li Xing thought it would be an easy battle, but he did not expect to be in a tough fight during the ring match. Greystone College is relatively low-key in the Hidden Star region, and its popularity is not as high as that of the Obsidian College. Many people subconsciously think that Obsidian College is stronger than Greystone College. As a result, in this battle, Greystone Academy showed them its true strength. After 3 rounds of competition, Xinghe Academy was sweating profusely before barely winning. The same was true for the second day's competition. Only the 3rd grade team, where Yi Lingyin was located, had a crushing momentum, and the other competitions were extremely difficult. This game made many people get to know Grey Rock Academy again. Yi Lingyin's performance at Xinghe Academy made more people remember her. One of the Aurora twins has fallen, and other academies all know the news. While they feel regretful, they are also wondering whether Yi Lingyin will be affected. Because before this, everyone knew that the 2 sisters had a very good relationship. There are even rumors that after Yi Lingyin's death, Yi Lingyin once had thoughts of committing suicide. But now it seems that Yi Lingyin is not only not affected at all, but her strength has also increased dramatically. News about the 126-star ring-level mecha. In the past 2 days, a very shocking news has been heard in the black market. There are star ring-class mechas for sale. As soon as this news came out, undercurrents suddenly surged in the Yunmeng star field. Star ring-class mecha is not something that appears often in their lives. Each star ring class mecha is the vehicle of famous powerful people in the star field, or it is a new product of a laboratory company. However, the latter basically appear in press conferences and exhibitions, and appear on the black market. Regardless of the source, there must be a big movement somewhere. Tianwu Shinji Company even held an auction specifically for this purpose, and the information currently circulating is also very explosive. These two mechas were obtained through combat. This news caused an uproar in all circles. Gained in battle, it also means that a star ring class pilot has fallen. This is not a dangerous Zerg battlefield. In the relatively peaceful federal territory, what could have happened to cause the fall of two star ring class mechas? People don't know, but that doesn't stop them from being eager to find out the news. For a time, undercurrents surged in the federal territory, and many people appeared secretly to inquire about the news. I thought it would be the same as before, with no source to be found, but this time someone actually found the identities of these two-star ring-level pilots. Evil Vulture, Chiang. In fact, these two names were also very famous in the past few years, and they have a common feature. They are both known as the pilots with the greatest chance of being promoted to the star ring level. But as they became less active, there was no news about them anymore. I didn't expect that I would appear in front of everyone again in this way. As the voting for the college league came to an end, the number of people on the black market increased, and many people wanted to come and see these two-star ring class mechas. However, Tianwu Shinji Company has only released the news so far that the sale will be in the form of an auction, and the time is scheduled to be after the end of the Federal College League. These people come now to gather information. After they confirmed the authenticity of the news at Tianwu Shinji, the news also spread like wildfire in the underground world. The news was so popular at that time that it even subtly affected the lives of normal people in the Yunming Star region. Advanced spaceships and even fleets that were rarely seen before all came to the Yunming Star region. During the competition, the sudden increase in the number of spaceships is not very common, because people who want to watch the game should have arrived long ago. They can't just come now to watch the game, right? These days, the underground world of the Federation has gone crazy. Two-star ring class mechas are enough to drive them crazy. The Sky Punishment level mecha can still be manufactured, but the star ring level ones are basically monopolized by major corporate families. Otherwise, there would not be so few Sky Punishment level pirates in the chaotic star field with the most pirates. It is very difficult to break through the star ring level, but considering the huge base of the entire federal star field, there are still many people stuck at the Sky Punishment level without mechas. Two-star ring class mechas circulating on the black market are enough to drive them crazy. This opportunity doesn't come around all the time. The big moves in the black market attracted their attention, and the popularity of the league dropped a lot. In the top 4-2 competition, Xingha Academy met the academy from Yunming Star region. As expected, grades 1 and 2 were crushed. Even in the third grade competition, Yilingyin only won 2 games and lost the subsequent team competitions. It was a complete defeat. Being crushed like this, everyone in the academy was a little dazed. Although it was like this before, it is still a bit hard to accept every time I get beaten into this kind of result, as if all my efforts over the years are not worth mentioning. Li Sheng couldn't bear to see these children looking so dazed. It's not their fault, because some things are incomparable at birth. Some people are born in Rome, and that's just the way it is. Don't be discouraged, we have achieved very good results this year. Li Sheng comforted everyone. After we go back, the academy won't blame you. Everyone has tried their best, and that's enough. Unfortunately, these words had no effect. Li Sheng suddenly had an idea. I think everyone has heard the rumors about the Yunming black market, right? Sure enough, this kind of melon attracted the most attention of these students. That black market rumored to be selling star ring class mechas? Star ring level? Really? I heard that a fierce man appeared in the Chaos Star region and killed 2-star ring level pilots in a row. Now they are selling their mechas. So powerful? That person must be at the singularity level, right? The students exclaimed. Some of them knew about the underground undercurrent through channels, while others had no idea what was going on. As soon as this explosive news came out, their previous frustration was thrown out of their minds. The news is true. Li Sheng concluded directly. The black market auction will be held after the league ends. I'll take you there then. Sebastian, your news is a bit exaggerated. Emoli looked at the underground forum here and said in surprise. The Tianwu divine machine is also exerting its power. Sebastian shook his head slightly. He just passed on the origins of these two mechas. At first, those who had the intention to buy were still hesitant, but after they found out that it came from the chaotic star field, none of them cared anymore. It's a no man's land there. After you buy it, you can use it openly after a little operation. He didn't expect that Sebastian would take the initiative to reveal the news. Isn't this equivalent to exposing his own identity? But after thinking about the chaotic star field, it became clear. This was probably their way of making a name for themselves in the chaos star domain, but it could indeed increase the visibility of the auction and attract more people, so she simply ignored it. The spread of this news also had a great impact on the parliamentarians, especially Chun Yao and Meng Yang. Both of them secretly planned to promote federal policies to launch a war against the chaotic star field. After all, there is a singularity-class pilot there. If they want to shoot it down, they will definitely suffer heavy losses. It would be better to resort to war. Things have developed to this point. The value of the Chaos Star domain is another matter. What they need is revenge. Or, get rid of a singularity-class pilot who is hiding in the dark and has a grudge against them. Now both of them feel a bit stuck in a dilemma. If they had known that there were singularity-class pilots behind the Chaos Star field, they would definitely not have done so. But now, the die is cast, and the feud has been formed. Meng Yang was fine, as they were 2-star ring-level pilots, so he could just endure it. But on Chun Yao's side, the loss of Batter was not something he could bear. Even the people behind him could not bear it. And recently, there has been pressure from above, and the supply chain must be restored as soon as possible. Negotiation number 127. Chun Yao hasn't slept well recently, and his spirit level is visibly poor. Batter's death had already put a lot of pressure on him. Now that their research had reached a critical stage and the demand for experimental materials had increased, he was under even greater pressure. Now, as soon as he heard that they were auctioning Meng Yang's 2-star ring-level mechas, he immediately investigated the information. Why? Why not reveal the name? Chun Yao fell into deep thought. Judging from the information, a normal seller would not reveal the source of the mecha, and the Chaos Star region had already become Mo Li and his team's possession. It would be too easy for them to keep the news secret. The current situation only proved that they were the ones who spread it. Since you chose to spread the news, why not release the name? Once a singularity-level pilot is exposed, he will definitely be wooed by various superpowers, and it will not be a problem for the chaotic star field to become a legal place. Mr. Counselor, do you want to spread the news that Chi-Chi is the pilot? Chun Yao looked at the person who spoke with an expressionless face. Are you trying to drag Xinghe Academy into this? Chun Yao also checked Mo Li's information at Xinghe Academy. The officials at Xinghe Academy didn't seem to be very clear about Mo Li's true strength. The complicated relationship involved gave Chun Yao a headache. Now, only he and Meng Yang know the identity of the superpilot in the Chaos Star domain, and no one else knows. This pilot seemed to appear out of thin air. Even though they had Mo Li's information, they couldn't find out his origins, let alone others. As for exposing Mo Li's information, Chun Yao would definitely not do it. The same goes for Meng Yang. The relationship between Xinghe Academy and Mo Li is delicate now. If it were to be exposed, given Xinghe Academy's style of doing things, they would probably directly recruit Mo Li. We have to find a way to ruin this auction. Chun Yao lowered his head in thought, with a hint of ferocity in his eyes. Since it was an auction, Mo Li would definitely be present, so this might be an opportunity. While he was deep in thought, a call suddenly came in. Batter's mecha hasn't been destroyed yet, has it? Chun Yao was stunned. All the Batter people were dead, so how could the mecha be preserved? In a singularity-level battle, no matter how strong the opponent is, there is no way he can kill Batter while keeping his mecha intact, right? How is this possible? Chun Yao said subconsciously. Nothing is impossible. The other party spoke coldly. I got the news that they originally wanted to sell 3 mechas, but they are still hesitant about whether to sell one. 3. Chun Yao exclaimed. The battle that day was between Batter, Ijiu, and Qi Yang. If there really are 3 mechas, then it would correspond. But how is that possible? Deep down, Chun Yao still couldn't believe it. That man's strength is even more exaggerated than we imagined. The only way to kill him is when he's not in his mecha. Chun Yao was confused, still thinking about that possibility in his mind. Don't take action in the Yunming Star region. The highest alert has been activated there. If you take action, you will be uprooted. Chun Yao's heart sank. Don't worry about anything else for now. Find someone to contact them and get Batter's mecha back. The person on the other end snorted coldly and hung up the phone, leaving Chun Yao in a daze. The college league ended quickly, and this year Mingqin Star region was better and won the championship. After the league ended, all forces, in addition to recruiting students from the academy, flocked to the planet on the black market. For 2 consecutive days, there were constant spacecraft coming and going, and there were long queues along the landing route during peak hours. Mo Li and Sebastian had been staying at the place arranged by Tianwu Shinji these days. The auction was to take place that evening, but before that, someone suddenly found them. Sebastian knocked on Mo Li's door. You mean someone's looking for us? Well, it's most likely Chun Yao's people. Molly pondered. The news you released must have worked. They must want to take back the echo of mad laughter. Good. After the news of the Star Ring class mecha was released, Sebastian briefly revealed to Tianwu Shinji that there was another mecha, and it was even better, but he did not mention the specific level. The purpose is to get a hold of the power behind Chun Yao. They contacted us too quickly. The person behind Chun Yao is probably not simple. Sebastian's face darkened slightly. This was originally a test for them, and after the test, it can only be said that it is worthy of being a force that can control a member of parliament. Mo Li and his team sell Star Ring level mechas, and their status in Tianwu Shinji is already very high. Even so, someone was able to find the two people in their territory, which proves a lot. See you? Yes, why not? I asked you to spread the news just to get in touch with them. Mo Li smiled and said that it was impossible to give them the mecha, and this contact was to better understand the enemy. Sebastian nodded slightly and stood up. Tianwu Shinji helped them arrange a meeting place. After the two of them went over, they found that it was a young man who was sitting on the edge of the sofa with his hands outstretched. When he saw them coming, he showed no intention of getting up. Lan, who had brought Mo Li and the other two here, paused when she saw this. She wanted to block Mo Li and the other's side a little, but unfortunately, both Sebastian and Mo Li were much taller than her and saw them at first sight. The two looked at each other and understood what the other meant. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Mr. Chunyan, the person has arrived. Lan reminded softly. I can see it. The young man named Chun Yin glanced at Mo Li and the others, then picked up the wine glass on the table and took a sip. Sit. Don't want to talk? Mo Li asked with a smile. What's the meaning? Chun Yin put his hands away and rested his elbows on his thighs. I came here to give you enough face. Since Mo Li had spoken, Sebastian had no intention of saying anything else. You? Who do you think you are? Mo Li had no intention of pampering him. Chun Yan's expression changed slightly. Chun Yao, Counselor Chun is my brother. No. Mo Li shook his head. Forget it. Tell him that if he really wants to talk, he should find someone who's not so stupid. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. At this time, Chun Yan suddenly changed his previous style and started clapping. As expected of someone who can produce 2-star ring class mechas. I'm sorry, I was wrong just now. He stood up and apologized bluntly. I thought Mo Li and the others would give me some face and renegotiate, but I didn't expect Mo Li to just wave his hand without even turning his head. Put away your boring temptations. But Lan, who was standing by, looked at the scene with some embarrassment. She didn't expect that the talks would break down before either party even sat down. The smile on Chun Yan's face was also stiff. He had been negotiating for so many years, but he had never seen anyone so straightforward. At the beginning, he was just pretending to see what kind of character Mo Li and the others had, and then take a step back to maintain the negotiations. Unexpectedly, Mo Li turned the table over after this test. Auction 127 begins. It's like two people playing chess. As soon as you make a move, the other person overturns the table and scolds you, saying you can't play anymore. When Chun Yin was anxious, his heart suddenly shook. He was testing Mo Li and the others, and wasn't Mo Li's current actions also testing him? If I chase after him, it would be a clear message to the other party that I really need this negotiation. Thinking of this, Chun Yin found that he seemed to have underestimated the other party's strength. They don't seem to be afraid of a possible war, and their strength must be more than just singularity level. The next parliamentary meeting is his bargaining chip, and the other party is also aware of this. Chun Yin initially thought that the other party would be patient because of this. Now it seems that the other party doesn't care at all. His mind raced, and he chased after him. Because they really need this negotiation. Maybe the people behind Chun Yao could give them a cold shoulder and even start a war, but he and Chun Yao couldn't. The previous arrogance disappeared, and Chun Yin trotted over to Mo Li and the other man. You too. I was wrong just now. I sincerely apologize. How about giving me another chance? We are really sincere. Since you have been caught by the other party, it is better to be direct and honest. You can also give the impression that you are helpless, and then see if you can regain the initiative in the subsequent negotiations. Mo Li and Sebastian stopped in their tracks, and Chun Yin immediately sensed something was up. As for the echo of mad laughter, we're truly sincere in taking it back. Mo Li and his friends sold 2 mechas, obviously because they were really short of money. We are willing to buy it back at 1.5 times the price. Mo Li glanced at him and said, your expression changes so quickly. You can tell he's a smart guy, and I don't like dealing with smart people. Chun Yin froze, not knowing what to do for a moment, because Mo Li was really adamant. Sebastian, who was standing next to him, had no intention of speaking from beginning to end. Originally, Chunyin thought that his negotiation partner was Sebastian, and he also got to know him well, so he made the plan. Because in his opinion, even if Sebastian was unhappy, he would still make concessions, so he could test Sebastian's bottom line step by step. As a result, he never expected that Sebastian had no intention of speaking at all. Even when Qi Li turned over the table, his expression did not change at all. No matter what, his every move now represents the future direction of the chaotic star field, so you should at least show some expression. Chunyin is really not confident now. He couldn't understand these two people. Give me a chance, give me a chance. Chunyin was really annoyed. He just wanted to keep these two people. You really want to talk? Emily looked at him expressionlessly. Really. Chunyin nodded repeatedly. Okay, go away. I don't see your sincerity. Emily had no intention of negotiating with him at all. He had already obtained the information he wanted. Chunyin's face changed, and he tried to persuade her to stay. As a result, as soon as he stretched out his hand, Sebastian knocked him down. The intense pain almost made him cry. He looked down and saw that his hand was already purple. Sebastian caught up with Emily, and after they walked away, Emily suddenly spoke. You won't ask me? Mr. Emo, please make your own decision. The corners of Chi-Chi's mouth curled up slightly. They care a lot about this negotiation. The more they care, the more it proves that the people behind Chen Yao are putting a lot of pressure on him. Just knowing this is enough. As for how powerful the person behind him is, Emily smiled slightly. It's all the same. Sebastian was stunned. At this moment, he saw absolute confidence from Emily. Let's wait for the auction to begin. 2-star rings isn't the end. After Chun Yan's negotiation failed, he sighed and called Chen Yao. No, that doesn't make sense. Chen Yao wasn't surprised at all. Where's the information? Negotiations are never concluded in one go. It is more about the exchange of information. Chun Yin could only smile bitterly upon hearing this. No information. What? Chen Yao's anger rose. Didn't I ask you to get the information? You have to give me the most basic information about the laughter response, right? They're very clever. Chun Yin shook his head slightly. My rhythm was disrupted from the very beginning. Chen Yao frowned. Things seem to be getting worse and worse recently. Ever since the incident in the Chaos Star region, they have been happening one after another. Continue to engage with them. Chen Yao said in a cold voice. Also, keep an eye on the movements of echoes of mad laughter and don't let them sell it to Tianwu Shinji. I know. The contact with Chen Yao and the others was not smooth, but Emily didn't care too much about it because this might not be the last contact. The black market was already crowded a few hours before the auction started. Li Sheng also booked a private room with his students. When he came, he saw many people who were like him, bringing a group of people with them. They must be from other colleges. Tianwu Shinji has prepared a large venue with a large exhibition stand in the middle. The auction hall was already packed with people at this time. The venue was circular and the seats surrounded the booths. The venue was already crowded at this time, and almost everyone who could get the news here had come. As the auction time came, the entire venue went dark. On the central booth, a beam of light fell, and a beautiful woman in cool clothes appeared on the booth with a bright smile on her face. Behind her, a huge projection appeared, which also looked like her. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone, come here tonight. 10,000 words omitted. Everyone knows that this is an auction just for these two mechas. Our seller demands payment in star coins. When the woman said this, her voice became deep and seductive. So, are you all ready? With her low shout, 2 large holes opened in the exhibition stand with her as the center, and 2 huge monsters nearly 20 meters in height slowly rose up. The Flame Blade Tyrant and the Broken Winged Apostle. These 2 mechas appeared in front of everyone in a different posture. These 2 mechas are the spoils of our distinguished seller. The mecha has undergone a professional and thorough inspection. Only the cockpit armor and life support systems were damaged. We can directly declare that this mecha is 90% new. When the 2 mechas appeared, one could clearly feel the silence in the field for a moment. Those present were all bigwigs from various fields, so they naturally knew what this clean and sharp wound meant. This seller was probably much more terrifying than they had imagined. At this time, Li Sheng was also introducing it to the students. I didn't expect the wounds on these 2 mechas to be so simple and clean. It seems the strength of the 2 sides in this battle is quite different. Look, this wound was caused by a sharp sword strike. Judging from the edge, it should be caused by some high-frequency energy. Chapter 127 I am so poor. As a person at the level of the dean of the college, Li Sheng still has some easy-to-understand knowledge. Well, look at this gap. The weapon that destroyed it must be of the hegemony technology level. The armor of the Star Ring class mecha is not that simple. Even ordinary Sky Punishment class mechas may not be able to penetrate it. Li Sheng seemed to have entered his own field and talked freely. One student also asked, "Teacher, does our academy have weapons that can destroy this level of armor?" Li Sheng smiled slightly. "Of course there are. I know of several. For example, the Bose Condensate Cold Light Sword. This cold light sword is different from traditional plasma lightsabers. It uses coherent light emitted from a macroscopic quantum state at extremely low temperatures. When the condensed matter waves come into contact with the atoms of matter, they interact extremely strongly, destroying their structure instantly. And the topological defect energy string blade, this." Besides, Li Sheng listed a few, then suddenly remembered something. Come to think of it, one of Professor Jiang Yan's techniques can also do that. The quantum superposition energy blade. The device within the hilt stimulates a large number of high-energy particles in a specific superposition state. Upon contact, the specific state of the energy blade will destroy the atoms of the target substance, inducing quantum tunneling decomposition of the intermolecular bonds. Haha, come to think of it, the gaps in the cockpits of these two mechas look quite like what they would look like after quantum tunneling. Li Sheng said with a smile. Jiang Yan not far away looked helpless. This is not a likeness. This is his masterpiece. The technology used by Scarlet Judgment is created by quantum superposition energy. It is true that the power is very strong, but the high-energy particles in the specific superposition state consume extremely high energy. The Holy Light Judge can only use the Scarlet Judgment normally after abandoning the shield. As he was speaking, at the auction house in front of him, the price of the first broken-winged apostle to be auctioned had already reached 13 trillion star coins. According to estimates, the price of the Star Ring class Mecha is between 5 trillion and 6 trillion, and the cost is around 3 trillion to 4 trillion. But that was just an estimate, and there was still no demand for it. The Star Ring class mechas were rarely sold, so the prices of these two mechas, even if they were battle-damaged versions, were extremely exaggerated. Mo Li in the backstage was breathing heavily. He looked at the people below, his eyes a little red. Should we activate the 10 directions silence? Xuanji reminded him at the right time. Now Mo Li's breathing became even heavier. It took a lot of effort for Mo Li to suppress it. If he really took action, he would probably become an enemy of the entire Federation. Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. Mo Li took a deep breath, and Sebastian was also shocked. He really didn't expect these people to be so rich. Trillions of star coins are enough to form a Mecha Legion, and this is just the price of a Star Ring class Mecha. In the end, the broken-winged apostle was bought by a mysterious buyer in a box for 17 trillion star coins. In the box, Meng Yang's heart was bleeding. The mysterious buyer is herself. Although it's a bit cliché, she can do without the Flame Blade Tyrant, but she must get the Apostle of Judgment back. The price of 17 trillion is already too high, but there is no way. Others don't know, but she herself knows very well that the Apostle of Judgment Mecha cannot stand scrutiny. The news that these two mechas came from the Chaos Star Field has spread, and many people are speculating what is there that is worthy of dispatching 2 Star Ring class mechas. The Star Ring level forces are mostly in the hands of parliamentarians and major companies. Each of them is a giant in the local star field, and any move by them can cause a great shock. Their actions naturally attract the attention of others. In fact, ever since the news spread, people have been heading to the Chaos Star region. Unfortunately, they found nothing except a group of space pirates. Moreover, due to the influence of the Singularity-level superpilot, they also kept a low profile in the chaotic star field and did not dare to conflict with the local pirates. What surprised them was that these pirates did not take the initiative to provoke anyone. Mengyang was also uncomfortable. Her appearance was very important for the civilian lifestyle she was taking, and this broken-winged apostle contained a hegemonic technology that could be related to her. It would be fine if this was bought by someone who didn't understand, but if it fell into the hands of the opponent, they would definitely make a big fuss about it. 2-star ring-class mechas are enough to subvert people's impression of her. After the broken-winged apostle took the photo, she felt a little relieved. As for the remaining Flame Blade Tyrant, others could buy it however they wanted. The broken-winged apostle descended, and the remaining people looked at the Flame Blade Tyrant with eyes that seemed to be about to spark. This is the last one. If you miss today, you don't know when you will be able to buy a Star Ring-class mecha next time. As the host created the atmosphere, the second round of auction began. The sky-high price of 17 trillion has shocked everyone in Galaxy Academy. Some people were trembling with fear. This 17 trillion? Oh my god. Li Sheng looked at everyone's reaction and quickly explained. Star Ring class mechas are generally not sold to the public. Now it's possible that all the forces in the Federation that have Sky Punishment class mechas have arrived. You should know that the Star Ring class is already capable of commanding an area. If it were to execute a decapitation operation, even a hub-class fleet would find it difficult to resist. However, generally, when a fleet reaches hub class, it will also be equipped with Star Ring-class pilots. Everyone suddenly realized it, but the number starting at trillions was still astonishing. The final transaction price of Flameblade Tyrant was 16 trillion. After selling these two mechas, Emoli found that he seemed to have entered a well-off stage. Shinji, who has been disappearing from time to time recently, is also observing at this time. Behind the scenes where no one can see, Shinji has contacted several energy companies. As the auction ended and everyone dispersed, Emoli stretched out his arms vigorously. Finally, I can relax for a while. Once this batch of energy arrives, Shifeng will be able to continue fighting for a period of time, which will also give Emoli more confidence. As for the world order, a suffocating feeling of poverty came over him, and Emoli suddenly felt that 33 trillion was not so attractive anymore. If Shifeng is a gold-devouring beast, then the universe command is a bottomless pit. Until now, Emoli has not found a way to recover. The construction technology of the Universal Edict is spacecraft technology. To repair it requires a complete industrial system. At present, Emoli has not yet gained a firm foothold, so it is a fantasy to want to repair it. The hull, weapons, energy, and even propulsion systems are all the systems of the Flame Dragon Empire. Here, we can only start from scratch. The only consolation is that Shifeng is currently sufficient here, with only one Zerg threat. Sebastian, I'm so poor. Thinking of this, Emoli suddenly spoke. Sebastian? Is this human language? Number 1283 Company. The auction ended and people dispersed in an orderly manner. Li Sheng took the students of the college to continue browsing the black market with the intention of buying some things for the students themselves. Classmates, there are also many good things to see in the black market. You can enjoy the fun of Taobao. However, to avoid being scammed, if you see something you like and are ready to buy, please contact the instructors first. They will help you check it out. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. With a tutor to check everything, the experience would be maximized. You know, there are quite a few rich second-generation students among the college. Chen Xingxuang and Su Wanwan immediately found Qin Wanga, and the three of them formed a group to go shopping. In fact, they are not the only ones who do this. Other colleges do the same. This is also a rule agreed upon by the students. The League black market is open every year, but this year due to the 2-star ring-class mechas, the black market is relatively lively. Mr. Wu, are you troubled by something? Walking on the road, Sebastian saw that Emoli looked listless and couldn't help but ask. Mainly in terms of the Tianwu Divine Machine, no commission will be collected from this auction. The only condition is that they will be given priority in the subsequent Super Mecha. This time he really made a lot of money, more than Sebastian had expected. But Emoli still couldn't cheer up. Hearing this, Chi-Chi raised his head and forced a smile. Nothing, I just thought of some sad things. Sebastian's heart trembled. Could someone as strong as Mr. Emo also feel sad? Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go find a spaceship. It's not a good idea to keep driving that one. It can only carry 4 mecha cabins. It's not very good. Sebastian nodded slightly when he heard this. If it's a spaceship, you can look for one from the Star Trek group. Is it the Star Trek group, one of the 3 giants? Do they have a branch here too? Emoli said in surprise. On the federal side, in addition to the members of parliament who rule their own territories, there are also large and small corporate groups, among which the 3 largest companies are basically the most powerful. There is Tianwu Xinji Company that focuses on mecha technology, Shinkong Aviation Group that excels in the field of spaceships and warships, and Shujing Weaver Company that maintains the operation of the Star Network. The 3 giants are developing in 3 different fields, and they don't interfere with each other. Yes, they actually embezzled the money internally and resold the spacecraft privately. The price would be lower than the market price. Low. Emoli was surprised. Yes, because it's difficult to pass the review, but you have the identity of Xinghao Academy, and you are also a VIP here at Tianwu Xinji, so registration is still very simple. So what are you waiting for? Elbow. The location of the Starry Sky Track Group was not far from the auction house, and the 2 arrived there in a short while. There are only 2 floors in the Starry Sky Track Group branch. The first floor sells spaceships, and the second floor sells warships. There is actually not much difference between the 2. The space of a battleship is more for various weapons, while the space of a spaceship is more for transportation. The 2 came to the first floor, which was a spacious place with 3 by 3 square meter exhibition booths, on which were virtual projections of spaceships. When they arrived, there were already quite a few people there. Panshur, any recommendations? Mr. Wu, what characteristics do you want? The space is huge, and the flight is fast. Are you two here to see the spaceship? It's a large, fast-flying spaceship, a special cargo ship. Come over here and take a look. A sweet voice came, and the two turned around to see a girl with short hair that reached her shoulders, wearing the uniform of the Star Trek group, and smiling. There were a few people behind her who had just left. They had obviously just finished entertaining guests and came over immediately after seeing that there was no one around them. Professional matters should be left to professionals. With this in mind, Chi-Chi asked, "What types are there?" Dun Yinshu walked in front to lead the way for them. 4 large cargo ships. I would recommend the Furnace Megastructure series of spacecraft. These spaceships are all large enough. If you're using them as a small group, the Kilometer Class Type 1 is recommended. The 3 of them came to a booth and a giant spaceship appeared before their eyes. Dun Yinshu clicked on the spaceship, placed one hand on the tail thruster, and then slid his finger, and the body module automatically disassembled. One of the modules is like a shining point of light. Our Furnace Megastructure series of spacecraft all use our company's proprietary furnace core. This core has a very high output energy level. At full energy, it can easily maintain uninterrupted warp speed for a year. Speed is also one of the advantages of the furnace core. The furnace core has a very high output power, comparable to that of an average medium-sized spacecraft. The two listened attentively, and Mo Li was also lost in thought. As for space, the rear half of the ship is quite spacious. The largest cargo hold is a massive space measuring 50 meters high, 700 meters long, and 260 meters wide. There are also plenty of small storage spaces elsewhere, so you don't have to worry about space. Sebastian nodded slightly. Indeed, the space design of Star Dome Trail is impeccable. Emoli was also very satisfied with it. How much? Dun Yinshu's smile brightened a little. This spaceship costs 130 billion star coins. Today is a black market promotion, so I can give you a 95% discount. What? Emoli almost jumped up. This is the price of a Sky Punishment class mecha. Yes, sir, but mechas and spaceships have different uses, so it's hard to compare them. Emoli secretly winked at Sebastian. Mr. Wu, by comparison, this spaceship is indeed very cheap. Emoli looked struggling, and Xianji in his mind was quickly calculating the accounts. 130 billion is indeed a good deal for the performance of this spaceship, but I saw a similar spaceship on a website in the Nanming Star region for 300 million cheaper. Mo Li's eyes widened. Nanming Star region. That's too far. But 300 million, a full 300 million star coins. While he was struggling, a few people came from a distance and were talking and laughing while looking at the spaceship. Someone among them seemed to have noticed the situation of Mo Li and the others, and said to the girl next to him with a smile, "Sister Riao, don't be fooled by the fact that Master Mo didn't even blink when buying a mecha. That's because he's very powerful. Most people are like that person over there, who is hesitating even though it's the cheapest spaceship." Compared with my Pinhea fan, JD.com, Matewan, Taba, and Illy.me, the 4 are almost the same, crying. Hearing this, Jiang Ruiyao looked at Mo Chun with shining eyes. Brother Mo Chun is so awesome. Yeah. Mo Chun nodded calmly. You want a small, speed-oriented spaceship, right? Pick anyone. A vein bulged on Mo Li's forehead. Damn these little brats. Do they even know what it means to manage a household? Mo Li's fists hardened. Chapter 129. I guess he's not here either? If it weren't for the prodigal Xianji, I would at least be a small rich man now, right? Xuanji suddenly spoke up. I have a plan. What? Mo Li asked subconsciously. Based on the conversations I've gathered from them, Mo Chun is a typical fool with a lot of money, and he really likes beautiful girls. As long as you... Stop. Mo Li immediately stopped Xianji. Stop talking. Pity. Mo Li's face turned dark, but if it was 300 million now, he could barely accept it. It was not impossible to buy it directly, but it would hurt a little in his heart. This is the one. After thinking it over, Mo Li made up his mind, and then he heard a voice coming from the other side. Sister Royale, this is just a pretense. Once you buy this spaceship, I'm afraid you'll be incurring a huge debt. It's hard. Mo Li's fist is hard. Fuck you. What are you barking like a dog for? Mo Li turned around and cursed. Wu Zixuan, who was muttering to Jiang Ruiyao, was stunned for a moment because Mo Li was looking directly at him and scolding him. Are you talking about me? Wu Zixuan subconsciously pointed at himself. Nonsense, just buy your things and don't yell here. Mo Li was in a very bad mood. This was a huge sum of 300 million yuan. How could he not feel sad that it was gone with just a nod? But the boy still insisted on bumping into it. The remaining Mo Chun and the others were also stunned for a moment. They usually lived a life of luxury and rarely encountered someone who would come up and scold them. He's so rude. Jiang Ruiyao hugged Mo Chen's shoulders from behind, with a hint of fear on her face. It's okay. Mo-chun patted his shoulder and secretly adjusted his expression to make himself look cool enough. After Wu Zishuan confirmed it, his face turned completely dark. Where did this poor guy come from? You're hesitating to buy a spaceship. If you're not a poor guy, who else could you be? Wu Zishuan looked at Mo Li with disdain. Mo Li's face turned even darker. These little brats were really arrogant. Just because they had some wealth, they couldn't tell who was the king or the little one. But seeing their arrogant look, he suddenly had an idea. Do you have money? Nonsense, I am. Wu Zishuan subconsciously wanted to introduce himself, but was immediately stopped by another boy behind him, Zhou Yuang. The other party shook his head slightly at him, and Wu Zishuan then remembered that they were in the black market, so he immediately changed his statement. I definitely have money, and much more than you think. Oh, who wouldn't say that? While Mo Li was talking, Xianji was also rapidly analyzing Wu Zishuan's personality traits. Analysis completed. Preliminary diagnosis is brain damage. Mo Li almost couldn't hold it in anymore. It was rare to see Xianji make such a subjective evaluation of someone. Wu Zishuan was already furious when he heard this. Just as he was about to say something, Mo-chan next to him patted his shoulder and pushed him behind him. Sorry, our friend is not very good at speaking. Now not only Mo Li was confused, but Wu Zishuan and others were also confused. Mo Li couldn't use any of his subsequent moves. Wu Zishuan didn't dare to refute him and could only hold it in. Mo Li's mind was working at high speed at this moment. Xianji, isn't it said that stupid people have a lot of money? Correction, it should be that the person has more money. You should have seen that you were going to set that person up. Mo Li was shocked. Xianji had actually made a mistake. However, this was their initial contact with Mo-chan, and Xianji had very little information available, so it was normal to make a misjudgment. This Mo-chan didn't look simple either. Seeing that he couldn't deceive him, Chi-Chi could only sigh slightly and said in a cold voice, mind your mouth next time. Wu Zishuan widened his eyes and almost cursed it out loud, but after seeing Mo-chan's expression, he had to give up. Apologize. Seeing this, Wu Zishuan could only bite the bullet and say, yes, I'm sorry. Hiss. It's a bit difficult. Indeed. Sebastian beside him also nodded. This Mo-chan did not give Mo Li any chance to attack. Dun Yinshu, who was standing nearby, saw this and quickly stepped out to help. Excuse me, sir. Can I take you to see the spaceship? Mo Li was not the kind of person who would refuse to give up, so he turned around and walked away with a cold face. Of course, on the surface, that's the case, but privately. Xuanji, do you remember that boy's face? It has been recorded in the archives. The target person has been found. Titan Star Shield Heavy Industry Group, the second largest shareholder, Wu Wanxian's son, Wu Zishuan. Okay, you're Titan Shield Heavy Industries, right? Don't let me catch you. Only after Mo Li and the others left did Wu Zishuan couldn't help but ask, Mo-chun, why did you stop me? This poor bastard should be taught a lesson. Don't start a conflict in the black market. You won't even know how you died. Mo-chun gave him a cold look and said, he was quite angry at first, but then he just wanted to trick you. This person might be from an underground organization. If someone like him finds out your true identity, are you just waiting to be assassinated? Wu Zishuan was instantly frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. The current federation seems peaceful, but in fact, there are undercurrents everywhere. The members of Congress are like maggots, eating away at this giant. These underground forces have emerged as a result, and each one is lawless. His identity will only attract more desperate criminals. Wu Zishuan, who had calmed down, kept expressing his gratitude. On the other side, Mo Li and Sebastian also left the black market and came to a space station on a planet outside. Things like spacecraft are naturally handed over at the space station. This space station is the Starry Sky Track Group's own space station, which has more than 10 spaceports. Dun Yinshu brought the two of them to one of the spaceports and introduced the real objects to them. After Xuanji got the data, she compared it with others. This spaceship was indeed quite good, so there was nothing to worry about. Mo Li, who had a huge sum of money, paid for it immediately. However, when he saw that the balance was 1/3 less when paying, Mo Li was almost shocked. Xuanji, you're a loser. The college league and the black market auction ended, and all parties set out on their journey home. Mo Li and Sebastian returned to the chaotic star field. The spaceship was also replaced with a brand new one, and the one that came was taken to the second-hand market by Sebastian. The 4 mechas that came here were reduced to 2 mechas. Mo Li made a lot of money, but he couldn't stop. The nest in the Chaos Star domain had been laid, and Mo Li still wanted to see if he could catch any fish. However, no fish were caught in the Chaos Star region, but they caught fish here. After leaving the Yunming star field and entering the Yinyao star field, the spacecraft had not been sailing for long when it was forced out of warp state by the anti-warp field on its route. A spacecraft several kilometers long came out of stealth mode, and then a communication came in. You are from the Chaos Star region, right? Come out and talk. Don't even think about resisting. We have a Star Ring class pilot here. Your Singularity class pilot should still be in the Chaos Star region, right? Listening to the other party's extremely confident voice in the channel, Emo, Lee, and Sebastian looked at each other. One person is helpless, the other is excited. Number 130 food delivery. Connect, connect. Emily couldn't wait to say. The other party's communication request was connected, and then the face of a man with a crew cut appeared in front. Hello, you two can call me Roxanne. You don't have to remember this name. It's just a pseudonym anyway. Roxanne said with a smile. Anyone who can dispatch a Star Ring class pilot is no stranger, Sebastian said solemnly. Which counselor are you serving under? It's no fun to guess. Roxanne smiled and said, we came here this time to negotiate a little bit, such as the huge amount of money you have. You want our money? There was a dangerous glint in Mo Lee's eyes. Are you sure? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Otherwise, why would we specifically fake this route and stop traffic? Stop talking nonsense and hand over the money if you don't want to die. Mo Lee's eyes flashed. Aren't you afraid of revenge from the Singularity class pilots behind us? Hearing this, Roxanne laughed. You won't be able to find our identity just by looking through the information we forged. Since we dare to take action here, we are confident that we will not be discovered. When Mo Lee heard this, a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Okay. After saying that, he turned and left. Roxanne frowned slightly. What? Still want to struggle? At this time, Sebastian looked at him with a hint of pity. Both of them were mentally prepared to be ambushed on the road, but they didn't expect to encounter them just after leaving the Yunming Star region. It seems that these people may have already grasped their whereabouts, and it is not impossible that they have chased them all the way from the Yunming Star region. In that case, there is nothing more to say. It seems you want to test the power of the Star Ring class mecha. Roxanne grinned, but just as he finished speaking, he heard Mo Lee's voice interrupting the newly established channel. No need for proof. After a while, have your people go to the Yunming black market auction and bid for this Star Ring class mecha. At this time, a warning came from the bridge on Roxanne's side. Warning, an unidentified aircraft is approaching. Activating the energy level detector. Warning, contact imminent. Roxanne's pupils shrank. What the hell? Theodore. Whoosh. The hatch of their spaceship opened, and a mecha flew out from the belly of the cabin, drew an arc around the spaceship, and then flew towards the unidentified aircraft in the radar detector. Theodore, Zeta Resonator. Theodore's mecha has a special flying posture. After turning on the flying posture, the overall appearance of the mecha is more like a fighter plane, and its speed is also increased exponentially. The particle cannons mounted under both wings were activated first, and Theodore was still thinking about testing the enemy's strength. As soon as he detected the machine, he found that Mo Lee's speed was extraordinary. Even with his flying posture, he couldn't even vaguely capture Mo Lee's figure. Every time he appeared in the detection system, the distance would be reduced by a large distance. Theodore was stunned. The speed of the mecha was already approaching that of a singularity-level mecha. How could the other party be so fast? Could it be that? A thought that made him extremely horrified appeared in his heart, and Theodore subconsciously widened his eyes. Stop! He shouted, but Emily wouldn't think so much. The mecha has been taken out. Who would stop you? The speed of crazy laughter echo in normal flying state was faster than Theodore's flying posture. By the time Theodore saw clearly, he had already approached within 100 meters. In a battle of this level, a distance of 100 meters can be ignored. This speed. Theodore was completely certain that this was the Singularity-class mecha from the Chaos Star domain. No, are your Singularity-class pilots so free? You came here in person to sell a mecha? After realizing that the other party was at the Singularity level, Theodore regretted it deeply. He should not have agreed to let the congressman get involved in this mess. I surrender. Theodore surrendered very quickly and even turned off the engine. Compared with other Star Ring-class mechas, the biggest advantage of his Zeta Resonator is its speed, and the rest is very ordinary. Now it can't even beat the speed of the echo of laughter, so what can it use to fight? Mo Lee's Beihong Singularity gun stopped a few meters in front of him. After shutting down the engine, Theodore really had no power to resist. This mecha would definitely be sold for a good price. Theodore surrendered, and the Roxannes on their spaceship were dumbfounded. No, they relied on the Star Ring-class mechas and just surrendered so easily? Have you ever thought about what they would do? Emily came to the Zeta Resonator and knocked on the hatch. Come out. Theodore was really single, so he cooperated and came out directly. At this time, Sebastian also drove the spaceship over to take them back. Emily asked Sebastian to keep an eye on him, and then his eyes turned to Roxanne, who was in a dilemma in the distance. Now Roxanne really can't run away, nor can he stay away from running. Run, Sell Theodore, they will die if they go back. Don't run. Roxanne, fight against a singularity-class mecha? But it's no use regretting now. I might as well beg for mercy instead. Thinking of this, Roxanne said decisively, we surrender too. Okay. Emily agreed, then drove the mecha over to the spaceship and said, open the access. Roxanne had no choice but to do as he was told. No matter how powerful his spaceship was, it could not defeat a singularity-class mecha. After the authority was opened, Emily came to the belly of the spaceship and Xianji took over the spaceship. At this time, Roxanne was still thinking about what to do after surrendering. They still have certain value. Emily and the others must want to know where they come from. This is their ultimate value. While he was thinking, someone suddenly noticed something was wrong. Captain, oxygen, the oxygen supply system is shut down. Upon hearing this, Roxanne turned around in shock and looked upwards. Sure enough, the oxygen circulation system had been shut down. Someone wanted to leave here, but found that the hatch was locked. Roxanne was anxious and shouted, don't you want to know who sent us? Isn't it Senator Nakus? He's in the same group as Takal. Roxanne was confused. How did he know? Emily was disdainful. After Xianji took over the spaceship, even its underwear was stripped out. As long as there were records, the source of which screws were produced in which factory could be found. Although the various accessories of this spacecraft are not directly related to Nakus, it is obvious that Nakus is present in the places where each accessory is produced. They may think that this spaceship is flawless and is a complete ghost spaceship, but in front of a super AI like Xuanji, it cannot be hidden at all. It's like when you like someone, even if you hide it in her closet, her husband will find it. Chapter 131. The sponsor is here. Emily did not leave anyone alive on the spaceship. He felt that these people who came out to do this business should be prepared to die. Otherwise, why didn't he beg for mercy, even though he was suffocating? However, even if they begged for mercy, Emily would not let them go. The reason why he let Theodore go was because he might be able to make a deal with Nakus. A star ring level pilot should be worth some money, right? Thinking of this, Emily suddenly felt that the subsequent strategy might need to be changed. However, it is not easy to find someone like Theodore who is willing to give up without any hesitation. In other battles, unless you have a crushing advantage, the chance of victory is fleeting, and if you don't seize the opportunity, you will be killed in a moment. After all, Emily's mechas don't like to be equipped with shields. I have a few more ideas in my mind, but they still need to be tested to realize them. Xuanji released all the oxygen in the spaceship and started the spaceship only after making sure that everyone was dead. Emily returned to his spaceship. Sebastian tied up Theodore casually and waited for him in the cabin. After getting off the mecha, Emily looked at Theodore with interest. How much money do you think Senator Nakus is willing to pay to redeem you? The three words Nakus startled Theodore, and he even stuttered. How do you know? Don't worry about the details. How about you give yourself an estimate? A star ring class pilot is more expensive than a mecha, right? Theodore was already shaking. The value of star ring class mechas and pilots has always been very subtle. Because there are many pilots at the mecha card level, there are several under Nakus alone. If Nakus knew that I was captured alive, Theodore couldn't help shuddering. But if Nakus doesn't redeem him, Theodore couldn't help but glance at Emily next to him. Well, the left eye is the word star, and the right eye is the word coin. That greedy aura cannot be concealed no matter what. If I can't sell it at a good price, won't I be cut into pieces? Moreover, he now understood why the two-star ring class mechas were sold. This singularity class pilot was completely obsessed with money. Oi, what are you thinking about? Contact your boss right away. Emily kicked his thoughts back to reality, and Theodore couldn't help but sweat. Contact? How to contact her? Tell her, boss, I've been arrested, can you please save me? Damn it, they were warned not to reveal their identities when they came here. Don't force me to torture. I'm not called the Minister of Justice for nothing. Although he didn't know what the Minister of Justice was, Theodore felt something was wrong. The pilot's look at him was too dangerous. I'll contact you. Tisk, you're so spineless. Molly returned his Star Network access device to him with some disappointment. After getting the StarNet device, Theodore couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He didn't want to do this, but he was really afraid of death. Under the oppressive gazes of Mo, Lee, and Sebastian, he gritted his teeth and connected to the Star Network. After finding Nakus's contact information, Theodore took a deep breath and chose to connect. The other party seemed to be waiting for the result as well. After seeing that it was a call from Theodore, Nakus laughed. After all, in her opinion, if Theodore fails to complete the mission this time, he will be killed, right? Seeing Theodore's face, Nakus smiled and said, "Why did you contact me on your own initiative? Did you succeed?" Senator Nakus, "No, sorry." Nakus's expression darkened, and her dark green eyes turned cold. "That Singularity-class pilot is also on board." "Impossible. The news I received is that the pilot is still in the Chaos Star region." Nakus's mind raced. If she hadn't had the information, she wouldn't have been able to plan this attack. She is not crazy and wants to snatch a Singularity-level pilot. How could she possibly take action before getting confirmed information? But now it seems that the news must be false. If it was a Singularity-class pilot, how could you possibly be alive? At this moment, Theodore's face turned red. He couldn't say that he surrendered without a fight, right? I was captured alive. After saying this, Theodore felt like all his strength was drained away. After I fought with him, I realized something was wrong, but he didn't intend to kill me. Instead, he spared my life and wanted to talk to you. Talk to me. Nakus squinted at him. Interesting. Call them over. Theodore finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Nakus agreed. If Nakus refused to talk, his life would be in danger. I'll go ask them right now. After the call was disconnected, Theodore felt more confident and exited the Star Network. He said in a deep voice, "Senator Nakus has agreed to negotiate." Emoli slapped him on the head with his backhand. "Stop pretending to be so profound. Hurry up." The three of them logged into the Star Network at the same time, and then Theodore connected to Nakus. Soon, Nakus' figure appeared in front of the three of them. A woman with long golden hair and a curvy figure appeared in front of them. "Senator Nakus." Theodore shouted quickly. Nakus nodded slightly. "You are from the Chaos Star region, right?" "That's right." As the sponsor arrived, Emoli's smile suddenly became bright. Seeing this situation, Nakus understood that they were here to negotiate terms with her. And she looked at Sebastian and thought that this person was the Singularity-class pilot. "What do you want to talk about?" Nakus looked directly past Emoli and said to Sebastian. Emoli was confused, and Theodore was also confused. He saw Emoli coming down from the echo of mad laughter. He definitely recognized the wrong person. They want to discuss the price of the mecha. Theodore stood in front of Sebastian with his head held high. A hint of displeasure flashed across Nakus's face. This Theodore was too short-sighted. "The price of the mecha? How much do you want?" Emoli also realized that she had recognized the wrong person, but based on the principle that the rich are the boss, he smiled and said, "Didn't you sell 2 mechas recently?" Nakus's expression changed slightly. These 2 mechas were priced at a huge premium. Moreover, there was the advanced publicity for the Tianwu Divine Machine, and there were few Star Ring-class mechas released in these years, so it could be sold at that price. And now, he came right up to me and asked for it? Was he kidding me? Even asking for too much has its limits. Nakus almost laughed out of anger and asked coldly, "Do you think it's possible?" Theodore's heart skipped a beat. "My life is over." "Why not?" Emoli asked doubtfully. "This is a Star Ring-class mecha. It shouldn't be difficult for me to bid for the Tianwu Divine Mecha again and get that price. To be honest with you, the cost of this mecha is only between 3 and 4 trillion. It's fine if you sell it to those who don't have the manufacturing capabilities, but you want to sell it to me? Then build one and show it to me." Emoli was very straightforward and said whatever he thought. Nakus's chest heaved. If the Star Ring-class mechas were really as easy to build as she said, those 2 machines wouldn't have been sold at such a sky-high price. Chapter 232. Strengthen the Members of Parliament. At the Star Ring level, some weapons are extremely powerful, and the materials used are extremely rare, and some are even extinct. Only when the Interstellar Exploration Team brings some back from time to time can production be started. Emoli's question brought the issue back to its essence. Nakus took a deep breath to calm herself down. 70,000. This is the best price I can offer. Then there's nothing to talk about. Emoli's negotiations were always straightforward, and he never did anything roundabout. And after discovering that Nakus was not the financial backer he had imagined, Emoli's face turned cold. "Go to the auction and see his mecha yourself," etc. Seeing that Emoli didn't seem to want to continue talking, Nakus hurriedly stopped him. "If it's just star coins, the amount is too huge. I can exchange it for other resources. Do you want to trace the whereabouts of these resources?" Emoli looked at him with a smile. Emoli really didn't feel at ease using Nakus's resources. "As for star coins, I can only give you 10 trillion at most. This is my bottom line. Otherwise, I would rather lose a Star Ring-level pilot." When Emoli heard her words, he was shocked and asked, "Did you misunderstand something? At least 15 trillion, and that's the price of the mecha alone, not including the pilot." Nakus looked at Mo Lee in astonishment, as if trying to see something from his face. Why are you looking at me? Nakus took a deep breath. This time he really opened his mouth wide. You didn't think it was packed, did you? Are you awake? This is a Star Ring class pilot, plus a mecha. Nakus was really confused now. Theodore, why are you here? You can't sell it. That's not necessarily true. Mo Lee smiled mysteriously. Previously, when a cult was destroyed in the Yanlong Empire, Xuanji obtained a special technology, and this technology was also the reason why the cult was destroyed by the Yanlong Empire's army. The technique is simple. It is to turn people into obedient slaves. This technology is completely banned in the Flame Dragon Empire, but here, due to the highly developed empathy system technology and comprehensive coverage of the star network signal, some simple restrictive technologies are ineffective. However, technologies such as burying explosives in the head and explosive collars are too simple, and the star network signal alone can cut off the signals of these bombs. Therefore, the word slave is unlikely to appear when the technology of both sides is equal. If they are accidentally cracked, they will face the crazy revenge of a super pilot. In this era where mecha power is supreme, if a mad super mecha really wants to retaliate, not many people can withstand it. But the technology in Mo Lee's hands is different. It is more like a brainwashing method. However, he did not dare to use it lightly. Once used, it might mean the rise of slavery. To be honest, he also hated slavery. When he heard that this evil cult was going to be wiped out, he volunteered to use Shifangji. Therefore, he would not resort to such means unless it was absolutely necessary. But then again, if there were real benefits, Mo Lee would not care about it. Nakus was stunned. Mo Lee's expression didn't seem joking. If he really had that kind of means. Thinking of this, she felt cold all over. At this moment, she had already started to struggle between her conscience and her desires. She didn't know whether she should redeem Theodore. Reason told her that such technology did not exist at present, but her intuition kept warning her that if she did not redeem him today, Theodore might become a commodity at an auction in a few days. How much do you want? Package of 25 trillion. Mo Lee said directly. It got hard. Nakus only felt that her fist got hard. He really dared to speak. Seeing her silence after listening, Mo Lee knew that she began to hesitate in her heart. At this time, he had to add some chips. Not to mention that this is a Star Ring class pilot and mecha, and you saw its value earlier. Nakus hesitated. Mo Lee made a huge profit this time. In the future, some forces might try to sell the Star Ring class mecha. The price would naturally come down at that time. This was an inevitable result, so she found it difficult to accept that price. But there's still a question. Let me ask you, what level am I? Aren't you singularity level? Theodore said subconsciously. If you say so, then so be it. It's enough anyway. Then you don't think that this matter of intercepting and killing me is over? At this moment, both Theodore and Nakus were shocked. Yes, in the final analysis, the cause of this incident was their ambush, and Mo Lee's performance at the beginning was too confusing, making both of them think that he was a businessman, and that as long as the negotiations were successful, everything would be fine. As a result, they subconsciously overlooked the fact that this was a man with the notoriety of defeating Singularity-class pilots. Nakus knew something about the chaotic star field, and also knew that some Singularity-class pilots had been killed there. Mo Lee looked at her coldly. One price, 25 trillion. Cold sweat rolled down his face. Although Nakus had a Singularity-level pilot by her side, it was impossible for him to guard her 24 hours a day. On the other hand, Mo Lee thought, what kind of place is the Chaos Star region? A group of desperate criminals. They are not afraid of offending the parliamentarians at all. Moreover, Nakus knew that in the Federation, dead congressmen were of little value, as there were countless people who wanted to replace them. In the end, she couldn't bear the pressure. 25 trillion, I can give it to you. Nakus said in a deep voice. But you have to promise that this matter will be written off once and for all, and Theodore and the Zeta Resonator will return to my side unharmed. Of course. Mo Lee smiled. Nakus couldn't feel any warmth from his smile. Leave your contact information, and someone will contact you regarding the payment. Of course, it would not be so easy to transfer the 25 trillion, but Mo Lee had Xianji. I understand. Nakus looked at Mo Lee deeply, as if wanting to remember his appearance. Theodore standing aside also had a look of despair. He didn't even know that he was worth 25 trillion. This was obviously a loss, and Nakus had no choice but to accept it. Mo Lee didn't expect that Nakus could not withstand the pressure all of a sudden, but fortunately the negotiations went smoothly. After exiting the Star Network, Xuanji immediately went to connect with Nakus. Theodore seemed to have been drained of all his strength, and he really couldn't say a word. 25 trillion. Nakus will skin him alive when he gets back. Sebastian was also a little surprised that Nakus gave in so quickly, but after thinking about the situation in the Federation, he had a rough idea. Nakus is afraid of Mo Lee's revenge. Federal members of parliament are only valuable when they are alive. It is unlikely that they can expect someone to avenge them after they die. 133. Tackle's interception. Afterwards, Emoli felt that Nakus had given in too quickly, and he still had some tricks up his sleeve. After asking Sebastian, Emoli almost couldn't hold it in anymore. Why don't these congressmen have the unity of the college? Over at the Galaxy Academy, they went on a killing spree, forcing the Empire to surrender. The purpose is to tell those who are planning to attack the college that when you want to touch my people, consider whether you can bear the consequences. And this congressman, Mo Lee's mind began to become active, and the parliamentarians he had come into contact with during this period seemed to be similar. If so, maybe you can do it yourself? After all, making money is not as easy as robbing it. Especially when it comes to competing for these MPs, he has no psychological burden at all. Back to reality, the spaceship started again, and Xuanji used the subroutine to control the spaceship of Theodore and others to follow closely behind. After passing through more than a dozen stargates, no one came to attack anymore. This is normal. In fact, the whereabouts of Mo Lee and the other two are extremely secretive, and the only one who knows their identities is Tianwu Shinji. Anyone who can get information from Tianwu Shinji is not a simple person. There are still too few people like this. Nakus was greedy enough and had some strength behind him, so he was able to find their position and intercept them quickly. Unfortunately, her greed caused her huge losses. I say, brothers, when can I leave? On the spaceship, Theodore said to Mo Lee and the others with a flattering smile on his face. This made Mo Lee feel like he had made a fortune for a moment. This guy was not worthy of being called Star Ring level. At this time, some time had passed since the attack on Nakus. The transfers connected by Xuanji were also completed one after another. Nakus was not so straightforward at first and did not dare to trust Mo Lee. After some tug-of-war on the way, the Mecha was finally retrieved, and there was still 5 trillion left in the transfer. Don't worry, I'll let you go once the balance is paid. Emoli glanced at him sideways. He didn't want to keep this guy either. Okay. After the routine question, Theodore immediately went back to playing by himself. Emoli lay down and said, how long will it take to get out of the Hidden Star region? Tackle has been too quiet lately. We're still 3 stargates away. This is the best time for Tackle to take action. Sebastian looked solemn. Tackle was scared away last time, but that didn't mean he would let go of the Chaos Star region. Several council members knew that if the Chaos Star region lost the 2 of them, it would be in disarray. Mo Lee and Sebastian both felt that the forces behind them would not let go of such a good opportunity. If we want to take action, there are only these last few stargates. Once entering the Beluo star field, the fleet's movement will be restricted everywhere. After coming out of the third-to-last stargate, the spacecraft entered warp state and rushed to the next stargate. Not long into this warp voyage, warp field interference occurred. Mo Lee and Sebastian were shocked. As expected, Tackle would not let go of this opportunity. Naku's got Mo Lee's information, so how could Tackle not have it? He hasn't taken any action yet. I'm afraid he's assembling his fleet. However, since Mo Lee dared to take the route to the Yin Yao Star region, he must have been prepared long ago. Nakus alone is not enough for Mo Lee to use himself as bait. As soon as the spacecraft exited the warp state, Xianji decisively took over the spacecraft system. Because the moment the spacecraft exited the warp state, it was locked by countless fire control systems. Mo Lee rolled over and went to the back, opening the hatch. Echo of Mad Laughter and Holy Light Judge stood quietly. As Mo Lee arrived, Echo of Mad Laughter's electronic eyes lit up, and all the systems of the Mecha started up. It half-crouched and stretched out its arms, like a warrior welcoming its king. This time the visitor has bad intentions. Mo Lee will not hold back, and directly sending out the Echo of Mad Laughter is the best option. Although the energy consumption of Echo of Mad Laughter is not on the same level as that of Holy Light Judge, we can't care about that at this time. Moreover, the twinkling stars in front of his eyes also made Mo Lee excited. He was afraid that more than one fleet was coming. This day is the turning point day. There was indeed a fleet in the distance, but it was a small fleet, except that there were a lot of spaceships. Obviously, Tackle knew that this was not a large-scale war, but more of a battle involving mechas, so he dispatched a mecha unit. In addition to Tackle, there were also people from Nakus behind this operation, and even the people behind them sent pilots over. The battle situation took place in 3 places, projected in front of 3 people. The moment the detection system captured the echo of the crazy laughter, the corners of the 3 people's mouths twitched. They actually used their mechas to fight them. The three of them were on the same channel, and Takal and Nakus could even hear each other's heavy breathing. But there was nothing that could be done about it. Batter was his man, and he gave him to Chun Yao just to help him gain a foothold. But he died inexplicably, and the whereabouts of his body were unknown. Now, Echo of Mad Laughter has become someone else's mecha. Mr. Walker, please don't worry. This time we will send out 1 Singularity-class pilot and 4-star Ring-class pilots. We will definitely be able to easily capture Mo Li under the siege. Takal also spoke hurriedly to show his loyalty. That's better. Walker took a deep breath. The loss of Batter has put him under a lot of pressure recently. After we catch him, we have to investigate the person behind him. He must be someone extraordinary to be able to crack the system of Echoes of Mad Laughter. Takal said quickly, I know. While they were talking, all the spaceships and mecha troops on the battlefield began to try to lock onto Mo Li. But the Echo of Crazy Laughter is at the Singularity level after all, and with its speed, no one except that Singularity level mecha can lock onto Mo Li at all. And every time the Singularity class mecha was about to lock onto Mo Li, he would always maneuver it away, making it impossible to lock onto him at all. Everyone, cover the attack. Seeing this, the Singularity class pilot Lin Zhou, who led the team, gave the order without hesitation. The mecha he was driving appeared to be lighter and smaller than the traditional mechas of about 15 to 20 meters in length. It was white in color. Lin Zhou, the pale, evil spirit. With his order, tiny dots of light lit up around him, including shipborne weapons, mecha long-range weapons, various particle cannons, energy ray bursts, etc. A magnificent masterpiece. When the light flashed over there, Mo Li thrust forward with the white rainbow singularity gun without hesitation. A twisted barrier opened, and then countless rays of light covered the place where Mo Li was. Energy rays passed by, and many attacks landed on the twisted barrier. As a result, without exception, they were severely deflected and did not hurt Mo Li at all. Facing the twisted barrier, Mo Li activated the thrusters to fly. He was still a little uncomfortable with the Federation's mecha. There were too few auxiliary engines, and they were in groups. Who was he looking down on? Chapter 134. The True Purpose of the White Rainbow Singularity Gun. Fortunately, the mecha had enough power. Originally, the battleships and mechas could only see faint spots of light, and the distance was unknown. As his speed exploded, the distance between the two sides quickly closed. The glowing stars around him turned into streams of light, faintly blurry. When Lin Zhou saw Mo Li attacking, he frowned slightly. It's confirmed. It's the Echo of Mad Laughter. Batter had once been his colleague, and he also knew something about Echo of Madness. The two weapons of this mecha were too perfect, and this covering attack could only serve to consume energy. The defense range of the Rainbow Singularity Gun has exceeded the limits of traditional weapons. If you want to shake the Echoes of Madness, you must first have a super weapon, or just activate the Star Destroyer cannon to kill. Keep attacking. Every bit of energy consumed counts. They have more people now, so we are fighting a war of attrition. Lin Zhou, when are we going to set out? Someone spoke in the 5-man team channel of the advanced mecha, and there was a hint of eagerness in his voice. It's not the time yet. Lin Zhou said coldly. Waiting here is too boring. I want to see who can kill Batter. Chen Jingming, are you so eager to die? This is the existence that can defeat Batter. Batter is just a waste who dares not go to the Zerg battlefield. Chen Jingming sneered. In a life-and-death battle, I won't be afraid of him. That's amazing. Are you so good in bed too, Mr. Chen? A bone-numbing voice came. Just by listening to the voice, one could seem to see how charming the person on the other side was. Get out, bitch. Chen Jingming cursed without any hesitation. That's not what you said last night. Grace was not angry, but smiled foolishly. Stop talking nonsense and get ready for battle. A calm voice came from Samuel. His mecha style was similar to his, very heavy. Oh, I'll take his head first. A slightly sharp voice was heard, and a figure shot out. No, Grant, come back. Lin Zhou was shocked. What are you afraid of? The Rainbow Singularity Gun and Entropic Molecular Dissociation Blade of Echoes of Madness use two different engine systems. While they can be switched perfectly, they cannot be used simultaneously. Now is the best time to attack. Grant was very fast, and he had distanced himself from them in the blink of an eye. Lin Zhou's expression was slightly gloomy. They were a temporary team, and usually no one obeyed each other, so it was too difficult to command them. Even if he is a Singularity-level pilot, these people will not completely listen to him. But it's okay. It's not a bad idea to let Grant go and explore the way. Grant was almost invisible to the naked eye at this time, and they could only see him through the detection system. The light spot representing Mo Li soon collided with Grant. In just 2 seconds, Grant's light spot was instantly extinguished in the astonished eyes of several people. What? How is that possible? Even if it's the singularity attacking the star ring, it shouldn't be this overwhelming. Lin Zhou was the first to react. Everyone, prepare for battle. Not long after Grant left, judging by the speed of the Singularity-class mecha, Emily was almost there. It was unknown when the weapons of the spaceship that were encircling Emily stopped. If they continued to fire at this range, it would affect Lin Zhou and the others. Chen Jingming, Samuel, follow me. Grace, find an opportunity to lock him down. Lin Zhou was the first to start the mecha. At this time, a stream of light could be seen approaching at high speed in the distance. Chen Jingming and Samuel spread out at the same time, forming a triangle to surround Emily. The torrent of water ejected by the thrusters drew out a rainbow of light, and Emily rushed directly into the encirclement. In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on him. In addition to Lin Zhou and others, the Tackle Organization's siege also included many Sky Punishment level and Fortress level mechas. However, for a battle of this level, they are only qualified to watch. Everyone, lock onto him with fire control. Just lock onto him, don't fire. Everyone outside heard Lin Zhou's order and began to use the fire control radar to lock. Although the huge difference in their bodies made it extremely difficult for them to lock onto fire control, quantitative change led to qualitative change, and their greatest role was to interfere with Emily. With so many fire control locks, real and fake, he must be extremely nervous, right? The fire control lockout that had no effect has been eliminated. Xuanji's voice sounded in the cockpit. Sebastian, drive the Holy Light Judge and hide that mecha. It's actually a Taiwan Star Ring-class mecha. I thought it was some interstellar speed bump. Emily muttered softly. Even though Sebastian was used to it, he still felt a little unsure how to describe it. Following his instructions, Sebastian came to the mecha cabin, and after seeing the Holy Light Judge's system automatically activated, he knew that he didn't need to think too much. I was originally wondering how he would be able to control the top-level Sky Punishment mecha, but now it seems that I just need to give him a little assistance. Lin Zhou and others in the distance were also extremely nervous, because Grant had completely lost contact at this time, and Emily appeared here again, so the situation was very clear. There is no doubt that Grant was killed at the first encounter. Grace tried to break the solemn atmosphere. Chen Jingming, don't you want to take his head? Go ahead. Shut up. Chen Jingming said angrily. He just likes to pretend. He is not really stupid, and now the echo of this crazy laughter gives him a very bad feeling. Why don't you do anything? In the silence, it was Emily who took the initiative to open the channel and speak. It was at this moment that Lin Zhou moved. He took a step into the air, and a shadow appeared in the void. Emily raised his eyebrows, and the white rainbow singularity gun drew a gravitational field. A pair of sharp claws emerged, and when they were about to be torn apart by the gravitational field, they were suddenly retracted. Tisk. Emily felt a little regretful. The auxiliary thrusters of echo of mad laughter gave him a very stiff feeling when using them. If he was as flexible as the Holy Light Judge, there was no way he could retreat so easily. At this time, Samuel and Chen Jingming took the opportunity to attack from the left and right. Chen Jingming's mecha is extremely fast, and there is a pair of auxiliary flying devices on its back. When opened, the sharp edges are like blades. Samuel's mecha was much more stable. He first tried to fire 3 lasers to test Emily's strength, and then pulled out the high-frequency molecular vibration blade. Lin Zhou appeared again, blocking Emily's escape route, and a pair of sharp claws attacked like a phantom. The cooperation of the 3 instantly created a deadlock. Seeing this, Emily was not in a hurry. He turned the Beihong Singularity gun in his hand and gripped it tightly, and the gun body shook. It's a waste to give the white rainbow Singularity gun to batter. But now that I can bring it out in my hands, it can be considered a good destination. Chapter 125, Xuanji takes action. Energy flowed on the Beihong Singularity gun, affecting the gravitational field and causing the surrounding space to distort. Several people adjusted the direction of their engines almost at the same time to increase their distance. A gravitational field is such a magical thing, but it's only used to shatter space and deflect attacks. TSK. Buzz. There seemed to be a slight hum in space, and then the gravitational fluctuation readings in the 4-person detector exploded instantly. Their expressions all changed, and they activated their shields almost at the same time. Then, a visible ripple quickly spread out with M.O. Lee as the center. He disturbed the gravitational field. How is that possible? How do you calculate the gravitational field readings and the accuracy predictions? In the distance, Grace watched as the 4 people were swept by gravitational waves expanding at the speed of light, and then the shield shook violently. The energy of the two-star ring-class mechas was almost instantly depleted, and only Lin Zhou's figure seemed to become illusory, and the gravitational waves had no effect on him. The gravitational waves appeared for only a moment and then disappeared. In fact, Emily tried to stir the gravitational field, but found that the energy of the body was rapidly decreasing, so he stopped in a hurry. Grace, who was far away, breathed a sigh of relief. If the gravitational waves continued to spread, she would also be affected. However, this seemed like an opportunity. The moment the gravitational field disappeared, the fire control instantly locked onto it. Without any hesitation, she activated the weapon, and the strangely shaped weapon on Grace's shoulder exploded. A smile appeared on Grace's lips. The energy emission speed of her Prairie Echo cannon was comparable to the speed of light, and it could basically achieve the effect of locking and hitting. In pursuit of performance, this machine can be said to be serving this weapon, and its power is also exaggerated. Even a Singularity-class machine will explode on the spot if it is hit by a bullet. Unfortunately, the expected explosion did not appear. In the distance, the beam of light came in front of Mo Li and unexpectedly became extremely slow. Changes in the gravitational field caused time dilation. Mo Li took a step to the side and adjusted the gravitational field. The speed of the beam of light returned to normal, and its angle shifted, just sweeping over Lin Zhou, who was trying to launch a sneak attack from behind. The moment Mo Li adjusted the gravitational field, Lin Zhou's heart was alarmed, and he turned into nothingness to avoid the disaster. Mo Li looked in Grace's direction. His voice was the only one on the public channel. It seems your application of gravitational fields is still very superficial. But I don't understand. You have a warp drive, right? Why didn't Batter use it that day? At this moment, everyone's expression suddenly changed. Run. He also has that trick. But it's over. Friends who have warp spacecraft at home should know this. Matter cannot exceed the speed of light, so the working principle of the warp engine is to generate a warp bubble, wrap the object in it, and allow it to temporarily leave this space, thereby exceeding the speed of light. But the gravitational field can also distort a simple space-time bubble. After saying that, Mo Li instantly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, the entropic molecular dissociation blade had already pierced Grace's cockpit. Grace didn't know what happened until her death. Her body's detection systems did not detect any abnormalities, such as jump fluctuations, space folding fluctuations, etc. There was no warning at all. Lin Zhou's figure solidified in the distance. Samuel and Chun Jingming's shocked voices echoed in the team chat. Energy, almost gone. I don't even have enough energy to start the engine. What was that just now? Gravitational waves? How did he activate it? The gravitational field is very complex. How could his AI computing power possibly calculate such a huge amount of data and then accurately influence the gravitational field to emit gravitational waves? It's not that they don't have knowledge about gravitational fields, otherwise they wouldn't be able to develop technology like warp drive. However, the problem is that their AI system simply does not have that much computing power to support it. So they had no way of knowing how Mo Li operated. A controllable gravitational field compared to an uncontrollable gravitational field. The gap between the two even made Lin Zhou think of turning around and running away. While he was hesitating, Mo Li had already turned around. Lin Zhou seemed to see the crazy laughter echoing in his grin, baring his fangs at him. All mechas, open fire, indiscriminate attack. The 4-star ring-level teammates were defeated before they could even achieve any results. The only ones that can help him right now are these Sky Punishment class and Fortress class mechas. Unfortunately, Mo Li didn't give him any chance. Surrounded by a gravitational field, Mo Li instantly disappeared from the spot. 100 Demons Night Parade. The pale evil ghost blurred immediately, and then hundreds of identical pale evil ghosts appeared. Quantum entangled state detected. Xuanji quickly analyzed it. The energy readings of these machines were running wildly, and only a rough idea could be seen. He must have set up quantum tunnels in each instance, and his body is moving frantically among them, so he can't be locked. This technology is quite interesting. Xuanji's voice became a little excited. It just so happens that my computing power has increased recently. Do you believe me? Mo Li was still thinking about how to deal with it when Xianji suddenly said something. Can you still break through? Mo Li was surprised. Of course, there is no limit to evolution. After Xianji finished speaking, countless data streams suddenly flashed down from the side of Mo Li's mecha. In Mo Li's vision, flashing red figures suddenly appeared on the hundreds of pale, evil ghosts attacking him. These figures flashed very quickly at the beginning, because these were the coordinates where Lin Zhou was moving in real time. But as the data stream next to Mo Li turned into a phantom, the flashing red shadows became slower and slower. Xianji began to predict. He was calculating the future. That's enough. Mo Li shouted softly, and with a flash of his body, he rushed into the sky full of ghosts and stabbed out with the entropic molecular dissociation blade. The next second, all the ghosts disappeared, leaving only a mecha pierced by the entropic molecular dissociation blade. Lin Zhou's eyes were full of shock. He couldn't understand why his secret weapon was so easily discovered. You should know that he had learned this move from a Guishu-level pilot, but even with the other party's terrifying machine performance, he was unable to find his true body. Sometimes, Lin Zhou didn't even know where he was going. He didn't think this was a coincidence, but at this moment, he could only sink into the darkness with doubts. Mo Li himself was a little surprised. Awesome Xianji. Snort. Without the Universal Command and Shifang Silent as carriers, I'm still a little tired. I'm going to rest. Good. Quantum transmission is inherently unpredictable, not to mention that there are so many individuals transmitting to each other. Mo Li Do planned to open the largest gravitational field and kill him forcefully. As a result, Xuanji's move suddenly became simple. As soon as Lin Zhou died, the other Sky Punishment Class and Fortress Class pilots did not dare to hesitate and turned around and ran. Don't run. Mo Li shouted loudly and chased after him. Chapter 126, There is a Mouse. Even the Singularity Class and Star Ring Class monsters were killed. If you don't run away, you're just courting death. They ran very fast, and Mo Li couldn't catch many of them. He had no choice but to focus on catching those at the heavenly punishment level. The echo of crazy laughter had little energy left at this time. The energy consumption of the White Rainbow Singularity Gun was really exaggerated, and the gravitational field was not so easy to control. In the end, only 5 Sky Punishment Class mechas were captured, and they fled in all directions. Unless Mo Li used the gravitational field to capture them, but he had to give up because of insufficient energy. One should not be too greedy. These Star Ring Class mechas and 1 Singularity Class mecha are already more than enough. The spaceship in the distance also turned around and fled, and it seemed that only Mo Li and his group were left in this starry sky. Sebastian piloted the Holy Light Judge to help recover the mechas. Fortunately, Mo Li had the foresight to change the spaceship in advance, otherwise he would not have been able to recover so many mechas this time. Mo Li first collected the Pale Evil Ghost, and then went to collect several Star Ring Class mechas from Chun Jingming and others. After collecting them, Mo Li began to count them. 1, 2, 3. Huh? Why is one missing? Before he finished counting the Star Ring Class mechas, Mo Li discovered that one was missing. It's Grace's special mecha, and the weapon is very powerful. It seems to be the one called Abyss. Mo Li's face darkened, and then he started detecting. The detector that echoed the crazy laughter emitted waves, but there was no response. It seems there are rats. When those Sky Punishment Class and Fortress Class mechas were escaping, Mo Li also paid attention to those mechas, so they were not stolen by these people. It is very likely that the other party came to steal the mechas when Mo Li went to catch the Sky Punishment Class mechas. Sebastian also had a serious expression on his face. He was there at the time, but he didn't notice anything unusual. Xuanji, don't sleep anymore. Someone is stealing your business. Detected it. There are traces of a jump. It looks like he's already escaped. I'm trying to calculate his jump route. Xianji couldn't sleep at all. How could he sleep if trillions of dollars disappeared during his sleep? Just watch. Mo Li's face was as gloomy as water. No matter who it was, anyone who dared to steal his things at this time would have to pay the price. Not far from here in the starry sky, outside a spaceship in invisible and silent state. With a flash of light that shocked the world, a mecha quickly emerged. In addition to this mecha, he was also dragging a mecha with a hole in the chest, which was Yuanxiu. It's so scary, so scary. This guy is actually a Singularity Class pilot. Information gap is harmful. After the mecha emerged, a man in the cockpit spoke with lingering fear. Boss, what happened? Did you kill him? A voice came into the channel asking questions. The man's face changed slightly when he heard it. Kill. Kill for no reason. I'm lucky I didn't get killed. Let's go. After the man finished speaking, he took Yuanxiu into the spaceship. The person driving the spaceship seemed to realize that something was wrong and directly started the warp engine of the spaceship and left. Inside the spaceship, the man got off the mecha, and there were already 3 people waiting for him below. Is this Chichihar? This mecha doesn't look like the one in the information. Boss Gray. The man named Gray got angry when he heard this. Does the Empire's intelligence department eat shit? This is a fucking Singularity Class pilot. Oh. The 3 of them were shocked and a little dizzy by this huge information. Impossible. Isn't he at the peak of the heavenly punishment level? Boss, you're at the Star Ring level, so it's definitely easy for you to capture him. Gray's expression was grim. It's even at the heavenly punishment level. If I, your boss, wasn't good at hiding, I'd probably be killed by his gun like this mecha. He said this with lingering fear. Originally, he just happened to come to the Federation for something, and happened to see this bounty, which was at the heavenly punishment level and quite generous. So he started looking for information about Mo Lee, and he actually got it. Although this information seemed to have been released intentionally, it didn't matter. There was a huge class difference between them, and his mecha was of the stealth and assassination type. He could fight without any intention, and he wouldn't lose no matter how he fought. As a result, when he got the latest news and ran here, he saw a large number of mechas assembled, including 4 of the same level as his and 1 singularity class. He was stunned by this lineup, and it seems that their target is also Mo Lee. With the idea of watching the fun from stealth, Gray turned on silent mode nearby. As a result, he saw a singularity class mecha emerge from his target spaceship. He was completely dumbfounded at the time. After carefully comparing the information from the Empire, it was true that he was at the sky punishment level, that he had no backing, and that the Academy would not send very strong pilots to protect him. It was all clearly written. But the reality is that the other party is driving a fucking singularity class mecha. He wanted to run away at that moment, but his damn curiosity made him stay where he was. What we saw later was that shocking battle. Thinking of this, Gray's heart was pounding. If this news spread to the Empire, would those cowardly nobles, and even the Emperor, still be able to sleep well? This is definitely a super fierce man. Once he enters the Goeishu level, Gray didn't dare to think that people who were crushing others of the same level could basically maintain their crushing advantage after being promoted, as long as the performance of their machines did not widen. After the battle, Gray came to his senses and saw the Star Ring class mechas whose cockpits were only damaged, and his heart suddenly moved. He successfully stole one during the chaos, but he didn't dare to stay and ran away. After hearing Gray's description, the people driving the spaceship also felt their hearts pounding. Alipo in the main driving seat pushed the thrusters to the bottom. This is the god of death. Chef Thorne next to him felt his face trembling, but at the same time he admired his boss for daring to snatch his spoils under the nose of such a ruthless man. Stop talking nonsense and run. Maintenance engineer Finch felt like he was about to lose his soul. If he was discovered, what would be the difference between this and offending a Goeishu-level pilot? The spacecraft's thrusters were turned to maximum power, heading towards the edge of the star field. A few days later, at the edge of the Yin-Yao star field, in an uninhabited galaxy, their ship exited warp mode and then used impulse drive to fly into an asteroid belt. After entering, they became much more careful until they reached the center of the asteroid belt, where they found a slowly rotating wormhole. The moment they saw the wormhole, the 4 of them breathed a sigh of relief. They discovered this wormhole by accident, and the other end of the wormhole was within the territory of the Empire. The spacecraft entered the wormhole and disappeared. The wormhole showed some ripples, but soon calmed down. Only half a day later, a spaceship about 100 meters long exited the warp state at the edge of the galaxy, then found its target and flew over at high speed. Even when it entered the cloud meteorite belt, the speed of the spaceship did not slow down at all. Chapter 127, Anxious Tackle. The spacecraft traveled through the asteroid belt at high speed, as agile as a swimming fish. Even at such high speed, it did not hit any asteroid. Soon the spaceship also arrived in front of the wormhole. Is this the place? On the spaceship, Mo Lee squinted his eyes and looked at the natural wormhole. Yes. Xuanji's answer came, and Mo Lee drove the spaceship in without hesitation. After Xianji analyzed the jump fluctuations that day, Mo Lee changed a spaceship and followed the traces all the way to find this place. Sebastian took the remaining mechas and contacted the people of Tianwu Shinji. After Mo Lee left, Sebastian immediately returned to the Yunming Star region. As for the Tianwu Divine Machine, when the headquarters received the news from Honghe, they were a little slow to react. The person who was responsible for connecting with Honghe took a long time to come back to his senses. What did you say? 4-star rings and 1 singularity. Even though he held a high position in the company and was knowledgeable, Su Wengqiu was a little confused at this moment. Honghe is her subordinate and is not officially in the Tianwu Shinji system. She is only responsible to her. The original purpose of setting up a base in the black market was to sell some of the company's defective products and some things that were not registered with the company to make some black money. Now the result. If it continues like this, can it still be called a black market? Once the singularity level comes out, I'm afraid it will go crazy. And the singularity level. Honghe, who owns this singularity class mecha? Every time a singularity class mecha comes out, it attracts a lot of attention, and there will basically be news about who will be driving it in the end. Now that this mecha has appeared, it is not just a singularity class mecha. What it represents is the fall of a Singularity-class pilot. Singularity-class pilots are the face of all forces. If this mecha is sold, it will probably be hunted down crazily. I checked. It seems he's Tackle's pilot. He naturally looked for information about this mecha as soon as possible. The Star Ring class was difficult to find, but the Singularity class was too conspicuous. This is a hot potato. Su Wing-Q sighed. You've made the acquaintance of an incredible guy. He now doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. When Mo Lee said that there would be more later, she decisively agreed not to take a share. After that auction, their reputation in the underground world soared, and sales in black market strongholds throughout the Federation Star territory and even the Imperial Star territory skyrocketed. This is the influence that fame brings. The 2-star ring-class mechas directly increased their influence in the black market, and Hong He's status also rose rapidly. During this period, many people wanted to poach her, even those from the 2 remaining companies. If Tackle were his pilot, would he offend him? I'm not afraid of offending him. Su Wing-Q shook his head slightly. It's the people behind him who are difficult to deal with. But you can't just refuse outright. After all, you agreed to it. And if you don't accept the Singularity class, you don't know what they will think. Hong He smiled bitterly. She really didn't expect that the second trading session would come so soon. He left the Yunming Star region 1 step ago and came back with a mecha the next step. She was not prepared at all. Can we hold a private auction? Just invite those who are capable to come. Hong Ha said tentatively. It's no use. It's pretty easy to find out from Tackle's side. This is difficult. Hong Hai was helpless. It was not easy to offend Tackle and the others, but they did not want to upset Mo Lee, a pilot who could kill a Singularity-level pilot. Let me think about it. Su Wing-Q rubbed his brows. Is there any movement over at Tackle? No, it's normal. If that's the case. Su Wing-Q pondered for a moment, his expression fierce. Then sell it. According to what you said, a private auction is being held. Tackle has even mobilized Singularity-class pilots. I'm afraid they're up to something shady. Also, the death of the Singularity-class pilot had a huge impact on him, and he won't disclose the information. Hong He's eyes lit up. In other words, he can only suffer in silence? Otherwise, the loss of a Singularity-class pilot will probably affect his next election. That's right, Tackle. I'll take the offense if I offend you. After getting the answer, Hong He breathed a sigh of relief. Then what should we do next? They are almost reaching the Yunming Star region. Wan Xiao will come and pick them up. Hong He was shocked. Wan Xiao was a pilot at the peak of the Star Ring level, and was already the strongest combat force that Su Wing-Q could dispatch. I understand. I'll also send a spacecraft to pick them up. This time, Tackle really exploded. Now he suddenly understood Chen Yao's pain. He felt even worse than Chen Yao. Batter was given to him by his superiors, but Lin Zhou was cultivated step by himself and is his direct descendant. Without Lin Zhou, his subsequent elections will also be affected. If he fails to show enough strength in the next general election, he will be eliminated. In a trance, Tackle suddenly remembered that Mo Lee seemed to like selling mechas before. According to the news sent back, Mo Lee was driving the Echo of Mad Laughter at the time. If that's the case, since he can't drive the Pale Demon, could it be? Thinking of that possibility, Tackle couldn't help but feel cold all over. If others knew that Lin Zhou was dead, the assassination attempt against him would begin. He is different from Chen Yao. Chen Yao is a puppet who was supported. After his death, there will still be Wang Yao and Li Yao. But Tackle relies on his own strength to seek cooperation with them. There are many people who can replace him. Thinking of this, Tackle felt cold all over and hurriedly searched through his communications and found Hong Ha. He took a deep breath and dialed the number. As the connection sounded, Tackle's heart beat faster. It took a while for Hong Ha to connect. Hello? Hello, Mr. Tackle, what can I do for you? An answer that couldn't be more official and seemed very enthusiastic. The communication was connected, but Tackle didn't know how to start. After a moment of silence, he asked in a deep voice. I heard you were selling Star Ring class mechas a while ago. Do you still have any in stock? Your Excellency, we are not clear on this point either. Customers came to us directly. Has he looked for you now? Tackle asked hurriedly. Not yet. Hearing this, Tackle breathed a sigh of relief. If you still have Star Ring class mechas for sale, please contact me first. I will trade at the closing price. Yes, Mr. Congressman. Although he got some information from Hong Ha, Tackle did not dare to relax. He secretly sent a fleet to investigate the movements of Tianwu Shinji, 128th Imperial Star Region. After doing all this, he contacted Nakus. Nakus had also received the news a long time ago. Samuel and Grace were her people. Counting Theodore's loss, she had already lost 3 people. The two discussed it for a while, but couldn't find a better solution. Now it seems that Mo Lee's combat power is a bit unstoppable. unless they dispatch Goeishu-class pilots, but that is not someone they can hire. As for the Singularity-class pilots, it seems that they are just delivering food. The two were at a loss, but found that the only way was to declare war on the chaotic star field. Coincidentally, the parliamentary meeting will be held in more than a month. We will then join forces with Chun Yao and Ming Yang to submit a proposal together, Takal said in a deep voice. Nakus heard this and said, Ming Yang may not agree. Oh, the pirates in the Chaos Star region have been rampant for a long time. Who knows how many merchant ships have been looted by them? This is a great opportunity to enhance her reputation. How could she refuse? When the situation in the Federation changed, Imoli also passed through the wormhole and came to an unfamiliar star field. After observing the surrounding celestial bodies, he used the spacecraft's observation system to search for familiar celestial bodies. After observing the area for a while, Xuanji exclaimed in surprise, "This is the Imperial territory." Huh? Imoli was shocked. The Empire's territory? Then this wormhole is quite extraordinary. In an instant, Imoli understood the strategic value of this wormhole. The Empire and the Federation seem to be adjacent, but that is on the scale of the universe. In fact, there is a large area of nothingness on the edge of the star fields of both sides. This area is called the Void Forbidden Zone by both sides. There is nothing inside but nothingness. Not only the Imperial Federation, but also the major star fields within the Federation actually have such areas. The only difference is the size. However, the Federation has used Stargate technology to connect these places, so they can navigate and trade freely. But the conflict between the Empire and the Federation means that connecting Stargates are few and far between. In this environment, the value of this wormhole is reflected. The border Stargates on both sides are strictly controlled. While even a single Sky Punishment class mecha used to undergo rigorous inspection, this wormhole now allows ships under a kilometer in range to pass freely. This is an era where the personal strength of mechas is supreme. Imoli can imagine what kind of storm the Empire will stir up in the Federation if it quietly sends a team of Star Ring-class mechas over. If something goes wrong, it might even become the fuse for a war between the two superpowers. Based on the observed stellar information, this place is located in the Imperial Ecological Dome Star Cluster. Agriculture is the primary development here, and it serves as the granary of the Empire. A granary? Imoli's eyes were cold. The feeling of tens of trillions of dollars being taken away from his hands was like cutting several bloody wounds on his heart. The mice are running to the granary. That makes sense. Xuanji quickly detected the recent curvature fluctuations, and Imoli adjusted the direction of the spacecraft and drove it over. At this time, Gray and other spaceship was sailing in the starry sky. They had just exited warp mode and arrived on a trading planet. This planet is called the Sea of Plenty, and it is a relatively prosperous planet in the Ecodome Star Cluster. The Ecodome Cluster produces tens of billions of agricultural specialties, and agricultural planets are spread throughout the cluster. People from almost every part of the Empire come here to buy local specialties or to resell them. Their spaceship arrived at a valley somewhere in a blue forest on the planet. After entering the valley, there is a renovated town inside the valley. It is a different world inside, with streams, vegetation, and a pleasant environment. The spaceship landed on the platform, and 4 people got off the spaceship. The joy on their faces difficult to conceal. They had their own house in the small town, and behind closed doors, the 4 of them gathered together. Boss, this time we're really rich. Once this mecha is sold in the Empire, it will definitely cause an earthquake. The fat on Thorn's face was trembling. I'll never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of my life. Can't you be more ambitious? We're a Star Ring level team after all. Finch complained. We need to set our sights higher. Gray couldn't hide his excitement at this moment. He was not doing very well in the Star Ring level, and he didn't have the courage to go to the Zerg battlefield. He could only make a living by accepting bounties and the like. Once this mecha is released, fame and wealth will all belong to you. But now we need to figure out how to sell this mecha. I think we can sell it to Duke Kovacs. Finch said in a deep voice. Duke Kovacs is the ruler of the Ecodome cluster. He has the strength to handle this mecha. No, Gray refused without a second thought. What's that Duke Kovacs? He's such a ruthless eater. In the Ecodome constellation, is there any planet that doesn't pay him a 30% tax on agricultural products? Olapo, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly spoke up. Don't be fooled by the richness of this place. In fact, the residents of those agricultural planets live a life of hell. My hometown is New Luoyang Star. You should all know about the star crystal grapes that New Luoyang produces every year. Hearing this, several people looked at him in shock. Gray had no idea that his captain was actually from the New Luoyang planet, which was known for being full of star coins. I heard this stuff is priced by the piece. I've never eaten it even at the star ring level. Gray cursed. Yeah, aren't there a lot of wealthy people there? Upon hearing this, Olapo sneered. The only truly wealthy person is Duke Kovacs. We are no different from slaves there. This was the first time they knew this secret. Anyway, Duke Kovacs' approach is definitely not going to work. I think we should at least wait until we're out of the ecodome before we even consider selling the Mecha. The enthusiasm of several people was immediately dampened. It would take at least 2 months to leave here. The Empire was not like the Federation where stargates were everywhere. The stargates here were strictly controlled and placed in designated locations. It took a long time to travel from one stargate to another. Moreover, after passing through so many stargates, whether the mechas on their spacecraft can be hidden is another matter. Beyond the Sea of Fertility, Emoli drove a spaceship into outer space. The ship is still invisible. There is no such spacecraft in the Imperial system. Once it appears and is detected, the planet will probably be armed instantly. No one would not be nervous when the Federation's planet appeared outside their planet. I'll land on the planet in the Holy Light Judge and take a look. Emoli left the driver's seat, and Xianji also left a subroutine to control the spacecraft, then activated the Holy Light Judge and left the spacecraft. The Federation doesn't have much information about the Empire, and the mecha targets are relatively small and flexible, making them perfect for exploring the planet. Chapter 129, Pursuit. The shielding device on the Holy Light Judge is actually quite ordinary, and the one that really plays the shielding role is actually Xianji. All the signal fluctuations were hidden by Xianji, and then Emoli drove the mecha into the planet's atmosphere. At this moment, the Holy Light Judge does not exist at all in the major satellites and detectors of this planet. Flying at high speed and approaching the planet, after being captured by gravity, Emoli began to stop fighting against gravity. The body dived downward and soon approached the atmosphere. A special coating flashed on the body of the machine, and the high temperature originally generated by friction quickly disappeared. Emoli easily passed through the atmosphere, and the blue and green continents and oceans appeared before his eyes. It has indeed been transformed. When Emoli saw this situation, he roughly knew the origin of this planet. After a brief observation and finding a human city, Emoli immediately landed nearby. Find a hidden place. Let the Holy Light Judge enter invisible state. Emoli left the Mecha and entered the city from the main road. In fact, there are relatively few people walking in this city. It took Emoli a while to enter the city, which also attracted the attention of many people. But most of these people didn't pay much attention to him. The control here is much stricter than that of the Federation. Xianji was looking for an opportunity to hack into the planet system. After a little exploration, he found that the various systems here were surprisingly independent. You mean it's no use? No? Are you kidding? Xuanji's voice rose slightly. If it were in the past, it would have been a bit difficult, since you were the only one acting as the carrier. But now, there's a building a few blocks ahead. Find an opportunity to go in. Upon hearing this, Emoli went to the place, Xianji said, and then stopped in front of a towering building. You mean this? Emoli watched a man enter with an expressionless face. Dozens of red lights scanned his body for more than 10 seconds before letting him pass. Of course, this company has cooperation with the authorities. Starting from them, we can quickly access the planetary network backend here. You're amazing. Emoli said this, then took a deep breath, straightened his clothes, and walked towards the door. At this moment, someone happened to be walking hurriedly from the side. As if he had practiced it long ago, Emoli suddenly moved and appeared in front of him while the person was running. The man didn't have time to stop and instantly knocked Emoli more than 10 meters away, just passing through the scanning door. Then Emoli slid on the ground and stopped only after hitting the elevator next to him. The alarm sounded instantly, and according to the detection system, Emoli had completely broken in. As for the person outside, he was already stunned. He subconsciously looked at his hands. When did his physique become so strong? The alarm sounded, and security forces were about to arrive. Several people wearing power suits and holding weapons came quickly. Hey, wait. The man outside the door ran over hurriedly. Accident. It's an accident. He walked past those heavily armed men and came to Emoli. Are you okay? Emoli supported himself on the elevator wall with one hand and pressed the elevator button as if by accident. A trace of electric arc was triggered, but everyone's eyes were on Emoli and no one noticed it at all. After Chi-Chi stood up, he didn't give the man a chance to speak. Hey, buddy, you're wearing a power suit to work. I almost got killed. Luckily, I'm a gym student. The people wearing power suits still did not let down their guard, but after Emoli stood up, they kept scolding the person who bumped into him. They scanned Emoli's whole body through the power suits, and after confirming that there was no problem, they immediately urged him to leave. If you have nothing to do, leave here. This is not a place for you to stay. What do you mean no? Mo Lee was about to retort, but after seeing the other party's charged particle gun, he swallowed the rest of the words in horror. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. After saying that, he ran away in a panic, and the others didn't take it seriously. Only the man who knocked Mo Lee away repeatedly checked his hands in confusion. At this moment, unknown to anyone, the network of this building was changing hands at a rapid speed. All related networks collapsed in an instant. In the network, Xianji was the supreme god. In fact, before Mo Lee left, he had already taken control of the building. Then a blank message was sent through the building to a small official department of the planet. In that small department, the operator subconsciously opened the message. Why is it blank? Strangeness. Subsequently, a piece of meaningless information was added to the daily reports of this small department, but no one saw it. After Mo Lee walked out onto the street, Xianji's voice came. Finish. Have you found them? Based on the time they exited warp and their distance from here, 1,092 ships entered this planet during that time frame. But there are only 291 ships with Mecha information on file. In front of Mo Lee's eyes, an invisible planet map slowly unfolded, red dots lit up, and then quickly disappeared, until only one remained. A valley? That seems like a place where mice would hide. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, an unmanned hovercraft braked suddenly and drifted smoothly, stopping in front of Mo Lee. Walking is so tiring. You weren't like that when you first came into town. That's not the internet connection. After a while, the Holy Light Judge rose into the sky from outside the city without any concealment, because at this time the Holy Light Judge had already been registered in the planetary network. There was no need to hide. Mo Lee flew at full speed directly. Several circles of detonation clouds exploded, and the Holy Light Judge drew a rainbow light in the air and disappeared in an instant. Blue Scar Valley. This is one of the few places on the planet that still retains its original ecology. After Gray and his companions rested here, they prepared to set off to the neighboring star field to sell the Mecha. They had just come out and were preparing to head to the spacecraft docking station. Although it's man-made, I have to say the sky is really beautiful. Gray looked up at the sky and felt much better. But the next moment, a black shadow came from the sky at an extremely terrifying speed and then stopped suddenly above the Blue Scar Valley. Boom! It was like thunder exploding in the ears, as if the entire sky was being smashed by a giant using mountains as clubs, almost tearing everyone's eardrums. Gray's expression turned cold. The other party was driving the Mecha like this, which was a bit too unscrupulous. Many people nearby were shocked. The moment they looked up and saw the Mecha in the sky, they were a little horrified. There were very few people in a place like theirs who would drive a Mecha. Who is this? So arrogant. Finch said dissatisfiedly. Boss, why don't you teach him a lesson? Thorne said jokingly. Chapter 130 The Value of Wormholes. Gray looked up at the Mecha and shook his head. Don't pay too much attention to him. The most urgent thing is to sell the Mecha first. He didn't want to cause any more trouble. However, when he looked up, he happened to see the Mecha looking down. In an instant, Gray felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. This is directed at me. The moment this thought came to his mind, Gray ran towards the spaceship without hesitation, but Mo Lee in the sky had already swooped down. The speed of the Mecha is much faster than that of a human. Just as Gray arrived in front of the spaceship, a huge shadow enveloped him. Looking up, he saw the tall figure of the Holy Light Judge standing in front of him, like a natural moat. Gulu. Gray's throat rolled. Even though he was a star ring-level pilot, when there was no Mecha, any raid-level Mecha could deal with him. Not to mention the Holy Light Judge, which doesn't look like an ordinary Mecha at all. Hello, little mice. Mo Lee's cold voice came through the Mecha's loudspeaker. You're quite capable at running. Alipo next to him looked horrified, hiding behind Gray and moving his fingers slightly. Call out. A laser shot out from the Holy Light Judge's fingertips, piercing the ground next to him. What do you want to do? At this moment, Alipo was shaking all over. A wisp of white smoke rose from the hole in the ground next to him. The threat of death had never been so close to him. Gray pretended to be calm. Where are you from? We shouldn't have offended you, right? Where are you from? Mo Lee sneered. I'm the one you want to kill. Regarding the Empire, all Mo Lee could think of was the bounty offered by the Empire. This group of people probably came here just because they saw the bounty offered by him. Gray was shocked. When he mentioned the mouse just now, he had a vague feeling that it might be Mo Lee, but they were now in the territory of the Empire. Why did he come here? Gray had no idea that Mo Lee had Xianji, a plug-in, by his side, who could directly calculate his jump fluctuations and warp speed fluctuations. At this moment, he was filled with shock. It's too late to run now. Fighting a mecha with a physical body is no different from seeking death. And the reason why Mo chased them like this was obviously because they stole his spoils. Thinking of this, Gray raised his hands and said slowly, "The mecha is still in the spaceship. We can return it to you." "Return it?" Mo was surprised and asked, "Did you misunderstand something? You don't think I'll let you go, do you?" This is near the helipad of Blue Scar Valley. There are still many people around, but seeing such a starting mecha here, they dare not get close and can only watch from afar. Besides, you all want to take my head. Aren't you prepared? This is the Empire. If you kill us, it will be difficult for you to leave. Gray sensed Chi-Chi's murderous intent and hurriedly said, "Let me go. I can take you away safely." "Is this your last words?" The four people's expressions suddenly changed. This time they were afraid. Emily had no intention of wasting time talking to them. The laser swept across and cut the four people into two, with the wounds charred black. Before they died, their eyes were still filled with shock and astonishment. They had never expected that Emily would act so decisively. Screams were heard in the distance. Emily ignored them, came to the spaceship of Gray and others, and got off the mecha. Xianji quickly invaded the spaceship, then controlled the hatch to open and activated the holy light judge to go in. Emily boarded their spaceship and started to leave. Only after the spacecraft left did someone dare to approach and report the information to the authorities. For people were killed directly by the mecha. Even the planetary officials of the Sea of Plenty had to take it seriously. Mechas are controlled weapons here. If someone drove a mecha to kill people so brazenly, they must conduct a thorough investigation. However, upon checking, they discovered that this mecha was like a ghost, with no information at all inside. After the Gray spaceship left, it did not appear in their system. They appeared out of nowhere and disappeared out of nowhere, leaving no clues at all. Since the news could not be found, the authorities could only suppress it. Fortunately, the Blue Scar Valley was a remote and small place, so the cost of suppressing the news was not very high. Gray's spaceship and the spaceship driven by Mo were sailing in space together. What an unexpected gain. This is also a Star Ring class mecha. After checking Gray's spaceship, Mo was surprised. This time it was really a buy one get one free deal. It's time to go back. That's where the big guys are. Thinking of the harvest this time, Mo couldn't help but feel excited. There was also a singularity level mecha among them, so he would definitely make a fortune. As expected, fighting makes money quickly. I don't know when Tackle and other parliamentarians will organize the next wave of attack. It would be best if they all come out in full force so that he can catch them all in one fell swoop. While Mo was waiting, Tackle and the others had already turned blue with anger. Because Tianwu Shinji held a private auction and invited many people privately, and the theme of the auction was their Star Ring class mechas. There is not much news about the singularity level Pale Demon for the time being, but Tianwu Shinji has revealed that there will be a heavyweight auction in a while. They didn't even use the word heavyweight to describe the Star Ring class, so what else can be called heavyweight, except the singularity? Tackle was completely paralyzed, and Naku's also suffered heavy losses. However, after Chun Yao got the news, he felt a little more balanced. It can't be that I'm the only one who suffers the loss, right? However, this loss also made them more determined to launch a war against the Chaos Star Domain. The loss was too great, and no one could swallow this. We have also received news from above, and we will give our greatest support. What they are most looking forward to now is the next parliamentary meeting. In the Imperial Star Territory, Emoli was also preparing to return to the Federation Star Territory. But before that, both spacecraft need to replenish their energy. After Xuanji hacked into the Sea of Plenty, she changed the information of the two spaceships and helped Emoli get an identity as a resident of the Sea of Plenty, allowing Emoli to move freely in the territory of the Empire. This star field is the ecological dome star cluster, and outside is the void zone connecting to the Federation. Emoli was parked in a space station outside an agricultural planet near a wormhole to replenish energy. Take a look at the situation in the Empire and look for opportunities to resell some local specialties. Of course, if you can encounter some high-level space pirates, it would be a windfall. It takes about half a day to replenish energy. The planet where Emoli is anchored is called Lemings, a planet with strong electromagnetic storms, and its specialty is thunder-patterned potatoes. This can be considered one of the Empire's specialties. There is no suitable planet for it to grow in the Federation, so it can be sold at a good price in the Federation. 131 brothers and sisters. Thunderstrike potatoes are also one of the main commodities traded by major interstellar chambers of commerce. In the local area, you can basically buy several kilograms of thunder-patterned potatoes for 1-star coin, and the price will rise sharply when you sell it outside, and it is normal to increase several times. Thunder potato is a tuber crop buried deep underground. Its growth depends on the violent but regular electromagnetic pulse storms on the surface of the planet. Purple veins like lightning lines naturally form on the surface of the potato tubers. Its potato flesh is rich in a special bioelectric compound, which can slightly stimulate nerve reaction speed and muscle coordination in a short period of time after consumption, bringing a unique sense of clear thinking and burst of vitality. It is a popular supply during interstellar voyages and explorations, and is also one of the raw materials for high-efficiency biological batteries. The price of this thing is acceptable in other star regions of the Empire, but in the Federation, it is a luxury item with sky-high prices. This thing has no effect on people who have lived on Leeming's star for many years. Because their bodies have been exposed to electromagnetic storms since childhood, thunderstriped potatoes have no effect on them. When the planet was first developed, thunderstriped potatoes were rotting on the surface of the planet and no one wanted them. But as its efficacy was discovered, it became extremely popular. Duke Kovacs took control of the area immediately and began to transform the planet. Now 98% of the land on the planet has been transformed into areas for growing thunder potatoes. As the conditions for growing thunder potato could be achieved artificially, the status of thunder potato fell from the altar in the Empire. At the current price of several kilograms for one star coin from this origin, Duke Kovacs has also lifted the control. However, no matter how bad the thunder potato is, it is only within the Empire. In the Federation where the cultivation technology is not available, the price is even higher than the original price of the thunder potato. Now that the planet is no longer under control, Emoli drives the spaceship down directly. There are many people like him. Although the conditions for growing thunder potatoes can be replicated, the technology is in the hands of Duke Kovacs. Currently, only the Ecodome cluster has any production. Those who come to Leeming's are generally from other star fields. Emoli found a trading city with not many people to land in. Compared to those carefully selected businessmen who need higher quality to win in the business competition, Missouri Lee does not have to consider so much. What he needs is large quantity and cheap price. After all, no matter how bad they are, thunder potatoes are nothing compared to the wild boars in the Federation star territory. Thinking of this, Emoli couldn't help but laugh. This wormhole was a treasure pot to him. Although it is not as profitable as selling mechas, it is a long-term business. Sebastian and others will be sent here to do business later. After finding a place to park the spaceship, Emoli got off and looked for a local place selling thunder-patterned potatoes. The industrial chain here is already very mature, and there are wholesalers of sweet potatoes everywhere. Emoli randomly compared a few stores and found that the prices were the same. It seemed that there was some unity among the people. They all seemed to be about the same. Coming out of a store, Emoli pondered for a moment and said, "It seems that the suppliers in this area have united to unify their prices, but strangely, the prices here are a bit higher than other places. It's a bit strange." Emoli also noticed it. While I was thinking, a young man with dark purple skin suddenly appeared in front of me, holding the hand of a little girl. This is a typical manifestation of living on a planet where thunder potatoes are grown for a long time and then being affected by the environment. "Hello, would you like to buy thunder-patterned potatoes?" Emoli looked at the young man who was stuttering when he spoke, and the little girl who was obviously scared but was forcing herself to look at him. "How many star coins do you sell per kilogram?" The two were stunned. Usually, they would not get an answer when they asked. This time, Emoli really stumped me. The boy reacted quickly, looked around, and then whispered. "They said a unified price of 1.6 star coins per kilogram, but when they bought it from us, they only gave us 0.8 star coins per kilogram." At this moment, Xianji's voice also came from Emoli's mind. This skin color only appears when thunderstriped potatoes are grown year-round. They must be growing them themselves. But with two kids showing up here, I predict there's a 78.2% chance it's a setup. I've looked up information on this type of planet. Many locals like to use children to gain sympathy and then set traps. Either they're selling defective goods, or they're in a deserted place and forcing people to buy or sell. While Xuanji was speaking, the little girl suddenly spoke. "Grandpa fell and got hurt. Can you come with us to see him? Grandpa can give you a lower price." The little girl next to him opened her big, bright eyes, as if she had mustered up her courage. Emoli could see her hand tightly grasping the clothes of the young man next to her. "Okay, take me there." Seeing Emoli nod in agreement, the two of them couldn't contain their joy. At this moment, Xuanji's voice came from his mind. "It's probably a game. Why are you still going?" Emoli heard this and said, "The strength is enough, so I want to see what the remaining 21.8% is possible." Xuanji suddenly remembered something and fell silent. When they were about to leave, someone suddenly saw them. The other party's expression changed slightly, and then he called a few people over. When the young man saw them, his eyes were filled with fear. He didn't care about Emily at all and ran away with the little girl. Those people rushed past Emily, shouting at him not to run. "Stop! Two little thieves! You actually dare to come!" Emily looked at this scene with a little surprise. These people seemed to know them. The young man seemed to be very familiar with the area and went straight into the alleys with complex terrain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. "Brother Fengli, why did they beat us?" The little girl's voice was faintly tearful. "They are all bad guys. Grandpa was beaten by them before, right?" Jiang Fengli looked focused. He found a fork in the road and rushed in. Then he opened the secret door next to the trash can, turned over, entered, and closed it behind him. There was a very small space inside, only enough for two people. There was only a wall between this place and the trash can, but they seemed not to smell the stench coming in from there. As the footsteps outside faded away, Jiang Fengli breathed a sigh of relief and hugged Jiang Feng'an. It's okay. We'll go out later, and we'll definitely find someone to buy our thunder potatoes. I'm sure I can cure Grandpa." Jiang Feng'an nodded slightly. The two of them stayed here for a while, and came out after more than an hour. Jiang Fengli carefully opened the secret door, and the moment he saw the situation outside, he froze in place. He subconsciously pushed Jiang Feng'an behind him, then ran out and closed the door. Jiang Feng'an inside widened her eyes in horror, and then she heard a familiar voice. "Why are you hiding here? It's the brother just now. Where is the 132nd one?" Jiang Fengli could never have imagined that he and Emily would meet again under such circumstances. When he came out of the cave and saw Emily leaning against the wall and looking at him with a smile, his brain froze a little. "Why are you hiding here?" Jiang Fengli moved his lips slightly, wanting to say something, but immediately swallowed it back. "Don't worry, I won't report you." Jiang Fengli was silent for a moment before he said, "They want to beat us. Aren't there any city defense teams or official people?" Emily was not very clear about the composition of the empire, so he made an analogy and said, "They have bribed the Star Patrol guards. No one will care about us." Jiang Fengli's expression darkened. "Tisk." Emily shook his head. He realized that even in the interstellar age, the lower class seemed to always be exploited. Machines replace manpower, but people still have to manage the machines, so as long as these low-level people have a little value, exploitation will never stop. At this time, Jiang Feng'an also quietly moved the shield away and stuck his head out. Emily suddenly smiled at her, and the frightened little girl immediately shrank behind Jiang Fengli. "Feng'an, don't be afraid. This brother is not a bad person." Jiang Fengli comforted her, then looked at Emily seriously. "Why did you come to us at this time? Is there something wrong?" He didn't think that Emily was here to buy thunder-patterned potatoes. After all, how could anyone possibly ask two kids who were being chased and beaten to come and buy things? Jiang Fengli knew that the merchants from the outside world always bought thunder-patterned potatoes in large quantities. In their area, as long as someone could get in touch with the merchants from the outside world, they would basically have no worries about food and clothing. As long as they kept an eye on their thunder-patterned potato-producing areas, they could earn star coins continuously. Before, it was his grandfather who contacted the merchants. Now that his grandfather has fallen ill, they can only buy their thunder-patterned potatoes through these people at the lowest price. That money is not enough to buy a better medical warehouse for his grandfather. So he had no choice but to take the risk and come to the central city to see if he could get in touch with the merchants. But he was too naive. He went straight past these people to connect with the businessmen, and had already touched their interests. "We came to you by bypassing these people. They would have lost a lot of money in the process, so they are hunting us down." Emily nodded in understanding. "How many thunder-patterned potatoes do you have?" Jiang Fengli pondered for a moment. "We have planted 7,312 hectares of thunder-patterned potatoes. The harvest this year is very good, but we haven't been able to find buyers." Emily's eyes lit up. With so many thunder-patterned potatoes, it shouldn't be a problem to fill up his spaceship, right? "Come on, take me to see it." Jiang Fengli was stunned. Was he really here to buy thunder-patterned potatoes? He still had doubts in his heart, but his grandfather's injury really couldn't be delayed any longer. Gritting his teeth slightly, Jiang Fengli said, "Follow me." After saying that, he took Emily along a small path out of the city and came to an old hovercraft. The armor of the hovercraft has mottled rust, and black smoke comes out when it starts. It must be quite old. "Our district is here, and it will take some time to get back." Emily and Jiang Feng'an sat opposite each other. After confirming that Emily was not a bad person, Jiang Feng'an became bolder and looked at Emily curiously. The hovercraft flew all the way, and after it was a little far away from the city, the weather outside suddenly changed. The sky was dark and there was no end in sight. A layer of transparent shield also appeared on Jiang Feng'an's hovercraft. Emily looked out the window and saw a purple plain beneath the storm. This huge plain was planted with thunder potatoes. The vines of the thunder potato are no different from ordinary potatoes, but its leaves are purple and have faint electric arcs on them. Noticing Emily's gaze, Jiang Feng'an whispered, "This is a strong magnetic storm. Thunder-patterned potatoes don't need water to grow. These strong magnetic storms are like natural nectar for them." Emily's eyes twitched. The plants cultivated by the strong magnetic storm were indeed quite special, but growing this should be dangerous, right? It's not dangerous. Not dangerous at all, Jiang Feng'an suddenly said, his big eyes full of light. As long as we can adapt to strong magnetic storms and evolve our genes to develop resistance, we can freely grow thunder potatoes in strong magnetic storms. Feng Yin and his brother both adapted in just 2 months. Emily's mouth twitched when he heard this. This little girl is clearly speaking the universal language, so why can't I understand her when she's put together? What does it mean to adapt to strong magnetic storms and make genes resistant? How many tens of thousands of years did it take for humans to evolve to this stage? Is it human nature to allow genes to evolve in just 2 months, directly spanning millions of years of evolution in 2 months? At this moment, the thoughts in Emily's heart were the same as what Xianji said. I'm afraid this Lamingza is not simple. Emily nodded secretly. Although it was just a kind of resistance, it actually caused the genes to evolve. This alone was very remarkable. The hovercraft flew all the way, and after passing through a strong magnetic storm, there was a little more light in front of the eyes. Just as Emily was about to see what was happening in front of him, he heard Jiang Feng's mournful cry. "Grandfather!" Jiang Feng'an didn't know what was happening yet. Emily turned around and looked through the window of the hovercraft. He saw a place in the distance that looked like a residential area, with thick smoke rising. Jiang Feng'an was startled, and just as he was about to get up, Jiang Fengli suddenly sped up and rushed to the residence. Jiang Fengli hurriedly opened the hatch and got out of the car. He looked at the residence engulfed in flames and stood there in a daze. Grandpa, third uncle, Aunt Bucktooth. At this moment, Jiang Fengli seemed to have lost his soul. Jiang Feng'an also realized that something was wrong and rushed out. After seeing the flames shooting into the sky, he could no longer stop the tears in his eyes. Chi swept his eyes across the entire room and said to Xianji in his mind, "These people are really ruthless." Yes. At this moment, the two siblings looked at the flames rising into the sky, as if they had lost their souls. Emily sighed softly and stood beside the hovercraft, waiting quietly. Time passed. The flames burned for several hours, and only went out after burning everything to ashes when the fire source was lost. At this time, the two siblings had already lost their souls. Watching the last flame die out, Jiang Feng'an asked blankly, "Brother, do we have no home anymore?" Hearing this, Jiang Fengli felt a pang of pain in his heart. He suddenly realized something and turned around to hug Jiang Feng'an beside him. "Wherever your brother is, that's your home." Emily looked at this scene and suddenly felt very uncomfortable. "Xuanji, here I am. Do you know who did it?" "We've already found out. It's the city over there. They want to control this area at the lowest cost." Proof number 133. Well, Emily's sigh made Jiang Fengli turn his head stiffly, while Jiang Feng'an kept crying in his arms. "I'm sorry," Jiang Fengli said, trying hard to hold back tears. "We may not be able to sell the thunder potatoes anymore." "It's okay," Chi comforted softly. "What are you going to do next?" Hearing this, Jiang Fengli was at a loss. This place was destroyed, and they became orphans. It looked like a battle had obviously taken place here. Even if the patrol guards could find the murderer, their families would never come back. In addition to hatred, what was in his mind now was more of a bewilderment and helplessness. After all, no matter how mature Jiang Fengli was, he was just a teenager. It was still very difficult for him to react quickly to such a huge change. Seeing him like this, Emily roughly understood his situation. So he said in a deep voice, "I know who it is." This sentence seemed to make Jiang Fengli find his target in his confusion. His eyes were suddenly filled with hatred. "Yes, who? That side of town." Emily only gave a general idea, and Jiang Fengli suddenly clenched his fists and pursed his lips. In fact, he had already guessed that their area was the least cooperative with the purchase from the other side, which resulted in a significant decrease in the amount of thunder-patterned potatoes they could purchase from here at a low price every year. In fact, frictions often occur between the two sides. When his grandfather was beaten before, Jiang Fengli realized that the other party's patience seemed to have reached its limit. "I just didn't expect that their methods would be so cruel." Jiang Fengli took a deep breath and said to Emily seriously, "If possible, can you help me take care of my sister?" Emily did not agree, but asked, "What can you give me?" Jiang Fengli was stunned by the question. Yes, he had only known Emily for less than a day. What qualifications did he have to make such a request? Jiang Fengli gritted his teeth and said, "I'll go there. If I can come back, my life will be yours." "You can't come back," Emily said expressionlessly. "If you think you can escape unscathed by relying on those claws you hid in the car, then you're too naive. There are 3 Sentinel-class mechas and 1 Striker-class mecha over there. What are you going to use to fight them?" Jiang Fengli only felt cold all over. As for Jiang Feng'an, she could no longer hear their voices. Endless sadness overwhelmed her, and tears kept falling. With his fists clenched tightly, Jiang Fengli felt a sense of powerlessness and suffocation. Emily looked at him coldly. "You may think that if you go and fight them, your life is worthless anyway. So if you can exchange one for another, it's better. But have you ever thought about this? We've only known each other for 1 day. Do you really understand me? Can you trust me with your sister?" Jiang Fengli was stunned by the question. His eyes were red. "But I can't just do nothing. He's our grandfather. Our parents passed away when we were young, and he was the one who brought us up. He has to go into the EMP storm every day to grow thunder potatoes for our living. In all these years, I've never seen him rest once. Now he's being quilt." Having said this, Jiang Fengli was already crying. "I didn't say that I won't let you take revenge, but before you do, you should compare the strength of both sides and then think about your own advantages." Emily crossed his arms and lowered his eyes. Jiang Fengli subconsciously looked at his hands. "Advantage? What advantages do I have? Young. So what if I'm young? I'm just a lowly person who can't leave Leemings for the rest of my life." Jiang Fengli seemed to have lost all his strength. Every word Emily said was very rude, which was definitely something a young man who had just experienced a major change could not bear. Emily nodded slightly. "Indeed, crossing the class barrier is harder than ascending to heaven. If you could easily cross it, there wouldn't be so many people at the bottom of society. But you are different. You met me." Jiang Fengli suddenly looked up. Emily looked at him and said, "The only way to break the hierarchy is through absolute power. You may not have it now, but you must have it in the future. Now, show me your value." Jiang Fengli was shocked. He held Jiang Feng'an tightly in his arms and suddenly realized something. "Help me take good care of my sister." "Good." Jiang Feng'an was in a trance, immersed in great grief. The huge trauma made her unable to receive information from the outside world. Only when Jiang Fengli was about to push her away did she wake up and hugged him even tighter. "Feng'an is good." Jiang Fengli comforted him softly. "Stay with this big brother for a while. I'll be back soon." "Where are you going?" Jiang Feng'an's voice was filled with tears. "To do the last thing for Grandpa is also what a brother should do." No. Jiang Feng'an seemed to realize something. Emily put his hand on the back of her neck and moved it gently. Jiang Feng'an rolled her eyes and lost consciousness. Jiang Fengli looked at him with a complicated expression. "She will be fine even if the Emperor of the Empire comes by and stays with me." Jiang Fengli nodded seriously. "Then I'll leave." After saying that, he no longer hesitated, turned around, got on the old hovercraft, and left at full speed. "It's rare to see you like this." Xuanji's voice came. "No matter what era it is, there are always people who want to cross class lines. But the price is huge. I used to be one of them, wasn't I?" Emily gently hugged Jiang Feng'an, who had fallen asleep. "Just because you've been caught in the rain, you want to hold an umbrella for others?" "No, I just gave him an umbrella. It's his business whether he can open it or not. I calculated that he wouldn't be able to come back." "Xuanji, what you calculated isn't 100% certain to make it impossible to come back, right? You know, every time I do a calculation, I always leave a 0.0001% probability in case something called a miracle happens and slaps me in the face. What kind of face do you, an artificial intelligence, have? You ignore it. He's almost here. Here's the real-time footage. I really can't let it go." Wiping away his tears, Jiang Fengli pushed the hovercraft's thrusters to the bottom and passed through the electromagnetic pulse storm. The sea of thunder-patterned potatoes below was cut apart by the strong wind. The city in the distance came into sight. Jiang Fengli's eyes darkened. He found something to fix the thruster and then opened a grid next to it. Inside, a pair of robotic arms with claws lay quietly. Jiang Fengli stretched out his hand, and the robotic arm sensed him and opened automatically. Then Jiang Fengli put his hand in. Swish snap. As the robotic arm locked, Jiang Fengli's arms were covered by the machine. Suddenly, 10 mechanical claws bounced away. Jiang Fengli's brows sank, and his eyes were cold. After approaching the city, Jiang Fengli jumped off the hovercraft and fell into a river below. 134. Value. The crushed thrusters caused the hovercraft to rush into the city at top speed. Without human control, the hovercraft crashed directly into one of the tall buildings. The reactor exploded, and thick black smoke billowed out of the building. All the nearby patrol guards were dispatched. Jiang Fengli came out of the water. The thick smoke from the distant building was reflected in his eyes, which was somewhat similar to the thick smoke in the residential area. Taking advantage of the chaos, he rushed into the city quickly. He was familiar with the roads here, and he took the small paths at a very fast speed. Following the route he remembered, Jiang Fengli's eyes became increasingly gloomy. Since it's those people, then let's start with those who injured Grandpa a few days ago. Thunder Pattern Gold Street. This street is almost entirely lined with shops selling wholesale sweet potatoes. In one of the shops, Dai E is receiving an important guest. This customer had a huge demand for thunder potatoes, so big that he could hardly eat them all. Moreover, this customer seemed to be not very clear about the market price of thunderstripe potatoes and offered a very high price. In order to keep the wealth within the family, Dai started to purchase the sweet potatoes at low prices in those growing areas, but the process was not very smooth. Especially that stubborn old man. No matter what others said, they sold some to him because of his relationship with Viscount Hafiz's family. Only that stubborn old man. Fortunately, he still has some tricks up his sleeve. Since you don't want to sell it, then don't sell it at all. Dai sneered, then patted his cheek to calm down. After looking in the mirror and making sure there was nothing wrong, he raised his foot and prepared to go to the VIP room. After a while, a figure suddenly flew over and hit the wall next to him, and a dazzling red light flowed out from his body. When Dai saw the man's appearance clearly, he was shocked. Because this man is his thug, he usually keeps him to protect himself and sells the thunder pattern potatoes at a low price. Subconsciously looking up in the direction he was flying from, Dai only saw a figure on all fours, rushing towards him at high speed. At this moment, he vaguely saw the thunder wolf that relied on the strong electromagnetic storm to survive. The figure was very fast, with a pair of sharp claws on his hands that glowed with cold light. At this time, Dai also saw the man's appearance clearly. Looks familiar, but I can't place it. While his mind was confused, his body had already taken action and Dai turned around and ran. Sniff. There seemed to be the sound of some device being turned on. Jiang Fengli looked at Dai's back, his eyes already filled with anger. He leaped up, and a burst of force burst out from his claws, pulling him a long distance and pounced on Dai. There was a heavy blow on his back, and Jiang Fengli's attack was so powerful that it knocked him to the ground. Dai struggled to get up, but Jiang Fengli opened his 5 claws and swung back. Intense pain instantly spread throughout his limbs. Dai's eyes widened, and cold sweat quickly dripped down. At this time, his arm had been broken into several pieces. Who are you? I want you dead. How dare you hurt me? You're dead. I don't know whether I will live or die, but now, you will definitely die first. Jiang Fengli said coldly and inserted a claw into his heart. At this time, Dai's people outside found weapons and came over. As a result, as soon as they arrived, they saw Dai's heart being pierced. Jiang Fengli pulled out his claws quickly and decisively, then turned around and escaped through the window. Chase. In a charred residential area, Emily watched Jiang Fengli rushing like a wolf and fell into deep thought. This seems to be quite suitable for the Nether Beast series of mechas. Xianji's voice came. Yeah. Emily nodded slightly. There are very few beast form mechas here. I haven't seen one yet. They all seem to think that beast form mechas are weak. It's not that it's weak, it's just that the conditions are harsh. Many people don't consider it, so naturally it can't develop. Let's see how he performs. Are those mechas black? Don't worry, it won't start. Then I'll rest for a while. You keep an eye on me. After saying that, Emoli held Jiang Feng'an in his arms and found a decent place to sit and leaned back to rest. Tick, tick. Emoli was woken up by the sound of dripping water. He opened his eyes and saw a thin figure covered in blood. His mechanical claws had long been twisted and broken, and blood kept dripping from his body, some from others and some from himself. Are you back? Jiang Fengli responded, then lost consciousness and fell to the ground. A huge spaceship appeared above their heads and then slowly landed on the ruins. Emoli picked up Jiang Fengli in one hand and Jiang Feng'an in the other and entered the spaceship. He has good willpower and is a promising young talent. You want to help him? No, I said. I just gave him a knife. Emoli started the spaceship and took off. 3 days had passed when Jiang Fengli woke up. After waking up from the unfamiliar medical cabin, Jiang Fengli subconsciously touched his body and found that all his wounds had healed. He opened the medical cabin and saw that the outside environment seemed to be inside a spaceship. Then he thought of Jiang Feng'an, picked up a long towel next to him, wrapped his body, and ran out. Elder brother. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Jiang Feng'an rushing towards him with tears in her eyes. Behind her was Mo Li with a smile on his face. Am I not dead? Seeing Jiang Feng'an, he felt a little relieved and began to recall what happened before. However, he only remembered that he killed many people and was injured, and then he started running and kept running. This is a top-notch medical cabin. It cost me a lot of star coins. As long as you have breath left, I can pull you back. Jiang Feng'an hugged him tightly. When she woke up and saw Jiang Fengli covered with hideous wounds in the medical cabin, she was shocked. She didn't expect that she would become like this just after sleeping for a while and waking up. Jiang Fengli comforted her, then looked at Mo Li and asked nervously, Am I valuable? Have. Mo Li nodded. What are you thinking about now? I want to become stronger. Jiang Fengli said without hesitation. When Mo Li was in the Imperial Star region, Sebastian was in the Yunming Star region, communicating with the people of Tianwushenji. Their whereabouts were leaked, so Sebastian naturally would not pretend not to see it, and Tianwushenji was also to blame. But what Sebastian didn't expect was that before he could put pressure on them, Tianwushenji started to check for traitors one by one, and they actually caught quite a few people. Putting aside other things, this attitude alone is acceptable, but once cracks appear, it is not so easy to repair them. At least Sebastian cannot fully trust them at the moment. Mo Li has not returned since he went to hunt down that man. If it weren't for the Star Network that could still contact him, Sebastian would have thought that he had met with an accident. But when he learned that Mo Li had actually arrived in the Imperial Star region, he was also shocked. Chapter 135, Controlling the Wormhole. The star field they left was in the Yin Yao star field, which was separated from the Imperial territory by the Shilling star field. How did Mo Li get there? The doubts in his heart were completely resolved after Mo Li gave him a route. When he and Lao Cheng and others drove the spaceship over and saw the wormhole, they were all stunned. They naturally knew what this wormhole connecting the Empire's territory meant. To put it bluntly, if the news of this wormhole spread, it could even trigger a war. If they knew that there was such a wormhole in their star field, but did not know where it was exactly, no one, whether they were members of parliament or nobles in the Empire, would be able to sleep well. The people on the spaceship looked at each other in bewilderment. Demeng looked stunned. Boss Missouri Lee, are you just going to give us this wormhole information? Lao Cheng felt himself trembling all over. If we're not careful, it could be the Empire versus the Federation. Indeed, the Empire will definitely respond. Sebastian's expression changed. After a moment, Chen Si said, Don't worry about that for now. Let's find a way to take over this star region. I don't have an identity. Old Seven laughed bitterly. The identity required to cover a star region is not something you can just fabricate. Sebastian frowned and tapped the porthole lightly with his fingers. The identity issue requires us to find a solution. This is the territory of the hidden star domain. With Tokkel here, the test of identity will be even more difficult. Once he discovers that it is inextricably linked to the chaos star domain, he will definitely dig deep into the ground to find out what is in this star domain. In fact, it is not difficult to purchase this uninhabited star field. The real difficulty is that the chaotic star field is now attracting much attention, and any slight movement may attract the attention of the parliamentarians. Sebastian and his companions did not have any good status to purchase this star field. When they were at a loss, Sebastian received a message on the Star Network that Mo Li had returned. After waiting for a few days, the wormhole in front of them suddenly produced a fluctuation, and two spaceships came out of the wormhole. Sebastian recognized at a glance that one of the spaceships was the one that Mo Li had driven there before. The other one was a little unfamiliar. After meeting up on the spaceship, Mo Li asked questions about this area. No identity. Mo Li pondered. His identity also could not stand scrutiny. It was just that the Galaxy Academy turned a blind eye, and it was difficult for other forces to investigate. If it really comes to something as big as buying a star field, those hostile congressmen will definitely not let him go so easily. But the value of this wormhole is really too high. The mutual transfer of resources between the two worlds will bring huge benefits. Xianji has even come up with a repair plan for the universal pardon. But the prerequisite is to gain a firm foothold at the edge of this wormhole. And it's not just here, it's also the case on the Empire's side. However, only Gray and his friends know about the wormhole on the Empire's side. Now that all four of them have been killed by Mo Li, the wormhole there is still relatively safe. What Xianji wants now is to resell the resources of the two worlds through this wormhole. It will be easy to gain momentum. Then, with the wormhole as the center, she can develop the industrial chain of the Yanlong Empire and provide conditions for the restoration of the universal pardon. Now that so many Star Ring-class mechas have been exchanged for star coins, Shifangji's energy will be enough for a while. He has no shortage of trump cards to turn the table over, so he must move forward more boldly. It's not that Mo Li didn't want to find Jiang Yan, but he still didn't trust Xinghe Academy in this matter. This is a wormhole that can trigger a war between the two sides. He would only tell them because Sebastian and others do not belong to the Federation. Xuanji, is there any good idea? Have. First, reveal your identity as a Singularity class pilot. Then everything will fall into place. Mo Li frowned. It will be much easier, but my actions will also attract a lot of attention, especially from those council members. Second, find a qualified force to replace it. Qualified forces. Mo Li pondered for a moment and looked at Sebastian. Sebastian, is there any force that can purchase this star field without attracting attention? If you don't want to attract attention, you can only be a local force in the Yinyao star region. There are countless companies of all sizes in the Yinyao star region, but most of them are stationed on planets. Purchasing this star region must also be consistent with their company's main industry. If they intend to resell goods from both worlds, they must be very careful. Even an ordinary person can see the value of reselling items between the two worlds, so they can never be too careful. On the Empire side, Mo Li had only planted a seed, and it would take some time for it to germinate, so he had to deal with this side first. Sebastian thought carefully for a moment. There are quite a few forces that meet the requirements, but if we directly control them, it will be easy to find out when we are investigated. No controlling stake. Mo Li shook his head slightly. It was impossible for him to spend money. Find some damn companies. Sebastian was stunned and immediately realized that Mo Li was going to use physical means. But after a quick search in his mind, he found that there were really too many companies that met the requirements. There were so many that he could pick any one of them and none of them would be innocent. Sebastian found that he didn't seem to be surprised at all. So he pulled open the light curtain and put all the names on it. So much. Mo Li was startled at first, then he smiled. This way, when we fight, we won't have so much psychological burden. Although Mo Li doesn't consider himself a good person, he is not that bad either. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Sebastian screen it. If that's the case, Mo Li's eyes swept over the names of these companies. Then let's go with Blackwater Investment Company. Blackwater doesn't sound like a good thing. As he made his choice, Xuanji also synchronized the information he had found into Mo Li's mind. After Mo Li finished reading it, he took a deep breath. Fuck, is this how these people attract investment? Coercion, inducement, trap, assassination. What Blackwater? Mo Li was shocked. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, he was still a little shocked at this moment. If it was just a normal killing, Mentor Mo Li would at most frown, but for this company, killing seemed to be some kind of fun for them. From the information Xianji could find, they preferred to use torture to break down the other party's psychological defenses. Capturing their relatives and torturing and coercing them are common methods. Although they do it very secretly, Xianji still found out that many missing and suicide cases were related to them. This is too dark. Mo Li was shocked. The rottenness of this federation was beyond his imagination. It's over. This federation is so rotten. What are we going to do with the Zerg? I'm afraid it will fall apart if there's just one riot. Now his sense of crisis really came. 136. Sense of crisis. Mo Li has been dealing with the Zerg for so many years and has successfully beheaded the Zerg's mother nest. He is definitely the person who knows the Zerg best. After learning about the situation in the Federal Empire, he has always felt uneasy. Otherwise, he would not be so anxious to make money to obtain Shifangji's energy. He usually looks fine, but he always has a sense of crisis in his heart. Shifangji can only protect himself, and it takes the order of the world to fight against the Zerg. Previously, Mo Li thought that no matter how weak the Federation and the Empire were, they should be able to withstand the Zerg. Now, looking at the results. Putting aside the group of maggot-like congressmen, it is quite magical that a company like Blackwater can develop. It wasn't that Mo Li was overthinking it, but there was an old saying that went, "There are a lot of cockroaches in my rental house." No, it's this sentence. When you find a cockroach in the room, cockroaches have already become a plague in the dark corners. This is what Mo Li is afraid of now. If this is really the case, then when the Zerg riots, Mo Li will not be surprised if the entire Federation collapses instantly. Although there is now a battlefield against the Zerg, they have not counterattacked the Zerg over the years. In Mo Li's opinion, living in peace with the Zerg is equivalent to having already lost. Even the Flame Dragon Empire doesn't dare to allow the Zerg to develop like this. The terrifying degree of the Zerg here is probably beyond ordinary people's imagination. Thinking of this, Mo Li felt a real sense of crisis. Previously, he thought that no matter how useless the Federation was, it would still be of some use. Now, he dared not count on it at all. If that happens, I'm afraid the Zerg will be overwhelmed in an instant. No, Xuanji, the restoration of the universal decree must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. We're already making plans. The person who knows the Zerg best is Mo Li, and Xianji is the AI with the most Zerg data. Both of them knew how terrifying the Zerg were, so they acted extremely quickly. The Singularity-class Mecha, the Tianwu Shinji, has already started preheating and will be on sale in a while. Sebastian and the others were not in a position to act in the Federation given their identities, and they were also being watched by the parliamentarians. Emoli simply asked them to go to the Empire. With Xianji's subroutine, it would not be a problem to take action. Their main purpose there is to look for opportunities to resell things like Thunderstripe potatoes. Emoli himself went to Blackwater Company. Blackwater Company has several shareholders, and what Emoli has to do now is to make them all his own. Although the method used was a bit inhumane, Emoli felt that the other party was not human, so there was naturally no question of humane or inhumane. He first came to Blackwater's headquarters. Blackwater Corporation's headquarters is located on a transformed life planet in the core galaxy of the Hidden Star region. The Enyao star field is not very developed and is also at a medium level among the federal star fields. After Mo Li took the spaceship there, he quickly found the headquarters of Blackwater Corporation. This company bought a city, which is very common in the interstellar era. The only truly expensive things in the interstellar era are the land on prosperous planets or planets with special effects. Yinming Gemini meets both conditions, so even entry and exit require registration. This is the case with the planet Blackwater. The city entry verification was useless in front of Xianji, and instead allowed him to take the opportunity to connect to Blackwater's subnetwork. Okay. Xuanji's voice came. The method of using the subnetwork to send information to the main network has been proven to be effective. In the network, Xuanji is the supreme god. As long as he can make contact, he can get there in an instant. Mo Li was walking on the streets of Blackwater Company, seemingly nonchalant, but in fact he was confirming the specific locations of the major shareholders with Xianji. There's only one here, but... What? Mo Li rarely saw Xianji keeping things in suspense like this. Xuanji said somewhat strangely, he is doing reproduction work with a new employee. The corner of Chi-Chi's mouth twitched. Then let's wait a moment. No, it's over. Mo Li. He always felt that he had something to say, but when it came to his lips, he didn't know where to start. Let's go. Following Xuanji's instructions, Mo Li came to a building that looked like an office building. Now Xuanji has taken control of Blackwater's network, and the access control here has no effect on Mo Li at all. I took the elevator to the top floor. When the elevator opened, I happened to see a woman in a business suit with a flushed face coming to press the elevator button. The two passed each other, and Mo Li came to the door marked by Xianji. The sensor door scanned his identity and opened automatically. Inside, Hasink hadn't had time to put on his clothes. The sudden opening of the door made him stunned for a moment. This door should not be opened without his permission. He was even more surprised when he saw Mo Li, as he didn't recognize him at all. Mo Li pinched his nose in disgust as he looked at Hasink, who was buckling his belt with great effort. There was a lot of lush hair on his fat belly, and the belt could not be fastened. Mo Li was getting a little impatient, so he rushed over, took out an injection from his pocket, opened it, and accurately injected it into his neck. Hasink's eyes widened in shock, and as the liquid in the injection was injected into his body, his consciousness gradually became blurred. Mo Li casually placed a few more injections on his desk and turned to leave. About half an hour later, Hasink opened his eyes. He rubbed his sore arms and stood up. Alas, I'm too fat. My master doesn't want to see me. I need to lose weight. After saying that, he picked up one of the potions and contacted another shareholder of Blackwater. Hello, Paula. It's me. Why would I look for you? You know I wouldn't look for you if there's nothing important. This time, a pair of stunning sisters have come to the company, and they've invited you. As for the setting, my office is the best. It really feels great through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Well, hurry up, there's no time to wait. After Mo Li returned from Blackwater Company, he came to the wormhole again. After roughly estimating the location, Chi-Chi asked, Is this roughly here? I'm not sure yet. Xuanji replied. There are too many variables to calculate when expanding the wormhole. If we build a transmission channel here, I'm afraid it will affect the wormhole. Mo Li frowned slightly. The formation of each natural wormhole can be called a cosmic miracle, which involves very complex theories of time and space. Even the Federation's most sophisticated Stargate technology cannot compare to wormholes. Stargate technology is nothing more than a poor imitation of cosmic wormholes. The connection distance and stability between the two sides are not on the same level. Every year, Many spaceships are engulfed by dimensional storms due to stargate fluctuations. Therefore, even Xianji has to carefully calculate various variables, otherwise the emergence of a space fluctuation may have an immeasurable impact on the wormhole. After Xuanji entered the calculation mode, time passed quickly. After a few days, Emoli had moved 0.1 light-years away from his original position. Chapter 137 Blackwater Transformation. Okay, opening the transmission channel here won't affect the wormhole. Emoli nodded slightly, then found Hassink's communication. By this star field. Yes, master. Hassink's voice came from the other side. Bernard graduated this year and found a way to join Blackwater. Blackwater Corporation is nothing in the entire interstellar world, but it is still well known in the Yin Yao star field. Rumor has it that they have been in contact with a certain congressman, but have not been successful yet. Bernard saw this and asked his family to use their connections to get him into Blackwater, where he became a small manager in the branch. The days were quite comfortable at the beginning. He was fascinated by the feeling of playing with the new low-level employees or exploiting those honest people. He used power wantonly. Moreover, Blackwater is a perfect place for him. Some time ago, a female employee who had been played with by a big boss came to play with him again. Although she finally committed suicide because she couldn't bear the pressure, the matter was directly covered up by the big boss and did not cause any waves. Since then, Bernard has found a new path. But unexpectedly, the good times didn't last for more than a few days, and the company's direction suddenly changed. The biggest event was the announcement that the entire company was transforming itself, fighting on two fronts, focusing on cutting-edge technology and trade routes. Bernard could understand the trade route, but what was Chinyan technology? No matter from which angle you look at it, this has nothing to do with a company like Blackwater. But this proposal was approved by all shareholders, whose combined controlling stake reached 100%. When Bernard saw this action, he remembered that a few days ago, Hassink bought back the shares at all costs. It turned out that it was all for today. After the company's shift, it began to lay off employees. To be honest, Bernard initially thought that he should be on the layoff list. After all, he came in through connections and had no real ability, so he could only eat the company's maggots. There was no need to keep him. What surprised him was that the list of employees to be laid off included all those who worked hard and diligently. The few people with connections and maggots that he knew were not on the list at all. Bernard was really confused. The company is bound to suffer losses due to turmoil. The liquidated damages for layoffs alone are a huge sum, and there are also industries that have to be sold at low prices after the transformation. However, none of the senior shareholders raised any objections, and every proposal was passed 100%. Bernard just felt that the world had really changed. Another week passed, and the company's transformation speed was jaw-dropping, but there was no news of the new project starting. Bernard even enjoyed a week of paid rest. The same was true for several other friends he met in the company. Bernard asked around and found that the entire company seemed a little too weird. First, there is the transformation issue mentioned earlier. The transformation resulted in a lot of losses. Logically, the new project should be launched as soon as possible. Blackwater has some connections in the federal government, so it won't take long for the relevant licenses to be approved. But unfortunately, after everyone on the layoff list went home a few days ago, the company did not take any action. To be honest, if he was not on the layoff list, Bernard really wanted to leave because the penalty was so high. I don't know what Heishui is thinking, but they gave them an extra penalty, saying it was to thank them for their efforts. When Bernard was confused, news finally came from the company's top management. But this news made Bernard a little confused. It turned out to be a call similar to a company's annual meeting. What was surprising was that it was clearly written in black and white that those who did not come would be fired. It also specifically states that no leave can be taken for any reason. Now some people were fired again, but Bernard thought about it and decided to go. If for no other reason, it's because there are a lot of fun places near the company's headquarters. He arrived there early and had a crazy day before going to the company's meeting place. When he first entered the company's city, he didn't seem to see many people, perhaps because there were so many layoffs. The whole city looked a little desolate. Along the way to the main venue, there was no one else except a few hover cars passing by occasionally. After arriving at the venue and parking the hovercraft, he happened to see someone opening the door of the venue and going in, and then the door suddenly closed. For some reason, Bernard suddenly felt a little creepy when he saw this scene. It seemed that the door was not the road leading to the company's meeting place, but rather a dormant beast that could suddenly jump up and swallow him at any time. Bernard swallowed subconsciously and slowed down his pace, but perhaps because it was so close to the start time, no one came after him. No matter how slow his steps were, he would eventually reach his destination. Before he knew it, he had arrived at the gate. His eyes fell on the sensor, and the fear in his heart continued to grow. A flash of light flashed, and a cold mechanical sound rang out. "Welcome, Mr. Bernard. Your seat is 2934. Please take your seat promptly." The electronic sound disappeared, and the door suddenly opened. Bernard looked up subconsciously and saw that there was no noise in the huge conference hall. It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone sat upright, looking intently at the giant screen in front of them. The fear in Bernard's heart was rapidly growing. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. A voice in his heart seemed to tell him to escape from here quickly. So he subconsciously took a step back. In an instant, everyone sitting in the venue turned around. A pair of emotionless eyes just stared at him without even blinking. At this moment, Bernard felt as if his soul was frozen. At this moment, two hands suddenly stretched out from the left and right, grabbing his arms tightly. "Ah!" Bernard screamed, partly out of fear and partly out of pain. The two hands grabbing him were so strong that they seemed to crush his bones. The next moment, an injection pierced his neck and Bernard's consciousness gradually became blurred. "All employees are under control." Xuanji's voice rang in Mo Li's ears, and Mo Li nodded slightly. "Then let's proceed with the next plan." The transformation of Blackwater Corporation caused some waves in the Yin Yao Star region. Some people who knew the details of Blackwater Corporation thought that the top management might have lost their minds. Many experts also analyzed that Blackwater's move is no different from seeking its own death. When many people were paying attention to Blackwater, Blackwater Corporation suddenly purchased an uninhabited star field from the Federation. This move made the outside world even more confused. "Traffic has plummeted. Brothers, please give more praise and urge us to update and save the children." "I will try my best to update." 138. Dense degenerate matter. The location of that star field is actually not that good, otherwise it would have been developed long ago. There are 6 galaxies in the star field, but there are only 3 rocky planets, and the rest are either gas planets or permafrost planets. Needless to say, gas planets are difficult to develop. Permafrost planets are even more difficult to develop. The farthest distance and extremely low temperatures make transformation difficult. What's more, there are no mining stars here, so the value is further reduced. Even Blackwater didn't spend any money to buy this star field. The Federation just checked their identities and approved the purchase directly. In fact, there are quite a few such star fields in the federal territory, and they are very happy for someone to buy them, as this will help the Federation develop the star fields. After Mo Li asked Blackwater to buy this star field, Xuanji also planned out the map. This star field includes 6 galaxies, and the wormhole happens to be located in a void universe in the middle of the 6 galaxies. As soon as Blackwater purchased this star field, it bought a large number of space station components and temporarily assembled 4 space stations, with the 4 corners just surrounding the wormhole. After being under Mo Li's control, the entire Blackwater company's work efficiency became terrifyingly high, and Xianji also truly displayed her abilities. Using the purchased large server as a carrier, Xuanji installed several subroutines to control the overall situation, and the work efficiency of Blackwater's employees was also astonishingly high. Basically, you only need 4 hours of sleep a day, plus nutrient solution to maintain consumption, and you can work continuously. As for fatigue, they will not be tired. After all, they have long passed the stage of needing pleasure. At this time, Blackwater was like a large precision instrument, running efficiently. After the construction of 4 space stations, Xuanji began to build large space platforms, which were used to temporarily store materials. All the money of Blackwater Company was used to purchase materials, and the company kept accepting materials purchased from outside like a whale. Inside one of the space stations, Mo Li looked out into space. "First, deploy the Dark Dome Defense Prediction Matrix. This will allow us to better control this star field. I think you should have it in your database." Some galaxy defense matrices are deployed in some key galaxies, but since arriving here, Mo Li has not seen any defense matrix that can surpass the Dark Dome. The Dark Dome is a technology from the Flame Dragon Empire. He used a mini version this time. The enhanced version of the Dark Dome matrix can use stars as a power source and span hundreds of planetary systems. Once the Dark Dome is built, it will be able to monitor various abnormal fluctuations within the galaxy to which it belongs. At that time, any warp fluctuation reaction will be discovered and responded to in the first time. In addition, it has a communication capability similar to that of the Star Network, and real-time communication can be carried out within the dark sky without borrowing the Star Network. The purchase of the star field, coupled with the establishment of Dark Dome, almost emptied Blackwater's coffers. Mo Li's small treasury was replenished a lot. If it weren't for the recent sales of Star Ring-class mechas, it might not have been able to hold on. However, the effect is also amazing. With a large number of star coins poured in, the Dark Dome defense matrix is also taking shape rapidly. Judging from the progress, it will be completed in about 3 months. However, Dark Sky was just the beginning. Blackwater Company could not just sell out without making any money. At this time, Mo, Lee, and Sebastian also started selling the thunder pattern potatoes that they brought back from the Empire. This time, they used another company to sell it. After all, Blackwater has just transformed, and it has made such a big fuss. Even a fool knows that they have channels. The appearance of this batch of thunder pattern potatoes also caused a small earthquake in the Federation. No matter where you are, rare things are valuable. Although the effects of thunder pattern potatoes are special, they are not to an exaggerated degree. But within the Federation, due to its rarity, it has been hyped up as a treasure. Using the thunder pattern potatoes, Emily made a fortune and began to inject capital into Blackwater Company for the second time. The Dark Dome defense matrix has been planned, and the next project is energy. In this era, although dark energy can be used, its conversion and use are very difficult. So dark energy is extremely precious and is basically supplied to mechas and large spacecraft. Many places such as space stations use cheaper nuclear energy. But if we want to talk about where there is an endless supply of nuclear energy, we have to mention stars. In the space station, Mo Lee's gaze was fixed on the star in the distance that was radiating endless light. In the past, the conditions were not there, and Shifang Ji could not use stellar energy. It's different now. The entire system operation of Blackwater, including the industrial chain of repairing the world decree, etc., are all big energy consumers. If there is no stable energy source, relying solely on star coins to purchase it, even if Mo Lee sells himself, will not be enough. It's currently a bit difficult to develop the materials needed for stars. Xianji's voice came. The star core anchor material needed for the zero-boundary drilling array is difficult to obtain. You mean dense degenerate matter? Mo Lee pondered that this kind of material needs to be in a material state dominated by quantum mechanical effects under extremely high density. It is formed by fermions, electrons, neutrons, protons, quarks, etc. under extreme conditions. It is the final product of stellar evolution and an important component of white dwarfs, neutron stars, and black holes. Currently, the Federation's extraction technology in this area is not as good as that of the Flame Dragon Empire. So this substance is very precious, and the places where it can be mined are also strictly controlled by the Federation. Because this is their next stage of research direction. The Federation now has the ability to develop stellar energy. Their technology is similar to that of the Flame Dragon Empire. They both use something like dense degenerate matter to forcibly open an energy channel within the star and directly extract the energy and neutrino flow from the star's core. Neutrino flux has extremely high energy transfer efficiency and does not affect the structure of stars, making it the most ideal stellar energy source. However, the energy channels currently used by the Federation are unstable, and the instruments made of dense degenerate matter are also unstable when working inside stars. Before this, when Emoli was only able to fight against Shifangji, he didn't dare to use this technique. But now with Shifangji's protection and Anxiong's warning, there is no need to be so afraid. This kind of thing is really hard to get. Emoli pondered. Even if he went to find Jiang Yan, the other party might not be able to get it for him. This is a material that can change the direction of federal technology. But Emoli couldn't just leave these 6 stellar energies alone, so he had to think of a way. Emoli pondered. I have to look for an opportunity. How do I find it? Of course it's the parliamentarians. Emoli smiled coldly. He already had a general understanding of these parliamentarians. They seemed to be able to do things that seemed impossible to the outside world. 139th Universal Member. Now in Emoli's eyes, MP equals able to solve all problems. If they don't have money, the MPs have star ring class mechas. If they don't have technology, the MPs have a large amount of hegemonic technology. As for power? Sorry, the word MP means power. Reputation? The word member of parliament also means reputation. Thinking of this, Emoli was eager to control a member of parliament. Things are different now. Before, Emoli was afraid that this kind of slavery technology would lead to social unrest, but with the Federation being what it is, Emoli still feels that he should take care of himself first and then take care of the Federation. There is no other way. The Federation is really not a worry at all. It's like having a gun to your head and still singing and dancing. Emoli didn't want to be overwhelmed by bugs one day. If you want to find a congressman, the target is easy to find. Just go find an old acquaintance. It just so happens that this old acquaintance is also in the Yin Yao star field. However, the whereabouts of these congressmen are not easy to find, and they are not just afraid of death. Sebastian seemed to know a lot about the congressman. Molly thought about it and contacted Sebastian on the Star Network. "You're looking for me." Sebastian saw Molly on the Star Network and bowed slightly. "Sebastian, how's the progress over there?" Since it is reselling, it is naturally impossible to do business only on the Federation side. Molly also has to start business on the Empire side, and this task falls on Sebastian and others. Although they had Xianji's cover, their early development was not very smooth. They only opened a small company on a nearby, unimportant planet. The aristocratic system in the Empire is full of exploitation, and the implementation of each link of the plan requires star coins to pave the way. Sebastian frowned slightly when he heard this. "It's not going well." "Why, don't you have potions?" "It didn't work." Sebastian's eyes were filled with confusion. "When I used the potion, it always worked, but when I encountered the nobles, it lost its effect." "Ineffective." Emily was slightly surprised. This potion was very special. It changed their thoughts at the genetic level. Therefore, once used, the effects are irreversible. Currently, even in the Flame Dragon Empire, no one can resist this potion except for people on some special planets. So it's a problem with their genes? Emily pondered. "I didn't expect that the Empire's disgusting bloodline theory actually has some effect. Without the help of medicine, the progress on the Empire's side will indeed be much slower, but it is not a big problem. Xianji can solve this kind of genetic problem. Moreover, bloodline has both advantages and disadvantages. Once Emily controls one of the people with higher status, he can basically control the rest as well. The strict hierarchy will make them less likely to resist. If the potion is not working, just go slow and wait for me to get there. By the way, don't you know those council members very well? Is there any way to find out Tackle's whereabouts?" Sebastian heard this and said, "I got the information about these council members through an organization called Thorn Star." Thorn Star? Emily was stunned. He had never heard of this name before. It's an assassination organization, very secretive, and they basically only do big things. Many of the accidental deaths of congressmen are their work. Holy crap, they're so influential? Emily was shocked. There was actually such an organization within the Federation? They completely disregarded the members of Parliament. They don't use the Star Network. The only way to find them is through reality. Thorn Star has branches in every star region. The branch in the Hidden Star region should be. Sebastian sent Molly an address. "I'm their peripheral intelligence officer. You can use my information to get into the branch." "I can't believe it." Molly looked at Sebastian in surprise. "You misunderstood, Mr. Mo. Anyone outside Thorn Star can join as long as they are interested." Upon hearing this, Molly looked at him strangely. It was true, but someone like Sebastian who could obtain so much secret information was probably not uncommon among the peripheral members. However, with the information provided by Sebastian, Emily also knew what to do next. Blackwater has already established itself in this star field. During this period, many people actually wanted to investigate, but they were all caught by Xianji, and Emily warned them. To others, Blackwater's series of major moves are obviously not simple, and naturally some people will be curious. Unfortunately, all they could find out was that Blackwater had placed large orders for various materials, and they knew nothing else. Emily took a spaceship to leave the star field that had been officially named Blackwater's and headed for the address given by Sebastian. The address he gave was located in the Yin Yao star field, in a relatively marginal star system called the Pinwheel Arm. This star system has only one mineral-rich planet, which contains several rare minerals, but it has basically been mined out. After the federal officials announced the cessation of mining on this planet, a large group of people still flocked to this planet. They are gold diggers in the interstellar age. Even if the federal government has mined most of the mineral deposits on a planetary scale, the remaining traces of rare minerals will be enough for them to live a life of luxury as long as they can dig them up. In the more than 20 years since the federal government announced the cessation of mining, many people have become rich by finding gold here, and even in recent years, there have been 2 such cases. So many people built space stations outside this mineral planet to provide services for these gold diggers. After a while, this galaxy has gained some popularity. When Emoli arrived here, he was on a spaceship that was as ordinary as it could be. Those who can come here are basically poor people who can only try their luck with a boat ticket. Few people will come here on high-end spacecraft. He needs to be cautious in what he does next. Even so, when getting off the spaceship, Emoli still felt a lot of gazes from behind. He directly chose the space station of the Thorn Star Organization branch. Since he felt like he was being watched, it proved that he had come to the right place. 8 meters to the left, that lame maintenance worker glanced at you twice in 4 seconds. The 2 people walking 10 meters ahead. Xianji gave extremely accurate feedback on those who were secretly observing him, and Emily also became a little more interested. There were probably not many people in this space station who really came to pan for gold. Following the steps taught by Sebastian, Emily came to a place in the sky station. There was a beverage station there, and there was a woman sleeping on the table. Outskirts of Thornstar, number 123939. Emily went over and reported the number. The next moment, the sleeping woman suddenly got up. Emily felt a surge of waves in front of his eyes. Then, looking up, he saw that the woman had hazy eyes and saliva on the corners of her mouth. Then he opened a light curtain, moved his 10 fingers together, entered the number given by Emily, and then Sebastian's information popped up. 140 thorns. Then, under Emily's shocked gaze, the woman lay down again and fell asleep. Fuck, Xuanji, is she sleepwalking? Sleepwalking to work? Is that true? Based on the information we've detected so far, the individual has already entered a deep sleep mode. His earlier movements were more likely an instinctive reaction, so sleepwalking as an explanation is logical. He was here just now, where did he go now? Emily muttered, and then the door next to him slowly opened, revealing a dark passage. Emily walked inside. A large number of detection instruments have been detected. Should we shield them? Need not. The passage was about 100 meters long. After Emily reached the end, the view in front of him suddenly opened up. A small city appeared before my eyes, with bright lights, bustling traffic, and no different from an ordinary city, except that the people coming and going looked obviously different from ordinary people. When Emily entered the city, he was stunned. He came here to look for information, but how could he find information in such a big city? Then he turned around and saw the road sign. Message Center. Reward Center. People Center. Okay, that's quite straightforward. Emily walked along the road to the message center and soon saw a large one-story building covering a wide area. The 4 big words Message Center are hung above the head, and there are many people here. Walking into the building, a huge square column connects the dome of the hall. In the spacious hall, there were many people communicating. Some came in groups, while others came alone. Emily listened for a while and found that they were all exchanging information. This action made him a little confused. The place called Xixing was obviously used to sell information. Why did they allow them to exchange information under such circumstances? Or maybe Thornstar doesn't need the income from this information at all. If that's the case, some secret news might get out, which might cause turmoil in the Federation. At this moment, Emily suddenly understood that this Xixing was probably a person who was eager to create chaos in the world. Then Emily looked up and saw that all kinds of information were summarized and classified, and then the information of each room was marked. Emily first locked onto the information within a week, then looked at the information of the counselors in the subcategories and found the corresponding room. After entering, there was another hall with many people wearing masks and waiter uniforms. One of them came over without saying a word and led Emily to one of the rooms. He closed the door and left, and a cube suddenly rose from the table in front of Emily. A separate local area network has been detected. Emily immediately understood. It seemed that this Thornstar was very afraid of the invasion of external information. When the star network could not be used, all the information was subdivided and placed in these independent rooms. At this time, even if Xianji invaded the network, he could only obtain the information they would give to Molly next. The information here costs money, but Sebastian said that his identity authority allows him to directly view a lot of information. At present, Emily has not seen the payment link, so it is obvious that the authority is sufficient. Emily clicked on the cube, and a light curtain popped out, on which the names and photos of the congressman appeared. Tackle was found through searching, and there was a special mark next to his portrait with the word Top Secret written on it. After clicking it, he found that he did not have permission. He then checked Naku's and Chun Yao, and found that they were in the same situation as Tackle. It seems that the person behind this top secret information is them, and I don't know how much authority is needed to view it. Clicking into Tackle's file, there was a lot of information about him. Emily was surprised to find that Tackle's whereabouts for the past 7 days were all recorded. What time he left which planet, what type of spaceship he took, or which city on which planet he was active in. All his actions were visible at a glance, as if there was a star-piercing person next to him broadcasting the action in real time. Emily's face looked strange. If this Thornstar was so powerful, then these parliamentarians could be assassinated at will? Then he saw the 5-star security level. Emily looked at the 7-star security level set by the Thornstar. It seems that these 5 stars correspond to the star ring level pilots. The protection of a star ring class pilot? Emily's hands moved slightly, and after clicking on the security level details, he found that Tackle's security forces also appeared in it. Antoine, a star ring class pilot, had fought on the Zerg battlefield and his threat level was 5 stars or above. Emil, a newly promoted Star Ring class pilot, was suspected to have been recalled from the Zerg battlefield by Takal with a threat level of 6 stars. This detailed information aroused Mo Lee's interest. The threat level of the pilots recalled from the Zerg battlefield was actually higher than the normal Star Ring level. Why is this? Pilots who have experienced life and death battles for years are indeed stronger than normal pilots, but they are definitely not just a level stronger, right? Emoli was clear about the gap between the Star Ring level and the Singularity level, and it was definitely not something that could be made up for by some experience in life and death battles. Jiang Yin was not an ignorant person. When he saw himself defeating Xinghuan by crossing levels, he was very shocked. If the Zerg battlefield could improve a pilot so much, Jiang Yin would not have had that reaction. After ruling out this possibility, what remains is the mecha configuration. On the Zerg battlefield, the mecha configurations may not be of the same type. It is possible that the mecha configurations or technology on the Zerg battlefield are completely different. Special technology or something else. To some extent, the Empire and the Federation have been united on the Zerg battlefield for such a long time. Even if there are some conflicts, with the integration of technology, they would have developed into another behemoth long ago. If this is the case, then the technology of this behemoth is probably stronger than that of the Federal Empire, at least in terms of combat technology. And Emoli thought of the people behind Takal and Chunyao. Emoli had always been curious about the existence of someone who could control the members of Parliament. The identity of a member of Parliament was the ceiling of the Federation, and it was incredible that someone could control them. He thought of several targets, such as certain corporate groups that manipulated members of Parliament in the direction of the federal government. It now seems that it is more likely that these people came from the Zerg battlefield. But didn't Jiang Yin say that the Zerg battlefield doesn't care about what's happening here? If this is the case, these people may have crossed the line. The Thornstar organization also knows something about these things, but they don't dare to do so, or something, so they classified this information as top secret. Hiss. Emoli took a breath of cold air. It seemed that this federation was getting worse and worse. I used to think that the Zerg battlefield Jiang Yin and the others were talking about was only for fighting against the Zerg, but now they are reaching out again. I'm afraid that place is not safe either. Mo Lee's sense of crisis became even stronger. 141. Severe situation. Mo Lee was very distressed. Did these people really not care about the threat of the Zerg at all? That's the Zerg, a monster that can directly devour planets. As long as it's matter, it can evolve into a branch that only eats that matter. There are all kinds of strange insects, and there is nothing they don't eat. With such a terrifying ability to adapt to the environment and develop as long as there is something, can they really develop? Emoli was really getting restless. After thinking for a moment, he decided to ask Jiang Yin. People of Jiang Yan's level are able to have contact with senior federal officials and should have a general idea of the Zerg situation. The Star Network was connected, and Mo left and asked directly. Old Jiang, have the Empire and the Federation never felt any sense of crisis regarding the Zerg? Zerg. Jiang Yin didn't expect that Emoli would come up and ask about the Zerg. Are you in the Zerg battlefield? I haven't seen you much lately. No, something happened. Do you need help? Emoli felt a little warm in his heart. Before, the relationship between him and Jiang Yin was more of a transactional one, but now this relationship is slowly changing. No, I'm just curious. I think the Zerg are a race that we should never take lightly. The Zerg? The Imperial Federation isn't taking it lightly, is it? Both sides have deployed their strongest forces there. Technology, skilled pilots, and all sorts of resources are all leaning towards that side. If that's the case, why not counterattack the Zerg? Emoli asked a core question. Jiang Yin was stunned after hearing this. He had never thought much about this question before. A counterattack against the Zerg? But even if the Federation and the Empire unite, they can only prevent the Zerg from invading this star field. Emoli shook his head slightly. A Goeishu-class mecha should have the power to destroy a star, right? What if we gather Goeishu-class experts to decapitate the Zerg? You should be familiar with the structure of the Zerg, right? Jiang Yin nodded slightly. In Zerg society, the queen is supreme. Every Zerg swarm is actually controlled by a queen. But our Goeishu-class mechas have a limited energy endurance to sustain the decapitation plan against the Zerg. Emoli was stunned. Do you know where this Zerg's mother nest is? Have no idea. What about the approximate area? Emoli asked anxiously. Well, I'm not sure. No one knows where the Zerg came from. It's like they just appeared one day. The Imperial Federation fought them with all their might, and until now, they've only been able to stabilize the situation. At this moment, Emoli had only one thought in his mind. It's over. The Zerg generally invade by traveling through dimensional rifts, wormholes, etc. Usually, they will occupy a large star field. At that time, the Flame Dragon Empire also calculated the approximate area where the Zerg were entrenched and had a certain understanding of the Zerg strength. But here, Imoli discovered that his understanding of the Zerg was a complete mystery. We have no idea about strength, scale, general structure, etc. How can we fight? This question really made Imoli give up hope. But can the Federal Empire be blamed? They seem to have their reasons. After all, due to the discord between the two sides at the beginning, it was naturally impossible to fight the Zerg with all their strength. After giving the Zerg enough time to develop, they were forced to unite and barely resist. But to be honest, they still lacked the idea of exploration. With the existence of super mechas, it is entirely possible to use the battleship platform like them, equipped with cutting-edge mechas, to fight a bloody path within the Zerg to detect information. The Flame Dragon Empire had spent a lot of mechas and warships to obtain the information and finally decided not to allow them to develop further and launch the decapitation plan. But on the Federal side, perhaps it's because the systems are different, or perhaps the Federation is already rotten, so this kind of action, which is extremely costly but does not return any tangible resources, cannot be passed at all. This is the case in the Federation, and the situation in the Empire seems to be similar. What's wrong? Jiang Yin asked after seeing Mo Li in deep thought for a long time. No, I'm hanging up now. Mo Li's face didn't look very good. The Zerg were too exaggerated. If they weren't careful, the Empire and the Federation would collapse. It is currently unknown what this group of insects are doing. Mo Li can only accumulate enough strength before that to ensure that he has the power to protect himself when the Zerg riot comes. As for returning to the Yanlong Empire, that is too far away. Even Xianji still hasn't figured out the strange things that happened when crossing the black hole. After downloading a copy of Takel's action information and estimated route, Mo Li's eyes darkened slightly. He originally wanted to deal with various things before looking for an opportunity to take action, but now he can't wait any longer. Who knows when the Zerg will suddenly go crazy? It may be tomorrow, or it may be in a few years. He has no habit of leaving his future to luck. Coming out of Thorn Star, Mo Li said in a deep voice, "The stellar energy extraction plan must be launched quickly and cannot be delayed any further." Xianji selected the route and designated the interception plan. The predicted route for Operation Takel has been downloaded. Takel is expected to give a planetary speech in 6 days and will return through Stargate 0892. Near Stargate 0892, a neutron star will soon be captured by a black hole. The estimated time is 3 days after it passes through that Stargate. Emoli heard the familiar voice. "Are you back?" "I'm back, and I've evolved again. The situation here is truly grim. I need to quickly activate the Universal Decree to feel a bit safe." Mo Li could guess the situation, let alone Xianji, who was also not optimistic about the Imperial Federation. "Are you planning to trigger a gamma-ray burst to disrupt Takel and his crew's spaceship, and then take advantage of the opportunity to attack? If you want to do it yourself, this is the easiest and most labor-saving method." "Okay, that's it." Stargate number 0892 is an ordinary stargate in the Yin Yao star field. There are no galaxies nearby, only a black hole named Silent, 7 and a neutron star. The surrounding galaxies have basically been swallowed by it. Under normal circumstances, basically no one would pay attention to this stargate, except that some spaceships would stop at the space station outside the stargate for replenishment, and no one would care so much. But recently, Stargate 0892 has received a little more attention because the black hole Quiet 7 has captured the Pulsar 9 neutron star. The Quiet 7 black hole rotates at high speed, which meets the conditions for forming an accretion disk and jet. At that time, the result of Pulsar 9 will be torn apart by the huge tidal force, and the matter will be stretched and peeled off to form an accretion disk. This accretion disk is the ideal condition for a gamma-ray burst. When Emoli arrived at Stargate 0982, the nearby space station had already begun to evacuate. 142. Methods for preventing black hole jet. This time, Emoli was driving a megastructure-class spaceship named Sky Dome, which was over 4,000 meters long and about 1,000 meters wide. Its main body was spindle-shaped and had a multi-segment structure. There are many evacuation spaceships nearby when you come out of the Stargate. The reason is that scientists predict that although the gamma-ray burst produced by the black hole jet will not directly hit the Stargate, it will pass by it. At that time, various electronic equipment will be directly destroyed, and the Stargate may become directly useless. Several council members from the Yin Yao Star region have decided to directly close the Stargate when the time comes. Emily drove a large spaceship out of the Stargate, which was in stark contrast to the spaceships that entered and left the Stargate. After leaving the Stargate, Emily flew all the way to the black hole, carefully avoiding some unmanned observation spacecraft on the way. Black hole jets are the most violent celestial phenomena in the universe and are of great scientific research value, so people from all over the Federation have sent unmanned spacecraft to detect information. In the warp state, it didn't take long for Emily to enter a range where he could roughly observe the black hole. At this time, Silent 7 has captured Pulsar 9, forming a rapidly rotating binary star system. After finding a good angle, the spacecraft left the warp state, and then 4 small devices flew out of the spacecraft, each projecting a beam of light that enveloped the spacecraft. This is a gadget from the Flame Dragon Empire that can block energy fluctuations. After doing all this, Emily drove the Cheetah 3 assault ship away from the sky and said, "Xianji, it's time to start." The next moment, the Skydome's hull underwent astonishing changes. The multi-section hull disassembled, the middle deck opened, and the entire spacecraft seemed to be divided into 2 halves. Then, on the multi-section structure disassembled from the back of the hull, independent thrusters were activated, pushing these modules to the sides of the open deck of the spacecraft. These modules are combined again to form a large, slightly flat base. Then, within the cracked deck, layers of mechanical structures began to rotate, and a sharp spike slowly rose above the base, aiming at the distant binary star system. Immediately afterwards, a large number of armored structures next to the base opened, and small modules in these structures flew up and reconstructed around the spike. As the modules were connected one by one, a huge channel was formed around the spikes, with the spikes as the core, and finally a weapon with a unique shape was formed. On the Cheetah 3 assault ship, Emily squinted at the weapon and asked, "How long will it take for Tackle's fleet to arrive?" "It's expected to be in 4 hours. "Okay." After finishing his planetary speech, Tackle left with the fleet. On the spaceship, Tackle drank a sip of water, asked everyone else to leave, and went into the room to rest. Every planet speech is very tiring for him, so he will take a break after the speech. Moyo slept for 2 hours. Tackle turned on the ship's AI system and said, "Please call the sisters from yesterday." "Yes, Mr. Congressman." After a while, the door of his cabin opened, and a pair of sisters wearing only coarse clothes were pushed in with terrified looks on their faces. 3 minutes later, Tackle collapsed on the bed, too tired to get up. Just at this moment, information came from the shipborne AI. "Your Excellency, we are about to pass through Stargate 0892. Silence 7 and Pulsar 9 in the star field where Stargate 0892 is located have entered the orbital decay phase. It is expected to tear Pulsar 9 apart in 7 days. Please take radiation protection measures in time." Tackle waved his hand wearily. "There are still 7 days left. Nothing to do. Just go over there." "Yes, Mr. Congressman." Tackle's fleet is an Astronomican-class fleet, but its combat power is not that of an ordinary Astronomican-class fleet. There are 2-star Ring-class pilots in the fleet, and their combat power alone is enough to rival that of the Ark-class fleet. After passing through the Stargate, the fleet immediately flew at warp speed to the next Stargate. But at the moment they passed through the Stargate, near the Silent 7 black hole, Emily's eyes turned cold. "Xuanji." "Roger that. Activate the gravitational abyss javelin." After Emily finished speaking, he decisively started the spaceship engine, entered warp mode, and left. At this moment, a strong light appeared on the hull of the sky, but it was suppressed by the shielding device. Then, energy rays lit up at the bottom of the spacecraft. As the energy surged, these rays of light flowed rapidly within the hull structure, and eventually all entered the gravitational abyss javelin. On the gravitational abyss javelin on the launching base, the energy lines connected into several hexagons, just encircling the gravitational abyss javelin. Then, energy connected to the gravitational abyss javelin at each corner of the hexagon. In an instant, brilliant light appeared, and an incomparably terrifying energy light burst out. The energy accumulated to the extreme, and there was a loud bang. The entire hull of the Sky Dome suffered an extremely violent impact and was directly blown into pieces, while the gravitational abyss javelin turned into a ray of light and quickly rushed into the binary star system. When reaching the event horizon of the black hole, the terrifying gravitational tide acts on the javelin, and its speed slows down instantly. Afterwards, the gravitational abyss javelin was supreme, and the technological supergravity navigation system from the Flame Dragon Empire was activated. The gravitational javelin instantly flew towards the Pulsar 9 neutron star and eventually disappeared on the neutron star. in the largest astronomical observatory of Obsidian Academy. On an enormous screen, the binary star system of Silent, 7, and Pulsar, 9 was being played. Cologne is a professor of astronomy at the college, and his course focus recently is on black hole jets. Cologne has a very high reputation in the academy, so his classes are generally full, and today is no exception. Students, you can see that the quiet, 7 black hole has successfully captured Impulsar 9. Based on their initial orbital parameters and gravitational wave radiation, we've calculated that it will take approximately 6 days and 8 hours for Impulsar 9 to be torn apart. Everyone can observe carefully then. Someone raised their hand, and Cologne signaled, prompting the person to stand up immediately. Instructor, we all know that after a neutron star is captured, the initial orbital parameters, gravitational wave radiation, and the masses of both parties can be used to calculate the time it takes for the neutron star to fall into the event horizon. Yes. Depending on the mass and rotation speed of the black hole, we can determine whether the neutron star will fall directly into the event horizon or be torn apart by gravitational tides. That's right. Cologne nodded with satisfaction. After receiving Cologne's confirmation, the student said excitedly, "If that's the case, could we accelerate the neutron star to be torn apart by gravitational tides, thereby creating an accretion disk in advance, and then control the direction of the jet to create a superweapon?" 143 Control Tackle. Hearing this, Cologne's eyes were filled with relief. "My child, your idea is very good. Once this kind of celestial weapon can be used, the power it causes will be devastating. The gamma ray burst from the black hole's jet is powerful enough to turn all matter into plasma." At this point, Cologne shook his head slightly, but unfortunately, with our current technology, we can't do this yet. What you're talking about has already been proposed by others, and attempts have been made to create corresponding weapons. For example, vacuum phase change catalysts are a hypothetical weapon that, once developed, could induce a quantum phase transition in neutron star matter, causing it to degenerate into ordinary matter and reduce its tearing strength. The binding energy of the matter after the phase transition plummets by 90%, allowing a black hole to tear apart a neutron star with only 1/10 of its tidal force, thus prematurely forming an accretion disk. Cologne sighed, but so far, we haven't made any breakthroughs in this area. And have you ever thought about this? Even if we have a vacuum phase transition catalyst, how can we send it to a neutron star captured by a black hole? When the student heard this, his face suddenly darkened and he seemed to be greatly shocked. "Child, don't be discouraged. Isn't the evolution of science about turning impossible ideas into possible ones? Perhaps hundreds of years later, our descendants will be able to achieve it perfectly." Cologne couldn't bear to hit him, so he smiled and comforted him. But the student did not listen to what he said. Instead, he widened his eyes in shock, pointed one hand next to him, and opened his mouth slightly. "Teacher." Cologne was puzzled, and he suddenly realized that other students were the same. "The neutron star is being torn apart." Suddenly someone exclaimed. Cologne turned his head suddenly and saw that the Pulsar 9 on the giant screen had disappeared and spread into a particle belt. Then these particle belts were instantly pulled over by Silence, 7, and rotated around Silence, 7. Cologne's high professionalism brought him back to his senses. Classmates, Silent, 7, and Pulse 9 are the conditions for achieving a black hole jet. Before he could finish his words, 2 streams of smoke seemed to gush out from both sides of the black hole on the screen. If you are interested, you can search online for videos of black holes tearing apart stars and neutron stars. What was seen in the video were only 2 smoke-like objects, but Cologne knew that although those things looked like smoke, they actually carried enough energy to tear apart a planet. He looked a little dazed. During this period of time, he observed Silent, 7, and Pulsar, 9, and he spent a lot of time collecting data to speculate about these 2 celestial bodies. But whether it was him or scholars and professors from other colleges, the error in the jet time they obtained did not exceed 24 hours. There is no doubt that the black hole jet this time was advanced, and quite a bit earlier. However, judging from several data, including orbital data, this neutron star should not disintegrate at this time. Why on earth? Cologne fell into deep thought, and the students in the classroom were also watching the black hole jet. After a while, Cologne suddenly said, "Class, I have something to do right now. This class ends here." After saying that, he left. After leaving, Cologne immediately logged into the Star Network and was about to look for his old friends. Unexpectedly, someone sent him an invitation as soon as he logged in. After clicking accept, Cologne was teleported to a place which was beside a small lake. There were a few chairs on the green grass, and there were already a few old people there. "Cologne, you're here, come quickly." One of the old ladies saw him coming and quickly greeted him. Are you all here? Is it about Silent 7? He looked carefully and found that these were scientists who were observing Silent 7 and Pulsar 9 at the same time. Yes. One of the old men pulled him to sit down and said, the disintegration of Pulsar 9 was too sudden this time. Could it be that it's inherently unstable? It's possible, but not very likely. Our lab has data from Pulsar 9. Its structure is very stable. The gravitational tides at this location are not strong enough to tear it apart. What exactly is going on? While this group of scientists were puzzled, Imoli had already driven his spaceship to a fleet, which was none other than Takel's fleet. Although the location of the black hole jet was not in the direction of their fleet, the erupting gamma-ray burst still paralyzed the fleet instantly. From afar, a large number of spaceships and warships were suspended in space. All systems had failed, and not a single light was on. The Cheetah assault ship approached directly to its main ship. Imoli went into the Mecha cabin and drove out the Holy Light Judge. Even so, the fleet still did not respond. It's not that Takel's fleet doesn't have devices to protect against gamma-ray bursts, but this gamma-ray burst was too close, and those devices were completely ineffective. Imoli came to the hatch of the main ship, destroyed the hatch directly, and drove the Mecha in. Behind the hatch, two people in spacesuits looked at the suddenly appearing Mecha in horror. Before they could say anything, their bodies were shot in two by machine guns. Xuanji quickly scanned the spaceship and found that everyone on board was still alive, but after being exposed to the gamma-ray burst, their bodies were exposed to strong radiation. The simple life support device at this time could only keep them alive for a short time. They still had to go to the hospital to eliminate the effects of radiation in order to survive. Without system control, all the hatches of the spacecraft were locked. Imoli violently broke open the hatches one by one and killed some people directly. Takel, who was in the room, was wearing life support equipment and looked gloomy. A sudden gamma-ray burst directly paralyzed his fleet, and he himself was affected by strong radiation. But these are still minor matters. The really serious thing is that they are trapped here. Now this fleet is like an iron coffin. If no one finds them, they will die here in a few days. Damn it, why did the gamma-ray burst appear at this time? The shipboard AI was paralyzed and could not answer his questions. Takel opened the room manually and wanted to go to the bridge, but the hydraulic door of the corridor had no mechanical control, and he couldn't open it at all. This discovery made his face even gloomier. There was no food here. Now he could only wait for the 2-star ring-class pilots to rescue him. At this moment, a big bulge suddenly appeared on the door. Takel's face lit up with joy. His pilot was here. Boom. The hatch was blown open, but behind it was a Mecha that was familiar to him, even terrifying. Why are you here? Takel exclaimed, and Li Chiye smiled slightly. Yeah, what a coincidence. The Holy Light Judge blocked the hatch, and Imoli got off the Mecha directly, used the force to kick, and flew towards him. Takel's expression was ferocious. You want to get close to me? Before he could finish his words, Imoli came over and knocked him unconscious with just a few punches. Takel couldn't resist at all during the whole process. After being knocked unconscious, Imoli took out a potion and stabbed him with a sneer. Inference number 144. Originally, Silent 7 capturing Pulsar 9 should have been a normal cosmic event. There are so many similar events on the scale of the universe that many people hear about them as if they were seeing news from far away at home. Maybe some people will listen to the message a little, but that's all. The only people who really pay attention to this matter are scientists like Cologne. Various cosmic disasters are rare data samples for them. The same was true for this capture. When everyone thought that data collection would proceed normally, variables appeared. Cologne and others made many assumptions, but directly overturned them. In the Star Network, several scientists were having heated discussions, and the news spread like wildfire. Rescue operations also began in various parts of the Yin-Yao star field. Because the black hole jet occurred prematurely, the spacecraft on the 0892 Stargate route would basically be affected. What is most concerning is that Senator Takel's fleet was also in this star field at the time and has now lost contact. Since it concerns a member of parliament, no one dares to be negligent. The rescue is carried out very quickly. After the black hole jet occurred, rescue fleets from all over the country have been assembled. They use spacecraft capable of ultra-long distance travel to the nearest Stargate of Stargate 0892 to carry out rescue. For the rescue team, time is life. The crew members of the spacecraft that were hit by the gamma-ray burst have been exposed to strong radiation. If they are a little slower, they may all be dead by the time they arrive. The unreasonable premature outbreak, coupled with the uncertainty of the life and death of a congressman and the premature black hole jet of Silent 7 have attracted great attention from all walks of life. In the scientific community, All attention is focused on the early black hole jet. Someone took out the information about Pulsar 9, and the more they studied it, the more they found that this jet was not simple. Comparing the data they captured, this black hole jet was shrouded in mystery. In Pan Xuanfeng's laboratory, his eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Xiao Dai under the yellow glass. Dad, it hurts. The experimental materials for the third phase have been in short supply, but Xiao Dai showed changes first. Compared to before when she could only say one sentence, she now seems to be more conscious, and various expressions often appear on her face. Sometimes she is smiling, and sometimes she seems to be in pain. Pan Xuanfeng's heart was in a knot. At this time, the communication rang. Pan Xuanfeng looked at the other party's name and frowned slightly. The other party's name is a scientist with a high reputation in astronomy from Yinyao Academy. Both of them are not in the same field, so why would he contact me? Pan Xuanfeng was puzzled. After thinking for a while, he walked out of the laboratory and connected to the star network. A vigorous old man appeared in front of Pan Xuanfeng. Hello, Professor Pan. Hello, Mr. Cologne. I'm so sorry to find you so suddenly. It's okay, I just happened to be free. In front of strangers, Pan Xuanfeng still maintained a normal appearance. I'm looking for you suddenly this time, because I have something to tell you. Well, you say? Professor Pan, you've studied transmission systems for many years and have a deep understanding of mechanics. We have a problem we can't figure out. Pan Xuanfeng frowned slightly. The we they were talking about might mean that Cologne and his team had encountered difficulties? Did you hear about the black hole jet from Silent 7 yesterday? Black hole jet? Pan Xuanfeng was puzzled. No, I've been doing experiments these past 2 days. Upon hearing this, Cologne spoke briefly, then said, Take a look. Is there something wrong here? We all speculate that there might be a problem with the gravitational tide at this time. When he arrived at his own area, although Pan Xuanfeng's mind was not on that, he still answered subconsciously. That's impossible. The gravitational force of gravitational tides increases gradually. It won't suddenly increase after reaching a certain stage. If that were the case, all theories about black holes would be overturned. Cologne's expression changed slightly when he heard this. Pan Xuanfeng is the 173rd scientist they have found who has made achievements in the field of cosmic mechanics. The answer I got was also impossible. This time, the fog covering the black hole jet is even deeper. Some of his friends were so obsessed with finding out the possibility of the early jet that they were like possessed. After hanging up the phone, Pan Xuanfeng's expression changed slightly, and he found the man's contact information. Over at Stargate 0892, there's an opportunity to find a large amount of experimental materials. No, now everyone wants to know what's going on with this early black hole ejection. They refused without even thinking about it, because this black hole jet represented so many things in advance. What concerns people the most is the weaponization of cosmic disasters. If black hole jets can truly be controlled, the improvement in federal technology will be immeasurable. In addition to the rescue team, many places have sent scientific research teams to the vicinity of Silent 7. The current defense force there may be stronger than an entire star region. Pan Xuanfeng was very unwilling to hear this. He doesn't care whether the black hole is jetting or not. He only has his own research in mind now. If that's the case, then there must be gaps in the defenses of various locations. Now is the best opportunity to find experimental materials. The risk is huge. If other MPs knew about it, you know the consequences. I'm almost done with the third phase. If I have enough materials, I promise to show you the results. The word, results, made the other party silent for a long time. Are you sure? I'm sure. The other party seemed to be weighing the pros and cons, and after a moment said, Then I'll take a risk, but you have to wait first. Since they all like studying this black hole, let's arouse their enthusiasm. I will spread the news that this black hole ejection is man-made. Since Takal is missing there, we can identify him as the enemy's target. Using this technique to kill a congressman is just right. After hanging up Pan Xuanfeng's call, Cologne was teleported to a virtual laboratory. There are already several gray-haired old men here. I asked my friends, and they also said that the Silent 7 gravitational tide will not suddenly become stronger at this stage. I was directly scolded and told that the question I asked was stupid. Cologne glanced at everyone and said helplessly, My results are the same. At the moment, it seems more likely that the problem lies with the neutron star. Others thought so too. The current situation is that there must be a problem with one of Silent 7 and Pulsar 9, but we don't know where the specific problem is, so we can only infer it. But the problem is that Pulsar 9 and the others have specific data and materials, and they know everything about it. If there is a problem with Silent 7, it will almost destroy their entire gravity research system. So now, they don't dare to say clearly which side has the problem. Chapter 145 Suspicion. When they were at a loss, an old man suddenly exclaimed, "Here, look here." The others turned to look over and saw the old man pointing at a picture with a trembling finger. "I found the root." All of a sudden, Cologne and his group surrounded them. "Old Pico, what's going on? What's going on?" A group of people looked at him. Pico took a deep breath to calm himself down and pointed to one of the points. "Look here. What's going on here?" "Nothing. I can't tell." A few people took a closer look and found that there was nothing special. Pico suppressed the shock in his heart, then pulled out dozens of pictures, and then pulled out the changes in gravitational waves. The people behind looked carefully but still couldn't see anything. They had studied these things many times, and there was nothing unusual, so they all looked at Pico with doubt. "Everyone," Pico said calmly, calming himself down. "The early discharge of the black hole is very likely man-made." As soon as these words were spoken, they were immediately met with fierce rebuttal from everyone. "That's impossible. Impossible. With our current level of technology, it would take at least 100 years to trigger a black hole jet." They are all experts in the field of astronomy and have high status in their respective star regions. Naturally, they are familiar with some details of the Federation. Pico smiled bitterly at this and said, "I know it's unlikely. To be honest, I was shocked when I found out. Look here," he pointed to the first photo. "There's something here." Several people looked over, but still couldn't see anything. Pico didn't keep them in suspense and moved the picture to the gravitational wave parameters. From this image on, something has changed about the gravitational waves. Everyone was puzzled. Gravitational waves are like tides. It's normal for them to change from time to time. It's different. Look at the peak. After this image, the peak value of gravitational waves has never exceeded the previous highest value. When everyone heard this, their expressions changed. This was indeed a tiny anomaly. The sharp-eyed people found that in the data listed by Pico, the peak value data of gravitational waves was only 0.0001 different since that picture. And this was caught by Pico. After noticing the peak change, I began to examine the Pulsar 9's disintegration process frame by frame. And then I finally found it. He couldn't hide his excitement. You can't tell from the video, and you can't see it with current optical photography methods. But look at the pixel arrangement here. Since the peak value of the gravitational waves changed, there are several more points at this location on this picture. I compared it with the anomaly before the gravitational waves appeared, and found that there was nothing before. In other words, after the gravitational wave anomaly appeared, there's something extra. At this moment, you could hear a pin drop in the audience. A single pixel arrangement doesn't tell you much, but when combined with gravitational wave fluctuations, it becomes quite intriguing. Pico pulled over all the pictures behind. The corresponding arrangement of each subsequent frame coincides exactly with the timing of the gravitational wave anomaly. In other words, something unaffected by the gravitational waves is flying towards Impulsar 9. Everyone was silent. After a long pause, Cologne asked, "Are you saying that something injected something like a vacuum phase change catalyst into this neutron star, causing it to disintegrate prematurely?" "Yes," Pico concluded in a deep voice. When everyone heard this, they looked at each other in surprise. Everyone has a high level of academic attainments, so they naturally know what it means if such a situation really occurs. If it really has that ability, then this is definitely a more mature, more powerful and advanced scientific system. Powerful weapons are never created overnight. On the contrary, they are the result of scientific breakthroughs in various fields. Inferring from the results, it can be found that this technology that is not affected by the gravity of the black hole is itself exaggerated. Coupled with the technology that can cause the neutron star to disintegrate quickly, there are too many things involved, so they even dare not think about it carefully. It's terrifying to think about it. If such a being really exists, then where does their technology come from? Where were the weapons manufactured? It would be fine if it was the Empire's secret weapon, but I'm afraid it's not the Empire. At this era, they will not think that there are only empires and federations in the universe. This is very likely a new civilization, a civilization that is more powerful than theirs. After a long silence, Cologne finally spoke. "What do you think?" "I think these two alone can't explain it. Perhaps a change occurred within Pulsar 9 that we cannot understand, causing it to disintegrate prematurely? Or perhaps there was a special kind of matter trapped on the event horizon of Silence 7, and Impulse 9 happened to be on the same orbit as it, causing a collision that caused Impulse 9 to disintegrate prematurely." No one dared to draw a conclusion for a moment. The matter was of great importance. If there really was a hidden and more advanced civilization nearby, the panic it would cause would be unimaginable. "Everyone, I think we shouldn't jump to conclusions on this matter too soon. We should get more data to support it," Cologne said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, the discoverer Pico did not refute. Although he was the first to discover it, He was not happy at all. He even wanted someone to overturn his conclusion. At this time, one of the old men received a call, and his expression changed slightly. LaRoche, what's wrong? Oh no. Now there's a rumor going around that this black hole ejection was man-made. Who? Are you crazy? Don't you know it will cause panic? Go and dispel the rumors. LaRoche shook his head solemnly. No, a few counselors are fanning the flames. They say this is an attack on Counselor Tackle. Cologne's expression changed drastically. What about the people? Did they believe it? Someone laughed bitterly and said, of course they believe it. They don't know the actual level of the Federation's cutting-edge technology. Not only LaRoche, but everyone present also started to communicate with each other, all asking about the black hole jet. They are experts in astronomy. If the outside world wants to verify the authenticity of this information, they will naturally be the first ones to find. At this time, everyone's communications were bombarded with calls. After Imoli left, he was completely stunned when he saw the information online. No, he did a lot of concealment work after all. Because of this weapons and equipment, Blackwater's progress was stopped for a long time. How come he was caught so easily? But fortunately, they only noticed something unusual and didn't know the specific situation. But this would be a bit troublesome. I just don't know if the federal top brass has similar technology to help him take the blame. If not, it might cause an uproar among their top brass. Chapter 146. All parties are confused. Imoli is not clear about the situation at the top level, and ordinary people will probably think it is federal technology. However, dealing with this situation is very simple. Just frame the empire. Given their personalities, they will definitely be suspicious of each other, and in the end no one will be able to discover it, so they can only be on guard against each other in private. They may even be afraid to fight because of the threat similar to that of supernuclear weapons. At this moment, Imoli suddenly felt that he was too kind-hearted. However, this still depends on the response of the federal top leaders. Imoli is different now. He has now reached the upper echelons. According to the news from Tackle, they have been rescued. All that remains is to wait for him to return and start cooperation with Blackwater. After all, this time in the star field near Stargate 0892, it happened that a Blackwater spacecraft found Tackle's fleet and provided timely rescue. This Blackwater spacecraft was carrying out a detection mission in the 0892 star field, which happened to be in the area where the gamma-ray burst was weakest and was almost unaffected. The 0892 Stargate was destroyed by a gamma-ray burst. If you want to go to the rescue, you have to fly at warp speed from the nearest Stargate to cross this star field. The Blackwater spacecraft received news of the accident through the star network and immediately launched a rescue operation. In fact, there are quite a few spaceships like Blackwater. The star field of the 0892 Stargate is very large, and the black hole jets of Silent 7 are mainly in two directions. Apart from that, as long as you are not very close to it, you can withstand the impact of the gamma-ray burst. Anti-gamma-ray coating is basically standard equipment for spacecraft, but the strength varies. These unaffected spaceships have become the only ones that can currently operate in this star field. Almost everyone's attention was on these spaceships, and what they were most concerned about was Tackle's whereabouts. Some spaceships realized that this was an opportunity to save a congressman. Wouldn't that mean they could rise to prominence in the future? Moreover, this rescue operation has attracted a lot of attention, and you can make a lot of money by broadcasting it live online. All these conditions were already very popular, and at this time, the people behind Tackle gave a slight push, and the popularity exploded. Silent 7's premature black hole ejection has left a congressman's life and death in doubt, which is a big deal no matter where it happens. Especially after the conspiracy theory about this incident emerged, it attracted even more attention. In this situation, all parts of the Federation are basically paying attention to which lucky person will find Tackle first. Even if they only find a corpse, they can still gain a lot. Under the attention of all walks of life, the news that Blackwater successfully rescued Tackle spread like wildfire. According to leaked information, when Tackle was rescued, most of the crew members were basically dead. Only he and some senior pilots survived due to their strong physique. Tackle himself barely survived thanks to emergency medicine and is now receiving emergency treatment. After he was rescued, the storm did not stop, but became more severe. Because some people are turning this storm into conspiracy theories. Since ancient times, humans have subconsciously believed in information they are more inclined to know. Given the same level of persuasiveness, whether it was an accident or a carefully planned assassination that exposed weapons that were ahead of their time, most people would subconsciously choose to believe the latter. Because both the assassination and the emergence of this epic-making weapon are extremely controversial in themselves. Not surprisingly, public opinion exploded. Tackle suffered severe radiation damage these days, and only woke up occasionally. When he woke up, he was basically communicating on the star network, and no one knew who he was looking for. While all sectors of society were focusing on the artificially advanced black hole jet of Silent 7, no one noticed that cases of missing persons were quietly increasing across the Federation. This situation is even more serious in remote areas. Many people reported the news to federal officials, but did not receive a decent response. In desperation, they tried to find a way to expose it on StarNet, but this incident attracted the attention of almost the entire Federation. In particular, when the federal top leaders did not deny the possibility of artificially promoting the early jet, the conspiracy theory's popularity continued to rise wildly. After Mo Lee returned to the Blackwater Star region, he was stunned when he saw the popularity of the matter online. What's going on? There must be someone behind this, right? Xianji could naturally see this abnormal big data, but he and Mo Lee were both confused. Because no matter from which angle you look at it, the Federation allowing the heat to ferment will do them more harm than good. Do they really have the technology to trigger black hole jets in advance? This made Mo Lee look at them with a higher opinion. This possibility cannot be ruled out. If such technology really exists, it will be a deterrent to the Empire. Mo Lee was deep in thought, and Xianji had no idea either. This matter was a bit too unusual. The two of them would never have imagined that the mastermind behind this incident would actually be using the popularity to collect experimental materials. The person who pushed the ball also realized that something was wrong at this time. This is because of the silence of the federal top brass and the scientific research community. He originally thought that after pushing public opinion this time and collecting enough experimental materials at once, the federal leaders and scientists would come out to dispel the rumors. As a result, now that he had enough materials, Pan Chunfeng plunged into the laboratory, but the rumor-refuting report he was waiting for did not appear, and instead made the incident worse. When he finished processing the experimental materials and paid attention to the developments within the Federation, the information he received shocked him. There is a greater than 70% chance that this early black hole jet was man-made. Now he was really confused. He could swear that this time he pushed public opinion just on a whim. If he knew this was the case, he would definitely not push this public opinion. Because he was also clear about the Federation's background. Although the technology was stronger than it appeared on the surface, it was not to that extent. Now a cloud of gloom has hung over the top leadership, and many members of Parliament have chosen to leave the galaxy near the black hole. At present, the biggest suspect of the senior federal parliamentarians is the Empire. There is very little communication between the Empire and the Federation, so it is normal that they don't know a lot of technologies. Perhaps the Empire just got lucky suddenly and broke through the technological barriers in this area. But no matter what it is a huge threat to them. The power between the two sides is now balanced. Once the balance is lost, with new and old hatreds intertwined, it is hard not to think that the Empire will suddenly do something. Maybe war will break out suddenly the next moment. It is true that there are Zergs in front of them, but the Zergs have not shown any suppressive power now. In this way, the ambitious people in the Empire will definitely not be at peace. Number 147 Dragon Ridge Mecha Company. Such a big thing happened in the Federation, so naturally the Empire would not fail to respond. The Intelligence Department discovered that something was wrong after a little investigation. The Federation could not conceal the fact that the black hole jet was artificially controlled in advance. After the news was passed back to the Empire, it unsurprisingly caused panic. The scene of the Emperor being assassinated is still vivid in their minds. Although the Empire is powerful now, they are also afraid that the crazy Guishu-class pilot will come and kill them together. When Mo Lee came to the Empire through the wormhole, he found that the wind direction here was obviously much more serious. If Xianji had not controlled the system of the Sea of Plenty, Sebastian and the others would probably be unable to move forward. On the Federation side, we have Tackle. Once the dense degenerate matter is complete, we can start mining stellar energy. With huge capital investment, Blackwater has now formed a preliminary industrial system. Once the dense degenerate matter arrives and the stellar energy is activated, the almost unlimited energy will be able to make this industrial giant Blackwater move. By then, the restoration of the world decree can be put on the agenda. The consumption of an entire industrial chain is staggering. Mo Lee is now equivalent to maintaining an industrial system by himself. If it were not for the previous investment in the Star Ring-class mecha, it might not be enough to support it. The Singularity-class mecha is still in the preheating stage, and selling it will be a strong source of funds when the time comes. But now the highlight is Tackle. Tackle has completely become Mo Lee's man. With Tackle's influence and his industrial chain, he can finally barely support the development of this industrial chain. After the black water stabilized, Emily came to the Empire as soon as possible, ready to develop here as well. When the conditions are ripe for the revival of the Flame Dragon Empire's technology, the wormhole can be expanded for further development. The company founded by Sebastian and others is also in the Sea of Plenty. This is Xuanji's territory, and it is much more convenient to do anything here. After returning to the Sea of Plenty, Emily first went to see Sebastian and the others. The company they registered here is called Longji Mecha Company, which mainly deals in mechas and related technologies. This company seems a bit mysterious in the local area because it was registered suddenly, and after registration, there was no sign of them recruiting anyone, nor did they have any flagship mecha. Mr. MO, there is no problem with funding at the moment. We have obtained the first batch of funds through the goods brought from the Federation. Currently, the several industrial chains you need are under construction. Emily listened to Sebastian's report and nodded slightly. The industrial chain must keep up. I want to see the W0 Pulse Claw Mark series produced in a month. Hearing this, Sebastian thought quickly in his mind. The problem with the nobles still cannot be solved. The cost of obtaining various materials is very high. Tell me more. The Ecodome cluster is the territory of Duke Kovacs. Within his territory, there are 3 earls, 14 viscounts, and 131 barons. We are currently in Viscount Havel's territory. This person is extremely greedy. More than half of the funds for our recent activities have gone into his pocket. When Emoli heard this, his eyes lit up. If he was such a greedy person, then his small treasury must be very full. Arrange an opportunity for me to meet him. Sebastian nodded slightly. After Emoli said he would come to solve the problem last time, he had already started preparing for this opportunity. In half a month, it will be the birthday of the Viscount's 17th son. This 17th son isn't favored by the Viscount. His so-called birthday is just a pretext for gathering wealthy individuals from various companies and making money. It just so happens that we've been in frequent contact with him recently and have received an invitation. Emoli's eyes moved slightly. If that was the case, as long as he could get close to this Viscount, Xianji would be able to find out why the potion was ineffective. After confirming this, Emoli left here and found Jiang Fengli and his sister. Their home has been destroyed, and they now live with Sebastian and the others. Brother Emoli. The two were very surprised to see Emoli. Emoli smiled and nodded at them, then asked, "How's the training going?" The smile on Jiang Fengli's face disappeared instantly. The training Emoli gave him could be described as hellish training. I could only barely complete it. Jiang Feng'an looked gloomy. It's okay, as long as it's completed. Emoli stroked Jiang Feng'an's little head. The Imperial Military Academy will start recruiting soon. The recruiting site for the Ecodome Star Cluster is on the main planet of Qianqi. As long as you can complete those trainings, I will give you a gift and allow you to be admitted to the academy. Jiang Fengli heard this and nodded seriously. The Imperial Military Academy is the third of the 5 major academies in the Empire. No matter who you are, as long as you can enter the academy, you will reach high heaven in one step. Unlike other academies, the Imperial Military Academy is directly under the military, unlike other academies where aristocrats are rampant and power is supreme. The Imperial Military Academy recruits students from the entire Imperial Star Field. Strength is paramount, and anyone who can pass the admissions assessment can join. Every year, many civilians soar to success through military academy enrollment. The academy has a special internal system, and those with sufficient strength can obtain military ranks. So every year, the Imperial Military Academy's enrollment is a major event. On this big stage, students are required to provide their own mechas for admissions examinations, but there is no such thing as having a good mecha that can crush everyone else. In the Empire's admissions examination, mechas are also part of the assessment. They look at how the candidates can fully unleash the potential of the mecha. It is equivalent to getting a high-level mecha, so naturally, they must also demonstrate corresponding strength. The college has a professional comprehensive evaluation team, and they discover countless civilian talents every year. This is a feast that transcends classes, and it is also the best stage for major mecha companies to promote new mechas. The Imperial Military Academy's enrollment is extremely popular. Once a mecha stands out here, the influence it brings is immeasurable. In the following period, Moli personally took Jiang Fengli with him and also helped him adapt to the new mecha in the Imperial Star Network. Half a month passed in a flash, and soon it was the 17th birthday of Viscount Javier's son. Viscount Havel lives on a planet called Verdant Star. This planet is a life-transforming planet. The entire planet belongs to him alone, and other members of the Viscount family also live on the planet. On this day, Mo Li and Sebastian also drove the spaceship to the appointment. Kanqui Star is a private territory, and spaceships and mechas are not allowed to land. Mo Lee and his companions came to Viscount Javier's manor via the extradition ship from the space station. Viscount Javier's manor was incredibly large. When Mo Lee and the others arrived, many guests had already arrived. Plan 148. Since they were attending a banquet, Mo Lee and the others also found a professional fashion designer to make 2 sets of clothes for them. Sebastian was wearing a black suit and white gloves, and the Starry Sky version of Sebastian appeared directly in front of Mo Lee. Mo Lee himself was also wearing a custom-made suit, with smooth lines and his well-groomed hair and face. As soon as he got off the extradition ship, many eyes fell on him. 4 meters to the left, the one in the long skirt. 7 meters behind that. Xuanji reported the information faithfully, and almost all of those who looked at her were women. The invitations had been checked before boarding the extradition ship. The banquet had not yet started, and everyone else was basically walking around the banquet. Sebastian lagged behind Mo Lee by half a body length, and followed him in with his body straight. Looking up at the long stretch of exquisite buildings, Mo Lee couldn't help but sigh. The aura of star coins. In front of the manor is a huge garden with lawns and waterside pavilions, and the scenery is beautiful. Those who can come here are basically prominent figures in Viscount Havel's territory, either nobles or senior executives of some companies. Most of them knew each other and were chatting everywhere at this time. On the contrary, Mo Lee and Sebastian stood out. After entering the garden, Mo Lee found that more people were paying attention to them. To these people, Mo Lee and the others were considered new faces. Mo Lee ignored their opinions. What he was thinking about now was how to meet Viscount Javier alone. Sebastian's proposal was simple: just use star coins to pave the way. In fact, before the banquet even started, Viscount Javier was already meeting with some bigwigs from all over the galaxy. This is the power of star coins. Mo Lee agreed with Sebastian's idea. After all, if everything went well, Viscount Javier could become theirs. But now, they can't even get a number to hand over star coins. There were too many people. Mo Lee finally witnessed the influence of the nobles in the empire. People were actually rushing to send money to him. Looking at the people queuing, Mo Lee's eyes were red. If this were given to myself, I would not know how great it would be. You don't have to do anything, and the money comes into your account. Is there anything more exciting than this? These people must have something wrong with their brains. They are all rushing to give money to others. Mo Lee admitted that at this moment, he was a little distorted by jealousy, and even looking at these people seemed a little. Mo Lee suddenly blinked and looked at one of the women. The woman's long burgundy hair fell on her proud chest and shoulders, with slightly curled ends. The light-colored long skirt perfectly highlights her graceful figure, and she attracts a lot of people's attention just by standing there. But Mo Lee is different from those LSBS. Don't get me wrong, he observes with a scrutinizing eye. Others couldn't see it, but Mo Lee could see that the woman's body was a little tense, giving him the feeling of a wild beast that could explode at any time. And his eyes swept over the other person's round thighs, and it seemed that there was something extraordinary hidden underneath. Is it an assassin? Mo Lee's heart moved slightly. The possibility that the target was Javier was too high since he appeared here. At this moment, Mo Lee's mind raced, and then he patted Sebastian's shoulder. Sebastian, keep an eye on her. I know. Sebastian nodded slightly. In fact, he also saw it. How confident are you in facing her? Mo Lee didn't want to get involved in a battle without mechas. No matter how strong a person is, it would be useless against technological weapons. 100%. Sebastian said calmly. Mo Lee's eyes lit up. Keep an eye on her and find a chance to rescue Javier. Good. The banquet continued, and various foods were available in the manor, but basically no one touched them. Most of them just sipped various kinds of wine. Mo Lee held a wine glass and gently shook the liquid in the glass, with a faint smile on his face. Xuanji, is this pretending okay? Tell the truth. Roll. Okay. Sebastian stood silently aside. Although he didn't know why Mo Lee became a little strange, it was not a problem. He just needed to do what Mo Lee assigned him. As the banquet progressed, the time gradually came for the protagonist of the banquet, Javier's 17th son, to appear. The applause was very enthusiastic, but I don't know how much of it was for the child. Behind him, Mo Lee also saw the target of this operation, Javier. Then, his eyes fell on the woman with burgundy hair not far away. Fuck, so tough. Mo Lee was startled to see that the woman suddenly moved, touched his leg directly, and rushed out across the crowd. What? What are you doing? Whose? There were bursts of exclamations, and Javier looked over curiously to see several people approaching him silently. After a while, the woman jumped up from the crowd, her long skirt suddenly showing a touch of spring, and then, click, click. An unusual noise was heard, and the woman's arms were broken, revealing two black gun muzzles. How did you pass this inspection? Javier's mind went blank, and the next moment, the muzzles of the guns in the woman's arms suddenly spewed out flames. Several people nearby rushed to Javier and blocked the bullets with their bodies. Puff, puff, puff. There was a muffled sound of bullets hitting flesh, blood splattered, and the crowd let out shrill screams and fled in all directions. For a while, Sebastian's tall and majestic figure, walking against the crowd, seemed extremely abrupt. All of Javier's guards were killed in such a close-range shooting. However, their bodies also formed an effective buffer. Seeing this, the woman immediately ran towards Javier. At this time, Javier was pinned under the corpse and could not move at all. Guards in power suits outside the door broke in, but the panicked crowd caused a momentary obstruction, forcing them to fly into the air. During this delay, the woman kicked a corpse away and pointed the gun at Javier. At this moment, a tall shadow appeared behind the woman, and then a terrifying force erupted from her waist. The woman's body twisted into a terrifying arc and flew out, crashing through several walls. The guards immediately chased after her, but a strong light flashed in the distance, and the woman disappeared. Javier crawled out from the pile of corpses in shock. The guards immediately surrounded him and then slowly left. After this happened, the banquet could definitely not continue, and Mo Lee and the others were restricted and not allowed to leave. Obviously, Javier still wanted to check the remaining people. This attack was obviously carefully planned. If the mastermind behind it cannot be found, Javier will definitely not be able to sleep. Everyone stayed on the planet for 2 days under Javier's arrangement. Molly thought this method wouldn't work and was about to think of other ways, but he suddenly received a notice from Javier that he wanted to meet him and Sebastian. 149 successful control. Javier met the two men in a special meeting place. After experiencing an assassination attempt, he became much more cautious. 2 guards wearing power suits and holding electromagnetic rifles were beside him. Javier was very enthusiastic when he saw the 2 of them, especially when his eyes fell on Sebastian. His gaze seemed to be sticking to him. Ha. Good evening, both of you. I've been busy dealing with the assassins these past 2 days and haven't had time to entertain you. I'm really sorry. Javier asked the 2 to sit down. You are Sally from the Dragon Spawn Mecha, right? Emily nodded slightly. Sally was the name he used in the Empire. There was no other way. His real name was a bounty for him throughout the entire region. This is Sebastian, right? Sebastian didn't sit down, but stood next to Mo Lee and nodded slightly. Javier looked at Sebastian with undisguised admiration. He was rescued that day, and later he found out that it was Sebastian who did it. Sebastian's incredibly strong body immediately attracted his attention. The woman who assassinated him was obviously a cyborg. It was unknown how she passed the inspection. Later, she used some kind of jump technology to leave, and no trace of her could be found. The assassination is difficult to investigate now, and Javier has become interested in Sebastian. If this kind of person could be brought in as a bodyguard, then we wouldn't even have to be afraid of the cyborgs. Judging from his attack, he could probably fight against someone wearing a power suit. Javier looked at the 2 of them, his face full of gratitude. If you hadn't intervened that day, I would have died. Thank you very much. From now on, in my territory, if you have any needs, you can ask for them. I will definitely help if I can. I, Javier, am not someone who doesn't know how to be grateful. Emoli watched him talk a lot, and in fact, he couldn't help but look at Sebastian many times, so he roughly knew what he was thinking. This is to tell Sebastian how good he is, and to pave the way for recruiting him in the future. I can only say that he is worthy of being an aristocrat, and he really has a lot of superficial skills. Emoli was also laughing and talking to him at this time, and the 2 of them seemed like good brothers who could talk about anything. Javier intentionally or unintentionally led the topic to Sebastian. Emoli continued talking along with what he said. After chatting for a long time, he changed the subject when he saw that the time was right. Actually, we came to the banquet this time to ask for something. Oh, tell me about it. Javier leaned forward slightly. Emoli nodded, then felt a little embarrassed. Javier saw what he was thinking, but he had no intention of sending the 2 guards away. Seeing this, Chichiong seemed to have made up his mind and said softly, about a wormhole. Javier's thoughts scattered, and he thought about a lot in an instant. He asked hurriedly, where does it lead to? The embarrassment on Mo Lee's face was even more obvious this time. Seeing this, Javier turned around and said to the 2 guards, you guys go out first. The 2 looked at Sebastian across from them, wanting to say something but stopping themselves. Sebastian, please go out first. Sebastian left decisively, and upon seeing this, the 2 of them left. After they all left, Javier looked at Mo Lee with burning eyes. This wormhole. Mo Lee's voice was very soft, as if he was deliberately lowering it, causing Javier to lean forward in order to hear clearly. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his neck, and then his consciousness became blurred. Emoli put away the empty syringe expressionlessly. Shinji, have you covered everything up? It's been a long time since I last saw you. At this moment, the surveillance footage in this room showed Emoli and Javier having a pleasant conversation. What's going on? Emoli asked. The genetic sequence. There's a very specific segment in their genes that crowds out the drug. How is it? Can you control it? Yes, but it's very troublesome. It will take about 2 hours. I'm trying to decipher the mysterious fragment in his genes. Outside the door, Sebastian stood quietly, while 2 guards in power suits beside him looked at him quietly. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 hours passed before Emoli and Javier came out talking and laughing. After leaving Javier's planet, Emoli opened the communication and saw Javier's figure. Owner. Emoli nodded slightly. Now that Javier was under control, he could develop his territory on a large scale. Shinji was studying the gene fragments extracted from Javier. There are very strange genetic fragments in the blood of these nobles. If you need to control the nobles, I must be present. Where's the subroutine? The subroutine doesn't have that much deciphering power. Emoli frowned slightly. Controlling the nobles was the key to rapid development in the empire. If that was the case, the next time he would have to find an opportunity to control a noble with greater power. After returning to Longji Company, Emoli also began special training for Jiang Fengli. With Javier's support and green light all the way, Longji Company developed rapidly. With the financial assistance provided by Javier, the first mecha production line was put in place, and then a mecha blueprint was issued. Considering that the people brought by Sebastian are all space pirates, the key technical parts of the mecha production line are all automated, and they only need to be familiar with the switches of the equipment. On the production line, when everyone saw the drawings, their eyes widened in shock. This. Is there really anyone who can handle this? Boss Missouri, are you sure this mecha can be sold? Time flies, and half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. Today is also the day for enrollment at the Imperial Military Academy. Above the main star Kianki, the number of spaceships traveling back and forth has increased dozens of times compared to usual. The Imperial Military Academy's enrollment location is on this planet. The main planet of Kianki is an original life planet that has not undergone any transformation. At the same time, it is also located in a key position in the Ecodome star cluster and is an important transportation hub. There are hundreds of star gates in all directions around it. Coming out of the star gate, Jiang Fengli and Jiang Feng'an looked through the porthole at the distant emerald green main star, Kianki, with their eyes wide open. Wow, so beautiful, Jiang Feng'an said blankly. Jiang Fengli secretly clenched his fists. He had barely completed the hellish training during this period and also received the gift from Emoli. To be honest, when he saw the gift, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak, and he also began to question himself. Can someone like him really be controlled? Emoli asked him to believe in himself, and with the idea of giving it a try, Jiang Fengli found that he was surprisingly compatible after trying it. He also gained some confidence in the admissions assessment. But when preparing to arrive, I couldn't hide my excitement. The spacecraft followed the instructions and landed in the space city. Then the few people checked in their luggage and boarded the extradition spacecraft to land on the planet. Chapter 1, 50 Super Sense Connection. Enrollment in the Imperial Military Academy is the best opportunity for civilians to achieve class advancement. There are a lot of people on the main star of Kianki, and the enrollment site is even more crowded. The sky was filled with spaceships, hovercrafts, etc. The Imperial Military Academy was recruiting students, this time in a floating fortress that was tens of thousands of meters long. After registration, it's time to queue up. Emoli looked at Jiang Fengli's registration information. He was lucky, as it would be his turn in about half an hour. While waiting, Emoli looked around and found that most of the people were not rich or powerful, but were mostly common people. In the Empire, those with a little bit of strength or aristocratic connections would give priority to aristocratic schools. Those people within the aristocratic system prefer to develop and cultivate their offspring's network through aristocratic schools. However, Emoli could occasionally see some luxurious spaceships, which he thought must belong to some wealthy businessmen. They have no access to the aristocratic network, so they can only settle for the next best option, and the military is also a good choice. The military is directly under the Emperor of the Empire. Perhaps because it recruits students from the entire empire, its staff is a little worse than the nobles, but not much worse. Even some nobles would take the initiative to send people to the Imperial Military Academy. The main reason is that the training method of this academy is very hardcore, which is far inferior to the gentle method of aristocratic academies. The simplest one is the various competitions or tasks within the college, which all require students to take part in real battles. Therefore, there is a saying within the empire that military academies are most likely to produce strong people. Those who were sent to military academies by their families were basically the second sons and daughters who were not valued, and there were basically no heirs. Jiang Fengli soon got to the queue. He took a deep breath and said, "Brother Imoli. Come on, Brother Fengli. I will." Jiang Fengli nodded seriously, then entered the fortress of the Imperial Military Academy. After he left, Imoli also entered the official website of the Imperial Military Academy and clicked on the live enrollment broadcast. The Imperial Military Academy recruits students from the entire star field, so there is naturally a corresponding live broadcast. The admissions assessment is conducted in a zoning manner, with 100 people in each zone, and the assessment is a practical one. In each division, freshmen will face a fortress-class mecha piloted by a college instructor and launch an all-out attack. The admissions examination alone involves actual mecha combat, which shows that the Imperial Military Academy is determined to implement its hardcore approach to the end. Jiang Fengli was assigned to the B-22 area. When Imoli clicked in, he saw an endless desert. In the desert, there is a mecha standing quietly. The mecha is not lit up and seems to be in a silent state. After a while, a large spaceship came over, the hatch opened, and one mecha after another dropped down like dumplings. Here we go. Imoli moved a little and found that the number of people in the B-22 live broadcast room was increasing rapidly. The Academy has set up many live broadcast rooms, but they are all facing the entire star field. Even if they are divided into each live broadcast room, the number of people has reached an exaggerated level. Imoli directly blocked the barrage and looked at the live broadcast interface seriously. Where is Brother Fengli? Jiang Feng'an's eyes lit up slightly, and he looked for Jiang Fengli's location among the falling mechas. 100 mechas were deployed quickly. These more than 100 candidates were generally of the lowest level, Sentinel, with only a few of the Raider level. There is no threshold for admission to Imperial College, and it is obvious that most people want to give it a try. 100 mechas landed, creating a huge noise, and they directly surrounded the mecha in the middle. At this time, the mecha raised its head slightly. The mecha system started up, energy flowed through the body, and the Azure electronic eyes lit up. "Hello. I'm the B-22 examiner. You can call me Dragon." The evil dragon's voice was low. "Now let me briefly explain the assessment rules. It's simple. Attack me with all your might. This battle will be broadcast live throughout. A professional team will also be present within the academy to evaluate your battles. Behind each of you, there will essentially be a 3-person team dedicated to observing your battle. Your reactions, actions, and tactics in battle will all count as bonus points. That's all the rules, come on." His voice was transmitted through the live broadcast. When Imoli heard it, he was also amazed at the courage of the Imperial Military Academy. Originally, they were recruiting students from the entire star field, and the number of people they attracted must have been countless. Now they also equipped these people with professional assessment teams, and the manpower consumed must be considerable. But the good thing is that this almost one-on-one observation ensures that they won't miss any genius. Inside the Imperial Military Academy's fortress, as battles in various areas began, the assessment teams also began their work. But within the B-22, there was a small team with a somewhat strange atmosphere. This candidate Jiang Fengli, what kind of mecha is this? A mecha in beast form? This is the first time I've seen it. The team consists of 2 men and 1 woman, named Zegas, Antoine, and Elena. 3 people sat in front of 3 screens. Above the screens, at 3 angles, there was a peculiarly shaped mecha. The whole mecha looks like a squatting wolf, with wolf ears, eyes, and sharp teeth on its head. Add to that the pair of wolf claws and the squatting posture, and from a distance it looks no different from a real wolf. This is a real mechanical wolf. When squatting, the height reached 10 meters. The 3 of them looked at it for a long time, but couldn't figure out what it was. They knew too little about beast form mechas. Why not apply to the academy? Elena asked doubtfully. Zegas shook his head slightly. No, being able to use a beast form mecha is one of his advantages. If he can unleash a power greater than that of an ordinary mecha, that would be a bonus. Yes, and it's about to start. It's too late to report it now. As they were talking, the battle on the field began. With a loud shout from the evil dragon, the mechas of the surrounding candidates all started moving. 100 mechas started their engines, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The evil dragon's eyes fixed. Come. Boom, boom, boom. All the mechas took off almost at the same time. At this time, Jiang Fengli was still standing quietly on the ground. His thoughts were a little hazy as he recalled what Emily had told him. Supersensory mode is different from empathy mode. Empathy mode will reduce your pain perception for protection. In supersensory mode, every time the mecha is damaged, it will be reflected back to you. But conversely, you can also feel every module of the mecha. Now, feel its breath. Jiang Fengli's breathing slowed down, and after just a few seconds, it suddenly became rapid. Supersense, connect. The squatting wolf's dark eyes lit up. 151. The debut of Dragon Spine Company's mecha. A familiar feeling came over him, just like what Emily had taught him before. However, before it was teaching, now it is actual combat. Jiang Fengli noticed that his heartbeat seemed to accelerate. The field of vision in front of me suddenly became higher, and the mechas around me, which were about 12 to 20 meters high, seemed to become smaller. Is this the supersensory connection? Jiang Fengli raised his paw in amazement. Even though he had tried it several times before, he was still shocked when he connected again, because at this moment, he seemed like a real wolf. At this time, other mechas have begun to besiege the evil dragon, and nearly 100 mechas have almost all chosen long-range fire coverage. The location where the evil dragon was located was filled with yellow sand, and these Sentinel-class mechas were unable to break through the energy shield of the Fortress-class mechas. Even so, they did not stop their attack. Several mechas took advantage of the cover of sand and dust and rushed forward. Someone takes the lead, and others follow suit. At this time, Jiang Fengli at the back crouched down, and Elena and the other two in the backstage felt something in their hearts. Because his posture looks like a wolf ready to pounce. Starting from the neck, faint energy lines flashed and flowed to the limbs. Boom. 4 sand pits were blasted out on the ground. Jiang Fengli started running, his figure rising and falling along with the raised yellow sand. As soon as Jiang Fengli started running, he showed a speed far exceeding that of a raid-class mecha. Elena and the other two were all shocked and looked at the information about Jiang Fengli's mecha in the file. Pulse claw marks. Energy level, Sentinel. Manufacturing company, Dragon Spine Mecha. No matter how you look at it, that energy level is also Sentinel, and the test result of the candidate named Jiang Fengli is also Sentinel level. Is it a speed specialized type? The three of them couldn't help but think of the same thing. But as Jiang Fengli rushed out, he raised and lowered his claws, forcing the evil dragon to raise its fighting sword to parry. Is this making him feel a sense of crisis? Antoine exclaimed. Before Jiang Fengli, other mechas attacking dragons mainly relied on dodging or counterattacks. This is the first time I've done such a subconscious blocking action. Jiang Fengli's attack was blocked, but when the evil dragon successfully blocked it, he used the force to lunge forward and avoided the evil dragon's counterattack. The evil dragon watched Jiang Fengli enter the group of mechas with great interest and thought to himself, this kid is quite interesting. But he had no time to look for Jiang Fengli, because the block just now revealed some flaws, and 2 mechas rushed over immediately. At this time, Elena and the others already had a very high opinion of Jiang Fengli. The speed and lethality displayed by his attack exceeded the standard, and he still left himself a way out in this situation. This alone made him much stronger than others. In the live broadcast room, the focus was always on the evil dragon. Jiang Fengli's claw made many people see him. What was that just now? Hey wolf. Beast-shaped mecha. Isn't this an abandoned branch? Who still produces this kind of mecha? I saw the information released by the Academy. This mecha was built by a company called Dragon Spine Mecha. Originally, the audience in the live broadcast room wanted to see if there were any freshmen with outstanding performances, but as soon as this beast-shaped mecha appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. At the beginning, mecha designers had thought about learning the advantages of animals and creating animal-shaped mechas. However, after manufacturing it, they found that the beast-shaped mecha was difficult to fit in under the empathic connection state. Even for the most advanced pilots, it is difficult to achieve harmony, and the advantages of the beast form mecha cannot be brought into play after forcibly starting it. Some people have tried to learn animal habits and then control animal-shaped mechas, but with little success. The barrier of empathic connection can never be broken through. But the Jiang Fengli in front of them gave them a completely different feeling. So smooth. There was no sluggishness in his movements, as if a real wolf king was hunting. For a time, many people were searching for information about this little-known dragon spine mecha. At this time, Jiang Fengli ran around and came back, and while the evil dragon was fighting with several mechas, he pounced on it from behind again. The evil dragon directly shook away the 2 mechas in front of it, and then slashed out with the fighting sword. Oh! Jiang Fengli opened his wolf mouth wide and bit down hard. The fighting sword was held tightly by him. The evil dragon's face changed slightly. He subconsciously shook it off, but found that Jiang Fengli actually adjusted his posture according to the direction of his swing, and he couldn't shake it off at all. Instead, other mechas rushed forward, forcing him to fly up. The moment he flew out, Jiang Fengli let go. After landing, the other mechas rushed to chase him, while Jiang Fengli ran away. After adjusting the angle, he left a long trail in the sand, turned around, and aimed his wolf head at the evil dragon fighting with other mechas in the air. Its forelegs spread out and sank into the yellow sand, and the white energy light began to gather in its open mouth. The fire control locked onto the evil dragon, and then a thick energy column crossed the battlefield and hit the evil dragon's energy shield. The candidates next to him were all confused. Where did this strong man come from? It was definitely impossible to break his energy shield, but this attack was shocking enough. Those Sentinel-class mechas were frantically sounding alarms, telling them to stay away from this energy column. The evil dragon was also shocked. This mecha was very extraordinary. Elena and the other two were also constantly recording. This attack was very powerful, which could be said to be due to the strength of the mecha, but the opportunity to attack was found by Jiang Fengli himself. This is obviously a high-powered killing move, and the time required for fire control lock-on depends entirely on the pilot. In the subsequent battles, Jiang Fengli's performance was also exceptionally outstanding. He made perfect use of the maneuverability of this wolf-shaped mecha, forcing the dragon to prioritize defense every time he attacked. His performance made everyone else look a little dull. Throughout the entire assessment, the audience's attention in the live broadcast room was basically on him. Today's battle really overturned their understanding of beast-shaped mechas. They never thought that this kind of mecha could be so flexible and have such an amazing speed. And as time went by, they discovered that the sustained combat capability of this mecha was also amazing. Some people who knew a little bit about the matter immediately knew what was going on, because when Jiang Fengli was charging into battle, he used mechanical energy to run most of the time, which naturally consumed much less energy than other mechas that were flying all the time. This is also one of the advantages of the beast form mecha. Their special structure allows them to run at extremely high speeds without consuming too much energy, and many people's eyes lit up. The assessment time ended quickly. At the end, many mechas had run out of energy, and less than half of them were able to move. Only Jiang Fengli seemed to be fine. As the Academy spaceship came to take them back, when they got off the mecha, the others looked at Jiang Fengli with envy that was hard to conceal. Chapter 152, Dragon Spine's 3 major series of mechas. With Jiang Fengli's performance, passing the assessment was a foregone conclusion. Although a lot of credit could be attributed to this beast-shaped mecha, during the battle, they discovered that Jiang Fengli's control over various combat opportunities was perfect. Every attack works and provides them with opportunities to attack. On the returning spaceship, many people came to talk to him enthusiastically, wanting to get to know him, and 2 of them were even nobles from other star fields. Jiang Fengli had never seen such a scene before. He could only hold back his words. Unexpectedly, when he slightly grimaced, others stopped daring to come up and talk. This also made him feel a little relieved. The spaceship brought them back to the fortress, and after the mechas were handed over and checked in, it was time to leave. After returning to Mo Li's side, Jiang Fengli finally couldn't hold back his expression anymore. While he breathed a sigh of relief, he felt as if all his strength had been drained away. You performed well today. You will most likely pass the test. Really? Jiang Fengli's eyes lit up, and he stood up immediately. Brother Fengli is the best. Jiang Feng'an cheered beside him. Emily nodded slightly. Anyone in the academy who was not blind should know that Jiang Fengli was definitely a genius. When Emily was training him, he had a vague feeling that this kid definitely had a talent for mechas. After letting him use the mecha, he became even more certain. After chatting with the 2 siblings for a while, Emily went back to his room to rest. Xuanji, how's the effect? Perfect. Xuanji's voice came. The Imperial Military Academy is very popular. Although it is just a one-time enrollment in the Ecodome Star Cluster, it has attracted a lot of attention. I checked, and the beast form mecha has become a hot topic on StarNet. Many people are checking our background now. Emily nodded slightly. He asked Jiang Fengli to use the beast form mecha so that people would remember the Dragon Spine mecha through a unique track, so that subsequent development would be easier. Now we need to make them remember the name of the Dragon Spine mecha. The next step is to let them know how powerful the Dragon Spine is. Emily smiled. Have you prepared it for me? I'm ready. In the past few days, a piece of news has suddenly been spreading like wildfire in the underground world of the Empire. The federal pilot who was previously wanted by the Empire, Li, has come to the Empire at some point. Many people knew the name Li before because of a bounty offered by the Empire. There were not many people who could be directly rewarded by the Empire, and Emily was one of them. During that period, there was also a lot of turmoil in the Empire, but due to the territorial restrictions of the Imperial Federation, many people who wanted to kill Emily found it difficult to get through. Later, with Emily's erratic whereabouts, the Empire's pilots forgot about this person for a while. But what did they discover today? A person wanted throughout the Empire actually dares to appear in the Empire? What is this? Isn't this just a slap in the face to them? As expected, the entire underground world of the Empire was in an uproar. The news of Emily's whereabouts was sold at a sky-high price. After confirming that Emily appeared in the Ecodome star cluster, countless pilots rushed here. The Ecodome star cluster, the silver main star of the glowing star domain. The glowing star region is rich in a kind of light moss called everbright lichen. This is a fast-growing lichen-like organism that can efficiently absorb light of a specific spectrum, including invisible light, and continuously emit a soft, stable, heat-free cold light in the dark, making it a perfect natural lighting material. This type of plant is most popular among the imperial nobles. After all, in this technological age, natural and pollution-free is the highest value. Many noble estates use this plant. On its main star, Emily disguised himself as a middle-aged man with a face full of flesh, walking on the street. I have to say this planet is quite beautiful at night. Emily sighed sincerely. Indeed. Xuanji also agreed. With plants like light moss, the entire city does not need any high-tech lighting at night. Moreover, this planet has a large number of light mosses planted, so even at night, the planet is not very dark. On the contrary, the bright light emitted by the light moss adds a bit of hazy beauty to the night. More than half a month has passed since I released the news about myself. During this period of time, Emily has been traveling aimlessly, spreading some news from time to lure those who want to kill him. There should be quite a few people here, right? As he passed by a man, Emily's heart moved slightly, and he asked, "A lot of them think you don't know the news." "That's good." Emily smiled. This time he deliberately spread the news that he was here so that all these people would gather over. In addition to fighting here, Emily has other purposes. On the main star of Silverlight, there happens to be a company headquartered in the Dragon Ridge Company that supplies materials. Now Longji Company has started manufacturing large quantities of mechas and is just waiting to sell them at the right time. The first batch of mechas were naturally the W0 Pulse Claw series, which was the mecha driven by Jiang Fengli. It was unveiled once last time, but many people are paying attention to this mecha. With the simulated supersensory connection, Emily was not worried that they would not be able to bring out the performance of this mecha. It was foreseeable that it would definitely be a big seller. The W0 Pulse Claw Mark series is just one of the three main categories of Beast Soul mechas produced by Dragonspine Company. Now Longji Company seems to be accumulating strength, waiting for the day when it will make a big splash. No matter what Jiang Fengli or Mo Li are going to do next, they are all laying the groundwork for Longji Company. And what Mo Li is going to show you next is the second category of Divine Beasts of Apocalypse. The Beast Soul type corresponds to the Sentinel Raid level market, and the Apocalypse Beast type faces the Fortress Sky Punishment Star Ring level. Mo Li's goal is to gain a firm foothold in these two major markets when Dragon Ridge truly appears in the eyes of the world. But now, there is a deep space mining company on the Silverlight main star that is holding back a key material from them. Deep Space Mining didn't know if they were crazy or what, but even if they brought up Viscount Javier's name, it was useless because only their company could refine that kind of material. The price offered by the other party now is completely extortionate. We had already agreed on the price, but they suddenly turned against us and raised the price several times. Xianji was extremely angry at that time, and so was Emily. Later, Sebastian made some inquiries and found out that Deep Space Mining had somehow learned that their capital chain was sufficient, and they just wanted to make a killing. Moreover, they joined forces with several other companies in more distant galaxies and refused to sell that kind of material to Dragon Spine. That's why Mo Li and his group came to the Silverlight main star. No matter what happens next, Mo Li, the headquarters of Deep Space Mining, will definitely be razed to the ground. Chapter 153, Suzuka Mecha's First Battle. The headquarters of Deep Space Mining is located in one of the three most prosperous cities on the Silverlight star, the holy city of Linwei. There are 3 continents on the Silverlight main star, and there is a holy city on each continent. The holy city is located in the center of the continent, and only here can there be spacecraft that can go to the space station. Basically, all the light moss sold outside has to pass through the 3 holy cities. The Silverlight main star has a planetary defense system, so it is basically impossible to just find a random location to land on the planet. If you do this, you may be found by the patrolling satellites before you even land. But why would a mining company set up its headquarters here? Emily stood in front of the Deep Space Mining Headquarters Park, feeling somewhat confused. First, maybe their company's boss likes it. Second, this planet is hidden with minerals. Which one do you think it is? There's so little information available. Upon hearing this, Emily said, "Forget it then. Are all the fish here?" "Almost." Emily stretched lazily. "Hey, it's really fast to catch fish by making your own nest. Now that we're here, let's get started." The holy city of sparkling light. Shadow Street is known as the most chaotic street in the holy city. It is a mixed bag of people and various forces are entrenched in it. Even the patrol guards don't want to get involved in the affairs here. For some reason, these past few days, Shadow Street, which originally symbolized chaos and disorder, has become unusually quiet. The conflicts and fights that occurred almost every day have all disappeared, and the pedestrians on the road are clearly separated and do not interfere with each other. On the way, two men seemed to be visiting this place for the first time. One of them looked around and laughed. "This Shadow Street is not what the rumors say. Belle, this is because too many people like us have come here recently. They are all sky punishment level pilots. How dare they act recklessly?" "Haha, that's right. But this guy named M.O. Lee is too arrogant. Can't he just stay in their federation? Why did he have to come to the Empire? You don't think you can do whatever you want just because you killed Anja, do you?" The two walked forward while talking when their star network device suddenly vibrated. The two looked at each other subconsciously, and excitement slowly emerged in their eyes. "You're waiting. Let's go." After saying that, the two of them turned around and left. After a while, two mechas rushed out directly from the Black Shadow Street, and then several more mechas left. These mechas had no intention of paying any attention to the Silver Light, main star's mecha band. After taking off, they locked onto a certain location and flew over at full speed. The sound of the mecha tearing through the air was deafening. The pedestrians on the ground subconsciously looked up at the sky, and rainbow lights flashed across. At this time, near the Deep Space Mining Company, 3 Sky Punishment class mechas appeared from 3 directions at the same time, and the fire control system locked onto M.O. Lee. "Ha, your arrogant days are over." A voice came from one of the mechas. "Stop talking nonsense and just kill him." The other mecha had no intention of talking nonsense. Although it was unknown why M.O. Lee was not driving the mecha, this was undoubtedly a good opportunity. He could just kill him and get the bounty. The machine gun on his arm had locked onto M.O. Lee, and he activated it without hesitation. At this moment, a red cloud suddenly appeared on the horizon, and at the same time, M.O. Lee's body was also covered by a layer of fiery light. When the machine gun bullet reached him, it actually penetrated M.O. Lee's figure directly. "Quantum teleportation, boy." M.O. Lee smiled, and his figure disappeared in the fiery light. At this time, high-energy warnings came from inside several mechas. They subconsciously looked towards the source of the reaction, and it turned out to be the red cloud in the sky. The 3 mechas turned around at the same time, and at this time 2 more mechas came over. The 5 Sky Punishment level mechas all detected the unknown energy fluctuations within the red cloud. On the ground, people saw the 5 mechas gathered together and the strange clouds, and they subconsciously looked for a safe place to hide. Some of the bolder ones started recording directly with video equipment. Phew! A loud and clear cry was heard, and then they saw a strange figure rushing out from the red cloud. The figure was completely red, with pieces of feathers on its body that resembled some kind of bird. On its huge, open wings, pieces of mechanical feathers were closely arranged, just like real feathers, and they would be fine-tuned as it flew. When it was flying, it drew a long trail of fire in the air, as if it was going to set the sky on fire. The energy levels of these mecha detection systems were still increasing, and in the blink of an eye, they reached the peak of heavenly punishment. What a fast speed! Some people cried out in shock because they found that the distance between the two sides was shrinking rapidly after seeing this strange thing. What is it? Someone started a public channel because this thing looks like a man-made object, and it might even be some kind of special spaceship. They asked subconsciously, but they didn't expect to get an answer. "What? You forgot me so quickly." When M.O. Lee's voice came out, everyone's faces changed. This is actually M.O. Lee? Does he want to fight them with this thing, which is not sure whether it is a spaceship or a mecha? For a moment, they all felt a little unbelievable. But the next moment, they didn't think so. M.O. Lee flew at high speed and quickly approached them. These mechas immediately tried to lock on with fire control, but M.O. Lee was too fast, and he was in front of them before he could lock on. A high-temperature warning sounded, and only after getting closer did they see that the thing M.O. Lee was driving was actually bathed in flames. And this is not an ordinary flame. Its temperature can cause their mechas to sound an alarm. It is at least over 5,000 degrees Celsius. This is beyond the range that ordinary mechas can withstand. In other words, some ordinary mechas are not even qualified to get close to it. Mo Lee, in his flying form, looked at these confused mechas, his lips curled up slightly. For the Scarlet Sky Vermilion Bird's first appearance, I'll use you as a stepping stone. This mecha is the second series of mechas from Longji Company, the Apocalypse Divine Beast, the Scarlet Sky Vermilion Bird. This mecha is a speed-type mecha. When flying at full speed, its speed can even rival that of the speed-type Star Ring class. The wings have Energy Wing mode and Propulsion mode. In Energy Wing mode, they are more inclined to combat. At this time, Emoli was using the Energy Wing mode. There was a special layer of energy covering the steel wings. As Suzaku flew at high speed, flames spurted out. Before these mechas could see the situation clearly, they saw the flames on Suzaku expand instantly, and the raging sea of fire enveloped all the mechas. All the mechas activated their shields at the same time, withdrew from the range of the sea of fire, and subconsciously looked for Suzaku's trace. As a result, they saw that Suzaku had already flown far away in the time they delayed. It made a big turn in the air and turned back. The energy on the wings disappeared, and it switched to propulsion mode. 154, Nirvana mode. Countless tiny engine thrusters on the wings of Suzaku opened at the same time, and the tail flames covered the edges of the wings with a hazy light. Afterwards, Suzaku burst out with an even more terrifying speed, and the flight resistance of Suzaku in bird form was almost negligible. The air was torn apart in an instant, and one of the mechas that had just rushed out of the sea of fire had not yet turned around when the alarms sounded throughout the entire cockpit. Then he saw a red dot flying quickly past his location in the detection system. Human perception can be prolonged at certain moments, but electronic systems cannot. He saw the driving system screen go black for a moment, and also saw the life system disconnected. What happened? Doubts came with the endless darkness. When the last ray of light disappeared, he saw a distant line of fire from the gap cut in the mecha. Flying at high speed, Emoli spun in the air. The other mechas looked at Suzaku, who turned around and came back in the distance, and they were all shocked. Just now they only saw Suzaku passing through the mecha at high speed, and the opponent and its shield were cut in half. It was so sharp that it made people's scalps tingle. They thought about it from another angle and found that if they changed their positions, they would not be able to escape the same fate. At this time, the Suzaku attacking at high speed looked no different from the Grim Reaper's scythe in their eyes. Damn, what the hell is this thing? Some people were shocked and angry. They could not keep up with Suzaku's speed at all. Such a fast speed also made it extremely difficult for them to lock onto it with fire control. And now they can't even surround the enemy. Suzaku is too fast. In the blink of an eye, Emoli had turned back again. Several mechas were so scared that they immediately activated their shields and dispersed at the same time. Swish. As Suzaku flew over at high speed, they only realized it belatedly after another mecha was cut in half. Don't disperse. Gather. Gather. Everyone was terrified at this moment. They simply couldn't keep up with the speed of this mecha. If they dispersed, it would give Emoli the opportunity to defeat them one by one. But, does gathering really work? Emoli looked at the mechas that gathered in a group in the distance, trying to force Emoli back, and smiled. The vermilion bird stopped in the air, its pair of steel wings flapping gently like a bird's wings. The flames on its body danced, and at a certain moment, the vermilion bird's wings fluttered, and its speed suddenly increased, and it actually rushed towards several mechas in the distance. At this time, several mechas came over from a distance and happened to see Emoli rushing towards them. With his wings shaking violently, Emoli increased his speed to the extreme. After creating several circles of sonic boom clouds, his body suddenly spun. Boom. The flames exploded instantly, and half a second later, a clear cry was heard, accompanied by the figure of Suzaku flying out and climbing at high speed. Boom, boom, boom. A violent explosion occurred, shaking the surroundings, and many glass windows in the Deep Space Mining Headquarters Park building on the ground were directly shattered. Several exploded mechas ran out from the flames of the explosion and barely landed in the park. Before they could recover, the cry of the vermilion bird made them scared to death. A figure surrounded by flames descended vertically and crashed into the park like a meteorite. The next second, endless flames swept over, and the entire park seemed to have fallen into a fiery hell. Afterwards, Suzaku took off again, but there were no other mechas around. The mechas in the distance that wanted to join the battle subconsciously stopped. Before their eyes was a hell of fire, with the Suzaku wreaking havoc there and mecha wreckage everywhere. This scene was extremely shocking. Emoli looked at the mechas in the distance, and just as he was about to fly over, he heard a warning from Xianji. An armor is locking onto you. The predicted level is Star Ring. Star Ring level? Emoli thought. Suzaku's performance today was already impressive enough, but the exit method still needed to be planned, and Suzaku's most powerful function also needed to be demonstrated. Thinking of this, Emoli continued flying, as if he didn't notice the Star Ring-class mecha that was secretly locking onto him. 10,000 meters away from Emoli's battlefield, a 20-meter-tall mecha stood on a hill, holding a particle cannon that was as long as its height. In the cockpit, the flying figure of Suzaku appeared in the center, locked by the fire control radar. Wagner looked at the moment when the fire control was successfully locked. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he started the particle cannon. The particles that had been condensed for a long time lost their restraints and shot out from the muzzle, instantly crossing a range of 10,000 meters and accurately hitting the Suzaku mecha. The Suzaku that was wreaking havoc on the battlefield was shattered to pieces by this particle cannon. The flames dissipated, and the fragments exploded in all directions. The sudden scene shocked everyone. No one expected that the seemingly invincible Suzaku could be killed by a single cannon. Several Sky Punishment class mechas not far away were stunned. They subconsciously looked towards the distance where the particle cannon was coming from, and happened to see a mecha approaching quickly. After seeing the mecha clearly, everyone widened their eyes slightly. It's the Shadow Star. It's him. The Star Ring level bosses are here. As expected of a Star Ring class mecha, it was killed with just one shot. Everyone exclaimed. At this time, Wagner also flew to the battlefield. He looked at the flames of the Suzaku explosion, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Reward I. Before he could finish his words, something strange happened on the scene. Suddenly, flames burned on every piece of the exploded Suzaku mecha. At the center of the explosion, infinite energy bloomed from a fire-colored crystal, and a person could be vaguely seen inside. The exploded fragments seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, flying back from their positions. As the fragments returned to the fire-colored crystal, wings, claws, body, beak, these structures took shape quickly, and in just a few seconds, the Suzaku mecha took shape again. But compared to before, this Suzaku now looks like it was forcibly put together, with countless cracks on its body, and there is energy maintaining it between the cracks. A scarlet font flashed before Emoli's eyes in the cockpit. Warning, Nirvana mode has been activated. Energy consumption increased by 1,000%. Please end the battle as soon as possible. Phew. Accompanied by a sharp and high-pitched cry, the vermilion bird's wings danced again, and its speed increased to the extreme in an instant. Wagner's face changed slightly. The scene before him had already exceeded his imagination. The Suzaku flying at high speed was even slightly blurred. Its speed was several times faster than before. The sense of crisis stung his scalp, and Wagner subconsciously drew out a particle lightsaber and slashed in the air. Suzaku flew over and passed by his lightsaber. The violent airflow made Wagner's body a little unstable, and then he was grabbed by Suzaku's claws on the back. His body suddenly became lighter, and Wagner found himself being carried into the air by Suzaku. Chapter 155 Self-Destruction. The engine reversed, and Wagner slashed forward with his sword. At the same time, the elbow armor opened, and a special device popped out, connecting to the lightsaber in his hand. Emoli's eyes twitched, and he let go of Wagner. The next moment, the energy of Wagner's lightsaber surged, and the surging violent particles forcibly extended the lightsaber by 10 meters. Buzz. With a buzzing sound, the Wagner thrusters took effect and climbed again. Seeing this, Emoli flapped his wings, increasing his speed and directly creating distance between him and Wagner. He slashed the air with his sword, his eyes almost popping out. Is this really the speed that a Sky Punishment class mecha can achieve? Even those at the Star Ring level can't catch up with him. Not to mention Wagner, the pilots of several other Sky Punishment class mechas were also dumbfounded. This Suzaku actually still had some energy left. Wasn't it at its maximum speed just now? After Emoli had created some distance, he drew a semicircle in the distance, turned back, and flew at high speed again with his wings vibrating. Come on! Wagner roared angrily, and the energy of the huge lightsaber in his hand became more intense. All 6 sets of thrusters on the body were opened, and he held the sword with both hands. Buzz. With the injection of more violent energy, the size of the lightsaber continued to increase, and then Wagner slashed it out fiercely. This slash actually created a crescent-shaped energy wave, which slashed towards the attacking Suzaku. The vermilion bird rose and fell, dodging the energy wave with incredible ease. Its wings were spread out, and a special energy covered them. Its high-speed flying figure flashed by. Swish. The Star Ring level energy shield was actually cut directly, and along with it, one of Wagner's arms was directly broken off. Wagner's face turned pale instantly. If he hadn't reacted quickly and turned around in time, it would have been his cockpit that was cut open. Damn, what kind of monster is this? Wagner was shocked and angry. He had no idea about the performance of this Suzaku. Its energy seemed to have no limit, and its power was a mystery. It even cut through his star ring-level shield. Seeing that Mo Lee was widening the gap and was about to sprint again, Wagner's face suddenly changed. He no longer had the desire to fight and turned around to run. But, at this moment, the Suzaku, which was flying at high speed, began to tremble violently. Then, during the flight, the flames on its body surged again, and the vermilion bird turned into a fireball. Phew! With a cry, the flying vermilion bird suddenly disintegrated and exploded into countless pieces. The Suzaku core appeared in front of everyone again, and this time they could see Mo Lee in the core very clearly. A fiery red light flashed, and the Suzaku core instantly disappeared, leaving only the dazed pilots on the field. After a long time, Wagner turned around stiffly and looked at the building in the distance that was set on fire by the flying fragments of Suzaku, still not coming back to his senses. Did it explode? After a long while, someone belatedly asked, "Should I?" Although this was the case, no one dared to approach it this time, for fear that Suzaku would regroup again. It was not until several minutes had passed, and there was no movement in the wreckage of Suzaku that someone mustered up the courage to go over and check. At this time, everyone woke up from their dreams. After such a long time, the mecha should be broken into pieces. The incredible ability it just used might only be able to be used once. Wagner also flew over to check immediately. In the mecha detection system, the energy belonging to Suzaku had long disappeared, leaving only a few residues. They breathed a sigh of relief only after confirming that Suzaku was completely destroyed, but what followed was endless doubts. What on earth is that? Someone couldn't help but ask. How would I know? A Star Ring class mecha took a head-on hit, and still managed to regroup and continue fighting. Fuck you. The most exaggerated thing is that its combat power has increased. Although everyone was very emotional, they all tacitly agreed not to mention the fact that Wagner had his arm cut off and was scared away. After the shock, there was confusion. Where did this mecha come from? I've never seen it before. Does the Federation have this kind of mecha? I just came back from the Federation last month, and they don't have this kind of mecha over there. Is it a secret weapon? Everyone was discussing it at once, but unfortunately no results were achieved. In this battle, Mo Lee apparently escaped through some means, so they could only let it go. Soon, the patrol star guards came to clean up the battlefield. As expected, this battle directly detonated the network on the Empire side. Originally, if Mo Lee appeared again, it would be equivalent to a slap in the face of the Imperial royal family. He was wanted throughout the country, and yet he dared to show up in the Empire. Isn't that a naked slap in the face? So many people are paying attention to Mo Lee's movements and follow-up. There are many fearless people who are secretly filming this battle. When the battle results were announced, everyone was shocked. Mo Lee did appear, but in a way that none of them could have imagined. Suzaku Mecha. Everyone remembered this mecha. The speed that is unmatched in the same class, and the cutting ability that makes people shiver all over. These 2 points alone are the ultimate in the same class. But Suzaku's performance does not stop there. What many people are concerned about is that when Mo Lee was surrounded at the beginning, he was suddenly teleported to Suzaku. This quantum transmission technology is what they have always wanted. Pilots are fragile after all. Whether it is the Empire or the Federation, there is no shortage of pilots being assassinated when they are not on their mechas. But this Suzaku mecha is obviously not afraid of this. This quantum transmission alone is enough to make all pilots jealous. With this kind of technology, once a threat is encountered, it can be instantly transmitted into one's own mecha, and then a crazy counterattack will be launched. At that time, will one still be afraid of a mere assassination? In addition to this, the most eye-catching thing is Wagner's shot, which pushed Suzaku to a higher level. Until the second and third day after the battle, no one could figure out what was going on. Normally, no matter what kind of mecha was beaten like that, it would be dead. Maybe some mechas with specialized cockpits could protect the pilot, but it would be impossible for them to be resurrected on the spot like Suzaku, and even have their power increased to a higher level. After watching the video of this battle, countless scientists in the Imperial Laboratory exclaimed that it was impossible, because this technology has somewhat subverted their research results in the quantum field. On the second day of the battle, the Silver Light main star was directly blocked by several great nobles, and the place where Suzaku fought became the focus of protection. All the fragments of Suzaku were collected by them and sent to the Imperial Research Institute piece by piece. There was no way. The technology on this Suzaku mecha made them too envious. Unfortunately, Suzaku's final explosion was so complete that not even a single intact fragment could be found. Their only gain was seeing 2 incomplete words on one of the fragments. Dragon's Back. Chapter 156 Contact with the Duke. When analyzing Suzaku's battle, many experts in the Empire basically saw several cutting-edge technologies that were comparable to those of the current major companies. So within the Empire, they set their sights on this Dragon's Spine. The Dragon Spine mechas are registered within the Empire, so they are not difficult to find. However, after finding this company, an inside information about the Dragon Spine mecha spread like wildfire. The prototype of the Dragon Spine Mecha Apocalypse Divine Beast series, Suzaku, has been stolen. This message appeared just a few days before Emoli appeared. Then they checked the past of Longji Mecha Company and found that this company seemed very mysterious and had not released any mecha since its registration. On the contrary, when the Imperial Military Academy was recruiting students, they sponsored a student. When they saw the beast-shaped mecha, they found that everything seemed to be connected. It is obvious that this company has the technology to produce some kind of beast-shaped mecha and is secretly accumulating strength in preparation for a big splash. Many people are speculating whether this Dragon Spine mecha is a subsidiary of a great noble or one of those interstellar companies. The development of beast-shaped mechas is inherently a very dangerous path. In order to be able to quickly cut them off in the event of an accident, many large companies have this operation. However, the information about the Dragon Spine mecha is now in the hands of the Imperial high-ranking officials. Many people only know about this mecha and don't know the specific situation. After Emoli returned, he found that the information did not spread, and he was a little confused. Logically speaking, Longji should be on the hot search list now, right? Why is there no news at all? With doubts in his mind, Moli logged into the Star Network and took a look. There was indeed some popularity, and Juke had already ignited the heat. In the starry sky, the majority of pilots have reached the sky punishment level. Many people favor the Suzaku sky punishment level mecha, but without knowing about the Dragon Spine mecha, many people thought it was a customized mecha. Emoli was stunned. Didn't we leave information at the scene? Is the intelligence from the Empire so poor? Xuanji collected some information on the Star Network and said, I haven't found any information about the Dragon Spine mecha. Most of the people who contacted our company want to know about the Pulse Claw mark. Judging from Suzaku's performance, they won't miss any details. Now no one knows about it. It must be that those who got the fragments didn't release the information. Emoli was shocked. How could these people play like this? Were they afraid of the Dragon Spine rising? However, if this is the case, there should be many people secretly wanting to contact Longji Company. Calculating the time, it should be within the next 2 days. Just as Emoli was thinking this, Sebastian called. Mr. Emo, Duke Kovacs wants to see us. Emoli was shocked. It seemed that Kovacs knew the inside story. But a Duke actually fell in love with Suzaku? Or is he interested in Suzaku's quantum transmission technology? This technology is indeed what contemporary pilots desire most. Even those who have reached the singularity level will covet this technology. But Kovac, Emoli's expression changed. If there was a Duke-level figure like Kovacs to endorse it, the subsequent development of Dragon Spine would be much easier. But meeting with such a person alone would be a bit difficult. Even the Dragon Spine Mecha Company probably wouldn't have the face to do so. Moreover, in the Empire, the more powerful a person is, the more afraid of death they seem to be. They are always surrounded by guards. Emoli had learned a little about this before, and it was really difficult to meet with these nobles alone. Not to mention, Xianji will have to take action to crack the bloodline genes of the imperial nobles, which will take even longer. In addition to the existence of the Star Network, it is still too difficult for someone of Mo Li's level to meet the Duke alone. Why are these nobles in the Empire so afraid of death? Emoli muttered softly. After all, the Emperor was assassinated. Xianji added. Sebastian was still waiting for a response. Moli hesitated for a moment and said, Is he meeting us on the Star Network? Yes. Sebastian also roughly knew what Emoli wanted to do. If a figure like the Duke could be controlled, the Dragon Spine mecha could develop unrestrainedly. Let's meet him. If that doesn't work, you can find his exact location. If sneaking around doesn't work, I'll use force. Emoli's face was fierce. He would never allow any obstacles to the restoration of the universe decree. I don't know who took the lead. These nobles are all very mysterious, and it is difficult to find their location. Sebastian got the answer and immediately went to contact the Duke. Soon the message came. Emoli accepted the invitation and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in a manner. Xuanji, detect the surrounding environment. At the level of a Duke, it is not a big problem to build one of those seemingly dreamy and beautiful residences in the Star Network in reality. Emoli also wanted to give it a try. After Emoli appeared, a tall man not far away turned around, with long golden hair falling on both sides. The man's youth was a little beyond Emoli's expectations. Are you surprised? Kovac asked with a smile. A little. My father was assassinated when I was 17, and I began to inherit the dukedom at that time. That's amazing. Emoli nodded seriously. The duke smiled indifferently. You should know my name. I also have some understanding of your story through my research. Dragonspine Mecha, is it your industry? Who is behind you? Kovacs asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Emoli shook his head slightly. This kind of thing should be left to him to guess, and he had no reason to tell it, even if the person standing opposite him was a duke. Duke Kovacs didn't delve into the situation. Judging from that wolf-shaped mecha and the bird-shaped mecha behind it, you have quite a bit of ambition. Emoli didn't shy away from this. Yes, it's about making money. It's not a big deal. Haha, you're quite interesting. Kovacs laughed, then changed the subject. But, after all, you're in my territory. There's nothing in the imperial regulations that says aristocratic territories can't open companies, right? Emoli's attitude made the Duke raise his eyebrows. Of course, but I'm the one who decides the taxes. Oh, Your Excellency the Duke. Emoli's face was filled with a bright smile. Taxes and such are all negotiable. Besides the Suzaku Mecha, we also have several other series of mechas with unique functions. Where do you live? I'll send a few over for you to see. Kovacs looked at Emoli with interest, trying to determine the truth in his words. Suzaku, I think that's the name of that mecha. If there are several types of this type, then it's really interesting. Chapter 157, Hearing the Truth. However, it was obviously impossible to impress Kovacs with such a small benefit. He ignored what Chichiong said and asked, it looks like several series of mechas. Yes, there are 5 major series in total. You should be able to see the potential of Suzaku and the future of Longi Company. At this time, Emoli tried to use the prospects of a big company to seduce the Duke, but unfortunately, Kovacs didn't buy it. There are too many companies that want to develop in his territory, and he thinks Emoli in front of him is one of them. Emoli also noticed that Kovacs looked calm and composed, which made him feel a little unconfident. It shouldn't be. Emoli was confident that once Dragonspine embarked on the normal development path, it would definitely become the most influential mecha company in the Empire. You have to know that the Dragonspine is backed by the technology of the entire Flame Dragon Empire. The Flame Dragon Empire is not divided into 2 parts like this side. In the starry sky over there, there is only the voice of the Flame Dragon. But Kovacs doesn't seem to understand the value of the Fire Dragon. That's not right. Emoli was a little confused. With Juchua's performance, it should be enough to attract these people. Some of Suzaku's technologies are not available in the Federal Empire. Isn't he envious of quantum transmission technology? Emoli didn't believe this, and always felt that he was pretending. Because Suzaku's quantum transmission technology is different from the quantum leap technology of some mechas. The quantum leap technology currently available within the Federal Empire can only use one person as the leap target. However, Suzaku's quantum transmission technology can directly transmit the target. In fact, Kovacs now doesn't understand why Emoli seems so confident. No matter what, Dragonspine Mecha is just a company with relatively high potential, and it is actually just that in the scale of the Imperial Universe. He controls a star region as large as the Dome Cluster, and there are so many companies stationed there that this one wouldn't be a big deal. Emoli thought about it and decided to show his hand. Since he couldn't get anything out of it, he might as well use some ruthless tricks. Your Excellency the Duke, we at Dragonspine still really want to develop in the Eco-Dome Cluster. I just want to ask if there's any convenience in the later stages. Kovacs heard this and said, of course, my territory supports the development of companies like yours. That's great. Emoli's face lit up with joy. I'll have to ask Your Excellency the Duke to take care of me in the future. I've prepared some small gifts related to Suzaku quantum transmission technology. Kovacs' eyes lit up. He had finally waited for it. This technology is exclusive to our Dragonspine and is different from ordinary jump technology. Having said that, Emoli's face showed some difficulty. This technology is very important to our company. Kovacs smiled and said, don't worry, I have a lot of hegemony technology in my hands. I will keep this technology for my own use. Looking at his smiling face, Emoli didn't even have the desire to complain. If that was the case, it might be sold right away. But it doesn't matter. As long as he gets the technology, he won't be able to sell it. That's great. Although he was complaining in his heart, Emoli had a smile on his face. Then I can rest assured, Your Excellency the Duke. How can I provide you with this technology? I'm on the main planet of Kianki. Send me to this address. Duke Kovacs gave Emoli an address, and Emoli nodded repeatedly, indicating that it would be delivered soon. Kovac also had a smile on his face and seemed very satisfied. The two chatted for a while before hanging up. The smile on Mo Li's face disappeared. Shinji, it's time to get ready. Mo Li is not a good man who will really send the technology out obediently. The so-called sending technology is just sending things to Kovacs. Even if Kovacs threw the things directly into the laboratory, Mo Li would still be able to collect some key information. The only pity is that we can't get Kovacs' information on the Star Network. As for what he said about living on the main planet of Kianki, Mo Li didn't believe a word of it. The next day, Mo Li sent something to the address Kovacs gave him. It was delivered by Shanghai Express in just 3 days. After confirming receipt, Mo Li and Xianji simultaneously immersed themselves in the internet. Xuanji, what's going on? Very cautious, it was directly put away with a shielding device. The thing that Mo Li sent out was indeed the Suzaku quantum transmission technology, but with some Xuanji gadgets added in. The shielding had no effect on the quantum connection between Xianji and the subroutine. Xianji could feel that his subroutine had left the main star of Kianki. The map appeared in Xuanji's database, and he sensed the location of the subroutine. Cloud Sky Nebula? Xuanji was a little confused. The subroutine's location entered the Yuntian Nebula of the Ecodome cluster. This nebula is a famous life-forbidden zone in the Empire. It is filled with various cosmic rays. Not to mention humans. Even those driving mechas cannot survive in it. The planets within the nebula are basically dead stars and have no development value. It is true that the most dangerous place is the safest place, but if you want to hide, there are many other places to choose from, not necessarily here. A few days later, Xuanji's subroutine was taken out. In Xuanji's perception, it seemed that in a fully shielded laboratory, various detection devices scanned its subroutines over and over again. This process lasted for 7 days. Mo Li and others were dumbfounded, and their understanding of the degree of fear of death of these nobles reached a new level. However, although Kovacs Tools is greedy for money, it is still trustworthy. After the technology was sent out, Longji did not encounter any problems in the subsequent cooperation in purchasing various materials. Instead, it was extremely smooth. But Longji has been accumulating money and has no intention of selling the mecha. Many people who have been secretly observing this company are getting impatient. They have no idea what Longji is thinking. The company has been registered and the mechas have been unveiled. They don't believe that Longji is unaware of the popularity of these mechas. But there is no sign of selling it, and until now they still don't know what the name of Suzaku is. Sebastian and the others did not care about that, and were only responsible for opening up the procurement channels for various materials and raw materials for Longji Company. Emoli didn't care about that. Before Longji Company really made its debut, he needed a strong enough backer. Because once Longji Company makes its debut, the impact it will bring will definitely be unprecedented, and it may attract the covetousness of all parties. He must make all possible preparations. While all parties were watching and waiting, Xuanji's subroutine was finally connected to the laboratory's network, and Duke Kovacs's people also extracted the quantum transmission technology. But at this moment, the entire laboratory network collapsed. However, this laboratory is a local area network and is not connected to Kovacs' network, but it is enough. Xuanji found Kovacs' location in the laboratory. Chapter 158, You Can Die? Kovacs had made good preparations, but Xianji still found a secret location in the laboratory's communication records. When Mo Li saw the message from Xianji, he was also full of disbelief. He's hiding in the warp? Holy shit, that's absurd. Mo Li was really shocked. He knew that Kovac was a coward, but he didn't expect him to be so cowardly. Judging from the address sent back by Xianji, that place should be a subspace. Kovac sent a planet in through some unknown means and lived on that planet himself. He is basically never seen all year round, and even when he appears, there are fully armed mecha troops beside him. At this moment, Mo Li suddenly understood that the Guishu-level pilot of the Federation had probably left a lot of shadows on the Empire. Thinking of this, his expression became a little subtle. That Guishu-class pilot was already like this. If what he was about to do was discovered, wouldn't they be scared to death? However, no one should know about this. After all, it was a good place chosen by Kovac himself. At this time, within the Yuntian Nebula, next to a supernova remnant, there is an extremely large floating city. The city has a shield that blocks all rays and interstellar media within the nebula. In a laboratory within the city, the person who can research this quantum transmission technology is really amazing. Professor Pembers, when will this technology be available? The other party has made the technology very simple. Now, as long as we have the materials, we can enter the experimental stage. The materials are ready. 2 days later, a spaceship left the city, rushed out of the Yuntion Nebula, then entered warp mode and stopped in an uninhabited star area. After the spaceship stopped, a thin line suddenly appeared in the empty space in front of it, and then a huge hole opened up in the entire space. The spaceship immediately entered it, and then the hole disappeared. In the back of the space, a transformed planet is slowly rotating, and a huge space fortress has assumed the duties of a star, providing light and heat for the planet. The spacecraft directly entered the planet and quickly reached the planet's surface. Kovacs looked up at the spaceship with a hint of excitement in his eyes. He actually needs this technology very much, or rather, all the nobles in the Empire need this technology. Because once you get this technology, you can get rid of the shadow of that Goetia-level pilot to a large extent. Even though the laboratory told us that the transmission distance was limited after we got the technology, we would still die if we encountered a Goetia-class pilot. But it was enough, as they also knew that the Federation would not dare launch a second attack by Goetia-class pilots. But that attack made these nobles clearly aware of the huge gap between humans and mechas. The emperor who ruled the entire empire died at the hands of a small mecha. The impact of this situation on them was unparalleled. After that, they realized how terrifying it would be if there really was a pilot lurking, ready to assassinate them at any time. So since that time, many nobles in the empire rarely appeared in public, and all matters were basically communicated through the Star Network. Their imperial nobles are different from those federal congressmen. If one of those congressmen is killed, 2 new ones will appear immediately. But when an imperial noble dies, it is like a towering tree falling, and countless branches and leaves will find it difficult to survive. This time, when Kovacs knew that Dragon's Spine was within his territory, he had already made up his mind. At first he thought it was all a coincidence, or even a setup against him. But he couldn't resist the temptation of that technology and took the initiative to contact Mo. Lee. Fortunately, Kovacs, relying on his many years of experience in judging people and the investigation behind the scenes, discovered that the strength behind this Dragon Spine mecha should not be able to enter the subspace to assassinate him. After a series of subsequent examinations, there were no surprises, and Mo. Lee seemed very honest. The spaceship landed quickly, and Kovacs was so excited that he walked out of his manor on his own initiative. This technology is like freedom to him. After the spaceship landed, the cabin opened. Kovacs thought about it, and a stream of light shot up into the sky from the manor and landed beside him. It was a mecha about 30 meters tall, grayish-white in color, holding a huge sickle in its hand, and with a pair of steel wings on its back. This is his mecha, the Nightwatch Reaper, a Star Ring class mecha. Although it is a Star Ring class, thanks to Kovacs' enormous wealth, the performance of this mecha has almost reached the extreme of the Star Ring class, to the point where it cannot be improved any further. Ordinary Singularity class mechas cannot compare to it in terms of performance alone. The Nightwatch Reaper has already made preparations. This time, all it needs to do is replace the cockpit with Suzuku's quantum transmission technology. But at this moment, the alarm suddenly sounded from the mecha next to him. The emergency system was activated, and the mecha automatically rushed forward, as if to protect Kovacs. Then, in Kovacs' shocked eyes, the space behind the mecha suddenly shattered, and a hand stretched out to grab the Nightwatch Reaper, and actually pulled it directly into the void. Enemy attack. The faces of the people who were preparing to bring the cockpit changed suddenly, and at this time, the alarm sounded in the space fortress on top of the planet. Kovacs collapsed on the ground, already scared silly. In his eyes, this place was the safest place. If the enemy wanted to come here, they would at least have to cross the fortress in space. But he never imagined that the void would be broken through in such a clean and tidy way. Even his Star Ring-class mecha, which he had built at a great expense, was directly and roughly dragged into the void. He couldn't even react during the whole process. This is what scares Kovac the most. The Nightwatch Reaper can fight on its own even when it is not on its mecha, and the power it unleashes is no less than that of the Singularity level. But why couldn't such a mecha even resist? What exactly was his enemy? Before Kovacs could think much about it, he found that there was a layer of hazy light on his body, which echoed with the cockpit that was delivered not far away. Then, his body became blurry and disappeared. Immediately afterwards, in outer space outside the planet, the space fortress that had entered a state of war showed its true fangs. Weapon turrets emerged from this large fortress that was as big as the moon. Among them, the etched Star Destroyer cannon in the center was over 10,000 meters long. The Duke was attacked, and the entire space fortress was on alert, entering the highest combat readiness mode, with the detection system fully turned on to try to find the enemy. But apart from a slight spatial fluctuation at the location where Duke Kovacs was, they could not find any other existence. Number 159 Fanatic Fan. This time the enemy was too strange. Several detectors inside the space fortress were activated at the same time, from optical to spatial dimensions, basically searching inside and out, but they couldn't find it. The Duke seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. The people inside the fortress immediately decided to send out a message to dispatch a fleet, but before the message was sent out, the space fluctuation that had been detected before appeared again. The place where it appeared this time was actually at the core of the fortress. This discovery shocked everyone, and soon after, they lost the news from the core, and the channels for transmitting information to the outside were completely cut off. The two Singularity-class mechas inside the fortress were dispatched together. They rushed directly to the core of the fortress, wanting to see what it was. "Cubby, what's going on?" Two flying mechas connected the channel, and one of them asked. "I don't know either. I just got on the mecha." Cubby shook his head. Fuko felt heavy-hearted when he heard this, fearing that the Duke was in great danger. As they were talking, the two had already arrived at the core position, which was the center of the entire fortress. After they got there, they saw only a huge gap in the core. Inside, a mecha had one hand inserted into the core hub. "Who are you?" Cubby exclaimed in surprise. There was no information detected about any abnormal mecha breaking into the fortress. This mecha seemed to appear out of thin air. Fuko didn't waste any time. Thunder covered the surface of the machine. With a flick of his fingertips, a ray of electric snake shot out. When it reached the front of the mecha at the core hub, it suddenly exploded into a large ball of lightning. But the mecha didn't even dodge. Lightning burst out on its body, and the opponent didn't even turn on the shield. The two men's eyes twitched wildly when they saw this scene, and Fuko subconsciously stopped the idea of rushing over. As a result, before they came over, the mecha moved first. The movement of pulling the hand out from the core of the hub was very slow, but it disappeared from the spot the moment it turned around. The two were shocked, and the mecha appeared in front of them in the blink of an eye. This sudden attack scared the two of them. They quickly activated their shields and fought back at the same time. Fuko's whole body was flashing with lightning, and he retreated violently, but the mecha followed him like a shadow and punched out with a simple and unpretentious punch. The energy shield shattered like a bubble, and the fist continued to move forward. When it was about to land on Fuko, a dense arc of electricity exploded from between its 5 fingers. At this time, Cubby had just arrived. The moment he thrust out the spear in his hand, the surrounding space distorted and the spear split into 3. As a result, the mecha punched the space, causing the space to vibrate and a spear to appear. Then, Cubby was shocked to find that the mecha appeared in front of him as if it had teleported, with one hand penetrating the shield and grabbing the armor on its chest. A strange electric arc spread out, and Cubby was horrified to find that he was forced to exit the empathy state, and no matter what he did, he could not reconnect to the mecha. His mecha seemed to have entered a dormant state and stopped on the spot, and the same was true for Fuko not far away. On the mecha, Emoli opened Shifang Ji's hatch and got down. No matter what, Cubby is at the Duke level, and there are not many people in the Empire with a higher position than him. Controlling him is the most critical step for Longi Company, and it is worth it for him to drive Shifang Ji to take action. At first, Emoli wanted to take it slow, but Kovacs was really good at hiding directly in the subspace, so he had to use some extraordinary means. Fortunately, the result was successful. Next, we just have to wait for Xianji to decipher the Duke's bloodline information and take control of him. During this period, the fortress must also be controlled. Otherwise, if the Duke disappears and reappears, his subsequent abnormal behavior will be exposed. By then, anyone who is interested will know that the Duke is under control with a quick investigation. The Duke's location is isolated from the world, which is one of the reasons why Mo Li wanted to kill him. As long as he cuts off the connection between this place and the outside world as soon as possible, and then controls everyone here, the Duke will be his perfect man. Now that the first step is complete, the next step is the second step. Shifang Ji entered the void. Emoli took the unconscious Fuko out and got into his mecha himself. Xianji has already obtained the general information about this place. Apart from these two Singularity-class mechas, the rest are nothing to be afraid of. Something happened at the core, and there were more than just the two mechas coming over. When Emoli drove the mecha out, several Star Ring-class mechas came over. Zila. Emoli's figure suddenly disappeared, and then turned into a flash of lightning and quickly passed through these mechas. From a distance, the electric light connected these mechas. The next moment, countless arcs of electricity burst out from these mechas, and the entire passage turned into a hell of thunder and lightning. Emoli didn't even look back as he drove out in his mecha. Without a Singularity-class mecha and being attacked from inside, the entire space fortress couldn't organize any effective resistance. As time passed, modules fell one after another. Each module of this space fortress was independent. After entering the core hub, Xianji was unable to fully control the entire fortress. But as Mo Li killed the modules one by one, the fortress gradually fell into Xianji's control. With the fall of the last module, Mo Li added some special things to the air circulation system of the entire fortress. The control agent spreads through the air and its effect is very slow, but fortunately, no one here can escape. Now the fortress is their prison. As soon as Mo Li stepped into the test area of the space fortress, Kovacs was lying quietly on one of the beds. Xuanji, what's going on? Something's not right. Xuanji's voice came, causing Mo Li to frown. Can't control it? Well, there's a fragment in his genes that is very resistant, and even the highest dose of the drug can't break through it. We need to find another way. Mo Li had not expected that the genes of the imperial nobles would be so special. He had always thought that the so-called nobles were just conferred by the empire. Now it seems that these bloodlines still hold hidden secrets. Fortunately, it was only the Duke, so it was still easy to control the others. As for the Duke, since magic cannot control him, he can only be controlled physically. Kovacs was unconscious for more than 2 hours before waking up. When he saw Mo Li, a look of horror suddenly appeared on his face. It was you? What did you do to me? Mo Li showed a bright smile on his face. Your Excellency the Duke, I am your fan. I have wanted to meet you for a long time, but never had the chance. Besides, I can't find your whereabouts, so this is the only last resort. Kovacs didn't believe a word of Mo Li's lies, but now his situation seemed to be very bad. Judging from the layout here, it seems to be a laboratory in his space fortress. The body is locked and unable to move. Article 160 Physical Control. It was obvious that he was now a fish on the chopping block. Thinking of this, Kovac forced a smile and said, just tell me what you want. Mo Li shook his head slightly. I don't want anything. Next, I'll ask, and you answer. Kovac was shocked. This was what he feared most now. Don't worry about anything else. I've already helped you transmit information from the subspace every day. It's over now. Kovacs looked grim. When he was hiding here, he had anticipated that this place would be attacked, so he made various contingency plans for attacks from the beginning. But at the beginning, the premise of these plans was that the space fortress here could last for half a day. It was only 2 hours now, and the space fortress had fallen, and the Kovacs were stunned. I see. In the end, he could only say dejectedly. First question, what's the situation with your bloodline? Bloodline. The Duke's face changed suddenly. The secret of the imperial noble bloodline was only known by the top nobles. Why was this the first question the man in front of him asked? You have to know that to the outside world, other people only know that the bloodline of the imperial nobles is inherited through inheritance. No one really knows what's special about it. After all, it seems that the imperial nobles are no different from normal people. The secret of bloodline is related to the empire's trump card. The Duke's expression flickered. When he was preparing his words in his mind, he felt a piercing pain in his fingers. He had been pampered since he was a child and had never experienced such pain before, so he cried out on the spot. He subconsciously looked down and found that Mo Li was holding a small knife in his hand, and there was a blood mark on his hand. I say, Kovac was very lonely because he felt in his heart that he would not be able to endure such torture. Bloodline is the key to activating the imperial weapons. Imperial weapons? Yes, a special type of mecha that can only be activated by bloodline authentication. It is a relic from the heyday of the empire, and the technology has been lost now. Kovac spoke very quickly, fearing that Mo Li would stab him again. He could tell at a glance that the Mo Li in front of him was not the kind of ruthless person he usually saw who pretended to be ruthless. This person was truly ruthless to the core. In his eyes, Kovac saw no mercy for life, and he could still tell whether someone was pretending to be cruel or was really cruel. It is better to suffer less than to speak out under pressure. Bloodline Mecha. Mo Li's hands moved slightly. Obviously some mechas bound by genes, and the heyday of the empire mentioned by this guy also made him a little confused. Isn't technology becoming more and more powerful as it develops? This is the case with the Yanlong Empire. It has been rapidly developing, and I have never heard that previous technology can replace current technology. Unless technology that has been developed for who knows how many years and is hundreds of millions of years old is discovered, perhaps the glorious period of the empire that Kovacs mentioned is the case. But these were not what he cared about. Mo Li asked a few more questions afterwards, and in Xianji's perception, Kovacs did not lie. After asking, Kovacs looked at the silent Mo Li anxiously, fearing that he would make any excessive demands again. Mo Li gave him a deep look and said, "You will continue to stay here from now on. If you have any questions, just tell Ko Wei." Hearing this, Kovacs was shocked. Was Li Chia planning to put him under house arrest? And make him a puppet? His heart sank, but he nodded in agreement on the surface. For now, he could only listen to what he said and figure out a solution later. Of course, Emoli knew what he was thinking, but he didn't say it out loud. Although he failed to control Kovacs, this space fortress and the planet below were all under his control. As long as Kovacs didn't want to die, he had to listen to him. As for passing the message outside, not to mention whether it can bypass Xianji's subroutine, the people around him will kill him immediately if he makes any move. This is also a form of control, but it is physical control, but the effect is similar. Perhaps Kovacs felt that he still had a chance, but Xianji would not give him any possibility to communicate with the outside world. After about half a day, the space fortress returned to normal. Everything seemed to be the same, and Kovacs was rescued by Covey and Fuko and Mechas. The Empire has been very peaceful these days. Apart from the Suzaku Mecha still being a little popular, there is nothing else going on. After a few days, a major event suddenly occurred in the Ecodome Star region. Duke Kovacs openly supports the Dragon Spine Mecha and also opens a green channel. All companies that provide materials for the Dragon Spine Mecha can get tax exemptions. This information is very exciting. The benefits brought by tax reduction are terrifying. Before, they wanted to do many things, but they suffered from high taxes and insufficient benefits. Now that the Duke has taken the initiative to make concessions, many people have begun to actively seek cooperation with Dragon Spine Mecha. Those people in the Empire who had been paying attention to the Dragon Spine Mecha because of Suzaku were shocked when they heard the news. This Dragon Spine Mecha was probably something the Duke had tinkered with himself. Some people who were about to get their hands on Dragon Spine silently withdrew their hands. The Duke's influence in the Empire was still very strong. No matter how tempting Suzaku was, they had to give him face. With the support of the Duke, the Dragon Spine Mecha, which has been developing silently, is finally no longer low-key. A Mecha launch conference will be held in 15 days. As soon as the information about the press conference was released, it received support from Kovacs, which made the press conference instantly popular throughout the entire Ecodome constellation. However, within the Ecodome cluster, there are more merchants dealing in agricultural products, and the demand for mechas is not very high. But with Kovacs' endorsement, many caravans that frequently traveled for business also turned their attention to Dragon Spine. The outside world is also paying close attention to it. In the history of the Empire, there are very few Duke-level nobles who openly support a company. For them, this is actually a rather cheap behavior. However, Kovacs' public support has an unprecedented impact. With the new information released by the Dragon Spine Mecha, the heat of the press conference immediately reached a climax. A new era of beast-shaped mechas, a new mode of empathetic connection. These two gimmicks alone are enough to make even people who have never looked at mecha want to take a look. Perhaps the beast-shaped mecha will make people doubt it, but now it has the support of the Duke. The Duke's influence is self-evident. His name is a golden signboard. As time passed, as expected, the Dragon Spine Mecha caused quite a stir in the Empire, and the news even reached the Federation. The civil war in the Federal Empire never ended, and someone immediately brought this information back to the Federation. Chapter 161. The press conference that shocked the Imperial Federation. Anyone who cares about you more than you care about yourself is your enemy. This sentence is very suitable for the current Federation. Judging from the news within the Empire, the Dragon Spine Mecha is obviously going to make a big move this time. Just looking at a few key points is scary. The Duke's support, the new empathic connection mode, and the beast-shaped mecha that previously left anyone who touched it bloody. All these factors combined have made many people look forward to it. The influence of the imperial nobility is recognized, and even the Federation feels that the Empire really has something new coming out this time. After the press conference information was released, many people went to the Empire to see what this Dragon Spine Mecha was all about. A storm is quietly forming, and the center of the storm is the Dragon Spine Mecha. Time passed, and with 5 days left before the press conference, the relationship between Suzaku and Longji was discovered by federal spies. They knew before that there was such a perverted mecha. When this mecha was connected with Dragon Spine, not to mention the federal companies, even the congressman couldn't sit still. If this Dragon Spine is not stopped, I am afraid that in time it will become another Tianwu divine machine. There is no need to say much about the influence of Tianwu Shinji. It spans 2 major star fields and has the ability to manufacture Goeishu-level mechas. Its influence is so strong that even the Emperor of the Empire does not want to offend them. And now the momentum displayed by this Dragon Spine is a bit too exaggerated. When Suzaku's battle video was first posted on the federal website, many people said it was impossible. That kind of Nirvana-like rebirth ability makes many people dumbfounded. Imagine that during a battle, you put in a lot of effort to finally kill the opponent, But the opponent not only did not die, but was resurrected and became stronger. Who can beat this? Moreover, the quantum transmission system is so enviable. With this thing, who will be afraid of assassination in the future? The name of the Dragon Spine Mecha became more and more popular in the Federation, and many members of Congress publicly called for Dragon Spine to open a branch in the Federation. However, everyone knows that this is unlikely. This is a company endorsed by the Duke of the Empire himself. Although it is not stated explicitly, the Dragon Spine Mecha has already been labeled as the Duke. As a result, the Dragon Spine Mecha launch conference became even more tormenting for the Federation, while the Empire was extremely looking forward to it. As the last few days passed, the launch conference of the Dragon Spine Mecha finally began. Emoli didn't do so much mess. The entire press conference was broadcast live, the real location was placed on a planet, and many special guests were invited. Most of these guests were local nobles from the Ecodome cluster, and there were also quite a few mecha experts, and even 2-star ring-class pilots were invited. Probability Garden. This is also the actual venue for the Dragon Spine Mecha launch conference. Probability Garden is a planet in a strange, slightly distorted space that produces a berry called Space Blackberry. This is a berry produced by a shrub whose growth is affected by local weak quantum fluctuations. The same bunch of fruits may show different degrees of ripeness, color, and taste. The most amazing thing is that its core seeds contain a weak quantum probability effect. Eating the fruit itself can bring a wonderful possibility perception experience, which can slightly enhance intuition or creativity. Moreover, after extremely complex technological extraction, its seed oil can be used to manufacture probability offset shields and hyperspace engine stabilizers. The location of this planet is also very good. It is one of the important hubs of the Ecodome cluster. It was also the Duke's instruction to choose it as the venue. Most of the surface of the planet has been developed into a space plum cultivation area, so the venue for this press conference is in the suspended city on the sea. Boss Missouri, are you really going to leave such an important press conference to me? Next to Mo Lee and Sebastian stood a man in a gray suit. His face was full of tension, and he kept wiping his forehead subconsciously. Don't worry, Li Nuo. I have confidence in you. Mo Lee smiled and patted his shoulder. Although Mo Lee said so, Li Nuo couldn't relax at all. He used to be one of the sex slaves, but after Sebastian saved him, he has been working with Sebastian ever since. Before becoming a sex slave, he was just a salesman in a small company. He was kidnapped by space pirates during a business trip, which led to the story that followed. Li Nuo was originally an orphan, so after being rescued, he didn't have any other thoughts. He just kept thinking about repaying Sebastian's kindness, and in a blink of an eye, it was until now. This time when he came to the Empire to open the Dragon Spine Mecha Company, he didn't think too much about it, and just did his work normally. As a result, after surfing the internet for a while these days, he found out how amazing the company he usually works for is. But at that time, Boss Missouri said it was just an ordinary small company. He didn't expect that he would just operate the machines and order some materials on weekdays. The result was such an exaggerated thing. Not to mention him, other people who were similar to him were dumbfounded after seeing Suzuka's battle video. No, by adding these materials to those materials and going through a few processes, such an amazing mecha can be made. The destructive power of the Suzaku was too terrifying. During that period, they felt uneasy every time they looked at the machines on the assembly line, for fear that a Suzaku would suddenly fly out. And they know more than those people outside. Li Nuo could probably tell that the production line for manufacturing Suzaku should be managed by another friend of his, and the production line he was in charge of manufactured another type of mecha. And there are 5 such production lines. In other words, there are 5 types of mechas like Suzaku. Li Nuo had doubts at that time. After receiving the manuscript of the press conference a few days ago, Li Nuo's head was buzzing. Although he didn't understand mechas, he knew what kind of shock the appearance of this batch of mechas would bring to the entire mecha world. This press conference is likely to go down in history. Li Nuo continued to take deep breaths, but found that it didn't seem to have any effect. He looked at Mo Lee and Sebastian, and they had no intention of showing up. He could only make up his mind. Forget it, it's just a press conference. Li Nuo kept brainwashing himself, and when he opened his eyes and saw Mo Lee's encouraging gaze, he immediately made up his mind. Yes, the boss chose me personally, so I can definitely do it. Thinking of this, Li Nuo didn't want to care about it anymore. He took a deep breath and prepared to walk out. What are you doing? It's not time yet. When Mo Lee pulled his collar, Li Nuo felt terrible. Don't worry, you just need to introduce the performance information of these mechas normally. There's no need to say too much. These people will grab them themselves. Mo Lee was still confident about this batch of mechas, and the press conference was just a formality. 162, Super Sensory Mode. Li Nuo calmed down a little. After Mo Li's interruption, he did feel much better. Mr. Mo, I understand. I will definitely not embarrass you. Shame on you, what's the shame? Mo Li was a little surprised. His strength was there, so he really didn't care much about this press conference. When the time came, Li Nuo took a deep breath and walked out from behind the scenes. As the lights came on, all eyes on the field focused on Li Nuo. Li Nuo tried his best not to look at those people, because he had seen the list of invitees. They were either great nobles or executives of interstellar companies. One of them must be very prominent in terms of power or money. Any person here is someone you might never meet in your entire life. When Li Nuo went up, his brain froze for a moment, and his mouth subconsciously blurted out the opening remarks that he had memorized by heart. No matter from which angle you look at it, his opening remarks were stiff and pale. Even when Li Nuo listened to them himself later, he had to frown. But just like that, there was warm applause from the audience. At this moment, Li Nuo suddenly realized. Ahem, everyone, you've obviously been waiting for a long time. Then let's not waste time talking nonsense today and go straight to the first mecha. W0 Pulse Claw Mark Series. A huge shadow suddenly blocked the light. Everyone looked up subconsciously and saw a wolf-shaped black shadow squatting in the sky behind Li Nuo. With the help of the lights on the stage, they could vaguely see the metallic light reflected from the black shadow. A pair of dark eyes lit up, and then the wolf shadow leaped down and entered the range of the light. A mechanical wolf appeared in front of everyone. Its huge figure exuded an aura of captivating power, even when it was squatting there. The guests closest to the stands were all shocked when they saw the pair of sharp claws. Some are so sharp that they can be seen with the naked eye. The body of the machine certainly cannot be identified by just looking at it. So Li Nuo began to introduce this wolf-shaped mecha from the Pulse Claw series. This is our Dragon Spine Company's Beast Soul Mecha, the W0 Pulse Claw series. The main propulsion engine is our self-developed variable cycle supersonic engine. It uses turbine mode at subsonic speeds and switches to ramjet mode at supersonic speeds. Its energy efficiency is higher than that of ordinary mechas. The core aspects of energy. Even though Li Nuo was not a professional host and did not know how to create an atmosphere, the guests in the audience listened very attentively, and the same was true on the live broadcast side. Li Nuo explained everything in detail, from the engine core to the material structure and control system weapon module. The introduction was very lengthy and even contained a lot of professional terms, but no one said anything. Instead, the more they listened, the more solemn their expressions became. Because from Li Nuo's introduction, this mecha used a technological architecture that was very unfamiliar to them from beginning to end. For example, they don't have anything similar to the variable cycle supersonic engine, a technology that can freely change output form and efficiency. There is also a distributed propulsion unit unique to the beast form, which they had envisioned before, but it conflicts with the empathy system, resulting in the beast form mecha being unable to be effectively controlled, which has become one of the reasons why the beast form mecha cannot be used. Now it seems that Longji obviously has the technology in this area and can solve this problem. However, for now, these are still within their expectations. The biggest highlight of this press conference should be the new empathy mode. This is why they gathered here. Following Li Nuo's introduction, they had a general understanding of the W0 Pulse Claw mark. Li Nuo clapped his hands, and the hatch of the Pulse Claw mark opened immediately. This action made everyone subconsciously look at it carefully. What I'm going to talk about next is the unique empathy system of our Dragon Spine Mecha. We call it the Supersense system. Unlike empathic connection, supersensory connection will transmit 100% of the pain. When these words came out, everyone in the audience was shocked. The partial pain transmission caused by empathy often distracts them during battles. Wouldn't fighting be very difficult with this 100% pain feedback? Pain feedback is not something that can be endured by gritting your teeth. Excessive pain will affect the pilot's judgment and his mastery of various modules. The simplest thing is that everyone's empathic connection will decrease under the feedback of pain, which is one of the reasons why many people are unwilling to fight with combat armor. How many modules does a mecha need to control? A slight drop in empathy will affect the use of modules, and this phenomenon is more obvious on high-level mechas. Many people can endure the pain of severed limbs or even death, but who can perfectly control the major system modules of a mecha under such pain? Now that this supersensory system is in front of them, everyone can't help but question it. In the live broadcast room, everyone was saying that Longji was crazy. Li Nuo looked at the noisy area below and took a deep breath. He knew why these people reacted this way. He had thought the same when he first encountered the supersensory mode. But after experiencing it, He can say with certainty that the supersensory mode is much more useful than the empathy mode in combat. Everyone, 100% pain transmission brings the most precise control of the mecha. In supersensory mode, every action you take while piloting the mecha will feel like instinct. Pain won't affect the connection. It will actually further stimulate your instincts. Now, the guests could no longer sit still. They stood up in shock, their eyes full of disbelief. Previously, with the beast-shaped mecha, we tried having the pilot simulate the animal's behavior before piloting the mecha. It did work somewhat, but the delays in the various modules were still noticeable. But after switching to supersensory mode, the pilot can adapt immediately. If I were to describe it in 4 words, it would be like using one's own arm. Now no one could remain calm. Empathic connection is the cornerstone of the mecha era, but now this dragon spine mecha is obviously going to pry this cornerstone. However, some people remained calm. It seemed that the supersensory mode was very powerful, but it also came at a price. Not everyone could withstand 100% pain transmission. Sure enough, an executive from a mecha company immediately couldn't help but ask, "Supersense mode, are there no side effects?" Upon hearing this, Li Nuo said, "Yes. In hypersensory mode, the pain sensation is synchronized. For example, if the mecha's arm is cut off, then correspondingly, you will lose control of the arm. This period can last for a week to a month." These words calm them down a little. If this is the case, then the advantage of the empathy mode will come into play. On a fierce battlefield, the empathy mode can completely unleash stronger and more lasting combat power by continuously changing mechas. Killing competition number 163. However, some people are interested. This shortcoming is actually nothing. It is okay at the assault level, but after reaching the Sky Punishment Fortress level, most people only have one mecha. They basically put all their efforts into upgrading their own mechas and would not choose to keep a spare mecha. Because the act of leaving the mecha itself is very dangerous, the opponent will not let you change the mecha so easily and fight with a completely new posture. Therefore, most people can accept this shortcoming. Emily watched these people's reactions backstage and nodded secretly. The so-called side effects are just something created by Shinji. In the real supersensory mode, as long as you can withstand the pain of synchronous connection, there will be no side effects. But if this is the case, the impact on the empathy system will be unprecedented, and I am afraid that even the Duke's influence will not be enough to save this system. So Xuanji created a simulated supersensory system, creating an appearance that has its own advantages and disadvantages with the empathy system. Only in this way can those people suppress their restless hearts. Li Nuo on the stage continued to introduce, and the guests and the audience in the live broadcast room gradually quieted down. But everyone knows that the rise of the Dragon Spine mecha is inevitable. From the pulse claw marks, we can see that Dragon Spine has a fairly complete industrial chain. The parts and modules needed for mecha manufacturing are all self-produced. At present, it seems that the strength is not low, and it is not a problem for it to occupy a place in the mecha world. Besides, the pulse claw marks are just the beginning. After Li Nuo finished introducing the pulse claw marks, the mecha immediately left through the elevator, and then Li Nuo opened his arms. Currently, among the Beast Soul series of mechas, in addition to the Pulse Claw, we have also created a tiger-shaped mecha, the W1 Steel Spine Saber Tooth. Snake Form Mecha, W2 Viper Fong, Bear Form, W3 Rock Crushing Roar. Mantis Form, W4 Hunter Stance, Scorpion Form, W5 Siege Pincers. 5 mechas of different shapes appeared from behind him. These mechas all had their own characteristics, and Li Nuo introduced them one by one. The guests off the stage were a little excited. They knew that the Beast Soul form mechas were a series, but they didn't expect that there were so many types. How long had this company been established? They had already launched 6 types of mechas right out of the gate. Furthermore, after Li Nuo's introduction, they discovered that the systems of these mechas were all different, and even the systems themselves were a bit different. The steel spine saber teeth possess both strength and speed, and can exert considerable power in frontal assaults. Viper Fong has a stealth system, and its special weapon, the Fong, can kill with one blow. Any one of these mechas, each with its own characteristics, could be released in a separate press conference, but now in Longji, they are being released in batches. The Raider-class mecha is a mecha that most pilots can buy. It is the most lively in the live broadcast room, and many people are already asking about the price. The price of ordinary Raider-class mecha ranges from 1 million to 10 million, with most being around 4 or 5 million. Anyone who can become a pilot, even if he has no money, can get sponsorship for a Raid-class mecha. This is the value of a pilot. The Raider-class mechas have the largest audience, and the guests have already anticipated how big a wave this batch of mechas will cause when they are thrown into the Raider-class circle. Amidst everyone's anticipation, Li Nua also began to announce the selling price. Our Beast Soul series mechas have a unified price of 8.88 million each. When this price was announced, many people frowned. For a raid-class mecha, this price is considered expensive. Emily saw the guests' reactions backstage and said nothing more. He just smiled. He just wanted to give people the impression that the Dragon Spine mecha was a top-notch mecha among those of the same level. And is this price expensive? He doesn't think so. Once the launch phase is over and the field trial phase begins, these people will probably fight over it. The price was announced, and the Dragon Spine mecha was also available for purchase. What surprised Emily was that he thought the data would only improve after the on-site experimental stage, but he didn't expect that the data would soar as soon as it was turned on, and it broke through more than 3,000 in a short while. This is not an ordinary thing, but a mecha worth more than 8 million. Even so, the data continued to soar. By the time Li Nua finished the opening introduction of the Apocalypse Divine Beast series of mechas, it had already broken through the 8,000 mark. What was Emily looking at? In such a short time, he had already earned hundreds of billions? Isn't this faster than robbing money? And the Beast Soul series of mechas are just appetizers. The real highlight is the Apocalypse Divine Beast series. At this moment, Li Nua's voice happened to be heard. Please look below. Our Apocalypse Divine Beast series mecha. Red Sky Suzaku series. The fiery light suddenly illuminated the entire venue, and everyone subconsciously looked up. Above the huge dome of the venue, the Chishao Suzuka mecha spread its wings and hovered in the air. I'm sure everyone is familiar with this mecha. That's right. Some time ago, Mo Lee from the Federation stole a prototype from us. It's the Scarlet Sky Suzaku series of mechas. With the appearance of Suzaku, the guests held their breath and the live broadcast room was completely boiling. If nothing else, this look is already so handsome to me. I heard that this Suzaku is unmatched in speed among its peers and can even leapfrog levels at top speed. Is its main attack method high-speed cutting? That would require a very strong physique from the pilot. I wonder if the personal stance device is standard equipment. This is a Sky Punishment class machine, right? Doesn't Dragon Spine target the Fortress class market? These questions in the online live broadcast room are also the doubts of the guests below. Li Nua has already gotten into the mood and is introducing things calmly. Everyone should know the various parameters of Suzaku. I will. After explaining the various parameter structures, Li Nua smiled mysteriously. Regarding the Suzaku mecha, the point everyone is most concerned about should be its quantum transmission system. Yes, our Suzaku mecha does have such a system, but it can only be used at the Sky Punishment level. The Fortress level Suzaku is not equipped with this system. Upon hearing this, everyone's heart moved. It seemed that the Fortress class mecha was a downgraded version of the Apocalypse Divine Beast series. This quantum transmission system can transfer quantum tag pilots to their mechas at any time within a range of 100,000 meters. 100,000 meters. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, and many people were breathing rapidly. Many of them came here for this quantum transmission system, and they knew that the quantum transmission range of the Sky Punishment class mecha might not be very large, but the range of 100,000 meters was still far beyond their expectations. The online audiences were all stunned. Apart from anything else, this operation that does not require a mecha is enough to crush other mechas, not to mention that it is very useful. The 164th Apocalypse Divine Beast series is unveiled. Taking in everyone's reactions, Li Nua smiled slightly. This was just the beginning. Suzaku's speed and attack parameters could be called Star Ring level, but its energy level was Sky Punishment level. This means that among its peers, Suzaku's impressive speed has become its best defense. In the same level, there is absolutely no mecha that can surpass Suzaku. After talking about the quantum transmission system, the real highlight is here. Li Nua smiled without saying anything, and everyone also quieted down. They also knew what Li Nua was going to say next. Now that we've discussed the quantum transmission system, let's move on to the main attraction of our Suzaku, which is also one of the main reasons why it's named Suzaku. Li Nua turned to look at Suzaku, the huge red mecha, with a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. He then played the scene in the background of Mo Lee driving Suzaku into battle, being blown to pieces by a cannon, and then reorganizing the battle. Everyone should have seen this scene. This is our Suzaku's core ability, the Nirvana system. As Li Nua's voice fell, the scene became extremely quiet because they did not want to miss any details about the Nirvana system. The Nirvana system is the core capability of our Suzaku mecha. Everyone can see its main effect. When subjected to a non-annihilation level lethal attack, even if the mecha is shattered, it can be reassembled, consuming a huge amount of energy as a cost, and enter Nirvana mode. In Nirvana mode, Suzaku loses all its defenses, but in return, its speed and offensive capabilities are maximized. We've tested that Suzaku in Nirvana can briefly battle a Star Ring-class mecha in overload mode. There was silence on the field, and no one in the live broadcast room sang a different tune. If this was just a closed-door test of Dragon Ridge, many people might question it, but this Suzaku has a real combat record. Many people even believe that if Suzaku's Nirvana state had not suddenly ended, Wagner might not have been able to defeat this Suzaku mecha in the end. Countless people looked at Li Nua with anticipation, and Li Nua smiled back. No, it's gone. Let's talk about the Nirvana system in detail. Everyone was going crazy. The Nirvana system was the module they wanted to know the most. Whether it was the cockpit that withstood a Star Ring-class attack without breaking, or the technology that could reassemble the mecha, they were all very curious. Some people speculate that this is the ultimate application of some kind of nanoquantum technology. After all, the quantum transmission mode has already exposed the strength of the Dragon Spine mecha in the quantum field. But they really want to know more. Who doesn't want this kind of life-saving and counterattack method? As for the cost, a huge amount of energy? No defense at all. Compared to life, is this important? It's not important at all. Li Nua whetted their appetite before saying, the Nirvana system is related to the core secrets of our Dragon Spine mecha, so I can't go into detail. Now let's take a look at the other mechas. This lighthearted remark almost dampened everyone's enthusiasm, but then they thought of other series of mechas, which seemed to be of the same level as Suzu. The Suzaku series of mechas, we at Longji call them the Apocalypse Divine Beasts. There are 5 categories of Apocalypse Divine Beast mecha. Red Sky Vermilion Bird, Blue Lightning Azure Dragon, Mysterious Nether Armor, Holy Glow Kirin, Divine Edge White Tiger. As soon as the 5 series came out, the guests present were stunned. No matter how you look at it, this Dragon Spine mecha is about to overturn the mecha world. Who releases 10 new mechas at a single press conference? And each of these mechas looks quite impressive. With the appearance of the 4 mechas, Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, White Tiger, and Qilin, everyone present became a little restless. Li Nua didn't waste any time and introduced these mechas one by one. That's all the parameters. As you can see, the other 4 mechas are not inferior to Suzaku's, they just have different characteristics. Qinglong controls lightning and celestial phenomena, is agile and graceful, and excels at mid to long-range control and bursts, making it the perfect choice for small-scale warfare. Suzaku controls fire and rebirth, perfect for destroying ships or cutting in. Xuanwu is an absolute fortress of defense and heavy firepower. It can provide fire support from the front or become our last line of defense after the defense line is breached. The Qilin represents auspiciousness and protection in our company. It has the abilities of purification, protective force field, and mental interference, and can provide all-round support in battle. The White Tiger is the embodiment of pure physical and energy destruction. Invincible in close combat, it emphasizes extreme single-target damage and battlefield suppression. It is the ultimate offensive spear. Li Nua finished speaking in one breath, and the whole place fell silent. In the online live broadcast room, only question marks remained. They finally discovered that this Dragon Spine mecha liked to throw surprises out all at once, shocking them so much that they couldn't even think. If what Li Nua said is true, then the remaining 4 mechas will be 5 super mechas with their own characteristics. They are all mechas that can fight across levels. And this is just looking at the parameters. Everyone couldn't help but think, if this were in the hands of those super pilots. The power that explodes at that time will not be 1 + 1 is equal to 2. Many people watched Mo Lee's battle, and they were all confident that if they changed positions, Wagner's sneak attack wouldn't even be able to trigger their Nirvana mode. According to Suzaku's parameters, they can just operate slightly and defeat Wagner without much effort. These 5 mechas gave them too many surprises. Then came the stage of announcing the price. Not many people wanted to hear about this part. Some even felt that as long as the price of this mecha did not exceed that of the Star Ring-class mecha, it would not be a big problem for these mechas to sell out. Li Nua announced the price. The Apocalypse series of mechas involve a lot of our core technology, so the price will fluctuate slightly. Furthermore, you will need to sign a disassembly and damage agreement before purchasing a mecha. This was not surprising to everyone. Nowadays, many mecha companies will set some restrictions on their mechas equipped with hegemonic technology. The simplest one is to dismantle the mecha and make it self-destruct. There is nothing wrong with the Dragon Spine mecha doing this. So, the final price of our Apocalypse Divine machine is Heavenly Punishment level, 129.9 billion. Fortress level, 19.9 billion. The price difference between the two levels is nearly 10 times, but it makes everyone's eyes red. It's simple, it's just too cheap. These mechas are indeed more expensive than the top mechas of the same level, but their parameters are completely superior to those of the same level, as long as the parameters are not fake. No, this is endorsed by the Duke. Who cares about actual testing? Buy it first. As expected, the Apocalypse Divine Beast series of mechas also sold out. Emoli was looking at the surging order volume in the background, and his mouth was crooked with smile. No, I read the comments in the background, and some people said that I changed the skin. I was stunned. It seems that many aspects of my book are explained from a science fiction perspective, right? How did I change my skin? I didn't awaken a mech directly. I even have to get on the mecha myself instead of being summoned directly. How did I change my skin? I can't accept this. You say my writing is bad or ugly. It's okay if I write poorly, but don't say I'm changing my skin. 165th Actual Machine Demonstration. Can't the industrial chain needed to restore the world edict be formed? Once the industrial foundation is established and the wormhole is expanded and stabilized, everything will be stable. The next step is performance testing. However, with the Duke's name on it, many people are confident about this aspect, and there are basically few questions on the internet. In the Empire, the nobles at the Duke level are still very convincing, and there will not be such public questioning. Wouldn't that be disrespectful to the Duke? Within the Empire, the hierarchy is strict, and even if they were given 10 times the courage, they would not dare to openly question the Duke. This made Mo Li feel that it was more than worthwhile to drive Shifeng Ji to control the Duke. The name was really useful. Without the Duke's endorsement, this press conference would probably be subject to much scrutiny, and there would be a pack of wolves lurking in the dark. But with the Duke's name, everyone suddenly became good friends. The testing phase is outside at sea level. After the guests left, the live camera switched to the edge of the floating city on the sea. As everyone arrived, 10 mechas that had been prepared long ago appeared together. They are different from ordinary mechas. Each one has a different shape, and compared to ordinary mechas, these beast-shaped mechas look more hideous and ferocious. The killing-focused divine white tiger and the beast soul-type tiger-shaped mecha give people a suffocating feeling just by looking at them, and they always feel that the sharp claws will tear them apart in the next second. The test still started from the pulse claw mark. Before this, in addition to the data collection analysts of Longji, the major guests also had their own analyst teams. Li Nua sent people to activate the pulse claw mark, and then came to the front of these analyst teams, waiting for their instructions. The analyst of Dragon Ridge is a woman named Ella. She is tall and has a good figure, but unfortunately there is a huge scar on her face that ruins her beautiful appearance. It would be easy to restore this kind of scar in the interstellar age, but this is the one Ella left on purpose. Logically speaking, she would be in charge of the entire data analysis, but Boss Missouri had said that all the data were not afraid of being tested, and they could test them at will. So Ella cleared her throat and said to the data analysts brought by the guests, "You can direct the data testing. Who will go first?" Ella's voice was calm, lacking any enthusiasm, and everyone looked at each other in confusion. "Let us do it," someone asked uncertainly. Seeing Ella nod, someone couldn't sit still anymore and asked, "Can we test our maximum running speed?" Ella looked at the man and said, "Okay, the pulse claw mark has 2 modes. Is it to test airborne or land?" The difference between the 2 modes can be heard from the names. The person who asked the question looked at the endless bypass road at the edge of the floating city on the sea and said, "Let's test the land first." Hearing this, Ella turned on the communication device and said, "Hunter, run at maximum speed." Receive. A sound was heard, and then Pulse Claw Mark was seen crouching, claws on his limbs retracted, and faint energy lines on his body flowed throughout his body, and then, boom. Everyone present felt a slight vibration, and at this time the Pulse Claw Marks had already rushed out. The limbs were perfectly coordinated, and the Pulse Claw Marks left by running even had a bit of wild beauty. The analyst team stared at the data collectors in their hands. This running speed has exceeded 500 kilometers. If he can run at this speed, wouldn't it be twice as fast if he uses the thrusters? Everyone was shocked by the speed at which Pulse Claws erupted. At this speed, it was already capable of adapting to many battles. This alone was enough to make them evaluate Pulse Claw's engine to a higher level. Then came the airwalking mode. The Pulse Claws activated the miniature vector nozzles built into the joints of the limbs. After the Pulse Claws stopped, they leaped forward, and then with the assistance of the thrusters, they actually walked in the air. With the help of the thrusters, the speed increased again, and all the analysts were stunned. In addition to the astonishing data in the online live broadcast room, Pulse Claw's movements also attracted countless fans. Fuck, this is so cool. I just got promoted to the raid level. I really want to buy this. Running in the air is so cool. Is this stance really convenient for fighting? In terms of data testing, even the Beast Soul series mechas all gave satisfactory answers under the command of the analyst team given to the guests. After the data test, Mo Lee in the background could see that the reservation data had ushered in another wave of growth. Next came the data test of the Apocalypse Divine Beast series of mechas. Many people were paying attention to this, and the expressions of all the major analysts became very serious. The data of the Beast Soul series is only more and no less than the parameters mentioned by Li Nua. They even estimate that in certain environments, these beast-shaped mechas can burst out with even greater power. The perfect answer given by the Beast Soul series makes them look forward to the Apocalypse Divine Beast series even more. The first test in the Apocalypse Divine Beast series is also Suzaku. The Suzaku mecha is very special, so the first thing to be tested is its flying speed. Looking at the fleeting rainbow light in the sky, everyone felt relieved. Suzaku's data has been almost completely mined from the video of Mo Lee's battle, and the analysts didn't pay much attention to it. As for the Nirvana system, Longji would definitely not test it. After all, the testing of the Nirvana system is a bit mecha-intensive. The second test was the Qinglong mecha. Everyone is looking forward to it. After all, Suzaku's strength is there, and you are also a member of the Apocalypse series of beasts, so you can't let him down. The shape of the Azure Dragon is quite special, and it is also a suspended type. Azure Dragon's demonstration was much more shocking than Suzaku's. If the Vermilion Bird is a sharp blade that can cut at high speed, then the Azure Dragon is the existence that can transform into the 10 Directions Thunder Prison. When the Azure Dragon was flying, it used a special swimming posture. After flying in the sky, thick clouds suddenly covered it. Then, there was a flash of lightning, and the shadow of the blue dragon could be vaguely seen in the clouds. Boom! The huge thunder was deafening. After a thick bolt of lightning broke through the sea level, several more lightning bolts struck down. Then more and more lightning bolts fell, almost forming a thunder pool on the sea level. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. The area covered by this thunder pool was tens of thousands of meters. According to Li Nua's introduction, Azure Dragon has two forms. One is suitable for use within the planet. The Azure Dragon fighting inside the planet consumes most of its energy from nature. The other form is used in space and on planets that cannot borrow the natural environment. The second posture is to consume energy and achieve the effect of Qinglong borrowing the natural environment on the planet. The special posture means that Qinglong is mainly used in planetary combat, but if it has enough energy, it can also be a powerful warrior in space. 166. Parameters of the Shock Federation. After the Azure Dragon comes the White Tiger. To some extent, the Divine Sword White Tiger is a supermax version of the Pulse Claw mark. The Shinfeng White Tiger is mainly silver-white, supplemented by dark black stripes, and dotted with ice blue energy lines. The lines are sharp and angular, full of power and speed. The overall posture is low and the center of gravity is sunken, like a tiger ready to pounce. It is a melee attack mecha, and its main weapon is the pair of Gungjin formation-breaking claw blades, which are a pair of huge alloy claw blades equipped with retractable and energy-attached arms. They can perform high-speed cutting, tearing, piercing attacks, and other functions. The mouth is equipped with a White Tiger Roar air cannon with two modes. It can fire energy cannons containing high-energy particle beams or freezing beams, simulating the shock wave and destructive power of a tiger's roar, with range freezing and electromagnetic interference effects. These are the basic abilities of the White Tiger. Its special ability lies in the special energy array on its body, which can generate a special killing force field, reduce the energy attack efficiency of enemies within the low range, slow down their movements, and enhance the penetration of its own melee weapons. When everyone saw Susha's stance, they were all shocked. This involved space-time technology, and many people even scolded Longji for being shameless. Who the hell put space-time technology on a Sky Punishment class mecha? Dragon Spine, I advise you to have some shame. With such a huge market like the Sky Punishment Fortress, how can other mecha companies survive? But Baihu's demonstration did not stop there. When the killing field was unfolding, as the various skills were demonstrated, the Baihu mecha did not come back directly. The engine roared, and a special Gungjin energy filled the entire killing field under the full power operation of the converter. Afterwards, countless energy sword claws emerged and began an ultra-high frequency destructive range strangulation. Like a metal storm, the sea area shrouded in a murderous stance surged with huge waves. Finally, one of the guests couldn't help but ask hurriedly, "What is that? What on earth was that just now?" What kind of energy is capable of high-speed cutting after leaving the body? What kind of technology is this? I read the energy readings of that space. The moment it was cut, the energy level had already reached the star ring level. An analyst released the energy readings, and the scene suddenly became quiet. Immediately afterwards, everyone looked at the white tiger mecha returning from a distance with eager eyes. Obviously, compared with the previous mechas with different abilities, this white tiger mecha that focused on attack and killing was more anticipated and exciting. At this time, some people couldn't sit still and placed orders directly, and Baihu's demonstration also caused a surge in back-end orders. Ella glanced at the guests, all of whom were unable to remain calm, but her expression remained unchanged. These mechas are all of similar strength in their respective fields, and each has its own characteristics, but mechas like the white tiger are really popular. In comparison, the Xianming Wujia, Xuanwu mecha that comes later has attracted much less attention. But this does not mean that Xuanwu is not outstanding. Its terrifying defensive ability makes many Tianfa-level pilots despair. Although the black tortoise is bulky, its heavy firepower is extremely terrifying. After entering the fortress state, the firepower coverage is enough to terrify any Sky Punisher level. The most important thing is that this seems to be a combination mecha. There is also a snake-shaped mecha on Xuanwu's back. When everyone was still wondering how to use this snake-shaped mecha, a strange gravity wave emanated from the snake-shaped mecha, and the snake's mouth opened wide. The strong gravitational force produces a redshift effect. In the area toward the core, the wavelength of light is compressed, showing a strange blue-purple color, as well as invisible X-rays, gamma rays, and other glows. An invisible ripple spreads outward from the muzzle at a speed close to the speed of light. This is not a matter wave, but the propagation of a drastic change in the curvature of space. The guests were numb again. They thought the Xuanwu mecha was just SOSO. After knowing that it was a heavy firepower defense mecha, they basically lost interest in it. But now I see. Wow, you were using space weapons too? Although this curvature fluctuation wasn't as exaggerated as normal space weapons, who among its peers could withstand it? Isn't this something only Star Ring class mechas should have? For a normal Sky Punishment level cultivator, being able to make a transition is already considered quite powerful. Everyone can already imagine the changes in the outside mecha world. Dragon Spine is completely a depth charge that will shock everyone. The last Qilin mecha has the mechas from the previous series, so everyone's expectations are actually very high. But when they saw that the Qilin mecha's unicorn force field generator could smooth out space fluctuations, block space, and perform a series of other operations, they couldn't help but curse. Okay, you not only produce spears, but also shields, right? At present, the White Tiger mecha is the most popular, followed by the Qilin mecha. This mecha combines a series of capabilities such as support, protection, purification, etc., and when placed in a small team, the improvement is significant. With the completion of Kirin's parameter testing, the press conference has come to an end. After Li Nuo finished his farewell speech, turned off the live broadcast, and left, the guests were still in shock for a long time. As for the outside world who were watching the press conference through the live broadcast room, they were completely shocked. These 10 mechas from Dragon Spine are absolutely revolutionary. The popularity of this press conference was initially limited to the Ecodome star field, but the moment the mecha parameters were revealed, it skyrocketed at a terrifying speed, and finally people from several other star fields also came to watch. If it weren't for StarNet Live, it would have crashed long ago if the server had been changed. The Dragon Spine mecha, with just a press conference, has made a name for itself in the Imperial Star domain with its powerful strength. After this press conference, the name of the Dragon Spine mecha will spread quickly. The number of orders in the background surged, and the smile on Mo Lee's face never stopped. Fortunately, the Dragon Spine mecha had been brewing for some time. The production line had been running around the clock, and a new production line was also under construction. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult to take on such a large number of orders. After the press conference, several great nobles and actual managers of the company from the Duke's side contacted him. With Mo Lee's people watching, Kovacs didn't dare to say anything and could only deal with it normally. After these people confirmed that the Duke was behind Dragon Spine, they had to suppress some of their bad thoughts. The momentum of Dragon Ridge seems to indicate that the Duke was well prepared. He may have secretly prepared technology for a long time, which suddenly exploded on this day. The press conference had a far-reaching impact within the Empire, and it was impossible for the Federation to have no information at all. This kind of public press conference was quickly reported to the Federation. After watching the press conference from beginning to end, the Federation felt like it was a dream. Chapter 167 came into being. It was so powerful. When I woke up, the Empire's raids, fortresses, and sky punishment level mechas were all a level stronger. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this batch of dragon spine mechas will reshuffle the mechas of these levels on the Empire's side. Although it is a beast-shaped mecha, it is definitely not difficult to control it with the protection of the dragon spine. After all, it's impossible for Longi to do such a big thing, and then because he can't control it, it becomes a big lump, right? Some remarks questioning whether it can be controlled were criticized to pieces. Faced with parameters of this level, more people are willing to believe that it can be perfectly controlled. As more and more people believed in Longi, the Federation began to feel a sense of crisis. The Empire's mechas have been greatly strengthened, but their Federation is standing still. What should they do? The pressure suddenly came to the mecha companies on the federal side, and the same was true for the major colleges, and the pressure on the major colleges was even greater. Because their students are basically at the 3 levels of rating, fortress, and sky punishment, the impact of these mechas on them is self-evident. And the most crucial thing is that in a few months, when the Imperial Federation's college exchange competition begins, each opponent will have an apocalypse beast. How will they fight? Originally, the technological gap between the two sides was very small, and it was all a competition of skills. But after what Longi did, the numerical advantage was directly crushed. Wouldn't the game be completely over? There has always been friction between the Empire and the Federation, and this kind of event led by both parties has attracted the attention of the entire nation. Basically every year, no matter who wins or loses, there will be a fight. The winning party will naturally be able to have the right to speak for the next year, and the losing party will basically not be able to hold its head up. This is also the Imperial Federation's way of diverting public attention in order to avoid exacerbating conflicts. This kind of exchange competition is held every year. But now, the appearance of the dragon spine mecha from the Empire has made the people of the Federation uneasy. Fortunately, the people don't know much about mecha technology. They just know that these mechas have high parameters, strong capabilities, and are difficult to fight. But some of those who are a little more knowledgeable are already sweating profusely. The Sky Punishment class is equipped with space weapons, so what about the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise? Which one of them is not invincible at the same level? Even the auxiliary Mecha Chelan has higher basic performance than the average Sky Punishment level. This led to them being very pessimistic about this competition. There is really no way to do this. There is a genius in your family, and so does someone else. Both sides are geniuses, so isn't it just the performance of the machine that matters? As a result, something like Dragon Spine appeared, and the technology of the Star Ring level was forcibly stuffed into the Sky Punishment level. No one knows how the engine is powered. This is also the biggest mystery of the Dragon Spine mecha. It is not that no one has thought about forcing the Star Ring level technology into the Sky Punishment level, but the engine that the Star Ring level can carry is simply not enough energy to drive this technology. Many people are now predicting that the Dragon Spine mecha will either have a breakthrough in engine technology or in space technology. No matter which one it is a groundbreaking breakthrough. The Federation is now shrouded in gloom, and the atmosphere within each major college has become much more serious. Although the competition is still a few months away, giving them a few more years is not enough. The technology has reached a bottleneck and cannot be broken through in just a few years. Then a question arises. If the Academy on the Imperial side really uses the beast form mecha of Dragon Spine, how should we fight it then? The answer is no, you can't fight it at all. Since we can't fight, we can only join. However, the Empire has strict control over the Dragon Spine mecha. The Empire's top leaders are not stupid. With the Dragon Spine mecha, the exchange competition is already half won. Therefore, the export control of Dragon Spine mecha is completely prohibited. In addition, the Dragon Spine has just been produced, and the first batch of mechas has not yet arrived for delivery, so there is no news at the moment. After this incident, the Federation's mecha industry was under great pressure. Major companies held meetings overnight to discuss solutions to deal with the Dragon Spine mecha, but no one had a solution. At this time, a call came from Pan Shunfeng's laboratory. Pan Shunfeng had just finished an experiment, and there was a hint of excitement on his face. After seeing the call, he frowned slightly. It was almost time for the agreed time, so why did they call? Hello. Have you heard about the Dragon Spine mecha? Dragon Spine mecha? Pan Shunfeng was puzzled. He had been immersed in his own experiments and paid no attention to what was happening outside. Look for yourself. Upon hearing this, Pan Shunfeng opened the Star Network without even searching. As soon as he entered the Star Network forum, he found that it was basically all about the Dragon Spine mecha. Isn't that possible? After reading the general information, Pan Shunfeng asked in confusion. The timing has been tested. With these mechas, Dragon Spine has become the hottest new star in the mecha world in the Empire. With the Duke's endorsement, there won't be any accidents. Pan Chunfeng fell into deep thought after hearing this. You came to me now because you want to use the biomecha to fight against them? That's right. With the performance of the biological mecha, how confident are you in defeating the dragon spine mecha? Upon hearing this, Pan Chunfeng began to hesitate. The dragon spine mechas are so heavily loaded with equipment that it's hard to guarantee a win even if they are biological mechas that they have secretly developed for many years. I can't guarantee it. As you know, biological mechas are unstable. I can only say that only by fully utilizing the advantages of biological mechas can we defeat the dragon spine mechas. That's enough. A voice came from the other side. Get ready for the press conference. Are you crazy? The final bottleneck of the biomecha has not been broken through yet. If this side effect is not resolved, no matter how powerful the biomecha is, it will be useless. Pan Chunfeng frowned. This was the biggest bottleneck of his biomecha, which had held him back for many years. He had conducted human experiments over and over again, but he still couldn't solve it. You don't have to think too much about it. In my opinion, this isn't even a side effect. All you need to know is that releasing a mecha capable of fighting Dragon Spine will gain unprecedented support from the Federation. The voice on the other side was a bit excited. The Federation now really needed a batch of new mechas to fight against the Dragon Spine mechas. Its release now can be said to be timely, and by then the public support rate will be unprecedentedly high. Once they win the game, their influence will expand further. This is a most critical point. He even wants to thank Long Ji. Since you choose to show up at this time, be prepared to be a stepping stone. Pan Chunfeng still didn't want to agree, but in some cases, what he said didn't count, and the side effects of the third stage had been minimized. Now is indeed a good time to release the biological mecha. Glancing at Xiao Dai through the laboratory glass, Pan Chunfeng gritted his teeth and said, if that's the case, then let's publish it. Proposal 168. Declaring war on the Chaos Star region. Biological mecha has always been Pan Chunfeng's research goal. Since the emergence of the Zerg, people have never stopped researching biological mechas, and many people believe that the prospects of biological mechas are no worse than those of normal mechas. Because the Zerg is a living example. For some Zerg with special structures, it is not a big problem to fight against mechas with their physical bodies. The inspiration for biological mechas comes from the Zerg. However, over the years, biological mechas have not made any technological breakthroughs, but have been stuck at the bottleneck of neural connections. The empathy system is not suitable for biological mechas, so someone imitated the empathy system and invented a spinal nerve symbiotic connection system. Through this system, perfect control of biological mecha can be achieved. However, not long after this system came out, it was revealed that it had a huge neural load. Long-term use would cause irreversible damage to the pilot's brain nerves, forcing scientists to abandon the biological mecha. Compared to ordinary mechas, biological mechas have several advantages. The muscle system of a biological mecha is more flexible to use and easier to exert force than that of an ordinary mecha. There is also a self-repair system that uses Zerg materials and muscle nerve fibers to achieve rapid repairs during combat, which is something that ordinary mechas cannot achieve. Beyond that, there are the sensory and information systems. In terms of biology, the Zerg are far more developed than humans by who knows how many centuries. Using Zerg materials, biological mechas can realize information detection systems that surpass current mainstream detection equipment. And the special senses can also magnify various details in the battle, allowing the pilot to react in time. After so many years of fighting against the Zerg, the prospects for biological mechas have always been good, but the most critical step of connection has not been taken. Pan Chunfeng has been researching biological mechas since Xiaodia's accident, and has also received sponsorship from important figures. After a large number of human experiments at all costs, he has made a huge breakthrough in the neural symbiotic connection system. Although this caused many people to lose their lives, Pan Chunfeng no longer cared about that. He just wants Xiao Dai to survive. Mo Li was counting money in the Empire until his hands were tired. At the same time, another good news came. Takal had helped him get dense degenerate matter. This batch of materials is enough to make 2 star core anchors. The star core anchor is the key to opening the energy channel inside the star. With the star core anchor, the zero-boundary drilling array can be activated, and Blackwater will officially enter the era of using stellar energy. Stellar energy almost represents infinity. If it weren't for the fact that Shifeng Ji's energy required special conversion, Mo Li could have driven Shifeng Ji around everywhere. Back in the Blackwater Star region, the Dark Dome defense prediction matrix here has been completed, and the Dragon Spine mecha is also on track. Everything is moving in the right direction. In the Blackwater Star region, Mo Li and Xianji began to build the zero-boundary drilling array. This thing is complicated to manufacture because it works at the core of the star and cannot tolerate any flaws. Mo Li and Xianji must work together. At this time, it was time for the parliamentary meeting to begin. The Federal Parliamentary Assembly is also a major event in the Federation. Almost every citizen pays attention to the assembly. After each assembly, the general direction of the Federation in the following year will be decided. When Mo Li was building the zero-boundary drilling array, the Parliament was also activated at the same time. The first few proposals were basically proposals from previous years, with little change and similar support rates. Throughout the federal star field, the discussion of proposals by the major congressmen lasted for 2 days. After some unimportant proposals were passed, several special proposals were added. One of them was raised by Chun Yao, about whether the threat from the chaotic star field has reached the standard that needs to be eliminated. At the parliamentary meeting, Meng Yang's eyes moved slightly as she watched Chun Yao propose a motion. She also lost a lot of people in the chaotic star field, and it was impossible for her to say that she didn't want to vent her anger, but her identity in the outside world was democratic and peace-loving, so she needed a good reason to intervene. While thinking, she winked at another counselor. The other party immediately understood and offered to speak. I think the Chaos Star region has become a threat. In the past, the chaotic star field was divided among many factions, and the internal strife could consume a lot of their energy. But now it's different. They have their own king, and when the time comes, their energy that has nowhere to vent will fall on our citizens. For the safety of the citizens of the Belle Star region, I think we can consider launching a war against the Chaos Star region. Chen Yao was delighted when he saw this. At the same time, the people behind him also began to make an effort. One after another, the members of parliament stood up and spoke, and most of them agreed. But not long after, someone raised a question. As far as I know, there's an extremely terrifying pilot hidden within the Chaos Star region. Even Singularity-class pilots are no match for him. If a war breaks out, who will deal with this pilot? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Chen Yao's expression was slightly cold as he looked up at the congressman. The other party seemed to be from the Mingqin Star region and had no presence before. Is someone targeting him? Chen Yao felt a little heavy in his heart. Even the Singularity-class pilots were no match for them. This information was crucial, causing some members of parliament from other star regions to frown. Is the news true? Councillor Lin Moyuan. It's absolutely true. I guarantee this as a member of parliament. Lin Moyuan nodded seriously. When these words were spoken, the other members of parliament felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. If there really is such a pilot, the chaotic star field will be difficult to move. It is true that they can use their fleet to directly sweep across the chaotic star field, but on the other hand, they will also be decapitated by the Singularity-class pilot, and they will suffer heavy losses. The best outcome is that both sides will suffer losses. Since it was Councillor Chun Yao who proposed the motion, I wonder if Councillor Chen Yao can resolve this issue with the pilot? Chen Yao's face darkened. If he had that method, would he still propose a bill in Parliament? The Chaos Star region is inherently a threat. I believe a short-term pain is worse than a long-term one. Now they have Singularity-class pilots leading the charge. It will definitely become a malignant tumor in the future. It's better to remove it in advance. The congressman pretended not to hear Chen Yao's eloquent speech. It was a joke. Waging a war required the joint efforts of all congressmen. No one wanted their people to be beheaded by this superpilot. Besides, the Chaos Star Domain is your Belle Star Domain's business. What does it have to do with them whether there are enough benefits or not? As soon as Chen Yao saw them, he knew what these guys were thinking. Meng Yang saw that something was wrong, but did not say anything. Who is this pilot? Logically speaking, someone who has reached the singularity level should have left some trace in the universe, right? Is there any information about his mecha? 169th Biological Mecha Proposal. Normally, the construction of a Singularity-class mecha should leave some traces of the special materials and technology required. But this Mo Li seemed to appear out of thin air, and ever since Batter was killed, he has been using Batter's mecha. Now, except Batter, no one knows how he defeated the Singularity-class mecha. A strong man who can defeat pilots of the same level should at least be placed at the peak of the Singularity. As for the Goeishu level, they don't dare to think in that direction now. If it is really the Goeishu level, then they can consider giving up directly or recognizing the independence of the Chaos Star Domain. Every Goeishu-class weapon is a strategic weapon, and now they are all on the Zerd battlefield. The answer to this question was destined to be inconclusive. Without knowing Mo Li's strength, some neutral parliamentarians chose to wait and see. Seeing this, Chen Yao knew that this proposal would be difficult to carry out, and his heart sank slightly. A singularity-level pilot is already a huge threat, let alone one who can kill pilots of the same level. If someone is determined to assassinate any of the members present, they will not be able to resist. Singularity-level pilots cannot just take precautions. Most detection devices have no effect on them, unless they are closely guarded by a pilot of the same level in a mecha. I heard that the Empire has launched a mecha that can perform quantum transmission for pilots. It would be great if this thing could be introduced to the Federation. Some people's thoughts began to drift away, but Chun Yao continued to lobby these parliamentarians for only a few reasons. The threat of a chaotic star field, the harm to citizens, and so on. These words are just said, and the parliamentarians basically just ignore them. What do threats and dangers have to do with them? However, there are still some legislators who truly work for the people. There were a few people who felt that the Chaos Star domain was a major threat and wanted to support Chun Yao, but their number was still too small, and Chun Yao's statement could not impress those neutral parties. When the final vote came, Chun Yao and the people behind him canvassed a lot of votes, but still less than half, so the proposal had to be scrapped. It is worth mentioning that Tucker chose to vote in favor. Mo Lee's message to him was to lie in wait. It didn't matter even if a war was started because of his vote. A place like the Chaos Star domain was indispensable. He had a lot of use for people now, and there were actually not many people left in the Chaos Star domain. The voting results made Chun Yao clench his fists. The trend was irrelevant, and there was nothing he could do. Now he was no different from a commander without troops. He didn't have much combat power to use. Now no one wanted to support him. After his proposal, other proposals were put forward one after another, most of which were ordinary proposals, until one of them appeared. The bill was proposed by a congressman named La Roche. This congressman was from the Yunming Star region and had great influence. When he spoke, many sleepy congressmen subconsciously sat up straight. Everyone, my proposal is aimed at the Empire's Dragon Spine Mecha. As soon as the words Dragon Spine Mecha came out, all the parliamentarians became alert. In the past few days, the Dragon Spine Mecha was like a dark cloud pressing down on their heads, making them very irritable. If they can't find a solution, losing the exchange competition will be a major blow to their support rate in the subsequent general election. The citizens don't care about you. They just know that you didn't have any outstanding technology when you were in office, which led to you being crushed by the Empire and making them unable to hold their heads up. Why can other empires make such great technological progress? They pay a lot of taxes every year, but there are no breakthroughs. Isn't that your problem as a congressman? If you don't do it, there are plenty of people who will. Although legislators control the majority of votes, it is impossible for them to ignore the feelings of citizens. Therefore, the Dragon Spine Mecha made these congressmen as anxious as ants on a hot pan. La Roche's proposal was a timely relief. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. La Roche looked calm. He had been a member of parliament for decades and had seen all kinds of big scenes. This proposal is about Chunfeng Biotechnology Company. The members of parliament subconsciously frowned. The name of this company alone had nothing to do with mechas. How could they fight against Dragon Spine? La Roche projected the information into the center and distributed it to the various council members. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the latest biomecha developed by Spring Breeze Biotech. Biomecha. Can this thing be turned on? Hasn't the research on biomechas been discontinued for a long time? Biological mechas were also very popular in the Federation, and many members of Congress knew a little about them. La Roche gestured for them to check the information. Over the years, they have been continuously researching biomechas and have finally achieved a crucial breakthrough. The members of parliament looked at the information passed to them. It showed a mecha that was a perfect fusion of organic and mechanical elements. Its lines were smooth and full of power. Unlike pure mechanical mechas with sharp edges, it had obvious biological characteristics, with clear joint structure and muscle texture. On the outside, there were a lot of mechanical armor. According to the information, this biological mecha faced off against a sky punishment level mecha. Both started up at the same time. The modified engine nozzles of the biological mecha started up, energy rushed out, and both flew together. It can be seen that the initial acceleration of the biological mecha is obviously stronger than that of the normal mecha, thanks to the leap it takes at the beginning. The two sides collided, and the biological mecha showed extremely amazing flexibility. The sky punishment level mecha dodged several attacks in a row, and then the mechas of both sides collided. The result was unexpected. A large amount of sparks burst out from the entire arm of the Sky Punishment class mecha, and its mechanical structure collapsed. It was actually directly blown up. Then the biological mecha rushed in and punched out, and the Sky Punishment class mecha immediately stopped moving. After watching it, all the congressmen's eyes lit up. At present, the strength displayed by this biological mecha is also crushing its peers. LaRoche waited until they had finished reading before continuing. My proposal is to vigorously support Chunfeng Biotechnology Company in the future. Then, we can rely on biological mechas to fight against Longji's beast-shaped mechas. The council members didn't agree immediately. Someone asked, "It's always been a big problem that biomechs aren't as good at using energy weapons as traditional mechs. In the battle just now, this biomech didn't show any use of energy weapons. I want to know, what level has it reached in the use of energy weapons?" LaRoche smiled upon hearing this. This biomech has reached a 96% efficiency in utilizing energy weapons, which is enough to fight against the Empire's mechas. 96%, someone exclaimed. If this is the data, then there is really no problem. The 170th isolated member of parliament. The biggest drawback of biological mecha is that the efficiency of using energy weapons is not as good as that of traditional mecha. Now, the breakthrough of Chunfeng biology is undoubtedly the most exciting. With this step, at least on paper, it will not be a problem to fight against the Dragon Spine mecha. Moreover, the Dragon Spine mecha is in beast form, and whether the pilot can adapt to it is another matter. Although it is very popular now, it is all based on technology and material piling. It is now so popular only because of the Duke's endorsement. Once the first batch of mechas are delivered, it is inevitable that the pilots will be unable to adapt. By then, Dragon Spine will face the first wave of attacks, and coupled with the impact of their biological mechas, they may be able to defeat it in one fell swoop. After all, no matter how strong Longji is, it is still a newly established company, and its industrial chain and technical fields are still subject to discussion. The congressmen present thought a lot at once, and the prospects of biological mecha given by Congressman LaRoche were also tempting enough. We've researched biomechas before, but the side effect of the empathic connection is that it can pollute the pilot's mind. I'd like to ask if this side effect has been resolved. A voice that seemed somewhat inappropriate was heard, and all the parliamentarians frowned and looked at the person who spoke. After seeing the man clearly, everyone suddenly understood. It's Shen Yunxin, then it's okay. The reason they acted this way was because of Shen Yunxin's reputation. Shen Yunxin is one of the few legislators who truly speaks for the citizens. She travels around various star regions all year round, listening to the voices of local citizens and actively solving problems when they arise. Privately, lawmakers even hailed her as a saint. Among all the members of parliament, Shen Yunxin proposed the most proposals. Her life basically consists of traveling around, lobbying major congressmen, listening to local voices, and making proposals to be put forward at the parliamentary conference. She also proposed many motions at this parliamentary conference, but very few of them were passed. After all, her proposals are all for the benefit of the citizens. The benefits are so limited. If citizens benefit, who loses? Therefore, most of her bills are doomed to fail. Shen Yunxin is about 30 years old, which is considered young in the interstellar world. He has a pretty face, but there is a trace of fatigue between his brows. LaRoche looked at Shen Yunxin, who stood up, his face not looking very good. Although Shen Yunxin is unpopular among the parliamentarians, his support rate among citizens is very high, comparable to Meng Yang. One of these two people gained his reputation through various charity activities and frequent appearances, while the other gained support by working hard step by step. He couldn't ignore what Shen Yunxin said, because there were many neutral parliamentarians watching. If there really were any side effects, the backlash would be terrifying. Thinking of this, LaRoche said, the side effects of mental pollution have been perfectly resolved. The current biomecha can be said to be the most perfect form. Shen Yunxin felt a little doubtful when she heard this. When she saw the biological mecha, she immediately looked up information about it. Neural connections are a major obstacle to biomechas. Because a large amount of Zerg materials are used, the pollution will be more serious. Until the craze for biomechas has passed, no one has been able to reduce the pollution. She had also checked out Chunfeng Bio. Given the company's qualifications, it would be impossible to achieve a technological breakthrough in such a short period of time unless it involved mutation. Since Shen Yunxin could become a member of parliament, he was certainly not a naive person who knew nothing. She could tell at a glance that there was most likely something wrong with Chunfeng technology. Is it really useful for a problematic company to create a mecha that is inherently unstable? But she looked at the other council members. The timing was perfect. Everyone was under the pressure of the Dragon Spine mecha, and at this time they all needed to release it, but this biological mecha appeared. After thinking for a moment, Shen Yunxin felt that he needed to be more conservative. The biological mecha was originally rejected because the risks were too high. I think even if we want to support the biological mecha, we still need to test it first. Testing what? LaRoche was a little impatient. Now they just had to enter the voting stage. This proposal would definitely pass. The Dragon Spine Mecha hasn't been tested yet, right? There were only a few actual demos, and it sold like hotcakes, didn't it? Shen Yunshin shook his head. The Dragon Spine Mecha has the Duke's public endorsement behind it, and there's also Mo Lee's actual combat experience. These are things we don't have. The Duke's influence in the Empire is not on the same level as the Senator's influence in the Federation. Shen Yunshin's words could be said to be extremely impolite, even a bit like a slap in the face. The federal congressmen all claim to control half of the Federation, but in Shen Yunshin's words, they seem to be on a completely different level from the Duke. Despite this fact, they still found it a little uncomfortable to hear. Now everyone's faces became even uglier, and they all spoke out in support of LaRoche. Senator LaRoche of the Biomecha can also vouch for it, and we also have a video of the actual machine. The parameters are all here. How can they be fake? I trust the reputation of Councillor LaRoche. Some neutral members of parliament shook their heads slightly when they saw this. Shen Yunshin spoke too bluntly. Many members of parliament did not want to support LaRoche so obviously. Now I have to help just to vent my anger. Seeing this, Shen Yunshin was stunned for a moment and immediately regretted it. There have been a lot of things going on recently, and the previous proposals have not been passed, which has made her thoughts a little confused. The questions in her mind were subconsciously expressed. It seems too late to save it now? Thoughts raced as Shen Yunshin said. That's true, but there are too many uncertainties with biomechas. After all, they're using Zerg materials. Our analysis of the Zerg is less than 10% complete. There are too many unknowns about them. If something goes wrong, it won't be enough to just give a guarantee. I still recommend that this bill be brought forward after rigorous testing. LaRoche looked displeased. The Zerg materials were all stripped from corpses. How could there be any accidents? Or does Councillor Shen Yunshin have special insights into life science that can bring the dead back to life? If that's the case, can you first resurrect my long-dead grandfather? Shen Yun took a deep breath, and the congressman who supported LaRoche also spoke up. In addition, some congressmen who had not spoken before also spoke up. For a moment, Shen Yunshin seemed a little isolated. In fact, this kind of scene has occurred more than once. When Shen Yunshin proposed those proposals before, he was refuted in this way. In the end, she could only sit back helplessly and glanced at the few congressmen with whom she had a good relationship. They all shook their heads helplessly. 171st Mecha delivery. LaRoche's side has already gained the upper hand, and the parliamentarians are essentially fence-sitters, so it is naturally impossible for these people to speak for her at this time. In the end, the proposal to support Chunfeng biotechnology was passed. The test that Shen Yunshin mentioned was also forgotten in the corner. After this motion was passed, there was nothing special about the subsequent motions, and the parliamentary session ended quickly. After the conference ended, various proposals were announced and issued. Among them, the appearance of biological mecha at this sensitive time had already caused a lot of attention. Coupled with the deliberate hype of the congressman, the information about biological mecha had spread throughout the Federation in just a few days. When it comes to building momentum, these MPs are much better than Emoli. The trend of biological mechas quickly spread throughout the Federation, and the mechas were quickly introduced. Chunfeng Biotechnology joined forces with 5 mecha companies and released the 3rd generation of biological mecha a week later. The Rippery model of the Sundering class, Bastion class Ether Synapse model, the Neuron X model of the Sky Punishment level. The 3 major models just cover the fortress-breaking Sky Punishment level, which perfectly corresponds to the 2 major series launched by Dragon Spine Mecha Company some time ago. The targeting is self-evident. The dark clouds hanging over people's heads seem to have dissipated a little. With the strong support of the parliamentarians, the performance of the biological mecha was enough to rival the beast form mecha of Dragon Spine, and even surpassed it in close combat. After all, the advantage of biological mecha lies in its biological neural transmission system that no mechanical machine can match. This advantage will be infinitely magnified in close combat. At this time, the pricing of the biological mecha caused a huge uproar. The price of the same level mecha is only half of that of the Dragon Spine mecha. The people of the Federation were immediately excited. With half the price and almost the same performance, on paper, they had already crushed Dragon Spine. At first, some people were confused about the pricing of the biomecha, but after seeing the raw materials of the biomecha, they instantly understood. Most of the raw materials for biological mechas are Zerg materials, and these Zerg materials are endless in space and inexhaustible. This also leads to the low price of biological mecha because the cost can be reduced to the extreme. As soon as the price was announced, the momentum of the biological mecha instantly overshadowed the Dragon Spine mecha. For the next half-month, both the Empire and the Federation were discussing the biological mecha. The emergence of biological mechas, even within the Federation, has an impact on Dragonspine far away in the Empire. The price difference of nearly double is enough to make many people take risks. It is difficult for goods from the Empire to go to the Federation, but it is not difficult for goods from the Federation to go to the Empire. Ever since the price of the biological mecha was announced, the sales of Dragonspine have been declining rapidly. This sudden appearance of a competitor left Sebastian and the others with no choice but to find Mo Lee. Mo Lee is now busy with the zero-boundary drilling array every day and doesn't have much time to rest, but after seeing what Sebastian said, he still took some time to learn about the so-called biological mecha. Don't bother watching. The probability of a crash is as high as 90%. Xuanji said decisively after scanning all the information about biological mechas. He was basically certain that the Zerg here were not much different from the Zerg in the Flame Dragon Empire, and their characteristics were exactly the same. How could the Flame Dragon Empire, which has been fighting against the Zerg for years, not research biological mechas, which are cheap to produce, made of inexhaustible materials, and react faster than traditional mechas? The Flame Dragon Empire's research on Zerg is even better than that of the Federation. After looking at their development history and general situation, Xuanji knew that in this era of the Federation, it would be difficult to have a major breakthrough in biological mecha. The various coincidences that have occurred with the appearance of this biological mecha now seem more like a forced act. Mo Lee also agreed with Xuanji's statement. However, sometimes an occasional flash of inspiration can lead to a technological breakthrough, so we still have to be on guard. Mo Lee looked at Sebastian on the comms. How's the delivery of our first batch of mechas going? It is expected that the first batch of orders will be delivered in 3 days. Sebastian is now in charge of all matters concerning Dragon's Back, so he is naturally very clear about the delivery time of the orders. Then there's no need to worry. After the first batch of orders is delivered, someone will naturally speak for us. Seeing that Mo Lee was so confident, Sebastian relaxed a little. Before this, he was really afraid that the biological mecha would cause a huge impact on the Dragonspine mecha. After all, it sounded very intimidating, and he even publicly supported the proposal. I'll be busy for a while. Please contact me after you see the delivery order for the biomecha. Good. Sebastian nodded. After the call was disconnected, Mo Lee looked up at the huge mechanical structure in front of him. Biomecha, Xuanji, do you think we can also launch one? Not recommended. Xuanji refused without a second thought. Currently, the only biomecha technology we have is the Annihilation Precursor. Given the average physical fitness of humans in the current Federal Empire, using the Annihilation Precursor would only cost them their lives. Even after production, there won't be much sales, so there's no need. 2. Mo Lee shook his head slightly. There were too many types of technology in the Flame Dragon Empire's technology tree, but not everything was suitable. A few days later, the first batch of Dragonspine mechas were delivered, once again detonating the Imperial Federation's network. The first thing many people do after getting their mecha is to test it through live video. Especially the supersensory system, this connection system that Long Ji calls the new empathy system. They all want to know what it is. The Empire is conducting large-scale tests, and the Federation is eagerly waiting. The Star Network is even more lively. You can see the test video of the Dragonspine mecha by clicking on any interface. As a promoter of biological mecha, LaRoche is naturally also concerned about this mecha that has caused headaches for the entire Federation. He used some tricks and successfully obtained all the mechas from the 2 major series of Dragonspine when the mechas were delivered. These mechas are currently on their way back, and now he can only watch the live broadcast on the Star Network. Among the 10 mechas tested, the most popular ones are Suzaku and White Tiger mechas. One of these 2 mechas has special abilities, and the other is recognized as having the strongest combat power, so the testing popularity is also the highest. LaRoche was looking at these 2 mechas. As the live broadcast progressed, a large number of test videos appeared, and LaRoche's expression became solemn. Because during the test, the data of these machines were no different from those during the Dragonspine demonstration. And the most important thing is that the supersensory mode really allows them to use the beast form mecha without any obstacles. Many people have never specially learned the beast form before. 172. Performance test. When people with no basic skills could use the beast form mecha smoothly, LaRoche knew that something bad was going to happen. Now the point at which they can attack the Dragonspine mecha is whether this supersensory system can really be used normally by humans, as they say. Now this point is no longer a problem. The only thing left is that it is more expensive than biological mecha. However, these parameters of the Dragonspine mecha made LaRoche shudder. Previously, many people had only watched the Dragonspine press conference online and did not have an intuitive feeling about the performance of the mecha. Now that I have the mecha, After experiencing it myself, I found that what people say on the internet is far from enough. The Dragon Spine Mecha performance test is even more exaggerated than expected. Watch Suzuku's Nirvana mode live, as a wealthy young man invests hundreds of billions in testing. I declare Dragon Spine the strongest mecha company below Star Ring. Just a few days after the mecha was delivered, the internet was flooded with test videos. The Empire was in complete chaos. Not only did this batch of mechas not suffer any performance reduction, but their supersensory systems were also very easy to use. Some of the minor problems that I had worried about previously did not exist at all. Moreover, the delivery process went smoothly, and there was no robbery or interception. Are you kidding? This is the Duke's company. When some nobles learned that Dragon Ridge Company's spaceships had passed by, they became extremely nervous, fearing that these spaceships would encounter accidents in their own territories. If the Duke gets angry, they won't be able to bear it. This wave of deliveries of Dragon Spine also helped to dispel some of the dark clouds that had been weighing on their heads regarding biological mechas. During this period, Longji was deeply affected by the exploding prices of biological mechas, and the order volume that had declined after delivery finally rebounded. Moreover, the excellent performance of the Dragon Spine in actual tests directly put pressure on the biological mecha. After all, Dragon Spine is expensive, but its performance is there, and the delivery has not been a problem. With such a big publicity for the biological mecha, it's time to take it out for a spin, whether it's a mule or a horse. After LaRoche took a look around, his heart sank slightly. He knew some of the inside story of the biological mecha. It was said that the parameters were similar, and in fact, they could only barely fight against each other. That's why they started with the price and cut it in half, and the effect was indeed quite good. LaRoche was a little annoyed. Where on earth did this Dragon Spine come from? And has this Duke of Kovacs changed his nature? Thinking of this, he made a call impatiently. When can it be delivered? The delivery of the Dragon Spine mecha and its sky-high performance have, to a certain extent, reduced the trust of federal citizens in biological mechas. After all, can biological mechas really match the performance of the Dragon Spine that can be seen with the naked eye? The more they watched, the more doubts they had about the biological mecha. Because from the beginning to the end, the only information about biological mechas was some video footage, and they previously believed that this was because of the promotion of some congressmen. But the neighbors have already done the actual machine testing, and they are still holding on to a vague hope, so they can't help but feel anxious. It will be ready this week, but the performance of Dragon Spine. The voice on the other end was hesitant. No problem. At this price, those shortcomings are not disadvantages. Okay, then I'll prepare the delivery procedure right away. With LaRoche's instructions, they didn't think too much about it. Not long after the Dragon Spine mecha was delivered, the first batch of biological mechas were also delivered. Compared to the Dragon Spine mecha, these biological mechas look more ferocious. Moreover, there are many biological structures on the mecha, which looks more like a combination of mecha and biological organisms. After receiving the mecha, many people felt cold at the first sight of it, as if this biological mecha was really alive. The biological mecha uses a different neural connection system. Many people are scared when looking at the mecha and are not brave enough to use it. They all spoke out within the Star Network, causing a stir. In the end, it was only after several congressmen such as LaRoche personally took action and successfully connected them that people began to try the biological mecha one after another. After a series of tests, they also discovered the gap between the biological mecha and the Dragon Spine mecha. Someone conducted a special test and found that there was still some gap between the two sides, and it was not like what the parliamentarians said, that the two sides were evenly matched. But this difference is still a big advantage compared to the price. In the following days, the Dragon Spine mecha and the biological mecha fought each other on the Star Network. To some extent, both sides represented the strength of the top mechas of the Empire and the Federation. If it were normal times, the biological mecha could completely crush the opponent with its price advantage, but it happened to be this critical moment. A critical moment in the Imperial Federation student exchange competition. After this defeat, they will not be able to hold their heads up for the next year. Moreover, if they still cannot break through the Dragon Ridge Mountain in the next year's competition, they may lose again. In their hearts, many people actually think that it may be impossible to break through the Dragon Ridge technology, because it's too exaggerated. The various actual machine tests of the Dragon Spine mecha have produced parameters that are truly frightening, and even give them the illusion that this technology is not of this era. They think biological mecha is the most promising technology, and there is no information about other technologies. In this case, the combat power of the biological mecha is still not as good as that of the Dragon Spine. Although the price is competitive, The competition is not based on price. All the colleges that can participate in the competition are rich and powerful, and they don't lack this little money at all. LaRoche and the people behind him did not expect that such a small gap would cause such a huge gap in the hearts of the people. After all, in this era, strength is still respected, and this kind of business method is still far inferior in the struggle for power. However, sales volume is still growing rapidly. After all, the price is half the price. As the two mechas were circulating on the market, the virtual mirror weaver company also contacted Longji and Chunfeng Biology respectively, asking whether the data of these two mechas could be used on the Star Network. The Void Weaver is here to ask for authorization from the Heavenly Ranking. With time almost up until the exchange tournament, the Empire and the Federation were already on the verge of a clash. How could they resolve this conflict? Naturally, it was the Heavenly Ranking. The Void Weaver does not have the authorization of Longji and Chunfeng, so naturally, he cannot load their mecha data at will. But the Void Weaver was indeed a wealthy man, and he directly offered a price that Mo Li could not refuse, and he only asked for a parameter authorization. As for the Federation, Chunfeng Biology is naturally very happy. So on this day, on the Star Network ladder, the real battle mode added new mechas of Longji and Chunfeng, and the smell of burning gunpowder in reality spread to the Star Network. Then, it's about to happen. This war is burning extremely fiercely in the Sky Punishment Level Fortress level rankings. Now, as long as you queue up for real battles, the mechas that can be seen at the 3 levels are basically all from these two companies. 173, taking Star Energy. The extremely fierce battle on the Heavenly Ranking has become the hot topic of this period. Countless pilots from both sides went to use these mechas to fight, just to prove that the mechas on the other side were more powerful. The two mechas each have their own advantages. Although the Dragon Spine mecha is more powerful, it is not something that cannot be compensated by operation. Therefore, many powerful pilots have appeared on the internet using biological mechas to defeat the Dragon Spine mecha. But more often than not, biological mechas were defeated. However, given the huge base number, the big data on the outcome of the battles between the two sides did not tilt much. Some people said that the Dragon Spine mecha was more powerful, so someone brought out a video of the biomecha winning a battle. In fact, both sides have no standards, and the battle will naturally be back and forth. This also gives the citizens of the Federation some more expectations. Perhaps it is not impossible to fight. Seeing how popular the two series of mechas were, the Virtual Weaver naturally opened up free mecha rights for pilots from both sides to use freely. After the battles over the past few days, the online arguments have become more intense. Basically, neither the Empire nor the Federation is willing to give in to the other, and they can't come to a conclusion after arguing for a long time. Time passed like this, and soon more than a month had passed. On this day, Mo Li finally completed the zero-boundary drilling array. After this array is completed, the next step is the most difficult and critical step, which is to place it into the core of the star. This step is extremely difficult. The Federal Empire cannot develop this technology, and it is also difficult to enter the interior of the star to a large extent. Stars, the most common celestial bodies in the sky, are themselves a hellish environment. The surface temperature alone is as high as thousands of degrees, and the core pressure is as exaggerated as about 250 billion atmospheres. There is also plasma turbulence formed by highly ionized and violently moving plasma, coupled with the complex and powerful magnetic field, which basically eliminates the possibility of humans entering. Even for Mo Li, there was no easy way to get in. In the former Yanlong Empire, there were all kinds of equipment, so people could enter and exit freely. At times like this, you can only force it. The zero-boundary drilling array is a triangular device with a side length of more than 300 meters. It is made of a large amount of dense degenerate matter and can easily withstand the harsh environment inside a star. As for how to send it in to start, Mo Li looked at the stars in the distance, and a red light flew from behind him and then landed in front of him. Looking at Shifeng Ji in front of him, Mo Li looked a little dazed. I didn't expect that you would be required to do this kind of work. His figure disappeared in a burst of light, and Mo Li appeared inside Shifeng Ji. Identification successful. System startup complete. Currently, 41% of energy remains. After a series of prompts, Mo Li closed his eyes, and then Shifeng Ji's electronic eyes lit up. Grasping the edge of the zero-boundary drilling array with one hand, Shifeng Ji's thrusters started at the same time. The zero-boundary drilling array made of dense degenerate matter is incredibly heavy, but in Shifeng Ji's hands it is as light as a feather, rapidly approaching the star. Running to the mountain and getting a dead horse does not exist in front of Shifeng Ji. Shifeng Ji didn't even reach full speed mode. and after about 10 minutes of pulse flight, he had already arrived near the star. The temperature outside the fuselage has quickly risen to over 3,000 degrees, and as Emily flies forward, the temperature continues to rise. But this high temperature, which is enough to melt most metals, has no effect on Shifeng at all. The star in front of him occupied Mo's entire vision. He looked indifferent. Shifeng continued to fly inside and entered the star. The surface temperature of this star is close to 9,000 degrees. The high-speed flying Shifeng first passed through the photosphere, and then passed through the convection layer and radiation layer composed of plasma. The temperature of the troposphere and radiation layers suddenly rose from nearly 10,000 degrees Celsius in the front to more than 8 million degrees Celsius in the radiation layer, and the pressure was 2 levels higher. In this extreme environment, Shifeng still showed no abnormalities, and the same was true for the zero-boundary drilling array behind him. As the temperature rose again, Emily knew that they were very close to the core of the star. After breaking through the radiation zone, the core area also appeared in front of us. The interior of a star is almost entirely in a plasma state, but the density here is very high. Because it is a massive star, the temperature exceeds 100 million. This is also where nuclear fusion occurs. The huge temperature and pressure squeeze the hydrogen nuclei together, overcoming the electrostatic repulsion, causing a nuclear fusion reaction and fusing hydrogen into helium. This process continuously releases huge amounts of energy. The zero-boundary drilling array is to stabilize at this position and at the same time open the energy transmission channel, introduce the neutrino turbulence here into the channel, and then convert the energy through the energy receiving device at the other end of the channel. After Mo approached the core, he released the zero-boundary drilling array and then activated it. The triangular zero-boundary drilling array produced a burst of spatial fluctuations at the 3 corners simultaneously, and then the 3 space anchors were activated, firmly fixing it and aiming it at the core of the star. Buzz. Along with ripples on the water surface, a 10-colored energy channel gradually opened up in the triangular center of the zero-boundary drilling array. The enormous energy in the core of the star is like a flood encountering an open floodgate, rushing in madly. Blackwater Star region. Inside a special space station. This space station has never been started since it was assembled, and there is no light on it. It floats quietly like a piece of space junk. But today, many Blackwater employees are assigned to positions here. They were told that this place would become the energy core of the entire Blackwater Star region. Belle has been working here for 2 days. There has been basically nothing to do during these 2 days. He just maintains various equipment. But today, he was informed by the master to prepare the receiving device, because the master wanted to open a channel from the core of the star and use the star's energy. This information made Belle tremble all over. He used to think that the Lord was an omnipotent God, and now it seems that it is true. Beep, beep, beep. When a hurried voice came, Belle's expression was shocked, and he quickly turned on the receiving device. There are thousands of receiving devices that he is responsible for in this space station, and the energy that can be stored in each one is enough to power dozens of space stations in the Blackwater Star region for half a year. The moment he turned it on, violent energy instantly poured into the receiving device. Then, in Belle's astonished eyes, the energy receiving device was immediately full. Belle couldn't help but kneel down. God. At this time, looking from outer space, this usually dim space station suddenly had light spots lighting up one after another, and the entire space station became unusually bright, like a shining star. Temperatures of the 4 regions of the star. Photosphere, the outermost visible surface of a star. The sun's photosphere is about 5,500 to 6,000 degrees Celsius. Troposphere. The bottom of the solar troposphere is about 2 million degrees, and the top is about 6,000 degrees. Radiation layer gradually decreases from the core boundary to the outside, from about 7 million degrees to about 2 million degrees. Core. The core of the sun is about 15 million degrees Celsius, and the core of a massive star can reach hundreds of millions of degrees. Chapter 174. Abnormality of Biological Mecha. When this space station lit up, all the ready industries in the entire Blackwater Star region were supplied with energy and started up at the same time. Today, the Blackwater Star region is spread across various industries, covering almost the entire industrial system. After the energy is injected, the huge system begins to operate, and the technology from the Flame Dragon Empire is rapidly reproducing. After Mo came out of the core of the star, he immediately rushed to the next star. The dense, degenerate matter that Takal obtained can be used to create 2 zero-boundary drilling arrays, and the 2 stars provide energy, so there will be no need to worry about energy in the short term. With the successful placement of the second star, Emoli finally breathed a sigh of relief. Entering the star twice consumed 1% of Shifangji's energy, most of which was used for flying. To withstand the harsh environment of the star, he relied entirely on Shifangji's extraordinary armor. Back in the space station where he lives, Xuanji is in charge of the Blackwater Star region, and everything is going on in an orderly manner. Now these industrial chains in the Blackwater Star region are working hard to produce various parts and modules of the Universe Edict, and the wormhole expansion device has also been put on the agenda. Mo Li, who had a brief period of free time, relaxed for a rare moment, and then logged into the Star Network. I heard that the Star Network has been very lively recently, with the biological mecha and the dragon spine mecha fighting fiercely. Mo Li also wanted to see what was going on with the biological mecha. I logged into the Star Network and had a brief chat with Qin Wanga and the others. Qin Wanga returned to college after the last college league ended, and has been studying at the college during this period. Tutor. Qin Wanga was obviously happier when he saw Mo Li. Well, how's it going lately? Mo Li was busy with the zero-boundary drilling array recently, and actually had very little time to contact Qin Wanga. Teacher, I'm doing fine recently. The academy has already started the second phase of study, and I can keep up. Facing Mo Li, Qin Wanga seemed like a different person. Qin Wanga could be said to have become famous in one battle, and that competition gave the academy a great vent for its anger. Coupled with his fierce fighting style, he gained a lot of fans in the academy. Nowadays, many freshmen want to learn combat armor technology, but few can learn it. Not bad, not bad. How's your practice of the 7-star collapse styles going lately? Hearing this, Qin Wanga was a little distressed. Teacher, I have now practiced to the 4th form, but when I used it on the Star Network, I found that the mecha at the peak of the attack would malfunction every time after using it. Mo Li raised his eyebrows. Is it the transmission system? Right. After getting confirmation, Mo Li already had the answer in his heart. The 7-star collapse styles were the moves of the Flame Dragon Empire. It was normal that the mecha system here was not adapted to it. In Mo Li's opinion, the mecha transmission system of the Federal Empire should be one level lower than that of the Flame Dragon Empire. Otherwise, the decline of the beast form mecha would not have occurred. The 7 types of collapsing star have very high requirements for the transmission system, so it is normal for failures to occur. The 3rd style of collapse star is enough for the assault class. The 4th style should wait until the fortress class mecha. Good. Teacher, have you gone to see the dragon spine mecha? Qin Wanga said this with his eyes shining as he looked at Mo Li. Mo Li's expression was subtle. He understood Dragon Ridge too well, but he still pretended to be confused and asked, is it the one that many people have been talking about recently? Yeah, that dragon spine mech is awesome. It was free these past few days, so I tried it out. Unfortunately, it's not really suited to my fighting style. The beast-shaped mecha is definitely not suitable for you. I will help you find a suitable mecha someday. Mo Li smiled, and the two chatted for a few words before hanging up. But Mo Li remembered what Qin Wanga said again. His heart moved slightly, and long-forgotten memories flooded into his mind. That is the buried pain. Is it free? Mo Li made a sudden move and decisively clicked on the virtual battle on the Star Network. After entering, in addition to those military-type mechas, there were indeed 2 more series of mechas, marked with the words limited free on them. Sure enough, it's Fujiko style. The 10 mechas of Longji, plus several biological mechas of Chunfeng biology, are all inside. Longji Mo Li had learned about it, but as for this biological mecha, his heart moved slightly, and he chose one of the Sky Punishment level Neuron X and started the battle. Perhaps because many people have been using the Star Network to experience mechas recently, Mo Li quickly got a spot in the queue. After clicking in, he saw that the other party was a large mecha that was over 30 meters tall, with an exaggerated and sci-fi design. As soon as Mo Li saw this style, he knew what the next tactic should be. This must be a weird statistic. Damn matching system. Mo Li's expression was gloomy. At the same time, the Neuron X he chose also materialized, and Mo Li appeared directly in the cockpit. When the neural connection began, Mo Li frowned. This connection gave him a very uncomfortable feeling. When the battle started, Mo Li made some tentative moves and discovered the advantages of this biological mecha. First of all, those subtle controls are not troublesome and only require a thought, as if the mecha is an extension of his body. This advantage is difficult for the mecha to achieve. The performance is also quite impressive. After Mo Li defeated the opponent with some operations, he also discovered the characteristics of this mecha. This kind of biological mecha should be suitable for people who have strong fighting ability. The muscle system of the biological mecha can burst out with stronger power through fighting techniques. Strictly speaking, biological mecha can be regarded as natural combat armor. Only, After Emily exited the game, he looked at the interface of the biological mecha, and his expression became somewhat intriguing. This biological mecha is hiding something. After driving it once, Emily could feel that this mecha was definitely not as simple as it appeared. Xuanji, are you there? Exist. Did you see anything? The biomech named Neuron X has been created. Decoding technology. Decryption failed. Insufficient actual data. Chi-Chi's face darkened. Xianji had disappeared again. The subroutine wasn't as flexible as Xianji's main body, so he asked again, have you spotted any hidden dangers in this mecha? According to the Star Network synchronization data, the use of this mecha's neural connection system will place a greater load on the mind. In the Star Network, this load is cut off by the Star Network. Based on the feedback data, long-term use will cause irreversible damage to the mind, and the degree of connection will be greatly reduced when using it later. Emily was shocked. He knew there was something wrong with this biomecha, but he didn't expect the problem to be so big. Doesn't this mean that using a biological mecha is equivalent to cutting off your own future? That's not right. Emily thought about it and felt something was not right. Research on Galaxy Academy, number 175. Operating this mecha shouldn't be too stressful mentally. It seems that the mental workload comes from the neural connection system. Emily fell into deep thought. If this was the case, the large-scale circulation of biological mechas would be absolutely disastrous for the future of the Federation. It's strange. Why didn't anyone find such a big loophole? Emily's thoughts raced. No matter how advanced the Federation's technology was, it shouldn't be impossible for them to discover the problem. He keenly sensed that something was wrong. Although the Federation was rotten to the core, it could still play a role in fighting the Zerg. It would be a pity if it was destroyed because of this mecha. Thinking of this, Emily felt that he should lend a hand. However, his power is limited, and the only influential person he knows in the Federation is Jiang Yan. As for Takal, he cannot touch him either. Judging from the information given by Takal, these biological mechas are the means of the people behind him, that is, Chen Yao's gang. They have too many ways to ruin Takal's reputation. After much thought, the only option is to find Jiang Yan. Emily called Jiang Yan, but the other party didn't answer. Instead, he sent a teleportation invitation. After clicking to accept, the scene in front of Emily changed and he appeared in a large warehouse. There was a Neuron X inside and many people were standing and talking next to it. After Emily appeared, Jiang Yan immediately came over and pulled him aside. But those people didn't seem to care about Emily. They didn't even turn their eyes away and kept talking about something. What's wrong? Emily asked with some confusion. Jiang Yan pointed at Neuron X and said, I'm researching this thing. There's something wrong with this thing. A voice came from the side. Emily turned around and his eyes suddenly lit up. Sloppy girl, you're here too. Yi Lingyin's face turned dark in an instant, and her fair hands clenched into fists. TSK, you look much better now than before. Thinking back then. Shut up. Shut up. Yi Lingyin couldn't hold it in any longer. She found that whenever she saw Emily, her defense would break down at the speed of light. Tisk. Emily shook his head. Okay, every time you contact me, there's something going on. What's going on now? Jiang Yan interrupted the two. Upon hearing this, Emily gestured towards the Neuron X and said, Here, this one, something's not right. But since you've all figured it out, I don't need to say more. Jiang Yan's expression was solemn. I don't know how it got through, but our in-depth testing found that some abnormal factors in the neural connections exceeded the standard. That should be it. It's not good to connect too many of these things. The damage to your mind is irreversible. What? What did you say? Emily said this casually, but saw Jiang Yan and Yi Lingyin looking at him in shock. Why are you looking at me? Didn't you notice? Jiang Yan knew he had misunderstood as soon as he saw his expression. They were initially interested in biological mechas, and then bought a few to disassemble, only to find that several data points were wrong. However, no impact of these abnormal data was detected, and Emily obviously knew it. Otherwise, he would not have reacted this way. What are you talking about? We've only found data that exceeds the standard, but these data individually are within the normal range and can pass the test. Jiang Yan realized the seriousness of the matter. The neural connections of this thing will contaminate the nerves, but it takes a long time for the connection to occur. It won't be a problem in the short term. Yi Lingyin's face changed slightly when she heard this. She was the first one to discover the problem with this mecha because she always felt something was wrong during the neural connection. Coincidentally, the Academy was also conducting research on it, so she told Jiang Yan about the situation. Then they narrowed the scope of their disassembly to the neural connection module, and subsequently found the anomaly. Seeing her expression, Emily comforted her and said, Don't worry, slutty girl. It takes a long time to become contaminated. It's fine for you to stay connected for a day or two. For some reason, Yi Lingyin, who was originally afraid of the after effects of the connection, suddenly felt her anger taking over at this moment. Jiang Yan's expression was not very good at this time. Mo Li's statement still needed to be confirmed, but the data anomalies they found were real. After a while, someone suddenly came to find Jiang Yan. Master Jiang, we've simulated and tested the results of these data exceeding the limit. Long-term use may cause mental stress to the pilot, but the specific impact has not yet been measured. Jiang Yan's face suddenly changed when he heard this. Mo Li spread his hands. Contact the dean first and prohibit all students in the academy from using biomechas. Upon hearing this, the tutor hurriedly contacted the dean, and then Jiang Yan went there. Professor Jiang, this mecha is really as you described. We have seen it. How exactly is this tested? If there are side effects, wouldn't that be harmful to people? Many people were furious. They could not tolerate the appearance of such defective products. Jiang Yan took a deep breath and motioned for them to be quiet. Everyone, listen to me first. The promotion of biomechas this time was jointly promoted by all the major parliamentarians. As soon as these words were spoken, many people fell silent. They all knew very well that if the biological mecha had defects, it would be a slap in the face of these congressmen. Are we going to allow this type of mecha to be marketed? Someone couldn't help but say, we don't know the side effects yet. What if they're irreversible? Wouldn't that sever the children's foundation? No, this must be made public. Everyone was a little excited. They were usually immersed in their own scientific research and rarely socialized. They were real scientific researchers. Once the issue of biomecha breaks out, it will not only have an impact on biomecha, but if not handled properly, the entire industry may face a crisis of trust. Moreover, such defective products can also be sold out. For scientific researchers like them, isn't this a denial of their efforts? Wait a minute. Chunfeng Bio has issued an announcement. When they were all excited, someone exclaimed, and then a light curtain appeared with an announcement on it. Regarding the recent abnormalities in the biomechas, there are no actual side effects. These are abnormalities that occur in the neural connection system. Normal? How can this be normal? Are you kidding me? We've tested it at least 10 times, and the difference in the results is less than 0.01%. There's something wrong with him. Several members of parliament issued a joint statement. What do these council members know? They just know that if something happens to the biomecha, it will be hard for them to earn star coins. No, we must expose them. Everyone became even more angry. They could not tolerate such behavior at all. Jiang Yan was helpless when he saw this. With their status, they might be very high in the academy, but they were not worthy of being mentioned in front of the parliamentarians, unless the academy intervened. Chapter 176, Tyrannosaurus Reborn. But this matter is of great importance, and the college may not necessarily intervene. Moreover, it is a bit difficult to use these data as empirical evidence. There are no real victims yet, and many people will support the MP. Looking at Jiang Yan's expression, Mo Li roughly knew what he was thinking. Old Jiang too. Huh. Jiang Yan turned his head. I can only tell you that this side effect may be more terrifying than you imagine, and it will eventually lead to a decrease in empathy. Jiang Yan's expression changed slightly. All I can do is tell you this information, but if you ask me for evidence, I'm afraid it will be something similar to your detection results. Jiang Yan sighed. This alone won't overthrow those council members. They won't admit their mistakes. Admitting a mistake becomes a stain on their careers, and every time they bring it up, they feel inferior to others. Mo Li spread his hands helplessly and said, if that's the case, I'm afraid they will cover their mouths the first time something happens. Jiang Yan nodded slightly. Indeed, with the influence of biomechas, if they make a mistake, it means the end of their political career. In this case, they would rather die. Now, it depends on whether Xinghao Academy has the courage. Mo Li explained the general situation clearly, and after saying hello, he left. His gaze fell on the virtual battle again, and there was a fire burning in Mo Li's eyes. Before this, he had suffered humiliation here, and some people even said that he could not play 8 without star coins. But now it's different. He would not recharge a single star coin here. Now there is a limited free mecha, and it is his Dragon Spine one. Can't this deal with those people? It's okay for the super spending guys who are as strong as Shifangji, but those small-time spenders. It's up to you whether I beat you or not. Mo Li fiercely selected the White Tiger mech and clicked to queue. He was quickly ranked in. Mo Li's current rank was quite high, and the people he was ranked with were mostly paying players. After entering the game, Mo Li saw the mecha on the opposite side with the ID of Nyoma de Gongren. It is over 20 meters tall, with a gorgeous appearance, wings on its back, floating cannons on its shoulders, and an exposed energy core on its chest. It looks good, But this structure is a bit out of place in reality. But Emoli would not underestimate him. Because in this kind of Fujiko game, the more gorgeous it is, the stronger the combat power. The soldiers on the opposite side were also stunned when they saw a white tiger mecha. White tiger mecha. White tiger mecha playing in the Starlight game. Man, how confident are you? I want to see who's so FCK? Tyrannoman. Haha. Finally. You finally showed up. Do you know how long I have been waiting for this day? Emoli listened to the other party's mumbling and was completely confused. What was going on? However, if the situation unfolds in this way, the other party will definitely talk about the so-called past, and then after that, he will take revenge fiercely. That day, I used a month's salary to unlock a mecha, but you used a military-grade mecha. He was about to continue speaking when Emoli had already started his engine and was charging towards him. Humph, you've come just in time. The Oxhorse worker sneered. Do you think I'm still the same person I was before? This deep space calamity cost me 3 months' salary. After buying it, I've been winning streaks all the way up to this Starlight level. Looking at the white tiger coming in the air, the ox and horse workers snorted coldly. Do you know what Starry Sky Disaster is? Star Glory Class. A bright spot burst out from his fingertips. Emoli frowned and stopped decisively. Then the white tiger's detector showed that the temperature of that area had suddenly increased. Emoli crouched low, entering the hunting posture of a tiger. After the high temperature in front dissipated, the crouching white tiger suddenly jumped out, and the special transmission system in the white tiger's body and the long-accumulated thrusters exploded at the same time. The speed reached its peak in an instant. During the pounce, the mechanical white tiger opened its mouth wide and let out a tiger roar. Roar! A dull whistling sound was heard, which actually caused the surrounding space to distort. At this moment, the working people felt a sense of disconnection and disarray in time and space. Starstream. His expression changed slightly, and he subconsciously raised his hand. A stream of energy composed of the starry sky suddenly spurted out, and Emoli, who was rushing towards him from the air, actually jumped into the air again and avoided the energy stream. The killing force field was activated, and Emoli's speed increased a lot. His body jumped several times in the air and approached the workers. Pulse cruise. The Oxhorse worker let out a low roar, spread the wings on his back, and flew backwards at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared in front of Emoli. After pulling away, he immediately turned back and flew to Emoli's side. Seeing this, Emoli flew down without thinking. On the same level as the workers, 2 space cracks appeared. It was as if there was an invisible blade on his back, cutting through the space along the way. Is he actually discovered? The cowherd worker's face changed slightly. Emoli's mouth twitched when he heard this. It's so obvious. Do you take me for a fool? My detector's spatial ripple readings are almost off the charts. Seeing this, the working people hurriedly changed their positions. Emoli looked at his movements and saw that he was actually rushing directly towards him. Haha, just in time. The Oxhorse worker also flew over at high speed, and during the flight, he actually started to spin. The originally linear space cut instantly turned into a death spiral. Emoli's expression remained unchanged as he continued walking in the air. After the killing force field enveloped the cattle and horses working people, the speed of the opponents slowed down a little. At this moment, the white tiger mecha pounced forward, pressing its claws on his wings, and then the auxiliary thrusters on the 2 claws burst out with a violent roar. The wings of the deep space disaster were torn off, and the workers' eyes widened like copper bells when they saw the module failed. How did he do that? Aren't you afraid of being cut into pieces by space? While he was still thinking about what to do next, he saw the white tiger open its mouth wide and bite down hard. The shield was opened directly, but in front of the white tiger's sharp teeth that were shining with cold light, it was like paper and shattered instantly. The cockpit twisted directly under the terrifying bite force, accompanied by sparks flying everywhere. The worker's vision went black, and the settlement interface of the failed game appeared. What is this? The ox and horse workers cried out in surprise. Before I could say something, I saw the notification that Invincible Greymon had exited. He was stunned for a moment, then remembered something and immediately quit the game and entered a virtual battle group chat he had joined. Nyoma, brothers, look who I'm aligned with. Nyoma, screenshot.jpg. Think about it, holy shit. Auntie, damn, Tyrannosaurus. Didn't he stop playing? Crow, boss Tyrannosaurus is back. Chapter 177, The Limits of the White Tiger Mecha. The ID Cosmic Invincible Greymon is quite famous in the virtual battle circle of Star Network. The military-type mecha reached the Starlight level, and no one has been able to reproduce it so far. Many people have been trying to figure out who this Tyrannosaurus Rex is. It's a pity that Tyrannoman never adds friends or reads private messages, and even disappeared not long after joining Starlight. Now when he appeared again, he was actually driving the White Tiger Mecha. Many people said that their youth was gone, and Tyrannosaurus no longer drove a military mecha. But some people also became expectant, because they knew very well that the Starlight-class mecha was definitely not something that the military-type mecha could defeat, and the military-type mecha would not be able to withstand any casual attack. The White Tiger mecha is, after all, at the upper limit of the Star Ring level. It can really fight against those concept machines operated by Tyrannosaurus. The deep space disaster piloted by Nyoma is also a fantasy concept machine. Many people have fought against this model and know its strength. However, the fact that this conceptual machine couldn't defeat Tyrannosaurus Rex is worth their in-depth study. The news quickly spread through the group, and the entire virtual area became lively. Recently, due to the relationship between Dragon Spine and Biomecha, the real area has become much more lively, with everyone watching the battle between Dragon Spine and Biomecha. Now that Tyrannosaurus has appeared, the popularity of their virtual area has also increased. Many people chose to run and snipe Tyrannosaurus. Emoli also found that the queue was getting faster and faster, and it seemed that there were a lot more people. The opponent had obviously become much stronger, and the familiar feeling of exhaustion made Emoli doubt his life a little. No, didn't he change into the White Tiger Mecha? Something is so wrong. The more Emoli fought, the more he found something wrong. These people's bodies were stronger and more gorgeous than each other. It was as if he had accidentally entered a nest of Krypton guys. However, the characteristics of the White Tiger are there, and Emoli still wins more than he loses in battle. Although these mechas have powerful performance, their actual combat operations are obviously very poor, and they basically rely on mecha skills to fight. After Emoli saw through their skills, it was easy for him to fight them with the help of the killing force field. In his opinion, as long as he could break their defense, it would be easy to beat them. Thinking of this, Emoli couldn't help but feel a little proud. Fortunately, he had the foresight to use a shield interference device on the fangs of the White Tiger Mecha, which had a significant shield-breaking effect. Many people fail at this trick. The shield is broken, and coupled with the terrifying bite force of the White Tiger Mecha's special structure, most mecha shields and armor cannot withstand the White Tiger's bite. There are even more ways to get close to them. Currently, the ones that are more difficult for Emoli to defeat are those with firepower coverage. This kind of mecha is really impossible to beat. It has regional fire coverage. The White Tiger's defense is pretty good, but it is still not enough in front of these fantasy mechas. If the numbers are not enough, the operations can make up for it. Emoli knows the White Tiger mecha inside and out, and can operate it with ease. As he fought his way up, many people who paid attention to Tyrannoman's score found that his score was increasing steadily, which meant that Tyrannoman could also win in a star-level battle. Many people were shocked because they found that after driving the White Tiger mecha, some of Emoli's operations were completely incomprehensible to them. The first thing many people thought when they saw Emoli was, is this possible? Can the White Tiger mecha be played like this? The subversive action made many of them fail to react. Then some people curiously compared the battles of the White Tiger mechas in the real battle mode with Emoli's, and found that they were not quite the same. In real battles, those White Tiger mechas seemed to be imitating tigers, while Tyrannosaurus's White Tiger mecha was like a real tiger coming down the mountain. Moreover, the force of each attack is different. The bite force of Emoli's White Tiger mecha can even break the armor of the fantasy mecha, while some people can't even tear the armor of the same level mecha. Such an obvious gap made many people realize that something was wrong. Those who have a little understanding of the virtual area and the real area have a vague idea of what is going on. Zheng Yuan is a video blogger and a player who spends all year round in the virtual world. He had made videos about Tyrannosaurus before, which attracted a lot of traffic and made a small profit. This time when Tyrannosaurus returned, he immediately looked for battle videos and started making videos. He has made videos of big guys in both virtual and real areas. But this time, when he made the Tyrannosaurus video, he discovered something unusual. The latest hot topic is the battle between the Dragon Spine Mecha and the biological mecha. In the real area, these two mechas are still fighting fiercely. In the virtual area, there are countless mechas stronger than the Dragon Spine Mecha, but basically no one drives them. He was a little surprised by Tyrannosaurus's choice, and after watching Tyrannosaurus's battle, Zheng Yuan's expression became much more serious. Zheng Yuan found a video of a white tiger fighting in a real area and began to compare the two frame by frame. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. Every movement and every maneuver that Tyrannosaurus made while driving the white tiger made almost perfect use of the white tiger's transmission system. On the other hand, in the real mode battle, They seemed very ferocious when driving the White Tiger Mecha, but they relied more on their own performance. In the hands of Tyrannosaurus, the performance of the White Tiger actually became a boost, and the transmission system was the key. The more Zheng Yuan looked at it, the more frightened he became. He had a vague guess in his heart, so he hurriedly turned on the virtual mode and selected the White Tiger Mecha. He wanted to know if Tyrannosaurus's micromanipulation was the result of the 100% empathy in the virtual mode. After trying it himself, he was shocked to find that when driving the White Tiger Mecha, he was not even as good as those in the real mode. After exiting the virtual mode, Zheng Yuan began editing the video and typing in the title. White Tiger Mecha, do you really know how to use it? After editing the video, it was already late at night. Zheng Yuan fell into a deep sleep and woke up at noon the next day. As soon as he saw it, he couldn't wait to open the video background, and as he expected, the video went viral. In the video, he analyzed Tyrannosaurus's operations and those of the people in real mode in great detail, and even described the details frame by frame. This video is half an hour long, but the backend completion rate has reached 96%. The completion rate of this extended broadcast time says it all. Zheng Yuan excitedly opened the comment section, and sure enough, it had exploded. With over 10 million views and over 500,000 comments, the popularity has exploded. When Zheng Yuan saw this data, although he had some expectations, he was still shocked. Below the video, everyone is asking who this Tyrannosaurus is. Tyrannosaurus is famous in the virtual area, but many people actually don't pay much attention to the virtual area. This time he has included the real area as well. Players in the virtual area explained the origin of Tyrannosaurus to those people under the video and posted a video link. 178th qualifying round. As expected, Tyrannosaurus became completely popular. The military-grade mecha has reached the Starlight level, which is enough to explain everything. Some people in the comments section were skeptical. Is that really that exaggerated? Are you crazy playing in the virtual zone? The virtual area already has some assisted driving, so it's normal for him to play like this. To be honest, I'm at the heavenly punishment level, and even with the help of virtual mode, I can't perform the same operations as Greymon. No, I think what you should be concerned about is not Tyrannosaurus's operation, but the fact that White Tiger's upper limit is so high. The White Tiger transmission system has a lot to say. Haha, the stronger the White Tiger gets, the less chance your biomechas have. There are also some citizens of the Empire among them. The virtual area is mainly for auxiliary operations and concept machines, but some real mechas also have data entered. The fact that Tyrannosaurus can perform this kind of operation in the virtual area means that in reality, as long as the operation is in place, the strength of the White Tiger Mecha can be the same as that of Tyrannosaurus. After the Empire received the news, it immediately launched a frenzy of developing the White Tiger Mecha, while the Federation was filled with worry. The biological mecha originally had advantages and disadvantages against the Dragon Spine Mecha, and now the upper limit of this White Tiger is so high. How can people play it? Some people tried to develop biological mechas, but it turned out to be useless. On the contrary, as more and more people saw the video, they began to dig deeper subconsciously and discovered that this White Tiger mech was full of surprises. The transmission system may seem complicated, but when it is actually used, the power it unleashes far exceeds that of biological mechas. After some pilots who had previously studied biological mechas and specifically learned about biological habits got their hands on the White Tiger mecha, they were surprised to find that this mecha seemed like an extension of their bodies, and its explosive performance was close to that of Tyrannosaurus. As a result, the popularity of the White Tiger mecha on StarNet exploded again. And as more and more people get used to the White Tiger mecha and become proficient in it, its performance is actually still improving. So this sentence appeared on Star Network. Humanity's development of the White Tiger mecha is less than 50%. Many people went straight to ask the Dragon Spine mecha what surprises the White Tiger mecha had hidden, but unfortunately, no one responded to them. Dragon Spine Mecha seems to be completely immersed in the development and production of mechas and has never responded to anyone's public opinion. Mo Li, who sparked the craze for exploring the White Tiger Mecha, has been basically fighting on the Star Network these days. He admitted that he was a little bit drunk. With the White Tiger Mecha, Krypton is not invincible. He is fascinated by the feeling of defeating the strong with the weak and slaughtering Krypton with the free mecha. Of course, it is also very frustrating when you are killed instantly by a big move from a Krypton guy, especially the kind that starts out big. These days, Mo Li has been defeated by no less than 100 powerful moves. All kinds of exaggerated skills stunned everyone, and it was even two-dimensionalized, and causal weapons also appeared. Especially the law of cause and effect, he couldn't even control it. It's true that these people are very powerful, but they are also really bad at it. Basically, they can only fly and use skills at the same time. It's not that they can't fight in close combat, but in Mo Lee's eyes, they are full of loopholes. With the points gained along the way, Mo Lee also successfully reached the peak of Starlight and entered the Destiny promotion tournament. During this period, all those who sniped Mo Lee were stunned. The White Tiger Mecha is really different in Mo Lee's hands. The fully activated White Tiger's normal combat power seems to be comparable to the Star Ring level. Once that strange killing force field is activated, it is like adding wings to a tiger. Not to mention that the White Tiger Mecha is not a helpless little cat. After the killing field begins, the power of the 10,000 Blades God-killing technique that follows is also extremely exaggerated. Previously, a concept machine was smashed to pieces. In the past, Tyrannosaurus only had powerful weapons, but its weapon was a stick, and it was not threatening at all when it hit people. Now, he had an old-fashioned flintlock rifle. Although it is not very powerful, it can still kill people in certain situations. Everyone was watching his score in real time, and after seeing his Star Brilliance score of 1, they all knew that they had to overcome the tribulation. In just a few minutes, the number of snipers doubled. If he could use the White Tiger to reach the Destiny rank, they would lose all their dignity. Besides, this is also a disguised promotion of the White Tiger Mecha. It would be fine if this was a Federation Mecha, but unfortunately, it's from the Empire. How could this be possible? At this moment, the Federation's Kryptonians went crazy. We absolutely cannot let him hit him. But the Empire was also taking action. A large number of goalkeepers at the Destiny level lined up in their new mechas just to help Mo Lee successfully overcome the tribulation. As Mo Lee finished his game, he successfully entered the promotion stage. -5 record despite being sniped by both sides. One was operated, one encountered a new mobile armor, and the remaining 2 were destroyed by black holes. Mo Lee was shocked. What the hell was going on? How could a mad dog come up and laugh wildly while shooting a big shot? There's even a new mecha mixed in there, which is way too abstract. And that new mecha also told him to be careful. Is someone sniping him? Sniper? Mo Lee thought about his promotion match. Is there anyone who doesn't want to let himself be destined? It's just a game, isn't it? However, the more they didn't want Mo Lee to kill them, the more Mo Lee wanted to fight. He decisively chose to queue up. Sure enough, just like the previous 4 games, I won in seconds. In a federal virtual mecha communication group, a shared viewing link instantly flooded the group with messages. The frightened group owner quickly pinned the link to the top. I'm in line. There's a wealthy man. Kill him. This is forcing Tyrannosaurus to be an undercover agent of the Iron Empire. Otherwise, why would he use the White Tiger Mecha to attack him? Hit him. Don't let him advance. Everyone in the group was excited. Yukai was considered one of their more famous spenders. In reality, he ran a company and was willing to spend time honing his skills. He was also quite capable. They all clicked on the viewing link shared by Yukai, and this link spread in various group chats at an exaggerated speed. On StarNet, those anchors who were squatting and sniping opened the link one after another. At this time, Mo Lee didn't know that the attention to this game had reached a very high point. He only knew that when he saw that the ID on the opposite side was rich, his fists immediately stiffened. Damn, you are the only one who is rich. The opponent's mecha is obviously a super mecha bot with Krypton Gold, and its name is called 0 Hour Liberation. Krypton guy? Mo Lee's expression turned slightly cold, fearing that this was the person who was trying to snipe him. Yotsai's 0-point liberation is obviously not simple, and this is a crucial game. Mo Lee's eyes are solemn, and it seems that he has to try his best. This trick is not even in the instruction manual for Chapter 179. Greymon, you can't get past me, so just stay in Xinghui. Mo Lee ignored the other party's provocation, made preparations seriously, and waited quietly for the countdown to end. When the countdown ended, his eyes fixed. His eyes fell on Baihu's energy detector, and he felt a little relieved when he found that there was no sudden increase in the energy reading. The energy readings of those that came up before, such as black hole destruction, causal shockwaves, and supernova pulses, exploded instantly, and he didn't even have a chance to operate. Now that this one hasn't started out big right away, there's obviously a chance. Mo Lee knew the difference between the 2 mechas and decisively activated the killing force field. With a tiger roar, an invisible force field enveloped the White Tiger. At this time, Yukai was already attacking with a huge lightsaber with an astonishing energy reading. As for long-range attacks, anyone who knows a little about Tyrannosaurus knows that when a Tyrannosaurus is in motion, no one can succeed if it is locked onto by fire control, except for causal weapons. Tyrannosaurus's mobility is terrifying. Many people deal with him by either directly bombarding him with ranged attacks or simply giving up on long-range attacks. Yukai is also a melee type of player. Compared to long-range fire attacks like fireworks, he prefers close combat, which is a deadly, tense, and exciting fighting style. When he rushed over, he found that the killing field activated by Tyrannosaurus this time was different from before. Before, the killing force field would rush forward after a roar, but now it stopped in place and emitted endless tiger roars. Yukai subconsciously looked at the energy detection module of his mecha and immediately discovered something abnormal. In the energy detection interface, the murderous force field that should have covered the white tiger mecha was rapidly retracting at some point. When people watching the game saw this scene, they all asked questions. No, why does he keep roaring like a tiger? Look at Yotsai's first-person perspective. The killing force field has changed. Oh shit, this isn't even in the manual. Is the dragon ridge of the groove still hidden? I want to learn. Amidst the crowd's exclamations, the murderous force field converged to the surface of the white tiger mecha. The killing force field that was suppressed to the extreme emitted a layer of hazy light. At this time, Yukai happened to appear in front of him. Emoli moved. Although his speed was still not as fast as Yotsai's mecha, it was actually twice as fast as the speed he had shown before. This made everyone's eyes widen like Belle's. No, man, the white tiger is already supermodel-like, and you tell me it can be improved? Is Dragonspine a human? A Sky Punishment class mecha is so overloaded with equipment? Is it profitable? The people of the Federation were shocked, as the people of the Empire had quietly increased their orders. Yukai didn't care. What if it was twice as fast? His sensors could still detect the white tiger's movements. The energy output of the lightsaber increased. Yukai swung out with a fierce sword, and then flew up with 4 floating cannons on his back. 4 lasers shot out from the cannons and merged into his lightsaber. The lightsaber suddenly expanded rapidly, and when it cut in front of Emoli, it had already soared to 1,000 meters. Emoli was not surprised at all. He had been wandering around the star rank these days and had seen all kinds of monsters and demons. This was actually quite normal. A claw fell from the air, and the surging energy lightsaber actually paused for a moment. Emoli took the opportunity to pounce forward and flip over the giant lightsaber. At the same time, the hind legs stepped on the void and the thrusters pushed forward. Pupu's speed increased again. Yukai was startled and retracted the 4 floating cannons to form a diamond-shaped energy shield in front of him. Emoli slashed down with a fierce claw, but the shield didn't move at all. Yotsai's face lit up with joy, and he immediately retracted his lightsaber, opened his arms, and the armor on his chest opened, revealing a dark hole. The light condensed, and a claw pressed on the shield to use the force to rush up behind him. Boom! An extremely thick beam of light pierced through the void in front. At the same time, dense energy lines appeared on Yotsai's body at 0 point of liberation. At this time, white tiger phantoms and claw shadows also appeared in the surrounding void. 0 hour, liberation. Yukai roared angrily, and a bright light appeared on the machine. But at this moment, Baihu's speed was even faster, and countless phantoms emerged. These phantoms were sometimes solid, sometimes illusory. In the flashing of light and shadow, the energy level on the 0 point liberation body instantly soared to the limit of the detector. It was at this moment, the instant the light burst out, that all the white tiger phantoms moved, their target being the 0 point liberation that was about to erupt. Each phantom seemed to be a real white tiger. They pounced on 0 point liberation in various postures, and then the light suddenly flashed, and the entire battlefield was shrouded in white light. What happened? The first-person perspective shows that Yukai is dead. Huh? Didn't he use his ultimate move? Grayman wins. In the light, the result of the battle appeared, and everyone's face was full of disbelief. The winner is the invincible Tyrannosaurus. These words deeply pierced the hearts of the Federal players. The moment Yukai saw himself killed, he was suddenly shocked. What on earth happened? How could I suddenly die when I activated the liberation state? Those phantoms can't possibly break through the armor in its released state. When he is in the 0 point liberation state, there will be a layer of super strong energy barrier on the surface of his body. With Baihu's offensive means, how can it be broken? Yukai was puzzled, but the Star Network's combat data could not be falsified, and he had just died. But at this point, no one else cared about how he died, as their focus was on the battle data. The Star Network faithfully recorded their combat data. After the battle, they retrieved the data and discovered that the White Tiger's state had doubled since it had absorbed the killing field. Except for speed, all other stats had also increased. And when those phantoms attacked at last, each of them actually had the peak energy level of the White Tiger Mecha. In other words, Yotsai's death was caused by the joint attack of dozens of white tigers. At this moment, they suddenly understood why the word God-killing was included in the 10,000 Blades God-killing technique. After watching this battle, many people subconsciously looked at the white tiger mech they bought and suddenly felt very unfamiliar. Looking at the introduction manual again, after activating the killing force field, you can use the 10,000 Blades God-slaying technique, which is a brief introduction. It's not that no one has used the 10,000 Blades God-slaying technique before, but they have always used it just like the demonstration at the press conference. Just this alone is enough to show how powerful it is. And you tell me there's this trick? Dragon Spine, you're such a stranger to me. Many people found Longji and asked him how to use that move. Longji replied that it was very simple. Don't use it. It's a tactic that will result in mutual destruction. Afterwards, a message was pushed to all technicians who purchased the White Tiger Mecha, which was an introduction to the White Tiger Mecha mode. In critical situations, you can use the armor-breaking mode to converge the killing force field and concentrate all the power on the body. News about the 180th White Dwarf. Longji's simple and crude announcement to everyone won't work. This is Baihu's trump card after all. You have to explain the situation in detail, right? Many people strongly urged them to release the information, but at this time Sebastian, he doesn't know it all. What Emoli told him at that time was that the White Tiger had a move that could kill both parties, but most people might not be able to use it. Now after watching the video on StarNet, he roughly understood that the convergence process of the killing force field was not as simple as it seemed. As the killing force field converges, the entire force field will act on the aircraft body, and the pressure on the pilot is not something a normal person can withstand. At that time, Chi-Chi was still talking about giving them a surprise. Now Sebastian, this is a shock, right? But the effect is good. The configuration of the White Tiger Mecha is already explosive enough, and it is more than enough for publicity. And Mo Lizan's move can just be used to explode when the popularity is not high enough, and increase the popularity again. This marketing trick is really powerful, and Sebastian feels that he has learned something. But at that time, Chi-Chi didn't tell him how to respond. Now that he couldn't contact him, he could only reply hastily. At this time, people could not get any information from Longji, so they could only try it themselves on the Star Network, which didn't cost much anyway. But you know what? There are many masters among the people. After a few days, someone actually found a way to converge the killing force field to the surface of the body. But before the person who succeeded in the attempt could be happy, the Star Network determined that he was dead and his body exploded. Now, everyone understood why the Dragon Ridge officials said it was a method of mutual destruction. After looking at the data, some experts made a rough analysis and concluded that it was probably the pressure of the killing field that made it unbearable for both the pilot and the mecha. The mecha had a stronger ability to withstand it, but in the battle video of Tyrannosaurus, it also exploded in the end. Moreover, during the convergence process, they discovered that all major modules of the White Tiger's body had entered a special irreversible overload. This means that once the force field is converged, the only outcome will be the destruction of the aircraft and the death of people on board. No wonder Longji does not advocate doing so. However, the existence of such a function has also made many people feel a little moved. After all, when you are at your wit's end, dying together is a good option. The double performance of the White Tiger Mecha is enough for them to turn defeat into victory. After it became clear that the killing field was receding, people's attention shifted to Tyrannosaurus. Because he seems to be the strongest White Tiger Mecha rider on the entire network, and no one has yet been able to reach his level. Although the virtual battle on the Star Network has some assistance and 100% empathy simulation, it is still amazing. Some geniuses are born with 100% empathy, but they cannot control it as well as Tyrannosaurus. The White Tiger Mecha he drives is really different from the others. Unfortunately, after Tyrannosaurus was defeated, it disappeared again. There was a lot of discussion about him on the Star Internet. Some people speculated that he was a singularity-level boss, while others speculated that he might be a mentor with strong theoretical ability in a certain college. The latter speculation is more convincing. If Tyrannosaurus is really at the singularity level, why doesn't it play in real mode? What's the point of playing virtual mode? Are the graphics difficult? Moreover, battles in virtual mode are of no use at all and provide no experience, because most of the machines in virtual mode do not exist in reality. Therefore, in virtual battles, it is basically impossible to control the mecha in reality. So, considering that Tyrannosaurus's empathy is not good, he is extremely strong in exploring the performance and operation of the machine, so he is most likely a professor or mentor in a college with rich theoretical experience. Speculations about Mo Lee's identity have never stopped, but no one has come out to admit it, and it has remained a mystery from beginning to end. But now it is basically confirmed that it is someone from Tyrannosaurus Rex's empire. Because of his publicity, the price of the Dragon Spine Mecha which was originally suppressed by the price of the biological mecha, is rising again. Many people have also tested the biological mecha, and they found that the upper limit is there. On the other hand, even a Sky Punishment level pilot may not be able to fully utilize the White Tiger mecha. Many Star Ring pilots who were still using Sky Punishment class mechas were moved after seeing the White Tiger mecha. I can't afford the Star Ring level, but can I afford the Heavenly Punishment level? This White Tiger is no weaker than an ordinary Star Ring class mecha. After comparing it with the Star Ring class, they discovered the various advantages of the White Tiger mecha. It is cheap, has high performance, and has decent lethality. After Mo Li reached the Destiny level, he withdrew from the Star Network because of a message Tokkul gave him. He was with an exploration team outside the Belle Star region and found a white dwarf with suitable conditions for mining electron degenerate matter. Mo Li's eyes lit up. Degenerate matter can be considered a relatively rare material in the universe. Electron degenerate matter is usually found in the core region of white dwarfs. The Federation strictly controls all types of dense degenerate matter, which is the key to their research and exploitation of stellar energy. Tokkul's exploration team. In fact, both large companies and other parliamentarians have sent similar ones. The universe is vast, and the Federal Empire's detection methods cannot explore all of it, so these exploration teams were born. The exploration team exists to explore uninhabited galaxies outside the territory of the Federal Empire, looking for life, special mineral planets, etc. Each exploration team is at least of the astronomican class, and the supplies on board are enough for the entire ship to survive for more than 30 years. They will carry small stargates and install them when they encounter valuable planets. These exploration teams basically stay away for more than 10 years, dropping communication beacons along the way. After discovering valuable planets, they will pass the information back. The outer star field is not like the territory of the Imperial Federation. There are no stargates there to shorten the distance between the two places. We can only rely on warp navigation to explore. So far, we have only explored galaxies 20,000 light-years away. The star they were talking about was 18,000 light-years away. With the current engine conditions of the perfect combination of warp speed and dark energy, it would take Emoli about 1.5 years to get there. After hearing the time, Emoli decisively asked them to place one of the 3 small stargates they brought with them at that place. In fact, the number of stars that can extract degenerate matter is enough to fund the next stargate. With this stargate, it won't take Emoli much time to get there. Now he just needs to wait for the stargate to be established and opened. There was also news coming from Sebastian about the White Tiger mecha. When Emoli saw Sebastian's message, his expression was quite interesting. Chapter 181 Emoli's Guilt. Isn't he just playing a promotion match? Why are so many people watching? When did you become famous? Emoli was a little confused. But the result was good. He had originally wanted to show off his skills secretly to see if it could ferment. If not, he would push it again. Now he has saved a lot of trouble. Dragon's Spine is now the largest blood transfusion tube of the world's decree. The greater the flow, the happier Emoli will naturally be. Add to that the white dwarf on Tokkul's side, and when the time comes, extract the electron degenerate matter, build a few more zero-boundary drilling arrays, boost the energy of several stars, expand the wormhole, and upgrade the industrial chain again. Everything is moving in the right direction. Dragon Ridge is now really profitable and can also provide some energy for Shifangji. Emoli feels more and more that his preparations are correct. In addition, the Duke and Tokkul are also a great help, and their ability to make money is also amazing. Blackwater is also improving steadily now, but compared with the development of Longji, Blackwater is much more low-key. The main market of Blackwater is in the black markets in various places. After all, the source of its products is not very clean. But how did he become famous? Was it because his ID was so cool? Molly thought for a moment, then typed the words, Universe Invincible Tyrannosaurus, into the Star Network search box. More than 10 minutes later, Emoli rubbed his eyes violently and opened his mouth slightly. Is this me? Emoli was shocked. I'm just saying, why are these mechas so exaggerated? How can they be like this? As expected of you, Fujiko, you even threw the concept machine in. Emoli gritted his teeth as he watched. He was clearly so serious and had used all his strength. He said that he didn't understand how the Federation's biological mechas came up with those super mechas and thought it was just a novel framework, a super machine left over from an ancient civilization. Emoli felt that his face was a little red. But the next moment, he seemed to remember something, and his expression became a little subtle. Thinking of this, even Emoli couldn't help but blush, and at the same time, the long-standing sense of guilt came over him again. It took a long time for Emoli to make up his mind and get through to Qinhuanga. Tutor, When Qin Wanga saw Emily, her eyes seemed to always be so bright. This made Emily feel even more guilty. When he thought of what he had said to her, there was a hint of pity in his eyes. Elegy, I'm here. Mentor, how's your virtual battle practice going lately? When talking about this, Qin Wanga's face became a little unnatural, and his fingers moved nervously. Teacher. Seeing her like this, Emily's heart skipped a beat, and a sense of guilt welled up in his heart. It's okay, Elegy, take your time. Teacher, I can't get any higher. I've been stuck at Platinum for over 2 or 3 months and can't get any higher. Seeing her aggrieved look, wanting to cry but forcing herself to hold it back, Emily quickly comforted her. It's okay. You're already very good. Who would have thought that when talking about this, Qin Wanga felt even more aggrieved. Teacher, it's not that I don't work hard. I play StarNet for 4 to 6 hours every day. Really, I'm also studying hard offline. But I've never been able to defeat them, so I've been staying here with mixed wins and losses. At this point, Qin Wanga's face turned bitter. I kept winning and losing, and then they said there were some hidden points in the virtual battle. After a month, the points I lost were the same as the points I won. Emily's face darkened. As expected of Fujiko, even your mother's hidden points are here. Moreover, the points he won were the same as the points he lost. You can imagine how long Qin Wanga had been struggling here. And he lost so many points, so he must have lost more than he won. He has struggled all the way to this point. If he doesn't ask again, his score will drop even further. Qin Wanga actually wanted to act stronger, but for some reason, she couldn't control herself after seeing Emily. Using real-life mode to fight virtual battles is inherently self-defeating, and without a ladder ranking, there are far fewer resources. If the Academy had not discovered something was wrong, and that such a talented young player in the league could not get the ladder ranking rewards, and had not found her immediately to replenish resources, Qin Wanga's life would have been even more difficult. The instructors in charge of Qin Wanga's course at the time were all shocked. They tried to persuade him, but Qin Wanga ignored them and devoted himself to the virtual battle. The Academy had also contacted Emily, but he was in the process of creating the zero-boundary drilling array. In the end, they couldn't persuade Qin Wanga and had to compromise. The resources were still given to her according to the normal ladder ranking range. This is equivalent to private tutoring, which shows that these tutors like this student very much. Moreover, Qin Wanga's strength is obvious to all. Although these resources are not as much as those given by the competition rankings, they are better in the long run. Qin Wanga's journey into virtual combat was extremely bumpy. She was not very strong at the beginning and could only rely on her unique combat armor technology to stumble and crawl forward. Only she knows the hardships involved. Besides, most of the time, Emily gave her remote guidance and let her do what she wanted, which was less effective than other instructors' personal teaching. Even so, Qin Wanga still didn't mean to blame him. Instead, when Emily asked about it, he subconsciously felt that he had not met his expectations. Thinking of this, Emily's sense of guilt deepened. Ahem, Elegy, it's your instructor who overlooked you. Your level hasn't risen enough in virtual combat, so naturally it's difficult. You're really good to be able to reach this level. Emily's affirmation made her eyes light up, and Qin Wanga's expression became better. How about this? You shouldn't play virtual battles for the time being. It would be nice to try the ladder, Emily said with a guilty conscience. Qin Wanga's expression darkened, and he lowered his head. I happen to have nothing to do at the moment. I'll go back to the academy and take you with me. Qin Wanga suddenly looked up. Really? Sensei? Really? Emily nodded with a smile. It would take time for Tackle's exploration team to build the Star Gate, and Dragon Spine and Blackwater had also stabilized. He happened to have nothing to do during this period. It would be nice to go back to the Dongli Star region and bring Qin Wanga with me, so as to make up for what I owe her. Good. Qin Wanga was obviously very happy, with a joyful look on his face. I'm going to prepare the spaceship first. See you in a few days. After Emily hung up the phone, he immediately asked Xianji to arrange the spaceship. He is no longer the same as before. He no longer has to take interstellar flights to cross star regions. He can just use Blackwater's spacecraft. When Emily set sail, Xinghe Academy was also making a big move. Jiang Yin and his friends still couldn't let go of the biological mecha issue. Even though they knew the matter was serious, they still jointly reported it to the Academy. Everyone knows that speaking out will have no effect in front of these parliamentarians. They may even be bitten back by these legislators through public opinion, ending up in disgrace. Elegy 182. You are still young and don't understand. But it's different when the college comes forward. In the parliament, many neutral members are actually from various colleges, and Dongli College has a lot of connections. As long as it happens in the academy, this thing is possible. Jiang Yin and his friends have been a bit overwhelmed these days. The design of the biological mecha is perfect, and this perfection does not refer to its technology, but to its side effects. Every abnormality they found was not enough to form strong evidence, and the side effects caused by the combination of multiple abnormalities had no actual experimental support. The only thing they can wait for is for the first person who experiences side effects to come forward. However, they knew much more clearly than Xinghe Academy, who Chunfeng Biology sold the mecha to. If they left a backup plan in the mecha, someone would come to deal with it immediately if any abnormality occurred. Although they don't want to think of this matter as a conspiracy theory, the current situation seems too much like their carefully prepared conspiracy. When the Federation was under attack from the Dragon Spine Mecha, a biomecha suddenly appeared. Its data matched that of the Dragon Spine Mecha, and it was halved in price. It also received unconditional support from all the congressmen. The test proposed by Shen Yunshin in the parliament was met with strong opposition, etc. Looking back, they were shocked to find that it would be impossible to launch the biological mecha within a normal time period. Some necessary tests all come from Chunfeng Bio's own tests, and there is not even a slightly authoritative institution. Something is already very wrong here. Normally, a press conference for this kind of mecha cannot even be held. But now it has passed a series of processes normally, with no apparent abnormalities. Many external inspection agencies are also conducting inspections, but no news has come out. The more Jiang Yin and others investigated, the more frightened they became. In the end, they decided to write a joint letter to see if they could get their voice heard through the Academy. However, the Academy also had its own considerations. These days, the sales of biological mechas are even higher than those of Dragon Spine. Chunfeng Biology has become a giant in the Federation and the founder of a new field, unparalleled in the limelight. Due to the proximity of the college exchange competition, many citizens have spontaneously protected the brand image of the biological mecha. Many extremists will be criticized if they say anything bad about the biological mecha on the Star Network. Chunfeng Biology is now the target of public opinion. If Xinghe Academy speaks out, it will be going against everyone. Before sufficient solid evidence emerges, they will be the one that everyone points fingers at. The most important thing is that this year's college entrance examination is about to begin. Under such public opinion, who would choose Xinghe College? This is what the college is worried about. After the news was reported, there was no further news, and Jiang Yin and others could only wait. Qin Wanga didn't know what was going on. She was much happier when she knew Mo Li was coming back. However, although Mo Li asked her not to play virtual battles, Qin Wanga still habitually connected to the Star Network. She played for 4 hours before dragging her tired body offline. I was about to go find something to eat, and just as I left my residence, I happened to see Yi Lingyin walking by. Senior. Qin Wanga greeted her, but Yi Lingyin seemed to be lost in thought and didn't hear what she said. Seeing this, Qin Wanga hurriedly ran up. Senior sister, what's wrong with you? Yi Lingyin turned around in confusion when she heard the approaching sound. After seeing that it was Qin Wanga, he forced a smile on his face. Elegy, what's wrong? The two of them officially met during the last competition, and because of Mo Li, they got along quite well. Is there something on your mind, senior? Yi Lingyi nodded slightly. Some things are difficult to handle, but forget it, don't think too much. By the way, what is your mentor doing recently? Qin Wanga saw that she didn't want to talk and didn't ask any more questions. I don't know, but the teacher said he would be back in a few days. Yi Lingyin had just asked casually, but when she heard the answer, her expression changed slightly. When will he be back? He's already on his way. He seemed to have mentioned before that he was in the Beiluo Star region. It might take him about a month to come back, right? 1 month. Yi Lingyin breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that. 1 month wouldn't be a big deal. How long until he's back? Qin Wanga felt that after talking about her mentor, Yi Lingyin seemed like a different person. I don't know, he didn't say. Qin Wanga said honestly. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingyin's face became even uglier. Taking a deep breath, Yi Lingyin said to Qin Wanga seriously, on the 3rd of next month, find a chance to take your instructor away from the academy. Don't let him come back, understand? Ah. Qin Wanga was confused. This incident was a bit sudden for her. This is very important. Senior needs your help. Seeing her serious expression, Qin Wanga became even more confused, but she couldn't guarantee such a thing, so naturally, she didn't dare to agree. But I can't call the instructor. Yi Lingyin stomped her feet and said, stupid, just act like a spoiled child to him and tell him you want to go play. Senior, this makes me feel like I'm going to do something bad. No, who is this senior sister? Yi Lingyin forced a smile. The super genius of the academy, the ice goddess, the dream girlfriend of all the boys in the school, with both beauty and strength. Qin Wang said a string of code names he had heard. Will the senior sister lie? I don't know, but my teacher said that the prettier the girl, the more likely she is to lie. Yi Lingyin's eyes lit up, but then she realized something was wrong. This sentence put her in a dilemma. And why is Qin Wang so honest? Can you say this to her face? How can I, your senior sister, step down? Yi Lingyin was so angry that she wanted to pinch Qin Wang's face. Her computer was working rapidly. She approached her and said, what your instructor said may not be entirely true. Look at you, senior sister. Isn't she a person who can lie? Seeing her like this, Qin Wang always felt something was wrong. He subconsciously took a half step back, but then he felt something was not right and quickly stood back up. But this action had already been seen by Yi Lingyin. At this moment, Yi Lingyin felt like she was about to make an emoji out of anger. Why did a girl as good as Qin Wang become like this? She must have been corrupted by him. After calming herself down, Yi Lingyin said, Wang, just consider it as helping me out this time. Qin Wang thought about it seriously for a moment, then asked doubtfully, Senior, if I remember correctly, the 3rd of next month is the day for the heavenly ranking settlement, right? Yes, that's right. Yi Lingyin forced a smile. What does that have to do with the mentor? Yi Lingyin's face was filled with worry. Wang, you're still young and don't understand. Qin Wang looked at Yi Lingyin, then looked at herself, and was instantly shocked. Then she lowered her head with a sad face. Chapter 183 Qin Wang plays in real mode. Yi Lingyin looked dazed. On the day of the heavenly ranking settlement, the academy would have a public ranking. At that time, the academy student with the highest ranking would be able to show it to the entire school's faculty and students. During this period, Yi Lingyin has been playing on the heavenly ranking very frequently, and currently ranks 1st in the academy. She would be the one who went up to speak at that time. If it were any other time, it would be fine, but when she knew Emily was there too, she felt something was wrong. Yi Lingyin felt that she might be possessed by a demon, but whenever she thought of Emily looking at her with such a strange look in the audience, she always felt very uncomfortable in her heart. Even though Emily was very normal and usually spoke directly, she always felt like she was being manipulated. Emily's strange eyes seemed to be able to speak. Is this even possible? Isn't she a good dish? When Yi Lingyin thought of this, she felt so angry that she couldn't speak, and it felt like bugs were crawling all over her body. What exactly is wrong? After experiencing so many ups and downs, her mentality should have been very stable. Many mentors said that she has grown a lot. No. Yi Lingyin hurriedly covered her head. When she thought of this, the sloppy girl's auditory hallucinations seemed to appear. He's crazy. He must be crazy. She hurriedly shook her head. Qin Wang, who was standing beside her, saw that her movements were a little abnormal and asked worriedly, Senior sister, are you okay? Yi Lingyin took a deep breath and said, It's okay. Wang, promise me that you will support your mentor that day, okay? Qin Wang originally wanted to refuse because she was not sure, but seeing her like this, she could only bite the bullet and say, Okay, I'll try my best, but I can't guarantee it. Yi Lingyin breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, and then, under Qin Wang's shocked gaze, she performed a series of light-speed facial changes and successfully restored the appearance of the ice goddess. Qin Wang, what happened? Are you going to eat? Come on, I'll treat you. Every time the ladder rankings are determined, it is considered a lively event in the academy. Many students will choose to make a final effort. In fact, the same is true for other colleges. Compared with before, Qin Wang relied on high-intensity scoring and his own strength to directly sit firmly in the first place. After Qin Wang finished her meal and returned home, she also thought about the ladder ranking. She had never played on the ladder, so there was no need to talk much about the ranking. Thinking about Mo Li's instructions, Qin Wang hesitated for a moment about the virtual battle, then shrank his neck and decisively chose the real battle. She just checked and found out that when the heavenly ranking is about to end, a ranking challenge will be launched within the academy. In the ranking challenge, you can challenge other masters in the academy's ladder. After a successful challenge, you will get more points. This is a small trick used by the academy to balance the ladder. After all, it takes a lot of time to play the ladder, and not everyone has that much time. Thus, the ladder challenge was born. After entering the students' initial rankings, an additional ranking challenge bonus item was added. Each student has 3 rejection opportunities and 10 challenge opportunities every day and must accept the challenge 10 times. When using the challenge opportunities, rejections are not counted. Of course, they won't lose much points if they lose. This change is to give those who are strong and have less time the opportunity to gain points. Maybe it is not fair to those who work hard to play in the ladder, but this is the cruel reality. Resources will always be tilted towards the strong, but under this rule, the efforts of the weak will also have a certain effect. If the accumulated ladder points are high enough, the ranking can be stabilized in the final period of time. It was definitely too late to start from the beginning in the ladder, so Qin Wang decisively chose to challenge the rankings. The ranking challenge is divided into 3 stages, each corresponding to a grade. Qin Wang is now a 1-star fortress, and his breakthrough speed is actually quite fast. Her eyes fell on the names of those 1-star strongholds in the college ranking battle, paused for a moment, and shifted her gaze to those 3-star people. Among the students in the first stage, there are relatively few 3-star students in the fortress. Qin Wang avoided the names of acquaintances and chose a person named Zhou Yun. She had seen this name several times on the freshman list, and she wanted to see how strong she was now. Zhou Yun has always been in the top 10 of the freshman list, and his ranking in the ladder is also very high this time. He has faced a lot of challenges recently, and just finished his 8th challenge today, so his chances of refusing have been used up. Just when I was about to take a break, another challenge invitation came. Zhou Yun was a little impatient. He had won all 8 challenges today and had been on the freshman list for such a long time, so he must be capable. However, there seemed to be many people who are blind. Thinking of this, Zhou Yun's eyes darkened slightly, and then he saw the challenger's name. Qin Wang. Qin Wang's name is extremely famous among the freshmen, and she became famous in the league. However, it is rumored that she is a bit withdrawn and rarely makes friends. So after the league ended, she was not very active and naturally forgotten by many people. Zhou Yun's knowledge of Qin Wang was limited to his exaggerated combat armor. At that time, Qin Wang directly defeated Belle, who had a 4-star fortress. That battle was brought up by many instructors for explanation. After all, it was a classic case of the weak defeating the strong. But this also gave other students a clearer understanding of the advantages and disadvantages of combat armor. After Zhou Yun clicked to accept, he was teleported to the battle space and saw Qin Wang's mecha. After the fortress level, Qin Wang also changed to a mecha. Zhou Yun felt that the mecha in front of him was a bit similar to the Earthshaker G7 close combat mecha, which was considered to be a relatively famous combat mecha in the fortress class, but not quite the same. The design of Earthshaker follows the heavy and powerful design of traditional combat armor, but the armor in front of us is a little different. The armor is obviously much lighter and thinner, and there is no change except for the arms. That is its main weapon and one of the reasons why it is called Earthshaker. The impact pile, a fist with a special hydraulic structure inside the arm. At the moment of attack, the hydraulic system inside the wrist will push the entire arm with terrifying force, maximizing the kinetic energy of the fist. The seemingly simple and crude device, when combined with its engine, Titan's heart, an ultra-high-density composite impact power reactor, the power it unleashes is exaggerated to the extreme. Zhou Yun's gaze dropped, sweeping over the general structure of the Earthshaker, his expression slightly gloomy. As a pilot, judging the performance structure of the opponent's machine through observation is a basic skill. The opponent will not foolishly use it according to the first generation of mecha version. Almost all pilots will fine-tune the mecha to adjust it to a state that suits their own driving. But the Earthshaker in front of me seems to be a little overtuned. Earthshaker is a traditional combat armor, and its characteristic is that it can break all obstacles with one force. But Qin Wang's machine abandoned the Earthshaker's special defensive armor, and some bloated structures were also removed. This is more like switching the Earthshaker from a tank to a light fighter. Chapter 184 The Fried Fish is coming. This level of adjustment is definitely the work of a professor. Ordinary instructors do not have this ability. Zhou Yun's mecha is a war-certified, driven type. This mecha has comprehensive performance and is often deployed in the most intense areas of frontline warfare. It is very strong in mobility, long range, and close combat. In the hands of some powerful pilots, it is a true hexagonal warrior and one of the most popular mechas among students. Qin Wang silently made the final fine-tuning and prepared for battle. Zhou Yun opposite him also exhaled gently, calming his heart, and his eyes became sharp and serious. Once both parties are ready, the countdown ends. The two mechas moved simultaneously in the area, simulating a valley. Both sides broke the speed of sound almost at the same time, but through the detector, Zhou Yun saw that he broke the speed of sound slower than Qin Wang. Speed specialization. Zhou Yun keenly grasped the adjustment information and suddenly slowed down without hedging. The armor on his shoulders and back opened at the same time. The multi-linked missile honeycomb was activated, and dozens of missiles rushed out with tail flames. The fire control locked onto Qin Wang at the same time. But Qin Wang's figure only appeared in his locking frame for a moment before it suddenly slowed down and then sped up again. A strange maneuver allowed Qin Wang to avoid the fire control, and then instantly broke through the sound barrier and attacked Zhou Yun. Seeing Qin Wang's terrifying speed, Zhou Yun's eyes twitched wildly. The 4-star Bontel Fortress, the Academy's top mecha, couldn't withstand Qin Wang's attack at the attack level, let alone him. However, his current body speed is not as fast as Qin Wang's. If the fire control cannot lock on, he can only find an opportunity in close combat. Zhou Yun's mentality was relatively stable. Qin Wang was well known for his close combat ability, but he might not be completely. Just as he came to this thought, Qin Wang had already suddenly attacked in front of him. Zhou Yun's eyes focused. He drew out his fighting sword and found the right opportunity to slash across with the sword. Qin Wang threw a punch without hesitation, and the terrifying force of the impact on the pile exploded. Zhou Yun only felt his fighting sword vibrate violently, and then a pain in his waist. Boom. Fail. The words huge explosion and failure appeared at the same time. Zhou Yun looked at the scene in confusion, having no idea what was going on. I just swung my sword and it's over? After the body fell, Qin Wang's figure was revealed, and his battering ram, which had been raised high, was being retracted. This scene was familiar to Zhou Yun. Last time, Bontel was kicked into the sky by her like this, and he never came down again. He was beaten to death. But how come when he came to me, I kicked him to pieces with just one kick? Zhou Yun thought about it for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. Qin Wang had already calculated the points and withdrew from the challenge. On the standby screen, Qin Wang was a little confused. Knowing that she was wearing combat armor and that a single punch could end the fight, how did Zhou Yun dare to reveal such a big flaw? Qin Wang didn't understand. Maybe Zhou Yun had other ideas. She shook her head slightly, threw Zhou Yun's thoughts out of her mind, and started the next round of challenges. At this time, Zhou Yun, who had failed, was still a little dazed. Why is there such a huge gap? He is on the freshman list after all. Except for the top few, no one dares to say that they can crush him. But Qin Wang. Before Zhou Yun could think for long, his good brother suddenly called him a moment later. Seeing his good brother's name, Zhou Yun subconsciously chose to answer the call, and then the other party began to complain. Wow, man, I'm being abused. Do you know Qin Wang? She's the girl who beat Bontel to pieces last time. I was planning to challenge Qin Xingxuang today, and while I was waiting, someone sent me a challenge. I looked and saw it was Qin Wang. I didn't refuse the opportunity, so I just accepted it, and guess what? Zhou Yun pondered for a moment and said quietly, "You were killed instantly?" The emotions brewing on the other side were a little incoherent. How did you know? I was just killed instantly. I'll tell you. Sometimes, people share the same joys and sorrows, especially when two people are defeated by the same person. A rather inexplicable emotion arises. Fuck, this is inhuman. I initially thought she was exaggerated in close combat, but then she kept her distance. You know my mecha, it's still pretty good at range. But I can't lock onto that damn fire control. Her movements are like a ghost, and she seems to be completely unaware of all the maneuvering and overload. I'm almost there, Zhou Yun said, his temper rising. At the time, I was thinking, although she's great in close combat, we didn't learn it for nothing. I was thinking of giving it a try, but as soon as I swung my sword, she kicked me to pieces for no apparent reason. What the hell? I kicked you to pieces? Bro, is her modified Earthshaker that awesome? Then how did you lose? One punch landed on my cockpit, and it was determined that my internal organs were completely shattered. The two were silent for a while, and a question emerged in their minds at the same time. How was it transformed? Qin Wang didn't know that two victims had already started a discussion, and she was just challenging them one after another. The more she fought, the more she realized that they seemed to be less capable in real mode than in virtual mode. Either he was not alert enough, or he was slow to react, or he rushed into close combat without testing her strength. Before this, Qin Wang had never imagined that these people would fight like this. Don't they know that making any one of these mistakes could mean death? During the virtual battle, Qin Wang had died again and again because of these tiny mistakes, which were infinitely magnified due to the difference in the machine bodies. Now seeing these people being the same as she was before, she was actually a little dazed for a moment. How could she know that when other students usually fought against each other, their machines had similar performance, so their fighting was naturally much more casual? When she played virtual battles, she only had a slim chance of winning each time, or even none at all, and she had to create her own chance. With such a comparison, the gap becomes apparent, and Qin Wang's body performance is not much worse than theirs. Qin Wang won all 10 challenges in a row and didn't even feel any pressure. And somewhere she didn't know, the small group of Zhou Yun and others was growing stronger. The incident started when the two saw a post from Qin Wang's victim on a freshman forum. Qin Wang is at the fortress level, so exaggerated. The title of the post is very straightforward, and the battle video inside is even more thrilling to watch. The protagonist of the video is also a melee assault mecha, and the owner of this mecha is Zhao Yi, who has long been in the top 3 of the freshman list. Zhao Yi's fighting style is suffocating. After getting close, his attacks come one after another, like a tide that makes people breathless. Chapter 185 Casting Shadows. But even such a mecha had no ability to fight back when fighting against Qin Wanga. The two sides approached and attacked at the same time. Zhao Yi didn't even have the chance to swing his sword before Qin Wanga rushed in. It can be seen that Zhao Yi is on guard against the combat armor. The mecha is also equipped with a personal stance shield, which allows him to fight back after being punched. However, it seemed that Qin Wanga had seen through his counterattack long ago and blocked it with his backhand, followed by an even more violent attack. Everyone could see Zhao Yi's counterattacks several times during the period, but what shocked them was that each of Zhao Yi's counterattacks was within Qin Wanga's expectations. In the end, even after turning on the overload mode to improve performance, Qin Wanga was still crushed in close combat, and his final fate was similar to Bontal's, with his personal position shield being directly blown up. In this battle, Qin Wanga revealed too many things. Several victims spoke out under the post. Is this combat armor worth playing? I'll die if I touch it. I didn't die even though I had a stance shield. It was mainly because I thought I could hold my own in close combat, but he took advantage of the fact that I didn't have enough energy when I attacked. No, why are her maneuvers so exaggerated? I upgraded the fire control, but I can't lock onto her. Even using multiple missiles to force her position doesn't work. It's over, Qin Wanga has super evolved. The speeches of several victims scared the others because they were the most powerful representatives among the freshmen. But today, it seemed that they were all abused by Qin Wanga. Since returning from the league, Qin Wanga has been living his own life and faded out of their sight. Now that he has reappeared, the happiest ones are undoubtedly the fighting god cult. The leader is awesome. I was saying there was a hidden meaning behind my brother's virtual battles, right? Look at his prowess. He's like he's riding a rocket. Master, when will the Grandmaster come back? Yes, I haven't heard from you for a long time. I am a new convert. Who is the founder? Master Emoli. Even the Grandmaster didn't know about this. You are expelled from the sect. The freshmen who were originally busy studying became lively again. Qin Wanga really made a big splash. Many people previously questioned whether she was looking for trouble by playing in virtual mode, but now it seems. Many people had a sudden inspiration and wanted to try Qin Wanga's fighting style. As a result, they couldn't hold on as soon as the fight started. They are different from Qin Wanga. Qin Wanga's melee ability and the special combat armor give her great ability to defeat the strong with the weak, but others don't have it. They can only compete on performance and microcontrol. However, their operations could not reach the level of Emoli, and the end result was that they were abused to the point of doubting their lives without gaining anything. At this time, everyone knew that if they wanted to be like Qin Wanga, they had to at least learn that special combat armor system. Under such circumstances, the enthusiasm for finding Emoli started again. As an honorary pilot of Emoli's academy, according to the rules, he can give public lectures or teach students individually. The ancient post that Xuanji had posted was dug up again, and many students frantically added comments below it. Within 2 days, this post became the most popular post in the academy. Those who were there when the post was first published regretted it to death the moment they saw this post. They always felt that the gap between themselves and Qin Wanga seemed to be just one. Mentor, choose me. If I had posted a comment like that, wouldn't I have been able to choose Emoli as my mentor? Wouldn't I have become the leader of the fighting god cult? Of course they thought so, but they also knew that Qin Wanga's achievements today were more than that. Anyone who is slightly familiar with Qin Wanga or has deliberately tried to find out news about her knows that she works really hard. She has never fallen behind in either fighting on the Star Network or teaching at the academy. Apart from anything else, not everyone can play virtual battles in real mode. Consecutive failures are enough to make people doubt their lives. This alone is unbearable for many people. Not to mention that Qin Wanga's win rate in virtual battles is only over 30. This win rate is enough to prove how long she struggled in that virtual battle where concept machines were running all over the place and auxiliary modes were flying everywhere. Now that Qin Wanga has broken through the fortress level and the performance of his mecha has improved, they have discovered how exaggerated Qin Wanga is at the same level. Not only the freshmen, but also the sophomores were scared when they saw it. The sophomores were basically between 3 and 7 stars in the fortress, which could carry more dark energy and had higher mecha performance. But she didn't dare to fight Qin Wanga in close combat like this. Her previous attack class mecha could shake the 4-star fortress. Now it's at the fortress level. No one would doubt the power of her original set. As expected, Qin Wanga's name became known again within the academy. The enthusiasm for finding Mo Li also started again. Mo Li was still unaware of the changes in the academy and was currently on an interstellar journey. Blackwater's interstellar spacecraft was originally designed for the enjoyment of the company's top executives. The interior of the spacecraft is extremely luxurious, and there is a professional team to provide maintenance and service. At this time, Mo Li enjoyed the treatment of an emperor. I really enjoyed these few days. When I returned to the Dongli Star region, it was more than 10 days later. In the past 10 days, Qin Wanga has been challenging students of higher levels and has now reached the level of sophomores. Her level jumping ability scared many people so much that they left an opportunity to refuse, fearing that one day, when they were playing Star Network, a window would pop up asking Qin Wanga to challenge them for a ranking spot. The main reason is that her reputation has become even worse in the past few days. It even caused dissatisfaction among some people. These people felt that Qin Wanga's specialized combat armor had a good effect in dealing with mechas, but was not as good as a normal mecha in dealing with Zerg. Those Zergs are not like mechas that have a fragile pilot inside. If the pilot dies, the mecha will be unable to move. This statement was supported by many people, some of whom had been defeated by Qin Wanga, and some of whom were afraid of her challenge. When people are afraid of someone and dare not face him directly, they will subconsciously belittle and attack him in front of others. This behavior seems to tell themselves that he is just like that, and there is nothing to be afraid of. Now there is such a group of people. Because Qin Wanga has become their shadow, they begin to attack her from other directions. Qin Wanga didn't pay attention to these things, so he didn't understand much about what they said. But the people of the Fighting God cult were furious. During this period, Nan Xingqian has transformed into a keyboard immortal, surfing the internet intensively for 20 hours a day. The Academy did not expect the conflict to come so suddenly. They found that they seemed to have underestimated the fear Qin Wanga caused to these people. 186. Members with no escape route. The Academy is currently still busy dealing with the issue of biological mechas. Several meetings have been held, but no decision has been made yet. At present, the college has only completely banned students from using biological mechas, and many people are actually resentful. It's like other children have new toys, but your parents say that the toys are harmful and you are not allowed to play with them. Some students don't know much about biological mechas, so it's normal for them to have resentment, but the Academy simply turns a blind eye to it. The Academy is hesitant about the biological mecha incident, largely because even if they do it this time, it may not be effective. It also has a huge impact on the college. After several days of unsuccessful discussions, someone found a compromise. Since the fundamental reason is that it is impossible to shake the interest groups of those legislators, why not find more teammates to shake them? Not all members of parliament are the kind who only care about making money. There are also people who work for the people, but they are not many. The first person the Academy thought of was Councillor Shin Yunshin, who had once opposed this matter in Parliament. If she had spoken up, perhaps the approach would have been better. In addition, there are other colleges with friendly relations. For example, another academy in the Dongli Star region, Xingqian Academy, can also have a voice in Parliament. Xingqian Academy is more like the younger brother of Galaxy Academy. Basically, they do whatever the big brother does. If the big brother says something is not okay in the Parliament, they will also say yes. But after leaving Dongli, it no longer has much influence on other colleges. Even so, the college's top management still shamelessly asked. The actions of Galaxy Academy could not be hidden from LaRoche and other senators. After knowing the actions of Galaxy Academy, their original joyful mood due to the popularity of biological mechas also became much worse. LaRoche directly called all the members of their faction to come and have a conversation. The Galaxy Academy is not just any old cat or dog. If they are determined to develop biological mechas, their power will not be small. Everyone, what do you think? Gathering everyone, LaRoche crossed his arms and spoke expressionlessly. I don't think we need to worry about it. Besides us, there are quite a few MPs on this ship. They can't change anything. Why are these people so jealous of us? That woman Shin Yunshin was like that, and now Xinghao Academy is also like that. It won't work if we ignore it. The news from Galaxy Academy is that the biomecha will affect the pilot's empathy. If they consider the future of the Federation and unite with the Zerg on the battlefield. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed slightly. This was indeed a good angle. When it came to the Zerg battlefield, it was not something they could control. Someone looked at LaRoche, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, LaRoche, can you give us a rough idea? The biomecha should be fine, right? LaRoche looked at him coldly. So what if there's a problem? So what if there's no problem? We all support the biomecha at the behest of Mr. Raymond. Does it matter if there are any problems? Raymond's name made everyone afraid to speak. But if you want a bottom line, fine. I'll contact Raymond now. LaRoche snorted coldly, seemingly expressing his firm support, but in fact, only he knew that he was also panicking, and this was a good opportunity to use this as an excuse to see what Raymond would say. Not long after the communication was sent out, a figure appeared in the conference room. Raymond was wearing a full black robe, and his avatar did not reveal his face. What do you want from me? Mr. Raymond, it's about biomechas. Explain. LaRoche lowered his head slightly. Galaxy Academy said they've detected side effects from biomechas, which will affect empathy. Raymond was shocked, but his virtual image did not show any expression. He looked at the other congressmen and roughly knew what these people were thinking. But he sneered in his heart. Now that the biological mecha ship has set sail, it is too late to get off. Does it matter now if there are any side effects? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed. Doesn't this mean that Galaxy Academy's inference is correct? If that's the case, then if something happens to this biomecha, all of them will be implicated. Don't worry. Raymond dared to say it now, so he was naturally not afraid. What if they find out? Isn't there anyone with problems now? As for the side effects, we have almost perfected them. We will then pay attention to the situation of the first batch of people. Those who need to cover their mouths will cover their mouths, and those who need to be cleaned will be cleaned. When the second batch of biomechas come down, if there are no side effects, they won't have anything to say. Raymond had thought of all this long ago, and the other congressmen were more or less controlled by him, so they couldn't say anything at this time. In other words, they all felt something was wrong, but the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. Everyone who can become a member of parliament is a smart person. Knowing that the matter is already done, no one is stupid enough to go against Raymond and ask him why he didn't say it earlier. That would not save anything and would offend him. They can only swallow this loss in silence. Then someone responded with a smile. Since Mr. Raymond has already made preparations, we don't need to think too much. We can just follow your instructions. Yeah. The others also smiled in response, but only they knew how much bitterness was hidden in those smiles. They had no choice. They couldn't afford to offend Raymond, nor could they let the ship capsize. This was the only way. Raymond took in their expressions and couldn't help but sneer. But as they feared, if Galaxy Academy continued to interfere, their plan to replace the first stage biomechas would be hindered. This problem really needed to be resolved. We can't let them continue with Xinghe Academy either. Find an opportunity to put pressure on them and also control the public opinion. Raymond explained something to them, hung up the phone, and returned to his own space. Raymond pondered for a while. The side effects of this biological mecha have always been a time bomb. The resources he has provided to Pan Shunfeng during this period have exceeded the quota, and the side effects should have been resolved. Thinking of this, he pulled out a light curtain, on which was the contents of Pan Shunfeng's laboratory. However, Pan Shunfeng seemed a little different today. He was not constantly conducting experiments like before. Instead, he was talking to a girl with excitement on his face. Chapter 187, Xiaodai Wakes Up. Raymond's heart moved slightly. This should be Pan Shunfeng's daughter. Did he succeed? In Raymond's memory, Pan Shunfeng's daughter seemed to have died in one of his experiments. He didn't know the whole process, but Pan Shunfeng almost went crazy because of this incident. Since then, he has been crazy about studying biology, hoping to resurrect Xiaodai. The Federation's research on the human body has reached a bottleneck, and Pan Shunfeng is aware of this, so he chose to study other creatures, and the Zerg became his primary target. Pan Shunfeng, whom Raymond found on the Zerg battlefield, had been trapped in a lost spaceship for 3 whole months. When the rescue team arrived, he was still immersed in his research. At that time, Raymond felt that Pan Shunfeng would definitely achieve great things in the future, and he began to invest in him step by step. Facts have proved that Pan Shunfeng did not disappoint his expectations, and he really developed the biological mecha. As for the process and how he saved Xiaodai, Raymond didn't care. That was not what he cared about. He only knew that after Xiaodai was rescued, the side effects of the biological mecha should also be solved. At this moment, in Pan Shunfeng's laboratory, he couldn't contain the joy on his face. He fantasized about the scene of Xiaodai standing in front of him every night before going to bed. Now Xiaodai is really back. Dad, why are you crying? Xiaodai tugged at Pan Shunfeng's clothes and asked doubtfully. Xiaodai just took a nap. It's okay, Dad. Pan Shunfeng held her gently with trembling fingers. Xiaodai, Daddy is happy. Are you still in pain? Daddy will take a look. Pan Shunfeng said excitedly, wiping his tears. Pain. Xiaodai tilted her head in confusion. I don't feel any pain. That's good. That's good. Pan Shunfeng hugged him even harder, and Xiaodai patted his back gently. Dad, it's okay, it's okay. After they had almost gotten together, Raymond called and said, "Congratulations." Thank you, thank you." After waking up Xiaodai, Pan Shunfeng seemed like a different person. He was extremely grateful to Raymond who had been supporting him. "All right, if you want to thank me, then quickly deal with the side effects of the biomech." "Okay, I've sent the new plan to production, and I'll leave the rest to you." Things went more smoothly than Raymond had expected. He thought that this third stage would take some time, but he didn't expect Pan Shunfeng to progress so quickly. Didn't he still need time for the previous stage? "I'll grant you a few days off so you can spend some time with your daughter." Raymond was rarely happy. He directly granted him the vacation and then hung up the phone. The Galaxy Academy hasn't started any action yet, so they can make a second-generation machine now and give it to them for testing, so that they can shut up most people. After hanging up the phone, Pan Shunfeng couldn't hide the joy on Xiaodia's face when he saw her in front of him. The three-stage experiment was very successful. The Zerg materials that had been rejected in the past were once again perfectly compatible due to a coincidence. It directly constructed a perfect biological mecha and also provided a perfect container for Xiaodai. Seeing Xiaodai waking up in front of me was the best outcome. "Come here, Xiaodai. You haven't adapted to this body yet. Come with Daddy." He slowly guided Xiaodai. At this time, Xiaodai was holding the laboratory table with one hand and seemed to have difficulty walking. Apart from walking, her other movements seemed awkward, but under Pan Shunfeng's guidance, she soon returned to normal. When the two of them left the laboratory, Xiaodai was already able to run and jump like a normal person. Pan Shunfeng was even happier when he saw this. He had finally found the answer to his lifelong pursuit. While the two were playing, deep in the laboratory, there was a place where Xiaodia's body was stored. Dad, help me, help, it hurts." During this period, Galaxy Academy has been uniting with neutral members of parliament to question biological mechas. The major parliamentarians of United Shunfeng Technology were all in the same boat and naturally refuted the allegations with all their might. However, the uproar caused by Galaxy Academy on the internet did cause their sales to drop significantly. Apart from anything else, Galaxy Academy's reputation is definitely impeccable. Their strength may be mid-level within the Federation, but their reputation has always been among the best. There is nothing to say about the students. Just the honorary pilot has such a large group of people, just to provide a safety net for students with less talent. You should know that in the Academy, at least half of the honorary pilots do not have students under their command. Moreover, the fortress-level honorary pilots are only used in the freshman year. In the sophomore year, as long as you are not very untalented, you can basically enter the fortress level. After reaching the fortress level, it becomes a little more difficult to improve, but within the same level, the teaching of fortress-level pilots is no longer of much use. Therefore, the move by Galaxy Academy this time made many people who were planning to buy biological mechas hesitate. The most direct impact was that the sales of biological mechas dropped by a full 21% compared with the previous 7 days. This decline made La Roche and other congressmen tremble with fear, and they were all anxious to resolve the issue of Galaxy Academy as soon as possible. When they were in a state of panic, Congressman Shen Yunshin was also invited to Xinghao Academy. On the surface, it was an invitation to visit, but in fact everyone knew that they came for the biological mecha. Shen Yunshin has always been against the release of biological mechas, but he failed before. But now with the help of Galaxy Academy, the combination of the two forces is enough to make everyone pay attention. Not long after Shen Yunshin arrived at the academy, Mo Li also arrived. He had a very enjoyable time on the Blackwater spaceship. When he got off the spaceship, Mo Li felt that he seemed to have become quite lazy. I'm back again." Looking at the planet of the academy in the distance, Mo Li stretched. "Shinji, please help me draw up a training plan for Qin Wanga." "Okay, I'll arrange it right away." Mo Li's expression changed slightly. You're back?" "I'm back, and I'm incredibly strong now." "Oh," Mo Li was surprised. After Shinji came here, he seemed to say from time to time that he had become stronger. Mo Li didn't know how he became stronger. "Why do you say that?" "Secret." Xuanji kept it a secret and then ignored Mo Li. As he boarded the landing spacecraft to head to the academy, Mo Li's lips curled up, his heart moving slightly. "Shirima, your yellow chicken ba? The Emperor is back." After receiving Mo Li's message, Qin Wanga immediately withdrew from the Star Network battle and drove the hovercraft issued by the academy to the airport to pick him up. From a distance, she saw Mo Li who had just gotten off the spaceship. "Tutor." After receiving the person, Qin Wanga's eyes were filled with joy. "Teacher, you are back." Chapter 188, Shadows of Onlookers. Mo Li smiled and nodded. Just as he was about to say something, Qin Wanga pulled him onto the hovercraft. In the driver's seat, Qin Wanga looked left and right with a serious expression and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that there were no suspicious people. What's wrong? Emily asked curiously. Teacher, you have no idea. They are all so perverted now. Speaking of this, there was still some fear on Qin Wanga's face. During this period, she listened to Emily and played the real mode. The first 2 days were fine, but later on, she always found many students around her when she was eating. As soon as she finished her meal, they rushed over and surrounded her, asking questions nonstop. Qin Wanga was frightened on the spot, and his CPU almost overloaded. In the end, he was able to extract some information amid the chaotic shouting. These people are all looking for Emily. Qin Wanga felt that his current mentor seemed like a glowing golden ear of corn, and everyone wanted to get him. In the end, it was Chun Xingxuang and others who came to the rescue and took Qin Wanga away. Since then, Qin Wanga didn't dare to go to the public canteen to eat. Chun Xingxuang and Su Wanwan also told her the general situation. Now almost all the first-year students are looking for Emily and trying to sign up to become his students. Not to mention replicating Qin Wanga's success, just mastering that special combat armor technique would be enough to benefit them endlessly. Moreover, the video of Emily using the Suzaku Mecha in the Empire was also transmitted here. He didn't have the opportunity before, but now he has such an awesome mentor by his side. If he doesn't hold on tightly, he will miss out on hundreds of millions. Even now, when Qin Wanga was playing online, almost every opponent asked when Emily would come back. This time they came out in a hover car. They should be. Qin Wanga had just thought of this when Emily patted his shoulder. Look at the road. There are so many cars. Huh. Qin Wanga woke up with a start. Is it because Counselor Shin Yunshin is coming to give a lecture at our college? That's strange, but the lecture has already started. Is it too late to go now? As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Wanga discovered that there were more and more hovercrafts. Seeing this, Emily smiled and said, there are quite a lot of people here. It's really lively. But it is impossible for him to go to watch the fun again. The last time he went to watch the fun, he was surrounded by zombies. It's scary to think about it. Let's take a detour back. Good mentor. Qin Wanga drove the hovercraft carefully and chose a route with fewer people to leave. However, there are more and more hover cars on this road, and some people even set up temporary channels. Many people are talking in the channel. Where is mentor Emily? Didn't Qin Wanga say he was going to pick him up? Qin Wanga hasn't been out these past few days. Today, it seems he drove his hovercraft to the helipad. Which hovercar? I don't know. Didn't you see a car? Which one was it? I lost him. What a waste. On the way back to his residence, Emily discovered that there seemed to be a lot more students in the academy. TSK, there are too many of these people. When Qin Wanga was about to stop the hovercraft, Emily sighed. Qin Wanga's expression changed slightly when he heard this. Teacher, maybe there aren't many people. They might be squatting there to watch over you. Oh. Emily subconsciously leaned back. Me? Yeah. Qin Wanga nodded. Why? We already surrounded them once last time. Isn't that enough? Emily was shocked. He didn't understand a thing. How could these students be so free and well-informed? He hadn't told anyone when he came back. Qin Wanga would recall what Qin Xingxuang had said to her. They all seem to want to be your students because you taught me. Emily looked outside suspiciously and found that it seemed to be true. These students were all near their residence, waiting for something. Isn't that a piece of cake? Emily said with a bit of surprise. He had just taught casually before, but this time he came back and planned to teach seriously. I don't know either. Qin Wanga looked aside and said, strange, these people. If you can't go back, go to Lao Jiangtu elbow. Qin Wanga, the old Jiangtu mentioned by Emily, naturally knew who he was, and immediately turned the hovercraft around and changed its route. Jiang Yin had just returned from a meeting. He had held meetings again and again during this period, but there was no good solution. The situation only improved a little after Shin Yunshin came. Just after resting for a while, he saw Emily's message. Lao Deng, here I come. Jiang Yan's face darkened. He opened the window and looked downstairs. Sure enough, there was a hovercraft there. Qin Wanga and Emily were greeting him below. He remotely opened the door downstairs and asked them to come up. Jiang Yin said unhappily, why are you here? Oh, don't mention it. I have a home but can't go back. Jiang Yin had a strange look on his face. He knew a little about Chi-Chi's affairs. You can open an open class. What can I teach them? Emily rolled his eyes. Jiang Yin gestured to Qin Wanga, who was standing silently beside him. Molly saw this and said, Wanga, she's just working hard enough. Speaking of this, Jiang Yin also agreed that Qin Wanga was indeed a child with extraordinary resilience. Is it okay for me to stay here for a few days? Stay wherever you want. Jiang Yan's place is very big and was specially allocated by the college. But Emily is here. And he also has a lot of questions about biological mechas. How much do you know about that biomech? There is a problem. Speaking of this, Mo Lee's expression became serious. After all, his original intention was to prevent the Federation from being cut off by this biological mecha. What? Is it troublesome? It's more than just a problem, Jiang Yan said with a wry smile. I don't know what's going on, but those council members are all on the same side. The biomecha incident is a big deal, and they all stand to gain from it. It's very difficult to make progress in the investigation right now. Emoli pondered for a moment and tapped the table lightly. Is it because you don't have any substantial evidence? Right. Is there any data? Let me see it. Jiang Yan pulled out a light curtain and slid it continuously to open the file of the biological mecha. As Emoli looked over, Xianji was also rapidly examining the information. He read even faster, and after finishing, he said in Emoli's mind, it's really difficult now. Detecting these things is only a theoretical result. This alone won't sway these council members. Emoli frowned slightly and said, the Federation lacks theory and experiments in this area. That's right. Jiang Yan was also helpless. Since the research and development of biological mechas was abandoned, the technology in this area has naturally stagnated, and there are very few related experiments and theories. The biggest dilemma now is that these MPs are so closely aligned that it's useless without substantive evidence.